Transcending into the world of Demon Slayer, one cannot fathom the astonishing fortune of acquiring the Sharingan upon signing in. Such an extraordinary boon is almost unfathomable. My friends, who can truly comprehend this? Rick finds himself in the realm of Demon Slayer, where his parents are swiftly dispatched by a lower moon demon. Fortunately, he inherits the family legacy and provides supplies to the Demon Slayer Corps to survive. Yet, this world is fraught with peril. The title Hashira Slayer is not for naught, and few of the 9 Hashira emerge unscathed. I thought to myself, this fellow must tread carefully, lest he become mere cannon fodder upon his arrival. But lo and behold, he possesses a golden finger signing in a mansion of the Tsujikuni family. While he engages in conversation with the blind Lord Azai, he hears a resounding chime in his mind. Sign in at the Tsujikuni mansion successful. You have acquired a Mangeki Sharingan, a bloodline limit from the Uchiha clan of the Naruto universe, endowing you with extraordinary observational prowess, dynamic visual acuity, and more. The next sign-in location is Momoyama. I was utterly thrilled at that moment. The Sharingan? In a world teeming with malevolent spirits, this is nothing short of a game changer. Do you know? In his previous sign-ins, Rick merely received minor enhancements in stamina and ordinary weapons. But this time, he has directly attained a bloodline limit. He gazes at his eye, secretly amused. This kind of motivational platitude, I could find countless examples online. Yet he feigns calmness, hastily bidding farewell, while inwardly yearning to test the power of the Sharingan. This delightful contrast resembles our own pretense of composure after secretly achieving a perfect score. Izai expresses genuine concern for him. Be careful. After all, Rick has exhibited remarkable diligence over the past month. Who could have predicted he was merely a vessel for a new soul? The Lord is truly benevolent. Now, as Rick rides home in a carriage, his mind is consumed with thoughts of the Sharingan. With such an ability, he can face not only lower moon demons, but perhaps even upper moons with formidable strength. With such a golden finger, I find myself yearning for a transcendence. My friends, the next sign-in location is Momoyama. What do you think he might acquire? Will it be a more powerful jutsu? Or perhaps an extraordinary tool from the Demon Slayer world? Take a guess in the comments. Can his crimson eyes perceive bird eggs from 300 meters away? Such a power is utterly ludicrous. My friends, who can truly fathom this? Upon acquiring the Sharingan, Rick gazes into the mirror, his eyes blood red. A single Tomo swirling within in the dimly lit room. They appear more terrifying than the demons themselves. I thought to myself, should he venture out at midnight? Would he not frighten someone into a heart attack? He approaches the window to test his newfound ability in a tree 300 meters away. He can clearly see 3 bird eggs nestled within a nest. Such vision would make even my nearsighted friends weep with envy. However, during dinner, when he expressed a desire to join the Demon Slayer Corps to the old butler, Makifa Nishimura, he was met with swift rejection. No, you are the last scion of the family. Your priority should be to marry and bear children. This old butler is rather overstepping his bounds, is he not? Rick, feeling defiant, deliberately posed a challenge. I desire bird eggs. There's a tree 300 meters away. Where they can be found, go fetch them for me. To his surprise, Mikio Mishima actually complied and indeed discovered them atop the grand tree. However, at that very moment, a dark shadow emerged, its skin an ominous shade of blue, adorned with horns and jagged teeth that glimmered menacingly. It was a malevolent spirit. The demon lunged towards the old steward with a savage claw. In a critical moment, an axe soared through the air, embedding itself halfway into the tree trunk. Rick rushed forward, his countenance pale. He had intended merely to vex the old man, but fate had thrust him into a genuine encounter with a demon. What luck! He had just acquired the Sharingan and was already thrust into combat. It seemed the heavens themselves wished to grant him extraordinary prowess. The demon turned its gaze upon Rick, its eyes filled with murderous intent. Rick, with his crimson Sharingan blazing, fixated on the demon's movements. Could he truly hold his ground against this fiend? The old steward quaked in fear, questioning whether he would even survive this ordeal. Brothers, do you think Rick's Sharingan will shine in its inaugural battle? Take a guess in the comments. Would his fierce gaze render the demon motionless? Such a feat would be nothing short of miraculous. Who among you understands? Rick was pursued by the demon like a hapless rabbit, on the verge of being crushed under its claw, yet upon unleashing his fierce gaze, the demon stood frozen, its expression vacant and bewildered. I was utterly astonished. The power of the Sharingan's illusion was astounding. How formidable was this demon? Its speed was such that even Usain Bolt would pay homage. A single swipe could reduce a tree to splinters. Yet, Rick, with his Sharingan, perceived its every move, narrowly evading each attack. Infuriated, the demon charged, but Rick seized the opportunity, swinging the axe with precision and severing its head cleanly. This moment stirred a surge of exhilaration within me. What a gratifying sight! Yet, astonishingly, the severed head continued to fly, opening its gaping maw to bite at Rick. In the nick of time, 2 gunshots rang out as the old steward, Mikio Mishima, rushed in with his hunting rifle, firing twice at the demon's head. Young master, quickly cover it with the bamboo basket. Rick swiftly placed the basket over the demon's head and sat upon the axe to hold it down, listening to the diminishing thuds from within, finally allowing himself a sigh of relief. Mikio, panting, offered his apologies. "I'm sorry, young master, I did not seek the Demon Slayer core." Rick patted his shoulder reassuringly. "No, you performed splendidly. This old steward is truly a divine ally." The demon, even with its head shattered, continued to wail. "What manner of creature are you, little boy?" Rick chuckled inwardly. "Once I unlock the second Tomo, dealing with you will be a mere trifle. This power is exhilarating. I feel compelled to exclaim the prowess of the Uchiha clan." Now, while the demon had been subdued, it was curious about the location of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. "Gentlemen, do you believe there is a grander conspiracy at play behind this? What tricks might Rick Sharingan unveil next? Take a guess in the comments." The moment the sun emerged, the malevolent spirit was reduced to ash. How utterly satisfying. Who among you understands? Rick stood upon the head of the demon confined in the bamboo basket, waiting for the sun to rise. As the first light of dawn broke, the fiend began to thrash violently against the bamboo, its cries piercing the air. "Get away from me." Yet, as the sun shone with a sizzling sound, it was instantly turned to cinders, leaving not a trace. I found myself amused. Could this truly be the nemesis of the wicked spirit? Remarkable. Rick turned to the aged steward and declared, "I must join the Demon Slayer Corps." Mikado Masakazu initially hesitated, but upon witnessing the demon's ferocity firsthand, he finally relented. "Very well, but you must return once a month." This old steward has finally come to his senses. Rick immediately sought out Ubiyashiki the Lord, who inquired with a smile, "Rick, which style of breathing technique do you wish to learn?" Without a moment's hesitation, Rick replied, "My lord, I wish to master the thunder breathing technique." I was astonished. Thunder breathing, the fastest and most explosive of all techniques, is not something just anyone can learn. The Lord nodded in approval. "Very well. I shall write you a letter of recommendation to find Lord Kanamori the Ur in Momoyama." Rick chuckled inwardly. "Ah, Momoyama is the next checkpoint. I wonder what treasures I might acquire." However, the moment he stepped outside, he was shrouded in a black cloth by the Demon Slayer Corps members. Blindfolded, "I shall lead you to Momoyama." Rick was passed along like a baton, carried by several members, completely oblivious to the path they traversed. This operation is shrouded in mystery. The secret base of the Demon Slayer Corps is indeed extraordinary. 3 hours later, as the cloth was removed, Rick stood in awe mountains and valleys adorned with peach trees, bearing fruits larger than fists, their fragrance wafting through the air. A passerby cautioned him, "When you meet Lord Kanamori, be careful with your words. He is a former Hashira." As Rick approached the small wooden cottage, his heart raced. Is Lord Kanamori approachable? Can I truly master the challenging thunder breathing? Most importantly, what formidable rewards await me at Momoyama? A 2-Tomo Sharingan? Or perhaps thunder release ninjutsu? Gentlemen, do you think Rick can achieve a comeback in Momoyama? Take a guess in the comments about what his first checkpoint reward will be. 3 days. He learned thunder breathing in just 3 days. This talent left even the former Thunder Hashira astounded. Who among you understands? Upon arriving at Momoyama, Rick was summoned by Lord Kanamori to run laps around a peach orchard larger than 4 or 5 football fields. As he sprinted, a sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Successfully signed in at Peach Mountain, acquiring the thunder breathing technique, a masterful swordsmanship and unique breathing method passed down through the Demon Slayer Corps for centuries. IT consists of 6 formidable techniques, the first being Thunderclap. I was utterly astonished. This sign-in system is remarkably powerful. While others spend years learning, he accomplishes it in a mere minute. Old Master Sankai was initially wielding his cane, chasing after him with scolding remarks. "Your grip on the sword is incorrect. Your breathing must be fierce. Hurry, be precise." However, 3 days later, Rick executed the first form of thunder breathing, Thunderclap, with a Nicaran blade enveloped in golden lightning, effortlessly cleaving a massive boulder in two with a resounding crack. The old man wiped away tears on the spot. Incredible. At last, there is an air to thunder breathing. This contrast resembled that of a stern teacher suddenly witnessing a student achieving a perfect score. Did you know? Thunder breathing is one of the most challenging styles to master, renowned for its unparalleled speed and explosive power. Ever since the previous Thunder Hashira's retirement, no one has been able to inherit the mantle. Yet here was Rick, not only acquiring the Nichiren blade in a day, but mastering all 6 techniques in just 3 days. Even the old man couldn't help but murmur, "This kid surpasses my eldest disciple by far." I felt a pang of envy. The favoritism was glaringly obvious. Rick secretly reveled in his success, maintaining a facade of humility. "It's all thanks to my teacher." Yet, deep down, he understood that with the Sharingan and thunder breathing, encountering the malevolent demons from before would be a mere matter of seconds. This hidden prowess was indeed impressive. Now, the old man gazed at him as if he were a rare gemstone, eager to impart all his knowledge to him. The next sign-in location, Wisteria Mountain, beckoned to him. "Brothers, what do you think Rick might unlock at Wisteria Mountain? Will he directly unveil the ultimate secrets of thunder breathing? Guess in the comments." A novice who has only trained for 3 days in swordsmanship dares to challenge a senior who has trained for several years? This audacity left me utterly speechless. Brothers, who understands? Just as Rick was celebrating mastering thunder breathing with old Master Sankai, he was confronted by a youth named Kaido. "The teacher has no time to indulge you. Rich boy, hurry and leave." That fellow even bit into a perfectly good peach before discarding it, a waste of food that was infuriating to witness. This senior is far too arrogant. Rick raised an eyebrow. "Dare to make a bet? If I lose, you'll leave. If you lose, you'll amend your arrogant, foul-mouthed ways." Kaido's anger flared. "You dare to challenge after just 3 days? You're courting death." This tension was palpable, even through the screen. Under the full moon, the two drew their swords and clashed. Thunder breathing, 4th form, distant thunder. Kaido transformed into a bolt of lightning, only for Rick to shout, "Thunder breathing, 4th form, distant thunder." 2 bolts of lightning collided, creating a cacophony of clashing blades that dazzled the onlookers. That I was astonished. How could this novice employ the same techniques as a seasoned expert, yet show no sign of inferiority? What was even more remarkable was Rick's crimson eyes. Seemingly endowed with supernatural foresight, he could anticipate every move made by Kaido, effortlessly countering with identical techniques. As the intensity of the battle escalated, Kaido roared in fury, "How dare you humiliate me?" Rick replied with a smile, "A senior who has trained for several years cannot defeat a junior who has only trained for 3 days. How can you still call yourself a master?" This verbal sparring is particularly vicious. Each word strikes at the heart. Kaido's face turned a shade of green with anger, and he suddenly burst into laughter. "So you can't execute the 1st form. Thunder Flash. You're just as useless as I am." Rick tilted his head and grinned, the swirling patterns in his red eyes spinning rapidly. "Do you think I am incapable?" He inhaled deeply, and the lightning surged violently around his sunwell blade. I felt my heart leap to my throat. Was he about to unleash a powerful move? My friends, do you think Rick can emerge victorious? Will his Thunder Flash be enough to subdue Kaido? Share your predictions in the comments. In just a moment, Rick crossed the distance between the two and appeared behind Kaido. His figure was difficult to discern with the naked eye. The 1st form? Kaido's eyes widened, paralyzed in fear as he sat on the ground, his clothes torn and in disarray. "You lost," Rick said calmly with his sword. He could even chop off Kaido's head. Kaido's face turned red. "What a joke. Remember our agreement. Before you defeat me." Rick sheathed the Sunwheel sword. With this agreement in place, Kaido would be somewhat cautious in his future actions. "My wife Zenitsu has not yet become a disciple of Kanjuro Sanada. And since Rick has become the other party's senior brother, he naturally has to leave something for his junior brother." Rick walked towards the cabin. At the entrance stood a small figure. Rick exclaimed, "Teacher Siwaling, you're awake?" With such loud clashes of swords and the roar of thunder breathing. "If you couldn't wake up, would I still be worthy of being a member of the Demon Slayer Corps?" Sangdao Siwaling grinned. Rick smiled slightly, as expected of the former Hashira. "Why did you make such a promise?" Sankai Siwaling asked with a hint of reproach in his tone. "If Rick loses, he has to leave Momoyama, which makes Kawashima Zigura a bit dissatisfied. Is his guidance so cheap? Just like that, he could be abandoned." "Sorry, teacher, I've thought it over, and this is the only condition that can make my senior agree to the duel." Rick sincerely apologized, then confidently said, "But I am absolutely sure. That's why I set such a bet." Kawashima Zigura was taken aback, as if he was infected by this strong confidence, feeling a surge of ambition within. "Then there's nothing to criticize," Kawashima Zigura said with a smile. believing that Rick would take responsibility for his words and actions. By the way, what if you lose? Rick lowered his head in contemplation, revealing a smile, and jokingly said, "Then I can only commit seppuku to apologize. Teacher Siwalang's reputation cannot be insulted." Sangdao Siwalang opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Rick approached the duel with the resolve to take his own life. This child's thoughts are too extreme. Sangdao Siwalang felt very fortunate that he woke up in time. He must keep a close watch on him from now on. Chapter 7 1 month later. Rick and Sanjima Subaru sat in front of the wooden cabin, gazing at the brilliant stars in the sky. Naturally, the conversation turned to Tanjiro. Sanjima Subaru briefly explained Tanjiro's past to Rick, noting that the cautious and meticulous Demon Slayer Corps had investigated Tanjiro's history, including every member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Rick listened quietly. The information gathered by the Demon Slayer Corps was very accurate, but unfortunately, they did not uncover the matter of Kaigaku leading the demons into the temple. Teacher Siwalang must not be willing to give up on him, Rick concluded. The eyes of Koizumi Siwalang instantly widened. Rick can understand the thoughts of Sanemi Shinazugawa. In the original work, Zenitsu Agitsuma runs away multiple times but is always brought back by Sanemi Shinazugawa, who will not give up on any potential person to be saved. Tears fill Sanemi's eyes, and he is deeply moved, as true understanding is hard to find. Rick not only understood his thoughts, but was also willing to risk his life to help him change Kuayu's mind. With a disciple like you, I have enough in this lifetime. Master C.I. Wulang, you flatter me. Rick chuckled. Help Kaiwe turn over a new leaf? He did have this thought in his mind, but not much. Using Kaiwe as a punching bag to practice his sword skills was more like it. By the way, what happened to your eyes? Sanjo Siwalang asked curiously. During the battle, he had seen Rick's eyes turn bright red, resembling those of a demon. Rick shook his head, not knowing. Sangdao Siwalang frowned. Rick touched his eyes and continued, I have half Nordic blood in me. When my emotions are stirred, my eyes turn red, and I can see things more clearly. Upon hearing this, Sandit Samudru was amazed. Indeed, among humans, there are some who possess extraordinary abilities, such as the rare blood in the Wind Pillar, Shinazugawa Sanemi, which makes countless demons drool with envy. The former Water Pillar, Kanroji Mitsuri, had a keen sense of smell, able to determine a person's emotions through scent and distinguish demons disguised as humans. These individuals seem to be favored by the heavens, possessing exceptional talents that evoke envy in others. Rick was even more impressive. Those blood-red eyes could, if Sanjima Subaru was not mistaken, see through the movements of thunder breathing. Seeing that he had successfully fooled Sanjima Subaru, Rick secretly smiled. When in doubt, just use the art of deception. Unknowingly, Rick had already been at Peach Mountain for a month. During this time, he either honed his sword skills and accumulated experience under Sanjima Subaru's guidance, or he would beat up Kaigaku. Sanjima Subaru not only did not stop him, but instead happily played the role of an onlooker, believing that Rick's beating of Kaigaku was to help him change his character. This made Kaigaku so angry that he constantly cursed. 5 days ago, Kaigaku received a new mission and fled Peach Mountain as if he were running for his life, determined that as long as Rick was there, he would never return to Peach Mountain in his lifetime. One day, Sanjima Subaru came to Rick and said with a reluctant expression, Rick, I have nothing more to teach you. You have learned all the sword techniques, breathing methods, and experience. The path ahead relies on you now. When there is nothing left to teach, it is time to part ways. Rick nodded heavily. In this month, he learned a lot from Sangdao Siwalang, and his thunder breathing had reached the state of total concentration. Combined with the Sharingan, the demons weaker than Kaiwe were no longer his match. Kaiwe had successfully become a combat unit. This is your recommendation letter for the final selection. Sangdao Siwalang handed a letter to Rick. Final selection. Rick clenched the letter. Only the swordsmen who pass the final selection can become members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Demons enhance their strength by consuming humans, and the strong members of the Demon Slayer Corps capture demons that have only eaten 2 or 3 people and confine them in a deep mountain. Swordsmen must survive for 7 days in that demon-filled mountain to pass the final selection. It is extremely brutal and even poses a life-threatening danger. Rick remembers that in the original work, only 4 people survived the final selection: Tanjiro, Zenitsu Agitsuma, Jinya Shinazugawa, and Kanao Kocho. They're all part of the main character group later on. Indeed, the Demon Slayer Corps has only 3 ranks: bystanders, main character group, and Hashira. Rick should not be able to join the main character group, and can only strive to reach the level of a pillar. The elimination rate in the final selection is extremely high, essentially signing a death warrant. Masters are in the human world, while failures are in the underworld. Undoubtedly, this is an opportunity to test one's strength, and the next sign-in location is the Wisteria mountain of the final selection. Go, let this world be colored by you. Sangdao Ziwalang said with a smile. Yes, Rick Hong said, the final selection is also a demon-slaying mission. From today on, the name Rick will resonate throughout the world. Looking at Rick's gradually receding figure, Sandotera felt reluctant, but he didn't want to hold Rick back. Staying in Mount Peach was a waste of time. Taking the Nicaran blade borrowed from Sandotera, Rick walked out of Mount Peach, where a member of the Demon Slayer Corps had already been waiting, an ordinary passerby from a month ago. The passerby had a slight impression of Rick and exclaimed, "Have you already completed the training for thunder breathing?" Rick nodded with a smile. The passerby Ding's mouth, hidden under his mask, couldn't help but drop open. Completing all the training of the thunder breathing technique in just 1 month made him reflect on how he had struggled for years without mastering any breathing techniques, relegating him to a support role. His feelings were quite complicated. The gap between people was just too vast. However, Ding quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, what kind of normal person could fight against demons? The stronger Rick's talent, the better, so he can kill those ghosts that harm people all day long. A look of hatred shone in the eyes of the passerby Ding. Rick keenly sensed the hatred in the eyes of the passerby Ding. Those who could join the Demon Slayer Corps were all orphans, having lost their parents, and only those with a deep-seated hatred for demons could persist in this work. Following the same process, Rick covered his eyes and had passerby Ding carry him out. Perhaps seeing Rick's talent, passerby Ding was much more talkative than before, adhering to the team rules while providing Rick with a lot of information, making the journey less boring. Upon reaching the next stop, Rick switched to another person's back, and after 4 or 5 transfers, they finally arrived at the destination, or rather, not far from it. Rick took off the black cloth. Bystander B pointed to the west and said, "Walk 2 kilometers in that direction, and you will reach Wisteria Mountain. There will be someone to guide you then." Rick said, "Thank you. No need." The passerby turned and left, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The matter settled as he brushed off his clothes, deeply concealing his achievements and name. After watching the passerby leave, Rick headed towards the Wisteria Mountain. Along the way, he saw many swordsmen coming to participate in the final selection, aged between 15 and 30. There were no familiar faces. All were background characters who wouldn't appear in the original work. They wore varying degrees of fear on their faces. Many of them had never seen a ghost before and were terrified at the sudden call to come and kill one. With only 700 or 800 meters left, Rick passed through a dark forest and suddenly felt a chill. Chapter 8. The final selection. Rick suddenly recalled the feeling of encountering a ghost on the first day. He stopped in his tracks, stared at the dark jungle, and coldly said, "Who is it? Come out." Rick's sharp shout caught the attention of many, and everyone turned their gaze towards him. As time slowly passed, the thicket showed no signs of abnormality, but the feeling of dread in Rick's heart grew stronger. Without hesitation, he activated his Sharingan, his eyes turning crimson with the appearance of the blood-red Tomo. The powerful insight granted by the Sharingan allowed Rick to see every leaf in the thicket clearly. It seemed to sway in the wind, but in reality, it was being manipulated. Thunder breathing, 5th form, heat lightning. Rick suddenly took a deep breath, a surge of electricity coursing through his body. He drew the Nicaran blade from his waist, raised both hands high, and unleashed a lightning-like slash infused with intense heat, striking directly at the thicket. Boom! The lightning struck, and the thicket exploded, leaving behind a deep, charred crater. The power of this sword startled the passing swordsman, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Rick furrowed his brows. The chill feeling disappeared, but he was sure it wasn't an illusion. Nothing at all. Was he too nervous? What a waste. That guy was so stupid. He absolutely couldn't get close during the selection process. The swordsmen participating in the final selection around him saw this scene and found someone even more nervous than themselves. Their expressions relaxed as they laughed mockingly. Instead of improving themselves, they preferred to belittle others. The gazes directed at Rick were filled with ridicule. A small number of people also noticed that Rick was using the thunder breathing technique, their expressions becoming somewhat serious, as it was the most difficult to master among all breathing styles. Considering Rick's age, he was just a teenager. Completing the training of thunder breathing at such a young age undoubtedly marked him as a genius swordsman. Rick glanced at them, sheathed his sun-will sword, and continued walking towards the Wisteria mountain as if no one was around. Meanwhile, the lurking evil spirit underground had a grim expression, its features twisted together, and it coldly muttered to itself, "Why did that little brat discover me?" Among the dozens of passing swordsmen, Only that little brat noticed him hiding in the bushes, which was enough to indicate the other's uniqueness. Forget it. When night falls, I'll kill him. This demon showed a sinister smile. In its left eye was engraved with the words Lower Moon and 2, indicating that it was a powerful evil spirit standing above the other demons. Directly under the 12 Kazuki of the Demon King Muzan, Rick climbed dozens of steps and arrived at the shrine halfway up the mountain, where he could smell the strong fragrance of wisteria flowers. The entire wisteria mountain was surrounded by these flowers, which were highly toxic to demons. Even the scent was extremely repulsive to them. Among the Demon Slayer Corps, some people used wisteria to create deadly poison to kill demons, making it one of the few methods to slay demons. Those weaker demons were imprisoned in the Wisteria Mountain, providing a trial for new swordsmen. Rick glanced around and saw that there were about 40 to 50 people participating in the final selection, none of whom were familiar faces. They were all background characters who wouldn't appear in the original work. By observing their every move, he could roughly gauge their strength. In a word, they were weak. Only 3 or 4 people managed to stay calm, while the others couldn't stop trembling. There were also some hot-blooded young men who thought there was nothing to fear from ghosts. Their faces were excited, eager to rush into the deep mountains, but in reality, their steps were unsteady, and they hadn't even mastered the basics. Rick didn't know what to say. With such little strength, how dare he participate in the final selection? Wasn't it like a breeding pig drooling at the door, thinking it was worthy? The 2 daughters of Itachi Waya, Utashi Hika, and Itachi Hainei, had already been waiting here. Welcome to you all. The 2 adorable girls, resembling porcelain dolls, said in unison. Then, one by one, they introduced the rules of the final selection. Life and death were irrelevant. Leaving Wisteria Mountain counted as a forfeit, and surviving for 7 days counted as passing. The rules did not prohibit forming teams, so others started brainstorming and looking for teammates. Soon, 40 to 50 people were divided into 7 or 8 small groups, with the largest team having over 10 members. Everyone deliberately ignored Rick. They had all seen him go berserk earlier, drawing his sword to slash at the bushes. Although the thunder-breathing technique was powerful, they didn't want that move aimed at themselves. Rick yawned and didn't pay much attention. With his strength, teaming up with this group was more like bringing along a few burdens. He might as well be a lone wolf. One team after another began to enter the Wisteria Mountain. It was still evening, with about 2 hours until sunset, so it was good to go in early and familiarize himself with the surroundings. Rick stayed until the end. He approached the 2 sisters of the Uzuki family and kindly asked, "Long time no see. How is Mr. Wise-Eye's health?" "Mr. Rick, thank you for your concern. Father's health is fine, and he asks about you every day," the 2 sisters of the Uzuki family replied. Rick smiled slightly. The charisma of Susanoo Koshi is undeniable, able to make the entire Demon Slayer Corps revere him as their lord. "I have a question for you all." Susanoo Koshi Hikaru smiled and said, "Please go ahead. Can the wisteria flowers planted in the mountains fend off external demon invasions?" Rick asked. The 2 sisters of the Susanoo Koshi family lowered their heads in thought. Susanoo Koshi Hai said, "There are a lot of wisteria flowers here, and ordinary demons wouldn't dare to approach. But lower-ranked demons might be able to resist the scent of the wisteria." "I understand now." Rick nodded, feeling the chill without a doubt that it was a ghost. A lower-ranked ghost. Kanuyuka asked, "What's wrong, Mr. Rick?" Rick sighed and said, "Although it's just my guess, there should be a lower-ranked demon mixed in among the wisteria flowers on the mountain." The faces of the 2 sisters from the Kanemitsu family showed deep surprise. "I see." Kanemitsu Hikaru murmured, "That's why you suddenly drew your sword on the way here." From the many swordsmen participating in the final selection, the sisters learned that Rick had suddenly attacked a dark thicket, but they didn't think he was going insane. Learning the thunder-breathing technique in 3 days, Rick definitely had something extraordinary about him. "Rick, we will notify Father right away. Please protect the swordsmen participating in the final selection before the Hashira arrive." A hint of worry appeared on Kanemitsu Hikaru's delicate face. "No problem." Rick confidently smiled and said, "With me here, that ghost won't harm anyone." Looking at Rick's handsome appearance, the 2 sisters from the production house had a flush of redness appear on their delicate and beautiful faces. Rick gives them a very reliable feeling, just like their father, Asakusa. Chapter 9, Full Map Taunt Wisteria Mountain Sign-In Successful. Obtained Conqueror's Haki, beginner level. A special power from the pirate world that intimidates enemies through one's own aura, reaching a higher realm, capable of creating pressure effects. Advanced usage, wrapping Haki to increase attack power. The next sign-in location is YK Street. A sign-in panel appeared in front of Rick, and his eyes lit up. Conqueror's Haki, what a good thing. Conqueror's Haki is known as the qualification of a king, very rare, with only one person among millions possessing it. Even if it's a low-level Conqueror's Haki, it's still a godly skill for crushing weak opponents. Once it's activated, weak enemies fall into unconsciousness. The Demon Slayer Core has its own independent communication system. Ubuyashiki Takedo summoned a crow, placing the letter in the letterbox at the crow's feet. The crow spread its wings and quickly disappeared from sight. Father received the message and dispatched to Hashira. It would take at least a day. So I'll leave it to you during this time, Ubuyashiki Takedo said to Rick. Okay, I'm going in. Rick greeted the two sisters of the Kanamori family with a confident smile as he walked into the Wisteria mountain. Kanamori Hikaru and Kanamori Hina said in unison, wishing you great success in your martial endeavors. Once Rick's figure disappeared into the depths of the mountains, Kanamori Hina expressed her concern. Can this person really do it? Kanamori Hikaru sighed and said, for now, we can only trust him. A lower moon level demon is not something those new swordsmen can handle. Rick walked into the Wisteria Flower Mountain, and the sun in the west was only a third left, at most half an hour before it completely set, when it would be the night of the ghosts. Rick strolled leisurely into the depths, with no sounds of battle, like a ghost. The swordsmen who came to participate in the final selection were also hiding well. They understood clearly that this selection wasn't about who could kill the most demons, but rather about testing their ability to survive. Only those who survive can have everything. This was also the first lesson taught to them by the Demon Slayer Corps. Demons only appear at night. During the day, they rest. They must endure 7 nights of a deadly survival game. That idiot. Don't look any further. He won't survive the first night. The swordsmen hiding in tree hollows and stone crevices looked at Rick, who seemed to be taking a walk, with disdain in their eyes. How did someone like him qualify for the selection? Half an hour later, the sun finally set completely. In that instant, the atmosphere within the Wisteria mountain changed abruptly. A wisp of mist descended, and under the silver moonlight, the forest appeared to be draped in a layer of silver gauze, adding a touch of mystery to the night. Under the dark night, dozens of pairs of eyes flickered with a blood-red, menacing glow. It was the scent of humans. It was that time again, the final selection. Ha ha! How many little demons will we eat this time? The voices of the evil spirits echoed, sharp, hoarse, and gleeful. They were trapped here, and their only chance to feast on humans was through the swordsmen sent in for the final selection. They're here. Rick closed his eyes, feeling the chaotic auras of the numerous spirits within the Wisteria Flower Mountain, probably around 100 ghosts. The majority of the auras weren't too strong, having only consumed 2 or 3 people. Of course, there were exceptions. A small number of ghosts had lived in this mountain for over 10 years, even decades, and had devoured quite a few swordsmen, greatly increasing their strength. However, they were still no match for the combat unit Kaiwa. Although Kaiwa was quite weak, he was still a swordsman who had learned the 5 techniques of thunder breathing, which placed him at least in the category of having consumed over 100 people among the evil spirits. So there was nothing to be afraid of. Rick revealed a sly smile, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly into the depths. Evil spirits, I am the ghost hunter Rick. The leader of the ghost-killing squad said that whoever can kill me will be allowed to leave Wisteria Mountain. Rick unleashed his newly acquired Conqueror's Haki, his voice echoing throughout the entire Wisteria Mountain, accompanied by a hint of pressure. However, the effect had spread throughout the mountain, and its deterrent power was now minimal. A full map taunt. The spirits of the demons in Wisteria Mountain stirred, and an overwhelming anger surged within them. A mere human, a lowly food source. Dare to provoke them? Kill him. The same thought arose in the hearts of all the demons. In contrast, the human swordsmen were utterly shocked. They felt that Rick had gone mad, actually provoking the demons of the entire mountain. Had the old man eaten arsenic and grown tired of life? At the foot of the mountain, the 2 sisters of the Kanu family also heard Rick's voice. Kanu Hanai asked in confusion, why is he doing this? He wants to deal with those demons alone, so no one else will be killed. Kanu Nika explained, a hint of worry appearing on her brow. Kanu Hanai was startled. It's too dangerous. A trace of admiration appeared in Kanu Nika's eyes. Yeah, but that's just who he is. In the forest, the chaotic sound of footsteps erupted. With over 90% of the demons charging wildly towards Rick, their anger and killing intent unabashed. The first to appear before Rick were 3 pale-faced demons, with sharp teeth and claws. Die, you damn little brat. The chance to go out is mine. Rick had just wanted to draw the Sunwell Blade. But the 3 demons started fighting among themselves over who could have the right to eat him, with the infighting continuing. This is so disrespectful. Thunder breathing. First form, thunderclap and flash. Rick's expression darkened as he took a deep breath, his body crackling with fine lightning, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. His legs suddenly exerted force, and he transformed into a bolt of lightning that tore through the air. Boom! In an instant, Rick, as fast as lightning, passed through 3 evil spirits, effortlessly severing their heads with the sun wheel blade. The 3 evil spirits didn't even have time to react, their heads falling downwards, their expressions filled with disbelief. How could they be instantly killed by such a small ghost? The power of the sun wheel blade was slightly less than that of sunlight, and after 5 or 6 seconds, the 3 heads completely dissipated along with their bodies. Damn it, I want to eat human flesh. The last evil spirit, before completely dissipating, looked at Rick's youthful body with drooling anticipation. Rick was at a loss for words. In the original story, when Tanjiro participated in the final selection, there were similar situations. If these demons worked together, they might have been able to cause him some trouble. However, Rick could also understand these evil spirits being trapped in the Wisteria mountain. The Demon Slayer Corps couldn't possibly feed them human flesh. They were probably starving mad. If Rick had been hungry for over 10 days with a pile of food in front of him, he wouldn't allow anyone to take it away either. While he understood their plight, Rick wouldn't hold back when it was time to kill. Otherwise, he would be the one to die. The sound of footsteps grew closer, and the army of demons burst out of the forest. The moment they saw Rick, the bloodthirsty light in their eyes became even more terrifying. Rick, fearless, raised the sun blade, embodying the spirit of one man holding the gate against 1,000. Chapter 10, 1 against 100. Human flesh? I want human flesh. Everyone get out of my way. That little brat is my prey. What nonsense are you talking about? I found him first. Hundreds of evil spirits charged forward, their mighty presence akin to an army of thousands. But upon closer inspection, like the previous 3 evil spirits, the advancing army of evil spirits was also caught in internal discord, with no one willing to give up their chance to escape. Evil spirits are selfish and self-serving beings. Sharingan. Rick's eyes were bloodshot, with a blood-red magatama appearing in his pupils. The difficulty of the thunder-breathing technique was even higher than he had imagined, especially the first form, thunderclap and flash, which not only required explosive power in the legs, but also extraordinary intuition. At high speeds, it became difficult for the naked eye to accurately capture the target, forcing one to rely solely on instinct to strike the enemy. However, Rick was different. The Sharingan granted him exceptional dynamic vision, allowing him to master the first form, thunderclap and flash perfectly. First form, thunderclap and flash sixfold, Rick whispered, placing his hand on the handle of the knife. Boom! Rick took a deep breath. His whole body erupted with silver lightning as he stepped forward, charging out like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, Rick's figure weaved through the demons, crashing into their bodies like a raging bull. And with each swing of his blade, he cleaved off 2 or 3 heads. The 6-hit combo was completed in a flash. Dozens of heads flew into the air, blood splattering everywhere. The demons looked up in awe. In that moment, they seemed to understand that this young man was not a docile little rabbit, but a true demon hunter. The swordsmen hiding in the nearby bushes were stunned. That guy just killed over a dozen demons in an instant. Was he not a formal member of the Demon Slayer Corps, but a newcomer participating in the selection with them? Rick charged into the army of demons, unleashing a flurry of attacks. His Sharingan moved rapidly from side to side, capturing the demon's movements in a 360-degree view without any blind spots. The demon's actions slowed down several times in his eyes. Under the terrified gazes of the demons, Rick swung his sun wheel blade, slicing through their necks. And one head after another flew into the air. Here, the demons' reactions were over a dozen times stronger than those of ordinary people, and they quickly seized an opportunity. The moment Rick paused to catch his breath, 7 or 8 demons pounced at him simultaneously. Stop! Rick's eyes reflected the triumphant and fierce smiles of the group of demons, and he coldly shouted, Conqueror's Haki! A terrifying aura erupted from Rick, spreading like a tidal wave. The demons within a radius of several meters trembled all over, and a sense of fear surged within them, their bodies becoming stiff and their muscles uncontrollable. However, there was an exception. A robust demon slapped away, the one blocking its path, with 2 horns protruding from its forehead, exuding an aura completely different from ordinary demons. Having at least devoured 40 people, it withstood the Conqueror's Haki. Get lost, this little brat is mine. The demon excitedly opened its large mouth, thick saliva dripping from the corners, reaching out towards Rick. Illusion. Rick's Sharingan flashed with a bloodlight, casting an illusion. The giant hand of the evil spirit paused in midair, its eyes dazed, standing foolishly in place. Thunder breathing, fourth form, distant thunder, Rick said, his body erupting with faint lightning as he took a step forward, swinging his blade for a high-speed slash. The blade cut through the head of the demon, sending it flying high, dissipating into smoke. The death of this demon was like a bucket of cold water splashed over all the other demons, instantly calming them down. In the Wisteria mountain, that demon's strength ranked among the top, yet this young man easily killed it. Is this reasonable? Damn, this guy must be a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. The Demon Slayer Corps wants to wipe us out. Run away quickly, someone shouted in panic, and the demons, looking terrified, frantically fled deeper into the shadows. The emotion of panic spread, and they didn't even consider why the Demon Slayer Corps would send a bunch of rookie swordsmen in if they wanted to eliminate them. Thunder breathing, second form. Thunderclap and flash. Rick chased after them, using himself as the center to unleash countless lightning-like slashes in all directions, cutting down dozens of evil spirits as easily as chopping vegetables. The hidden rookie swordsman couldn't help but pinch his cheek hard. Feeling the pain confirmed that this was reality and not a dream. It was supposed to be a desperate escape from the pursuing evil spirits. But the scene before them felt like a reversal of fate. One person had defeated over 100 ghosts. Regardless, the figure of that young man had been deeply etched in their hearts, unforgettable for a lifetime. The evil spirits, more familiar with the environment of Wisteria Mountain than Rick, vanished in an instant. Rick carried the Nicaran blade, his expression filled with regret. He had originally intended to wipe them all out. Estimating from the previous wave, he figured he had at least decapitated 30 demons. Hearing the demons refer to him as a Hashira, Rick smiled slightly. If he were truly a Hashira, these demons wouldn't stand a chance of escaping. Today, they would all meet their end here. Rick hasn't even reached the common realm of breathing techniques, and there's still a significant gap compared to a true master. The idea of a single person defeating an army of evil spirits sounds impressive, but in reality, it's not the case at all. The strength of these spirits isn't that great. Otherwise, they wouldn't be captured and imprisoned, nor would they be able to kill domesticated livestock, which wouldn't give Rick a sense of accomplishment. Rick sheathed the Sunwheel blade, feeling a faint twitch in his legs. He frowned, realizing that he had used Thunderstrike too many times, and his muscles felt fatigued. From now on, he needed to work harder to strengthen his muscles. Rick sat cross-legged on the ground to rest. The evil spirits were frightened by him and would probably hide in secret corners, trembling and not daring to show themselves for the next couple of days. After a while, some new swordsmen emerged from the deep mountains, approached Rick, and wore flattering smiles on their faces as they hugged his thighs tightly. It seemed that they had passed this final selection with ease. Rick smiled faintly and did not drive them away. Even if these people could not become demon hunters, they could still make good logistics personnel. Mr. Rick, this is the wild rabbit we caught. Please try the taste. Mr. Rick, this is the dry food I brought in. Rick provided them with shelter, and naturally, everyone was eager to reciprocate, taking the initiative to offer fresh water and food. A bonfire was lit in the open space, and although these new swordsmen lacked the ability to slay demons, they were more than capable of hunting game. They caught, bled, and slaughtered the animals, then skewered them for roasting, completing the entire process seamlessly, filling the air with a delicious aroma. Rick took the food handed to him by everyone, took a sip of the sweet drink, tore off a piece of roasted rabbit leg, and tossed it into his mouth. The aroma of fat filling every corner of his mouth, transforming into energy within his body. The two sisters of the Chanshu family at the foot of the mountain received the news, looking incredulous that the final selection turned into a camping trip, and Rick was the first person in history to do so. Chapter 11. The Battle of the Waning Crescent. Most of the rookie swordsmen clung tightly to Rick's thigh, camping safely within the safe zone. However, a small number of hot-blooded youths believed that demons were not that scary. If Rick could do it, there was no reason they couldn't. These enthusiastic youths rushed into the deep mountains with their Nicaran blades, ready to showcase their skills. Late at night, the silver moon hung high in the sky, casting silver light on the earth. With the faint moonlight, the hot-blooded youths saw a figure in the shadows. The irises of its eyes were inscribed with words. They had heard that if they encountered such a demon, they must escape as quickly as possible. It was the legendary 12 Kizuki, a powerful demon that only the Hashira could handle. One hot-blooded youth turned pale. Why would there be a lower moon-level demon in a place like this? Ah! The horrifying scream echoed through the sky, and even Rick and the others, a kilometer away, could hear it clearly. Everyone's spirits lifted, and they turned to look in that direction, the tragic cries making their hearts tremble. "You all stay here and don't move. I'll go take a look." Rick picked up his Nickerin blade, instructed those beside him, and rushed towards the sound. Huh. The rookie swordsmen preparing to cling to his thigh were completely dumbfounded. How could the thigh run away by itself? After Rick left, they looked around at the darkness, feeling terrified and sensing danger everywhere. Rick quickly arrived at the scene of the accident, where 7 or 8 mutilated bodies lay in pools of blood, emitting a strong smell of blood. They were the newcomers, the swordsmen who had insisted on venturing into the deep mountains. Rick glanced at them and then averted his gaze. He was not a saint, and there was no need for him to intervene when others were determined to seek their own demise. He set aside his urge to help and respected individual destinies. Sharingan. Rick's eyes were blood red, with a magatama appearing in his pupils. Using extraordinary insight to observe everything around him from every angle without any blind spots. Here, Rick felt a cold, chilling wind on his back, and suddenly drew the Sunwell blade, striking backward. Bang! The blade collided with a hard object as tough as iron, producing a crisp sound of metal clashing. The recoil sent a sharp pain through Rick's hands, causing a wave of numbness. Upon closer inspection, he saw a towering demon with long black hair and a thick beard, his face adorned with mysterious black markings. The irises of his eyes were golden, with a crescent moon engraved in the left iris and the character for 2 engraved in the right. Crescent wheel. Rick recognized the identity of the demon. In the original work, after the Lower Moon 6 was killed, Muzan Kibutsuji summoned all the Lower Moons for a report, but most of them failed to satisfy Muzan, resulting in their immediate deaths. This one, the cart, was one of them. Rick was able to block that blow just now, and there was a hint of surprise in Lulo's eyes. He quickly realized that the only swordsman who had noticed him at that time was Rick. "It's you. You little brat." Lulo sneered. Rick's expression was serious. The aura of the demon was giving him goosebumps. It was indeed a Lower Moon level demon. Originally, he wanted to secretly kill the new members of the Demon Slayer Corps, but now he had changed his mind. He wanted to devour you. The demon sensed the abundant blood energy within Rick, equivalent to that of 30 people. Rick gripped the Sunwell knife with both hands, and with thunder breathing, a single Sharingan beginner-level Conqueror's Haki. Could he slay a lower-ranked demon? Blood demon technique? Amplification. The winch raised its right hand, instantly enlarging it by dozens of times, smashing down towards Rick like a hammer. Boom! Rick exerted force in his legs like a nimble rabbit, pouncing forward. The enormous fist grazed his cheek and crashed down hard on the ground, erupting with a roar as the earth shattered. Thunder breathing, 5th form, heat lightning. Rick suddenly inhaled sharply, a surge of electricity coursing through his body. He raised the Sunwell blade high and struck down with a lightning-like slash, leaving a deep sword mark on the massive fist. Blood gushed out, and Lulu's face turned angry as he coldly said, "Blood demon technique. Infinite hands." Countless flesh buds sprouted from the giant fist, quickly forming numerous large hands that overwhelmed everything. First form, Thunder Flash. Rick's leg muscles tightened, and he shot out like lightning, with countless large hands chasing after him, determined to catch him. So that's how it is. It wasn't quick reflexes, but rather good eyesight. As he squinted, Rick seemed to be able to anticipate its movements in advance, instead of waiting for the attack to come before dodging at super speed. Those bright red Sharingan eyes were too striking. Lulu swallowed hard. What would those ruby-like beautiful eyes taste like? Thunder breathing, 2nd form, thunderclap, and flash. Rick stopped in his tracks, turned around, and, with himself as the center, instantly swung countless blades in all directions, the lightning-like slashes shredding the countless large hands behind him. Success. Taking advantage of the moment when Rick lost control of his body due to inertia, the winch boldly struck, enlarging its hands to resemble 2 walls pressing down. Rick was like the Monkey King in the palm of Buddha. Genjutsu. The moment their eyes met, a flash of blood light flickered in Rick's Sharingan as he cast an illusion. The winch's eyes became dazed, and the world in its view completely collapsed. In just a breath's time, it realized everything was fake and let out a furious roar. Roar. The winch's roar echoed through the mountains and forests, startling wild animals into a panicked flight, while the evil spirits sensed the aura of a superior being and bowed their heads in submission. A kilometer away, the rookie swordsman trembled all over. What exactly was happening over there? The Sharingan Genjutsu only controlled the winch for a second. Rick once again used Thunder Flash, rushing towards the winch and swinging his blade towards its neck. In that moment, the winch regained clarity, tilted its head back, and opened its mouth, biting down hard on the blade with its sharp teeth. Conqueror's Haki, Rick suddenly shouted, and a powerful aura erupted from him. Luo immediately felt as if a heavy mountain was pressing down on his head. You little brat, compared to the terror of that adult, you're just too inexperienced. A fierce look flashed in Luo's eyes. Compared to the fear brought by that adult, the opponent's aura felt like child's play. Rick didn't expect that Lulu had developed resistance to the pressure of momentum under Muzan Kibutsuji. Damn it! Rick cursed silently. Lulu threw a punch. The wind from the fist was fierce. Rick was left with two choices: give up the Nichiren blade or take the punch with his human body. Without the Nichiren blade, the demons would act without restraint, and what awaited Rick was nothing but a slow death. Crack! Rick's choice was to grip the handle of the knife tightly, press down, and the blade made a crisp sound as fine cracks spread across it, followed by the blade breaking. Rick swung the half-moon knife, and the sharp blade collided with the wheel's fist, slicing through its arm vertically. Chapter 12. Just the waning moon. Who? Rick gasped for breath. The power of his Haki and Sharingan's illusions couldn't control his opponent, indicating that his strength still had a gap compared to lower-tier demons. He actually broke his own sword? Rolo's expression darkened. Rick's decisiveness was beyond his expectations. Demon hunters treat their swords as their lives, and he had never seen anyone voluntarily break their own blade. A demon's body is different from that of a human. As long as their stamina is sufficient, their injuries heal rapidly. Rolo's arm, which had been cut open by the Nichiren blade, sprouted new flesh and reconnected, quickly returning to its original state. Hee. Rolo coldly stared at Rick, letting out a smug laugh. This is the strength of a demon. Weak humans will never understand such power. TCH. Rick scoffed, relying on his strong physique without honing his skills. Blood demon art. Dragon shadow fist. Rolo spread his fingers, his arm extending outwards, instantly multiplying in size by over 10 times, transforming into a dragon shape, opening its enormous mouth as if to swallow Rick whole. Rick kicked off with his legs and leaped up forcefully. Stupid. The pulley sneered, controlling the giant dragon to suddenly turn its head and charge straight towards Rick in midair. With no place to gain leverage, this time, he was undoubtedly doomed. Breath of thunder, fifth form, heat lightning. Rick took a breath, forcibly turned his body in midair, and a fine electric current surged from his body. He grabbed the sunwheel blade and swung it down, unleashing a high-temperature, lightning-like slash that struck the dragon's head, which was just within reach. However, his intention was not to attack, but to use the opponent's power to escape the battlefield. The blade collided with the dragon's head, which was as hard as iron, and a powerful force sent Rick flying. Bang! He fell to the ground like a broken kite, landing about 20 to 30 meters away, staggering but barely managing to steady himself. The broken sunwheel blade felt very unfamiliar to him. Rick glanced at the corpse of the novice swordsman not far away. All the Nichiren blades had been destroyed, and the demon despised such weapons that could kill them. He thought it was a pity, otherwise he could have swapped for another Nichiren blade and continued fighting. Boom! Shifting his gaze, Rick murmured as a flash of lightning struck, turning him into a bolt of lightning as he fled into the distance. Rolo was momentarily stunned, but quickly chased after him, laughing loudly. Ha! What's this? Is the demon slayer running away in front of a demon? Rick curled his lip and replied, We're all fighting on nights that are advantageous for you. What is there to be proud of in such an unfair battle? Rick's words had the same meaning. If you have the guts, fight me during the day. In that moment, Luo couldn't think of a rebuttal and, in a fit of anger, realized that this little brat was quite sharp-tongued. Then, with a fierce expression, he thought that rather than exchanging barbs, he was better at sending his opponent to the ground. That night, chaos erupted in Wisteria Mountain as Luo desperately chased Rick, only to have Rick escape numerous times at the last moment. Luo was furious. This little brat was like a cunning loach, seeming to be caught one moment, then slipping away the next. In the tense and thrilling chase, both Rick and Luo were calculating the time, with only half an hour left until sunrise. Luo decisively abandoned the pursuit. He knew very well the danger Rick posed. Although he had been chasing Rick that night, there had been several close calls where he nearly got killed, with Rick almost taking his head. This little brat had not given up on killing him. Time was running out, and if Rick turned back and fought to the death, he could really end up in trouble. To be safe, Luo chose to retreat. After all, there were still 7 days left in the final selection. A sinister smile appeared on Luo's face. Tomorrow night, his opponent wouldn't have such good luck. Rick used his last bit of strength to escape the forest and return to the clearing where the new swordsmen were camping. After a night of pursuit, his stamina had reached its limit, and he was relying solely on a powerful will to keep going. Mr. Rick! Mr. Rick! The nervous new swordsman didn't dare to sleep and rushed overexcitedly upon seeing Rick's figure. Hiss! When they finally saw Rick's terrible condition, everyone gasped. His clothes were torn and ragged, his expression weary. Not even the hundreds of evil spirits from yesterday had left him in such a state. And his daybreak blade was broken. What on earth had he encountered? Just some superficial injuries. Rick calmly said that all these scars were self-inflicted. He would rather choose other ways to avoid pain than let the wheel touch him even once. Is there water and food? Rick asked. Yes. The rookie swordsman hurriedly brought over a pile of food. They even caught a wild boar, roasting it over the fire. And the rich aroma made Rick's mouth water and his fingers itch. After replenishing his hydration, Rick devoured the roasted pig's hind leg. A continuous stream of energy flowing into his body, quickly restoring his stamina and muscle fatigue. Mr. Rick, what happened in there? A rookie swordsman asked cautiously. Rick was busy eating and casually said, I encountered a lower moon-level demon. After a brief silence, an uproar ensued. The crowd was so frightened that they recoiled, their faces turning pale, a sense of terror enveloping them. A newcomer swordsman murmured, there can't be a lower moon-level demon in Wisteria Mountain. Could it be that, mister? Rick drew his sword and attacked the jungle because his words immediately reminded everyone of the previous incident, and they couldn't help but open their mouths in shock, feeling a deep sense of guilt. Among all of them, only Rick noticed the lower moon demon lurking in the shadows. They were completely unaware and instead mocked him. Mister Rick, let's escape, a newcomer swordsman advised. The selection has encountered a lower moon-level demon. This is beyond what we can handle. The Demon Slayer Corps would surely understand. A glance around revealed that many faces showed signs of retreat. After all, it was one of the 12 Kizuki, notorious, and not something they could deal with. What is there to be afraid of? I'm still alive, aren't I? Rick said casually, as if it were a trivial matter. The crowd exchanged glances, seemingly finding some rationale in his words. They didn't run away immediately upon hearing about the lower moon demon in Wisteria Mountain, because Rick was too calm, and this emotion quickly infected them. Minutes later, a ray of dawn appeared on the horizon as the sun slowly rose. The tension in the crowd eased. Demons absolutely would not appear under the sun. This was a consensus. The first night of the survival game had come to an end. They had to use the daylight to contemplate whether to give up the selection or face the lower moon demon. Rick was full and had no time to care about them. He simply lay in the sun, covering his head with his coat. Sleep is the best way to recover strength and fatigue. Tonight, he must take off the head of the wheelbarrow. Chapter 13, The Great Battle. Ricky woke up feeling refreshed. He looked up and saw that the sun had already moved from the east to the west. What time is it? There are still 2 hours until sunset. A new swordsman next to him replied. Rick estimated that he had slept for about 10 hours. When he looked up, he saw that the number of rookie swordsmen had decreased by more than half, leaving only about 10. It seemed that many had left. You are all brave individuals, Rick said, looking at the rookie swordsman in front of him, who was only in his teens. No, you are far stronger than me, Mr. Rick. You fought against a lower-level demon yesterday. The young man shook his head repeatedly, his expression dim. Why is Mr. Rick so powerful? As a rookie participating in the final selection, Rick's performance clearly did not match the regional matchmaking system. How could a beginner fight against a lower-level demon? Rick chuckled and didn't answer the other person. I have a hook, do you? Rick said. Do you have a Nickerin blade? Give me one. The new swordsman realized that Rick's Nickerin blade had been damaged in yesterday's battle. He took out his own Nickerin blade and handed it over, saying, if you don't mind, please use this one. Rick pulled out the opponent's Nickerin blade, which was predominantly blue, unlike the yellow Nickerin blade of Thunder Breathing, indicating a slight difference in quality. After all, his previous Nickerin blade had been carefully selected by Sanjiro Sakanade. Don't worry, I'll take that guy down tonight. Rick patted his shoulder. Yes, the rookie swordsman exclaimed. If my Nickerin blade can slay a lower moon-level demon, I could brag about it for a year, or even a lifetime. Rick inserted the blue Nickerin blade into his belt, not discarding the half of the blade he had. After receiving food from the crowd and filling himself up, Rick walked towards the foot of the mountain. Mr. Rick, the two sisters from the Kanroji family showed a hint of surprise in their eyes upon seeing Rick's figure. They had already learned from the swordsman who withdrew from the selection that Rick had fought against a lower moon demon. Rick smiled and said, time is of the essence. Sisters, I won't waste words. Can we make some adjustments to the final selection rules? All the swordsmen participating in the final selection gathered in an open area. After removing those who had withdrawn from the selection and those who had already perished in battle, only 15 remained. The crowd looked anxious and uneasy. They had no real confidence in surviving. Besides the lower moon demon, there were dozens of evil spirits in the mountains. Could they endure 6 nights here? The 2 sisters from the Kanematsu family drew everyone's attention. Kanematsu Hikaru said, "Everyone, a lower moon level demon has entered the mountains. This is an unexpected situation, and we need to revise the final selection rules. Those who survive tonight will pass the final selection." Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions eased slightly. However, facing a lower moon level demon, 6 nights and 1 night were, in strict terms, no different. Before the selection started yesterday, Mr. Rick discovered the lower moon level demon, and we have reported it to Lord. The Hashira will also arrive at Wisteria Mountain tonight. We hope everyone can hold on. Kanematsu Hina said. New lights surged in everyone's eyes as they looked at Rick with gratitude. "Leave that lower moon demon to me, tonight. You mainly need to guard against the other evil spirits," Rick proclaimed loudly, secretly utilizing his Conqueror's Haki, his powerful and confident aura spreading throughout the area. Oh. The eyes of the rookie swordsman looking at Rick changed, filled with admiration and respect. Rick stood up to face the lower moon demon alone. If they continued to cower in fear, it would be too shameful. Everyone was filled with passion, letting out hysterical shouts that echoed through the skies. Even the evil spirits hidden within the Wisteria Mountain could feel this high-spirited momentum, secretly astonished at what these human swordsmen were thinking. Rick smiled, exuding a domineering presence akin to the legendary aura of a king, making it difficult not to attract attention, like a light bulb in a crowd. "Mr. Rick, you must survive," encouraged the 2 sisters from the Kanematsu family. Rick nodded firmly. As the sun set, the last rays of light disappeared. The new swordsmen's expressions tightened as they anxiously looked around, gripping their Nicaran blades tightly, as if holding the sword was the only source of security. "Relax a bit. The remnants of the sun's aura remain, and the demons dislike this scent. At least 2 or 3 hours before they come out," Rick said, his calm and confident demeanor quickly spreading to others. The new swordsman breathed a sigh of relief, feeling safe by Rick's side. As night deepened, Wisteria Mountain was shrouded in a faint mist, the atmosphere turning cold and ominous. Sounds of rustling echoed through the forest, followed by the emergence of a large group of demons, around 50 or 60 of them, with the leader being the notorious Rukuro. Upon seeing Rukuro's eyes marked with the words "lower moon," the new swordsman displayed signs of panic. In the next moment, a resolute figure stepped forward. Standing in front of them, Rick. "Kill them," Rukuro commanded. The demons within Wisteria Mountain charged forward, fearlessly led by the lower moon. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap. Rick didn't say anything, but instead encouraged the rookie swordsman behind him with action. He took a deep breath, and a surge of electricity coursed through his body as he transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging forward, weaving through the demons. He swung his sunwheel blade and instantly decapitated 3 of them. His overwhelming presence frightened the demons into retreat. "Follow Mr. Rick." The rookie swordsman trembled with excitement, rushing forward to engage in close combat with the demons, and the battlefield descended into chaos. Seeing this, Rick smiled slightly and then shifted his gaze to the pulley. Soldier against soldier, general against general. "Little demon, I will start eating from your legs." The pulley sneered, his eyes blood red, and after a day's time, the opponent's vitality had become even more intense. Rick wielded the sun wheel sword, confidently saying, "You are not capable of taking me down." Blood demon technique, multiplication. The veins on the forehead of the blood demon bulged, and its hands suddenly multiplied in size by more than 10 times. Reaching out with enormous hands towards the tiny Rick, who was like an ant. Fifth form, Hot Realm Thunder, double strike. Rick suddenly took a deep breath. His body spun around, and he raised the lightning-emitting sunwheel blade to slash to the left and right. The speed of the blade was extremely fast, and 2 bolts of thunder-like sword light seemed to appear simultaneously. Boom! The high-temperature, lightning-like slash struck the 2 massive hands of the wheel, leaving behind deep burn marks. The wheel felt pain, retracted its 2 large hands, and wore an indescribably ugly expression. This little brat had become stronger again, and this rate of growth was too abnormal. Chapter 14. Insect Hashira, Shinobu Kocho. Rick turned his head to take a look, and, as he expected, the new swordsmen were at an absolute disadvantage. They were already outnumbered and outmatched in strength, relying solely on their hot-bloodedness and solitary courage. But these factors could not be the key to victory. In the blink of an eye, four swordsmen had already died tragically. "Stop, you demons!" Rick shouted loudly, and the Conqueror's Haki suddenly erupted, its powerful aura pressing down on all the demons like a massive mountain. A chill rose from their feet to the top of their heads, causing them to tremble all over. The Conqueror's Haki couldn't deal with the lower-level demons, but these weaklings had no way to resist it. The movements of the demons were no longer as smooth and swift as before. Their strength had decreased significantly. The rookie swordsmen were overjoyed, raising their Nickeran blades to slay the demons. After killing the first demon, the rookie swordsmen felt as if they had undergone some kind of baptism. Their fear of the demons greatly diminished. Their strength was not weak to begin with. Otherwise, they wouldn't have received the recommendation letter for the final selection. Under fear, they could barely unleash even 1/10 of their power. Seeing Rick use that inexplicable aura to assist the rookie swordsman, Ruro was furious. "How dare you be distracted while fighting me, you little brat?" Ruro didn't care about the lives of those weaklings. It only wanted to devour Rick in front of it. Blood demon technique. Full body amplification. Ruro shouted angrily, its muscles swelling, transforming into a small giant over 7 or 8 meters tall. With every movement, the ground shook. Zulfast. Rick's Sharingan captured the shadow of the wheel, and after multiplying, his speed reached a new level. Boom! A strong gust of wind came, and Rick's pupils contracted. Suddenly, a gigantic hand appeared, sending him flying like a meteor and crashing heavily into a large tree. Cough! Cough! Rick coughed twice, a hint of fresh blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, not expecting the opponent to have such a trump card. Ha ha ha! The winch reached out with a big hand to grab Rick. A cold glint flashed in Rick's eyes as he used his Sharingan to control the opponent for a second, then employed a lightning flash to take the opportunity and behead it. Rapid and faint footsteps approached from the distance, and a petite figure swiftly darted through the forest. Dressed in the black uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps, with a Haori adorned with a butterfly wing pattern draped over it. With a light leap, the Haori spread in the air, resembling a butterfly, making her look like a dancing butterfly under the moonlight. The petite figure rushed into the battlefield, drew her Nickeran blade, and swiftly moved across the battlefield, with the blade glinting under the silver moonlight. In an instant, over a dozen demons were injured by her strikes, but none were hit in the neck. Her appearance attracted everyone's attention, and both Rick and Ruku couldn't help but stop their movements. Ruku asked in confusion, "Who are you?" The beautiful and captivating face of Shinobu Kocho broke into a smile as she addressed all the demons. "I am Shinobu Kocho, the insect Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Nice to meet you." Shinobu had black hair, with the ends of her bangs dyed purple, and her eyes were a clear purple like lenses. She wore a butterfly hairpin in her hair and had a petite, delicate figure, with a sweet and pretty face that always bore a gentle smile. Shinobu seemed to recall something, and said with a smile, "No, it should be that there won't be another chance to meet." Just as her words fell, a horrifying scream echoed through the sky. The demons injured by Shinobu, who had been relieved that their heads weren't severed, suddenly felt excruciating pain spreading from their wounds throughout their bodies. Their faces turned ashen as they fell to the ground in agony, and in less than 5 breaths, large purple spots appeared on their bodies, their eyes turning white, leading to their complete demise. Even the demons felt a wave of fear at the sight of such a gruesome death. Shinobu smiled and said in a rather sinister tone, "Even if your head isn't cut off, you shouldn't let a guard down. The Demon Slayer Corps has swordsmen like me, who can't decapitate demons but use deadly poison." Many evil demons looked at her sunny smile, feeling a chill in their hearts. Shinobu's gaze shifted to Ruku, murmuring, "There really are lower-ranked demons. No wonder the number of swordsmen passing the final selection has greatly decreased over the years." Shinobu's expression darkened, thinking of how many new swordsmen had been secretly killed by Ruku. With this thought, even Shinobu couldn't maintain her smile due to her anger. Breath of insects, dance of the butterflies, mockery. Shinobu moved like a butterfly, using a lighter force to execute 5 rapid thrusts, with 5 sword lights simultaneously attacking various parts of Ruku's body. Her Nickeran blade was different from ordinary blades. It was slender and sharp, with a sharp backward hook at the tip, coated with a specially made poison, shimmering with a cold, ghostly light. Ruku felt apprehensive and began to retreat. However, Shinobu's goal was not to kill Ruku, but to force him away from Rick. "Are you okay? Leave the rest to me." Shinobu smiled as she stood in front. Rick said, "Its blood demon art allows it to multiply its body, increasing its strength and speed. You can't just focus on its limbs. It will generate other body parts. Thank you. Butterfly Shinobu turned around and looked at Rick in surprise. This should be the boy that the master mentioned, fighting against a lower-ranked demon. Encouraging the rookie swordsman with words, he seemed like a natural leader and indeed had the potential to become a Hashira. I'll help you create an opportunity. Its movements will have a momentary pause. Rick whispered. Butterfly Shinobu tilted her little head. With such a battered body, what else could the other party do? Rick shouted, Pulley. Pulley looked over at the sound, but having been under a spell once before, it was on guard and did not make eye contact with Rick, instead focusing on the tip of Rick's nose. Rick confidently said, I know where Muzan Kabutsuji is. That special city is impossible. Riku suddenly raised his head. Sharingan, Jinjutsu. In an instant of eye contact, Rick's Sharingan flashed with a crimson light. Overwhelming ocular power poured in. Riku fell into the illusion, his eyes dazed, standing there in a daze. I really did it. Butterfly Shinobu's mouth slightly opened, wondering how he controlled Riku. Breath of insects, dance of a dragonfly, compound, eyes hexagon. Butterfly Shinobu reacted quickly. Seeing Riku expose a flaw, her petite body surged forward in an instant, delivering 6 consecutive thrusts with her Nichiren blade, cutting through Riku's skin and injecting a large amount of poison into his body. Hiss! The pain brought Riku back to reality, his gaze towards Rick filled with hatred. That strange power again. Butterfly Shinobu smiled and said, Lower-ranked demons usually aren't affected by regular poison, but this is specially made, equivalent to 50 times the lethal dose. Chapter 15. Slaying the lower-rank boom. Riku's eyes widened, his face twitching, one knee heavily slammed to the ground. He could feel the lethal poison entering his body. The wounds left by Butterfly Shinobu were on his chest, neck, and other areas, surrounded by demon hunters watching closely. Riku didn't dare to sever his own arm to escape. Damn it, blood demon art multiplication. Riku's eyes turned blood red, his muscles instantly bulging, his 7 to 8 meter body once again towering over 10 meters. Looking down on Rick and the others. Facing this giant, the new swordsmen were terrified, but after this ordeal, they had become much stronger, enduring the fear in their hearts. Everyone looked towards Butterfly Shinobu and Rick. Butterfly Shinobu frowned. No matter how terrifying the poison was, it had to circulate throughout the body to take effect, and given the opponent's enormous size, it would take longer for the poison to spread. Little brat, I will definitely kill you. Riku's gaze towards Rick was filled with hatred. If it weren't for this little brat, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Boom! 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 Riku charged straight at Rick, each step causing a violent tremor in the ground. No way. Butterfly Shinobu lightly jumped, swinging her Nichiren blade, delivering continuous slashes to Riku, leaving countless scars on him. But she couldn't sever his head. Riku disregarded it. He could tell that Butterfly Shinobu's strength was insufficient to decapitate him, and it would take time for the poison to spread throughout his body. That time was enough for him to kill Rick. Butterfly Shinobu's expression darkened. Their compatibility was too poor. Her strength was unable to cut down such a big guy. If it were any other Hashira, Riku would have been dead long ago. Boy, hurry and escape. Butterfly Shinobu urged anxiously, regretting deeply, thinking that injecting the Wisteria poison would surely kill Riku. Who would have thought that he would counterattack before dying? Rick watched as the pulley transformed into a towering giant charging towards him, causing the ground to shake. The visual impact was far greater than that of a large truck. Thunder breathing, total concentration. Rick gripped the sun wheel blade with both hands, took a deep breath, and felt the air spread throughout his body, strengthening his muscles as fine blue currents emerged on his skin. First form, Thunder Flash, 9 strikes. Rick murmured, taking a swift step forward, transforming into a bolt of lightning. A rumbling thunder erupted, as if a lightning bolt was darting rapidly around the wheel. Rick pushed the breath of thunder and Sharingan to their limits, accurately striking with each slash that landed on the wheel. In the span of a breath, he completed a 9-hit combo. Whoosh, whoosh. When Rick's figure reappeared, everyone saw him half kneeling on the ground, supporting his body with the Nichiren blade, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. The wheel was momentarily stunned, then saw its body intact, bursting into laughter, realizing it was all just a show of thunder without rain. Butterfly Shinobu and the new swordsman fixed their gaze on the wheel. Little brat, D. The wheel reached out towards Rick, but at that moment, cracks appeared on its massive body, suddenly collapsing, its limbs and head separating, fragmented limbs falling to the ground. The 9-hit combo had sliced its body into 10 pieces. The The speed was so fast that the wheel didn't even feel it. The wheel's body began to dissipate. Unable to believe it, it howled in pain. Impossible, I was killed by this little brat? Aya! Accompanied by its final scream, the wheel's figure completely vanished. The lower moon, dead? Oh. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers, tears welling up in their eyes. Initially wanting to cling to Rick to get through, they ended up facing a lower moon demon, the support from the Hashira, and Rick's final burst. It made them all anxious. They felt no regret in their hearts. After this ultimate selection, they were no longer inexperienced swordsmen who had never slain a demon. This feeling was something those who withdrew yesterday could not understand. Once they overcame a certain hurdle, they would experience explosive growth. Long before Butterfly Shinobu appeared, the evil demons within the Wisteria mountain had fled. This was the true Hashira. Some of them were captured by Butterfly Shinobu, using a small amount of Wisteria poison to paralyze their bodies for easy capture. A ray of sunlight appeared on the horizon, warm light pouring down on the earth. The two sisters of the Kamadu family appeared before everyone, their small faces still showing shock that lingered for a long time. Kamadu Hikaku said, "Congratulations to everyone for passing the final selection." Kamadu Hinaki added, "The fine steel and crows prepared for everyone are at the foot of the mountain." This time, there were 10 swordsmen who passed the final selection, including Rick, a record-breaking number in nearly a decade. Upon hearing this, everyone excitedly cheered, dragging their exhausted bodies back to the foot of the mountain. Rick just wanted to get up, but his calf muscles cramped, and he couldn't muster the strength, nearly falling to the ground. The burden the 9 linked was too heavy. "Do you need help?" A sweet smile and a voice as pleasant as Huang Peng's came from behind. Rick was not being pretentious. "Please." Butterfly Shinobu smiled as she stepped forward, placing one of Rick's hands on her shoulder to help him down the mountain. Butterfly Shinobu's delicate and cute little face was just inches away, and Rick could smell a fragrance mixed with floral notes, feeling relaxed and his heart racing in his chest. That last strike was really beautiful. Such an exquisite technique of thunder breathing. "I've only seen it in Mr. Tamayo." Butterfly Shinobu praised. Rick humbly said, "Without your poison, my attacks would be hard to land." "This is also your credit." Butterfly Ninja smiled and said, "Although I don't know what method you used, creating a momentary opening for the wheel was indeed crucial." During this brief descent, Rick and Butterfly Ninja had been mutually flattering each other in a businesslike manner. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Butterfly Ninja looked at the familiar place, her face showing a sense of nostalgia, with a hint of sadness hidden deep in her eyes. Both she and her sister had participated in the final selection here, and now only she remained. On the table lay more than a dozen pieces of jade steel, which looked like pitch-black iron, or making it difficult to distinguish between good and bad. Jade steel is a special or found at the peak of towering mountains, absorbing the sun's heat, and can be forged into the Nichiren blade that slays demons. A good piece of jade steel can create a Nichiren blade that is like adding wings to a demon slayer. The rookie swordsmen stood in front of the table, looking left and right as if they were shopping at market. When they saw Rick approaching, their faces lit up with joy. As the greatest contributor to the defeat of the Lower Moon Wheel, everyone gave Rick the first opportunity to choose a piece of jade steel. Rick's eyes were blood red, with crimson tomo appearing in his pupils as he used his Sharingan to fixate on the jade steel on the table. "I want this piece." Rick picked up the piece of jade steel on the far right. Compared to the other jade steels, this piece was of medium size and unremarkable, but it contained the highest amount of heat. Holding it in his palm, he could feel a warm sensation. Chapter 16. Healing in the Butterfly Mansion. "You have a great eye," Shinobu Kocho praised, as Rick instantly chose the best piece of jade steel inside. This piece of jade steel would definitely be able to forge an excellent Nichiren blade. The blood-red light in Rick's eyes disappeared as he smiled and said, "I have good eyesight." Upon hearing that Rick had picked out the best jade steel, the crowd felt a mix of envy but had no objections. This was what Rick deserved. The others quickly divided the jade steel on the table. They marked the jade steel, and members of the hidden faction took it away, responsible for delivering it to the swordsmith village, where the Nichiren blades would be forged and then delivered to them by the blacksmith. Soon after, a dozen crows flew over and landed on everyone's shoulders. These were crows specially trained by the Demon Slayer Corps, capable of speaking human language, serving as a means of communication. Rick's crow has glossy black feathers, with 2 bright eyes staring intently, tilting its head to make eye contact with Rick. Rick touched the soft feathers of the crow, feeling great, experiencing a satisfaction akin to petting a cat. "From now on, your name will be Shao Chi." The crow seemed to understand Rick's words, flapping its wings and letting out an excited call. It appeared quite pleased with the name, and Rick smiled faintly. Suddenly, Rick felt a wave of weakness in his legs, his body unable to support itself, tilting to the side and plunging headfirst into the perfectly sized bosom of Butterfly Shinobu. Through the fabric, Rick could feel the soft touch of the milky white Yukiko, and the pleasant scent rushed into his nostrils, making his heart race, and his breathing became heavy. The warm breath that Rick exhaled penetrated through the clothes, landing on Butterfly Ninja's sensitive skin. Her delicate face flushed slightly, and a hint of a dangerous smile appeared on her sweet and lovely cheeks as she said, "Mr. Rick, what does this mean?" Rick's face was calm, and his heart didn't skip a beat as he said, "I say this is a misunderstanding. Do you believe me?" The new swordsmen nearby looked at Rick with admiration in their eyes. Everyone has an appreciation for beauty, but they only dared to secretly glance at Butterfly Ninja. Sigh. Butterfly Ninja let out a sigh. She could clearly see that Rick didn't mean to. At that moment, Rick's body lost balance, and Butterfly Ninja's gaze shifted to his legs. She helped Rick sit on a stone and, not knowing where she pulled it from, took out a small wooden hammer and gently tapped it on Rick's knee. Hiss! Rick winced as his legs reflexively sprang up. Butterfly Shinobu murmured, "There are signs of fractures in the bones. It's a side effect of that last move." The thunderclap and flash itself places extremely high demands on the legs, and using it consecutively 9 times in a short period has put an unimaginable burden on them. It could be said that Rick's symptoms were even lighter than Butterfly Shinobu had imagined. Is his body different from ordinary people? Butterfly Shinobu looked at Rick in surprise and said firmly, "Your legs must be treated. Come, follow me to the Butterfly Mansion." Rick looked at Butterfly Ninja's serious expression and said helplessly, "It seems I have no right to refuse." Of course. Butterfly Ninja smiled sweetly. She didn't want to see an excellent swordsman suffering due to injuries. Rick greeted the Shinjuro sisters and many new swordsmen, returned the borrowed Nichiren blade to the boy, and followed Shinobu Kochu to the Butterfly Mansion. Their figures gradually disappeared from everyone's sight, and the crowd etched their backs into their memories, silently praying for them. The Butterfly Mansion, a logistical organization under the Demon Slayer Corps, is a medical facility managed by the insect Hashira, Shinobu Kochu, providing treatment and rehabilitation for injured members. Most of the caregivers are members without swordsmanship skills. Although it was said to be a fractured bone, it wasn't as severe as imagined, but if neglected, it could worsen continuously, eventually leading to paralysis. Shinobu specifically created some potions, and Rick couldn't understand this black technology. The smell was similar to traditional Chinese medicine, leaving him dizzy, but soaking his legs in it made him feel a rush of warmth. Phew! Rick let out a breath, and the faint pain in his legs gradually faded away. The medicine was astonishing. He was a newly arrived swordsman on leave. I saw Butterfly Ninja preparing a potion for him. So cool. 3 little heads peeked out from behind the door, their cute little eyes staring at Rick, each saying something. Rick smiled with a warm and sunny expression, instantly charming the trio of young girls at the Butterfly Mansion. In terms of looks, even the entire Demon Slayer Corps combined couldn't match Rick alone. The Butterfly Mansion is a medical facility with quite a few people, but only 6 characters were featured in the original work. The insect Hashira, Shinobu Kocho, her successor Kanawa Tsuri, and the 3 little ones, Aoi Kanzaki and the other 2. "Can you help me get something to eat?" Rick asked with a smile. After a night of fighting and running over 10 kilometers to the Butterfly Mansion, his stomach was already growling. "No problem. It's just time for a meal," the 3 little ones replied, quickly bringing over a plate with 3 rice balls and a cup of hot tea. "Thank you." Rick picked up the rice ball and stuffed it into his mouth. To his surprise, it tasted really good. The rice must have been cooked in broth, giving it a rich, oily aroma with a hint of vinegar. And it also contained pickled plums and dried meat. He finished 3 rice balls in one go and took a sip of hot tea, the fragrant liquid filling his mouth and making him feel very content. Although he was only about 30% full, it was enough to settle his stomach. Rick smiled and said, "I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Rick, a swordsman from the Demon Slayer Corps who just passed the final selection." The expressions of the 3 little ones changed. Generally, very few swordsmen who pass the final selection are seriously injured, which only implies that Rick must have barely scraped through. "Mr. Rick, please don't be discouraged. You will definitely become a strong swordsman. We will help you. Just let us know if you need anything," the 3 little ones encouraged, fearing that Rick might feel disheartened and become despondent. Rick was slightly taken aback. Did they misunderstand something? He didn't elaborate much and smiled. "My legs can't move yet, but my arms can be exercised. Can you help me get some equipment like dumbbells?" "Dumbbells?" The 3 little ones' eyes revealed innocence. Rick knew that they had never heard of this equipment, so he briefly described it to them. The three little ones' eyes lit up, and they excitedly ran out. By evening, the three of them returned to Rick with the finished product, a short wooden stick with sandbags tied to both sides. Rick lifted it with his right hand, weighing about 20 pounds, which was not bad. After thanking the three, he picked up the dumbbell to train his arm strength. The battle with the pulley made him realize his shortcomings. If his arm strength were strong enough, he wouldn't need to use the Thunder Flash. 9 strikes at all. One swing could have taken off the opponent's head. Come on. The three little ones silently cheered for Rick, wiping the sweat from their foreheads. Seeing Rick work so hard, the effort of one afternoon was worth it. Chapter 17. Telling stories. Life in the Butterfly Mansion was very comfortable. Every day, besides training his arm strength, Rick would help Kanazaki Aoi and the three little ones with simple tasks, successfully getting familiar with them. Kanazaki Aoi was a teenage girl with black hair and blue eyes. A beautiful face, wearing a blue butterfly hairpin in her twin tails, and over the standard Demon Slayer uniform, she wore a white nursing gown. She was a caregiver in the Butterfly Mansion, helping injured team members recover and executing training commands. Very capable. She managed almost all the internal affairs and miscellaneous tasks in the Butterfly Mansion, from cooking and laundry to medicine preparation and repairs. On the 10th day, Rick finally saw Butterfly Shinobu's figure again. Her sweet and lovely face still wore a smile as she approached Rick to check on his leg. After a moment, she exclaimed, "I'm really surprised. I thought it would take at least a month for your leg to recover." Rick chuckled. Maybe it's because I eat a lot, so my recovery speed is relatively faster. After spending 5 days in the Butterfly Mansion, Rick consumed more food on his own than the others combined, leading people to suspect he had an extra stomach. Fortunately, Rick came from a wealthy family and didn't mind this small expense, covering the losses of the Butterfly Mansion himself. Butterfly Shinobu smiled gently, acknowledging that nutrition was indeed very important, which might be a reason for his recovery. "Mr. Rick, congratulations." Next to them, Kanazaki Aoi and the three little ones beamed with smiles. They noticed Rick's efforts. Even with his legs injured, he continued to train diligently. With such a strong will, he would surely become an incredible demon-slaying swordsman in the future. Rick nodded and thanked them. During his time living here, these girls had helped him a lot. Butterfly Ninja squatted down to help Rick untie the bandages that were wrapped around his legs. They were no longer needed. Rick observed from a high vantage point. The beautiful and captivating face of Butterfly Ninja deeply imprinted in his mind. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently, and her serious and focused expression seemed to possess a certain terrifying charm that tugged at the heartstrings. However, her smile appeared somewhat forced. Rick asked, "Are you laughing?" The Butterfly Ninja looked up in confusion, wondering if such a question made any sense. Rick smiled and said, "As a thank you for helping me heal, let me tell you a little story." The Butterfly Ninja didn't mind and casually replied, continuing to help Rick unwrap the bandages. Rick said, "One day, a little rabbit went to buy carrots, and the shopkeeper said there were none. The next day, the little rabbit went to ask again, 'Do you have any carrots?' The shopkeeper said no. On the third day, the little rabbit went to ask again, 'Do you have any carrots?' The shopkeeper still said no. On the fourth day, the little rabbit came again, and before it could speak, the shopkeeper got angry. 'I said there are no carrots if you ask me again. I'll hit you with a hammer.' On the 5th day, the little rabbit went again and asked the shopkeeper, 'Do you have a hammer?' The shopkeeper said no. The little rabbit said, 'Great, then do you have any carrots?' Butterfly Shinobi paused for a moment, stunned, and after a brief calm, immediately reacted, letting out a chuckle that shook her shoulders. Butterfly Shinobi laughed modestly, while Kanzaki Aoi and the three little ones had no reservations, lying on the bed laughing so hard they could hardly breathe, even messing up the neat sheets. Rick smiled and said, "Do you want to continue?" "Yes." Before Butterfly Ninja could respond, Kanzaki Aoi and the three little ones answered in unison, eager to go first. Butterfly Ninja's pretty face turned slightly red as she gently nodded. Rick said, "Once there was a mother and son arguing, and the husband advised the son, 'On one side is my wife, and on the other is my son. Who should I support?' The son replied, 'You figure it out, but don't forget your last name.' Once there was a bear squatting in the bushes to poop, and a rabbit passed by. The bear asked the rabbit, 'Are you afraid of getting dirty?' The rabbit replied, 'No, I'm not afraid.' The bear immediately grabbed the rabbit to wipe its butt. Laughter had not stopped since it first erupted, and the room was filled with the laughter of 4 girls. Kanzaki Aoi and the three little ones laughed exaggeratedly, while Kochu Shinobu laughed more reservedly, but her petite shoulders kept shaking, revealing her inner feelings. Upon hearing the third story, Kochu Shinobu shot a reproachful glare at Rick. Rick coughed awkwardly a couple of times. There were children in the audience, and it was indeed a bit crude. It wouldn't be good to set a bad example for the kids. However, seeing Butterfly Shinobi show a genuine smile made him believe they would understand. She looked much more beautiful when she smiled like that. Rick watched as Butterfly Shinobi appeared refreshed. Her cheeks were flushed, and such words were better left for the girl he liked. He quickly helped Rick unwrap the bandages, and with a smile at the corner of her mouth, Butterfly Shinobi hurriedly ran away. Staying by Rick's side made her fear that she couldn't control her expression. She never expected that Rick's mind was filled with so many strange and wonderful stories, making him so good at cheering people up. Rick looked at her back and recalled the past of Shinobu Kocho from the original work. The former Shinobu was serious, unsmiling, straightforward, competitive, and easily angered. However, after Kane Kocho's death, Shinobu underwent a significant change, mimicking Kane's behavior, tone, and personality, always maintaining a calm demeanor and smiling like her. In Rick's view, Shinobu has been living in Kane's shadow, and the persona she presents to the world is not the true Shinobu Kocho, but rather another version of Kane Kocho. Those who live are bound by the spirits of the deceased. Rick murmured, "The road is long and obstructed." The next day, a man wearing a fire mask entered the butterfly house and appeared before Rick. "Mr. Rick, my name is Tetsuan Morikaze, and I am the blacksmith who forged the Sun Wheel Blade for you. Please take care of me." Tetsuan Morikaze introduced himself in simple language and placed the Sun Wheel Blade, wrapped in gray cloth, down. "Hello." Rick nodded. In the original work, Tetsuan Senk was also responsible for forging the Nichiren blade for the Mist Hashira, Michiro Takedo, and his skills were undeniable. Tetsuan Senk unwrapped the gray cloth and handed the Nichiren blade to Rick, looking at him with anticipation. "Mr. Rick, please draw the Nichiren blade." Rick slowly drew out the Sunwheel blade, 3 feet long and 3 fingers wide, its edge gleaming sharply. Thunder breathing, total concentration. Rick took a deep breath, and under the influence of his breath, the blade gradually became coated in a layer of gold, faint currents of electricity emerging from it. "It truly is the Golden Sunwheel blade," Iron Cave Sun Steel remarked as expected. The color and power of the Sun Wheel blade vary with the user. Colors represent different breathing techniques. For example, red represents flame breathing, gold represents thunder breathing, and green represents wind breathing. "This is my Sunwheel blade." Rick held the golden Sunwheel knife, feeling very satisfied. Its quality was even higher than the Sunwheel knife that his teacher, Sanji Major, had given him. Chapter 18. The first mission after seeing off Tetsuan Morikaze, Rick received the Demon Slayer Corps uniform and Sunwheel knife from the logistics staff. Officially becoming a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, Crow Shao-Chi flew back from outside, landed by the window, and spoke. "Rick, mission. A baby went missing in Asakusa, Tokyo at night." Rick raised his head, a smile appearing on his face. His legs had already recovered, and he had also obtained the Nichiren blade. It would be a shame not to kill a few demons to practice. After greeting Kanzaki Aoi and the 3 little ones, Rick arrived outside Butterfly Shinobu's room and said, "Miss Shinobu, thank you for taking care of me during this time. I am going to Tokyo to carry out a mission. Please take care. Be careful in everything." A moment later, Butterfly Shinobu's voice came from inside. Rick turned around and left with satisfaction. At that moment in the room, Butterfly Shinobu was kneeling in front of a small table, which held an incense burner and offerings. A black and white photo of a young and beautiful woman, resembling Butterfly Shinobu to a great extent, was displayed. Even though there were no other people around, Butterfly Shinobu maintained her smile, but a hint of worry was evident on her brow. The casualty rate for the Demon Slayer Corps first missions was very high. "Am I overthinking this?" Butterfly Shinobu murmured to herself. Rick has killed a lower-ranking demon, so this ordinary task is no challenge for him. Butterfly Shinobu looks at the young woman in the photo and prays in her heart, "Sister, this is the boy Rick I mentioned. I hope you can bless him to complete his task smoothly." 2 days later, Tokyo, Asakusa. Rick appeared in this bustling city, where towering skyscrapers stood on the ground, complementing the ancient and elegant wooden buildings. On both sides of the street, pedestrians flowed continuously, some dressed in traditional kimonos, while others wore sharp suits, weaving together to create a unique landscape. Occasionally, a streetcar would pass by on the tracks, ringing its bells, as if narrating the history and changes of the city. Rick did not shout like Tanjiro, and this level of modernization is far behind his previous life. What should we do next? Rick lowered his head in thought. He didn't have Tanjiro's keen sense of smell. Should he investigate slowly? The next sign-in location was the entertainment district, and he wanted to complete this task as soon as possible to collect the sign-in rewards before the next task arrived. He wanted to quickly improve his strength, and the system's sign-in rewards were the best choice. Thunder Breathing 1 Tomo Sharingan Beginner Conqueror's Haki. Rick estimated that his strength was probably slightly weaker than an ordinary lower-tier demon. Killing the wheel demon was not solely his achievement. In order not to become cannon fodder, he had to keep working hard. Wait, Rick was pondering how to tackle this task when suddenly an idea struck him. In the vast Asakusa district of Tokyo, it was unrealistic for him to find the ghost all by himself. But he had money. Before he left home, the old butler, Makoto Mishima, had given him a large sum of money, worried that he would go hungry outside. After making some inquiries along the way, Rick arrived at a large detective agency. Rick pushed over an envelope filled with cash and said, "I heard there's been a baby missing incident in Asakusa recently. Please investigate it. It would be best to find out which families have missing children and which families might become the next targets of the perpetrator." The stern-looking middle-aged man across from him picked up the envelope and counted the money in front of Rick. He then nodded and said, "Give me 2 days." Okay. Rick turned around and left. He didn't tell the other party that this was an investigation into the evil spirit. Since the other party chose this line of work, they must have the corresponding awareness. At most, he would remind them that the criminal was very dangerous and to be cautious. As night fell, the big city was brightly lit. Rick arrived at a restaurant, had a hearty meal, and then strolled around the city, treating it as a post-meal walk, hoping to encounter a demon if luck was on his side. As he walked, Rick's footsteps paused in front of a courtyard. Sharingan. Rick's eyes were filled with a blood-red swirl, and his powerful insight keenly sensed the strangeness of this mansion, with strands of energy flowing in a bizarre manner. Blood demon technique, barrier. Could it be? Rick recalled an important character from the original work, Muzan's so-called fugitive, Tamayo. Tamayo was originally human, suffering from an incurable disease that the medicine of her time could not treat. To continue living, she had no choice but to accept Muzan Kibutsuji's blood. After becoming a demon, Tamayo did not know that demons needed to eat humans and, in a state of lost rationality, killed her own children, husband, and other family members. After regaining her senses, Tamayo felt deep remorse and ultimately overcame her demonic instincts using her last remnants of humanity. By modifying her own body, she became a demon that could survive on small amounts of human blood instead of consuming human flesh. In the original work, Tamayo provided considerable assistance to the Demon Slayer Corps, secretly developing an antidote to turn demons back into humans. With the help of Tanjiro and his sister, she made breakthrough progress, and on the eve of the decisive battle in the Infinity Castle, she successfully caused significant trouble for Muzan Kibutsuji. She was indeed lucky. Tanjiro also encountered Tamayo in Asakusa, and Rick almost forgot about that. "Let me in. I don't want to fight in the street," Rick said, placing his hand on the hilt of his sword, addressing the wall of the mansion, knowing the other party could hear him. At that moment, Tamayo and Yashiro inside the house looked rather grim. How did this demon hunter find them? Yashiro, take the research materials and leave. Tamayo sighed. They were quite experienced in relocating. Muzan Kibutsuji had been sending demons to hunt them down, and they had to change locations every once in a while. "Yes, Lady Tamayo," Yashiro replied. Rick waited for 2 or 3 minutes without any movement. Could these 2 guys have run away? Wu Ji Xing, Heat Realm, Thunder. Rick no longer hesitated, drawing the Sunwheel blade to unleash a high-temperature, lightning-like slash. Boom! The slash penetrated through, and the blood demon technique barrier slowly dissipated, revealing the true appearance of the mansion. The high wall in front of Rick vanished, revealing an open backyard. Rick was speechless. Taking a step forward would solve everything. However, the blood demon arts were unpredictable, and he had not yet gained Shai's trust, so it was better not to provoke her. At the entrance of the mansion, Rick successfully blocked Shai and Yashiro, who were trying to escape. She was a beautiful woman with long black hair, parted in the middle and styled into a large, low bun secured with a floral hairpin. Her gentle eyes had a light purple mist. Her lips were rosy, contrasting sharply with her pale complexion. She wore a deep purple kimono adorned with wavy light purple branches and red flowers, with a beige wide obi around her waist. Beside her stood a young man, glaring at Rick with an extremely displeased expression. Chapter 19, Shai. "You too. What is the hurry to leave?" Rick stood in front of them, wielding the Sunwheel blade. The sudden appearance of Rick caused a change in expression for Tamayo and Yashiro. The fine currents of electricity emanating from the darkness proved that this boy was a demon slayer trained in the breath of thunder. Tamayo's left hand sprouted sharp nails, pressing against the skin of her right hand, ready to unleash her blood demon art at any moment. The recent disappearances of infants, was it you? Rick said coldly. Tamayo and Yashiro were taken aback. He wasn't here to find them. Yashiro cursed that demon in his heart hundreds of times, thinking how it enjoyed itself while they had to face the demon slayer, suffering an undeserved misfortune. No, Tamayo shook her head and explained, those things weren't done by us, but by other demons. Rick certainly knows it wasn't them, but it's easier to gain trust by suspecting others first. He coldly said, I haven't been foolish enough to believe in ghosts. Type 1, Thunder Flash. Rick took a breath, stepped forward, and with a roar of thunder, he charged forward like a bolt of lightning, swinging his sword at Tamayo. Zulfust. Tamayo's pupils contracted. Her blood demon art required the opponent to smell blood for it to take effect. There was no time. Not on my watch. Yashiro rushed over and tackled Tamayo, narrowly dodging the sword strike. Rick swung his sword again. Blood demon technique. Hidden eye. Yushirolang suddenly turned around and threw a talisman at Rick, which burst into dazzling light. Any ordinary swordsman would choose to retreat at the first sight of such blinding light, but Rick's eyes turned blood red, revealing a blood-colored Magatama. And with his powerful insight, he saw the two people about to escape. Land type, Thunderstrike. Rick chased after, accompanied by a violent roar, unleashing countless lightning slashes. At that moment, a stench of blood entered Rick's nose, and incredible patterns appeared in his vision, presenting an extremely abstract image. Blood enchantment, visual dream fragrance. Shai's right hand was cut, bleeding. Boom! Rick's slash struck both Yashiro and Tamayo, surprisingly penetrating through them and crashing into the ground, leaving a dozen deep sword marks. Using an illusion, they barely tricked Rick, and Tamayo and Yashiro were about 7 or 8 meters away. Both were trembling inside. This demon hunter was young, yet possessed remarkable strength. Rick gave a cold smile, playing with illusions in front of the Sharingan, like showing off a big knife in front of Guangong. The two Sharingan in his eye sockets surged with bloodlight, attempting to use overwhelming ocular power to break the illusion in front of him. However, something that shocked Rick happened. The illusion instead became more abstract, with dazzling images flashing rapidly, making Rick feel a bit dizzy. Rick realized he had underestimated his opponent. Sakio had been a demon surviving for over 500 years in the world, so it was impossible for her not to have some skills. Conqueror's Haki. Rick shouted sharply, stop. A terrifying pressure erupted from him, and both Shuji and Yushirolang, who were not far from him, felt as if they were carrying a heavy mountain on their shoulders. They saw it. The Conqueror's Haki caused a crack in Shuji's illusion. Rick's eyes widened, and the power of his Sharingan surged wildly, shattering the illusion before him in an instant. My blood demon technique was broken? Shuji exclaimed in surprise. That inexplicable pressure. Those blood-red eyes like a demon. Who exactly is this boy? Demon beasts die. Rick charged forward, raising the Nichiren blade, crackling with dense lightning, unleashing a high-temperature slash. Fifth form, heat wave thunder. Lady Tamayo, Yashiro exclaimed, spreading his arms and leaning forward to shield Tamayo. In a split second, the cold gleam retracted, and Rick's Nichiren blade stopped just 3 centimeters from Yashiro's neck, nearly decapitating him. Both Yashiro and Tamayo broke out in a cold sweat, looking at Rick with astonished eyes. It's surprising. You seem different from the demons I've encountered before. Rick feigned astonishment. Tamayo and Yashiro took a few steps back, creating distance to ensure their safety. Yashiro's blood demon art, eye concealment, obscured others' vision or allowed him to see everything that other users of talismans could see, creating visual illusions. Tamayo's blood demon art caused self-inflicted wounds to provoke blood, making enemies fall into illusions upon smelling the scent of blood. Yashiro and Tamayo had little combat capability. Once their illusions were broken by Rick, they were essentially powerless in battle, relying solely on physical prowess. They could handle ordinary people, but found it difficult to contend with members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Tamayo said earnestly, "This swordsman, please believe us. We are not the demons you are looking for." Rick's killing intent remained undiminished as he said, "Now prove it to me, otherwise." Shizue took Rick back to the mansion and spent half an hour showing him medical equipment and research materials accumulated over centuries, as well as their records of not needing to consume humans. Shizue only required a small amount of human blood to survive, while Yashiro needed even less. The two obtained blood from humans using money without endangering their lives. During this time, Yashiro stayed close behind Shizue, watching Rick warily, afraid that Rick would strike again. I see, I understand now. You are demons who are not controlled by Muzan Kibutsuji and have overcome the instinct to eat humans. Rick sheathed his Nichiren blade, realizing that Shizue and Yashiro were no different from their original counterparts. Do you believe it? Shizue asked, somewhat incredulous. Over the centuries, she had encountered many demon slayers, and almost none had believed her. Instead, they had drawn their swords against her. In Shizue's eyes, the threat of demon slayers was comparable to the demons under Muzan Kibutsuji. I still have some doubts, but it is also true that this demon is willing to risk its life to protect you, Rick replied. Shizue's expression was complex. Demons often lied to save themselves, lacking rationality, and would unreservedly follow their instincts to kill. Yashiro risking his life to protect her might have been the reason Rick trusted him. Copy your research materials for me. This is a transaction. I will hunt down the 12 Kazuki and bring you their blood, Rick stated. Shizue agreed. No problem. 2 hours later, Rick received 3 thick notebooks containing Shizue's research compiled over centuries, which included information on the habits and characteristics of demons. Before leaving, Rick turned back and asked, by the way, do you have any leads on the demon that harms infants? Shizue shook her head. They avoided the ruthless demons under Muzan Kibutsuji and would never approach them voluntarily. Rick shrugged and walked towards the mansion's main door, leaving behind a sentence. Don't forget, when you kill humans, I'll be the one to chop off your heads. Chapter 20. Slaying the baby-eating demon as Rick left. Shizue and Yashiro felt as if a huge stone had been removed from their hearts. Yashiro, who was originally a hot-tempered person, was frightened by Rick's blade and dared not speak back in front of him. After Rick left, he snorted coldly, what a big mouth. A mere little demon thinks it can hunt down the 12 Kazuki. They had a bit of understanding about the Demon Slayer Corps, and none of the current 9 Hashira were named Rick, indicating that the other party was just an ordinary member of the Corps. Shizue gently shook her head. The strange pressure in those blood-red eyes. Rick possessed a power she had never seen in hundreds of years. Perhaps he really could slay the 12 Kazuki. Yashiro advised, Lady Shizue, we should move quickly. That guy might come back at any moment. Shizue softly replied, if he wanted to kill us, he could have done it just now. Moving our base is a troublesome matter. Unless absolutely necessary, I don't want to do it. However, Yashiro recalled that terrifying blade. As a demon hunter, it was normal to be wary of demons. Shizue said she didn't mind that Rick nearly attacked them during their meeting. Rick left Shai's mansion, and with just a verbal promise, he obtained hundreds of years' worth of research materials from Shai. He was quite satisfied. These research materials weren't of much use to him, but if he gave them to Shinobu Kocho, she would likely be very interested. Shinobu is proficient in pharmacology and in the original work. The antidote that turned demons back into humans and the poison that killed the Upper Moon 2, Doma, were both completed through the collaboration of Shinobu and Shai. 2 days passed quickly. Rick ran to Juya's mansion during the day and wandered around the city at night, hoping to encounter a ghost. After spending 2 days together, Juya had a certain understanding of Rick. He was a remarkable young man who would not hesitate to deal a fatal blow to harmful ghosts, while showing mercy to harmless ones. This was completely different from the basic principles of the Demon Slayer Corps. During their time together, Yushir kept a vigilant watch on Rick like a loyal hunting dog. Despite wandering the city for 2 nights, Rick did not encounter any ghosts and could only wait for good news from the detective. On the 3rd day at noon, Rick appeared at the detective agency and saw the stern middle-aged man again, whose demeanor had changed significantly. It was unclear what the man had experienced over the past 2 days, but he looked disheveled, pale, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. 8 infants from different families have gone missing. Look here, the middle-aged man pointed to a marked location on the map. Rick took a glance. The crime scenes were very random, and no patterns could be found. The criminal liked to kill newborns less than 7 days old at night, with the time of the crimes occurring between midnight and 4 a.m. I investigated the newborns in the city, and there were 3 children who met the criteria and had not yet fallen victim. The middle-aged man placed small flags on 3 residences on the map. So that's how it is. Rick nodded, and indeed hiring a detective was a wise choice. The middle-aged man suddenly broke down, leaning on the table, and said in fear, who can kill that monster? Rick, something indeed happened. Otherwise, how could an adult collapse in just 3 days? He asked what happened. After a moment, the middle-aged man calmed down slightly and slowly revealed the truth. Since the criminals committed their crimes at night, he naturally conducted his investigation at night as well. On the 2nd night, when he was leaving a certain mansion, he suddenly felt a chill breeze pass by, and a shiver ran down his back. Turning his head, he saw a pale, grim face staring back at him, as if it were a stone statue carved into the wall. He panicked and ran away, but the figure pursued him relentlessly, its terrifying laughter echoing like a late bell. Rick thought to himself that this person was really lucky. The ghost only fed on newborn babies, and it was already close to midnight when a ray of sunlight drove the evil spirit away. After that, the middle-aged man didn't dare to sleep at all, staying awake for over 36 hours without rest. That was enough. Rick patted the middle-aged man's shoulder. According to the ghost pattern of eating one baby every 3 days, tonight was the night for the next meal. The detective had narrowed down the target to 3. Rick turned to leave. The middle-aged man suddenly realized something and looked up to ask, "You will kill that monster, right?" As a detective, he was more informed than the average person, aware of the rumors about the man-eating demon that only appeared at night, as well as the demon hunters armed with knives. Of course. Rick turned around and replied, a confident smile on his face. Late at night, the bright full moon hung in the sky, casting silver light down on the earth. In a certain mansion's bedroom, a young woman looked at her quietly sleeping child with gentle eyes, stroking the baby's chubby little face. A look of happiness on her face. She had just given birth to a son, and her husband was extremely pleased, taking care of her meticulously. It seemed that everything was moving towards a beautiful future. The young woman turned pale, letting out a sharp scream as a terrifying face suddenly appeared on the ceiling. "I want that little ghost." The ghost sneered, rushing down and reaching out to grab the sleeping baby. "No." The young woman held the baby tightly, a mother's courage refusing to back down even in the face of a malevolent spirit. "Let go. I'm not interested in such a piece of dry meat." The ghost kicked at the young woman. Bang! Suddenly, a figure wrapped in thunder burst through the door from the yard, swinging a knife at the evil spirit. The ghost was startled, leaping up with its limbs clinging to the wall like a gecko. "Lucky me." Rick laughed and said that there are only 3 places where this ghost would strike, and he didn't expect to run into it. The other 2 locations were being monitored by Tamayo and Yashiro. Yashiro's blood demon art, eye concealment, allows him to see everything that other talisman bearers see through talismans. Rick and the other 2 each carry a talisman, allowing them to see everything the others see, akin to a silent video call as a means of communication. Demon Hunter. Damn it. Upon seeing the sunwheel knife in Rick's hand, the demon recognized his identity, yet showed no fear on its face. Get lost. That little demon will become the 8th day after tonight, and its flesh will become unappetizing. I must enjoy it at the peak of its quality. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash. Rick was too lazy to waste words with him. As soon as his Sharingan activated, he transformed into a lightning bolt and charged forward, swinging his blade. Oomph. The ghost let out a cold laugh and quickly crawled along the wall, moving with a speed as swift as a phantom, easily dodging Rick's strike. A smug expression on its face. 6 consecutive, Rick said, as lightning erupted from his body, allowing him to catch up to the opponent with even greater speed. He swung his blade and severed the ghost's neck, sending its head flying high. Until its last moment, it wore an expression of disbelief. Its strength was comparable to that of a ghost that had consumed hundreds of people. How could it possibly be killed by this little ghost in an instant? Chapter 21, Shattered Fangs. Damn, cursed ghost hunter. The ghost's head fell to the ground, accompanied by a final unwilling scream, dissipating along with its body. Rick turned his head and smiled. Are you okay? The fear on the young woman's face gradually disappeared. Compared to the monstrous ghost, Rick, with his handsome looks and gentle, sunny smile, was clearly the good person. There was no need to think about it. She simply gave up on the thought. The ghost is dead. You just had a dream. Remember to keep it a secret from me. Rick chuckled. The Demon Slayer Corps is an unofficial organization, and one of its rules is to try to hide identities while prioritizing self-protection. However, Rick believed that the Demon Slayer Corps must have connections with higher-ups. Such a large organization couldn't possibly leave no trace at all. The young woman nodded earnestly. Thank you. Rick turned and walked towards the yard. Lightly leaping over the courtyard wall, a voice of thanks rang out behind him. He returned to the residence where Duel lived. Rick said, "It's over." Yusherlang looked a bit shocked. They could see Rick's perspective through the talismans, and in one strike he instantly killed that demon. The whole process taking less than 3 seconds. The demon's qualifications were different. The flesh and blood of a newborn was a great tonic for that demon. Although it had only consumed less than 10 people, its strength was not weaker than that of a demon that had eaten over 100. Yusherlang's eyes darted around. Rick was indeed a bit scary. On the other hand, Tamayo remained calm, as she had seen the strongest demon-slaying swordsman in history, Kaneo Sayuri. Rick's strength was still far from that of the latter. Mission accomplished, I'm going to the entertainment district. Are you interested? Rick asked. The Yoshiwara Entertainment District? Yu Shilang was taken aback and glared at Rick fiercely. Isn't that the red light district? Why go to the entertainment district? Tamayo said calmly, as she didn't believe Rick was going there for pleasure. Rick said, the Upper Moon 6 is in the brothel district. I want to go and cut off their heads. Shinjuro and Tamayo were taken aback. The Upper Moons are the demons whose strength is closest to Muzan Kibutsuji, and obtaining their blood would greatly aid Tamayo's research. For hundreds of years, not to mention the Upper Moons, even the blood of lower moons has been hard for Tamayo to acquire. Although Tamayo wanted the blood of the Upper Moon demons, she didn't want to see Rick throw his life away. It was too dangerous, Tamayo said, acknowledging Rick's extraordinary powers. But it was still not enough to face the Upper Moon demons. Do you think I would go alone? Rick retorted, a confident smile on his face. Upon hearing this, Tamayo realized that Rick didn't intend to take on the Upper Moon demons by himself. Tamayo turned and walked into the residence, and after a while, she took out 5 syringes and handed them to Rick. 2 of them contained 10 milliliters of light blue liquid. 2 contained 10 milliliters of dark purple liquid, and 1 was empty. The blue one was an antidote, to be used if one accidentally got poisoned by a demon. The purple one was a poison that could kill demons, and the empty syringe was for collecting demon blood. I hope you succeed, Tamayo said. Great stuff. Rick's eyes lit up. In the original work, during the battle in the red light district, if it weren't for Nezuko's blood demon art that could burn away the toxins inside a person, the sound pillar, Tenjin Yuzi, would most likely not have survived to return. To deal with Daki and Jitaro, an antidote is essential. And it's free. What more could you ask for? Goodbye. After receiving 5 syringes, Rick turned and left. Watching Rick's gradually receding figure, Yashiro's expression was complicated. That guy really intended to challenge an Upper Moon demon. As far as they knew, the lower moons in the 12 Kizuki frequently rotated, but the upper moons had remained unchanged. For hundreds of years, the Demon Slayer Corps had never killed an Upper Moon demon, so it's no wonder Yashiro lacked confidence in Rick. All they could do now was wait. Tamayo said calmly. Hundreds of years had already tempered her heart to be incredibly strong. Rick walked slowly along the way, occasionally taking detours to kill a few lowly ghosts. Finally, on the 7th day, he arrived at the Yoshiwara Waikaku Street. Unlike the semi-modern architectural style of Asakusa in Tokyo, Yoshiwara Waikaku Street has a retro vibe, with bright lights and a lively atmosphere filled with izakayas. Since it was daytime, there were few pedestrians on the street, making it seem somewhat desolate. Rick knows that nighttime activities are the main theme of this street, and its vibrancy is not inferior to that of big cities. He specifically chose to come during the day because he's a bit cowardly. What if he gets targeted at night? What can he do alone against Daki and Jitaro? The sign-in at the Pleasure District is complete. Congratulations on obtaining Tesseiga, one of the strongest demon swords from the Inuyasha world. Anything cut by Tesseiga cannot regenerate and will continue to take damage until it is destroyed. In full output mode, a single strike can annihilate tens of thousands of demons. The location sign-in has been completed. Please wait for the Demon Slayer storyline to begin, and proceed with the storyline sign-in to receive even richer sign-in rewards. After waiting for a minute, a panel appeared in front of Rick, almost making him jump with excitement. The demon sword Tesseiga, one of the strongest demon swords used by the great demon Sesomaru in Inuyasha. It is well known that the things that appear later in anime are usually more powerful. And when Tesseiga appeared, there were less than 10 episodes left until Inuyasha's conclusion, so its value is beyond doubt. With a gentle swing, Sesomaru can slice through thousands of demons led by the dreamlike White Knight. Even Naruto, with his constantly regenerating body, can be continuously tracked and destroyed until completely annihilated. In this world, Tesseiga is undoubtedly the nemesis of those demons. When injured by Tesseiga, the wound cannot heal, and its sword energy will spread to the parts of the body that are unharmed, eliminating the need to painstakingly chop off the demon's head. Rick's mouth curled up at the corners. Even if Muzan Kibutsuji were struck by Bakaseiga, he probably wouldn't feel good. Extracting Bakaseiga, a long blade appeared in Rick's hand. 3 fingers longer than his Nichiren blade, with a shimmering blue light emanating from the blade. Extraordinary. This is Bakaseiga. Rick's face lit up with joy. Just holding in his hand, he could feel an incredibly powerful force. This was the top-tier demon sword cultivated with demonic power by the great demon Naruto. Not something that could be compared to the human-made sun wheel sword. Naruto's Bakaseiga scabbard was crafted by the renowned swordsmith, and the system conveniently provided the scabbard as a bonus. Rick sheathed the shattered tooth, its sharpness concealed, making it appear to be an ordinary knife. Along with his own Sunwheel Blade and the Sunwheel Blade gifted by Sanji Mazigura, Rick was adorned with 3 long swords, looking flashy. But he was not some green-haired character who practiced a 3-sword style. Upon seeing the final line of text on the panel, Rick smacked his lips. It seemed he had been in a beginner's protection period all along, where he didn't have to do anything but check in at certain places. The difficulty of the upcoming storyline quests would obviously increase significantly. The plot of Demon Slayer revolves around killing demons or being on the way to kill them, with all important storylines accompanied by fierce and dangerous battles. Chapter 22. Flame Hashira Kaijuro Rengoku. Back to the point, Rick was wandering around the entertainment district, actually gathering information about Daki's existence. Daki was lurking in the Yoshiwara Entertainment District, serving as the courtesan of the Kaigaku house under the alias of Warabaheim. She was quite famous, making it not difficult to gather information, and Rick had collected quite a bit of intel. Rick summoned his communication crow, Xiao-Chi, and asked if there were any demon slayers nearby. Xiao-Chi replied, Flame Hashira, Flame Hashira. Rick's eyes lit up as he recalled that the original body had some connection to the Flame Hashira Kaijuro Rengoku. As night fell, 2 figures were moving at high speed through the dense jungle. A petite and delicate figure was desperately fleeing, her body making various unnatural movements. A man engulfed in flames was chasing behind her. Don't think I'm afraid of you. If you keep chasing me, I'll kill you. The figure ahead shouted angrily, but her pace did not slow, her form darting like a phantom. The man relentlessly pursuing her showed no fear, boldly shouting, Then stop and let's fight fairly. You're insane. The figure ahead cursed, instead quickening her pace to escape. For a moment, almost made her seem pitiable. First form, thunderclap and flash. Just then, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, its sharp edge aiming directly at the petite figure's head. Damn it, there are more experts? The petite figure exclaimed, forced to halt and moved to the left, barely brushing against the blade with her face to avoid it. The newcomer was none other than Rick. Learning that the Flame Hashira Kaijuro Rengoku was hunting a demon, Rick felt he had to step in to help. Rick looked up, and the appearance of the ghost came into view. A petite female figure with white hair, horns on her forehead, symmetrical red lines on her face, red scara, purple pupils, and engraved with the words of the Lower Moon 4. You are Kaijuro Rengoku, who chased after him and saw Rick's silhouette, sounding slightly surprised. Rick greeted Mr. Rengoku. Long time no see. He had previously mentioned that the original body encountered a ghost while traveling with his parents 2 years ago, resulting in their immediate deaths. And the original body was saved by a Hashira-level demon slayer. That person was none other than Kaijuro Rengoku. Kaijuro Rengoku had long yellow hair with red tips, a strong build, thick black eyebrows, and bright eyes. He wore a coffee-colored demon slayer uniform with a haori that had flame patterns at the hem, which only the Flame Hashira was qualified to wear. Kaijuro Rengoku clearly recognized Rick. He would not forget someone he had saved. With the evil ghost before them, they had no time for small talk. Rick said, Mr. Rengoku, I'll block her escape route, and you take her down. All right. Kaijuro Rengoku replied without hesitation. Lower Moon 4. Rue. Rick recognized the identity of this demon. In the original work, it was one of the Lower Moons cruelly eliminated by the heartless Muzan Kibutsuji. Every time you encounter a Hashira among the demon slayers, you think about running away, don't you? Zero Yuko was killed for denying Muzan Kibutsuji's words. First form, unknowable fire. Kaijuro Rengoku burst into flames, gripping the hilt of his sword, striking a pose to slash, charging at Zero Yuko with unstoppable momentum. Blood Demon Art. Flying leaves. Zero Yuko's face changed in shock as she waved her small hand, causing blood to form countless leaf-like projectiles aimed at Kaijuro Rengoku. Whoosh! Accompanied by a strong gust of wind, Kaijuro Rengoku had seen this technique many times before. A single blood leaf could pierce through rock. Its power was terrifying. Fourth form, swirling flames of abundance. Kaijuro Rengoku paused, wielding his Nikarin blade, using himself as the center to unleash a vortex of flames, blocking the incoming blood leaves. However, the moment he stopped, it was Zero Yuko's chance to escape without holding back. Blood Demon Art. Phantom Speed. Zero Yuko fled quickly, her speed leaving behind a trail of afterimages. How could Rick just watch the other person escape? He took a deep breath and unleashed his first form. Thunderclap. Boom! Rick's leg muscles tensed as he charged out like a bolt of lightning, his speed no slower than his opponent's, swinging the Sunwheel blade towards Zero Yuzi. Rick's goal was not to kill the opponent, but to force them to stop and cut off their escape route. Therefore, his strikes were not aimed at Ling Yuzi's head, but specifically targeted her legs and other areas, broadening his attack range and making it more reckless. Damn little ghost. Ling Yuzi cursed. If it were just Rick alone, she wouldn't be afraid at all, but the problem was that there was a powerful ghost hunter chasing her like a mad dog. If her escape speed slowed down, even a little, her head would be chopped off. Blood demon technique, Bloodblade. Ling Yuzi scratched her skin with her nails, and blood formed dense, flying blades attacking Rick. Earth type, Thunderstrike. Rick temporarily changed his tactics, releasing countless lightning-like slashes centered around himself, shattering all the incoming blood blades. A cloud of blood mist erupted in midair. Rick successfully dragged Zero Yuzi. This moment was crucial and enough for Rengoku Kaijiro to catch up. Rick, well done. Rengoku Kaijiro exclaimed in surprise, thrusting forward with the Nichiren blade held in both hands. First form, Flame Tiger. Flames erupted from the Nichiren blade, forming a fierce tiger of fire that seemed to want to bite its prey, the sharp edge piercing directly through Zero Yuzi's neck. Huh! Rengoku Kaijiro shouted, applying pressure, intending to sever Zero Yuzi's head. Zero Yuzi's face turned pale with terror, his hands gripping the Nichiren blade tightly. Tears streaming from the corners of his eyes as he pleaded, "Please, I've never eaten a human. Don't kill me." His voice was filled with anguish, evoking sympathy. However, Rengoku Kaijiro and Rick remained cold and unmoved. The idea that a demon had never eaten a human was simply absurd. First form, Thunderclap and Flash. 3 strikes. Rick moved like lightning, appearing behind Zero Yuzi, launching a 3-hit combo with a Sunwheel blade that struck both of Zero Yuzi's shoulders and abdomen. Not good. Zero Yuzi's pupils contracted. The blade's sharpness severed Zero Yuzi's arms and bisected him. The force resisting him vanished, and Kaijiro Rengoku used all his strength to bring down the Sunwheel blade, delivering a horizontal slash that decapitated his opponent. Zero Yuzi's head flew off and rolled on the ground for several circles. Looking at Kaijiro Rengoku and Rick, he cried out, "Why do I have to encounter this kind of thing? Boo-hoo." After 4 or 5 breaths, both the head and the severed limbs vanished without a trace. Lower Moon 4. Zero Yuzi is dead. Rick and Kaijiro Rengoku breathed a sigh of relief. Kaijiro Rengoku grabbed Rick's hands and said happily, "Rick, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, that guy would have definitely escaped." Zero Yuko was too good at escaping, and with no speed advantage in flame breathing, it wouldn't have been easy for Kaijiro Rengoku to catch up without Rick's help. 2 years ago, Mr. Rengoku saved me, and this time it's my turn to help you," Rick said with a smile. Chapter 23, Revealing Information. Rick and Rengoku Kaijiro bought a bunch of boxed meals and squatted by the roadside, devouring them ravenously. The stack of food containers reached a height of 1 meter, leaving passers-by dumbfounded. Rengoku Kaijiro said regretfully, "I didn't expect you to become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. I'm sorry about that time. If only I could have arrived sooner." "It's fine. Look at me now. I'm doing well." Rick waved his hand. He couldn't really say he had any feelings for the parents of his original body, and crying and sobbing would be too hypocritical. However, he silently thanked them for the vast fortune they left behind. "You've really become stronger," Rengoku Kaijiro laughed. When he saved Rick, he had fainted in extreme fear. Hearing that Rick learned the thunder-breathing sword technique in 3 days and killed a lower moon demon in the final selection made Rengoku Kaijiro very happy that Rick was able to pick himself up. "How did you know I was here?" Rengoku Kaijiro asked with his mouth full of food, his words unclear. Rick said, "Shao Chi told me." 2 crows flew over and landed on the shoulders of Rick and Kaijiro Rengoku, tilting their heads to look at each other. The 2 also picked up a piece of fatty meat or vegetables to feed their respective crows. Crows are omnivorous animals and will eat even carrion when food is scarce. "I see, so that's how it works." Kaijiro Rengoku suddenly understood and couldn't help but laugh. Now, back to the main topic. Rick finished his last box meal and said, "Actually, I found the hiding place of the Upper Moon, but I can't be sure to kill them alone." "Upper Moon?" Rick's flat tone almost made Kaijiro Rengoku doubt that he had heard wrong. Rick looked up and found Kaijiro Rengoku in a daze, but he quickly reacted. The Demon Slayer Corps had never killed a Upper Moon demon in hundreds of years, and his calm demeanor felt as if he suddenly proclaimed to others on a wall, "I am the Armored Titan, and that guy next to me is the Colossal Titan. Great, let's go eliminate that Upper Moon demon." Kaijiro Rengoku shouted. "Wait, Mr. Rengoku. That Upper Moon demon is not easy to deal with, which is why I came to find you." Rick quickly grabbed him, saying, "Come on, don't go. Can't the 2 of us handle it?" Kaijiro Rengoku asked in confusion, feeling that he had a strong synergy with Rick, as they had just perfectly cooperated to easily slay a Lower Moon demon. Rick sighed and said, It's hard for the two of us to take them down. Them? Rengoku Kaijuro raised an eyebrow. Elaborate. Let's find another Hashira. Otherwise explaining it twice would be a waste of time, Rick replied. All right. A day later, a tall man appeared before Rick and Rengoku Kaijuro. Let me introduce you. This is the sound Hashira, Yuzui Tenjin, who happens to be on a mission nearby. Rengoku Kaijuro enthusiastically introduced. Rick examined Yuzui Tenjin, who looked just like in the anime. Tall and mighty, wearing a ninja headpiece adorned with several sparkling diamonds, with light blue chains hanging from both sides. He had a prominent ponytail at the back and carried dual swords. Behind him followed three beautiful young girls, his wives Mitsuri, Hinetsuru, and Suma. Yuzui Tenjin impatiently asked, Hey, Rengoku, is there really an upper moon? Rengoku Kaijuro replied, Let Rick talk about this. All five of them turned their attention to Rick. Facing the gaze of the two Hashira, Rick remained calm and composed, unlike the other members of the Demon Slayer Corps who appeared anxious. So handsome. Suma's eyes lit up as a heavy-face enthusiast. The youth's appearance was on par with Tengen's. She reached out to touch Rick's head. Suma calmed down. Mitsuri and Hinetsuru quickly pulled her back. Yuzui Tenjin glanced at Rick, noticing his brand-new uniform and knicker and blade, and said dismissively, Isn't this just a rookie who passed the selection? How would he know information about the upper moons? My status as a rookie has nothing to do with the current topic, Rick replied calmly, a hint of Conqueror's Haki emanating from him, causing the expressions of all five to change. Yuzui Tenjin perked up. At that moment, if he wasn't mistaken, he felt the boy's muscles tense up instantly. A powerful fighting spirit that was quite rare even among the Demon Slayer Corps, second only to the Hashira. Interesting. If you have any information, hurry up and say it. I'm quite busy, Yuzui Tenjin said with interest, raising his chin high. If you hadn't interrupted me, I would have already said half of it, Rick replied. Yuzui Tenjin's forehead twitched with veins. This kid really spoke without courtesy. After all, he was a Hashira. Rick ignored the furious Yuzui Tenjin and said, The information I received is that Upper Moon 6, the Demon Twins, is hiding in the Yoshiwara Pleasure District. Upon hearing this, Yuzui Tenjin's expression changed, and he said seriously, You mean the Yoshiwara Pleasure District? Rengoku Kaijuro asked, What's wrong, Tenjin? Yuzui Tenjin replied truthfully, Actually, I've been a bit suspicious of that place too. I've been considering how to sneak in and investigate. The Pleasure District operates at night and rests during the day, making it a perfect activity spot for demons. Rengoku Kaijuro laughed and said, Then it's definitely the right place. Rick continued, The Upper Moon 6 is the twin demons, named Daki and Jotaro. According to the information I gathered, if either one of them is beheaded, as long as the other is still alive, they can regenerate. To kill them, you must behead them both at the same time. Kaijuro Rengoku's eyes shifted. Fortunately, he didn't insist on going to the entertainment district. If he didn't know this information, he would definitely be in trouble. Rick recalled the information from his previous life and said, Daki uses silk ribbons to attack, and Jotaro's weapon is two sides that can unleash blood slashes. Blood demon arts are related to blood, so be aware that its blood is highly toxic. The others nodded in agreement, committing this information to memory. The disdain in Yuzui Tenjin's eyes vanished without a trace, and he looked at Rick with a newfound respect. If it weren't for this information, recklessly confronting the twin moons would have led to unimaginable consequences. Rick must have paid a considerable price for this information. Thinking of this, the way the others looked at Rick changed. Rengoku Kaijuro had an expression of gratitude, patting Rick on the shoulder. Rick felt perplexed and continued. Daki is the courtesan of the Kaigaku house, using the alias Warabiheim. Jotaro hides on her back, and when Daki is attacked, Jotaro will appear. Then he took out the antidote that Tamayo had given him. This is a detoxifying medicine that should be able to neutralize the deadly poison in Jotaro's blood. But there are only 2 vials, so it must be used carefully. That's enough. Yuzui Tenjin and Rengoku Kaijuro smiled. With this much detailed information plus 2 vials of antidote, if they couldn't kill Daki and Jotaro, they would have no face to return. Chapter 24. The Upper Moon Demon Daki. In Rick's description, the strength of the twin demon, Jotaro, is clearly superior to Daki's by more than a notch. Rengoku Rick, Makio, Hinetsuru, and Suma will deal with Daki. Leave Jotaro to me, Yuzui Tenjin declared confidently. Rengoku Kaijuro replied with a smile, No, I will handle Jotaro. You all go deal with Daki. Rengoku, are you trying to steal my fight? Yuzui Tenjin raised his fist, revealing his strong, muscular build. Then let us decide it with an arm wrestling match. Interesting, Rengoku Kaijuro said eagerly. Among the Demon Slayer Corps, Yuzui Tenjin ranked second in arm strength, only behind the strongest, Hashira Kaijuro Rengoku, with Rengoku Kaijuro ranking third. However, there was still a certain chance of victory if he challenged Yuzui Tenjin. The two faced off, neither willing to back down. Makio, Genetsu, and Suma stood nearby, unsure of what to do. At this moment, Rick spoke up. I will command this operation. Leave Daki to me, and Mr. Rengoku and Mr. Yuzui will deal with Jotaro. Everyone turned to look at Rick in unison. Huh? Yuzui Tenjin said unhappily, we're Hashira. Why should we listen to your command? Rick said seriously, the intelligence is what I found out, so I should be the one to command this time. Moreover, Daki's ability with her ribbon clones is troublesome for ordinary swordsmen, and I have the means to deal with her. Yuzui Tenjin looked at Rick with a skeptical gaze. A newcomer wanted to take on an upper moon demon. Rengoku Kyudra pondered for a moment and said, I think Rick has a point. Tenjin was surprised. Rengoku? Tenjin, although I'm reluctant, let's follow Rick's command this time. This operation was initiated by Rick, and only he has detailed information on the twin demons and can adapt to the situation, Rengoku Kyudra stated. Moreover, Rick already has experience in killing lower moon demons twice, so his strength shouldn't be underestimated. Yuzui Tenjin wanted to say something more. Maki, Hinetsu, and Suma quickly held him back, as they had finally managed to calm things down. They couldn't stir up more trouble. They hadn't even seen the shadow of the upper moon demon yet, and their own people were starting to fight among themselves. What kind of situation was that? Rick said in a deep voice, the battle plan is as follows. I will deal with Daki, while Mr. Yuzui and Mr. Rengoku take care of Jotaro. The three of you will hold the antidote as reinforcements and, at the right moment, signal us to simultaneously decapitate the twin moons. Good. The five people in front nodded heavily. Don't die, kid. Yuzui Tenjin glanced at Rick deeply, although he seemed to be competing with Rengoku Kyudra over who would face Jotaro. It appeared to be a fight for credit, but they were already Hashira and had no room for promotion in the Demon Slayer Corps. In reality, they recognized Jotaro's danger and did not want their teammate to be placed in a perilous situation, yet they were unwilling to say it outright. Of course, a confident smile appeared on Rick's face. As night fell, in the Yoshiwara red light district, Rick wore a layer of casual clothes outside, hiding 2 sunwheel knives and a shattering tooth in a wooden box strapped to his back as he appeared at the entrance of the Kaigaku house. At the entrance stood an elderly woman who approached with a beaming smile upon seeing Rick walk in. Having been in this industry for many years, the madam had already developed a keen eye, able to instantly judge a guest's identity and wealth based on their clothing, adornments, and behavior. Although Rick carried a wooden box and appeared quite odd in his actions, his clothes were undoubtedly expensive, likely made of precious silk from a major Eastern country, worth as much as gold. Coupled with Rick's mixed European and Japanese heritage, his tall stature and looks did not resemble those of a typical islander. The madam was very experienced. Such foreigners were typical examples of being naive and wealthy, and she felt it would be a shame not to squeeze every last coin from their pockets. Rick was almost ready to write the words the landlord's foolish son on his face, exuding bravado as he said, "Bring me the courtesan from here." The madam twitched her lips. This kid was even more foolish than she had imagined. However, she couldn't let that show on her face, especially since the other party specifically wanted Georgia. "Please come in, sir. We have many beautiful girls in our establishment." The madam didn't agree right away, but instead warmly led Rick inside. Rick stood there like a pillar. No matter how hard the madam tried, she couldn't pull him away. "Forget it. I'll go to another place. It's not like you're the only one with courtesans." With that, Rick turned to leave. This gentleman truly has good taste. Our fern princess is stunningly beautiful and has a gentle and virtuous character. I'll call her out right away, the madam said reluctantly. Rick then followed the other person inside. Upon entering the private room, the servants brought in small tables and food, showcasing various talents such as singing, dancing, and performances. The madam approached the door of the innermost room, trembling as she said, "Fern princess, a guest has specifically requested to see you and hopes you can go out to greet him. I already said I wouldn't be receiving guests these few days." A cold and eerie voice came from inside. The old madam's body trembled. If the other owners on the pleasure street saw this scene, they would surely be shocked into silence. The owner held the power of life and death over a geisha, yet the status of the two was reversed here. The old madam praised Rick to the skies, saying that the young man was very handsome, and she thought he might meet your requirements. "If it's inconvenient for you, I won't disturb you." The fern princess liked beautiful things and specifically asked the old madam to pay attention to handsome young men. The room fell into silence. The old madam sighed. If worst came to worst, she could just find a girl to fool him. After all, that kid was an outsider and probably wouldn't he notice. Moments later, just as the old madam was about to give up, the door slowly opened. A beautiful woman, taller than the old madam, stepped out, looking down at her with eyes full of disdain and arrogance. If you fail to meet my requirements, you should know what your fate will be. A deep sense of fear and despair appeared on the old madam's face, and she regretted it immensely. At that moment, inside the private room, Rick watched the geisha's performance with great interest, waiting for the appearance of the fallen princess. Soon, a beautiful woman entered gracefully, dressed in luxurious clothing. With an exquisite and beautiful face, skin as white as snow, and her hair styled high in a cloud-like fashion. The phoenix hairpin and gold tassels on her bun swayed gently, sparkling with pearls and jewels. Her slender waist was like a willow leaf, delicate enough to be grasped with one hand, and her bright, large eyes shimmered like pale yellow gems. However, her slightly raised chin seemed to look down on others, exuding an air of arrogance. Rick looked up and was struck by a sense of awe. Daji was beautiful, her face and figure far surpassing those of the big stars from his past life. At the same time, Daji was also assessing Rick and felt quite satisfied. This young man was indeed handsome, and his vitality was abundant. He should taste good. The old madam, who was oblivious to her fate, had some use after all for bringing such a rare treasure, so it wouldn't hurt to keep her around for a while longer. Chapter 25. The War Begins. Hello, my lord, I am Jueji. Daji introduced herself, a bright smile on her face, as beautiful as a blooming flower. Rick nodded. This is what we call professionalism. Being a ghost and being a courtesan are not contradictory. From the information Rick gathered during the day, Daji's beauty was enough to leave all men spellbound. Timid males would even faint on the spot, and those whom she blew into their ears would practically lose control. Witnessing it firsthand, even Rick couldn't help but marvel at the truth behind her fame. The seductive and eerie charm of a ghost was vividly embodied in Daji, and one could easily be captivated by her. My lord, please allow me to play a piece for you, Daji said with a perfectly timed smile, glancing gently at the maidservant beside her. Under Daji's gaze, the maid trembled all over and quickly handed over the sansien, a traditional three-stringed instrument. As Daji took the sansien and turned to face Rick, she revealed a charming smile once again. Rick pretended not to notice the maid's unusual behavior. Dwijia began to play, her long, fair fingers seemingly possessing some kind of magic, as the melodious and enchanting sound of the piano filled the room, making one inevitably indulge in it. With a beauty before him, pleasing to the eye and captivating to the heart, accompanied by the beautiful piano music, it was akin to a paradise on earth, making one reluctant to leave, lost in the joy of the moment, forgetting the troubles of the world. A wave of drowsiness washed over Rick, and he began to feel sleepy. Rick suddenly realized something. His eyes flashed with a hint of bloodlust, and the blood-colored hooked jade flickered faintly, hidden in the air. He looked up and shouted loudly, "Good, bring the wine." With that angry shout, the drowsiness in his mind was completely expelled. Daji frowned. If it were any other man, he would have already fallen asleep by now. Could it be that foreigners have a stronger resistance? Hearing Rick's call, the maids at the door were overjoyed and hurried to bring the drinks. Most of the geishas sold their art, not their bodies. The profits of these establishments came from drinks and services, and the same drinks here were several times more expensive than outside. The geishas used clever language and suggestive teasing to entice customers to spend. The geishas and maids would also receive a share of the profits. But Daji's goal was to devour people, not those worthless coins. She tilted her head and glared at the maid, delivering the wine. The maids were frightened and trembling. This gesture indicated that Daji was in a very bad mood. Rick didn't dare to drink too much alcohol. He took a couple of light sips and pretended to be a pig. I had seen Lady Fern from a distance before and was amazed by her beauty. Today, I specially brought a gift. Rick placed the wooden box on the table. Daji showed a hint of disdain in her eyes. Like those people before him, it was nothing but gold and silver jewelry, gemstones, and clothing, things that held no value for her. In the spirit of professionalism, Daji pretended to be taken aback, staring intently at the wooden box, while in reality, she lacked interest and was contemplating how to devour Rick. Rick slowly opened the wooden box, revealing 3 long knives lying quietly inside. Knives? Fallen Princess was taken aback. Explosive tooth, initial release. Rick struck like lightning, grasping the handle of the exploding tooth and yanking it out forcefully. The long blade emitted a blue thunder, and its brilliant light illuminated the room. A thunderous roar erupted. Exploding tooth. Rick shouted angrily, slashing at the fallen princess with a powerful blade aura that caused ripples in the space. What? The fallen princess's pupils contracted, but her reaction was swift. From her sleeve, a silk ribbon extended, weaving a sturdy shield in front of her. Boom! The explosive blade light easily tore through the silk ribbon shield, its sharp edge pressing directly towards the fallen princess. However, the brief moment that the ribbon shield held was enough for her to react. She cursed the damned demon hunter and quickly retreated to the corner of the wall. Bang! The terrifying blade light shattered a wall, revealing the dim sky and the bustling street outside. The fallen princess narrowly escaped disaster. But much of her clothing was shredded by the blade light, exposing her snow-white skin, a glimpse of spring. Rick quickly picked up 2 Nickerin blades from the wooden box and tucked them into his belt, saying with a smile, "What a pity. I thought I could take your head in one strike. How did you find me?" Daki was puzzled. She couldn't understand how her identity had been exposed. But this doubt was quickly overshadowed by her anger. "You little brat. I won't let you die so easily." Daki's forehead bulged with veins as she tilted her head to stare at Rick. Those familiar with Daki would understand that this behavior indicated her anger had reached its peak. As she spoke, Daki withdrew her shattered silk ribbon clone, enveloped in a sphere of chaotic light. Rick's lips curled slightly, a hint of malicious amusement flickering in his eyes. As the glowing orb dissipated, Daki revealed her true form, adorned with a floral hairpin, her cheeks marked with flower tattoos. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, transitioning from black to a striking silver, with her light yellow pupils displaying the number of the upper moon 6. Her original courtesan attire transformed into revealing clothing, exposing large patches of her snow-white skin. Ah, indeed, it's this appearance that brings a sense of reassurance. Daki felt the powerful force within her, intoxicating her. She turned to Rick and asked, "Hey, are you a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps?" Rick shook his head. "I'm just a newbie." Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Daki burst into laughter, pointing at the words of Upper Moon 6 in her eyes, and coldly said, "Kid, see clearly what this is." In the eyes of the 12 Kazuki and Muzan Kibutsuji, the Demon Slayer Corps only has 2 levels, the Weaklings and the Hashira. A stinky kid who isn't even a Hashira dares to challenge her. This stark contrast inevitably pleased Daki and even made her feel a bit sorry for Rick, who just happened to run into her, an Upper Moon demon. Rick said, "Upper Moon demon, I know. Poor little demon. Your luck is too bad to meet me." Daki's mouth corners crazily lifted, daring to scare her. She planned to torture Rick for 3 days and 3 nights, making him die in pain and despair. Rick shrugged and reminded, "I think you should pay more attention to your situation." Bang, bang. As soon as Rick's words fell, the skin on the hands of the fallen princess suddenly, emitting azure lightning that exploded instantaneously, filling the air with a mist of blood. Boom! The violent impact sent the fallen princess flying, crashing into the wall and embedding herself deeply as if she were set into it. Gritting her teeth, the fallen princess crawled out from the wall, relying on her immense power to instantly regenerate 2 arms. This level of regeneration was as simple as eating and drinking for an Upper Moon demon. Although she didn't know what Rick had done, everything was over. The flicker of pity in the fallen princess's heart towards Rick vanished, replaced by a brutal desire to tear him apart. Bang, bang. At that moment, azure lightning burst forth again, and the fallen princess's hands exploded as before. No matter how many times she tried, the result was the same. Her hands struggled to recover, and the azure lightning clung to her like a festering sore. What was happening? The fallen princess was stunned, her eyes wide open. It was too bizarre. The azure lightning even began to spread across her body. If it was the same as her hands, her body would also be unable to recover. And a trace of terror emerged in the fallen princess's heart. Chapter 26. Ambush. Watching the fallen princess's panicked and terrified expression, Rick found it quite amusing, almost unable to resist explaining the ability of Shattered Fong. But reason held him back from that little thought. He finally understood the meaning of the saying from his past life, that villains die from talking too much, thinking he possessed the power to crush his enemies. Not showing off or acting cool felt like a disservice to himself, displaying unmatched strength to make the enemy understand the vast gap between them. Then watching the horror and despair appear on their faces brought great satisfaction to the heart of a major villain. However, Rick was neither a major villain nor did he possess the strength to crush the fallen princess. It was better not to challenge this rule. Rick stood in front of the stun maid and said, "Quick, get out of here and warn the others to escape." The maids fled in panic, their faces twisted with fear. The regenerating and repeatedly destroyed Daki, along with Rick, who smashed through the wall with a single strike, terrified them. Boom! Boom! The explosive power of the thunder gradually spread to Daki's body, constantly detonating and then regenerating. But Daki's stamina was not infinite. When it ran out, it would be her demise. Daki couldn't comprehend what was happening. She hadn't even been hit by Rick, only her inconsequential ribbon clone had been cut. After several explosions, Daki finally realized this was beyond her control, and her mindset broke down. "Wah, big brother, hurry and come out," Daki cried, tears streaming down her beautiful face. Fortunately unseen by anyone, otherwise they would surely come to accuse Rick of bullying a woman. Suddenly, a light burst from Daki's back. "Here it comes," Rick thought to himself. Despite Daki being injured several times by the explosive power, he had not attacked because the real trouble was not Daki but Jotaro. Daki's strength should be between Lower Moon 1 and Upper Moon, while Jotaro was truly Upper Moon 6. The twin demons of Upper Moon 6 could also be referred to as Jotaro and his sister Daki. A blood-red, chaotic light mass extended from Daki's back, forming a tall figure. Jotaro, with his upper body bare, had short hair in shades of black and green, a hunchback, a skeletal appearance, and numerous black spots on his body, wielding 2 sickles. His yellow scara, with the characters 6 and Upper Moon carved on his left and right eyes respectively, had red and black ribbons coiling around his arms. Upon appearing, Jotaro revealed a sinister smile, grabbing Daki by the hair and lifting her up. Without hesitation, he swung his sickle. A cold gleam flashed, and with one strike, he decapitated Daki, separating her head from her body. Jotaro then kicked Daki's body away. Upon closer inspection, his legs were wrapped in blood, having not directly contacted the explosive thunder. Boom! Daki's half-body flew out, unable to regenerate, instantly exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Severed below the neck, only a demon could do this. However, Jotaro's judgment was accurate. If he delayed any longer, Daki wouldn't even be able to sever her own limbs. Jotaro's gaze shifted to Rick, feeling inferior about his ugly appearance. He was extremely jealous of human perfection. Even without any grievances, he would kill Rick. "My principle is an eye for an eye. If I suffer misfortune, I will take away others' happiness. Are you ready, you little punk?" Boom! Before Jotaro could finish his words, the ceiling above cracked open, and a figure burst in, launching a fierce attack directly at Jotaro. "Don't think I wouldn't know you were hiding up there." Jotaro showed no surprise in his eyes, laughing maniacally as he swung his sickle at the figure. Yuzui Tenjin casually threw out 5 explosive balls, specially made by him, with enough power to severely injure a demon. This was his secondary weapon, which could be detonated with a little friction from his Nichiren blade. First form, explosion. Yuzui Tenjin held his blade with both hands and swung down. The Nichiren blade he used was a pair of linked twin swords, with a crimson handle, emerald green blade edges, and a black blade body featuring golden patterns and the inscription Demon Slayer on the side. Yuzui Tenjin unleashed his powerful strength with the twin blades, creating a strong wind as he struck the thrown explosive balls. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the ground exploded into a large hole, and the terrifying shockwave destroyed buildings within dozens of meters. Amidst the thick dust, a figure engulfed in flames charged forward. Third form, flame-breathing, all phenomena. Rengoku Kaijiro swung his Nichiren blade downward, the strike accompanied by fierce flames attacking Jotaro. Bang! 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 In that cloud of dust, 3 figures moved rapidly, intertwining, with the crisp sounds of metal clashing echoing, each encounter producing intense sparks. The winds from their collisions blew the dust away. Boom! Jotaro spun wildly with his sickle, a vortex of blood gathering violently, forcing Yuzui Tenjin and Rengoku Kaijiro back. TCH didn't cut it. Yuzui Tenjin's expression darkened as he said, "Rick, I'm sorry for wasting the chance you created." Rick disguises himself as a guest and takes the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Daki. Just as Daki seeks help, Jotaro appears, and at that moment, Yuzui Tenjin and Rengoku Kaijiro are responsible for attacking Jotaro. If they could resolve it this way, it would be the best outcome. Clearly, Jotaro's strength is beyond their expectations, and he has already sensed their presence. Rick took a deep breath and said, "It's okay, from now on, switch to Operation 2. He will deal with Daki, while Yuzui Tenjin and Rengoku Kaijiro will handle Jotaro." "All right." Yuzui Tenjin and Rengoku Kaijiro responded in unison. The 2 Hashira. Jotaro watched this scene with great interest, noting that the aura of Yuzui Tenjin and Rengoku Kaijiro was similar to that of the Hashira he had killed before. Rick has not yet reached the level of a Hashira. However, the two Hashira are obeying Rick's commands, which is a first for Daki. Huh. New flesh buds sprout from Daki's neck, and in an instant, her lower body is fully restored. She kneels on the ground, supporting her body with both hands, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Even for her, an upper moon demon, it takes an alarming amount of energy to recover her entire body in one breath. Daki coldly glares at Rick. The best way for demons to replenish their strength is, of course, to eat humans. You hold that little demon off, and once I kill these two Hashira, I'll come help you, Jotaro says, not even expecting Daki to be able to kill Rick. That blade has strange power. Don't let it hit you, Jotaro warns. Even without the villain's explanation, one could guess a few things with a bit of common sense. Throughout the whole process, Rick only swung his blade, the Bakuzen. Daki remembers that blue lightning and shivers all over if she gets hit by that blade. It's very likely she won't be able to recover her body. With her remaining strength, it would be difficult to recover her entire body in just a few seconds like before. Chapter 27. Fierce battle. A great battle is about to break out. However, compared to the grueling fight between Yuzui Tenjin and Rengoku Kaijuro, Rick's side is much easier. The slash from Bakuzen seems to have left a significant psychological scar on Daki. Every time Rick's fingertips glide over the handle of Bakuzen, she is so frightened that she retreats dozens of meters. Rick managed to take a moment to observe his surroundings. The slash made by Yuzui Tenjin created a large hole in the ground, causing the earth to tremble. The people in the entertainment district were not foolish. They only wished their parents had given them 2 more legs to escape into the distance. Maki, Hinetsu, and Suma were huddled together in a corner, trembling as they waited for the right moment. Rick's gaze shifted to another battlefield. 2 Ashira were battling against the upper moon. Second form, Rising Sun. Kaijuro Rengoku swung his Nichiren blade upward, flames bursting forth from the blade, aiming at Kibutsuji Muzan hidden within the flames. Fifth form, sound-breathing fifth form. Tenjin Yuzui attacked Kibutsuji Muzan with his spinning dual blades while simultaneously throwing explosive balls. Facing the 2 Ashira's onslaught, Kibutsuji Muzan showed no signs of fear, laughing maniacally as he wielded 2 scythes. Blood Demon Art, Blood Moon Dance. The 2 scythes seemed to summon countless streams of blood, the thick scent causing one to frown. Boom! The blood slash surrounded his body for complete defense, sweeping through the area like a tornado, not only blocking the attacks from Tenjin Yuzui and Kaijuro Rengoku, but also causing secondary destruction to the surrounding buildings. In less than a minute, the fierce battle among the 3 had turned the area within hundreds of meters into ruins. Flames spread, and beneath the rubble lay many civilians, silently crying out for help. But Rick and the others had no strength left to save them. Rick took a deep look at the people under the wreckage. He didn't want to be one of them, which is why he chose this path. He had to take his fate into his own hands. Columns. Failing to kill either Yuzui Tenjin or Rengoku Kaijuro, Jotaro anxiously scratched at his skin, finding it even more troublesome to deal with the 2 Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps than he had imagined. Blood Demon Art, Flying Blood Scythe. Jotaro transformed his blood into razor-thin blades, launching a torrent of them towards Yuzui Tenjin and Rengoku Kaijuro, leaving them with no way to evade. Their pupils contracted. According to Rick's intel, these blood blades were highly toxic. Fourth form, Swirling Flames of the Blazing Sun. Rengoku Kaijuro stood in front of Yuzui Tenjin, using himself as a center, and swept his Nichiren blade to unleash a vortex of flames, blocking all the incoming blood blades. However, Rengoku Kaijuro was also knocked back. He warily looked ahead and shouted, "Tenjin, is it not done yet? Give me a little more time." Yuzui Tenjin fixed his gaze on Jotaro, deeply engraving the opponent's movements and expressions into his mind. Blood Demon Art, Circular/Spiral, Flying Blood Scythe. Jotaro's onslaught grew fiercer, with spiral blood slashes wrapping around his hands, instantly expanding the attack range to over 10 meters. Not good. Rengoku Kaijuro's face changed. Fourth form, Resonating Slash without interruption. Yuzui Tenjin charged forward, revealing gunpowder balls between his fingers, and swung his twin blades to ignite the gunpowder balls, creating a series of violent explosions in front of him. Boom! 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 The gunpowder shattered the blood scythes, causing blood to splatter. Fool! A mocking look appeared in Jotaro's eyes. The blood scattered in the air coalesced into needles, with countless blood needles falling like rain. Yuzui Tenjin and Rengoku Kaijuro frantically swung their Nichiren blades, shattering the incoming blood needles countless times. However, even as the two fought with all their might, several blood needles still pierced through their clothes and skin, entering their bodies and quickly merging with their blood. The expressions of the two darkened. Despite receiving so much intel from Rick, they were still struggling so hard, indicating that the strength of the Upper Moon demons far exceeded any they had faced before. This further solidified their resolve. With such a dangerous demon left in the world, who knows how many more lives it would take? Yuzui Tenjin opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance passing through them, and he laughed excitedly. Haha, Rengoku, I've been waiting. My score is complete. In that instant, Yuzui Tenjin's aura suddenly changed, his fighting spirit surging wildly. Excellent. Rengoku Kaijiro laughed loudly. Score. Yuzui Tenjin's unique battle calculation formula required a certain amount of time to complete its analysis. By studying and judging the rhythm of the enemy's attack movements and converting them into musical notes, he could understand the opponent's attack habits and weak points. Just like adding chords to a song, as long as he attacked during the gaps in the rhythm, he could hit the enemy. The score was equivalent to a calculation formula. Once Yuzui Tenjin completed the score, as long as he followed the established procedures to launch an attack, he could slay the opponent. Throughout the intense battle, Rengoku Kaijiro had always been at the forefront, waiting for Yuzui Tenjin to complete the score. What about Rick? Yuzui Tenjin asked. The two demons must have their heads cut off simultaneously. Simply cutting off Jotaro's head would not be very useful. Trust him. Rengoku Kaijiro's eyes were filled with determination as he held his sword, unleashing an earth-shattering fighting spirit. Ultimate. Ninth form. Purgatory. At this moment, on another street, Rick retreated hundreds of meters to avoid being caught up in the fierce battle among the three, which would only complicate the situation further. Duel was extremely wary of the explosive tooth in Rick's hand and did not dare to attack proactively. If she guessed correctly, even if her clone was hit by the explosive tooth, the damage would spread to her as well. She cursed Rick's ancestors in her heart and out loud, wondering what that knife really was. Mr. Rick, go for it, shouted Suma from a distance, uttering their agreed-upon signal. Rick understood that when this signal appeared, it meant that Kaijiro Rengoku was ready, and he had to behead Daki within 10 seconds. Game over, Daki. Rick's mouth curved up at the corners, holding the Sunwell blade in his left hand and the exploding tooth in his right, staring intently at the approaching Daki. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash. Rick took a deep breath, his whole body crackling with thunder, and with a roar, he charged out. You little brat, don't get too cocky. The veins on Daki's face bulged, the twisted blood vessels like worms under her skin. Blood demon art. 8-fold ribbon slash. Whoosh. Daki unleashed 8 razor-sharp silk ribbons from her body, weaving a large net to trap Rick's movements while simultaneously slicing everything apart. These ribbons could be discarded by Daki at any moment, without fear of being cut by shattered teeth. Boom! Rick's eyes were blood red as he seized the moment when the large net was shrinking, rushing out through the last gap. Impossible! Duel exclaimed. How good is this guy's eyesight? If he collides with the silk ribbon net, the other party's body will be torn apart. Chapter 28. Slaying the Twin Ghosts. As Rick broke through the carefully woven net, Duel's face darkened. That damn little ghost. Under Duel's control, she pulled back, and the large net shot straight down towards Rick, but Rick's speed was terrifying. As swift as lightning, and could not be caught up with. Exploding teeth. Rick raised the shattered tooth, and gently waved it behind him, cutting through the massive net that was coming at him with a flash of thunderous sword light. A roar erupted in the air as Rick used Thunder Flash to instantly dash in front of Fallen Princess. Fallen Princess pupilles constricted. 5 forms. Heat Realm Thunder. Rick took a deep breath, raised the Sunwheel blade high, and unleashed a lightning-like slash filled with intense heat, aiming directly for Daki's neck. The blade fell, but it did not successfully sever Daki's head. Her neck transformed into a soft silk ribbon, using softness to counter strength, preventing it from being cut off. It appeared as if a long silk ribbon connected Daki's head and body. Oomph! Rick let out a cold laugh, raising the explosive tooth in one hand. The 3-finger-wide blade blocking the bright moonlight above, casting a shadow of the blade on Daki's face. Brother, save me. Daki's expression was filled with fear. That blade crackling with thunder seemed to be their nemesis. Once injured, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the past, whenever Daki called out, Jotaro would move one of his eyes to Daki's forehead, allowing them to share vision and greatly increase their combat power. However, this time, no matter how Daki called out, Jotaro did not respond, because Jotaro was currently too occupied with his own battle. Whoosh! The brilliance of the explosive tooth fell. as if it were not a blade but a true thunderbolt, easily tearing through the soft silk ribbon, blood splattering everywhere. Daki's head flew high into the air. At the same moment, the battle on another street also came to a close. The figures of Jotaro, Tenjin Yuzi, and Kaidro Rengoku moved swiftly among the ruins. Their sword skills, physical strength, and observational abilities pushed to the limit. In less than 5 minutes, the three had clashed over 1,000 times, leaving countless marks on the ground. Having completed the formation, Tenjin Yuzui seemed to anticipate all of Jotaro's movements in advance, perfectly dodging every strike, while his own attacks were so cunning and precise that they increased the pressure on Jotaro. The two figures flickered across the ground, and with each intersection, the crisp sound of weapon clashes rang out. Breath of Flame, Ninth Form Rengoku. Kaidro Rengoku stepped forward with both hands on his blade, immersing himself in flames, charging forward like a giant flame dragon, opening its massive mouth to bite at Jotaro's neck. Jotaro's sharp teeth clenched tightly. The guy in front of him was shouting something about completing the formation and suddenly had the power to stand against him. If another Hashira joined, this is bad. Realizing this, Jotaro could already foresee his head being severed. Not yet finished, on the sister's side, Jotaro quickly activated the ability to share vision. As long as his sister had not lost her head, he would remain unkillable. However, upon gaining Daki's vision, what came into view was the bright full moon. As his eyes moved, he saw below Rick holding dual blades, staring at him with cold eyes. He had already been beheaded. Too fast and too clever. These people seemed to have a god's perspective, fully aware of their weaknesses. Jotaro's eyes went blank. What kind of people had they encountered? Taking advantage of Tenjin Yuzui's momentary suppression of Jotaro, Kaidro Rengoku charged in front of him and swung the Sunwell blade down onto Jotaro's neck. Jotaro's thin neck seemed to have no flesh at all, just skin tightly pressed against bone, the hard iron-like bone blocking Rengoku's Sunwell blade. Huh! Kaidro Rengoku let out a roar, pouring all his strength into the blade, pushing it deeper bit by bit. The blazing flames of the Sunwheel blade spread across Jotaro's body, causing extensive burns that penetrated deep into his bones. Jotaro's two sides were restrained by Tenjin Yuzui, leaving him to watch this scene helplessly. Whoosh! Kaidro Rengoku's Sunwheel blade slashed heavily, and disbelief showed in Jotaro's eyes as his head was severed, rolling through the air and landing not far away. Did it succeed? Tenjin Yuzui and Kaidro Rengoku were both poisoned, feeling dizzy. The poison of the Upper Moon Demon was terrifying. If they hadn't used their breathing techniques to slow their blood flow, they would have already succumbed to the poison. They searched for Jotaro's figure. The Demon Slayer Corps had never slain an Upper Moon Demon. This was their first time, and they dared not let their guard down. When they saw signs of Jotaro's head dissipating, the two relaxed slightly. Blood Demon Art. Circular/rebound. Jotaro opened his mouth, and a chilling, resolute, hoarse voice echoed, causing the two to change their expressions drastically. They suddenly remembered from Rick's intel that even after his head was severed, Jotaro might still have a bit of power left to unleash his final Blood Demon Art. In the midst of fierce combat, they had been so tense that they almost forgot this piece of information. Boom! Blood and blades exploded into the sky, shredding everything around, and a terrifying shockwave spread far and wide. Lord Tenjin, Lord Rengoku. In the distance, Shino, Hinetsu, and Suma saw the two behead Jotaro and felt a moment of joy, but the next moment's explosion made their hearts leap into their throats. Bang! Moments latte. Tenjin Zui and Kaidro Rengoku pushed aside the stones atop them and crawled out from the ruins. Tenjin Yuzui's face was pale as he cursed. Damn it, even at death. He had to pull this trick, but this also confirmed that he was definitely dead. Kaidro Rengoku gasped for air. Bang! The two collapsed to the ground, covered in wounds, blood-soaked, their skin taking on an eerie purple-black hue, constantly coughing and spitting blood. The severe poison in Jotaro's blood was about to spread throughout their bodies, barring any accidents. They were very likely to die, taking each other down with them. Shino, Hinetsu, and Suma rushed over, tears in their eyes and worry on their faces, taking out the antidote that Rick had given them. As if grasping at the last straw of hope, they injected it into the severely injured duo. After a few seconds, the purple-black color on their skin had noticeably faded, and although they couldn't burn the poison away like Nezuko with Blood Demon Art, this antidote was definitely effective. Tenjin Izui and Kaidro Rengoku relaxed. No one wanted to die, and neither did they. At least they didn't want to die before eliminating all demons. What about Rick? Tenjin Yuzui asked anxiously. The two Ashira had nearly perished battling Jotaro, while Daki's strength was not as strong as Jitaro's. She still bore the title of Upper Moon and would not be weaker than Lower Moon 1. Can Rick survive? Chapter 29. The Shocking Demon Slayer Core. That level of demon wanting to kill me? It's still 20,000 years too early. Rick's figure weaved through the ruins. Rengoku Kaijiro and the others looked up and saw, wow, he's completely unscathed. Besides some marks on his clothes, Rick had almost no injuries. In contrast, Uzui Tenjin and Rengoku Kaijiro were in terrible shape, exhausted, severely injured, and with a considerable amount of toxins remaining in their bodies, looking quite pathetic. The group could only show a wry smile. For them, Rick was too mysterious. He killed Daki without a scratch. He had a thorough understanding of the information about the twin demons. The two Ashira just happened to defeat Jitaro and had prepared 2 antidotes, saving their lives at the last moment. If all of this was just coincidence, it was hard to believe. If everything so far has been calculated by Rick, then it's truly terrifying. Shinobu and Suma supported Uzui Tenjin, while Hinetsuru helped Rengoku Kaijiro. Everyone shifted their gaze to a nearby, open area. It seemed as if some force was pulling them together, as Jitaro and Daki's heads ultimately converged. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. You useless guy. Besides being a bit strong, you have no other advantages. Why didn't you kill them? They're just 2 Ashira. Haven't we killed enough Ashira over the years? Daki couldn't out. This remark deeply provoked Jitaro, who angrily retorted, "Shut up. Isn't it because you're too useless? You actually got your head chopped off by a little demon who isn't even a Hashira. What can I do?" Daki shouted loudly. "You know how terrifying that strange sword of his is. I already warned you, just hold him back. Escaping is fine too. Why did you have to fight him?" Jitaro roared. Daki paused for a moment. Escape? What a joke. She was an Upper Moon demon. How could she run away? However, with Rick's thunder breathing focused on speed, even if she wanted to run, she might not be able to escape. Daki, enraged and humiliated, shouted, "How could something as ugly as you be my brother?" Jitaro's pupils widened, his eyes blood red with anger. "If I'm not your brother, you would have died countless times already. Do you think who has been protecting you all along?" Rick, Uzui Tenjin, and Rengoku Kaijiro were not as gentle as Tanjiro. They stood aside, coldly watching the verbal battle between Daki and Jitaro. In reality, they remained vigilant, daring not to relax even for a moment until the very last second. Daki and Jitaro cursed each other for nearly a minute, and in the end, perhaps realizing something, Daki cried with tears streaming down her face. Her voice filled with fear and pleading, "Brother, think of something quickly." Jitaro opened his mouth, hesitated, and ultimately said nothing, letting out a deep sigh before slowly closing his eyes, waiting for death to arrive. The heads of Jitaro and Daki vanished into thin air. Upper Moon 6. The twin demons dead. An indescribable excitement appeared on the faces of Uzui Tenjin, Rengoku Kaijiro, and the others. The Upper Moon demon, which had not been slain for hundreds of years, was finally brought to an end by them. Rick took advantage of the moment when a few people were not paying attention, pulled out an empty syringe, and extracted the blood from Subduing Muzan's body before it completely dissipated, then hid it away. The destruction caused by this battle was no less than that of the original timeline. The entire Pleasure District was obliterated, with countless casualties. But compared to the people consumed by Subduing Muzan and Daki over the years, it seemed more acceptable. After placing the letter in the crow's foot-operated mailbox, Uzui Tenjin and Rengoku Kaijiro's crows soared high into the sky. At the Tsujikuni mansion, the moment Tsujikuni Yoya received the letter, his body trembled. "My children, you have finally slain an Upper Moon demon." Cough, cough. At this moment, Tsujikuni Yoya's condition was not as severe as in the original timeline, and upon hearing this good news, he was overjoyed, his heart racing with excitement, causing him to cough up blood. His wife, Tsujikuni Kaname, hurriedly helped him sit aside. "Rengoku, Tenjin, Rick, I see. This is an omen, an opportunity to end the 1,000-year conflict." Tsujikuni Yoya said, enduring the pain. "Once an Upper Moon demon is killed, it will cause a chain reaction, and there may even be a chance to end the fight against demons. This is the prophecy left by the priest." He never expected to witness the omen that countless ancestors have been waiting for in his generation. Tsujikuni Yoya clutched the letter tightly. If the contents were true, Rick was the person they had been waiting for. The letter flew like snowflakes from the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters to various places, and the news of slaying the Upper Moon demon rapidly spread throughout the Demon Slayer Corps, greatly boosting everyone's morale and confidence. Besides Uzui Tenjin and Rengoku Kaijiro, Rick's name also reached everyone's ears. having participated in 2 slayings of lower moon demons and 1 upper moon demon. This achievement was more impressive than that of ordinary Hashira. Especially the fact that he completed the battle against Daki without taking any damage left everyone astonished. At the Butterfly Mansion, a crow landed on Shinobu Kocho's shoulder. She took out the letter from its foot and read it quickly. After finishing the letter, Shinobu's expression was complicated. She didn't know what to say. The rookie's first mission was against Lower Moon 4 and Upper Moon 6. Why does that boy always encounter dangerous situations, even seeking them out? I hope he doesn't get hurt, Shinobu thought to herself. Meanwhile, in a deep mountain, 2 figures moved like lightning, swiftly slaying the evil demons. In less than half an hour, over 100 demons in the mountains were completely wiped out. Kanroji Mitsuri wiped the sweat from her forehead, revealing a satisfied smile. Finally accomplished. With some free time, she finally had a chance to read the letter she had just received. Her smile grew even brighter as she waved the letter. Mr. Iguro, it's good news. Mr. Rengoku and Mr. Yuzui have slain an Upper Moon demon, Upper Moon 6. Iguro Abanai glanced back at her. He had already read the letter and muttered repeatedly, just Upper Moon 6, the weakest Upper Moon, and it took 2 Hashira. The weakest Upper Moon. A hint of envy was hidden deep in Iguro Abanai's eyes. Why couldn't he encounter such a situation? Kanroji Mitsuri giggled. She had long since gotten used to Mr. Iguro's sharp tongue. No one died is the best outcome. Tomioka Ju read the letter and casually set it aside, looking up at the clouds in the sky. What shape is that cloud? Why is it like this? As long as everything is safe, Namu Amida, Butsu. Kanroji Mitsuri pressed her hands together, tears flowing from her eyes. Tomioka Ju had a blank expression. No one could tell what he was thinking from his face. Shinazugawa Sanemi crushed the letter in his large hand, his gaze cold. He knew very well the abilities of Yuzui Tenjin and Rengoku Kaijuro, so slaying an Upper Moon demon was understandable. Rick, it seems this is the next Hashira. Let me confirm their strength at the meeting. Mitsuri Kanroji sneered, saying that allowing someone with insufficient strength to become Hashira would only harm others and oneself. Chapter 30. Cater to their preferences. Tokyo, Asakusa, Tamayo's residence. Rick's crow landed by Shai's window, flapping its wings to attract the attention of the 2. A letter. My lord Shai, it's that guy's crow. Yusher Lang recognized it at a glance. Shai's gaze shifted, and she stepped forward to take the letter tube from the crow's foot. Upon opening it, she found a syringe filled with blood and a short letter. Upper Moon 6, Jutaro. It contained just a brief sentence. Yet it caused an indescribable shock to appear on Shai and Yusher Lang's faces. Impossible, that guy wouldn't casually use a demon's blood to fool us, would he? Yusher Lang said in disbelief. So fast, it's only been a few days. No, he succeeded. Shai picked up the syringe, examining the blood inside. It was dark red and vibrant, bubbling like boiling water, undoubtedly blood from a very powerful demon. Infinity Castle. Akaza heard a crisp string sound near his ear, and as his vision blurred, he found himself in a strange and unpredictable special space, upside down with endless roads. Infinity Castle, Akaza murmured, realizing they'd been forcibly pulled into Infinity Castle. He could faintly sense the anger in that lord's heart. What happened? Could it be that an Upper Moon demon had been killed? Akaza quickly reacted, his pupils widening. Lord Akaza, hello, hello. A disgusting voice came from nearby. Akaza turned to see Upper Moon 5, Gyako, hiding in a pot, boasting of being an artist. 111 years ago, we were called together again. Such an ominous number, came a timid voice from the corner. Upper Moon 4, Tengu. A clean white hand reached out from the darkness, resting on Akaza's shoulder. Lord Akaza, long time no see, said Upper Moon 2, Doma, with a smile. Bang! Akaza's forehead bulged with veins, disgusted. Don't touch me. He slapped back, the powerful force shattering half of Doma's head, blood splattering. Doma's face gradually restored. Unconcerned, Lord Akaza's temperament is still so irritable. Akaza shot him a cold glance and questioned the one controlling Infinity Castle, Nakheim, who died. Nakheim did not answer him. Akaza's gaze quickly searched the surroundings, not seeing Upper Moon 1 or Upper Moon 6. Jutaro and Daki are dead. A cold, indifferent voice rang out, instantly changing the expressions of the Upper Moon demons present, as a shadow appeared behind a screen. Doma smiled. I'm really sorry. Jutaro was recommended by me. How should I apologize to you? Apologize? Your apology means nothing to me. The figure hidden behind the curtain said coldly. Then, the figure continued. The Hashira family has not been exterminated, and the blue spider lily has not been found. I have no expectations of you. The indifferent, calm voice suppressed the anger, making the air in infinity castle-heavy, as if a great mountain pressed down on the shoulders of the upper moon demons. Bang, bang, bang. Under this oppressive force, the skin cracked like a tortoise shell, blood bursting forth, filling the air with a blood mist. What should have been a painful punishment, Gyako's face turned crimson, excited. This is the Lord's pressure, so wonderful. Subarashi. Hantenga was so scared he hid under the table. Doma remained emotionless. No matter how angry or dissatisfied Muzan Kibutsuji appeared, he felt nothing, like a carefree person still chuckling. Only Akaza resisted the incoming pressure, a dull sound coming from within his body, bones and organs shattering, blood flowing from all 7 orifices. Drenched in blood. The next mission, even if it means death, is to find the person wearing the Nichiren earrings. Do not kill him. I will go personally. Muzan Kibutsuji's voice came through. Yes, Butterfly Mansion. Uzui Tenjin and Rengoku Kyujuru were seriously injured, and Rick escorted them all the way to the Butterfly Mansion. The antidote, gifted by Shai, alleviated some of the toxins, while the remaining toxins could only be treated with the medicine prepared by Shinobu Kocho and through slow recuperation. After a busy day, Shinobu finally had time to sit down and enjoy a cup of tea. Rick smiled and said, "You worked hard." "No, it's nothing compared to you." Butterfly, Shinobu shook her head with a smile. Seeing the serious injuries on Uzui Tenjin and Rengoku Kyujuro, she could already imagine how difficult that battle had been. After speaking, Butterfly Shinobu looked at Rick with a strange expression. 2 Ashira were hanging by a thread, while Rick had hardly been injured. It was truly unbelievable. If she hadn't seen Rick's performance in the Wisteria Mountain, she might have almost thought he was slacking off on the battlefield. "This is for you." Rick took out a wooden box and handed it over, containing research materials extorted from Tamayo and 2 bottles of poison. Butterfly, Shinobu glanced at the wooden box, tilting her head slightly. "Mr. Rick, our relationship shouldn't be good enough for gift-giving yet." Rick innocently blinked his eyes and looked at her with a confused expression. "What are you talking about?" He then opened the wooden box, revealing a notebook and 2 bottles of eerie purple poison inside. Butterfly Shinobu looked down and realized that it was not the accessory she had expected. She had completely misunderstood. For a moment, she felt a deep sense of shame, with 2 blushes rising to her cheeks, realizing she had been too self-assured. As she flipped open the notebook and scanned its contents quickly, the shyness on Butterfly Shinobu's face vanished without a trace, and she asked Rick earnestly and urgently, "Rick, where did you get these things?" "I got them from a demon's hand before I met Mr. Hell," Rick replied. "What about the demon?" Butterfly Shinobu blurted out, but as soon as she spoke, she realized that an encounter between a demon slayer and a demon could only end in one way. This information was meticulously detailed in its research on demons. Clearly the work of a knowledgeable and meticulous master, and it couldn't possibly have been written by those brutal and vicious demons. The demon must have killed that master and taken the information, and Rick just happened to encounter that demon and obtain the information from him. Imagining a series of events, and thinking that this was the master's legacy, Butterfly Shinobu felt the weight of the information in her hands grow heavier. Sigh. Butterfly Shinobu let out a sigh. With that master's abilities, if he could have been recruited by the Demon Slayer Corps, it would have greatly aided the efforts to eradicate the evil demons. "Mr. Rick, this information is very important to the Demon Slayer Corps. Thank you so much." Butterfly Shinobu expressed her gratitude, relieved that Rick had intercepted it. This information could only play its greatest role in the hands of the Demon Slayer Corps. Rick smiled faintly and said, "As long as you like it." Seeing Rick's sunny smile and the fleeting smugness in his eyes, Butterfly Shinobi looked at the information in her hand again and seemed to understand something. She glared at Rick fiercely. Chapter 31. The Ice Mountain That Is Hard to Melt. Sigh. Butterfly Shinobi's expression was helpless as she rested her jade hand on her forehead. Rick smiled slightly and said, "I just want to express my gratitude, and in the future, when I get injured in battle, I'll need your help with treatment. As a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, providing you with treatment is my duty." Shinobu turned her gaze away from Rick, not looking at him, and muttered softly, "Now you know to find me, but weren't you having a great time in the entertainment district?" Rick's mouth twitched at the corners. Was he angry? This was a misunderstanding. And that was because Daki was hiding. Rick was explaining, but his voice suddenly stopped as he noticed the smile on Butterfly Shinobu's lips, which was completely different from her usual expression. Butterfly Shinobu smiled, looking at him with an amused gaze. Rick recalled that Butterfly Ninja had a cunning personality, and at that moment, his flustered explanation only played into her hands. Rick changed the subject and said casually, "I'm still man. It's not a big deal to occasionally go to places like that." Annoyed, Butterfly Shinobu's expression showed her dissatisfaction, daring to go to the red light district before even reaching adulthood. She reached out to smack Rick on the head. Rick didn't dodge. With the strength of Butterfly Shinobu, even if he was hit, it wouldn't hurt much. Sure enough, Butterfly Shinobu's small hand came down, and Rick felt no pain at all. It felt more like a gentle caress. You're not hurt. That's great. A maternal softness appeared on Butterfly Shinobu's face. Rick fell silent, sensing something was off. Suddenly, like a magician, the butterfly ninja pulled out 2 letters with a swift motion and said, "Here you go, Rick. These are the letters that Lore Master asked me to pass on to you." Rick took over 2 letters, signed by Hachisuka Yoza and Mishima Makio, respectively. "Take your time to read them. I'll go check on Mr. Z and Mr. Rengoku," Shinobu Kocho said with a smile, turning to leave, moving as gracefully as a butterfly, without a hint of hesitation, and leaving Rick with a meaningful glance. It wasn't until Shinobu's figure disappeared down the hallway that Rick withdrew his gaze, feeling a strange unease lodged in his throat. Rick first opened the letter from Akihiko Arakawa. "Rick, it's been 2 months since we last met. I don't know how you've been. I've learned about your situation from Mr. Siwalang, Chuyi, and Ichika. First of all, let me congratulate you on becoming a swordsman who can stand on your own. Shinobu's parents were killed by demons long ago, and her sister, Kane Kocho, encountered Upper Moon 2 during a mission. Shinobu harbors a deep hatred for demons, to the point of obsession, with a tendency towards self-destruction, believing that as long as she can kill demons, it doesn't matter if she sacrifices her own life. However, I don't want her to go down that path. So please save Shinobu's heart." Even from the text, one can feel the gentle charisma of Yoya Shinjiro, with such tender wording that reflects his concern for others. So that's how it is. Rick sighed deeply. He was not unaware of Shinobu Kocho's past, but the letter from Yoya Kamadu finally made him understand that strange truth. Shinobu did not see him as a romantic partner, but rather as someone she cared for in a way that was between friendship and family. After the death of Kane Kocho, Shinobu had closed off her heart. Beneath her gentle and sweet smile lay a towering and impenetrable iceberg. Melting this iceberg was no easy task. Rick couldn't think of a good solution for the time being, so he opened the letter from the old butler, Mikio Misashima. The letter was long, starting with inquiries about Rick's recent situation, and then subtly mentioning the difficulties the family had recently encountered. In summary, it boiled down to one sentence. "The family is in danger. Return quickly." Rick frowned. The situation seemed very complicated. The letter couldn't explain everything in just a few words. But the awkwardness of Mikio Mishima could be felt between the lines. It seemed he had no choice but to go back. He had previously promised Mishima that he would return once a month, but after a month of training in Momoyama, participating in the final selection, and then receiving his first mission, 2 months had already passed. Rick felt a bit guilty, but since Upper Moon 6, Daki and Jitaro had already been taken down, there shouldn't be any tasks assigned to him in the near future. He decided to take a vacation to go home, and Kanroji Yoya would understand. With this resolution, Rick no longer hesitated and returned to the ward to take a look at Yuzui Tenjin and Rengoku Kaijiro. Their situation was more than just poisoning. Upon closer inspection, they had multiple fractures and internal injuries. During the fierce battle, adrenaline had surged through their bodies, and they felt almost no pain. However, once they relaxed, the internal injuries erupted, nearly costing them their lives. Thanks to Shinobu Kocho's treatment, their conditions had stabilized, and with about 2 months of rest, they would be back to full strength, their physical resilience far surpassing that of ordinary people. Rick did not see the figure of Butterfly Shinobu and thought it was a pity. He greeted Kanzaki Aoi and then left the Butterfly Mansion, heading home. As Rick was leaving, Butterfly Shinobu was in the pharmacy on the 2nd floor. She opened the curtains and stared blankly at Rick walking toward the front door, his gradually fading figure, murmuring, "Rick, I hope you don't think too much." After a day and night of travel, Rick finally returned to his own mansion. As soon as he stepped through the door, he could sense a noticeable change. The servants in the mansion looked flustered, and even upon seeing him, they did not show the usual respect. They just hurriedly greeted him and quickly left. Rick's brow furrowed tighter, indicating that the situation was worse than he had anticipated. When Rick walked into the hall and saw the old butler, Makifu Nishima, he almost thought he had mistaken the person. The former Makifu Nishima was a typical British noble butler, impeccably dressed, serious, and always maintaining a solemn demeanor while diligently handling each troublesome matter for his master. At that moment, however, Nishima had completely lost his former composure. His clothes were covered in dust, and he emanated a foul odor. having clearly gone over 5 days without cleaning himself. His hair was disheveled, his temples graying, and his lifeless eyes reflected a deep despair. What could have happened in just 2 short months? Upon seeing Rick, Nishima burst into tears and fell to the ground, saying, "Young master, I am so sorry. You should go wash yourself and change your clothes before we talk," Rick said dismissively, waving his hand. Suddenly interrupted in his lament, Nishima's face turned awkward, unsure whether to continue crying or not. Rick knew that he couldn't provoke Mitsuo Mishima at this time, given that old man's stubborn temperament. He estimated that if he scolded him even once, the other party would have thoughts of suicide as an apology, and there would be no way to pull him back. For the sake of his own good life, Rick had to crush the other party's suicidal thoughts in the cradle. Rick's strength has increased tremendously compared to 2 months ago. He effortlessly lifted Mitsuo Mishima with one hand and tossed him into the bathroom, then threw in a set of butler's clothes. Half an hour later, a refreshed Mitsuo Mishima appeared before Rick. However, the worry in his eyes showed no signs of diminishing. Chapter 32. Family Crisis. Mitsuo Mishima brewed a steaming cup of black tea and placed it in front of Rick, then stood before him like a sinner, waiting for Rick's judgment. Rick sat down, took a sip of red tea, and said, "Go ahead, what exactly happened?" "Yes." Mikio Mishima did not dare to hide anything and recounted the events in detail, without holding anything back. The Rick family is in the grain business, signing agreements with a large number of farmers outside the city to purchase grain from them, and then selling it in the city. During this period, grain prices have been continuously rising, a trend more terrifying than ordinary people imagine. In less than a month, grain prices nearly multiplied tenfold, as if an invisible hand was manipulating things behind the scenes. The essence of doing business is to buy low and sell high to make a profit. Mitsuo Mito saw an opportunity, buying a large amount of grain and waiting for the prices to peak before selling it off for a substantial profit. Then an unexpected event occurred. After Mitsuo Mito bought a large quantity of grain, instead of decreasing, the supply in the market continued to surge, causing grain prices to plummet. The grain in Mitsuo Mito's hands either had to be sold at a low price or would rot, resulting in significant losses for the Rick family regardless of the outcome. Rick remembered that the day before he left home, Mikio Mishima had reported to him and suggested that they should open more rice shops. However, at that time, he was solely focused on signing in at Momoyama and didn't take it to heart. "I am very sorry, young master. My reckless behavior has caused the family immense losses. Please allow me to commit suicide to atone for my sins," Mikio Mishima said with a pained expression. For the past few days, he had been living in guilt and regret. "Wait." Rick's hand rested on the table, his fingers lightly tapping the surface as he stared at Mr. Mishima with a skeptical gaze. "Mr. Mishima, would you really risk all your family's cash flow to buy food in your style?" Mr. Mishima's eyes widened, and with Rick's prompt, he suddenly came to his senses. He wasn't a young man full of vigor. How could he put all his cash into the market? Participating in this grain frenzy could indeed lead to a big profit, doubling the family's assets. But given Mr. Mishima's cautious and prudent nature, he would likely open several rice shops for a small profit rather than gamble the entire family's fate. If Rick's family were a bus full of passengers, Mr. Mishima would be a mature and steady driver, diligently and meticulously ensuring the safety of everyone on board as he navigated every turn. Mr. Mishima knelt on the ground, feeling dizzy. He couldn't understand why he had made such a decision. Rick said coldly, "Mr. Mishima, look at me." Rick's reprimand made Mishima Makoto shudder all over. He instinctively raised his head to look at Rick, locking eyes with those blood-red eyes. Sharingan Genjutsu. Rick's eyes turned blood-red, and a blood-colored Magatama appeared, pouring overwhelming power into Mitsushima Makofu's mind. In Mitsushima Makofu's inner world, a towering dark red tree took root, emitting a disturbing and nauseating aura. A hint of killing intent flashed in Rick's eyes as a Sharingan transformed into a giant axe, wielding a power akin to that of opening up the world, and struck down, splitting the large tree in half. Boom! The dark red tree fell, gradually dissipating. Mitsushima Makoto shivered all over, his mind cleared, and his spirit lifted. He looked at his hands in disbelief and asked, "Young master, what happened to me?" "It was a blood demon technique. Someone used a sinister ability to influence your judgment," Rick said coldly. If it were a normal business competition, even if the family went bankrupt, Rick wouldn't say much. But resorting to such despicable means ignited Rick's fury, and his killing intent surged. No matter who the demon was, he would find them, cut off their head, and make them understand what despair truly is. Fortunately, Mitsushima Makoto maintained a shred of rationality and, unable to find Rick, delivered the letter to Arakawa Zai and then passed it on to Rick. Have you investigated who was behind this grain crisis? Rick asked. Recently, there have been no natural disasters or man-made calamities. The surge in grain prices must be manipulated. After breaking the blood demon technique in his mind, the timid expression on Mitsushima Makoto's face completely vanished, returning to that of a loyal and capable old butler. Mitsushima Makoto said steadily, "Young master, I checked right away. It was the Tenji family." Was the Tenji family? Rick frowned. Upon mentioning this, Rick noticed Mitsushima Makoto's gaze became somewhat strange, with a hint of resentment. Rick simply blinked, and some fragments of memory surfaced in his mind, his expression becoming strange. In a sense, this black pot should be carried by him. The Tianqing family is another prominent family in this small town, and the current leader of this family is Tianqing Yuxiko, the original owner's former fiancée, E. They were betrothed since childhood. But after the original owner's parents passed away 2 years ago, he fell into despair and self-destruction. A year ago, when Tianqing Yuxiko personally came to discuss the wedding, the original owner rudely rejected her and wrote a letter of divorce to humiliate her. Good news doesn't travel far, but bad news spreads like wildfire. In this relatively conservative era, such a disgrace is enough to ruin one's social life, and one would be pointed at when going out. If it were Rick, he might even have thoughts of murder. However, the original owner didn't care. Tianqing Yuxiko was not a core member of the Tianqing family and wouldn't inherit its power in the future, so even if she hated him, there was nothing she could do. The change occurred half a year ago when Tianqing Yuxiko seemed to become a different person, helping her family solve several difficult problems. And her status climbed rapidly. 3 months ago, the patriarch of the Tianqing family suddenly died, and Tianqing Yuxiko suppressed many elders to become the new leader. From an obscure side branch, she rose to the position of patriarch as a woman, a true example of a comeback. 30 years of River East, 30 years of River West. Do not underestimate a girl in poverty. Rick seemed to hear a deafening voice in his ear. Oh no, I've become Nalen Yinran. From some clues, it could be guessed that this was a commercial trap targeting the Rick family. The Tianqing family imported a large amount of grain from abroad to hoard, then purchased grain locally to create a false impression of grain shortage, luring Mitsuo Shima into the trap. After Mitsuo Shima spent all his cash, the Tianqing family began to sell the grain in their granary, not only making a profit, but also severely tricking Mitsuo Shima. The purpose should be Tianqing Yuxiko's revenge. The problem lies in that blood demon technique. Without the influence of the blood demon technique, the steady Mitsuo Shima would not have been tricked. Mitsuo Shima said with a darkened face, "Young master, Tianqing Yuxiko is very likely a ghost. Since half a year ago, no one has seen her during the day." After Rick left for 5 days, due to business cooperation, Mitsuo Shima met Tianqing Yuxiko once, and the blood demon technique must have been cast at that time. Chapter 33, Making a Lighter. Nonsense, did you need to say that? Rick glanced at him, realizing that there were no miraculous encounters. A person's life trajectory wouldn't suddenly take a 180-degree turn. Young master, let's notify the Demon Slayer Corps, Mitsushima Makafumi said, believing that if the demon hunters killed Asakusa Yukiko, he could recover 60 of the family's losses. Rick keenly sensed the murderous intent deep in Mishima Makio's eyes. This old man was indeed ruthless. He immediately thought of a solution, directly flipping the table and killing. "Norus," Rick confidently said. "Isn't she trying to play a business game? Then let's play along with her." After he left, Yukiko Amagi could easily kill Makoto Mishima and bring the Rick family to ruin. However, Yukiko Amagi did not do that. Instead, she carefully plotted to bring down the Rick family through business warfare. If Rick was not mistaken, by the time his family went bankrupt and he was left destitute on the streets, Yukiko Amagi would come to humiliate him, avenging that great humiliation. "Give me half a day," Rick said, then returned to his room with drawing paper, pencils, and other tools. The family's cash was running low, with only a pile of unsellable grain left in the barn. In the grain industry, he had completely failed and could not compete with the opponent. But he could switch to a different field. As a transmigrator, besides the golden finger sign-in system, the knowledge from his previous life was also a precious treasure. He planned to come up with products that did not belong to this era. He would make inventions. He wasn't afraid of lacking culture, just of not having a big imagination. In the aerospace field, he certainly couldn't manage complex things like lithography machines, but he was confident about creating some small, everyday gadgets. What he wanted to manufacture was a lighter, Since electrical technology had not fully developed yet, he aimed to create a flint and steel lighter. This type of lighter consists of two parts: the ignition mechanism and the gas storage chamber. The ignition mechanism is a special steel wheel with teeth on its outer edge, with the flint pressed against the steel wheel by a spring. When operated, friction from the steel will heat it up, generating sparks that ignite the gas released from the storage chamber. This lighter may not operate as smoothly as others, but it produces more sparks and has a higher ignition rate. Rick excitedly sketched the structure of the flint wheel lighter and the materials needed. After 5 hours, Rick finally completed the drawings and handed them over to Mitsuo Misashima, saying, "Get some money out and start production immediately." The manufacturing of the flint wheel lighter is not complicated. The materials required are only a steel wheel, springs, fuel, flint, a gas reservoir, and some small parts. It can be easily produced in this era. Mitsuo Misashima received the drawings and looked at the lighter Rick had illustrated, recalling a recent rumor about a small, convenient ignition device emerging in Europe. Could this be the rumored ignition device? Mitsuo Misashima exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Rick nodded. The lighter appeared in the early 20th century, and the specific inventor cannot be determined. Its invention and improvement is a gradually evolving process involving the contributions and innovations of many people. This small lighter is the result of countless people's wisdom. There should already be small lighters in Europe, but they haven't reached the islands yet. Rick's product will surely capture the vast market of the islands. In this era without induction cookers, every household needs to make fire for cooking. You sell food, I sell lighters. Everyone has a bright future. Mitsuo Misashima, who had been engaged in business for years, instantly understood the value of this little gadget. It could help them turn the situation around. Incredible. Mitsuo Misashima's face lit up with excitement as he marveled. What on earth has the young master experienced in the 2 months he has been away? Professional level drawing skills and the technology for the ignition device. Young master, give me 2 days and I can produce the first batch of lighters. Mitsuo Misashima hurriedly ran out to procure equipment with the last of his funds. Rick smiled. With the knowledge from his past life and the wealth of this family, it wouldn't be difficult for Rick to become a top billionaire in this world. But higher peaks lay ahead, and merely being a world billionaire clearly couldn't satisfy him. While Mitsushima Makio was fiddling with a lighter, Rick was busy training. The battle in the Pleasure District exposed his problem: insufficient strength. The ability to slay Daki was entirely due to the power of the exploding Fong, which forced Daki to flee in all directions. Currently, he possessed 4 abilities: Thunder Breathing, Sharingan, Conqueror's Haki, and Exploding Fong. The demonic power contained in the exploding Fong was terrifying. When fully unleashed, a simple swing could annihilate thousands of demons, but it would also inflict heavy damage on himself. And Rick could currently only unleash 10% of that demonic power. The method to enhance Conqueror's Haki should involve continuously battling strong enemies. After multiple battles, Rick could feel a noticeable improvement in his Haki. The Sharingan was the ability Rick least wanted to enhance, as its improvement often came with death. Therefore, Rick focused on Thunder Breathing. It was shameful to say that as a swordsman who had slain an upper moon demon, he hadn't even reached the constant state of breathing technique. The constant state allows one to maintain full concentration even in sleep, and mastering it is the minimum requirement to approach Hashira level strength. To reach Hashira level, one also needs to comprehend a special technique or secret art, such as Kaijiro Rengoku's secret art, Flame, or Tenjin Yuzui's rhythm. However, there are exceptions. For example, Shinobu Kocho didn't become a Hashira through a secret level sword technique, but by mastering pharmacology and creating poisons capable of killing lower moon demons. Rick subtly adjusted his breathing, trying to keep himself in a state of total concentration. At first, it didn't go well. Every time Rick entered this state, a fine current of electricity would surge through him, crackling, and his stamina would quickly deplete. As time passed, Rick gradually mastered some techniques to forget about the breathing method, allowing this habit to become ingrained in his bones and transform into instinct. He didn't want to consciously think about it, just like eating and drinking to satisfy his physiological needs. In the early hours of the 3rd day, Rick woke up from his dreams, and it felt as if a spark of electricity flashed deep within his eyes. He had succeeded. Rick murmured that even in a state of sleep, he could maintain complete concentration, undoubtedly reaching the realm of constant presence. The essence of breathing techniques lies in inhaling air to strengthen the body, and the state of constant presence means he is always in this state of bodily enhancement. Rick swung his fist forward, and a faint sound of a sonic boom echoed in the air. He was very satisfied. His physical fitness had improved to a new level. In the past, this kind of state only occurred at the moment of unleashing a sword technique, but now it had become a regular basic attack. Close to noon, Mitsuo Misashima appeared in front of Rick with an excited expression, presenting a lighter with both hands. "Young master, please take a look. This is the finished product." Rick picked it up and examined it. It was the kind of lighter that used to cost 1 yuan at the convenience store in his previous life. He placed his thumb on the steel wheel, slid it down, and the steel wool scraped against the flint, producing a spark that ignited the gas that was sprayed out. A flame the size of a pinky finger rose up. Chapter 34. Great success. Rick smiled slightly. In this era, only prominent families would use tools to preserve fire, while ordinary households would spend a long time striking 2 flint stones to start a fire and could easily get injured in the process. A lighter would surely sell well. "Young master, what do you think this ignition device should be priced at?" asked Mitsushima Makio. Rick glanced at Mitsushima Makio in surprise, wondering why he would ask him about such a trivial matter. When he saw the smile in Mitsushima's eyes, Rick understood that this was a test for him. Rick replied, "Free giveaway." A hint of surprise flashed in Mishima Makio's eyes. This answer was far beyond his expectations. "You weren't thinking of selling it for a high price and making a big profit, were you?" Rick looked at Mishima Makio. "Young master, you are wise and powerful." Mishima Makio, having his thoughts exposed, showed no shame and smiled in response. Rick shook his head and said, "Any new thing must go through a gradual process and gain people's recognition to be a profitable venture. The public has never seen something like a lighter before. If the price is set too high right away, no one will want to buy it. The production cost of a lighter is not high, so why not give them away for free? Don't forget, the fuel inside the lighter will run out, and once people get used to the convenience it brings, they won't want to strike 2 flints together anymore. They will definitely choose to buy another lighter." Rick asked, "How is it?" "Full marks," Mitsuo Mikio said emotionally. He wanted to turn the lighter into a high-end product to sell to the upper-class nobility, making a quick profit to recover funds. But Rick had a longer-term vision. The structure of the flint and steel wheel lighter was not complicated. Any skilled craftsman could easily replicate it with just a glance. Rick and Mitsushima Makio predicted that once lighters became popular, countless imitations would emerge. If they insisted on sticking to a high-end route, they would only be driven out of the market by those high-cost performance counterfeit lighters. They needed to quickly recoup their funds, create an industrial chain, and manufacture more affordable and quality lighters. Selling them cheaper than the counterfeits while ensuring better quality was the best way to eliminate the fakes. Only after monopolizing the market and gaining pricing power would they be able to make a substantial profit. Mitsushima Makio looked at Rick with admiration. He was indeed from Europe. As the sun rose high, the rice shops on the streets opened for business. After the recent grain crisis, everyone was reluctant to spend and only wanted to buy grain to store, putting smiles on the faces of many rice shop owners. They looked with glee at a rice shop not far away, which belonged to the Rick family. Mitsushima Makio had frantically bought grain, only to be swindled by the Tenjo family, leaving him with nothing. They had not participated in that turmoil. Instead, the Tenjo family and Mitsushima Makio raised the rice prices, allowing them to make a small profit. Their eyes then shifted to another rice shop, revealing a mix of awe and jealousy. That was the rice shop of the Tenjo family. The price of rice was already under the control of the Tenjo family. When the Tenjo family lowered prices, others had to follow suit, or else they wouldn't be able to sell their stock and would be left with unsold goods. But that is how people often are. Watching others make money is often more painful than losing money themselves. Prices dropped again, with rice now at 30 coins per pound, and buying 10 pounds came with a free lighter. At that moment, 2 workers came out of the Rick family's rice shop, standing on the street and loudly promoting their goods, their voices carrying for hundreds of meters. They quickly attracted a lot of attention. One worker took out a flint wool lighter, placed his thumb on the wheel, slid it down, and with a crackling sound, a flame burst forth, causing those around to step back in shock. "Ha! Don't be afraid, everyone. This is a lighter, a foreign gadget for starting fires." The worker laughed, demonstrating it several times. Once assured that the little device was not dangerous, people gathered around, their expressions filled with astonishment. "What is this thing? Just a slide of the finger and flames appear. This is so much more efficient than flint. Brothers, come over quickly. This little gadget is amazing. Just a flick of the finger and you can start a fire, cook food. Every household needs one. Don't miss out." Surprised voices echoed throughout the crowd as the Rick family's rice shop quickly became packed. Everyone was curious about the gadget called a lighter. Upon realizing its function, people quickly took out their coins to buy rice. The rice at 30 coins per pound was priced similarly to other shops, and buying 10 pounds came with a free lighter. The owners of the other rice shops were left dumbfounded, watching helplessly as their customers walked away. Rick and Mitsushima Makio sat in a tea house across the street, watching the crowd at the rice shop, both wearing smiles on their faces. Demonstrating the use of a lighter in public, then finding a few accomplices to shout a few lines in the crowd. The effect was surprisingly good. People have a herd mentality. The Tenkai family, in a dimly lit bedroom. "How's the situation today?" asked the figure hidden behind the screen, her pleasant voice revealing that she was in a good mood. Soon, she would see Rick, who was begging on the street, and humiliate him from her superior position, just as he had done to her before. The butler outside expressed his concern. "Miss, something's not right." Mitsushima Makio somehow got a little gadget called a lighter, and many people are rushing over to buy rice, while our rice shop is deserted. The figure frowned. "What did you say?" "Miss, look." The butler handed in a lighter, which he had someone buy. The figure picked up the lighter, slid her thumb, and a small flame ignited. "Oomph." Tenkai Yukiko immediately realized the value of this item, snorted, and asked, "Can we replicate this thing? We should get one too." They have already applied for a patent, so it might not be possible, the butler sighed. After applying for a patent, intellectual property is protected. They can secretly make some replicas to sell, but they can't bring it to the surface. If we can't compete directly, the profit from replicating the lighter is meaningless to the Tenkai family. Damn it. Tenkai Yukiko angrily smashed the lighter. When importing grain from abroad, she had heard about this little gadget from some Europeans. She never expected that her meticulous plans would be ruined because of this small item. "Rick is back," Tenkai Yukiko said coldly. If Mitsushima Makio had such a product, he would have brought out long ago, not waiting until now. In just 3 days, countless people had broken down the door of the rice shop, and the grain purchased by Mitsushima Makio was completely sold out. The rice and a lighter were bundled for sale. Even if Rick's rice was a bit more expensive, people were willing to accept it. Or rather, they were there to buy the lighter, with the 10 pounds of rice being just a bonus. Chapter 35. The Waning Moon's Fourth Night. In the quiet of the night, the bright moon hung in the sky, and a petite figure flashed quickly by. Hearing people on the street enthusiastically discussing the wonders of the lighter, Tenkai Yukiko's silver teeth nearly crunched down, her sharp nails digging into the flesh of her palm. "Rick, it's only you. I must kill you." Tenkai Yukiko's eyes were filled with hatred. Rick's mansion. Rick and Mitsushima Makio counted that all the grain piled high in the barn had been sold, recovering a significant amount of losses. Although there were still some losses, it was far from being a crippling situation. After the rice sold out, Rick started a hunger marketing strategy, deliberately claiming that only a limited number of lighters were available each day. In reality, no matter how many orders there were, they would still fulfill them. The public, fearing they wouldn't be able to buy one, lined up to give Rick money, and the profits from the lighters continued to rise. Mitsushima Makio was smiling like a flower. And at this rate, doubling the family fortune was just a matter of time, and they could even become one of the top wealthy families in the island nation. Rick was also very satisfied. Although it was his original self who caused the trouble, he didn't want Yukiko Amajirai to have the upper hand over him. Next, it was a matter of seeing how the other party would make their move. "I'm going to rest now." Rick waved his hand and turned to walk towards the staircase to the second floor. "Young master, please take your time," Mitsushima Makoto said respectfully, a look of relief appearing in his eyes. He always believed that the young master's insight and intelligence were rare in the world, and he had faith that he would bounce back. Rick walked up to the second floor, just about to return to his room, when suddenly, a wisp of eerie white mist emerged from the cracks in the corridor. Faster than he imagined. Was he really that impatient? Rick felt somewhat bored. He thought that Amano Yukiko still had other strategies up her sleeve. He didn't expect the business game to end like this. Upon reflection, the fact that the opponent used blood magic to influence Mikio Mishima's mind indicated that Amano Yukiko wasn't entirely focused on playing the business game. It was more about her hatred towards him. The white mist gathered in one place, forming a beautiful figure. As the moonlight streamed in through the window, Rick clearly saw the other person's face. She wore a magnificent blue kimono, her features exquisite as if painted, her skin smooth and delicate. Her long hair was tied with a light purple satin ribbon, surrounded by white mist, exuding a faint aura of pressure. Her eyes were a light blue, like two brilliant gems, inscribed with the characters for the waning moon. Rick's gaze shifted. He and the Hashira Kaijiro Rengoku had killed the lower moon for Nakime, which unexpectedly allowed Amakusa Yukiko to become the new Lower Moon 4. Rick. Amakusa Yukiko stared coldly at Rick. Rick felt a bit awkward. After all, the annulment of the engagement was something the original body owed to Amaki Yuki. Should I say long time no see? Rick cautiously asked. Amaki Yuki's face was as cold as frost, and the faint white mist emanated a piercing chill. Frost gradually began to form on the floor, walls, and ceiling. The hard ice quickly spread, rushing towards Rick. Rick's face darkened as he waved his hand, his robe billowing, revealing the sunwheel blade and the exploding tooth strapped to his belt. First form, Thunderclap. Rick drew the sunwheel blade, having entered the constant state. He was in a state of complete concentration at every moment. He took a step forward, and with a roar of thunder, an explosion erupted instantly. Boom! Rick's figure surged forward like thunder, shattering the solid ice in front of him, dispersing the thick, icy mist. In an instant, he reached Amakusa Yukiko, swinging his blade towards her neck with unparalleled speed. Amakusa Yukiko's eyes widened in shock, so fast. At a critical moment, she tilted her head back, and the edge of the sunwheel blade nearly grazed her face. Boom! Rick delivered a whip kick that struck Akiyama Yoko right in the waist, sending her flying with tremendous force, crashing through a nearby window and soaring out. Immediately after, Rick jumped out of the window. The two landed in the spacious yard outside the mansion. Akiyama Yoko looked at Rick with a surprised expression, impressed by his strength, which was far greater than any demon hunter she had encountered before. Rick asked, "Should I call you Amachi Yuzuko, or do you have another name?" Amachi Yuzuko coldly replied, "Lower Moon 4. Tenki, how could a scum like you become a demon slayer? Those people in the Demon Slayer Corps must be blind." Hearing this, Rick smirked, unable to argue back, as the original's character was indeed not very good. Amachi Yuzuko spoke with an arrogant tone. "Don't worry, your good days are over. Lower Moon demons are not something a newbie like you can handle." Rick looked disdainful. "Do you think you deserve the position of the Waning Moon? Go to hell." Blood demon technique. Ice needles. Amano Yukiko said, her skin cracked open, bursting into a cloud of blood mist that condensed into countless ice needles shooting out. Shattered tooth. Initial release. Rick pulled out the shattering tooth with his other hand, the blade crackling with lightning as he swung it forward. A magnificent demonic power forming into a thunderous sword light that easily crushed the countless ice needles ahead. The thunderous sword light continued its relentless assault. A strong sense of crisis surged within Amakusa Yukiko. What on earth was that sword? Hearing the commotion, Mitsushima Makoto rushed to the entrance and saw the two fighting fiercely in the open space. Mitsushima Makoto was extremely anxious, realizing that Amakusa Yukiko had transformed into a demon. He wanted to notify the Demon Slayer Corps, but was stopped by Rick. At that moment, he deeply regretted not holding on longer, knowing he could not let the young master be put in danger. Upon closer inspection, Mitsushima Makoto suddenly felt something was off. The young master seemed to be gaining the upper hand. Boom! Amakusa Yukiko instinctively retreated, avoiding the thunderous sword light in front of her. The terrifying sword light tore through the ground, leaving a sword mark over 10 meters long, still crackling with fine currents of electricity. Did I dodge it? Amakusa Yukiko stared blankly at the sword mark ahead, feeling fear of Rick's power and a dread of death. Her face turned pale. She had once sworn never to show even a hint of retreat in front of Rick, vowing to torment this bastard to death. Yet at this moment, she was terrified of Rick's power, and a strong sense of shame surged within her, nearly driving her insane. Amakusa Yukiko's eyes turned blood red, her face twisted in fury. And like a madwoman, she let out a beast-like roar and charged at Rick recklessly, as if she wanted to tear him to shreds. A hint of surprise flashed in Rick's eyes as he witnessed the power of the shattering teeth. Yuki from the Heavenly City was probably the first demon to dare to step forward like this. Bang, bang, bang. The two moved at incredible speed, their figures swiftly darting across the open space, raising thick clouds of dust. Rick's expression was serious. Amakusa Yukiko's strength was slightly weaker than Daki's, but the difference was that Daki was cowardly and incompetent. Seeing him attempt to draw his exploding tooth would cause her to retreat dozens of meters in fear. In contrast, Amakusa Yukiko showed no fear of the exploding tooth, attacking with the intent to strike at his vital points, even disregarding the damage she inflicted upon herself. This reckless fighting style, aiming for mutual destruction and trading life for life, put even greater pressure on Rick. Chapter 36. One slash to exterminate 100 demons in the blink of an eye. Rick and Amakusa Yukiko had exchanged hundreds of blows, leaving countless marks on the open ground. Rick has almost figured out Amakusa Yukiko's blood demon technique, which creates ice mist or ice to attack. The threat isn't significant, as freezing has a delay. Demons cherish their lives more than any creature. They use lies, disguises, and strive to deceive demon hunters to escape from their grasp. However, the Amakusa Yukiko before him seems to lack this awareness. All Rick can feel is her hatred towards him and the murderous intent to tear him apart. Crazy woman. Rick thought to himself that the original body really had committed sins. Blood demon technique. Ice heaven wheel turn. Tianqing Yuxiko grabbed 2 ice spears formed from blood mist with both hands and threw them out, accompanied by a strong sound of breaking wind, piercing straight towards Rick with precision. The sharp, icy glow emitted a bone-chilling coldness, creating a path of solid ice wherever it passed. Fifth form, Heat Realm Thunder, Double Strike. Rick swung the sun wheel blade, releasing 2 high-temperature, lightning-like slashes that shattered the incoming ice spears. The thunderous power easily crushed the solid ice. Aminokawa Yukiko's expression darkened. Rick's ease made her wonder when he had grown to such a level. She had thought that becoming a lower moon demon would allow her to easily crush Rick. But the result was the complete opposite. "Stop, I don't want to kill you," Rick said. It was originally a sin of his past life, and if Aminokawa Yukiko was willing to let go of her grudges, he didn't want to kill her either. Once the antidote was developed later, it could turn Aminokawa Yukiko back into a human. But this statement only angered Aminokawa Yukiko further. Veins bulged on her forehead as she coldly said, "As if you could kill me anytime." Roar. A fierce glint flashed in Aminokawa Yukiko's eyes. Clearly, she alone couldn't kill Rick. With that, a low growl emanated from her mouth, and sound waves spread like a tide, causing chaos in the forest, shattering glass. Her roar lasted a full 30 seconds. Accompanied by a rumbling sound coming from afar, the ground shook. It was the sound of footsteps. This was bad. Rick's heart raced with alarm as he quickly realized she was summoning evil spirits. First form, Thunder Flash. Rick would never just stand by and watch as Aminokawa Yukiko summoned evil spirits. With currents of electricity crackling around her and thunder rumbling as she charged towards her at super speed. Blood demon technique. Ice Fortress. Aminokawa Yukiko slapped her little hand on the ground, and a faint white mist condensed into ice, forming a semicircular fortress that covered her like a large bowl. A defense with no blind spots. Bang! Rick swung the blade with force, the edge of the sun blade penetrating the thick ice wall by nearly half a meter. Yet could not shatter it. The hardness of this ice wall was comparable to steel. Rick glanced at the shattering tooth, thinking it should be able to shatter this ice wall. Just as he hesitated for a moment, a large number of evil spirits appeared, with green faces and sharp fangs, varying in appearance. Some were towering, while others were short but incredibly agile. Blood demon technique. Ice wall spear. The cold voice of Tianqing Yuki echoed. Suddenly, the ice wall in front of him erupted, sharp ice spears shooting out. Rick swung the sun wheel blade, shattering the incoming ice spears. But the solid ice continued to extend more ice spears, seeming endless, like a porcupine. Rick looked helpless and took a step back. The ice wall melted, and Amachi Yuki stepped out. Over 100 evil spirits stood behind her. These evil spirits were far stronger than those in the final selection. Their auras were completely different, and even the weakest among them had at least consumed 30 people. A sinister smile appeared on Amachi Yuki's face as she summoned the spirits within 100 miles. Even if it took time, she could exhaust Rick to death. Mishima Makio had never seen so many evil spirits and turned pale with fear, regretting it deeply. Amachi Yuki coldly said, "Whoever kills this guy, I will give them the position of the lower moon for." Upon hearing this, greed exploded in the eyes of the 100 demons. The 12 Kazuki were their coveted existence, symbolizing immense power and noble status. "Get away. That little brat is mine." "Nonsense. I was here first." The 100 demons rushed towards Rick, shaking the ground with the momentum of 1,000 troops. Rick's expression was cold. Since Tianqing Yuxiko insisted on seeking death, he would not be blamed. Sheathing the sunwheel blade, Rick gripped the explosive Fong with both hands and said in a deep voice, "Explosive Fong intermediate release." A massive demonic power suddenly erupted, and strange waves surged forth. The blade wrapped in violent thunder. With a gentle swing, he unleashed the emerald green thunder sword energy. Boom! The thunder sword energy was unstoppable, leaving behind scorched earth in its wake. The 100 demons widened their eyes, their pupils filled only with the terrifying sword energy before them. Their instincts sensed extreme danger. This sword energy had the power to annihilate them. In an instant, over 100 demons erupted with astonishing speed, frantically fleeing the scene. But it was too late. The sword energy from the explosive Fong engulfed the demons' figures, crushing everything like a bulldozer. Boom! Countless severed limbs fell to the ground. And as they tried to rely on their strong vitality to recover, emerald green electricity erupted again, causing the remaining limbs to explode. The army of evil demons was obliterated in an instant. Tianqing Yuxiko's red lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. One strike, just one strike, had annihilated over 100 demons. What on earth was this? Rick sheathed the shattering tooth, and the intermediate release was about 50% of the demon power. A few evil spirits on the edge were lucky. Only part of their bodies had been touched by the sword energy of the shattering tooth, and they secretly rejoiced that they hadn't charged too far ahead. However, the remaining demons were stunned by Rick's strike, too preoccupied with their escape to remember Yukiko's promise from the Celestial City, wishing only that they had 2 more legs to run faster. Rick glanced at them, but did not pay attention. Being injured by the shattered sword energy was equivalent to a slow death. Alas, Rick shifted his gaze to Yukiko in the Sky City, sighed, and his eyes turned cold. The burden of the medium release of shattering teeth was greater than he had imagined. He would not give the other party a chance to summon evil spirits again. First form, Thunder Flash. Rick drew the Sunwheel Blade, took a swift step forward, and instantly appeared in front of Asakusa Yuki. He swung the Sunwheel Blade, aiming for her neck. Blood Demon Technique. Ice Transformation. Asakusa Yuki had no time to evade and could only grit her teeth to use the Blood Demon Technique, forming a layer of solid ice around her neck to block the blade's edge. 6 strikes. Rick changed direction, accompanied by the roar of thunder, and dashed behind Asakusa Yuki with a flash, the Nichiren blade landing on the back of her neck that wasn't covered by solid ice. A cold gleam flashed as he severed her head. Asakusa Yuki's pupils widened. She had been cut down. Chapter 37. Return to Momoyama in an instant. Hundreds of demons lost their connection. Muzan Kabutsuji, who was playing with chemical apparatus, suddenly lifted his head, a hint of surprise in his eyes. As the progenitor of demons, Muzan's blood can turn humans into demons and control their bodies. If a demon reveals any information about him, their body will deteriorate and self-destruct. In addition, he can read the thoughts of demons, but the farther away he is, the less clear it becomes, only allowing him to sense their general direction and location, yet still able to obtain relevant information for information sharing. At the moment when hundreds of demons were annihilated, Muzan Kabutsuji saw a terrifying flash of lightning sword light in their minds. This meant they were killed by the same person. Muzan stood up, hands braced on the table, veins bulging on his face. When did the Demon Slayer Corps have such a powerful demon hunter? Useless, whether they're lower moons or upper moons. They haven't been able to eliminate the Kamadu family for so many years. They are all useless. What do you take human lives for? Muzan seemed to hear a terrifying voice echoing in his ears. Damn it, not another one, right? That direction go. Muzan coldly commanded the many demons. Find out what happened over there. Who is fighting? Kill him. I lost, damn it. Asakusa Yuki's head fell to the ground, beginning to show signs of dissipating. It seemed she didn't want to show weakness in front of Rick, holding back her tears from falling. Rick walked over and entered the realm of Changzhou. His strength was no longer what it used to be, although Asakusa Yuki was a lower moon demon. She had not been a demon for long and was weaker than other lower moon demons. She was only able to hold on until now thanks to her desperate fighting spirit. To be honest, Rick had several opportunities to behead Asakusa Yuki, but he didn't want to kill her. After locking eyes with Asakusa Yuki for a few seconds, Rick spoke first and asked, "Who turned you into a demon?" As a person approaches death, their words become kind. Asakusa Yuki forced a smile and replied, "Upper Moon 2. You need to be careful. He's not as easy to deal with as I am." Rick said softly, "I understand." Faced with Rick's complicated gaze, Amachi Yukiko's expression could no longer hold back. "Don't look at me with those pitiful eyes. I have never regretted it." Amachi Yukiko's voice, which began with anger, gradually carried a hint of sobbing. She didn't want to die. She was shackled by the bonds of marriage before she was even born, taught from a young age to be a virtuous wife and mother, as if her existence was solely to be Rick's wife. That day a year ago, her life was completely destroyed. A divorce letter turned her into the target of ridicule. Abandoned by her family, and even her parents despised her to the extreme. Destitute, and preparing to commit suicide, she encountered the upper moon too, Doma, who seemed to take a liking to her, sharing his blood with her and turning her into a demon, with the power to control her own fate. The first target of Amachi Yukiko's revenge was her parents. If it weren't for their absurd betrothal, her life would have been completely different. The second target was her family. She secretly used blood demon arts to cause the clan leader to die suddenly, seizing control of the family's power. Finally, there was the man who had brought her the greatest humiliation, Rick. After meticulously plotting in shadows, she was ultimately slain by her own fiancé, a ridiculous ending. Rick said, "Safe travels." Tianqing Yuxiko painfully closed her eyes, her head and body completely dissipating. Rick touched his heart. A wave of sadness surged within him, and his eyes turned bloodshot as a new blood-colored Sharingan appeared, with two Sharingan spinning rapidly. Two Sharingan. Rick sighed. Did the original self really not like Asakusa Yuki? On the contrary, after the annulment of the engagement, the original self became increasingly degenerate, deliberately tarnishing his own reputation and helping Asakusa Yuki attract a lot of attention. This gave people the impression that it wasn't Asakusa Yuki who wasn't good enough, but rather that the original self was too useless. In his memories, the original self had already shown tendencies of self-destruction. He believed he wouldn't live much longer and that Asakusa Yuki marrying him would be like living as a widow. The original self's biggest mistake was not understanding the social climate of Japan. He often traveled back and forth between Japan and Europe, where things were relatively more open. Rick's expression was cold. Influenced by the Sharingan, he was quite unhappy, and this matter was far from over. Turning into a demon would cause one's negative emotions to surge. For example, Asakusa Yuki's hatred for her original self, which was initially at a level of 1, would be infinitely magnified after becoming a demon, ultimately transforming into endless killing intent. The true culprit lies elsewhere. Upper Moon 2, Doma. A cold killing intent flashed in Rick's eyes. If you make me unhappy, I will take your life. Returning to the mansion, Rick wrote a letter and placed it on Xiaoqi's lap, sending it back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. 3 days later, Xiaoqi returned to Rick's side. Rick took out the letter from his leg and opened it to find a route map to Mount Peach. Having participated in the slaying of several lower and upper moon demons, Rick's status in the Demon Slayer Corps was no longer the same as before. Besides the highly confidential location of Swordsmith Village, traveling to other places would no longer be so troublesome. Mitsushima Makibi understood that Rick was about to leave again. Having witnessed Rick's towering figure that could wipe out 100 demons with a single strike, he found himself unable to say anything to persuade him to stay. Even though he didn't know much about the Demon Slayer Corps, he was well aware that even the Hashira-level fighters faced tough battles against the demons. While Rick had resolved the situation effortlessly, Mitsushima Makibi said earnestly, "Young master, I wish you great success in your endeavors." Rick nodded. The Tianqing family no longer posed a threat. As long as Mitsuo Mitsushima proceeded steadily, the profits from the lighter would be enough to advance the family's business further. Rick turned and left, his figure gradually fading away. According to the map, after 2 days of travel, Rick returned to Peach Mountain nearly 3 months later. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, Rick looked at the peach orchard sprawling across the hills, heavy with fruit. He didn't know what variety it was. But even after 2 months, peaches still hung from the branches. However, this pleasing scene and the fresh, natural air lifted Rick's spirits. "No, I don't want to exercise. If I keep training like this, I'm definitely going to die." At that moment, a loud voice came from a distance. Rick looked up to see a yellow figure sprinting down the mountain at a 100-meter dash speed. Suddenly, he stepped on empty ground and fell directly into a pit. Rick hurried over and stood at the edge of the pit, looking down. Although he was dizzy from the fall, there was a pile of weeds at the bottom that acted as a cushion. Zenitsu rubbed his backside, mumbling about how tough his grandpa was. The sunlight above him was blocked by a shadow, and when he looked up, he saw the face of a young man reflected in his eyes, looking surprised. If it's not Grandpa, then who is it? Chapter 38. It turns out I have a senior brother. Zenitsu reached out his hands towards the top, crying out, "Kind stranger, please pull me up. I will be grateful to you for the rest of my life." Rick's gaze shifted, and it turned out to be my wife, Zenitsu, one of the main characters in the original work. A genius who has perfected the thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash, but has a timid and passive personality. Only in situations of extreme tension will he fall into a semi-awake state, unleashing his true strength. Considering that Zenitsu possesses extraordinary hearing, absolute pitch, and can hear breathing, heartbeat, and the sound of blood flowing, He can listen carefully and even perceive people's inner thoughts, as well as distinguish between humans and demons. Rick subtly controlled his breathing and heartbeat. After entering the state of calm, this was not difficult. Hold on, I'll pull you up. Rick crouched down and lowered the other into the sheath of the Sunblade. Sunblade, are you a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? My wife Zenitsu's face turned pale as she screamed. You must be here to help my grandfather take me back, no? Rick smiled and said, don't worry. I won't do that. My wife, Zenitsu, stared blankly at Rick's sunny smile, her teeth almost biting down in frustration. How could there be such a handsome man? This inevitably reminded him of his own experiences. The girl he had a crush on for a long time eloped with another man, taking all his money and leaving him with huge debts. If it weren't for his grandfather paying off the debts, he would still be chased by creditors. Damn it. All handsome men should die. My wife, Zenitsu, glared at Rick with hostility. But now, it wouldn't hurt to use him for a bit. My wife, Zenitsu, asked uncertainly, really? Yes. Rick replied, silently adding in his heart, even if I don't make a move, you can't escape from Taosan. My wife, Zenitsu, was overjoyed, tightly gripping the end of the scabbard with both hands. Rick pulled hard and brought him up. Back on the ground, my wife Zenitsu jumped up excitedly and said gratefully, thank you. May good people have peace for a lifetime. Don't struggle. You can't escape. At that moment, a mature and arrogant voice rang out. Leaning on a cane, Sanjo Tsuguro walked over, grinning, confident that he could ensure the other party couldn't escape. But when he looked up, his voice suddenly stopped. Rick? Sanjo Tsuguro murmured. Rick turned around and said with a smile, Teacher Siwalang, I'm back. My wife Zenitsu was stunned, her eyes nearly popping out, and gritted her teeth. You really are in cahoots with Grandpa. How despicable. I shouldn't have trusted you. With that, Zenitsu turned and ran away. Sango Siwalang raised his cane and swiftly struck Zenitsu on the head, saying, You idiot, this is your senior brother. What nonsense are you talking? A loud clanging sound echoed as Zenitsu let out a cry, rolling on the ground while holding his head. Huh. Zenitsu realized, senior brother? Besides Kaigaku, he actually has another senior brother. The three of them walked up the mountain, with Rick and Sango Siwalang chatting in the front. Zenitsu followed behind, wearing a sorrowful expression. Escaping from Grandpa was already difficult enough, and that senior brother Rick didn't seem like a good person either. I've been paying attention to your situation for the past 2 months. Your growth has exceeded my expectations, Sango Siwalang remarked, looking at Rick with a mix of satisfaction and pride. Rick humbly said, This is all thanks to Master Julialong's excellent teachings. Sangdao Julialong smiled and shook his head. Rick's humility pleased him, but those close to him knew their own matters, and Rick's talent surpassed that of all his disciples. Rick turned to take a look at my wife Zenitsu. Is that the new disciple taken in by the teacher? Kojiro Sengoku intentionally tested Rick and asked with a smile. That's the one I met in the small town 5 days after you left, right? Pretty good, isn't it? Rick nodded and very perceptive. Zenitsu Agatsuma could have avoided that pit, but he was distracted by the sounds he made, which caused him to misstep and fall into the trap below. The smile on Sanemi Shinazugawa's face grew wider. The three of them returned to the wooden cabin, and Zenitsu accepted reality. Not only did he have a senior brother, but the other party was also young, wealthy, handsome, and even incredibly strong, having participated in the defeat of several lower moons. Zenitsu knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, thinking, what a miserable life I'm living. Rick brought a lot of supplies, including meat, fresh vegetables, and drinks, which made Saito Tsujiro's eyes light up. A celebration dinner must be held today. Idiot, hurry up and help. Saito Tsujiro raised his cane and was about to hit my wife, Zenitsu, on the head. Zenitsu, frightened, took a few steps back with a bitter expression. Ever since Rick returned, it seemed that Grandpa had become stricter with him. Everything had to be compared. Under Rick's brilliance, Saito Tsujiro was obviously disappointed with Zenitsu's timidity. However, when he saw the supplies Rick brought, all of Zenitsu's grievances disappeared, and he was drooling at the sight of a whole beef leg. It was truly extravagant, but he loved it. In the first 15 years of his life, the best food Zenitsu had ever eaten was eel. He cut the meat off the beef leg and tossed the large bone into the pot to make soup. The three of them toiled until evening, and a lavish hot pot dinner was laid out before them. The aroma of the beef bone broth filled the room, and the table was covered with hot pot ingredients, creating a dreamlike scene that was irresistible. Zenitsu's hands trembled as he used chopsticks to pick up a slice of beef, dipped it in the boiling broth for 7 or 8 seconds, and sent it to his mouth, where the fragrance of the beef fat exploded instantly. Grandpa, brother, I'm so glad I can live to see this, Zenitsu said with teary eyes. Saito Tsujiro took a sip of the drink Rick brought, his face flushed. Although it couldn't compare to his peach blossom wine, it had its own unique flavor. The three of them devoured the food on the table like a whirlwind, as they were all swordsmen with huge caloric needs and impressive appetites. After 2 hours of eating, they sat back, satisfied and full. Zenitsu took a sip of the drink Rick brought, exclaimed how spicy it was, and then passed out, occasionally shouting as if he were drunk. Rick and Sakanji Urokadaki couldn't help but laugh at my wife Zenitsu's drunken appearance. That's great, Sakanji Urokadaki said with a sense of nostalgia, as such beautiful memories can be unforgettable for a lifetime. He put down the wine jug and asked seriously, "What difficulties are you facing?" Rick looked at Sawamura Tamaru in surprise and sighed. As expected, I can't hide it from the teacher. Sawamura Tamaru proudly raised his head. Rick lowered his head and requested, "Teacher, I want to learn the ultimate sword technique you created. A pillar-level powerhouse must have a unique skill, and Sakashima Zigura is no exception." In addition to mastering the 6 techniques of thunder breathing, he developed an ultimate-level sword technique based on that foundation. Chapter 39, Ultimate Technique, 7th Form, Extreme Electric Thunder Dragon. Why would you want to learn my ultimate technique? You shouldn't need it. Sakashima Zigura frowned. With Rick's extraordinary talent, he could master the 6 basic techniques of thunder breathing within a year, reaching the pinnacle of perfection and then creating his own ultimate-level sword technique. It's not that Sakashima Zigura didn't want to teach, but the sword techniques he created carried a strong personal style and were not suitable for others to learn. Only by creating techniques based on one's own physical condition can one find what is most suitable for themselves. Merely learning other sword techniques can provide powerful strength in a short time, but it is not a long-term solution. I understand, Rick said, but there will be a tough battle ahead, and I want to strengthen myself as much as possible, or it will be too late when casualties occur. Battle, strength. Casualties, what are they talking about? My wife, Zenitsu, was struggling to open her eyes, feeling groggy as she heard Rick and Sanemi Shinazuga's conversation. But her eyelids felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. A great battle? Sanemi's expression darkened a bit. What level of battle could be considered tough for Rick, who had participated in slaying upper moons? Upper moon? Sanemi spat out 2 words. Rick nodded. Sangdao Siwaling looked up at the ceiling and let out a deep sigh. He originally wanted to take that move to the grave, but it seemed impossible now. If Rick were to get injured or die in the upcoming difficult battle because he hadn't learned that move, Sangdao Siwaling would regret it for the rest of his life. I understand. Come find me on the back mountain tomorrow, Sangdao Siwaling said, then picked up his cane and walked out alone. I'm going out to wash my face. He went to the small creek not far from the wooden cabin. Sangdao Siwaling cupped his hands to gather the cool water and splashed it on his face. The drunkenness on his face disappeared without a trace. Damn it! Sangdao Siwaling touched his broken leg, his eyes filled with unwillingness. His disciple was about to head to a battlefield where he might lose his life, and he could do nothing about it. At the very least, he wanted to teach that move to him completely. The next day, Rick pushed open the wooden door and stepped out. Don't make me repeat myself, just get lost. Crying all day long. Don't you feel ashamed? But Grandpa, don't call me Grandpa. Don't act so familiar. The teacher was once a Hashira, a swordsman bestowed with the highest title of the Demon Slayer Corps. Having the original Hashira's guidance is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you, useless as you are, can only learn the first form. All the time the teacher spent training you is wasted. Not far away, 2 voices could be heard, one arrogant and dismissive, the other submissive and timid. Rick walked towards the source of the sound and saw Kaigaku sitting on a large rock, acting tough, throwing pieces of peach at my wife Zenitsu's face. Kaigaku said, I'm really not happy. Just got back from a mission, and first thing in the morning, I see your unlucky face. Kaigaku, Rick shouted. Huh? Who dares to call my name directly? Kaigaku turned around and was so startled that he jumped off the rock, exclaiming, Rick, when did you come back? My wife Zenitsu stared blankly at the startled Kaigaku, who, in his impression, had never shown such panic even when facing his grandfather. What had happened between the two? My wife Zenitsu had sharp hearing. He could hear Kaikage's heart suddenly tremble the moment he saw Rick. Rick said unkindly, You haven't forgotten our agreement, have you? Kwayu replied ambiguously, Of course not. In the swordsmanship of thunder breathing, he lost to Rick, who had only practiced for 3 days and was then forced to promise to change his ways and not bully other disciples. Rick's gaze was cold and piercing. People are hard to change. Should he give Kwayu another harsh lesson? Kwayu had spent the first half of his life struggling at the bottom, and he had long developed a pair of keen eyes. He sensed the change in Rick's demeanor, and his heart instantly raced. He had heard plenty about Rick lately, slaying powerful demons and continuously rising in rank. He was clearly a rising star in the Demon Slayer Corps. Kaigaku had even heard that the higher-ups in the Corps were discussing letting Rick inherit the title of Mizunoto, which drove Kaigaku to the brink of madness with jealousy. But at the same time, he realized the vast gap between himself and Rick, and he didn't dare act recklessly in front of him. I still have a mission to complete. I'll head down a mountain first. Kaigaku's eyes flickered, completely forgetting that he had come to teach Zenitsu a lesson, and fled in a panic. Rick coldly watched his back, ultimately choosing not to take action. He was just a clown. You are not a masochist, and there's no need to endure that guy's insults, Rick said to my wife, Zenitsu. Feeling Rick's concern for him, Zenitsu's eyes showed a touch of gratitude. Senior brother. He had been abandoned by his parents at birth and lived alone in the city for 15 years. Kaneo Tsuyuri paid off his debts for him, and he respected his grandfather very much, as well as those around his grandfather. Unfortunately, Kaigaku did not share his views. Upon learning that he had another senior brother, Zenitsu felt very happy, but also a bit fearful, worried that Rick would not accept him like Kaigaku. It turned out he was overthinking it. Rick and Zenitsu are completely different kinds of people. Let's go. I'll take you to broaden your horizons. Rick patted my wife Zenitsu on the back and took the lead. Zenitsu excitedly said yes. Closely following behind Rick, Zenitsu cautiously asked, Senior brother, where are we going? To the back mountain. Rick smiled and said, Let's witness the original pillar's unreserved full power strike. The two of them arrived at the back mountain, which was a spacious open area with a towering 3-meter-high boulder, its surface smooth and dark, resembling hard steel. Sanada Tsumaguro stood in front of the boulder, leaning on a cane with a Nichiren blade tucked at his waist. Unlike his usual kind and gentle demeanor, Sanada Tsumaguro's face showed no trace of a smile at that moment. His eyes were sharp and focused, staring intently at the boulder. When he saw Rick and Zenitsu come into view, Sanada Tsumaguro's aura changed, becoming sharp and revealing. Grandpa? Zenitsu's face showed surprise. He had never seen his grandfather with such a serious expression. What was he about to do? Rick, watch closely. I will demonstrate only once. Sanada Tsumaguro said loudly. Rick nodded heavily yes. Sangdao Ziwalang discarded his cane, drew out the sunwheel blade, and a terrifying thunder erupted from his body, with violent lightning striking the surrounding ground, leaving behind charred marks. Ultimate technique, 7th form, Extreme Lightning Dragon. Sangdao Ziwalang's deep voice echoed as he exerted force with one leg. His small body shot out like lightning, leaping into the sky, raising the sunwheel blade high. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed. Dark clouds filled the entire sky, and a rumbling thunder sounded. Rick and my wife Zenitsu seemed to see a thunder dragon from ancient times, letting out a deafening roar that pierced the heavens and smashed down hard onto the earth. Boom! The entire land seemed to experience an earthquake. That 3-meter-high giant stone shattered into countless pieces, not just being sliced open, but completely obliterated. Such terrifying power would annihilate a demon entirely, without even needing to cut its neck. Rick's eyes revealed 2 blood-red Sharingan, the power of the 2 Tomo Sharingan, with insight far superior to that of the 1 Tomo Sharingan. The movements of others appeared to slow down several times in Rick's eyes, allowing him to replicate their techniques and deeply engrave Sanada Tsumaguro's actions in his mind. Chapter 40. Departure Grandpa? Zenitsu Agatsuma sat on the ground, paralyzed with fear, having never witnessed such terrifying swordsmanship. The grandpa who always laughed heartily looked so harmless. Who would have thought that such a small body concealed such terrifying power? It left Zenitsu dumbfounded. Sanada Tsumaguro landed on the ground, staggering and nearly falling. Rick had appeared by his side to support him, helping him steady his body. Thank you. Sanada Tsumaguro smiled broadly. That was an incredible sword technique, Rick praised. For Sanada Tsumaguro, who had only one leg, this move was already astonishing in power. It was hard to imagine how terrifying it would be when he was at his peak. Just take your time to practice, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask me, Sanada Tsumaguro said with a smile. It wasn't that he didn't want to demonstrate it a few more times, but this move wasn't very friendly to his aging body. Thank you very much, teacher. Then I'll give it a try. Rick drew the Nichiren blade. You go ahead and try it out, okay? Sanada Tsumaguro instinctively responded, then realized what he had said. Secret technique, 7th form, Extreme Thunder Dragon. In the blink of an eye, Rick charged forward, his movements almost identical, leaping into the air and using the force of his descent to strike down hard with the Nichiren blade. A series of dragon roars echoed. Ensenada, Sumiguru, and Zenitsu Agatsuma seemed to see a giant dragon soaring through the sky, thunder booming as it came crashing down. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire earth trembled, raising thick clouds of dust. Sanada, Sumiguru, and Zenitsu Agatsuma coughed incessantly, waving their hands to brush away the surrounding dust, their eyes fixed ahead. Rick's figure emerged from the dust. You are too reckless. Using such a dangerous technique without caution could harm your body, Sangdao Siwalang said anxiously. A strong gust of wind swept through, dispersing the dust. It revealed the scene behind Rick, where a deep sword mark was embedded in the ground, and the stones that Sangdao Siwalang had shattered instantly crumbled into powder. Sangdao Siwalang's voice came to an abrupt halt. It worked. Rick used the ultimate move, the 7th form, Extreme Electric Thunder Dragon. Sando Tsuguru rushed over, giving him a scolding right off the bat, and then quickly checked Rick's body. No fractures, that's great. You are too reckless. In the end, Sando Tsuguru breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes filled with shock. He learned it after just one look. Rick, your talent is even more exaggerated than I imagined. Rick smiled slightly. With the copying ability of Sharingan, Kakashi focused on Zabuza's hands and simultaneously replicated 44 hand seals. Although the technique, Extreme Electric Thunder Dragon, was powerful, it was not complex, making the replication somewhat easier. However, as Sanada Ziguru said, this move was his original creation, and only he could use it perfectly. Rick's strength and speed surpassed that of the aging Sanjiao Ziwalang, but he uses too much power, making this move difficult to control. Rick exerts himself fully, causing his hit rate to drop. To strike accurately at the target, Rick can only reduce his power to 90. Nevertheless, Rick has already mastered a technique at the level of secret art, stepping into the realm of the pillars. With the Sharingan, Haki, and Exploding Tooth, his true strength has surpassed that of more than half of the pillars in the Demon Slayer Corps. Rick asked, Zenitsu, do you want to get a try? My wife Zenitsu shook her head like a rattle drum. What a joke. Who besides the senior brother could watch it once and replicate such terrifying techniques? Rick laughed and said, I think it's all right. My wife Zenitsu asked, may I ask, how much time did it take you to learn the Breath of Thunder? Senior brother? Rick replied, 3 days. My wife Zenitsu rolled her eyes, collapsed on the ground, and began to froth at the mouth, fainting immediately. Fool! You have your own talents. There's no need to compare yourself to Rick. Sanemi dragged my wife Zenitsu up the mountain. In the following days, Rick adjusted the power of his ultimate technique, the 7th form, the Thunder Dragon, according to his physical condition, trying to adapt to his abilities. Even when achieving perfection, Rick could only exert 98 of its power, never able to reach 100. However, Rick was not discouraged. This power was sufficient. And even the current Sanemi could not unleash 100 of his power, so he certainly couldn't do it. While training, Rick would occasionally take my wife Zenitsu down the mountain to slay demons. From the initial fear of facing demons, to the shock of Rick easily crushing them, and finally to numbness. Rick's strength helped Zenitsu overcome his fear of demons. Even when Rick was slaying the evil demons, Zenitsu could be seen munching on rice balls, watching the demons plead for mercy and marveling at how appetizing the scene was. Brother, can I become a swordsman like you? Zenitsu asked with confusion. Rick effortlessly dispatched the demons like cutting vegetables, leaving Zenitsu unsure of what use someone like him would be to the Demon Slayer Corps. Being by Rick's side only made him feel more discouraged. You shouldn't say that. Your hearing is a talent that I envy, Rick replied. Zenitsu chuckled. It was only at that moment that he felt grateful for his unseen parents. You will definitely become a powerful swordsman, so I don't want to see you waste time, Rick said. Zenitsu lowered his head, lacking much confidence. Rick knew he had to be tough, and said, for example, if one day the teacher is seriously ill in bed and a wicked ghost happens to appear in Peach Mountain, what would you do? My wife Zenitsu blurted out. I will protect Grandpa, Rick said, but you can't do it. Zenitsu's pupils shook. Having the belief to change the current situation is a good thing, but reality cannot be just belief. Power is power. Don't let your future self regret it. In the original timeline, Kaigaku later became an upper moon demon, and Kaneo Tayuri felt deep shame, choosing to commit suicide. Zenitsu overcame his fear and cowardice, unleashing his original strength while fully awake. Zenitsu has potential. Rick wants to expedite this process. Reality cannot rely solely on belief. There must also be the strength to uphold that belief. My wife Zenitsu murmured, her eyes growing brighter. No one had ever told him these things. His grandfather only focused on honing his body. Sakanji Urokadaki gave my wife Zenitsu the strength he needed. Rick is helping my wife Zenitsu with her thoughts, guiding her to unleash her power. It's a dual effort. Not far away, Kaneo Tsuyuri smiles, knowing that someone like Rick, coming from a big city, has much better eloquence than someone like him, who isn't good with words. Time flies, and Rick has mastered the ultimate technique, 7th form, the Thunder Dragon, and it's time for him to leave. Senior brother, please don't go. I don't want you to leave. My wife Zenitsu cries, snot running down her face as she tightly hugs Rick's leg, refusing to let him go. We will definitely meet again. There's a saying that parting is for better reunions. Rick says with a helpless smile, realizing he might have pushed too hard with his motivational talk. Kaneo Tsuyuri knocks Zenitsu out cold with a stick, sighing, "There's only so much I can do. The rest is up to you. Don't die," is what you can do, just knocking Zenitsu out. Rick internally complains, but he knows Kaneo means the ultimate technique, 7th form, the Thunder Dragon. Next, it's time to deal with Upper Moon 2, Doma. "All right, teacher, I'm off." Rick bows to Kaneo Tsuyuri and then turns to walk down the mountain. He has already received a letter from Ubuyashiki Yoya, inviting him to attend the Hashira meeting. Chapter 41. The Hashira meeting Ubuyashiki Mansion. In the spacious living room, 11 small tables are neatly arranged, with one table at the front and the other 10 divided into 2 rows on either side. Indeed, there is a new Hashira. Kanroji Mitsuri secretly observes. There are currently only 9 Hashira, but there are 10 positions. Is that young Rick? As time passes, the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps enter the living room. Kanroji Mitsuri quickly greets them. The stone Hashira, Haimajima Jayomii. The water Hashira, Takido Machuro. The mist Hashira, Shinazugawa Sanemi. Haimajima Jayomii puts his hands together and prays continuously. Takido Machuro looks expressionless, his calm eyes like a still pond. Shinazugawa Sanemi appears aloof. The serpent Hashira, Iguro Abanai, quietly sits next to Kanroji Mitsuri, occasionally stealing glances at her. The insect Hashira, Kochu Shinobu, enters with the flame Hashira, Rengoku Kyudru, and the sound Hashira, Yuzi Tenjin, both still wrapped in white bandages and looking somewhat pale. Ubuyashiki Yoya tells them to continue resting, but the two can't stand the silence and come over. "Are you alright, Mr. Yuzui, Mr. Rengoku?" Kanroji Mitsuri asks with concern. "I'm completely fine." Rengoku Kyudru laughs heartily, patting his solid biceps, then winces in pain. This self-inflicted act almost makes Kanroji Mitsuri laugh. She struggles to hold back her laughter, her lips curving up slightly, her shoulders trembling lightly. Yuzi Tungan's gaze is erratic as he stubbornly says, "How could the magnificent me be in trouble?" Kochu Shinobu rubs her temples in frustration, annoyed by the men's competitive spirit. "So useless. Just a mere upper moon, the weakest 6, and you all end up like this." Iguro Abanai remarks. "Ha ha ha." Rengoku Kyudru places his hands on his hips, laughing. "What can we do? The guy's really strong. Without Rick's antidote, we would have really died. Is the upper moon that terrifying?" Kanroji Mitsuri hides in a corner, feeling weak, pitiful, and helpless. "Yes." Yuzi Tenjin nods, his expression serious. "Neither I nor Rengoku could defeat him. Even if we both teamed up, we could only handle Kyogai. The rest, Daki, needs Rick to deal with." Upon hearing this, the others' expressions change slightly, meaning that even the weakest Upper Moon 6 requires at least 3 Hashira to confront. If it's a stronger Upper Moon. "Rick, does that guy have the strength of a Hashira?" Shinazugawa Sanemi snorts. Whether Upper Moon 6 requires 2 or 3 Hashira to deal with is crucial for them. It affects their judgment of the Upper Moon demons. Yuzui Tenjin falls silent. He can see that Rick hasn't even reached the average rank yet, but he did indeed slay the Upper Moon demon, Daki. "I don't know." Rengoku Kyudru replies nonchalantly. "Huh?" Shinazugawa Sanemi questions, "What do you mean you don't know? Didn't you go together to take down Upper Moon 6? Rengoku and I handling Kyogai was already our limit, so we don't know how Rick killed Daki," Yuzui Tenjin explains. "Humph." Shinazugawa Sanemi scoffs, questioning, "Was that Daki really an Upper Moon demon? I see her as just a regular demon. The true Upper Moon is only the Kyogai. That Rick just rode on your coattails." Shinazugawa. Rengoku Kyudru suddenly exclaims loudly. The sudden yell attracts everyone's attention. They turn to see Rengoku Kyudru's face darkened. Unlike his usual sunny demeanor. Apologies, but to insult someone who fights for their life is a great affront. Yuzui Tenjin also looks displeased. The atmosphere becomes tense, and Kanroji Mitsuri looks around nervously, sweating profusely. What will happen next? Hopefully, they 1T start fighting. Well, what can you 2 injured patients do? Shinazugawa Sanemi sneers. Rengoku Kyujuru retorts without hesitation. I could probably punch you in the face. Yuzui Tenjin stands up, eager to join in. Kochu Shinobu maintains her usual smile, but a hint of surprise flashes in her eyes. That Rick boy is indeed something special. He hasn't even shown up yet, and he has already made 3 Hashira nearly fight each other. Just then, Takedo Michiro shouts, "Shut up, the master is here." Ubuyashiki Yoya and his 2 daughters appear at the door. The 9 Hashira present kneel on one knee, the tense atmosphere dissipating instantly as if nothing had happened. Ubuyashiki Yoya smiles and says, "Rick, come in." Rick followed behind Kanroji Mitsuri, just 2 steps slower, and walked in with a laugh. His gaze swept over the 9 Hashira present as he smiled and said, "Hello everyone, I look forward to your guidance in the future." Kanroji Mitsuri said softly, "From today onwards, Rick will inherit the title of the Flame Hashira." "My lord, I cannot agree." Shinazugawa Sanemi was the first to speak out, standing up directly. "Is there a problem?" Kanroji Mitsuri smiled, as he believed in democracy. The Demon Slayer Corps was not a one-man show. Shinazugawa Sanemi turned his gaze to Rick and questioned, "You were just a swordsman who passed the final selection less than 3 months ago. Where did you get information about the lower and upper moons? In the battle of the Yoshiwara Pleasure District, 2 Ashira were seriously injured. Why were you unharmed? If you don't clarify, I cannot trust you." Rick looked at Kanroji Mitsuri and asked, "Is it my duty to answer these questions?" Kanroji Mitsuri replied, "No, you have the right and freedom to refuse." "Then I refuse," Rick said, directly giving Shinazugawa Sanemi the middle finger. "Do I need your approval to become the Sound Hashira? It's the Demon Slayer Corps that needs his Hashira-level strength, not him crying and begging to be the Sound Hashira. It's important to understand the priorities." Shinazugawa Sanemi's face was filled with veins and with his fierce expression. He looked scarier than a demon. Puffed. Kanroji Mitsuri finally laughed. Butterfly Shinobu looked at Shinazugawa Sanemi with a hint of pity, as Rick was a realist. "But if someone is looking for trouble, I have to respond." Rick changed his tone, raised his chin, and said, "In a fight, if you win, I will tell you whatever you want to know. If you lose, then..." Rick looked around and sighed, "Forget it. You don't seem to have anything good to offer anyway." Shinazugawa Sanemi's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, and he let out a low, deep laugh. He had already lost his mind. Butterfly Shinobu's eyes flashed with a hint of concern. Shinazugawa Sanemi said, "My lord, please allow our battle. We will only use wooden swords." Kaneo, Sayuri nodded, "All right." Rick relaxed his muscles, demonstrating that showcasing his strength was the best way to gain trust. For the upcoming plans, it was also necessary for him to flex a bit, putting the voices of doubt to rest before they could grow. Chapter 42, The Ring of Rick. Rick and Shinazugawa Sanemi arrived at a spacious outdoor area, each holding a wooden sword. The Hashira stood aside, surprised that Ubuyashiki Yoya actually agreed to such a ridiculous duel. Who would win between those two? Kanroji Mitsuri muttered. Iguro Abanai replied, "I think Shinazugawa will win." Yuzui Tenjin said, "I'm betting on Rick." Rengoku Kaijuro laughed. "Me too." Apart from these few who were excited, Taketo Michiro and Tomioka Ju showed little interest. Kanroji Mitsuri had tears in her eyes, her hands clasped together, saying, "Nemo Amida, but..." Kochu Shinobu sighed, her expression worried. "Kid, you still have time to regret it. Put down the wooden sword and get out of here." Shinazugawa Sanemi sneered, his aura suddenly rising. Rick said, "Still the same thing. I don't need your approval." First form, Dust Whirlwind Slash. Undead Chuan Shimi stopped talking, instantly exploding into action, propelling himself forward at super speed, creating a swirling blade of wind, tearing the ground behind him apart. First form, Thunder Flash. Rick stepped forward, moving like thunder. The two appeared in the middle position simultaneously, swinging their swords at each other. At the moment of collision, a violent force spread like a shockwave, shaking the space around them. Boom! The ground shattered, raising thick clouds of dust. The figures of the two flashed rapidly through the dust. The crisp sound of their wooden swords clashing echoed endlessly. Butterfly Shinobu looked at Ubuyashiki Yoya, frowning and saying, "My lord, please stop them." As pillar-level swordsmen, they had trained their bodies and sword techniques to the limit. The difference between the Nichiren blade and the wooden sword in their hands was that one could slay demons, while the other did not possess the ability to do so. However, the power of their sword techniques would hardly decrease. A slight misstep could lead to a fatal outcome. Ubuyashiki Yoya gently shook his head. This was their decision. The worry in Butterfly Shinobu's eyes deepened. She thought Rick was passively accepting Undead Chuan's challenge. The battle on the field grew more intense, with Rick and undead Chuan Shimi's breathing techniques providing a speed advantage as the winds and thunder continued to intertwine, making it impossible for ordinary people to see their movements clearly. Whoosh! After Rick deflected undead Chuan Shimi's wooden sword, the latter's fist, wrapped in a strong gust, came crashing forward. As a swordsman proficient in the breath of wind, undead Chuan Shimi could even wrap the wind blades generated by his breathing technique around his limbs to use as martial arts. Merely grazing the skin during an attack would cause wounds. Sharingan. Rick's eyes turned blood red, revealing two blood-colored magatama. He tilted his head back, narrowly avoiding a fist wrapped in a fierce wind at the critical moment. Impossible. The pillars were taken aback. Rick shouldn't have known that Nakeim could attack with her limbs entwined in wind blades. Moreover, in that instant Rick's speed was astonishing. That was the special talent of the Rick family, the Scarlet Eye. Once activated, it slowed down the enemy's movements several times, allowing him to react more quickly. Kanroji Mitsuri explained with a smile. I see. The pillars suddenly realized that such a talent existed. Truly a favored child of heaven. It was enviable. They began to believe that Rick had indeed single-handedly slain the twin demon, Nakeim. The boy possessed a remarkable quality that was hard to believe. Although Nakeim's offensive was fierce and violent, when Kanroji spoke, her movements would slow down for a beat. Knowing about Rick's special talent, she snorted coldly. So what if you have the Scarlet Eye? You can't slay a demon with just a pair of eyes. Fifth form, Heat Wave Thunder. Rick raised his wooden sword high with both hands, surrounded by thunder, releasing a high-temperature, lightning-like slash. 8th style, Cold Autumn Mountain Wind. Fushikawa Simi swung his wooden sword, creating a massive wind blade that spun around him, blocking Rick's slash. A crisp sound echoed as cracks of varying degrees appeared on both wooden swords. 8th style, Initial Fierce Wind Slash. Fushikawa Simi, completely unconcerned about the condition of his wooden sword, was filled with a frenzied battle intent. He instantly lunged forward, spinning around Rick at super high speed, whipping up a violent gale and forming a tornado. Rick is at the center of the tornado, with the surrounding fierce winds seemingly wanting to tear his body apart. Not good. That guy from Shinjikawa has gone mad. Yuzui Tenjin said worriedly this could lead to casualties. Rengoku Kaijuro smiled and said, Don't worry, Rick can handle it. 6th form, Thunderclap and Flash. Rick raised his wooden sword and instantly released countless lightning-like slashes in all directions from his center. Nishikawa Mayami, like a nimble rabbit, hid within the tornado and evaded those lightning slashes. Just as Rick finished his slashes, a gap appeared. Gotcha! Nishikawa Mayami grinned wickedly, piercing through the strong winds and striking down fiercely. 2nd form, Rice Spirit. How could Rick let him have his way? The two-tomo Sharingan gave him more reaction time as he swung his sword, executing a lightning-shaped 5-hit combo. Bang! The two wooden swords collided, and under the increasing pressure from both sides, the swords shattered, sending countless wooden splinters flying. Nishikawa Mayami discarded the wooden handle and charged forward, laughing maniacally. No sword? Then I'll use my fists and feet. No fists and feet? Then I'll use my teeth. Let's fight to the death. That's enough. The sorrowful island's ghostly figure suddenly appeared between the two, extending his hands to catch their colliding fists. The terrifying energy from the three of them overturned everything within a 10-meter radius. TCH. Nishikawa Mayami turned his head away. Rick retracted his fist, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. So strong. No wonder he is known as the strongest Hashira of the current era, Kaneo Tsuyuri. Without using his exploding fangs, Rick's chances of winning against Kaneo Tsuyuri would not exceed 30%. Rick, forgive him. Ubuyashiki Waiyu smiled and said, The Hashira is the highest title of the Demon Slayer Corps, accompanied by the most dangerous missions. Tamayo doesn't want those lacking strength to die in vain. Yes. Rick was certainly not angry. Otherwise, he would have used the Sharingan, Conqueror's Haki, and a smooth combo to take down Kaneo Tsuyuri in no time. What do you think? Can you accept Rick as the new Hashira? Kagaya Ubuyashiki asked. From a strength perspective, I reluctantly accept it, Kaneo Tsuyuri said. Being able to fight to a standstill with Kaneo Tsuyuri undoubtedly means he possesses Hashira-level strength. Even the sharp-tongued Kaneo Tsuyuri expressed agreement, so others had no objections. Tenjin Yuzui said, I have no problem with it. Haha, I thought it was fine from the beginning. Kaijuro Rengoku said loudly. Mitsuri Kenroji smiled and said, Congratulations, Mr. Rick. Shinobu Kocho's expression was complex. This speed rivals that of Michiro Takedo, who became a Hashira in just 2 months. Others remained silent. taking it as a form of default agreement. Kagaya Ubuyashiki said, "Then let's begin discussing the real content of this Hashira meeting." Chapter 43. Information on Doma, the real content of the Hashira meeting? The crowd looked surprised. They thought Rick becoming a Hashira was the main topic. Kagaya Ubuyashiki continued, "This is a battle plan proposed by Rick, aimed at the Upper Moon 2, Doma." Upper Moon 2? Do you have information on that guy? Everyone suddenly turned to Rick. The hunt for Upper Moon 6, the twin demons, was also initiated by Rick. Could he possibly know information about other Upper Moon demons? How is that even possible? Initially disinterested, Michiro Takedo and Ju Tomioka also shifted their gaze to Rick. Shinobu Kocho's normally calm eyes suddenly showed intense ripples at the mention of Upper Moon 2, Doma. Upper Moon 2, Doma? Mitsuri Kanroji murmured. That name sounds familiar. I think I've heard it somewhere. The demon that killed the previous Hashira, the flower Hashira Kane Kocho. Kaneo Tsuyuri reminded. Upon hearing this, Mitsuri Kanroji immediately recalled and quietly turned to look at Shinobu Kocho on the other side. Seeing her face still adorned with a sweet smile, though that smile was clearly somewhat stiff. So terrifying. Mitsuri Kanroji's heart trembled. They had heard about that incident. The flower Hashira Kane Kocho, Shinobu's older sister, had encountered Upper Moon 2, Doma, during a mission and had been tragically killed. Kagaya Ubuyashiki said, "This is also a battle for revenge. I hope everyone understands." The expressions of the crowd grew serious. Rick said, "The Upper Moon 2, Doma, is actually the founder of the Eternal Paradise religion, with naturally colorful rainbow eyes and hair as pure as white oak." Hearing Rick's description, Shinobu Kocho's face became filled with killing intent. It was indeed the demon that killed her sister. Her sister, Kane Kocho, was defeated by Doma. And because the sun was about to rise, Doma couldn't eat Kane. When Shinobu arrived, Kane was facing death due to her severe injuries. And she learned some information about Doma from her sister. Hidden within a religion. How despicable. No wonder we couldn't find it. Tenjin Yuzui scolded. As they had always thought of religions as guiding people towards goodness. Who would have thought there was a man-eating demon inside? I've heard of this religion. The Eternal Paradise religion has only about 250 members, so it's not very large. Mitsuri Kanroji covered her mouth with her hand. This doesn't matter. Hurry and tell me the demon's abilities. Mitsuri's voice was filled with anger. Yoya Tsujikuni placed a finger to his lips and whispered, "Quiet." The crowd lowered their heads, their expressions respectful, suppressing their inner urgency. Rick continued, "Tongmo's weapon is a pair of golden iron fans, with the fan surfaces engraved with light purple lotus flowers and green lotus leaves. The edges of the fans are as sharp as blades, and when waved, they scatter ice crystals. In addition to his powerful physique, Tongmo's blood demon art allows him to transform his frozen blood into mist-like ice crystals, which he then disperses with his fans. When human skin comes into contact with those ice crystals, it freezes, and if the ice crystals are inhaled into the lungs, they can cause difficulty in breathing, leading to the necrosis of the alveoli." Everyone gasped. In other words, that demon has the ability to seal our breathing techniques. Izumi Kabanai said. Rick said, "That's right. If their breathing techniques are sealed, their strength will drop sharply." The expressions of the crowd were not looking good. As expected of the Upper Moon 2, just based on this information, they could determine that Doma's strength is even above that of Kyogai. Rick said, "Mr. Rengoku and Mr. Yuzui continue to recuperate, and I hope the remaining Hashira will participate in this battle." Rengoku, Kyudru, and Yuzui Tenjin looked unwilling, thinking, "Oh no, we have been excluded." "You hope?" Shinazugawa Sanemi keenly caught Rick's wording and replied coldly, "What does that mean?" Rick replied, "The intelligence is brought by me, and only I can respond to changes in the battlefield situation, so I should be the commander of this operation." Yuzui Tenjin and Rengoku Kaijiro nodded in agreement, saying yes. "Yes, that's the way. Exactly right. A newcomer who just became a Hashira wants to command us? You got some guts." Inosuke Matsukawa sneered. Rick retorted, "So do you have experience commanding the slaying of an Upper Moon demon?" Michiro Takedo's expression stiffened. Puffed. Mitsuri Kanroji covered her mouth, trying to hold back her laughter. Mr. Rick was indeed a nemesis to Mr. Takedo. Yoya Tsujikuni said, "Everyone, please trust Rick. He will definitely lead us to slay the Upper Moon demon." Since Yoya Tsujikuni spoke up, this matter was settled, and no one raised further objections. Rengoku and Yuzui were unable to participate, so the 8 Hashira would confront Upper Moon 2, with the newly promoted Mist Hashira as the commander. Kaneo Tsuyuri murmured, "No matter which way? It's a situation the Demon Slayer Corps has never encountered." I'll only act according to my own thoughts. Michiro Takedo turned to leave to prepare. TCH, if you dare to disobey orders on the battlefield, you'll be the first to die, Yuzui Tengen remarked. Unfortunately, we cannot participate. Even the optimistic Kaijiro Rengoku couldn't smile at this moment. Such an important operation, and he was stuck in the rear due to his injuries. Kaneo, Sayuri said, you all should take care of your injuries. We will definitely slay Upper Moon too, and in perfect condition. Unlike some people who still need 2 months to recover from dealing with the weakest Upper Moon. Truly useless. Rengoku and Yuzui were so angered they nearly had a brain hemorrhage. This guy was really rude. Yoya, Tsujikuni, listened to the bickering voices of everyone. His expression content yet with a hint of worry. 8 Hashira confronting an Upper Moon demon seemed like an overwhelming advantage, but no one knew what the outcome would be. Moreover, it was an extremely risky operation. They had paid quite a price. The Demon Slayer Corps was already short-handed, and with all the Hashira leaving their posts. Even for a short time, the demons lurking in the night would be overjoyed, not knowing how many ordinary people would fall victim, turning it into a buffet feast. Everyone understood this, but could only proceed as such. Slaying 1,000 ordinary demons was not worth 1 Upper Moon demon. They could only silently pray for those ordinary people who were about to meet their doom. Only Shinobu Kocho had a determined gaze, her small face showing no fear, as if she had made some important decision. At night, Rick's room was brightly lit. Rick twirled a pen in his hand, his brain racing as he contemplated the battle plan to defeat Doma. A faint knocking sound interrupted him, and without turning his head, he casually said, "Come in." The door opened, and a graceful figure stepped inside. Rick looked up in surprise. "Miss Shinobu?" Shinobu Kocho smiled and said, "Mr. Rick, I have a proposal. Perhaps we don't need to transfer all the Hashira. We only need 3 or 4 of them to kill Doma." Chapter 44. Agreement. Shinobu sat down across from Rick, her face calm and a smile on her lips as she looked at him with tranquil eyes. "A proposal?" Rick frowned slightly. Shinobu continued, "Before my sister, Kane Kocho, died, she told me some information about the Upper Moon too, Doma. He only consumes women, so..." "Wait a minute." Rick raised his hand to interrupt Butterfly Ninja. Butterfly Ninja looked up, her clear, lens-like eyes reflecting Rick's gloomy face. "Is he angry? Why?" For the first time since her birth, Butterfly Ninja felt fear. Rick said, "You plan to ingest a large amount of Wisteria poison, fill your body with toxins, and then let Doma eat you, causing him to be poisoned and greatly weakened, so that we can kill Doma?" Butterfly Shinobu's eyes widened. She hadn't shared this plan with anyone yet. Rick certainly knows that in the original timeline, Shinobu Kocho spent over a year continuously ingesting the poison of Wisteria, filling her blood, organs, and fingertips with a high concentration of it. If a demon were to consume Shinobu, it would be equivalent to ingesting a lethal dose 700 times over. In the final battle of Infinity Castle, Doma ate Shinobu, which greatly reduced his strength, ultimately leading to his defeat by the combined efforts of Inosuke Hashibara and Kanawa Tsuyuri. According to Shinobu's plan, sacrificing her life along with 2 Hashira would indeed be enough to kill Doma. Rick said coldly, "I am the commander of this operation, and I will not allow you to do this." Butterfly Shinobu stood up, glaring at Rick with anger, and shouted, "Rick, all the Hashira are leaving their assigned areas. Do you know how many ordinary people will be killed by the demons?" Rick said coldly, "Miss Shinobu, perhaps this is a cruel thing to say, but I don't know them." Shinobu Butterfly was stunned, looking at him in disbelief, as if she was meeting Rick for the first time. "I care more about the person in front of me than those I don't know." Rick looked up at her. Shinobu's heart trembled. Between thousands of lives and her, Rick chose her. Rick's gaze was resolute. If he couldn't stop Butterfly Ninja, what was the point of obtaining command? "Rick, you're too cruel." A hint of pain appeared in Butterfly Ninja's eyes as she walked out dejectedly. Only Rick remained in the room, lying on the tatami, staring at the ceiling, feeling a bit of a headache. It seemed he needed to revise his plan. The next day, Rick gathered the pillars participating in the operation. "What's going on? What's the plan? Hurry up and tell us," Mitsuri Kanroji said impatiently, wishing he could rush to the mansion of the eternally blissful sect and chop off Doma's head. Every second spent waiting here was torture. Everyone looked at Rick, and it was Rick who said they needed to prepare first, which is why they held back their inner urgency. Rick walked over holding a box, placed it on the ground, and said, "This is a gas mask imported from Europe. It can effectively protect against the ice crystals created by the blood magic of the child demon, but it will also affect our ability to breathe." Everyone was taken aback and gathered around, picking up the gas masks and examining them closely. They had heard that there was intense fighting in Europe, even involving the use of gas weapons, and various countries had corresponding protective measures. Looking at the English production label, Rick must have spent quite a bit of money. They didn't expect Rick to be so well prepared. Taking on the responsibilities of a commander was far from youthful recklessness. Those ice crystals could also cause frostbite upon contact with the skin, but by breathing, one could expel the gas from the capillaries, blowing away the ice crystals on the surface of the body. Rick said, demonstrating to everyone, took a breath, and his skin erupted with fine gas, as if there were countless tiny pores, like a leaking balloon. This technique would probably take ordinary team members half a year to master, but since everyone present were Hashira, they became proficient in just 3 to 5 minutes. You're really something, Mitsuri Kanroji said with a grin. However, maintaining this state will rapidly consume our stamina, and we must defeat the Upper Moon Demon as quickly as possible. Kaneo, Tsuyuri said. Confidence appeared on everyone's faces. At this moment, Kaneo noticed something unusual and asked, "Why are there only 6 masks?" Everyone turned to look and realized that there were only 6 gas masks in the box, while there were 8 Hashira scheduled to participate in the mission. Would Rick make such a basic mistake? Rick said, "I want to reduce the number of participants in the battle. Mr. Taketu and Mr. Tomioka do not need to participate, so this operation will only have 6 Hashira." Everyone was slightly taken aback, their eyes filled with confusion. "Hey," Iguro Abanai questioned, "none of us have fought against Upper Moon 2, and now you want to reduce the number of Hashira against an unknown enemy? What are you thinking?" Everyone looked at Rick, hoping he would provide a reasonable explanation. Removing all the Hashira has left the Demon Slayer Corps with a lot of tasks. While we're chatting here, some are being killed by demons. Let Mr. Tomioka and Mr. Taketu handle those tasks. Rick explained, the success rate of defeating Doma has dropped from 195. If we take on a bit more risk, we can save countless lives. Standing on the edge, unwilling to face Rick, Shinobu raised her head and slowly turned to look at him, her beautiful eyes shining with a new light. The crowd fell silent. Even the one who disliked Rick the most, Tamayo Shinazugawa, couldn't find any fault. Namu Amida, Butsu, Hummingbird Island Hagen said, "Rick, I misunderstood you. You are a good person." The crowd looked at Rick with a bit more recognition. They had thought he was someone who would stop at nothing to eliminate demons. Although Rick was nominally the commander of this operation, they had some underlying resistance. Now, that bit of resistance had vanished. In the upcoming operations, they would willingly accept Rick's command. Rick sighed inwardly, using the trust gained from 2 pillar-level fighters, hoping he hadn't made a mistake. As for leaving Taketu, Muichiro, and Tenjin Yuzui behind, it wasn't because Rick had anything against them. It was simply that these 2 were more obedient, unlike Mitsuri Kanroji and Kaneo Tiuri, who had long been eager to slay the Upper Moon Demons. If Rick doesn't let them participate in this operation, it's likely these 2 will draw their swords and attack him on the spot. With a major battle approaching, Rick no longer wants to create more conflicts. "Let's go to the headquarters of the Eternal Bliss Cult," Rick said, carrying the Nichiren blade and the exploding Fong. Leading the way out of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, followed by 5 people: Kaneo Tsuri, Sanemi Shinazugawa, Muichiro Takedo, Mitsuri Kanroji, and Shinobu Kocho. The 2 left behind, Muichiro Takedo and Ju Tomioka, exchanged glances, expressionless. Muichiro asked, "You were left behind too, why? Were you disliked?" Ju looked up at the blue sky, and after a long pause, replied, I am not disliked." Chapter 45. The expedition begins Eternal Bliss Cult Headquarters. In a room dedicated to Doma, there is a large bed and various strange items, some of which didn't seem like religious artifacts, such as a peculiar jade vase. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter this room. Several followers had accidentally wandered in and were never seen again. Some said they were expelled, while others said they had died. In any case, that room was full of mystery for the cultists, just like the elusive founder. Doma appeared in the room, sitting cross-legged on the floor, his body swaying like a weeble, chuckling to himself. That adult is really good at directing people. Find the blue, Higanbana. Destroy the Demon Slayer Corps. Find the person wearing the Nichiren earrings. Investigate the death of the Upper Moon's 6 twins. Investigate the death of a certain Lower Moon demon. Tasks came one after another. Demons only moved at night, and even if they desperately rushed around, the efficiency of completing the tasks was destined to be low. As night fell, a new crescent moon hung in the sky, casting silver moonlight on the earth, and the atmosphere instantly turned chilly. "Master, there's a follower waiting outside the hall." A trembling voice came from outside the door. Doma smiled and said, "I know, let him in." Although that adult assigned many tasks, Doma considered himself a qualified founder, often taking time to listen to his followers' troubles. However, the followers he found displeasing had mostly died. Rick followed a believer and appeared at the door. "My lord, please come in," the believer said, lowering his head and trembling as he opened the door. Rick walked in and finally met Doma. Doma was tall and handsome, always wearing an optimistic smile, with hair the color of white oak and eyes as colorful as a rainbow. His left and right irises were engraved with the characters for Upper Moon and 2. He wore a hat symbolizing the founder and was dressed in a red top with a black cloak draped over him. "So it's you? You've been wanting to see me for 3 days." Doma was also observing Rick, realizing that the other party must have spent quite a bit of money to establish connections within the church. That esteemed person did not allow him to be too high profile. So the size of the Eternal Paradise sect remained around 250 people. The members did not engage in farming or labor. So the church's funding naturally required others to provide money. In short, the phrase was simple: pay money to see him. The founder, known as the Son of God, was said to be able to resolve all troubles as long as one saw him. Just with a glance, Doma could tell that Rick was different from the other followers. His faith was unwavering. In the past, those followers sought something or feared death, which is why they came to him. But from Rick, Doma felt no trace of cowardice or fear. Rick grinned and said, "Master Teacher, please listen to my troubles." "Wait." Doma interrupted Rick and laughed. "There's a smell of rust. Were you hiding under your clothes?" Rick shrugged, looking a bit helpless. The exposure happened faster than expected, and this person's nose was like that of a dog. Tong Imo seemed to have discovered a fun toy and excitedly said, "Knife, you are a demon slayer." Rick nodded and smiled, saying, "Great master," as a sincere believer. "Just because I am a demon hunter, can't you help me resolve my doubts?" "Ha ha." Tong Mao laughed heartily, struggling to catch his breath. A demon hunter becoming a believer of demons, offering a large sum of money, even wanting demons to help him clear his confusion. The last time he encountered something so amusing was when a lovely girl from the Demon Slayer Corps showed sympathy for demons, hoping for peaceful coexistence between humans and demons. "Want to be friends with them," Tong Mao said with a smile. "Ask away. I'm in a good mood, and perhaps I will answer your doubts." "Thank you for your generosity." "Great master." Rick pretended to thank him and then asked seriously, "How can I get to Muzan Kibutsuji and his Infinity Castle?" Doma was taken aback for a moment, waved his hand, and smiled. "That's not possible. If I reveal information about that esteemed person, I would be executed." Before Doma could finish his sentence, his left hand suddenly exploded, blood mist filled the room, and the strong smell of blood permeated every corner. "See," Doma said with a helpless smile, as his left hand instantly restored. Revealing information about Muzan Kibutsuji means a demon will die. This statement itself is a piece of information. Ordinary demons can't even speak. And only the upper moons can barely resist, but if they say important information, they will die on the spot. What a pity. Rick looked regretful. Kibutsuji Muzan had already been scared off by Yorichi and couldn't find a way to Infinite City. Then, like in the original timeline, they could only use something to lure Kibutsuji Muzan out. If you have any other questions, I will try my best to answer them. Doma was like a pyramid scheme salesman. "No, I have no more questions." Rick's face was full of disappointment. With a wave of his robe, he revealed 2 long knives and drew the Shattering Fong. Shattering Fong, initial release. As the words fell, the Shattering Fong in Rick's hand erupted with blue lightning, illuminating the entire room. What a pity, blood demon technique. Withered garden snowfall. 2 iron fans slipped out of Doma's sleeves. He opened the fans and instantly waved them, creating countless afterimages mixed with frost that collided with the incoming blue lightning. Boom! The entire building exploded in an instant, flames soaring into the sky. 2 figures burst out from the collapsing structure, landing in the spacious courtyard. It was Rick and Doma. Under the moonlight, the silhouettes of Shinazugawa Sanemi, Iguro Abanai, Kanroji Mitsuri, and Kochu Shinobu appeared on the roof, surrounding Doma. Wearing the Demon Slayer Corps uniform and holding a Nichiren blade, Doma immediately recognized their identities. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Plus my followers, 6 Ashira, not bad. Doma looked up and counted. The auras of these people were extraordinary, far surpassing regular demon hunters. They were the Hashira? It was the first time he encountered so many Hashira. If it were any other demon, they would have been trembling in fear. Even the upper moons would be on high alert. But Doma, who felt no emotions, continued to laugh carefreely. Zing! Zing! A flicker of electricity flashed, and Doma looked down to see that one of his iron fans had been sliced open by Rick's knife. The gap was emitting fine blue electricity, like countless electric snakes, gradually spreading to other parts. Doma sensed a hint of danger and immediately threw the iron fan away. Bang! The fan exploded, shattering completely. Blue lightning? Doma pondered, seemingly realizing something. His eyes brightened as he turned to Rick and laughed loudly. So that esteemed person has been looking for you. A bolt of blue lightning instantly exterminated over 100 demons, leaving that esteemed person both shocked and furious. Chapter 46. 6 against 1. Upon hearing Doma's words, Rick felt puzzled. Muzan Kibutsuji is looking for him? Considering that Muzan could obtain information through other demons, Rick's gaze shifted to the shattering fong. The only thing on him that could attract Muzan's attention was this knife, with its terrifying effect that made it difficult to recover from injury. Rick shook his head secretly, casting those thoughts aside. Dealing with Doma was the key now. He's truly an upper-rank demon, hiding within a religion. How many people has he devoured, that bastard? Tamayo's face was twisted with rage as he wielded the Nichiren blade, exuding a murderous aura. Mitsuri Kanroji angrily exclaimed, "This is too much. Namu Amida, Butsu, let this sin end today." Shinobu Kocho's eyes were filled with tears. When it came to anger, no one present could match Shinobu Kocho. The fire in her heart seemed ready to burn away her reason. Just for a second, she wanted to immediately slay Doma. Shinobu Kocho questioned sharply, "Demon, do you remember the Haori I wore?" Doma's gaze fell on Shinobu Kocho as he inserted his fingers into his temple and stirred around in his head, blood splattering out. His eyes lit up. "It's that girl's Haori, I remember. What a pity I was so close to devouring her and granting her eternal life." Before Doma could finish his sentence, Shinobu Kocho could no longer suppress the anger in her heart and charged forward. Breath of insects, dance of the bee's sting, true dance. Shinobu Kocho's agile body instantly darted in front of Doma, her Nichiren blade thrusting forward, its cold gleam aimed directly at Doma. Blood demon art, fallen lotus. Doma seemed to anticipate Shinobu Kocho's movements, laughing heartily. The moment she appeared before him, he swung his iron fan, scattering a large number of tiny ice flower petals, each petal as sharp as a blade, shimmering with a cold light. Shinobu Kocho's pupils contracted. First form, thunderclap. A thunderous roar echoed as Rick's lightning-like figure shot past, unstoppable, taking Shinobu Kocho, who was about to be hit by the ice flowers, to safety. The two appeared dozens of meters away, and Shinobu Kocho said apologetically, "Rick, I'm sorry. I was too impulsive." Rick did not blame too much. He had anticipated this situation and said in a deep voice, "Rest assured, I will kill him." Butterfly Shinobu's pretty face flushed slightly as she nodded heavily. 6 Hashira, what a grand move. Doma chuckled. As far as we know, there are rarely more than 10 Hashira among the demon slayers, and here we have more than half. Ikakushobai drew his Nichiren blade, resembling a coiled poisonous snake, and said, "Don't blame us for 6 against 1. After all, you are the upper moon too, a demon we have never killed before." Doma shook his head and laughed. "I have never killed 6 Hashira at once either. In that regard, we should be equal, but 6 against 1 is fair. Blood demon art, crystal child." Doma swung his iron fan, scattering countless ice crystals that coalesced into small ice figures. In the blink of an eye, 36 small ice figures surrounded Rick and the others, all resembling Doma. The expressions of the group turned grim. According to Rick's intel, these small ice figures could use the same blood demon art as Doma himself. And apart from lacking the powerful regenerative ability of a demon, their strength was indistinguishable from Doma's true form. Truly worthy of being upper moon too. Terrifying indeed. Blood demon art. Lotus leaf ice. The 36 small ice figures simultaneously waved fans made of solid ice, scattering lotus-shaped ice crystals that sparkled like stars in the sky, falling like a torrential rain, carrying a deadly danger. With nowhere to evade the falling ice crystals, Rick and the others simultaneously donned gas masks. And a large amount of gas erupted from their capillaries, dispersing the tiny ice crystals on their bodies. Seeing their countermeasures, Doma seemed to be a chatterbox. "You're blowing away the ice crystals with gas, but how long can your stamina hold out? Before I kill you, this time is enough." First form, dust whirlwind slash. Nakime Mitsuba snarled, stepping forward with swirling wind blades that could cut through the ground, fearlessly breaking through the sky full of ice crystals and charging at Doma at super speed, swinging his Nichiren blade. Blood demon art, frozen cloud. Doma waved his fan, instantly spreading a large amount of ice crystals, crashing down like a cloud towards Nakime Mitsuba. Seventh form, strong wind, Tengu wind. Nakime Mitsuba changed his tactics, unleashing multiple tornado-like spiral wind blades that tore apart the cloud in front of him, wrapping his hands around the wind blades and fiercely grabbing at Doma. Doma tilted back to dodge, laughing. What a brutal offensive. Did an important person get killed by a demon? Shut up. Nakai Mitsuba's forehead throbbed with veins. His pupils filled with bloodshot, instantly entering a berserk mode. Mr. Iguro and Ms. Kanroji handle those ice figures. Mr. Tamayo, keep up with Nakai and Shinobu. Be mindful of your surroundings. Rick said calmly. Yes. Everyone replied loudly. Fifth form, winding long snake. Ikaku, Shobai, quickly advanced, delivering slashing strikes that twisted like a snake, killing 7 or 8 small ice figures in one breath. Ice crystal fragments scattering everywhere. Sixth form, Catfoot Lovewind. Kanroji Mitsuri's body was as flexible as if it had no bones, dancing lightly, avoiding the attacks of the small ice figures while simultaneously performing spinning slashes. Kanroji Mitsuri's muscle density was 8 times that of an ordinary person, and by tensing her body, she could greatly enhance her defense, making her strength surpass that of an average male. Her Nichiren blade resembled a soft whip, shattering numerous small ice figures as she danced. Meanwhile, Tamayo, Shinobu joined the battlefield against Doma, wielding a large axe connected by a long chain and a meteor hammer, creating a fierce gust of wind with just a simple swing. First form, Snake Pattern Rock, bipolar. Tamayo, Shinobu seized the long chain, simultaneously throwing the meteor hammer and the large axe towards Doma, the fierce wind seemingly tearing apart space. With the strongest Hashira of this generation joining the battle, Doma instantly felt a deadly danger. The terrifying power approached, and Doma could tell at a glance that this move could not be blocked head-on. Boom! Doma chose to retreat, dodging Tamayo, Shinobu's attack. But this slight opening was exposed, and Rick and Nakai Mitsuba immediately followed up, flanking him. Blood Demon Art, Winter Ice Pillar. Doma laughed loudly, waving his iron fan, and cold air condensed, creating numerous sharp ice pillars above. The densely packed ice pillars plummeted from sky, even within the attack range of Doma himself. But he did not care. A demon's powerful regeneration was beyond human capability. As long as he wasn't struck by Rick's strange blade, what did it matter if he exchanged injuries for injuries? Sixth form, Electric Thunderstrike. Fifth form, Cold Autumn Downhill Wind. Rick and Takedo Machiro each used their sword techniques, intertwining wind and thunder to shatter the icicles that fell like raindrops. Chapter 47, Slaying the Believers. Numerous icicles were shattered by the attacks of Rick and his companions, with ice crystals scattered all over the ground, emanating a bone-chilling cold. Within a radius of several hundred meters, it seemed to have transformed into the domain of Doma. Blood Demon Art, Vine Lotus. Doma slammed his hand on the ground, causing the scattered ice crystals to gather in one place, and countless ice vines entwined with ice lotuses surged toward Rick and his companions like venomous snakes. Leave it to me, third form, Rockskin. Kanroji Mitsuri dashed to the front, positioning himself between Rick and Takedo Machiro, continuously swinging his meteor hammer and broad axe around himself, moving so fast that countless afterimages flickered, forming an impenetrable defensive net. Bang, bang, bang. The countless ice vines slammed into Kanroji Mitsuri's defensive net, shattering into ice crystals that scattered everywhere. Rick's lips curled into a slight smile. Having a reliable group of teammates is indeed important. Even without his command, these people knew what they should do and how to do it. Just as he thought this, Rick and the undead Chuan Shimi rushed out from the morning isle. In that instant, Rick and Chuan Shimi were startled and quickly retreated. Ha 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 bloom. Blood Demon Technique. Cold Radiant White Princess. Doma let out a hearty laugh. As he raised his hand, countless ice lotuses in the form of young girls blossomed on the ground, their eyes blank, mouths open, releasing a large amount of cold air, accompanied by snowflakes and ice crystals. Wherever the blizzard passed, it froze all things in the world. Fifth form, Heat Boundary Thunder. Rick raised the Sunwheel Blade, unleashing a high-heat lightning-like slash that split the approaching blizzard in two, revealing a direct path to Tamayo. Shinobu Kocho would not let this opportunity slip by. Fourth form, Rising Dust Storm. Shinobu Kocho swung 5 wind blades upward, beheading all the ice girls in front of her. Immediately after, she charged directly in front of Tamayo, where the Sunwheel Blade collided with the iron fan, creating a shower of sparks and a crisp sound of metal clashing. Just then, a chaotic noise came from behind, drawing the attention of those engaged in battle. Upon closer inspection, over 100 people appeared at the entrance, dressed in the attire of the Eternal Paradise sect. their identity unmistakable as Tamayo's followers. The fierce battle had destroyed the mansion of the Eternal Paradise sect, and upon hearing the commotion, the followers emerged, the cold wind instantly dispelling their drowsiness. When they saw Rick and his group wielding blades, attacking their leader Tamayo, terror and anger filled the faces of many followers. "Stop it, you bunch of thugs. What do you want to do to our leader? Quickly protect our leader," shouted the followers of the Eternal Paradise sect. Many picked up weapons, and, as a religious group with over 100 members, they had some basic means of self-defense, including 2 hunting rifles and 10 kilograms of explosives. Only a few vaguely suspected Tamayo's secret of consuming humans, while most followers still believed he was the son of a god, venerating him as a deity. "Wait, that man is a demon, a man-eating demon. Please believe us." Shinobu Kocho's expression darkened as she stood protectively in front of the followers. After just killing all the little ice people, Kaneo, Tsuyuri, and Mitsuri Kanroji found this situation quite tricky. Even the Hashira had never encountered such a scenario in the past. When the public saw demons, they were filled with fear and wished to slay the evil demons immediately, even if their own family members turned into demons. Very few would stand on the side of the demons. Of course, there were some who wanted to defend their turned family members, but the number of people present was usually not large enough to prevent them from slaying the evil demons. However, the followers in front of them numbered over 100 and were still increasing. "What nonsense are you talking about? Our leader could never be a demon. Hurry up and get out of the way." The followers glared at Shinobu Kocho, Kaneo, Tsuyuri, and Mitsuri Kanroji with anger. How could they believe a group of strangers over their leader, whom they had known for decades? The situation escalated, and the enraged followers were subtly preparing to use violence to stop Rick and the others. Blood Demon Art. Mist Ice, Sleeping Lotus Bodhisattva. Tamayo's eyes turned, and a wicked smile crept onto his lips as he pressed his hands together, forming a massive ice sculpture that resembled a bodhisattva with hands clasped in prayer. Wearing a compassionate expression, against the backdrop of brilliant ice crystals, it appeared as a bodhisattva who saves all beings, radiating a sacred brilliance. "Oh my God, the bodhisattva has manifested," thought the followers, tears streaming down their faces, their eyes filled with worship. Tamayo said nothing, merely by showcasing a bodhisattva. He completely plunged the followers into madness. Rick stepped off the battlefield and appeared behind the 3 members of Butterfly Ninja. "Rick, what should we do?" Butterfly Ninja looked at Rick with a pleading gaze. They were here to defeat the Upper Moon 2 demon. They didn't have the time or energy to slowly explain things to these followers. If things went wrong, over 100 people could die here, and it would surely become a widely known major incident with unimaginable repercussions. Rick said calmly, "Nishikawa, Ihei, and Kanroji, you go assist Takedo and Kanroji in dealing with Doma. I'll handle things here." "All right." In the urgent situation, Butterfly Shinobu, Kanroji Mitsuri, and Ihei Kobain did not ask Rick how he would deal with these believers. After a series of events, Rick had deeply earned their trust. They believed Rick would handle it properly. Among the 3, only Ihei Kobain glanced deeply at Rick's back. The snake's intuition was quite accurate, and he sensed an unusual aura. Butterfly Shinobu, Kanroji Mitsuri, and Ihei Kobain rushed towards the battlefield, but suddenly, a piercing scream came from behind them, and they turned their heads in unison. They saw Rick charging into the flock like a hungry wolf, swinging his Nichiren blade and crazily slaughtering those believers. "Rick?" In an instant, a chill shot up from the feet of Butterfly Shinobu, Kanroji Mitsuri, Ihei Kobain, Takedo Michiro, and Kanroji Shinobu, reaching the top of their heads. Rick's eyes were blood red as he laughed maniacally. "What's wrong? Aren't you supposed to protect your prophet? Is this all you've got? Show some courage." As he spoke, Rick swung his knife again, decapitating 2 more followers. Blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering the faces of a dozen followers, the intense smell of blood instantly turning their faces pale. The round, severed heads rolled to the ground without any signs of vanishing, clearly indicating they were human. Rick coldly stared at the believers, his Sharingan emitting a sinister blood-red light, cold, killing intent erupting. Chapter 48, The Anger of 6. Damn it. 2 believers raised their shotguns, ready to shoot at Rick. Bang! Rick kicked 2 pebbles with the tips of his toes, accompanied by a strong whooshing sound, directly shattering their heads, exploding like 2 watermelons, causing nausea and disgust. 2 headless corpses fell into a pool of blood. Rick coldly smiled and walked towards the believers, blood dripping from the sunwheel knife. His blood-red eyes were those of a demon, Run away quickly. The followers of the Infinite Bliss sect kept retreating, their faces filled with terror, their cries echoing endlessly. In the face of this terrifying and deadly crisis, they could hardly care about their so-called faith. Everyone wished they had grown 2 more legs. Under the frantic trampling, even the threshold was broken. In the blink of an eye, the followers of the Infinite Bliss sect disappeared without a trace, leaving only that bright red figure. Under the bright moonlight, Rick was covered in blood, and it was certainly not his. Against the backdrop of his eerie scarlet Sharingan, he appeared as terrifying as a ghost. Butterfly Shinobu, Iguro Abanai, Kanroji Mitsuri, Taketu Mwichiru, and Shinazugawa Sanemi all had grim expressions, a wave of sorrow rising in their hearts. They were supposed to come to exterminate the Upper Moon Demon and save these believers. Yet at this moment, they had to wield their blades against the unarmed followers. What a tragic situation. Perfect score. Doma seemed to have found a fun toy, excitedly saying to Rick, "My believer, become a demon, and you will surely do something even more interesting." Rick turned to look at Doma, his gaze icy. Just killing a few people, did he think he would waver? It was clearly his first time killing, yet Rick felt no discomfort, as if it were as simple as eating or drinking. He understood well that the human heart is a far more terrifying thing than demons. So he killed without any psychological burden. He had simply slain another kind of even more terrifying demon. Doma's words instantly enraged Shinobu Kocho and the others. The root of all this chaos was still laughing heartlessly, even wanting to drag their companions, their comrades, into darkness. Mitsuri Kanroji's expression was grim, trembling with anger, a deep and cold laugh emanating from the depths of his throat. Upper Moon 2, I have to admit, your manipulation of the human heart is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. Namu Amida, Butsu, Haimejima Jiomi clenched his fists, a terrifying power subtly producing a sonic boom. Mitsuri Kanroji and Kaneo, Tsuyuri glared at Doma with eyes full of anger and killing intent. Shinobu Kocho looked at Rick's back, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of worry. Rick walked over, gave her a reassuring glance, and said in a deep voice, "Take him out in one go." "All right." The crowd instantly entered a frenzy. Seeing Rick and the 6 others charging toward him with murderous intent, Dong Mao laughed heartily, showing no fear. Blood demon art, sleeping lotus bodhisattva, 1,000 hands. Hundreds of icy crystal hands extended from the back of the majestic ice sculpture of the bodhisattva behind Dong Mao, exuding a chilling aura as they fiercely clawed at Rick and the others. Rick frowned. In the original timeline, Doma did not have this kind of move. Fortunately, he had brought enough manpower. Kanroji Mitsuri said, "Leave it to me." Everyone immediately switched formations, lining up in a long serpent formation, with Kanroji Mitsuri at the front. First form, shivering first love. Kanroji Mitsuri danced gracefully in midair, her sun-shaped blade slashing swiftly to shatter the incoming ice crystal hand. Rick shouted loudly, "To the right." Third form, nesting strangle. The Nichiren blade of Iguro Abanai struck like a giant snake hunting, its sharp fangs shattering the ice crystal giant hand on the right. After breaking 7 or 8 ice crystal hands, the Nichiren blade got stuck in one of the ice hands, powerless to continue. "Damn it. I can't cut through all these ice hands," Kanroji Iguro Abanai said anxiously, his wrist strength ranking second to last among the Hashira, only slightly stronger than the insect Hashira. Shinobu Kocho. He was a technique-oriented swordsman, able to decapitate demons from strange and unpredictable angles, but he couldn't deal with these hard objects. "I know." 7th form, Gale Wind, Tengu Wind. Kanroji Mitsuri shouted angrily. Above Iguro Abanai's position, the Nichiren blade unleashed multiple tornado-like spiral wind blades, the terrifying power directly shredding dozens of ice crystal hands on the right, countless ice crystals scattering. Under the cover of the 3, Kanroji Mitsuri, Rick, and Shinobu Kocho entered within 30 meters of Doma. "It's over," Kanroji Mitsuri said solemnly, leaping into the air. "What a pity." Doma laughed. The bodhisattva behind him raised its head, opening its massive blood-filled mouth towards Kanroji Mitsuri, unleashing a blizzard of ice crystals. "I said it's over." 5th form, Wheel of Punishment. Kanroji Mitsuri shouted angrily, grabbing the chain and throwing the hand axe with all his might in a fit of rage. Boom! The axe blade slammed down heavily on the bodhisattva's head, shattering half of its cheek, the terrifying power causing its body to shift. The blizzard it was spitting out veering off course and landing hundreds of meters away, freezing the ground. Immediately after, Kanroji Mitsuri threw a meteor hammer, alternating his weapon throws repeatedly. In an instant, countless heavy strikes smashed down on the Bodhisattva. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled. The massive Bodhisattva ice sculpture was crushed to pieces by Kanroji Mitsuri, ice crystals spilling everywhere. What terrifying power! Doma laughed, completely unconcerned with the destruction of the ice sculpture. Retreating backward, a battle-hardened swordsman would never let this opportunity slip. Shinobu Kocho instantly advanced. Cetipede dance. 100-legged snake belly. Shinobu Kocho's graceful figure resembled a dancing butterfly, winding towards all directions. The monstrous Kanroji Mitsuri and Shinobu Kocho flanked Doma from both sides, leaving him with no time to think about how to respond. Blood Demon Art. Frozen Cloud Wall. Doma retreated towards Shinobu Kocho, swinging his iron fan, instantly unleashing a large number of ice crystals that coalesced into an ice wall, pressing forward, laughing triumphantly. Your power cannot break my defense. Provoked by Doma's taunt, Shinobu Kocho's previous strike had already allowed Doma to gauge her strength. Sure enough, when Shinobu Kocho's Nichiren blade struck the ice wall, it was directly rebuffed. But there was not a trace of discouragement on her face. So I'm just a decoy. Shinobu Kocho smiled slightly, then hysterically shouted, Rick. Ultimate technique, 7th form, Extreme Electric Thunder Dragon. A figure wrapped in thunder surged out from behind Shinobu Kocho, leaping into the air. In an instant, the winds and clouds changed. Dark clouds filled the entire sky, and the rumble of thunder echoed. In the depths of the clouds, everyone seemed to see a giant beast faintly appearing, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Utilizing the terrifying impact of the descent, Rick's blade light pierced through the sky, smashing down hard at Doma. Boom! The mountains shook and the earth trembled. The terrifying shockwave overturned everything within dozens of meters. Chapter 49, Doma's Death. Infinity Castle. Hidden behind the curtain, Subduing Muzan was taken aback, a flask slipping from his fingers and shattering on the ground, the glass shards glinting with sharp cold light. Doma dead? Subduing Muzan murmured, slowly closing his eyes, using his ability to gain Doma's vision. The Demon Slayer Core, the Siege of the Six Hashira, the Blue Thunder. It's that strange swordsman. Bang! Subduing Muzan kicked over the laboratory table, his face darkening, nearly stumbling and falling. Doma is dead? Impossible. He can't just die like that. Roar. Subduing Muzan's eyes turned blood red, his deep voice sounding like the roar of an ancient beast, angrily saying, Useless. Stand up. I won't allow you to die like this. At least take down 3 of the Hashira present. Otherwise your death will hold no value. At the base of the Eternal Paradise cult, as the dust settled, a deep pit with a radius of over 10 meters appeared, with only Doma's head left lying inside, his body already shattered by Rick's blade light. I lost, Doma murmured, feeling no emotions, and thus had no feelings about death. Rick coldly stared at Tong Mo, and signs of dissipating began to appear under Tong Mo's neck. It's over. Rick sighed in relief. Although there were some twists and turns, there was no doubt that Tong Mo was doomed. It was the voice of that adult. Rick turned around to leave when suddenly a deep voice came from behind him, as if it were from hell. Rick suddenly turned around, and the scene before him filled him with horror. The signs of Doma's disappearance had actually stopped and were visibly recovering at a rapid pace. Doma grinned menacingly and said, Blood Demon Art. Snowstorm. Rick's pupils contracted, and he immediately drew the exploding Fong, unleashing 50 demon powers in an instant. Blue lightning flickered as he exerted all his strength to stab forward, the sharp edge piercing through Tong Mo's brow. At the same time, he shouted loudly to Butterfly Shinobu and the others who were rushing over. Wait, it's not over yet. Hurry and leave. Was this a counterattack before death? Butterfly Shinobu, Shinobu Kocho, Mitsuri Kanroji, and Kaneo Tsuyuri fled into the distance. They didn't want to accompany Tong Mo in death. After injuring Tong Mo with the exploding Fong, Rick didn't dare to stay for a moment and ran away. Boom! An ice crystal storm erupted from Tong Mo, instantly expanding to a radius of 100 meters, isolating everything outside. Rick and the others, retreating to 300 or 400 meters away, looked at the ice crystal storm ahead with grim expressions. What on earth is happening? The head has already been severed, and there were signs of dissipating, so why has it revived again? Mitsuri Kanroji said angrily. Everyone shared this confusion. They had never encountered a situation where someone could survive after having their head cut off. Rick frowned and said, I've heard that Muzan Subduing can briefly control the bodies of demons, Perhaps he has granted Doma new powers. Muzan Kibutsuji. Upon hearing this name, everyone felt a jolt in their hearts. The nightmare that has haunted the land of Japan for over 1,000 years, the ultimate target of the Demon Slayer Corps. This means that Muzan Kibutsuji likely possesses the ability to survive even after having his head cut off, and may even be able to briefly share this power with demons of upper rank level, right? Iguro Abanai analyzed. Hearing this, everyone gasped. There is a possibility, after all. The upper-rank demons have a significant amount of Muzan Kibutsuji's blood mixed within them. Rick nodded, then changed the subject, saying that regardless, Doma's powers have reached their limit. He is merely a dying ember, unable to hold out for long. As Rick said, Doma was only unleashing the last remnants of Muzan Kibutsuji's blood within him. In less than a minute, the ice crystal storm dissipated, revealing Doma's figure. Bang! Bang! His head shattered by the impact. Blue lightning quickly spread across Doma's body, exploding and allowing him to be reborn again and again, causing his stamina to rapidly decline. Damn it, my body can't recover. Doma crawled on the ground like a maggot, saying, "Nourishment, I need more nourishment." Mitsuri Kenroji cut his skin with his Nichiren blade, blood dripping down, and sneered, "Damn demon, take a good look. This is your favorite rare blood." Mitsuri's blood is the rarest of the rare. Any demon that smells it would become intoxicated. Doma's eyes widened. "I've heard you only consume women. I'm curious how you will choose between death and your dining habits." Mitsuri mocked. Shinobu Kocho and Mitsuri Kanroji walked over. Doma's gaze repeatedly flickered between Mitsuri, Shinobu, and Kanroji. "Give me that rare blood. Blood demon art. 9-headed dragon." Doma roared, as ice crystals formed into a giant dragon with 9 heads, charging straight at Mitsuri. With his vitality abundant and the effects of the rare blood enhancing him, eating his opponent could provide him with a nutrition equivalent to hundreds, no, thousands of people. He still had a chance to turn the tide. "Ha, that's right. What do you mean by feeling no emotions? This is the greed of demons to survive." Mitsuri mocked. "Ninth form, Vritra Typhoon." Mitsuri executed a series of circular slashes around the ice crystal 9-headed dragon, unleashing a multitude of wind blades that shattered it into pieces. First form, Thunderclap and Flash, Godspeed. Rick stepped forward with a loud roar, appearing in front of Doma, swinging out the explosive fawn. The azure thunder completely engulfed Doma, utterly destroying its body, leaving not even a single cell behind. As Doma perished, the ice crystals scattered everywhere. Victory! Rick removed his gas mask, turned around, and swept his gaze over Satamiyu Kagyomi, Fumiyu Shimiya, Kocho Shinobu, Kanroji Mitsuri, and finally landed on Kocho Shinobu. Shinobu smiled faintly, her small face showing a look of relief. The first ray of dawn fell upon her, as if a key had unlocked the shackles on her body. "Did you all receive the news? The Hashira have slain Upper Moon 2. After hundreds of years, we have finally begun to slay the Upper Moon demons. I know that the one who defeated Upper Moon 2 is the new Flame Hashira, Mr. Rick." Incredible. 7 or 8 Demon Slayer Corps members gathered on the street, excitedly discussing the news they had just received. 6 Hashira had successfully defeated Upper Moon 2, and no one had died. Excluded from the group, Kaigaku heard Rick's name and revealed disbelief in his eyes. "Rick!" Flames of jealousy filled every corner of Kaigaku's heart. He clenched his fists. It was precisely Rick who had slain Upper Moon 2. If it had been any other Hashira who defeated Upper Moon 2, he could have comforted himself that Rick was merely tagging along, and the credit belonged to the other Hashira. "Kaigaku, I heard you and Mr. Rick are fellow disciples. Please take care of him in the future." The 7 or 8 Demon Slayer members approached Kaigaku, speaking in a friendly tone. Damn it. Kaigaku lowered his head, gritting his teeth. He couldn't even use the most basic technique of thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash, and was often looked down upon and ridiculed by these people. Because of Rick's brilliance, he gained respect, but he felt no joy. Instead, it was more of a shame of being pitted. Seeing Kaigaku's dark expression, the Demon Slayer members simply greeted him and left. Kaigaku was arrogant and self-important. If it weren't for his connection to Rick, they wouldn't even want to acknowledge him. Once the Demon Slayer members left, Kaigaku could no longer suppress the anger and jealousy in his heart. He drew his Nichiren blade and smashed everything in front of him. After venting, Kaigaku stared at the letters sent by Kaneo, detailing the battle of the 6 Hashira against Upper Moon 2. Suddenly, a piece of information caught his interest. Followers of the Eternal Paradise cult were incited by Upper Moon 2, and Rick had slain several villains, driving the followers back. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of Kaigaku's mouth. Chapter 50, Triumphant Return. Upper Moon 2, Doma, is dead. A trace of regret flashed deep in Rick's eyes. The power of the ultimate technique, Extreme Electric Thunder Dragon, and the exploding tooth was too strong. Tongmu's body was shattered, and he couldn't collect Tongmu's blood. However, when dealing with Upper Moon 2, one misstep could cost him his life, leaving no energy to collect blood. Rick turned back to the crowd and smiled, saying, "Let's go back." Rick, Shinobu Kocho, Sanemi Shinazugawa, Kaneo Tiuri, Mitsuri Kanroji, and Iguro Abanai all bore varying degrees of injuries. Overall, they were not serious, far from the extent of Yuzui Tenjin and Rengoku Kaijuro's wounds. When they returned victorious, they were immediately treated like heroes at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, with countless members showering them with flowers and applause. Yuzui Tenjin, standing nearby, was speechless. He had also slain an Upper Moon demon and was injured even more severely. Why didn't he receive such treatment upon his return? It was unfair and discriminatory. Upper Moon 6 was still an Upper Moon. Damn it. The 6 Hashira were led by Rick, and this outcome was not to be taken for granted. Yuzui Tenjin pouted, feeling displeased, and could already imagine Iguro Abanai and Sanemi Shinazugawa flaunting their victory in front of him in the future. Yes, you did well too. Makio, Hinetsu, and Suma hurried to comfort Yuzui Tenjin, and the warm and loving scene made the single men of the Demon Slayer Corps eyes turn red, their teeth nearly grinding to dust. Among them was a certain unnamed blonde-haired youth. This bastard actually has 3 wives, and they are all beautiful. Tanjiro Kamidu's grim expression was scarier than a demon, frightening the people around him into retreating. Stop messing around. Kaneo Tiri raised her cane and tapped it on Tanjiro Kamido's head, then turned to look at Rick, who was supported by countless people, shining like a star, with only a look of relief in her eyes. Rick noticed the gaze of Sakashima Tera, who looked through the crowd and respectfully said, "Teacher Tera, you did great, you are my pride." With tears in his eyes, Sakashima Tera replied, "Senior brother." My wife Zenitsu rushed up and hugged Rick's thigh, her face full of admiration as she excitedly exclaimed, "You are amazing. You even killed an Upper Moon demon." My wife Zenitsu had only recently joined the Demon Slayer Corps and had been training on Mount Peach, but after coming here and hearing bits and pieces from others, she had a rough understanding of what an Upper Moon demon meant. The vicious Upper Moon demons had never been defeated for hundreds of years, and even the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps had a hard time surviving encounters with them. Such a terrifying monster was actually killed by his senior brother. A thigh. This is a super thigh. My wife Zenitsu made up his mind to hold onto Rick's thigh tightly from now on and see who would dare to bully him. Rick forced a smile, unable to shake off Zenitsu, but soon someone helped him resolve this annoyance. "Are you Mr. Rick's junior brother?" A dozen members of the Demon Slayer Corps gathered around. Zenitsu was taken aback for a moment, then noticed the admiration and respect in their eyes, instantly becoming energized. He stood up like lightning using the thunder breathing technique, and with a cool expression said, "That's right, I am a junior brother most favored by senior brother Rick." "Then you must have learned all the techniques of thunder breathing and that ultimate sword technique, right? Please let us see it." The surrounding Demon Slayer Corps members had stars in their eyes. If they could witness the super sword technique that slays Upper Moon 2, they would have no regrets in this lifetime. They even regretted not learning thunder breathing at the beginning and instead choosing other styles. Upon hearing this, Zenitsu's face stiffened, wanting to cry without tears, and he cast a pleading look at Rick. He shouldn't have been so cocky. He didn't know any ultimate sword technique. He only knew the most basic first form of thunder breathing. "Senior brother, help me." Zenitsu was dragged away by the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, his expression extremely pitiful. Rick gave him a helpless expression, then turned to chat with Sanada Shigoro and others. In the crowd, Rick saw many characters who had appeared in the original timeline, including former Water Hashira Tanjiro Kamidu, former Flame Hashira Kaijiro Rengoku, and his younger son Senjuro Rengoku. They had gone to hunt down the Upper Moon with 5 Hashira, and although they only had 3 days, it put a lot of pressure on the Demon Slayer Corps. Most of the current members, including Ju Tomioka and Michiro Takedo, were busy and didn't even have time to eat after completing one mission before rushing to the next. Only retired swordsmen or new swordsmen who hadn't passed the final selection came to celebrate. The Upper Moon 6 and Upper Moon 2 had accomplished what I couldn't. Kaijiro Rengoku looked despondent, took a deep swig of strong liquor, and walked away into the distance, with Senjuro Rengoku closely following behind. Kaijiro stared blankly at his father's back and softly said, "Please take care of yourself." Kaijiro paused for a moment, but ultimately didn't turn back, just slowly lowered the wine jug, his tall figure gradually fading away. Nisan, do your best. Senjuro encouraged, then chased after his father's figure. Everyone, the figure of Yoya Ubuyashiki appeared in the courtyard, and the noisy sounds gradually quieted down, silence falling among the hundreds of people. Even the impolite young ones were pressed to the ground by the elderly, their eyes filled with curiosity. Tanjiro Kamadu, Sanada Shigoro, and others had been active under the previous lord, but that didn't prevent them from showing respect to the current lord, Yoya Ubuyashiki. A change that hadn't happened in hundreds of years occurred. In just 1 month, we had slain Upper Moon 2 and Upper Moon 6. Yoya Ubuyashiki's voice, like a spring breeze, resonated in everyone's ears. As he called out Rick and the others' names, an indescribable excitement appeared on everyone's faces. I have a feeling, for thousands of years, the great cause that countless ancestors hoped for, the era of demons running rampant, will come to an end in our hands. Let us enjoy the victory banquet tonight, heroes. Yoya Ubuyashiki said, his tones so calm, yet seemingly possessing some kind of magic, deeply touching the hearts of countless people. Oh! The courtyard erupted with thunderous cheers. Just thinking about how those vile demons would be ended in their generation made everyone's blood boil. Trembling with excitement, a lively banquet was held at the mansion, and the main characters were naturally Rick, Mitsuri Kanroji, Shinobu Kocho, and the other three. Everyone was tirelessly asking about the battle with Upper Moon 2, Doma, and every time they reached a thrilling part, they couldn't help but hold their breath. Gasping in awe, Yoya Ubuyashiki showed his face briefly at the banquet before quickly leaving. This mansion being used for the banquet was already known to many, and for safety reasons, he needed to move to another secret location. Chapter 51. Rick Strength. Lord Rick, this is my gift. Lord Rick is so handsome. At the entrance of the Butterfly Mansion, dozens of beautiful girls surrounded Rick, and in the blink of an eye, his hands and pockets were filled with gifts. Among the team that went to hunt Doma, Mitsuri Kanroji and Shinobu Kocho were girls, while Kaneo Tayuri was terrifyingly strong and Inosuke Hashibara's sharp tongue was unbearable for most. Only Rick, handsome and charismatic, with a sunny personality and great strength, was not only the leader of the hunting team, but also delivered the final blow to Doma. All these factors combined made ordinary girls fall for him in an instant. Mr. Rick's so amazing. The three girls from the Butterfly Mansion peeked out one after another. Aside from the injured, very few people visited the Butterfly Mansion. And since Rick moved in, visitors have been coming continuously every day, most of whom were beautiful girls who had never seen anyone so popular. After about 10 minutes, Rick finally sent the girls away. Over the past half-month, he had received enough gifts and love letters to fill a room. At some point, Shinobu Kocho appeared behind Rick and said softly, "You seem really happy." Rick turned his head, and the delicate and beautiful face of Butterfly Shinobu came into view. But her sweet smile seemed a bit cold. He smiled and changed the subject, asking, "Miss Shinobu, has Mr. Kanroji left?" "Oomph." Butterfly Shinobu flicked her head and walked into the room, leaving behind a remark, "Mr. Kanroji is waiting for you at the door." Rick looked at the beautiful silhouette of Butterfly Shinobu, feeling somewhat helpless. After the battle against Doma, he sensed that a change had occurred within her. Could this be her true nature? A slight smile appeared on Rick's lips, as if he found it somewhat agreeable. Meanwhile, back inside the house, Butterfly Shinobu knelt before the spirit tablet of her sister, Butterfly Kane. "Sister, what should I do?" she asked in confusion, her small hand resting on her heart, clearly feeling the rapid beating of her heart. Ever since the battle against Doma ended, images of Rick occasionally flashed through her mind, his figure bursting forth from behind her, surrounded by lightning. Shinobu vaguely realized what this feeling was, but she couldn't immediately accept it. Doma was dead, yet there were countless demons still in this world. Was it really okay for her to be happy? She felt more confusion and worry. The act of exterminating demons was dangerous, and Shinobu couldn't predict when she might die. Recklessly making promises would only result in another heartbroken person in the world. A case was right in front of her. Former flame Hashira Kayajiro Rengoku, devastated by the death of his wife, had become listless, abandoning his duties as a Hashira and drowning his sorrows in alcohol every day. Shinobu clenched her small fist tightly. She didn't want to see Rick turn into a shadow of his former self. At the entrance of the Butterfly Mansion, Rick shouted, "Mr. Kanroji." It had been half a month since the battle against Muzan, and everyone's injuries were not serious. After some simple treatment, they quickly returned to their normal work. Strangely, despite the severe shortage of manpower, Rick was quite free. The Demon Slayer Corps had not assigned him any tasks, and he occasionally went out to kill demons, trying to approach the Butterfly Mansion. Today, Kanroji Mitsuri came by to pick up the medicine specially prepared by Shinobu Kocho. With his hands together, Kanroji Mitsuri smiled and said, "Rick, I heard you were looking for me. What is the matter?" "Mr. Kanroji, I want to test my strength." There seemed to be flames burning in Rick's eyes. "No problem." Kanroji Mitsuri agreed. He also wanted to spar with Rick to increase his own pressure. Boom! The first event in the competition between Rick and Baiming Yuhangming was arm wrestling, which lasted a full 3 minutes. Rick's face turned red as he lost to Baiming Yuhangming. Then came the speed test, where there was no doubt that Rick crushed his opponent. After the tests, the two reached a conclusion. Rick's arm strength is comparable to that of Yuzui Tenjin, ranking second among the Hashira. His burst speed ranks first, and the explosive power of thunder breathing is unquestionable. But his endurance is ranked last, as the burden is too heavy. Your growth has exceeded my expectations. I believe it won't be long before you surpass me. Haimejima Jomiai remarked. Before the battle against Doma, he had assessed Rick's strength after his fight with Takatu Muichiro. The current Rick has grown significantly compared to before, with an approximate growth of 30%. Rick smiled humbly. After the battle with Doma, his strength had indeed improved significantly, including his swordsmanship proficiency, the use of the Sharingan, and the enhancement of his Conqueror's Haki. Rick speculates that the enhancement of Conqueror's Haki comes from constantly battling strong opponents and refining one's spirit. By participating in the defeat of multiple lower moons and upper moons, his Conqueror's Haki has entered a new stage. Rick said, "Mr. Beiminju, just one strike. Give it your all and come at me." Beiminju, Xingming furrowed his brow, unable to understand Rick's intentions, but out of trust. He decided not to refuse Rick and reminded him, "Be careful." Beiminju, Xingming put down the prayer beads, took a deep breath, and with a fist the size of sandpot, he swung it forward, creating a whooshing sound, the powerful fist wind seemingly capable of tearing everything apart. "Stop!" Rick shouted loudly, and a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from him, like a heavy mountain crashing down on Baiming Yuxingming. Baiming Yuxingming was taken aback, his muscles tensed tightly, and his fist, about the size of an adult's head, stopped just a few centimeters from Rick's face. "What is this?" Baiming Yuxingming gritted his teeth, resisting the terrifying pressure. "Roar!" After a few seconds, a roar erupted from deep within Baiming Yuxingming's throat, and with a surge of energy, it felt as if he had broken through some kind of restraint, and his fist struck forward again. Rick, already prepared, slightly moved his lips, and in a flash of lightning, fine thunder erupted from his body, instantly propelling him back several meters. Baiming Yuxingming's punch missed, and the terrifying force created a gust of wind that knocked down a large tree ahead. He suddenly realized what he had done, breaking into a cold sweat, and exclaimed, "Rick, are you okay?" Rick said, "It's okay." Baiming Yu Xingming apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Rick certainly knew that it wasn't intentional. The pressure of the Conqueror's Haki was something ordinary people couldn't withstand. He curiously asked Baiming Yu Xingming about his feelings. Baiming Yu Xingming recalled the sensation he had just experienced and slowly said, "It was terrifying. It felt like an invisible pair of giant hands were choking my neck, and the lack of oxygen caused muscle spasms. The intense feeling of suffocation made it impossible for me to think of anything else. All that remained in my mind was one thought, to break through this layer of confinement with all my strength." Rick nodded. His Conqueror's Haki should have reached the intermediate stage. This level of Conqueror's Haki requires the strongest Hashira of the present, Kaijiro Rengoku, to exert all his strength to break through, and it shouldn't be a problem to intimidate a lower moon demon. In the world of pirates, a strong fighter can shatter an island with a fierce battle, and in terms of combat power, it is much higher than that of Demon Slayer. Rick wasn't sure if Muzan Kibutsuji could help him elevate his Conqueror's Haki to the advanced stage. Chapter 52. The murder incident. Kaijiro Rengoku didn't stay long. If he didn't double his efforts in training, he would soon be surpassed by Rick, and even as a swordsman, he would be unwilling to accept that. Rick stretched lazily, contemplating today's training plan. The Demon Slayer Corps hadn't assigned him any tasks, leaving him bored and with nothing to do except train. Just as he began training, a visitor interrupted him. It was the sound Hashira, Tenjin Yuzui. After days of rest, Yuzui's injuries had mostly healed, while the more energetic Kaijiro Rengoku had already taken on other missions. Yuzui appeared gloomy, completely different from his usual flamboyant demeanor as he proclaimed himself the god of flashiness. "Rick, don't ask so many questions. Come with me right now." Rick looked confused. "What's going on?" Muzan Kibutsuji has come with the other upper moons? The death of Doma has caused a riot among the demons across the country, with frequent attacks on humans. However, it seems they're being coerced and forced to act. Upon seeing the demon slayers, they become terrified, sweating profusely, and flee immediately. Rick could probably guess that Muzan Kibutsuji, that scum of a boss, was putting pressure from above, while the lower-tier demons were crying out in despair. With Upper Moon 2 having been killed, what could they do? They were forced to attack humans, but didn't dare to engage in battle with the demon slayers. Just then, a series of tight footsteps echoed outside, accompanied by synchronized shouts, such as "We cannot forgive murderers. They must pay the price." Rick looked up at the sun in the sky. Anyone who dared to appear at this moment would probably be risking their life. Shinobu Kocho, the three little ones, and Aoi Kanzaki heard the commotion and came out, looking quite confused. "Oh no, it's too late." Yuzui Tungin's expression darkened as he urgently said, "Rick, you should leave through the back door first. The members of the Hidden will take you to see Lord Muzan. Hey, don't just stand there. Hurry up and take him away." Yuzui Tenjin shouted at Shinobu and the others. Rick was puzzled as he was pushed towards the back door of the butterfly house, where a hidden member was indeed waiting. "It's okay, I'll handle it," the butterfly ninja said with a smile, then turned to head back to the front yard. Rick furrowed his brow, exerted force in his legs, and jumped onto the rooftop, a position that allowed him to see the situation in the front yard. 300 to 400 people were blocking the entrance of the butterfly house, and Rick recognized the clothing they wore. Followers of the Eternal Bliss sect. Leading them were a few reluctant-looking police officers. The tall figure of Yuzui Tenjin blocked the door, exuding an imposing presence as if he could hold back 1,000 men. A member of the Hidden spoke respectfully, "Lord Rick, please come with me. The master is waiting for you." Rick's expression fluctuated. "Just give me a direction." The Hidden member was momentarily stunned, and then she was lifted by Rick with one hand, like an eagle catching a chick. Rick asked direction. The Hidden member pointed to the northeast, and the next second she regretted it. Rick exploded into action, dashing out like lightning, his terrifying speed nearly making her suffocate. A journey that was supposed to take 3 hours was completed by Rick in just 40 minutes. This is the power of the pillar. The Hidden member lay on the ground, having vomited her breakfast. Even the most bumpy carriage ride she had ever been on couldn't compare to even 1% of today's experience. Rick was only slightly sweating on his forehead, as if a 10-minute jog had made her internally exclaim monster. He navigated through the complex jungle and arrived at the mansion deep in the mountains, where a guide led him into the house and to a courtyard filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. Not only was there Kanroji Mitsuri, but Rick also saw Shinazugawa Sanemi, Iguro Abanai, Rengoku Kaijiro, Takedo Michiro, and Tomioka Ju, as well as the recently encountered Himejima Jayomiyai, except for Yuzui Tenjin and Kochu Shinobu. The current Hashira were all present. Everyone's expressions were not looking good. With such a large gathering, Rick could tell without thinking that something serious had happened. Kanroji Mitsuri softly said, "Rick, do you remember the followers you killed during the mission to defeat Enmu?" Rick nodded. The Hashira, why Yakanomori, said, "There is only one question in this Hashira meeting. Is the Mist Hashira, Rick, guilty of killing 8 people during the battle against the demon Doma? Judgment?" Rick's pupils shrank as he noticed that the 7 Hashira present were all fully armed, and the positions of 6 of them subtly blocked his escape routes. No matter which direction he tried to flee, he would inevitably be intercepted by one of the Hashira. The strongest, the stone Hashira, Jayomiyai Himejima, stood next to Yoya Shinjiro, acting as a bodyguard. Rick forced a smile at the corner of his mouth. If he were found guilty in this trial, the 7 Hashira present would attack him. Not guilty. To Rick's surprise, the first person to stand up was Shinazugawa Sanemi. With a grim smile on his face, Sanemi coldly said, "What a joke, those foolish idiots. Even if Rick doesn't make a move, I will take them down." Guilty. Rengoku Kyujiro crossed his arms and declared loudly, "Murder is murder, no matter the reason. That fact won't change." Whoosh. Sanemi's large hand, entwined with wind blades, lunged at Rengoku Kyujiro with incredible speed. Those who didn't participate in the expedition, "Shut up." Rengoku Kyujiro dodged backward, creating distance, insisting, "This matter has nothing to do with the current topic." "Sure." Abuyashiki Yoya smiled and said, "Sanemi, Kyujiro." Others still have things to say. Sanemi could only suppress his anger. Iguro Abanai rationally analyzed, "Not guilty. Those followers have weapons and are clearly unstable. If Rick doesn't intervene, the expedition against Doma will not only fail, but more people will die under Doma's blood demon art. It's like that famous train problem. Doma is the train, with over 100 people tied to one track, and the 8 people Rick killed are on another track. Rick just chose to save more people. I also think not guilty Kanroji Mitsuri quietly spoke up, "My lord, the power of Upper Moon 2 is terrifying. Even decapitation won't kill them. We really have no strength left. Guilty. The dead are too pitiful. Namu Amida, Butsu. Shinazugawa, Kumi shed tears. 3-2. Then I choose the side with fewer people. Guilty. Takatu Mwichiru looked indifferent. Guilty. Tanjiro shouted. The pillars participating in the expedition against Doma were mostly on Rick's side, but more could not accept murder. 4-3. For people believed Rick was guilty, but there were still Tenjin and Shinobu. Ubuyashiki Yoya said. The crowd waited in silence. Half an hour later, Yuzui Tenjin and Kochu Shinobu arrived late. On the way, Tenjin had already informed Shinobu about the content of this meeting. Not guilty, Shinobu said with a sweet smile. I don't think murder is right, except for those in that religion. They're just a group of demons in human skin. They deserve to die. No one was surprised. Shinobu's sister, Kochu Kane, died at the hands of Doma, so it was likely that Shinobu herself wanted to kill all the members of the Wan Shirjila sect. So it was 4-4. Everyone's gaze fell on Yuzui Tenjin. The trial of a 9 Hashira was an odd number, so there was no possibility of tie. Tenjin didn't expect the final decision would fall on him. He thought about cursing, but didn't plan to change his mind. He pouted and slowly said, Rick, I used to be a ninja, specifically helping the noble lords handle some dirty and filthy matters. The first time I killed someone, that feeling was really disgusting. I couldn't eat for 3 days. But the second time I killed, I found my hands no longer shook and my heart was calm. Humans have a strong ability to adapt. I realized I'd gotten used to it. Hey, why don't you start from when Wa created humans? Sanemi interrupted impatiently. The crowd's gaze toward Tenjin changed. At this point, was he going to ramble on? Tenjin initially didn't plan to indulge them. After all, who told them to give the final decision-making power to him? But facing the 9 Hashira's cold stares, he surrendered. So, killing is wrong and must be punished to make people understand that they cannot become accustomed to such things. Therefore, I believe guilty, Yuzui Tenjin stated. Chapter 53, The Real Culprit 5-4. Those who believed Rick was not guilty. Shinazugawa Sanemi, Iguro Abanai, Kanroji Mitsuri, and Kochu Shinobu. Those who believed Rick was guilty. Rengoku Kyujuru, Shinazugawa Kumi, Tanjiro, Takata Mwichiru, and Yuzui Tenjin. The atmosphere in the room instantly turned grim. The minority must obey the majority. Even Sanemi and the other 3 had to watch Rick vigilantly, prepared for him to flee. Rick slowly placed his hand on the hilt of the Sunwell blade, further tightening their nerves. Rick's strength ranks among the top 3 among all the pillars, and with a peculiar knife that inflicts wounds that cannot heal. The danger level is extremely high. Rick asked, what punishment will I face? The duty of the Demon Slayer Corps is to exterminate demons. Murder is dealt with by the courts. Your punishment is determined by the law, but we will hire the best lawyer for you. Don't resist, Rick. Kaijiro Rengoku exclaimed loudly. Rick lowered his head in thought. In the original timeline, there was a plot where, due to the tragedy at the temple, Shinobu Kocho was misunderstood and nearly executed, but was saved by Wyatt Tsujikuni. The fact that they could rescue a death row inmate indicates that the Demon Slayer Corps has significant connections with the higher-ups. He killed 8 people, which is a serious offense, but objectively he saved more lives, and with Tsujikuni's influence, he would probably only need to serve 3 to 5 years in prison. The most vehement opponent was Shinobu Kocho, who stood in front of Rick, angrily stating, We have slain the Upper Moon Demon. Why should Rick be punished? No one hated Doma and the followers of the Eternal Paradise sect more than she did. Both personally and professionally, she did not want to see Rick punished, as it would shatter her beliefs. Rick stepped forward and gently patted her shoulder. With Butterfly Ninja standing by his side, that was enough. I have no intention of serving a sentence. If anyone has the ability to subdue me, they can try. Rick drew his Nichiren blade, his cold gaze sweeping over everyone present. Shibumi Island's Hoshigaki left slightly earlier than him, and he might not have time to explain the power of Conqueror's Haki to everyone. Using Conqueror's Haki to intimidate everyone, even if only for a second. With the explosive speed of thunder breathing, escaping would be effortless. As Rick drew his Nichiren blade, everyone became alert. They knew they couldn't underestimate the explosive speed of thunder breathing, as being instantly killed was a possibility. Wait, just as the atmosphere became tense. The gentle voice of Kanroji Mitsuri resonated. Everyone's gaze turned to Kanroji Mitsuri, including Rick. With a smile, Kanroji Mitsuri softly said, Rick is the one being judged and has no voting rights, but there is another person here. Could it be? Upon hearing this, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Kanroji Mitsuri stated, I believe Rick is innocent. Everyone was stunned. Kanroji Mitsuri's arrival changed the number of people on the judgment seat to 10. Now it had become 5 against 5. What should they do? Iguro Abanai let out a snake-like laugh. Taketu Mwichiru, Kanroji Mitsuri. And Iguro Abanai instantly switched sides and moved to Rick's side. Taketu Mwichiru wore a crazed smile and said with killing intent, "Let's have a direct fight. Whoever dies from either side means there's no need to discuss anymore. If the problem can't be solved, then solve the one who raised the problem." That's what Taketu Mwichiru meant. Rick retracted the Nicaran blade, knowing that a fight was no longer possible. He said, "Let's not say such things. There are still demons to deal with, and what good is it to fight amongst ourselves?" Tanjiro Shinjiro rolled his eyes, but did not retort, his killing intent slightly diminishing. Mitsuri Kanroji struggled to suppress her laughter. Although it appeared to be a 5-on-5 situation, the identity of Wyatt Tsujikoni was special, and his opinion was very important. Equivalent to a veto. Wyatt Tsujikoni said, "Rick, actually the impact of this situation is more serious than we anticipated." Rick came to understand the events of the past half-month. The followers of the Eternal Paradise cult had been brainwashed by Doma for years, their faith unwavering, causing a significant uproar, even resorting to violent means to damage public facilities, which attracted societal attention. Due to the special nature of the Demon Slayer Corps, they could not reveal their identities, leading the outside world to believe that a group of ruthless bandits had coveted wealth and had killed the cult leader Doma along with 8 staunch followers. If it weren't for the upper-level connections of the Demon Slayer Corps, they would have already been placed on a wanted list. Rick nodded. No wonder the Demon Slayer Corps hadn't assigned him any tasks in the past half-month. If he were to swagger down the street and run into a few followers of the Eternal Paradise sect, the expressions on both sides wouldn't be pleasant. "I have only one question. How could the followers of the Eternal Paradise sect find the Butterfly Mansion?" Rick asked. After all, the Butterfly Mansion is a medical institution of the Demon Slayer Corps, separated by several cities. He didn't think those useless followers of the Eternal Paradise sect had the capability to locate the Butterfly Mansion. "It's this guy." Nishikawa Shinya rushed into the room and quickly grabbed someone, his large hand tightly clutching the person's head and slamming it down onto the ground, the head colliding with the hard cobblestones. Keigetsu. Rick recognized the identity of the person. The expression on Tamayo's face was grim as he said. He revealed the location of the Butterfly Mansion to the followers of the Eternal Paradise sect. Kaneo desperately looked up at the front, where Wyatt Tsujikoni stood, tears streaming down his face, and confessed, "My lord, I drank too much that day. I didn't mean to do it." "Shut up." Tamayo gradually increased his grip, as if he were about to crush Kaneo's head, and scolded, "When I came to find you, you were preparing to escape. You caused us so much trouble. Do you think you can run away?" Kaneo felt his head was about to explode from the pain, trembling as he said, "I regret making such a mistake. So I was coming to apologize." Kaneo spoke sincerely, but the pillars present were all seasoned warriors, and they would not be deceived by such words. Shinobu Kocho said, "You are lying, just like those demons who desperately lie to survive. You don't regret your mistakes. You regret not escaping sooner. How ugly you are." The venomous glint in Iguro Abanai's eyes was evident. This voice came from Shinobu Kocho. Kaneo gritted his teeth, clasped his hands together, and the terrifying power directly crushed the prayer beads. "The trouble caused by this bastard is not just this, Rick. Did you notice the expressions of the Demon Slayer Corps members when you came over?" Tamayo asked. Rick recalled that although he had come in a rush, he noticed that the members of the Demon Slayer Corps he encountered on the road were keeping their heads down, looking quite off. Upon reflection, Rick realized that it was a dazed expression. Mitsuri Kanroji coldly remarked, "This guy's been telling everyone around him that during missions, there's no need to care about the lives of the victims. As long as you slay demons and achieve merit, everything can be forgiven, just like that of Shira." With the name of his senior brother Rick, these words quickly became known among the members of the Demon Slayer Corps. It easily reminded people of Rick's act of killing 8 people to slay the Upper Moon too. All swordsmen have encountered similar situations during missions, where ordinary people were caught in the clutches of evil demons and severely injured. Those capable of saving people while exterminating demons are few. Most swordsmen can only focus on one aspect. If they save people, the demons will escape. If they kill demons, ordinary people will die. Chapter 54. Deprivation of title. Should saving people take priority or exterminating demons? This has always been a difficult choice for the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, and even the Hashira are no exception. When facing ordinary demons, the Hashira can instantly kill them and save the hostages, but when encountering Upper Moon demons, can they still manage to do both? The instigator of the rumors, Kaigaku, has been caught, but it does not solve the current troubles, as he merely exposed the ongoing issues within the Demon Slayer Corps. The beliefs of the members have begun to waver. There's a saying, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. If everyone learns from Rick's actions, the ethos of the Demon Slayer Corps will lean towards prioritizing demon extermination, resulting in the deaths of many ordinary people who could have been saved. It might even lead to absurd situations where hostages are first killed during missions, allowing one to kill demons without any scruples. The gazes of the crowd towards Kaigaku were extremely cold. It was outrageous that such a clown could stir up such a commotion, causing both internal and external troubles. This was the first time such a thing had happened in the hundreds of years since the establishment of the Demon Slayer Corps. Ubuyashiki Yoya said, Rick, you are a victim and have the authority to deal with Kaigaku. Everyone's eyes turned to Rick, although they were very angry. As Kaidro Rengoku said, the duty of the Demon Slayer Corps is to slay demons, and they have no right to kill humans unless that person is colluding with the demons. Rick lowered his head in thought, and after a moment, said, please give me 3 minutes. Rick stepped forward, snatched the hair of Suiwe from Shimi's hand, and dragged him to the backyard until they were out of sight of others. Suiwe screamed in agony, but couldn't break free at that moment. He realized the gap between him and Rick was so vast. Suiwe pleaded, wait, Rick, I really didn't mean it. You have to believe me. Whether you meant it or not isn't that important to me. Rick replied, grabbing Suiwe's hair with his right hand and lifting him off the ground, locking eyes with him. Suiwe stared blankly at Rick, feeling an ominous premonition in his heart. Rick's eyes turned blood red, revealing two Tomo, and he sneered, your only purpose is one. Sharingan, Jinjutsu. The Sharingan had broken through to the two Tomo stage, and its power had risen to a new level, overwhelming vision pouring into Kaiyue's mind. The existence of Rick faded away. Returning to normal task work, Rick gave Kaiyue 2 hints. Kaiyue's personality hasn't changed. He still remembers Rick and everything that's happening right now. He will just act according to the hypnosis content. The effect seems similar to that of a divine intervention, but it's just a slightly stronger form of hypnosis, which might fail at any time, and Rick can sense it. There's only one purpose for doing this. Rick remembered that Kaneo would encounter Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo, during a mission. He had killed Upper Moon 6, Jitaro and Daki, as well as Upper Moon 2, Doma, which meant that the plot of the original timeline had been slightly disrupted by Rick. However, the system panel still had plot sign-ins, indicating that the powerful world lines would inevitably cause certain plots to reoccur. Luring out Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo, using Kaneo was Rick's next goal. The two returned to the courtyard, and at Rick's suggestion, the punishment for Kaneo was reduced. Everyone looked incredulous that Rick would actually plead for Kaneo, feeling it was too lenient. Rick, are you going to protect your fellow disciple? Mitsuri Kanroji said with a gloomy expression. Given Kaneo's crimes, breaking both his hands and feet, incapacitating his breathing technique, and expelling him from the Demon Slayer Corps would not have been considered excessive. If you kill him now, it would just mean one more corpse in the graveyard, and we would lose a great opportunity, Rick said meaningfully. Upon hearing this, everyone seemed to realize something. Rick always managed to obtain information about demons from sources they were unaware of, as had been the case in their 2 previous missions against Upper Moon demons. Is there new information? With this thought, everyone's eyes lit up. Trust me, have my decisions ever been wrong so far? Rick smiled. After several missions, Rick's accumulated prestige was approaching that of Yoriichi Tsujikuni, subtly showing signs of becoming a leading figure among the Hashira. No one spoke further, not even the radical Mitsuri Kanroji. As a waste utilization, if Kaneo can exchange for another Upper Moon demon, it wouldn't be unacceptable. I understand. I respect your opinion, Yoriichi Tsujikuni said. Kaneo has seriously violated the rules of the Corps, demoted, and will be confined for 6 months for educational criticism. Kaneo completely could not understand the riddle-like conversation among Rick and the others. Hearing that he wouldn't be executed, he knelt down and repeatedly bowed his head, expressing deep gratitude to Yoriichi, Tsujikuni, and Rick, but only he knew what he truly thought. Kaneo was soon taken away by members of the Hidden to be confined, and only the Hashira and Yoriichi Tsujikuni remained in the courtyard. Yoriichi Tsujikuni said softly, next, I will announce the decision regarding Rick. The votes were 5-5. This did not mean Rick would not face punishment. Yoriichi Tsujikuni continued. Rick's method was too extreme, but under those circumstances, to avoid more casualties, it can be considered understandable. We do not advocate such behavior, as it causes significant negative impacts, and to warn other swordsmen. We will strip Rick of the title of Sound Hashira as a form of punishment. What? Everyone was in an uproar, since Yoriichi Tsujikuni deemed Rick innocent. They thought he would only receive a light punishment. Who would have thought he would directly lose the title of Hashira? Mitsuri Kanroji covered her mouth in shock. Mitsuba Kanroji's forehead bulged with veins. Shinobu Kocho stepped forward, frowning. Lord, is this punishment too severe? Since the establishment of the Demon Slayer Corps, those who had their titles stripped were all guilty of unforgivable crimes, such as colluding with demons or using their immense power for wrongdoing. This was the first time someone was stripped of their title for having achieved merit. Yoriichi Tsujikuni did not answer Shinobu Kocho, but instead asked, Rick, can you accept this result? Rick stared intently at Kenroji Yoya, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes, as he said nonchalantly, no problem. Stripping the Hashira of their title and avoiding prison time is also a decent outcome. Rick? Aside from a few who vaguely guessed something, the rest of the faces were filled with shock. Then this matter ends here. Kenroji Yoya made a decisive statement before anyone else could speak, and then said, Shinobu, the new medical facilities are ready. You can move over any time. The turmoil with those followers will soon settle down, so there's no need to worry. However, Kanroji Yoya's words were something Shinobu could no longer bear to listen to. Shinobu worriedly said, Rick, are you okay? Rick shrugged. Do I look like I have something going on? The calmer Rick appeared. The more it gave people a sense of forced cheerfulness, leaving everyone secretly sorrowful. Chapter 55. The plot begins with the conclusion of this pillar meeting. The content of the meeting quickly spread throughout the Demon Slayer Corps. The rumor-mongering Kaigaku was demoted and put in confinement. When the members of the Demon Slayer Corps learned of Kaigaku's treachery, they were enraged. Most of them had received treatment at the Butterfly Mansion, and if Kaigaku had exposed any other information, they wouldn't have been so furious. However, when they saw the next piece of information, Kaigaku's trivial matters were completely overshadowed. Shock was the only expression left on everyone's faces. The Sound Hashira, Rick, had been stripped of his title. Just the day before, they were still confused about the priority of missions, even angry at Rick for killing civilians. But in that moment, their feelings made a complete 180-degree turn, believing that Yashiro's punishment was too severe. Rick is a great contributor who has slain 2 Upper Moon demons. There's no reason for him to be punished for his achievements. In an instant, countless letters flew to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters like snowflakes, inquiring about the detailed reasons for Rick being stripped of his Hashira title, but they received no replies. Tanjiro Kamadu received a letter delivered by a crow, and after skimming through it, tears streamed down his face. The jealousy of one disciple caused another disciple to fall from the peak to the bottom of the valley. This infighting among comrades was deeply painful for Tanjiro. He hated himself for not being able to properly guide Kaigaku towards goodness. He felt he had let Rick down. He was the one who harmed Rick. Zenitsu Agitsuma picked up the letter from the ground, and after reading its contents, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Why did Brother Rick do this after being stripped of his Hashira title? The face of Kaigaku flashed through Zenitsu's mind, and intense anger appeared in his eyes. The various Hashira had complicated feelings as they took on their tasks, and hurriedly left the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Shinobu Kocho was also busy relocating to the new Butterfly Mansion. Rick is temporarily staying at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Having been stripped of his title as the Mist Hashira, he has instead received even more respect. The confusion in the eyes of the Demon Slayer members has vanished without a trace. This is exactly what Kagaya Ubuyashiki hoped to see. The question of whether to prioritize saving people or exterminating demons is fundamentally meaningless. Reality isn't so beautiful as to allow you to balance both. It is already extremely rare for an ordinary swordsman to survive under a demon's hand. What Kagaya Ubuyashiki fears is that the swordsman will disregard the lives of ordinary people in their quest to kill demons. This trend must be crushed in its cradle. People only see that Rick killed 8 individuals, but they do not see the over 100 people he saved. Rumors spread like wildfire, while refuting them requires tremendous effort. With the Demon Slayer Corps stretched thin, there is no time for such endeavors. It would be better to create a shocking incident to divert everyone's attention. The Mist Hashira. Rick personally slayed Upper Moon 2, Doma, yet was stripped of his title due to the killing incident. Do you still dare to deliberately kill someone in order to complete a task quickly? Rick achieved great merit, but was stripped of the title of Hashira, instantly creating the image of a tragic hero, earning him the admiration of countless people. On the other hand, Ubuyashiki Yoya left people with an image of being stubborn and overly strict. In a sense, Ubuyashiki Yoya sacrificed his own reputation to quell this murder crisis. Once the storm passed, under the expectations of numerous Demon Slayer Corps members, Rick smoothly regained the title of Flame Hashira. This was Ubuyashiki Yoya's plan. Therefore, Rick lamented that Ubuyashiki Yoya was truly skilled, teaching him a lot of valuable lessons. 5 days later, Rick received a letter from Mishima Makoto. Upon opening it, he admired Ubuyashiki Yoya even more. Ubuyashiki Yoya secretly exerted influence, contacting higher officials, and the government vigorously cracked down on counterfeit lighters. Now, only the Rick Family-S lighters could be legally sold on the market, effectively granting Rick the monopoly on lighters throughout the entire country. A staggering wealth that was enough to elevate Rick into the upper class of the country. This was Ubuyashiki Yoya as compensation to him. However, such trivial matters no longer caught Rick's attention. The sign-in panel finally reappeared. The plot of Demon Slayer is about to begin, with Muzan Kibutsuji killing the Kamadu family. Please proceed with the plot sign-in, with rewards of Heroes gift pack. Based on performance in the plot, additional rewards may be obtained. Failure to sign in will result in the retrieval of all abilities gained by the host. Rick's face lit up with joy. Finally, it has come to light. Sure enough, the world lines have converged. Muzan Kibutsuji personally took action to kill the Kamadu family. The young Kamadu Tanjiro, who narrowly escaped disaster, embarks on a journey to slay demons and find a way to turn his sister Nezuko, who has turned into a demon, back into a human. Rick sat cross-legged on the ground, his mind racing and his expression troubled. To be honest, it was a bit difficult. It wasn't very realistic to think about taking all the current Hashira to surround Muzan Kibutsuji like they did with Doma. The patterns, the transparent world, the sun breathing, and the red Nicaran blade. Muzan's 4 favorite items. Rick didn't have a single one of them now. How could he fight Muzan? Just with a shattered Fong that couldn't heal? Rick wasn't that confident yet. The conclusion was that no matter how many people Rick brought to the Demon Slayer Corps, it would just be sending them to their deaths. There was also a penalty for this storyline sign-in. Failing to sign in would result in the loss of all abilities gained. The newbie protection period was indeed over. Rick frowned, feeling a bit troubled. How much time did he have to prepare before the system said it would begin? When Rick clicked on the sign-in rewards, his eyes gradually brightened because the description read, Heroes Deluxe Package. Select 1 piece of equipment and 1 hero skill from the game League of Legends. Rick instantly became interested. League of Legends, a globally popular online game in his previous life. He considered himself a hardcore player, having played the game for a longer time than the 9 years of compulsory education. The hero skills inside have very powerful effects, such as the ultimate skill of the barbarian king Tryndamere, Undying Rage, which allows a person to be invulnerable for 5 seconds. The ultimate skill of the righteous Angel Kale, Divine Judgment, makes her immune to all damage for 5 seconds. There are also various powerful items, such as Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster, and Black Cleaver, among others. Rick thought for a moment, and a simple plan formed in his mind. His eyes grew brighter. This time, he wouldn't need to rely on others. He would go alone to confront Muzan Kibutsuji. Besides the hero's big gift package, there was also an extra reward based on his performance in the storyline. Lord Rick, my lord, please come over. A female member of the Demon Slayer Corps appeared at the door, her eyes showing respect and concern. Rick had been sitting on the ground for over half an hour, and that lonely figure was indeed a result of having the title of Hashira stripped away. Rick got up and brushed off the sand and stones from his backside. Entering the courtyard, he saw Ubuyashiki Yoya, who was accompanied by 5 children, 4 girls and 1 boy. Mr. Rick. Among them were Ubuyashiki Hikami and Ubuyashiki Hinata, whom Rick had met before, and they greeted him politely. The other 3 children looked at Rick curiously, one of whom was the new lord of the original timeline, Ubuyashiki Kiriyai. Ubuyashiki Yoya smiled gently and said, Rick, I have a task for you. There seems to be a lower moon demon appearing in the outskirts of Tokyo. The turmoil caused by the Mansan Gakurka sect has gradually subsided, and I think it's time for you to get some fresh air. Rick shook his head and said apologetically, I'm sorry, but I have to decline this mission. Chapter 56. Laying the groundwork for the future. Ubuyashiki Yoya was taken aback. He really didn't expect Rick to refuse the mission. In a gentle tone, he asked why. Can you tell me the reason? A flash of brilliance flickered in Rick's eyes. Taking this opportunity, he sought a suitable reason to obtain information about the ghost and made some preparations for future actions. Sharingan. Rick's eyes turned blood red, revealing 2 blood-colored Magatama, and his entire aura changed in an instant. The 5 children of Ubuyashiki Yoya couldn't help but look over, their eyes blood red like evil spirits. Yet Rick's aura was extremely calm. which piqued their immense curiosity. Rick said, "Everyone must be curious about why I have detailed information about demons, but out of courtesy, they don't ask." Kanroji Mitsuri remained silent. In fact, more than one Hashira had inquired about Rick's background and the source of his detailed information on demons. Whether it was the Upper Moon 6, the twin demons, or the Upper Moon 2, Doma, Rick's intelligence was incredibly accurate. Plans based on this information never missed. Everyone couldn't help but feel doubtful. However, Kanroji Mitsuri had no intention of forcing Rick to speak. As he had said before, Rick had the right and freedom to refuse. Just like everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps, Rick said in a low voice, "These blood-red eyes occasionally see strange images. For some clues, I understand that if I don't do something, those images will become reality." The 5 children of Ubuyashiki Yoya, though young, possess minds that surpass those of adults, stirring up turmoil within. Is this what they call foresight of the future? Ubuyashiki Yoya knew that Shinobu Kocho had once reported something to him, and Rick seemed to have known in advance that Shinobu would sacrifice herself to ensure that the Hashira could more safely slay Muzan. From that moment on, Ubuyashiki Yoya sensed that Rick's information was not obtained through normal means. "Did you see another image of a demon?" Ubuyashiki Yoya asked softly, knowing that this was the only reason Rick would refuse the mission. Rick nodded and said, Waya Arataki asked, "Do you need help from others?" Rick shook his head and said, "This time it's just me." After saying that, Rick stood up and walked towards the door. He didn't know how much time was left before the plot began, so he had to hurry to check on the situation of the Esma family. "Rick, you don't intend to go and seek death, do you?" A gentle voice from Waya Kanemitsu echoed. Rick paused and confidently said, "Of course. He has already left." The 5 children watched Rick's retreating figure. Sigh. Waya Tsujikuni let out a deep sigh. The Tsujikuni family possesses an astounding intuition, and with this ability, each head of the family has always been able to find individuals with exceptional talent in the crowd, capable of becoming Hashira. They can also timely evacuate before an imminent attack by demons, protecting the foundation of the Demon Slayer Corps, being able to contend with Muzan Kibutsuji for 1,000 years. The Tsujikuni family's ability has played a crucial role. In that brief moment, Wyatt Tsujikuni sensed something. Rick's journey was extremely dangerous, but there was nothing they could do. From Rick's few words, Wyatt Tsujikuni could perceive the unwavering thoughts in his heart. This time, Rick would not bring anyone along. Rick walked out of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. The sky was gloomy, and a cold wind blew by from time to time, with white snow falling. It was snowing. Rick looked up and realized that not calling others was indeed the right decision. On the day Muzan Kibutsuji killed the Kamadu family, it was also a heavy snowstorm, with little sunlight appearing. Muzan had more freedom to move than usual, and his strength wouldn't be too restricted. As he walked down the mountain, he encountered many members of the Demon Slayer Corps along the way. Everyone greeted Rick with respect. Although he wasn't a Hashira, he received treatment that surpassed that of a Hashira. Rick did not put on airs. He smiled and nodded in greeting to everyone he met. At the foot of the mountain, Rick encountered Shinobu Kocho. The Butterfly Mansion had already relocated, and Shinobu was about to go up to report to Yoya Shinjiro. Seeing Rick fully armed, with a Nichiren blade and a fragmented tooth at his waist, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she asked, "Rick, are you going on a mission?" Rick said with a smile, "I feel a bit stuffy on the mountain. I want to go down for a walk." Butterfly felt an indescribable sense of unease, frowned, and asked, "Really?" She fixed her suspicious gaze on Rick. "You need to bring 2 knives to go for a walk? Are you kidding the kids?" Rick thought to himself that trouble was brewing. It seemed that without giving a reason, Shinobu Kocho would not let him off the hook. He wanted to do something, so he decided to be honest. Before she could finish her sentence, her petite and delicate body was gently embraced, and Shinobu's exquisite face instantly flushed with 2 shades of red. She found herself unable to muster the strength to resist and could only shyly ask, "What do you want to do?" "I've always been very grateful for your help in treating me. In my home country, hugging is also a way to express gratitude." Rick smiled and said, the memory of that night flashing in his mind, where it seemed a butterfly danced under the moonlight. Shinobu's body, soft as if it had no bones, felt like a plush doll and carried a delightful floral fragrance that made one unable to resist falling into it. The Demon Slayer Corps members passing by kept their heads down, pretending not to see, but couldn't help stealing glances, thinking to themselves how bold the young man was in broad daylight. Rick's strong masculine aura hit her like a wave, leaving Butterfly Ninja's mind a blank. After a moment, Rick finally released her. Butterfly Ninja retreated like a startled rabbit, her small face flushed, warily staring at Rick. Rick said earnestly, "Sorry. I forgot that this country has a different way of expressing gratitude. Don't do that next time. Butterfly was so angry that she stomped her feet and awkwardly ran up the mountain, completely forgetting about wanting to question Rick. It wasn't until she reached halfway up the mountain that she remembered and turned back to see that Rick's figure had already disappeared. Realizing she had been tricked, Butterfly became even angrier and ran up the mountain, not caring about his well-being, but she occasionally looked back, hoping to see that strong and broad back reappear. Having easily dealt with Butterfly, Rick smiled with satisfaction. The moment he turned around, his expression gradually became resolute. This time, he would not take anyone with him. No matter how many people he brought, it would only lead to their demise, serving Muzan Kibutsuji a buffet. The Kamadu family's characteristics were very distinct. They lived deep in the mountains. Kamadu Tanjiro had already passed away, leaving behind a family of 6, with 5 children relying on the eldest son, Kamadu Tanjiro, to sell charcoal for a living. Utilizing the connections accumulated by the family, Mishima Makoto quickly helped Rick locate the Kamadu family's whereabouts. Chapter 57. Kamadu Tanjiro. After 3 days of travel, Rick found himself in a remote little town covered in heavy snow. Rick inquired in the small town, and the information he gathered relieved him. The Stove Door family had not encountered any attacks, and the town was quiet and peaceful. The cold wind was biting, and with the heavy snow covering everything, no one was willing to be outdoors, making the streets exceptionally silent. The steam rising from the chimneys of each household was one of the few sources of warmth in the cold winter, occasionally accompanied by sounds of joy. A young boy approached Rick, asking with concern, "Hello, are you facing any difficulties?" Rick looked down with a strange expression. The boy, afraid of causing a misunderstanding, hurriedly explained, "Because my family is involved in work related to fire, we are very sensitive to temperature. Seeing you standing in the snow for so long, I thought it was very dangerous. Many people lose their body temperature and die in the snow." Rick has been standing in the snow for over half an hour, and the kind-hearted boy is really afraid that he will just fall down like this. Rick shook his body, brushed off the white snow on his shoulders, and smiled. "Don't worry, my body is a bit stronger than ordinary people." "I'm Rick, and you are?" No, I can't say that. No matter how strong a person is, they can't prevent their body from losing heat. 2 years ago, I saw someone stronger than a bear collapse in the snow. By the way, I am Tanjiro Kamadu," said the kind-hearted boy. The kind-hearted boy wore simple clothes, had a sincere appearance, serious eyes, deep red hair, and red eyes. There was a flame-like scar on his left forehead, and he wore the traditional Hinakami ear ornaments. He carried a heavy load of charcoal, which looked to weigh at least 20 to 30 pounds, not an easy burden. The warm breath that Tanjiro Kamadu exhaled seemed to melt the white snow. "Let's hurry inside to warm up. Follow me." Tanjiro Kamadu pulled Rick into a shop and shouted, "Uncle Tadayori, we're here." Inside the shop, there was a stove, completely different from the cold outside, quickly warming their bodies. A rugged-looking middle-aged man came out. Tanjiro Kamadu requested, "Uncle Tadayori, this person has been standing in the snow for a long time. I'd like him to come in and rest." "No problem." The middle-aged man smiled and nodded. Looking at Rick, he said, "You're lucky to meet this kid, Tanjiro. If it were someone else, they wouldn't care about your life or death at all." "Yeah, I can tell," Rick laughed, realizing he was indeed the type of person the middle-aged man was referring to. Tanjiro Kamadu humbly smiled, put down the charcoal on his back, and took out a portion to place on the ground. "Uncle Tadayori, this is today as charcoal." The middle-aged man squatted down, took a look, and said with satisfaction, "Your family as charcoal is always great." Speaking of this, Tanjiro Kamadu proudly said, "After all, our family has been doing this for generations." The middle-aged man sighed. "What a good kid." Tanjiro Kamadu's family had lived here for countless years, and the townspeople were very familiar with them. Unfortunately, this generation faced hardships. His father, Tanjiro Kamadu, passed away early, leaving his mother, Ki, 3 younger brothers, Takeo, Shigeru, and Rokuta, and 2 younger sisters, Nezuko and Hanako, all relying on Tanjiro Kamadu selling charcoal to sustain the family. The middle-aged man took out some coins and gave them to Tanjiro Kamadu. Being a regular customer, Tanjiro accepted them directly. At that moment, Tanjiro Kamadu's gaze was attracted by a small object in the corner, and he excitedly said, "Uncle Tadayori, is that the rumored lighter?" "Yes." The middle-aged man picked up the small object and smiled. "This little gadget is amazing. Just a gentle slide, and you can start fire. It's much more convenient than flint." "Wow, that is incredible. How was it invented?" Tanjiro Kamadu exclaimed. As someone who worked with fire, Tanjiro had heard about lighters earlier than others. Normally, it takes a lot of time to start a fire, and it's even harder when the weather is damp. However, All these problems were solved by this little lighter. If given the chance, Tanjiro Kamado really wanted to meet the person who invented this. They were truly remarkable. Rick's voice sounded similar to the principle of striking a flint, except that one flint was replaced with a steel wheel, and then gas was used to assist combustion. Tanjiro Kamado and the middle-aged man looked at Rick in unison. Tanjiro Kamado exclaimed, "Mr. Rick, you know about this thing too?" Rick nodded, took out a lighter, and explained its principle in terms that Tanjiro Kamado could understand. "Look here, the spring pushes the specially made flint against the steel wheel. They make close contact, and when you slide your finger on the steel wheel, it rubs against the flint to create a spark, while the gas that sprays out helps ignite the fire." The two listened in astonishment. As they looked Rick up and down, they finally realized that his clothes and demeanor were not like an ordinary person's. "This is for you. Consider it a token of gratitude for bringing me in," Rick said as he handed over his lighter. Tanjiro Kamado shook his head repeatedly, insisting, "How can I accept such a valuable item? You're too kind." With a very firm tone, Tanjiro held strong principles in this regard, refusing to allow himself to owe the other person any favors or money. Rick had some understanding of Tanjiro Kamado's stubborn personality. To put it another way, he suggested using this lighter to buy the remaining charcoal Tanjiro had. Can it really be done? Tanjiro's heart was stirred. A lighter was a rare item in this remote town. Selling the charcoal to Rick meant he wouldn't have to go door to door, saving him a lot of time. "Well, this little gadget isn't as expensive as you think," Rick said, feeling that his heart was a bit too dark. The two completed the transaction on the spot. Tanjiro received the lighter and was very satisfied, carefully observing its structure and feeling curious about the steel wheel, spring, and other components Rick mentioned. Whenever he encountered something he didn't understand, Tanjiro would ask Rick beside him. From the structure of the lighter to its development history and the customs of Europe, Rick spoke eloquently, leaving Tanjiro, a country boy, in awe as if Rick had opened the door to a new world for him. Tanjiro swallowed hard. He had a feeling that even the most knowledgeable scholar in this town was far from being as insightful as Rick. It was only upon meeting Rick that he understood the meaning of the term knowledgeable. A middle-aged man in the shop quietly served Rick hot tea and sat quietly to listen. Tanjiro asked, "Mr. Rick, why does someone as impressive as you come to this town?" Rick's expression turned serious as he said, "Tanjiro Kamado, I actually came specifically to find you." Chapter 58, Awakening Extra, came specifically to find me? Tanjiro Kamado blinked innocently. No wonder Rick had a strange look when he saw him. Looking at Rick's serious face, both of their hearts tightened. "If there were enough time, I would like to explain everything slowly to you, but we never know when a crisis will strike," Rick asked. "Do you know about demons?" Tanjiro Kamado and the shop owner were taken aback. In such a remote place, there were many folk tales, like demons that eat people at night, but basically no one had ever seen one, just like the reviews on a parachute sold online were all positive. The shop owner thought it was a big joke and chuckled. "Isn't that what old folks used to scare children?" "Mr. Rick, you're too funny." He then said, "I'll go get you another cup of tea." The middle-aged owner got up and quietly entered the back room, after which he never came out again. Tanjiro Kamado was different. He was born with a unique, keen sense of smell that allowed him to discern people's emotions and differentiate between humans and demons. After training, he could even detect the scent of weaknesses in his opponents during battle. From the scent emanating from Rick, Tanjiro Kamado couldn't sense any hint of joking. Tanjiro Kamado was shocked. "There really are demons?" Rick nodded, feeling fortunate that Tanjiro Kamado had the incredible talent of keen sense of smell. Otherwise, he would have to spend time catching a demon and bringing it before Tanjiro. "What does the demon have to do with Mr. Rick looking for me?" A thin layer of cold sweat appeared on Tanjiro's forehead. Rick said, "I received intelligence that a ghost will attack your house. The time is still unknown. Maybe they've already been harmed." Rick's words were not yet finished when Tanjiro Kamado burst out of the door, even tossing aside the lighter he had previously treasured. He ran desperately towards home. Mother, Takeo, Shigeru, Rokata, Nezuko, Hanako, Tanjiro Kamado repeated his family members' names with worry, not daring to pause for even a moment. Too slow. Rick jumped down, grabbing Tanjiro Kamado's clothes with one hand and lifting him up completely. "Let me go. Hurry up and let me go." Tanjiro Kamado struggled desperately. In the next moment, Rick dashed out like lightning, leaving him breathless. "So fast, what kind of speed is this?" Tanjiro's eyes widened. He often ran back and forth between home and the town, and his stamina and speed were somewhat better than average, but they were insignificant compared to Rick. With a thunderous speed, the strong wind hit his face as if it were going to tear his skin apart, causing a faint pain. Rick asked which way. Tanjiro Kamado, holding back the urge to vomit, pointed in the direction with his finger. In less than 10 minutes, Rick and Tanjiro Kamado entered the deep mountains, and a wooden cabin came into view. Rick stopped in his tracks and dropped Tanjiro Kamado. Tanjiro Kamado ran over frantically, shouting, "Mother, Tako, Shigeru, Roka, Nezuko, Hanako. Is anyone there? Please answer me." Hearing no response, Tanjiro's heart sank further as he neared the front door, fearing that once he entered, he would be met with a gruesome sight. "Tanjiro, brother?" A charming young woman emerged with 4 children, her face reflecting varying degrees of confusion. Upon seeing them, Tanjiro Kamado felt a wave of relief and knelt down, tears streaming uncontrollably. The young woman and the 4 children were frightened, thinking something terrible had happened, and rushed forward to embrace Tanjiro, carefully asking what was wrong. Rick was not surprised by this outcome. In the original timeline, Tanjiro Kamado had been asked by the elderly Subaru, who lived at the foot of the mountain, to stay outside for the night due to fears of demons at night while returning home after selling charcoal, thus escaping a fatal fate. He only discovered his family had been killed upon returning home. Now, Tanjiro Kamado had just gone out to sell charcoal and had not stayed outside overnight. Moreover, it was daytime. The weather was overcast but still had some sunlight. Would Muzan Kabutsuji dare to come out in the sun? Tanjiro Kamado was reluctant to let his family know about the demons and was not good at lying, stammering for quite a while until his mother, Ki, helped him out. Tanjiro's mother, Ki, showed a gentle smile and looked at Rick, asking, "Is this a guest?" Tanjiro Kamado nodded. Ki smiled and said, "Please come in." Rick walked over and greeted, "Hello, I'm Rick." Entering the house, Tanjiro's home was very simple, but the items were neatly arranged, showing that it was well kept. "I am Tanjiro's mother, Aoi." Aoi served Rick and Tanjiro each a cup of hot tea. Rick took a small sip. The quality of the tea was certainly not comparable to the precious tea that Mitsuba Makif had specially procured, but on a cold winter day, it had its own unique flavor. The understanding Aoi noticed that Tanjiro Kamado and Rick had something to discuss, so she took Nezuko and the other 4 children out, saying, "Let's go play in the next room." The 4 children did not burst into their usual cheers. Children of the poor mature early, possessing a mindset beyond their peers. It was the first time they had seen their older brother Tanjiro Kamado so flustered and scared, which left a tremendous impact on their young hearts. Only Rick and Tanjiro Kamado remained in the room. Tanjiro forced himself to calm down and asked, "Mr. Rick, what will happen to my mother, sister, and brother if I encounter that demon?" Rick replied, "They will die." Tanjiro Kamado felt a shiver in his heart. This answer was too cruel. Did Mr. Rick come to kill that demon? As Rick ran, the fierce wind lifted his clothes, revealing 2 blades. Tanjiro recalled the stories his grandfather Saburo had told him about man-eating demons and the demon hunters who specialized in hunting them. Rick nodded. "I want to deal with that ghost, so I hope someone can stay at home to attract it, but the person who stays might die." Tanjiro Kamado remained silent. A trace of disappointment flashed in Rick's eyes. After a while, Tanjiro Kamado raised his head and said solemnly, "Mr. Rick, I will stay." Rick showed a hint of surprise on his face. "Why? This matter has nothing to do with you anymore." When he told the news to Tanjiro Kamado, the latter could have easily taken his family far away from here to escape the disaster. There was no need for him to risk his life alongside Rick. "I am very scared and wish I could take my mother, younger brother, and younger sister as far away as possible right now, but this time it was Mr. Rick who brought me the news that allowed us to escape. What about next time?" Tanjiro Kamado's body trembled, but his eyes were very determined. "So, Mr. Rick, please kill the demon that might attack my family." Rick's face broke into a smile, seeing this realization. No wonder he could become the protagonist of the original timeline. As long as there are creatures like demons in the world, they will eventually encounter attacks. You can escape for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Killing demons is the only permanent solution. Brothers, please click to follow for updates, and a free gift would be even better. The author will enter perpetual motion mode. Chapter 59. First encounter with Muzan. Tanjiro Kamado made up his mind to stay and had to confess the matter of the demons to his family, particularly his mother, Aoi. To his surprise, Aoi's reaction was very calm, even making Rick suspect that she had known about the existence of demons for a long time, or perhaps believed in the legends of demons. "I understand. If this is your choice," Aoi said, and then took her 4 children, including Nezuko, to the small town at the foot of the mountain. Since Tanjiro Kamado was willing to risk his life, Rick was also generous and handed over some money to him. Aoi shook her head and refused, saying, "Mr. Rick, you have informed us and saved our family's lives. How can we accept your money?" Her tone was extremely firm, leaving Rick somewhat helpless. Tanjiro Kamado would never allow himself to owe her a favor or money, and there was a reason for that. Unaware of everything, Aoi took the 4 children away. In the mountain house, only Rick and Tanjiro Kamado remained. Tanjiro was restless, although Rick had said that demons would never appear during the day. He had never seen a real demon. It was normal to feel fear of the unknown. Seeing Tanjiro startled, Rick knew he had to do something. Otherwise, before Muzan Kibutsuji even arrived, Tanjiro would scare himself to death. Tanjiro, I'll teach you some techniques that can enhance your explosive speed and provide you with ways to save your life when in danger, Rick said. Une technique? Tanjiro's eyes lit up. He envied the speed Rick had when he ran with him. Rick began to teach Tanjiro Kamado the basic techniques of thunder breathing. First form, thunderclap and flash. If time allowed, it wouldn't matter if Rick taught Tanjiro the complete thunder breathing, but Muzan Kibutsuji could appear at any moment. Rick could only teach the first form of thunder breathing, thunderclap, and flash, to at least give this kid some ability to escape. Tanjiro Kamado's talent was quite impressive. Thanks to being the sole breadwinner for his family, his untrained physical fitness was not much different from that of ordinary Demon Slayer Corps members. Immersed in practicing thunder breathing, Tanjiro found these intricate techniques to be unprecedented, as if he had discovered an exciting new toy. Gradually, he forgot his fear of demons. "Mr. Rick, is that right?" Tanjiro exclaimed as he suddenly powered his legs and dashed 50 meters away at incredible speed. "No, you're relying too much on brute force. You need to focus on your breathing. What you're doing is like suddenly inhaling a big breath while eating. You'll choke sooner or later," Rick commented. Tanjiro scratched the back of his head and grinned. Mr. Rick's descriptions always felt novel to him. In addition to training, Rick also shared stories about the vast world outside with Tanjiro. The tall buildings in big cities, trains that could carry hundreds of people, and oceans that were broader than the land greatly expanded Tanjiro's horizons. He also learned about the man-eating demons lurking in the night and the Demon Slayer Corps that hunted them. Although his family had not yet been completely wiped out and his sister's tragic experience of becoming a demon still haunted him, Tanjiro felt anger towards the man-eating demons, but did not think about exterminating them himself. There was a hint of admiration in Tanjiro's eyes. Only someone like Mr. Rick could slay evil demons. To him, Rick was like a strict yet humorous teacher and friend. The first 2 days passed without incident, but finally, on the night of the 3rd day, things began to change. In the vast sky, a bright moon hung overhead, casting a cold silver glow upon the earth. The small animals in the woods seemed to sense some terrifying presence and fled in a panic. Even the hibernating black bears were no exception. The entire deep mountain was silent, enveloped in a deathly stillness that was chilling. Rick quickly grabbed the Nicaran blade and the exploding tooth and tucked them into his waistband. Whispering, "Tanjiro, get up quickly." The originally drowsy Tanjiro Kamado shivered and instantly became alert. Rick said seriously, "Tanjiro, stay inside the house and don't act rashly. When I tell you to run, you must use all your strength to escape and absolutely do not look back." Tanjiro Kamado nodded heavily, his heart in his throat. Is it finally coming? The demon that wants to kill his whole family. It's strange. There are only 2 presences, and one of them is a demon slayer. A low, indifferent voice came from outside the house. It seemed to sense something, followed by unexpected surprise and anger. Rick patted Tanjiro Kamado on the shoulder, giving him a reassuring look, and then walked outside. Standing outside the house was a man in his 30s with black hair, dressed in a neat suit and leather shoes. He was tall, with a pale complexion like paper, and his plum-red eyes exuded dominance and disdain, giving off a terrifying and profound aura. Under the moonlight, Rick and Muzan Kibutsuji stared at each other, their emotions contrasting. Muzan's eyes reflected Rick's face, revealing a cold anger. Rick greeted the demon, King Muzan Kibutsuji, with a smile, saying, "This should be our first meeting." Muzan Kibutsuji? Tanjiro Kamado cautiously peeked out, seeing the standoff between Rick and the mysterious man, murmuring to himself, "Is it the name of that demon? Shut up, you worthless insect." Muzan Kibutsuji coldly replied, "What I want to know is why you are here, who leaked my information, and how do you want to die?" Through the eyes of Jotaro, Daki, and Doma, Muzan Kibutsuji had long known of Rick's existence, but he did not expect to encounter Rick here. Rick seemed to be waiting specifically for him. If this were a coincidence, Muzan Kibutsuji would never believe it. Someone must have leaked his information. For such a traitor, Muzan Kibutsuji wouldn't even need to interrogate them. He would just kill them on spot. Faced with Muzan Kibutsuji's 3 consecutive questions, Rick's gaze was erratic, and he hurriedly said, "Don't get me wrong, I just happened to be here by chance." It's definitely not some upper moon demon who told me your information. The air fell into a heavy silence, as if a few crows were flying overhead. But there were indeed crows. Caw, 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 caw. Rick's crow, Shao Chi, landed on a branch of a big tree, recklessly making mocking sounds. Despicable and lowly creature. Do you really wish to die like this? Muzan Kibutsuji's face was as cold as frost. How dare a mere human toy with him? It was unforgivable. In an instant, the aura around Muzan Kibutsuji changed drastically. The air became heavy, and a terrifying pressure bore down on Rick, as if it weighed thousands of pounds. Shao Chi was so frightened that it flew away, not daring to look back. Huh? Rick let out a muffled grunt. No wonder his Conqueror's Haki couldn't suppress the lower moon demon. Under this terrifying pressure, the lower moon demon had already developed a resistance. Chapter 60, Muzan's Fury. Intermediate Conqueror's Haki. Rick's eyes flashed with a bright light, a powerful aura erupting from him, clashing against Muzan Kibutsuji. The two astonishing auras collided fiercely, the pressure reaching its peak, causing the space to tremble, and the small stones on the ground to bounce up and down, as if the entire world was split into two halves. Inside the house, Tanjiro Kamado felt an intense sense of suffocation, his face turning red, every cell in his body experiencing a violent impact. What was that? Tanjiro felt as if he was about to lose consciousness. If he felt this uncomfortable hiding inside the house, he couldn't even imagine the terrifying pressure that Rick, who was facing Muzan Kibutsuji head-on, was enduring. In fact, Rick's situation was worse than Tanjiro could imagine. His Conqueror's Haki couldn't even suppress the cries of the rock pillar. And Muzan Kibutsuji's oppressive force was enough to make many upper moons gasp for air. Rather than being a contest, it was more like he was struggling to hold on. Muzan Kibutsuji narrowed his eyes. Among humans, there was actually someone with such a powerful spirit, but did this ant-like aura really think it could shake me? Boom! An utterly furious Muzan Kibutsuji unleashed his oppressive force without reservation, an ancient beast-like aura erupting, forming an invisible shockwave that overturned everything around, snapping thick trees in half. First form, thunderclap and flash, Godspeed. Rick suddenly gasped for air, and fine currents of electricity surged across his body. In an instant, he retreated over 100 meters, finally escaping the oppressive presence of Kibutsuji Muzan. Huh. Rick breathed in the fresh air deeply. The Muzan Kibutsuji from the original timeline was constantly weakened by Tamayo's four medications, yet still managed to put the Demon Slayer Corps in a tough battle. But the one in front of him was the Muzan Kibutsuji at his peak. How did you know I would appear here? Muzan Kibutsuji said coldly. Whoosh! Before the words fell, a shadow rushed towards Rick, its speed almost instantaneously reaching Rick's face. toObtain. Rick's eyes were blood red, and his powerful insight allowed him to see the true form of that shadow. A giant arm extended from Muzan Kibutsuji's back, composed of flesh glowing with a bloody light, and at the end was not a palm, but a sharp, long needle. Lightning flashed, swift as the gods. Rick's expression changed, and with a surge of power in his legs, accompanied by a deafening thunderous roar, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and fled into the distance. The giant arm relentlessly pursued him, moving even faster than Rick. 6 in a row. Rick could only helplessly change direction continuously, using the terrain to maneuver. Even so, he narrowly avoided being struck by the giant beast stinger several times, escaping by a hair's breadth. The sharp cold light grazed his cheek, startling Rick into a cold sweat. Unsti! Muzan Kibutsuji extended his right hand, which transformed into a long whip covered in barbed spikes amid a strange fluctuation. Rick's heart sank. That was Kibutsuji Muzan's signature skill. The whip swung at an incredibly fast speed, and in the original timeline, even the Pillar of Sound, Tengen Yuzui, couldn't react to it when the transparent world was activated. In its prime, the speed could send chills down even Kokushibo's spine, possessing immense destructive power capable of demolishing half of a sturdy house with a single strike. Whoosh! The whip extended for dozens of meters, coiling forward like a venomous snake. Moving at high speed, accompanied by a strong gust of wind, attacking from both sides with a massive arm. Rick's double Tomo Sharingan can only see a flash of a rapid illusion. Explosive Tooth. Intermediate release. Rick almost simultaneously drew the Shattering Tooth, instantly unleashing 50% of his demon power. A brilliant blue thunder erupted, and the sharp blade light struck the incoming whip. The whip, harder than steel, was easily sliced open by the thunder blade light of the Shattering Tooth, exploding into a mist of blood. Muzan Kibutsuji's expression turned slightly grim. The knife in Rick's hand possessed a very peculiar power. Once injured, one could not recover. Otherwise, Daki and Doma would not have been so easily slain by Rick. Boom! Boom! The blue thunder shattered the whip, and blood mist spread. Muzan Kibutsuji's expression grew cold as he utilized his powerful regeneration ability. The whip instantly restored itself to its original state. With 5 brains and 7 hearts, Muzan Kibutsuji possessed nearly immortal regeneration capabilities and infinite stamina at the limits of regeneration. This level of injury was hardly even skin deep. But the next second, something astonishing happened that left Muzan Kibutsuji in shock. Boom! The blue thunder emerged again, shattering the whip and even crawling towards him along the whip. Muzan Kibutsuji's gaze grew increasingly cold. This despicable insect actually dared to try to harm him? What infuriated him even more was that he couldn't eliminate that lingering blue thunder. Muzan Kibutsuji prided himself on being the ultimate being closest to perfection, finding it hard to accept that a being more advanced than him existed in the world, even if it was just a knife. With his other hand, he struck down, severing his right hand and allowing the blue thunder to destroy it. Shame, humiliation. Thanks to his powerful regeneration ability, his right hand instantly restored itself. However, Muzan Kibutsuji's expression turned extremely grim as the anger in his heart burned to infinity. Muzan Kibutsuji said in a cold, emotionless voice, "Insect, you have successfully angered me. Then I should be quite honored." Rick forced a smile. The destructive attribute of the shattered teeth was indeed a powerful weapon against Muzan Kibutsuji. Bang! A shadow erupted from the ground beneath Rick's feet, moving at such speed that even the Sharingan couldn't react in time. Rick wanted to swing the shattering tooth, but suddenly felt something was missing. With a quick glance, his right hand, holding the shattering tooth, was severed and flew away, blood gushing out. A strong sense of pain surged into Rick's brain, but in the next moment, it diminished considerably. The adrenaline that was wildly secreted made him temporarily numb to the pain. Rick focused and realized it was a sneak attack. The long whip growing from Kibutsuji Muzan's back pierced into the ground, lurking deep underground, digging a tunnel, and launched a surprise attack from beneath his feet. At such a close distance, even the Sharingan couldn't react in time. Fifth form, Heat Lightning. Rick gritted his teeth, drew the sun blade with his left hand, and unleashed a high heat, lightning-like slash to strike the long whip. Bang! The two collided, producing a crisp sound of metal clashing. And the recoil from impact made Rick's left hand tingle. Since Rick's dominant hand is his right, the angle of the strike was slightly off, causing the side of the sun blade to collide with the long whip, shattering the blade's edge and extending the damage along the entire sword. The sun blade broke. Whoosh! The long whip came at him again. Rick forcefully twisted his body, trying to take the damage on the right side. Since his right arm was already broken, he could still continue to fight with his left side. Bang! Rick was knocked out and crashed into the firewood room of Tanjiro's house. And the entire building was shattered by the impact. Chapter 61, Guardian Angel, Fate Skill, Additional Update. When Rick crawled out of the rubble, he looked quite tragic, with his right side crushed, exposing broken white ribs, and even revealing his beating heart. Cough! Cough! Rick coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, his breath weak and his spirit at an all-time low. Mr. Rick, Tanjiro Kamado rushed out, covering his mouth with both hands, his body trembling with fear. "You idiot! I told you not to act recklessly," Rick hoarsely scolded, his voice extremely raspy, with half of his neck torn apart, his vocal cords damaged. Tanjiro Kamado looked at Rick, who was left with only half of his body and bleeding profusely, his mind blank. Rick picked up the shattered teeth from the ground with his remaining left hand, and it was intentional for him to end up in this position. The moment he saw Tanjiro Kamado, Muzan Kibutsuji's eyes widened in shock. Sunshine earrings. Yurichi Tsujikuni. The powerful swordsman who had forced him into a corner hundreds of years ago, the man he hated to the bone, now appeared wearing the same sunshine earrings. Even Muzan Kibutsuji felt a shiver run down his spine. This was the fear etched into his DNA. Taking advantage of Muzan's momentary daze, Rick shouted, "Tanjiro, hurry and escape." Tanjiro Kamado turned to flee in pain, knowing that if he stayed there, he would die too. A strong sense of powerlessness surged in his heart, and Tanjiro had never hated himself for being so weak. Good. Rick watched Tanjiro's retreating figure with a satisfied smile. Tanjiro was kind, not a saint, and the two were not the same. Ultimate Technique, 7th Form, Extreme Electric Thunder Dragon. Rick took a deep breath, unleashing unprecedented, surging thunder from his body. With powerful legs, he leaped into the sky, raising his left hand high with the explosive, shattered teeth. Golden and azure thunder erupted, resembling a massive lightning ball hanging in the air, illuminating the entire sky. Even the townsfolk at the foot of the mountain could see the distant glow and hurried out of their homes. Tanjiro Kamado's mother, Kaneo, lived with 4 children at the home of a kind old customer. Gazing in the direction of their home, her brow furrowed with worry. Rumbling, the winds changed dramatically, and it seemed as if a deafening thunder echoed in everyone's ears as a colossal beast soared and tumbled in the depths of the dark clouds. Back on the battlefield, Muzan Kibutsuji coldly stared at Rick in midair, his icy gaze like a still pond, and even the terrifying might of the Thunder Dragon did not stir a single ripple. Drink! Rick let out a roar, his blood-red eyes fixed on Muzan Kibutsuji as he swung his blade down. A giant beast from the clouds pierced the sky and slammed down towards Muzan Kibutsuji. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of an explosion, the ground suddenly sank, and a violent shockwave overturned everything within 100 meters, including the house of Tanjiro Kamado. Tanjiro's heart trembled. He could clearly feel the intense vibration. Turning back, he saw the battlefield covered in thick dust. Did it succeed? Tanjiro stopped, nervously and fearfully staring at that area. A gust of wind suddenly swept through, dispersing the heavy dust, revealing the scene at the center of the battle. What he saw made Tanjiro's mind go blank. He let out a piercing wail from deep in his throat, tears streaming down his face. A long whip coiled around Rick's neck like a poisonous snake, lifting him into the air as if he were hanging himself. Meanwhile, Muzan Kibutsuji was unscathed, with only a bit of dust on his neatly pressed suit. The terrifying swordsmanship had not even touched the hem of his clothing. A nimble little ant, Muzan Kibutsuji said coldly, as he swung the long whip, accompanied by a strong wind that shattered the lower half of Rick's body. Along with his legs, blood mist exploding. Witnessing this scene, Tanjiro's heart ached even more. Although he had only known Rick for 3 days, Rick had taught him many things, and he respected him. The immense sorrow and helplessness made Tanjiro open his mouth in shock, but no sound came out. He could only continue to run away. Oof. Muzan Kibutsuji snorted coldly, turning his gaze toward Rick, unhurried, waiting for the moment he found the traitor before sending someone to deal with the little demon wearing the Nicaran earrings. Cough. Rick coughed up blood. The gap in strength was indeed a bit large. From beginning to end, he never got within 10 meters of Kibutsuji Muzan. It was Kibutsuji Muzan who didn't want to kill him. How did you know I would appear here? Kibutsuji Muzan still asked this question. Do you also feel fear towards the unknown? Rick's lips moved slightly as he retorted. Rick's voice was as thin as a mosquito's buzz, but Muzan Kibutsuji could hear it, which only fueled his anger further. Aside from the swordsman named Kaneo Tsuyuri, there was no one and nothing that could instill fear in him. It had been this way in the past, and would not change in the future. If you manage to survive, maybe I'll tell you when we meet again, Rick said. Oh, Muzan Kibutsuji sneered. What else can you do? Rick's body below the navel, the right side of his chest, and even a third of his brain on the right side are gone. For a human, such an injury is equivalent to being buried with only the eyebrows above ground. Rick can only live for a few more seconds. Who knows? Rick whispered, a hint of mockery flashing in the depths of his eyes. This matter had to be explained from the beginning. The moment he encountered Muzan Kibutsuji, a sign-in panel appeared before Rick. The storyline sign-in was complete. Congratulations to the host for receiving the heroic gift pack, with additional rewards determined by the host performance, to be distributed after the storyline ends. Choose one piece of equipment and one hero skill. For the equipment, Rick thought, without hesitation, Guardian Angel. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary equipment Guardian Angel. Now equipped, Guardian Angel increases strength by 50, defense by 40. If you receive a fatal injury and die, you will be resurrected after 3 seconds, clearing all negative statuses and restoring 50 health, with a cooldown time of 30 hours. For the hero skill, Rick continued, the ultimate skill of the card master Twisted Fate. Destiny. The ultimate skill, Destiny, has been obtained. Ultimate skill, Destiny gain true sight of everyone within a 50-kilometer radius for 8 seconds. When used again, teleport to any location within 50 kilometers after 5 seconds, cannot be interrupted, with a cooldown time of 100 minutes. This skill has growth potential. As the user's strength increases, the teleport distance expands, and the cooldown decreases. Rick's mouth curled into a smile. Without the Demon Slayer 4-piece set, what gave him the courage to face Muzan Kibutsuji? It was the confidence brought by the exploding fangs, guardian angels, and fate skills. Anyway, this body was about to die, so let's go all out and play a big game. Exploding fangs. Full release to destroy everything. Rick roared with his last breath. Chapter 62, Muzan's Self-Explosion. Exploding fangs. Full release. Rick's final roar echoed through the mountains and forests. The exploding tooth, embedded in the ground, released 100% of its demon power, and the blade shimmered with strange fluctuations, flashing with intense azure lightning. As Rick lay on the brink of death, yet still managed to cause trouble, Muzan Kibutsuji said coldly, "Damn bug." Whoosh! The long whip struck, completely shattering Rick's body. In his fury, Muzan showed no mercy. The terrifying power caused Rick's body to explode into a mist of blood, leaving not a single intact piece behind. However, Rick's death did not stop the activation of the exploding tooth. Boom! The exploding tooth erupted with a bolt of azure lightning, shooting up into the sky like a beam of light, illuminating the entire night. At the center of the light beam, dark clouds formed a massive vortex at the peak of the sky, with thunder rumbling ominously and boundless winds blowing far away. The beam of azure lightning began to expand, engulfing stones, trees, rivers, and everything in its path. Muzan Kibutsuji's expression turned extremely grim, his eyes cold. Infinity Castle had not transferred beneath his feet. There was no escape. That sword actually possessed such terrifying power. The brilliance of the exploding tooth ultimately engulfed Muzan Kibutsuji and continued to expand outward. Rumble. The enormous beam of light that pierced the sky enveloped the entire mountain. An endless sea of thunder suddenly descended, dispelling the darkness, illuminating the night as bright as day. The residents of the small town were dumbfounded. Many conservative elders took out sacrificial offerings, loudly shouting phrases like God's manifest. "Brother, are you okay?" The younger Takeo, Shigeru, and Hanako, who had never encountered such a thing before, thought their brother Tanjiro had been killed and began to cry, which immediately triggered a chain reaction, leading all four children to weep inconsolably. Their mother Aoi and older sister Nezuko quickly comforted the four children, but the worry in their eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tanjiro Kamadu, who had already escaped to the foot of the mountain, relied on his keen sense of smell to detect a dangerous aura. Turning around, he was nearly scared out of his wits. A wall of light, flashing with lightning, was bearing down on him. Tanjiro Kamadu focused his gaze, and the objects consumed by the wall of light instantly turned to dust, causing the blood in his body to chill in an instant. The threat of death gripped his throat tightly. He did not believe his body was harder than those large stones or trees, able to withstand the terrifying power of the wall of light, and could only flee desperately into the distance. However, his speed seemed inadequate compared to the advancing wall of light. Tanjiro Kamado's eyes widened. Was he going to die? Just as the wall of light was about to engulf him, it suddenly stopped less than a meter away. Phew! Tanjiro Kamadu collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, panting heavily, relieved to have survived. Good luck. Tanjiro Kamadu caught a hint of a scent, tears welling up in his eyes. No, it was a gentle aroma. It wasn't good luck that saved his life, but rather the person who released this attack had no intention of harming him. Rick is biologically dead. Muzan Kibutsuji shattered his body, and the full release of the exploding tooth completely destroyed his body, leaving not a single cell behind. But Rick still has awareness. He knows what is happening. The light of the exploding tooth annihilated everything. In the place where Rick died, a series of strange fluctuations appeared, spreading like ripples, and Rick's body flickered in and out, fully solidifying and returning to a physical form. He has been resurrected. Rick slowly opened his eyes. The effect of the resurrection armor was not simply to allow the body to be reborn, but rather to resemble a time rewind, clearing all negative effects, including the effects of the shattered teeth. Rick stepped forward, retracting the shattering fong. The flickering blue lightning beam gradually shrank and disappeared. At a glance, the mountains and forests had completely vanished, revealing a flat basin. The fully liberated, shattering fong had erased the entire mountain. The radius reached at least 2 kilometers, and Rick had reduced some of its power. Otherwise, Tanjiro Kamadu would have died under the brilliance of the shattering fong. Rick patted his shattered teeth and sighed. It really has to be you. Unfortunately, Full liberation can't be used frequently. It harms both the enemy and myself. This thing is equivalent to a suicide attack. And the cooldown for the resurrection armor is 30 hours. Then, Rick's vigilant gaze scanned the surroundings. Had that 1,000-year-old Demon King died? Bang! A large hand with sharp nails broke through the ground, and the figure of Muzan Kibutsuji crawled out, looking disheveled. When he saw Rick, his cold eyes widened in anger. Why are you still alive? Rick looked speechless. Your life is truly tough. Bang! 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 Kibutsuji Muzan's skin cracked all over, emitting dense blue lightning. His body exploded, releasing a mist of blood. In the next moment, he restored to his original state. Then he exploded again. It kept happening. Damn it. Kibutsuji Muzan let out a hysterical roar. He couldn't get rid of these blue lightning. It was simply a humiliation. Boom. Kibutsuji Muzan's body completely exploded, as if it had been blown apart by blue lightning. Explosive tooth, intermediate release. Rick immediately drew the explosive tooth. He would not be fooled. It wasn't the power of the explosive tooth that killed the opponent, but Kibutsuji Muzan's trump card, self-detonation. Through self-detonation, Kibutsuji Muzan split his body into 1,800 fragments. Even if the split body fragments were destroyed, it didn't matter. As long as one fragment survived, he could fully recover using his unparalleled regeneration ability. This was Kibutsuji Muzan's strongest life-saving technique. Hundreds of years ago, Tsujikuni Yorichi could only eliminate the larger 1,500 fragments in an instant, but the remaining fragments were too small, and in the end, Kibutsuji Muzan managed to escape. The lightning of the explosive tooth spread across Kibutsuji Muzan's entire body. But as long as there was a piece of flesh the size of a hair that wasn't covered by the blue lightning, Muzan could revive. Under Rick's Sharingan gaze, it was definitely more than 1,800 fragments. There were at least 3,000 fragments. After years of development, Kibutsuji Muzan's life-saving technique was much stronger than it was hundreds of years ago. Boom! Rick swung out the shattering tooth, and a thunderous sword light covered the area. Impact! Muzan Kibutsuji's angry and cold voice rang out, and numerous flesh chunks emitted a powerful shockwave centered around themselves, spreading like a tide. The continuous shockwaves shattered the thunderous sword light and obliterated everything around. Seeing Muzan Kibutsuji's fragments burrow into the ground, Rick's expression darkened, but he couldn't stop it. Muzan Kibutsuji's blood demon art. Impact was not just a simple shockwave. It caused chaos in the entire nervous system of the human body, leading to spasms, rendering one unable to move and resulting in death. In the decisive battle in the infinite castle of the original timeline, Shinobu Kocho, Tanjiro, and Kaneo, Sayuri all fell victim to this move, with even Tanjiro having one of his arms shattered. Thunder flash, Godspeed. Rick staggered back, creating distance. Bang! In that instant, countless chunks of flesh burst from the ground, launching an attack from beneath Rick's feet. Here it comes again. Land-type Thunderstrike. Rick cursed under his breath, exerted force in his legs to jump up, and swung his explosive teeth, unleashing countless lightning-like slashes downward to eliminate the fragments of Muzan Kibutsuji. With no leverage in the air, he heard a sound of wind breaking behind him, and Rick's eyes darted, realizing something was wrong. A sharp fragment pierced into Rick's back like a stinger, instantly melting and merging into his flesh. Become a demon, Rick? Rick seemed to hear the voice of Muzan Kibutsuji whispering in his ear. Chapter 63. The Convergence of World Lines, Butterfly Mansion. Due to the reasons related to the Eternal Paradise sect, the Butterfly Mansion was relocated to another picturesque place, and daily operations continued as usual. Having passed the most tedious phase, Shinobu Kocho sat in her study, carefully examining the materials Rick had sent her, growing more astonished as she read. This master was actually researching a drug to turn demons back into humans. If successful, it could save countless lives. Thinking of this, Shinobu shook her head, feeling that the master's idea was too naive, believing that those vile demons would want to become human again. The powerful strength of demons had already caused them to lose their way. Death was the best liberation. Just then, a smooth-feathered crow landed on the window, tilting its head to meet Shinobu's gaze. Are you Rick's crow, Shichi? Shinobu recognized the identity of the crow and smiled. Is there a letter from Rick? But when she looked down, she saw that the crow's feet did not have a letter tube. Rick, 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 Shichi repeatedly chanted Rick's name, her voice carrying a hint of sadness. Shinobu seemed to realize something, her beautiful eyes widening gradually, and the research materials slipped from her hands. That pillar of light shooting into the sky could be seen from over 10 kilometers away, emanating a chilling aura that made one tremble involuntarily. Countless crows spread their wings and flew high into the night, and this news quickly reached Yoyai Kanroji. Blue lightning, a pillar of light? It really is Rick. Yoyai Kanroji clenched his fists tightly. There was no cold wind in the room, but a chill and regret filled his heart. Perhaps he should have stopped Rick. The closest Hashira to that location is Ju. Yoyai Kanroji asked. Yes, the water Hashira, Ju, Tomioka. Yoyai Kanroji's sister, Nico, replied. Immediately send Ju to that location, and notify all Hashira who have not been assigned tasks to head there as well. Tell them to be careful, Yoyai Kanroji said with a sorrowful expression. Yes. As dawn approached, the sky gradually brightened, and the pillar of light that enveloped the entire mountain also disappeared. Unfortunately, heavy snow covered the ground, and there was little sunlight. Aoi could guess that the battle should have ended, and demons would not move onto the sunlight. She and Nezuko took the risk of bringing 4 children into the mountains to search for Tanjiro. As they walked out of the small town, a flat basin came into view, and they were shocked to see that the entire mountain had disappeared, erased by that pillar of light shooting into the sky. Without the cover of the forest, they easily found Tanjiro. At that moment, Tanjiro Kamado was frantically searching for Rick, gradually sinking into despair. Mr. Rick! Mr. Rick! Tanjiro Kamado shouted loudly, his voice hoarse and his throat sore, tears streaming down his face. Mother, Nezuko, Takeo, Shigeru Roka Hanako. Tanjiro Kamado turned to see his family intact and knelt on the ground, filled with even more pain. Mr. Rick informed them of the demon's attack, saving their family's lives, but was cruelly killed by the demon himself. Tanjiro Kamado, who had never liked being indebted to others, felt as if his heart was being torn apart, wishing it were himself who had died. Aoi and the older Nezuko vaguely sensed something, covering their mouths in disbelief. Tanjiro, keep searching, perhaps that person is still alive. Aoi comforted. Tanjiro Kamado nodded heavily, but held no hope in his heart. He had witnessed the scene where Rick was hung up by the demon's long whip and his body was shattered. We must at least find Rick's belongings. The Kamado family began searching in the basin for traces of Rick and his belongings. Aoi sighed quietly. The massive light beam had removed the entire mountain, and she didn't think Rick could survive. She only hoped to lessen Tanjiro's pain. After a thorough search, they actually found something. Brother, over here. Nezuko Kamado dug out a broken sword that was only half intact from a deep pit. Tanjiro Kamado rushed over, trembling hands accepting it. This was Mr. Rick's Nicaran blade. Rick had told him that this was a special blade used by the Demon Slayer Corps, capable of slaying demons. Searching the area for hundreds of meters, it seemed that Rick's belongings were reduced to this half of the Nicaran blade. There was a strange smell. Immersed in sorrow, Tanjiro Kamado suddenly caught a whiff of the scent and lifted his head to search his surroundings, finally locking onto the deep pit where the Nicaran blade had been excavated. Tanjiro's eyes widened as he remembered the smell of that demon. Could it still be alive? Nezuko, get away! Tanjiro shouted urgently, reaching out to push Nezuko aside. But it was too late. From the deep pit where the Nicaran blade had been dug up, a chunk of flesh the size of an ant wriggled and suddenly shot out like a bullet, hitting Nezuko in the back. Nezuko's pupils constricted as she fell to the ground. Nezuko? Sister. Hearing the commotion, Aoi and the younger siblings rushed over, looking worriedly at Nezuko on the ground. Mother, brother, it hurts so much it hurts. Nezuko clutched her chest with both hands, crying out in pain. The family had never encountered such a situation and was at a loss. Tanjiro, with a chaotic mind, desperately thought about why there was still the smell of a demon, what that silver light was, and why it caused Nezuko so much suffering. Soon, the answer surfaced. Amidst her immense pain, Nezuko's body grew tall and strong, nearly the same as Tanjiro's, her hands sprouting sharp claws. Her once gentle gaze turning incredibly fierce, and her fangs glinting with a cold light. She was turning into a demon. Tanjiro remembered what Rick had told him. If a wound comes into contact with demon blood, it will become a demon. Tanjiro immediately looked up at the sky. Snow was falling, and there was no sun. He breathed a sigh of relief. Roar! Nezuko let out a roar and charged towards her 4 younger siblings. Tanjiro leaped forward, pinning Nezuko to the ground. After her transformation, Nezuko's strength was immense. He recalled the techniques Rick had taught him, flipped over, and locked Nezuko's joints, barely managing to control her. Nezuko, wake up quickly. It's me, your brother. Tanjiro cried out to Nezuko. Mr. Rick is dead, and Nezuko has turned into a demon. Tanjiro Kamado feels like he's about to break down. The figure of Ju Tomioka appears, and upon seeing the basin in front of him, his pupils widen slightly. He remembers there should be a great mountain here. Turning around, he sees a demonized girl struggling wildly, while a boy desperately tries to subdue her. The boy is in tears, continuously calling out, hoping to awaken her rationality. A very common scene, but it's useless. A newly turned demon falls into extreme hunger, the desire to eat overpowering everything. Ju Tomioka draws his Nichiren blade and walks over. Aoi Kanzuki stands in front of Ju with 4 children, Takeo, Shige, Rokuta, and Hanako. Chapter 64. Full of doubts, Ju Tomioka says calmly, "Get out of the way. She has already turned into a demon." "No way. That's my sister. I won't let you hurt her." Takeo, Shige, Rokuta, and Hanako rush forward, 2 of them hugging Ju's legs. The other 2 grab his arms, hanging on like koalas. Aoi lowers her head, humbly saying, "Demon Slayer, please don't hurt my child." Ju stops, expressionless. This is the first time he has encountered such a situation, and his brain is racing. Just then, Nezuko Kamadu raises her head, sees Ju, her eyes blood red, her power surging, breaking free from Tanjiro's hold. Roar! Nezuko lets out an angry roar and charges forward. The gap in strength is immense. Before Nezuko reaches him, Ju even has the leisure to gently set down the 4 children clinging to him and takes a step forward, swinging his blade. What surprises Ju happens next. Nezuko does not attack him, nor does she block the Nichiren blade. Instead, she nimbly lunges forward, dodging the blade's edge and rushing towards the 4 children. Ju's expression darkens, ready to unleash a stronger burst of power to chase after her. An astonishing scene unfolds before him. Suddenly, Nezuko comes to a screeching halt in front of the 4 children, turns around, glares fiercely at Ju, and opens her arms. Like a mother beast in the forest wanting to protect her young, Ju is stunned. He thought this girl was going to eat the 4 children to regain her strength. "You're protecting them?" Ju frowns. It's impossible. A demon actually protecting humans? Looking at the situation, she has just turned into a demon and urgently needs human flesh to replenish her strength. Yet she is enduring the maddening hunger to protect the 4 children behind her. Whoosh! Just as Ju hesitates, a fierce wind sweeps in, a sharp edge aimed directly at Nezuko. Boom! Ju instinctively moves, swinging his Nichiren blade to collide with the edge, producing a sound of metal clashing, sparks flying. The terrifying impact knocks everyone around them down. Nezuko holds her 4 siblings tightly, letting the wind blades cut into her back. "Nezuko!" Tanjiro is frantic, but his body is pressed down by the intense wind pressure, unable to lift his head. The fierce wind reveals its true form. It is the wind pillar, Sanemi Shinazugawa, holding a Nichiren blade, his face cold as he questions, "Ju, what are you doing?" Ju remains calm, even surprising himself by protecting a demon. After a moment of silence, he replies, "Her strength is very weak. She can be killed at any time. We need to find out what happened here first. This is Lord Ubuyashiki's order." "Ju, are you telling me to ignore a demon? You really have guts." Sanemi sneers. Several figures descend from the sky. The serpent pillar, Iguro Abanai. The love pillar, Kanroji Mitsuri. The insect pillar, Kochu Shinobu. The stone pillar, Haimajimajomiai. And the sound pillar, Yuzui Tenjin. "Oh my god, what happened here?" Mitsuri looks at the wreckage of the ground. Shock appears on everyone's faces. They thought this was a basin. But in fact, the earth has been destroyed by some powerful force. "It doesn't look like explosives," Yuzui says, unable to imagine any explosives that could cause such widespread destruction. Boom! Sanemi stomps hard on the ground, and fine blue currents of electricity emerge from the cracks in the rocks. Blue lightning, the power of the broken Fong. "It must be that guy Rick," Iguro says. They all know that Rick possesses a special blade that can release blue lightning, causing irreparable severe injuries to demons, more effective than the Nichiren blade. "Is all this in front of us done by Rick?" "Wait," Tanjiro shouts. "You are members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Do you know Mr. Rick?" "Rick?" The group exchanges glances, confirming it. This indeed relates to Rick. Shinobu steps forward with a gentle smile. "Kid, tell me what happened here." Iguro adds, "And the pillar of light from a few hours ago." Just as Tanjiro is about to speak, a fierce wind rushes in, as if to tear his body apart. "It doesn't matter. What we need to do now is kill that demon," Sanemi says coldly. First form, Dust Whirlwind Slash. Sanemi erupts instantly, a swirling wind blade rising behind him as he charges forward at high speed. Oh no! Tanjiro's heart sinks, due to Mr. Rick's influence. He has a good impression of the Demon Slayer Corps, But the current situation is that the Demon Slayer Corps doesn't have a good impression of him. He casts a pleading look at Shinobu, Iguro, and the others, only to find cold expressions on their faces. Killing demons is the duty of the Demon Slayer Corps and is expected. They have no reason to stop Sanemi. Stop. I want to allow anyone to harm my family. Tanjiro spreads his arms, protecting his mother, Nezuko, and the 4 younger siblings behind him. Get out of the way, or I'll cut you down too. Sanemi's killing intent surges as he raises his Nichiren blade, swinging heavily towards the Kamadu family. Send the order! Send the order! A crow flies from the distance. Everyone looks up at the crow in the sky. In that moment, Ju moves, appearing in front of Tanjiro and blocking Sanemi's strike with his blade. The two struggle with all their might, locked in a stalemate. The crow caws loudly, bring the informed ones back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Do not kill them. Do not kill them. Ju says, Sanemi, stop. Haven't you heard Lord Ubuyashiki's order? A demon is also an informed one. When did you become so naive, Ju? Sanemi sneers, stepping forward, pressing Ju back. Sanemi has gone mad. With Rick not around, no one can restrain him. Yuzui thinks with a headache, besides Lord Ubuyashiki. Only Rick could make Sanemi listen. Attack! Yuzui Tenjin, Himajimajamiai, Iguro Abanai, and Kanroji Mitsuri rushed in and used physical means to calm down the anger of Shinazugawa Sanemi. The main reason was that Nezuko Kamadu had just turned into a demon, had not eaten humans, and posed no threat to them. The Kamadu family had no ability to fight back, and were taken away by the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, along with the demonized Nezuko Kamadu, and were sent to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters as quickly as possible. The Hashira were in a very bad mood. They had not found any trace of Riku, and did not know what had happened. Who is Rick fighting against? He actually erased an entire mountain. It seems that only the Kamadu family can answer this. Chapter 65. The Death of Rick. Headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. In a spacious courtyard filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, members of the Hidden helped Kamadu, Tanjiro, and Aoi branch free from their bindings and blindfolds that obstructed their senses. Kamadu Nezuko hid in a dark corner of the house, accompanied by her 4 siblings. Although the Hashira wanted to deal with Kamadu Nezuko as soon as possible, there were clearly more important matters at hand. The sudden brightness made Kamadu Tanjiro instinctively shield his eyes with his hand. When he moved his hand away, he quickly assessed his surroundings. There were 12 people in front of him, 9 swordsmen in Demon Slayer Corps uniforms, each equipped with Nichiren blades, several of whom he recognized as the culprits who brought him and his family here. In the room stood a terrifying-looking young man, with a purplish-red face above his nose that looked very frightening, yet he wore a reassuring smile. Kamadu Tanjiro could sense a gentle aura emanating from him. The young man appeared to be in poor health, supported by a young and beautiful woman. The last person was his mother, Aoi. Kaneo, Tsuyuri softly said, I am Kaneo Tsuyuri, the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. I apologize for bringing you here in such a rough manner. No. I have questions for you too. Kamadu Tanjiro exclaimed, shocked that this sickly young man was the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. Kaneo, Tsuyuri said, Rick is one of our swordsmen, and we want to know his whereabouts. Everyone's gaze turned to Kamadu Tanjiro, which increased his pressure. The 9 swordsmen felt terrifying to him, with several exuding a presence similar to Mr. Rick. However, this pressure was quickly cast aside by Kamadu Tanjiro, as the beam of light piercing the sky and the aura of that demon were far stronger than everyone present. A wave of intense sadness surged within him, and Kamadu Tanjiro knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he realized that Mr. Rick was already dead. Whoosh! Mitsuri Kanroji, enveloped in a whirlwind, instantly appeared before Kamadu Tanjiro, grabbing his clothing at the chest and lifting him up. Mitsuri Kanroji coldly said, Hey, watch your words. That guy Rick is a Hashira, not some random fish that can be killed at any time. Due to a murder incident, Rick had been stripped of his title as the Sound Hashira, but everyone present still regarded him as such. This trust could not be erased by a mere title. Hashira? Kamadu Tanjiro's face flushed, struggling to breathe as he was gripped tightly. What was this Hashira? Shinobu Kocho interjected. Mitsuri, calm down. You saw it too. The entire mountain has been erased. The shock in everyone's eyes did not diminish in the slightest. On the way back, they had roughly estimated that everything within a 2-kilometer radius had been destroyed. What kind of monster is Rick fighting? TCH. Shinobu Kocho snorted coldly and continued to ask, who did Rick fight? Hurry up and tell me. Tanjiro Kamadu shook his head in pain. I don't know. Aoi Kanzaki looked worriedly at the scene, but did not speak to stop it. Mr. Rick was very important to everyone present, just like they cared for their family. Shinobu Kocho said angrily, "Didn't you see anything about his appearance, abilities, or name?" Mentioning this, Tanjiro Kamido's chaotic mind suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Right, I remember now, he was a man around 30 years old, and Mr. Rick referred to him as Muzan Kibutsuji. In that moment, Tanjiro Kamado felt the atmosphere around them change dramatically. It fell into a deathly silence. Tanjiro swallowed hard. Who exactly is Muzan Kibutsuji? Mitsuri Kanroji covered her mouth with both hands. Tomioka, standing by the pond, also cast a glance over. Jiomi Himejima said solemnly, "Umitba, are you sure that's the name? Muzan Kibutsuji?" "Yes, they talked before the fight. I was hiding in the house and heard it. I can't be mistaken." Tanjiro Kamado nodded emphatically. How could he possibly be mistaken? A strong sense of helplessness seemed to crush his body and mind. "Hurry up and tell us what happened." "His abilities, Muzan Kibutsuji's abilities." "Shut up, I asked first." In an instant, Tenjin Yuzui and Kaneo Sayuri appeared in front of Tanjiro Kamado, grabbing his clothes. Along with Shinobu Kocho, the three questioned him, their voices echoing in Tanjiro's ears. With the three of them constantly vying for answers, Tanjiro felt his head turning to mush. "Shoo!" Yoya Shinjiro placed a finger on his lips. "Lord!" The Hashira quieted down, kneeling on one knee. Tanjiro swallowed again. How impressive. This lord might not even be someone he could defeat, yet he had the recognition of these powerful swordsmen. Yoya Shinjiro said softly, "Tanjiro, please tell us what happened, including how you met Rick. It's very important to us." "Yes." Tanjiro Kamado found himself unable to refuse this person. The voice calmed his heart. The story began 3 days ago. Tanjiro Kamado started to speak. A low voice interrupted him from outside, attracting everyone's attention. "Wait." A small figure walked in with a weary gait, followed by a blonde-haired boy. "I want to hear about this too," said Sanemi Shinazugawa in a hoarse voice. "Who?" Tanjiro Kamado looked puzzled. That's Mr. Sanemi Shinazugawa, the teacher who taught Rick swordsmanship, and Rick's junior, the successor of the Breath of Thunder, Zenitsu Agitsuma, Yoya Shinjiro explained. Sweat soaked both of their clothes, panting heavily. It was over 100 kilometers from Tamamama to here. The fact that they could arrive so quickly indicated that they had acted without hesitation or rest upon receiving the news. Tanjiro Kamado felt as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping his heart. He sensed a very sorrowful aura, realizing that there were so many people who cared about Mr. Rick. Tanjiro's gaze lingered on the three of them, as the aura of sorrow was the strongest on them. Rick's teacher, Mr. Saito Jiro. Mr. Rick's junior, my wife Zenitsu. Finally, Tanjiro Kamado's gaze fell on a butterfly-like beautiful girl among the Hashira, who was looking down with a faint smile on her face, appearing very calm. However, Tanjiro Kamado sensed an unprecedentedly strong aura of sadness emanating from her. Tears couldn't help but fall from Tanjiro Kamado's eyes. Feeling Tanjiro Kamado's gaze upon her, Shinobu Kochu turned her head, a hint of confusion appearing on her beautiful, delicate face as she asked, "Why are you crying?" Tanjiro Kamado, eyes red and choked up, replied, "Because you can't cry." Chapter 66. The shock of everyone because you can't cry, so I cry for you. The expressions of everyone softened. Such a gentle and kind boy made them feel an involuntary fondness in their hearts. Shinobu's smile slightly faded, and she bitterly smiled inside, realizing how perceptive this boy was. Her current expression must look terrible, as if her heart were pierced by a sharp sword. Ever since meeting Rick, her desire to imitate her sister Kane Kochu had been increasingly difficult to maintain. I continued speaking. Tanjiro Kamado wiped his tears and recounted his encounter with Rick. It happened 3 days ago when he saw Mr. Rick standing alone in the heavy snow while selling charcoal in the town. No one interrupted Tanjiro Kamado, not even the most irritable Sanemi Shinazugawa, until Rick clashed with Muzan Kibutsuji in a fierce battle, a thunderous light pillar striking the sky and annihilating everything. Tanjiro Kamado's voice had long ceased. A heavy silence enveloped the surroundings, with only the sound of everyone's heavy breathing remaining. After a long while, it seemed that everyone finally accepted reality. Ordinary Hashira could not face an upper moon demon in a one-on-one battle. They knew Rick was very strong, but Rick was up against Muzan Kibutsuji, a demon far more terrifying than the upper moon demons, the progenitor of demons who had survived for 1,000 years. For over 1,000 years, there had been almost no swordsman who had encountered Muzan Kibutsuji and lived to tell the tale. Rick's chance of survival is 0. Sakanji Kadaki tightly gripped his cane, as if all his weight was supported by it. Grandpa, Zenitsu Agatsuma, did not shout as he usually did, but looked at Grandpa, Sakanji Kadaki, with a worried expression, his heart also filled with countless wounds. With a snake-like, sharp intuition, Iguro Abanai asked Tanjiro Kamado, "I have a question." Everyone's gaze turned to Iguro Abanai. Tanjiro Kamado replied, "Please ask." Iguro Abanai said, "You said Rick received information that Muzan Kibutsuji would kill your whole family. So he specifically found you to help your family escape?" Tanjiro Kamado nodded yes. Iguro Abanai continued, "Has anyone thought about why Rick knows about Muzan Kibutsuji's plans?" Even without Iguro Abanai's reminder, the perceptive Ashira began to realize this issue. For a century, Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen have encountered Muzan Kibutsuji, yet Rick was able to accurately locate him, as if he knew in advance. "I know," Yoya Shinjuro said softly. "In fact, before Rick left, we had a conversation." A conversation? The Hashira, Sakanji Kadaki, Zenitsu Agatsuma, and Tanjiro Kamado exchanged curious glances. Yoya Shinjuro explained, "Rick's blood-red eyes occasionally see some future scenes. If he doesn't change them, those scenes will become reality." As soon as Yoya Shinjuro finished speaking, an indescribable shock appeared on everyone's faces. It turns out that those blood-red eyes held such a power. Iguro Abanai enunciated, "Foreseeing the future." "So that's it," Tenjin Yuzui said. "That's why he knows the information about Upper Moon 6 and Upper Moon 2. What a magnificent ability." The two Upper Moon battles were completed smoothly under Rick's intelligence and command. Without Rick, they could hardly imagine how many casualties there would have been. Tanjiro Kamado knelt on the ground, his face pained. If it weren't for Mr. Rick, his family would likely not have escaped the fate of being killed. And the other side paid with their lives. At this moment, Mitsuri Kenroji scoffed, "Not calling us and going to face death alone. That guy is just a fool. Even if he dies, he deserves it." Everyone frowned. Mitsuri Kenroji's words were harsh, but Rick didn't even discuss it with them before facing Muzan Kibutsuji alone, which made them somewhat dissatisfied. They trusted Rick, but he didn't trust them and didn't open his heart to them. It was like a certain outcast water Hashira. "No." Tanjiro Kamado glared at Mitsuri Kenroji. "You little brat, do you want to fight?" Mitsuri Kenroji's expression was cold. He was in a worse mood than usual, feeling particularly irritated. Mr. Rick definitely didn't think like that. Tanjiro Kamado said firmly. Mitsuri Kenroji sneered. "Then tell me, what does he want by going to face Muzan Kibutsuji alone?" Tanjiro Kamado's gaze swept over the Demon Slayer Corps members. "He should not want to see you all die." Everyone's hearts trembled. "Is Muzan Kibutsuji that strong?" Tenjin Yuzui asked, somewhat lacking confidence. Muzan Kibutsuji, the enormous shadow that has loomed over the islands for countless years. They all knew Muzan Kibutsuji was terrifying, but since no one in this generation had encountered him, they did not have a clear understanding of his strength and terror. Yes. Tanjiro Kamado recalled the aura that made him tremble all over. "When I escaped, Mr. Rick's right hand, right side of his body, and both legs had already been destroyed." Everyone's faces turned extremely pale. According to Tanjiro Kamado's description, Rick was completely crushed. The seventh form of thunder breathing, the extreme thunder dragon, couldn't even touch the hem of Muzan Kibutsuji's clothing. If it were them facing Muzan Kibutsuji, the result would be no different. The information obtained from the last battle against Doma indicated that Muzan Kibutsuji would not die even if his head was cut off. The only way to kill that monster is to drag it to daylight and let the sun destroy him. Everyone looked up. The weather was gloomy, with heavy snow falling, and the time for sunlight was limited, meaning Muzan Kibutsuji's activity time was longer. The conclusion is that even if we all work together, we would still die at Muzan Kibutsuji's hands. So Rick chose to face Muzan Kibutsuji alone. Namu Amida, Butsu. Haimajima Jiomi clasped his hands together, his deep voice roaring like a beast. "We are too weak," Iguro Abanai said, his fists clenched tightly in frustration hidden within his sleeves. "Damn it." Mitsuri Kenroji's eyes were filled with bloodshot. The latter part of the conversation was hardly absorbed by Shinobu Kocho. Yoya Shinjuro and Rick's voices echoed in her ears. "If he doesn't do something, those scenes will become reality. You plan to ingest a large amount of Wisteria poison to fill your body with toxins. Then let Doma eat you, causing him to be poisoned and significantly weakened, allowing us to kill Doma." She had never told anyone about this plan. Rick was able to say it so casually. Now she knew. That was the future Rick saw. Perhaps the original fate was following her plan, sacrificing herself to poison Doma, allowing other swordsmen to kill him. It was Rick who changed everything. No wonder he was so angry. Shinobu's clear. light purple eyes rippled with emotion. Her life was extended by Rick. Chapter 67. The future seen by Rick. This is Mr. Rick's sword. Tanjiro Kamado handed over a half of a sun blade wrapped in cloth. The damage on the blade indicated how fierce the battles its owner had gone through. The crowd looked somber. Memories of fighting alongside Rick flooded their minds. They had always believed Rick would lead them to kill all the upper moons, until they defeated Muzan Kibutsuji. But this genius, like a brilliant shooting star in the sky, shone the brightest before quickly falling. Kaneo, Sayuri lowered her head and said, "My lord, can I keep Rick's belongings?" Of course. Yoya Shinjiro nodded and took out a wooden box to hand to Kaneo. Kaneo opened the box, and inside was also a broken sword, which she recognized as the sun blade Rick had given to the other during the final selection. The broken sword showed many signs of use, having also gone through fierce battles, but there was no rust, indicating that the keeper had taken great care of it. Kaneo trembled as she took the wooden box and placed Rick's broken sword inside. "My lord, I take my leave now," she said, not waiting for Yoya Shinjiro's reply. Leaving with one hand clutching the box and the other leaning on her cane. No one present would blame Kaneo for her rudeness. Their mood was equally heavy. Kaneo dragged her leaden body away, feeling exhausted from the relentless blows, as if saying she had failed to teach her disciple. She had not been able to correct her eldest disciple Kaigaku's disposition, leading to infighting, causing Rick to lose the title of Hashira. Her self-created ultimate technique, the Lightning Dragon, couldn't even touch Muzan Kibutsuji's hem, resulting in the death of her most outstanding second disciple, Rick. Her third disciple, Zenitsu Agatsuma, could only learn the first form of thunder breathing, thunderclap, and flash. Grandfather. Zenitsu held back tears. Kaneo was small in stature, but usually gave Zenitsu a sense of being towering. At this moment, he realized that this pillar was already bent over. In that instant, Zenitsu seemed to grow a lot, the weakness in his eyes gradually disappearing, becoming resolute. By the way, at the door, Kaneo stopped and turned back, saying, "My lord, their lives saved by Rick. Please handle them with care." Yoya Shinjiro said seriously, "You can rest assured." Kaneo nodded slightly, and the figures of her and Zenitsu gradually faded away. The crowd watched their departing silhouettes with mixed emotions. Those two were the most heartbroken over Rick's death. Yoya Shinjiro asked, "Tanjiro, what do you want to know?" Tanjiro Kamado was slightly taken aback. Upon learning of Mr. Rick's death, everyone was very sad, and he didn't expect that this lord still remembered the words he said at the beginning. The crowd's attention shifted to Tanjiro. Rick's matters were over, and now they had to discuss how to handle Nezuko, who had turned into a demon. Tanjiro said, "My lord, I want to know how to turn a demon back into a human." Before Yoya Shinjiro could respond, the Hashira jumped in. "No," said Mitsuri Kanroji. "I've never heard of a demon turning back into a human," said Tenjin Yuzui. Kagaya Ubuyashiki, with tears in his eyes, said, "Execution is the best outcome for demons. Otherwise, they can only be sent to the Wisteria mountain, which is too pitiful." Tanjiro broke out in a cold sweat. If the Demon Slayer Corps decided to execute Nezuko, he had no way to stop them. The auras of the swordsmen present were comparable to Mr. Rick's, and he could not contend with them. "No, there is a way." Shinobu interrupted the Hashira's judgment and said, "Rick once gave me a document with a lot of research on how demons can turn back into humans. I should be able to create a drug to turn them back, but I don't know how many years it will take." "What?" The crowd was astonished. A drug that could turn demons back into humans actually existed. It was simply unheard of. Hope glimmered in Tanjiro's eyes. Shinobu said, "To complete the antidote, we need a large amount of blood from demons, specifically demons close in strength to Muzan Kibutsuji, which means the upper moons. In fact, getting Muzan's blood would be even better, but they couldn't do it. Without Rick leading them, it wouldn't be easy for them to deal with the upper moons." Shinobu continued, "If this drug can be completed, it will also become our trump card against Muzan Kibutsuji. What would happen if we injected the drug that turns them back into humans into Muzan Kibutsuji?" A similar thought arose in everyone's hearts, and they trembled with excitement. They saw hope in killing Muzan Kibutsuji. Tanjiro urgently said, "Nezuko turned into a demon because of Muzan's blood. She will definitely help you. Please don't kill her." Shinobu's eyes brightened. "Really?" "Yes." Tanjiro nodded firmly. He could not have misidentified it. The thing that attacked Nezuko emitted the scent of Muzan Kibutsuji. "My lord, please make a decision." Shinobu looked at Yoya Shinjiro. Yoya Shinjiro smiled and said, "For now, we can determine that Nezuko will not harm anyone, and her blood will be very helpful for the research. No one is allowed to harm her." "Yes." The Hashira replied respectfully. Tanjiro sat on the ground, as if paralyzed. He had finally protected his family. But the matter was not over. To research the antidote to turn back into humans, they still needed to obtain the blood of the upper moons mentioned by these people. Tanjiro bowed his head and pleaded, "Please, I want to join the Demon Slayer Corps. It's too dangerous." "Don't worry. We will definitely obtain more blood from the upper moons to help your sister return to being human." The Hashira knew Tanjiro's thoughts, but they believed he should not get too involved. It was life-threatening. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps, aside from those from generations of swordsmith families, could hardly gather a pair of parents among 10 members. They were all unfortunate people who had been harmed by demons. Tanjiro had a happy family. They believed he should not get involved in such dangerous matters. As for the antidote to turn back into humans, they would definitely complete it. "My lords," the marginalized Aoi Kanzaki spoke up, attracting everyone's attention. Aoi said softly, "My husband used to pray to the fire god every year, using a breathing method called the Dance of the Fire God. I wonder if you have heard of it?" Tanjiro's reaction was swift. The Dance of the Fire God was too similar to the breathing methods used by these people. He recalled his father's movements and breathing patterns in the snow. A layer of spatial distortion rippling across his body, the temperature rising sharply, melting the surrounding white snow. It was a breathing technique. Impossible. The expressions on the pillars' faces changed. A young boy who made a living selling charcoal actually understood a breathing technique they had never encountered before. Could this be a coincidence? They turned to each other, locking eyes and seeing the shock deep within each other's gaze. Were our actions also calculated by that guy? What a magnificent individual. Yuzui Tenjin gasped for breath. Everyone's expression was serious, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves. Everything happening now seemed like a coincidence, but Rick possessed the ability to foresee the future. Perhaps the moment he sent the research materials to Shinobu Kocho, Rick was already laying his plans. The antidote to turn demons back into humans was their hope against Muzan Kibutsuji. Without this information, Nezuko Kamadu would surely have been killed by them or sent to Mount Suzumi to become a training tool for new swordsmen. They saved Nezuko Kamadu from their hands, allowing the boy with the mysterious breathing technique to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Just how far had that person calculated? A small arrangement set off countless chain reactions. How far into the future did Rick's eyes see? Perhaps they will never know the answer in their lifetime, because that person is already dead. Chapter 68, 2 years later, Mr. Rick. I wonder how you are doing in heaven. I have joined the Demon Slayer Corps, and to remember important things, I have started recording my daily experiences while studying. Nezuko has been sleeping, and everyone speculates that she is recovering her strength by sleeping. It's great that she doesn't have to eat humans. Miss Shinobu took a large vial of Nezuko's blood for research. Although she said that demons have strong constitutions, and that taking this little blood is nothing, I am very worried. Fortunately, Nezuko's pale face quickly returned to normal. The Lord is truly a kind person. Knowing that our house was destroyed, he specially arranged for us to live in a house in the city. And I can also receive a stipend from the Demon Slayer Corps to support my family. In the first month of joining the Demon Slayer Corps, the Hashira tested the power of the Dance of the Fire God and found that this breathing technique causes terrifying damage to demons. And it might also have a good effect on Muzan Kibutsuji. To train my strength, the Lord arranged for me to learn from various breathing style schools. The first place I studied was Misty Mountain, and my trainer was the former water Hashira, Sakanji Urokodaki, who wore a Tengu mask, making it impossible to see his face. He seemed very strict, but had a pleasant scent and was a very gentle person. I met a boy and a girl wearing fox masks in the back mountain, and they taught me a lot about the techniques of water breathing, but it seems that others are unaware of their existence. I heard that the Mist Hashira, Michiro Takido, became a Hashira in just 2 months. Perhaps I'm a bit slow, as it took me 1 year, 3 months, and 17 days to finally graduate from Misty Mountain. Master Urokodaki, like me, has a keen sense of smell. Under his training, I was able to sense my opponent's weaknesses, seeing the lines of weakness formed by special sense. And I learned water breathing. The second place I studied was Peach Mountain, where I met Mr. Jigoro Kawajima and my husband, Zenitsu. They are Mr. Rick's teacher and junior disciple. Mr. Rick once taught me the basics of the first form of thunder breathing, and Mr. Sanjima helped me with intensive training. I have also learned the first form, thunderclap and flash. After a year, 8 months, and 11 days, Nezuko finally woke up, and today I cried tears of joy. My wife Zenitsu, who was once a timid and cowardly person, would scream like a pig being slaughtered all day, now feels completely different, serious, and earnest. only showing exaggerated expressions when he sees Nezuko. The more people I meet in the Demon Slayer Corps, the more I can feel Mr. Rick's greatness. His death has plunged the morale of the entire Demon Slayer Corps into despair, which greatly troubles Lord Muzan. Miss Shinobu Kocho is the same. She occasionally exudes a scent of loneliness. Truly, he was an incredible person, becoming a Hashira in a very short time, and even participating in the defeat of several lower and upper-ranked demons. Sometimes I also think that, compared to someone like me, the impact of Mr. Rick's survival would have been greater. It has been 2 years since I joined the Demon Slayer Corps, and I received permission from Lord Muzan to participate in the final selection. During the selection, I encountered a very fierce hand demon. Upon learning that it had killed Kaneo and Tsugumi, I, filled with anger, used water breathing, first form, water surface slash, and fire god Kagura, Rondo to successfully behead it. However, my achievement is nothing compared to Zenitsu, who used first form, thunderclap, and flash, Godspeed, ninefold to instantly kill over 30 demons, shocking everyone. Zenitsu is also known as the strongest practitioner of thunder breathing, first form in history. I heard that if he kills one more lower-ranked demon, he will become the next Thunder Hashira, but he has been refusing this title. So that's it. Zenitsu is angry because Mr. Rick was stripped of the title of Hashira, so he is unwilling to accept it. Killing 8 people but saving over 100, I cannot judge Mr. Rick's right or wrong, as my current strength does not even qualify me to make decisions. I have finally become an official member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Only 5 people passed this year's final selection. Myself, my wife Zenitsu, Inosuke Hashibara, Kanawa Tsuyuri, and Jinya Shinazugawa. The research on Nezuko's blood has also concluded. I originally wanted Nezuko to stay with my mother and younger siblings, but she seems reluctant, worried about my safety. My mother also hopes Nezuko can protect me. I decided to take Nezuko with me on missions. The first mission went smoothly. We encountered a swamp demon that specifically targeted young girls. I had Nezuko protect the victim and successfully beheaded the demon using water breathing. 8th form, waterfall basin. The next mission is in Tokyo. Asakusa, Tanjiro Kamado, slowly closed his diary, placing in the box behind him and asking Nezuko to help keep it safe. What does that smell? Tanjiro Kamado suddenly turned his head, looking into the bustling crowd, where he caught a whiff of a familiar scent. After 2 years, he absolutely couldn't forget it. Excuse me, please make way. Tanjiro Kamado dashed into the crowd, pushing through people as he followed the scent. Finally, after crossing several meters, a familiar figure came into view. A man in a neat suit, wearing a white hat, with crimson eyes, around 30 years old. Anger appeared on Tanjiro Kamado's face as he shouted, "Muzan Kibutsuji." The man in his 30s turned around, and upon seeing Tanjiro Kamado, a hint of surprise flickered in the depths of his crimson eyes. This little brat actually survived that beam of light? What's wrong? A young and beautiful woman approached, holding a girl. "May I ask what you want with my husband?" "Daddy." The girl reached out toward Muzan Kibutsuji. Muzan Kibutsuji gently embraced the girl. Tanjiro Kamado was stunned. This mother and daughter were human. Muzan Kibutsuji's right hand sprouted sharp nails, and with a speed too fast for the naked eye to perceive, he slashed the neck of a passerby nearby, causing blood to spray. The injured passerby collapsed to the ground, struggling in pain, showing signs of demonization. Seeing that the person was about to harm others, Tanjiro Kamado leaped forward to pin him down. "Maybe I've got the wrong person. Let's go," Muzan Kibutsuji said, leading the mother and daughter away, their figures gradually disappearing into the crowd. Tanjiro Kamado desperately held down the demonizing passerby, roaring, "Muzan, I will never let you go. I will chase you to the ends of hell." Hearing the voice behind him, the cold, murderous intent in Muzan Kibutsuji's eyes grew stronger. "Even this kid with the knicker and earrings is alive. Yum, go kill him." "Yes, Lord Muzan." Hidden in the crowd, Yum slowly lifted his head, his eyes marked with the characters for upper rank and 6. Chapter 69. Dreamworld. Hey, what are you doing? The commotion caused by Tanjiro Kamado quickly attracted several police officers, who attempted to pull him away, but found his strength astonishingly great. "Wait, don't touch him. He is very dangerous right now. Please, I don't want this person to hurt anyone." Tanjiro Kamado shouted loudly, desperately holding down the demonizing passerby, his face a mix of urgency and anger. Muzan Kibutsuji, to casually turn a person into a demon. He is indeed a thorough bastard. Just as Tanjiro Kamado was about to be attacked by the police, he suddenly caught a whiff of blood. Among the crowd appeared a woman in a kimono, looking dignified, accompanied by a boy alertly watching their surroundings like a loyal dog. Blood demon art. Visual dream fragrance. The woman scratched the skin of her right hand with her nails, letting blood flow. As the scent of blood spread, everyone's eyes filled with incredible patterns, abstract images causing disorientation, dizziness, and fear. The illusion isolated the surrounding people. The two approached Tanjiro Kamado. Are you demons? Tanjiro Kamado's face turned grim. After 2 years of training in the Demon Slayer Corps, he was no longer a novice. This was undoubtedly a blood demon art. Yes, Tamayo nodded and said softly. I am a demon and also a doctor. Like you, I want to kill Muzan Kibutsuji. It was your words, calling demons human, that moved me, so I can't lend you a hand. Demon? Doctor? Tanjiro Kamado furrowed his brows. He couldn't connect these two terms. One is a vicious man-eating demon. The other is a doctor who saves lives. Tamayo took out a syringe, injecting some special medicine into the neck of the recently demonized person. Soon, that person fainted. Yashiro, take him. Let us go. This illusion won't last long. Tamayo said, using her blood demon art to confuse hundreds of people, which also put considerable pressure on her. Yes, Tamayo-sama. Yashiro carried the person who had turned into a demon. Following Suguko, influenced by the illusion, the crowd automatically parted to make way for them. Tanjiro Kamado hesitated for a moment before choosing to follow. The scent he detected from the two was different from that of other vicious demons, and he felt it was necessary to investigate. Upon entering Suguko's residence, she briefly explained her background to Tanjiro. He was astonished, realizing there were demons that had escaped Muzan Kibutsuji's control. Moreover, Suguko and Yashiro didn't need to eat humans. They could survive on a small amount of human blood. Suguko's profession as a doctor provided her with a legitimate way to obtain blood, so she didn't need to harm anyone. Upon learning about Tanjiro's past, Suguko and Yashiro were equally shocked. It was extremely rare, as far as they knew, for a human to encounter Muzan Kibutsuji twice and survive. They felt sympathy for Tanjiro's experiences and, in order to restore Yashiro's demonized sister, set out on the path of hunting demons to obtain the blood of upper-ranked demons. Wait, a drug to turn demons back into humans? Yashiro jumped up as if his pants were on fire, exclaiming, Lady Suguko, that bastard actually sent our research data to the Demon Slayer Corps. Suguko had anticipated this and remained calm, saying, Yashiro, calm down. He is a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. This is to be expected. Their conversation left Tanjiro confused, wondering what they were talking about. Suguko smiled and explained their encounter with Rick, who had taken their data. Tanjiro suddenly understood, his face showing shock as he realized that the information on turning demons back into humans belonged to Miss Suguko, and Mr. Rick had already known her. The Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps had secret connections with demons. Mr. Rick is indeed impressive, thanks to the blood of the upper moon sent by Rick. Shinjitsu's progress in researching the antidote is even much faster than that of the Demon Slayer Corps. Remembering what happened 2 years ago, Tanjiro Kamado's face showed a look of pain, and the guilt deep within him tormented him through countless days and nights. Shinjitsu asked, Do you want to see Rick? Yes. Tanjiro Kamado nodded heavily and said painfully, I want to thank Mr. Rick. If it weren't for Mr. Rick, my family would have been killed by Muzan Kibutsuji. Shinjitsu hesitated for a moment, but still pointed to a room at the end of the corridor and opened the door. Tanjiro Kamado was stunned, his nose twitching, besides Ms. Shinjitsu and Mr. Yashiro, there was the scent of another person, a familiar scent. Could it be? Tanjiro Kamado rushed over as if going mad and slowly pushed open the door to that room. Inside was a towering mountain peak that seemed to reach the clouds, shrouded in blue lightning, resembling a sea of thunder. The figure of Enmu appeared on the platform of the mountain summit, and the surrounding blue lightning gave him an extreme sense of danger, as even a slight touch could result in severe injury. What is going on? Enmu's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. Why was a person's mental world so dangerous? His gaze turned to the center of the platform, where a long knife was inserted, seemingly possessing some powerful might, with ripples appearing in the space around the blade. You dare to enter my mental world. You have quite a bit of courage. A frivolous voice echoed behind Enmu. Who are you? Enmu suddenly turned around, and what reflected in his eyes was a young man with black hair and blood-red eyes. The young man sat atop a rock, looking down from a height, observing him with a cold and mocking gaze. In those blood-red eyes, 3 Toma were spinning wildly, slowly moving toward the center, faintly showing signs of merging together. Being stared at by those blood-red eyes, Enmu inexplicably felt a sense of panic, as if facing that adult. However, his heart was filled only with excitement. His heart raced in his chest, blood flow quickening. Emu's complexion turned flushed. How are you going to kill me? Rick jumped down, walked to the center of the platform, drew out the exploding Fong, and softly said, "Exploding Fong advanced release." The exploding Fong instantly unleashed its demon power, erupting with terrifying blue lightning, extending outward to form a thunderous giant blade over 40 meters long, piercing through the sky. Dream stared blankly at this scene. A picture flashed through his mind, a pillar of entwined blue lightning that destroyed everything, including the figure of Muzan Kibutsuji. This is not my memory. Could it be the memory of that great one? Dream murmured, feeling an intense fear in that memory. What exactly is that blue pillar of light? Rick said indifferently, swinging down the exploding Fong, the 40-meter giant blade crashing down directly. It's so wonderful to die under such powerful, beautiful force. Dream stretched out his hands, joyfully embracing the falling thunderous giant blade. Boom! Dream's figure was engulfed by the blue lightning, instantly collapsing and disintegrating, leaving not a single remnant behind. Chapter 70, The Arrival of the Evil Demon, Additional Update. When Tanjiro Kamado pushed open the door, he saw that familiar figure inside, and his pupils constricted. "Mr. Rick?" Tanjiro Kamado's body trembled uncontrollably as he walked inside, tears streaming down his face. Rick sat in the corner, wearing a tattered Demon Slayer uniform, with heavy iron chains binding his hands and feet. Hearing Tanjiro Kamado's call, he slowly raised his head, his eyes vacant, as if he were a soulless shell. "Demon eyes!" Tanjiro Kamado exclaimed, staring in shock at the signs of demonization on Rick's body. His robust physique, fangs in his mouth, sharp nails, 2 small horns on his forehead, and blood-red eyes, hinting at brutality and cruelty. "Miss Tamayo, what is going on?" Tanjiro turned to Tamayo, his voice urgent. Tamayo explained, "We discovered Rick 2 years ago. He suddenly appeared in the mansion, showing signs of demonization, likely due to Muzan Kibutsuji's blood entering his wounds, just like your sister." Tears streamed down Tanjiro's face. It was indeed from the battle 2 years ago. Looking at the demonized Rick, Tanjiro suddenly felt he should be grateful to Muzan Kibutsuji. When he left, Mr. Rick's body had been almost destroyed by Muzan, and if it weren't for demonization, an ordinary person would have surely died. "Mr. Rick, thank you, really thank you." Tanjiro choked with emotion, his strong sense of guilt finally easing a bit. He still had a chance to repay him. After 7 or 8 minutes, Tanjiro composed himself and managed to regain his calm. "Why isn't Mr. Rick reacting at all?" Tanjiro asked worriedly. Whether he approached or spoke to him, Rick showed no response. The demonized appearance exuded a sense of brutality and cruelty, looking frightening, yet in reality, posed no danger. And Rick was clearly in a state of awakening, different from Nezuko's slumber. "Perhaps he is still resisting Muzan's demonization," Tamayo said. The Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps maintain a state of total concentration. This habit is ingrained in their instincts. Even Rick now is no exception. By controlling his breathing, he regulates his heartbeat and blood flow, slowing down Muzan's blood from spreading throughout his body. To have lasted 2 years is indeed remarkable, but I estimate Rick is nearing his limit. The demonization on him is almost complete. Thus, she used special chains to restrain him. Even at this stage, he was unwilling to become a demon and harm others. Tanjiro's face was sad. What a gentle person, and fate was too cruel. "Kill me." Tanjiro heard a voice as faint as a mosquito's, suddenly turning to look at Rick in the corner. He saw Rick's cracked lips move, repeating, "Kill me." For the past 2 years, he had wanted someone to end his life. Tamayo said, "But I don't intend to do that. After all, the demonized Rick is peaceful and won't harm anyone. Once I develop the antidote, he can return to being human." Tanjiro furrowed his brow. He sensed Mr. Rick's inner thoughts, and Tamayo's understanding of "kill me" might be incorrect. Before Tanjiro could express his thoughts, an anomaly occurred. Eyes suddenly sprouted on the walls, floors, ceilings, and all objects in the house. Big and small, countless in number. It was terrifying to behold, sending chills down one's spine. Yashiro rushed in, urgently saying, "Lady Tamayo, a demon has broken in." In an instant, it turned the earth and the house into its domain, at least a lower moon. Tamayo's expression darkened, her sharp nails cutting into her skin as she exclaimed, "That's blood demon art. Don't make eye contact with those eyes. Bewitching blood, visual dream fragrance." Tamayo's blood created an illusion, suddenly altering their field of vision to prevent them from making eye contact with those eyes and falling into the unknown effects of the blood demon art. Boom! A spherical object smashed through the wall, the strong impact pushing Tamayo, Tanjiro, and others back. Who is it? Tanjiro squinted to see. 3 evil demons appeared outside. A young man with medium-length black hair had 3 large yellow squares and 3 small yellow squares on his cheeks, wearing a long black coat and white striped pants, with the words Upper Moon 6 inscribed in his pupils. A black-haired young man in monk attire had his eyes tightly shut, a faint, cruel smile on his lips. An orange-haired girl in a kimono held a ball in each hand, appearing sunny and cheerful, yet her aura was extremely disgusting, relishing in tormenting others. The balls that shattered the wall had been thrown in by her. However, Tanjiro and Tamayo focused on the leading man. Upper Moon. Tanjiro gritted his teeth. He was sent by Muzan Kibutsuji. Could he handle an Upper Moon demon? The Upper Moon demons, previously slain by the Demon Slayer Corps, were all defeated under Mr. Rick's leadership. In the minds of the Demon Slayer Corps members, Upper Moon demons were akin to natural disasters. Even the Hashira struggled to survive when facing them alone. Emiya laughed. Yahaba, Shimuru, let us get along and complete that Master S task together. Shut up, you can't command us. Yahaba sneered. You're just Upper Moon 6. The weakest of the Upper Moons. We are also 12 Kizuki and will soon join the ranks of the Upper Moons. Shimaru toyed with the 2 balls, grinning maliciously. If you dare provoke us, we'll kill you too. Enmu suppressed his laughter. These 2 foolish ones had their cognition altered by Lord Muzan. If it were any other 12 Kizuki, they would probably kill both of them on the spot. But wouldn't he do that? The world of dreams was wonderful. Not to mention the intertwining of reality and dreams. That Master S power was truly great. Let me start the introduction first. Blood Demon Art. Manipulating handballs. Shimaru cackled, throwing the 2 balls with a powerful whoosh. Boom! Boom! The 2 balls flew through the air like meteors, their terrifying power shattering the walls as if 2 grenades had exploded. It seemed as if there was some force connecting the balls back to Shimaru's hands. Under the relentless bombardment from the opponent, Tanjiro, Nezuko, Tamayo, and Yashiro had to dodge clumsily. At that moment, Tanjiro said to Nezuko, Nezuko, hurry and kill Mr. Rick. Tamayo and Yashiro simultaneously turned their astonished gazes towards Tanjiro. They couldn't have heard wrong. Had he just cried so sorrowfully, only to shed crocodile tears? Chapter 71. Return like lightning. It was 2 years ago. Muzan Kibutsuji's flesh entered Rick's body, instantly merging with his blood and flesh, causing his body temperature to rise sharply, as if burning away his rationality. Oh no, it's demonization. Rick's expression was grim. He didn't expect Muzan Kibutsuji to pull such a trick. The over 1,000-year-old old wall lamp was shameless, ambushing a young man like him without any regard for honor. Being successfully ambushed 3 times in a row wasn't his fault. Ultimately, the gap in strength was just too great. Who? Rick carefully adjusted his breathing, using breathing techniques to slow his heart rate and blood flow, extending the time that Muzan Kibutsuji's flesh spread throughout his body. He didn't have much time left, and Rick's mind raced to devise a strategy. The demon transformation was considered a negative state, and the effect of the Guardian Angel should be able to clear it. But the Guardian Angel had just been triggered not long ago, and the cooldown was still 29 hours. If he died now, it would be truly over. He had to hold on until the cooldown of the Guardian Angel ended before he could die, using the resurrection armor to lift the demonization. Running directly back to the Demon Slayer Corps was not an option. Rick firmly believes in the demon-slaying determination of the Demon Slayer Corps. It would be a disgrace of the utmost shame for a Hashira to become a demon, and the Corps would definitely gather the 9 Hashira to launch an attack against him. Dying at the hands of Muzan Kibutsuji instead of his own people would be a huge joke. So, there is only one place he can go. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Rick's eyes. Tamayo needs Muzan Kibutsuji's blood for her research, and he has Muzan's blood in him. Therefore, Tamayo will definitely not kill him. She will have to keep him alive, at least for the time being, even if it's just for a few days. That will be enough for the cooldown period of the resurrection armor to end. When the effect of the resurrection armor is triggered, he will be able to perfectly resolve this crisis. Fate! Rick let out a beast-like roar, and in his mind, the true vision of everyone within a radius of 50 kilometers emerged, and this range continued to expand. He was in a demonized state, his power rapidly increasing, and the Fate skill had a growth characteristic growing alongside his strength. A card appeared beneath his feet, and, as the card spun around for exactly 5 seconds, Rick's figure vanished. Rick struggled to hold on, using his Fate skill 4 times, and finally teleported to Zhu's mansion before dawn. He couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Rick's idea is good, but there are 2 problems that arose in the specific process. The first problem is that Kibutsuji Muzan's transformation into a demon is too terrifying, causing him to lose consciousness. Muzan does not intend to turn him into his subordinate. The moment the transformation is complete, Muzan will erase his existence. In his unconscious state, Rick's survival instincts compel him to desperately use breathing techniques to slow down the transformation process. The second problem is that after the cooldown of the Guardian Angel ends, Tsugumi and Yashiro, these two fools, completely fail to understand the instinctive signals he is giving off. Tsugumi only wants to develop a medicine to turn demons back into humans, to revert him back to humanity. However, a more convenient method would be to wait until the cooldown of the resurrection armor is over and then immediately kill him. The resurrection armor will remove all negative states, including demonization. After 2 years, the effect of the resurrection armor was triggered. A ray of light once again appeared in Rick's world as he slowly opened his eyes, and his pupils reflected the face of a lovely girl with long hair. Biting a bamboo tube, it was Kamado Nezuko, the younger sister of Kamado Tanjiro. Rick whispered, "Did you help me break the curse?" Nezuko Kamado nodded. Rick smiled slightly, reached out his big hand, and patted her little head, feeling that his hard battle against Muzan Kibutsuji was worth it for saving this whole family. Remembering this, Rick asked, "Is your family okay?" Unexpectedly, Nezuko Kamado had still turned into a demon. It was indeed a convergence of timelines, and he wondered how the others were doing. Nezuko Kamado enjoyed Rick's head patting, her eyes serious, and she nodded heavily. The that Nezuko emitted had subtle emotional changes, and Rick could roughly understand that the Kamado family should be alive, but in order for Nezuko to revert to human form, Tanjiro had set off on the path to slay demons. The timeline would be corrected to some extent, but it couldn't be changed entirely. Rick asked, "How long has it been?" Nezuko looked at her hands, counted on her fingers, and then held up 2 fingers. 2 years. Rick estimated that it was probably around this time that Tanjiro Kamado was on a mission in Asakusa, Tokyo, encountering Muzan Kibutsuji and Tamayo. This means that a battle is happening outside. The ground and walls trembled violently, and the continuous booming sounds were like explosions. Rick stretches his muscles, not in a hurry. Having been idle for 2 years, he needs to do some rehabilitation training. First, let's check what happened to him. Rick walked over to the storage table, picked up a scalpel, and made a 10-centimeter cut on his left forearm, but not much blood flowed out. Sure enough, Rick nodded. The ghostly physique is divided into enhanced body, with side effects of berserk and the inability to sunbathe. The enhanced body is a buff, while berserk and being controlled are negative states. The resurrection armor removes the negative states of berserk and inability to sunbathe, while retaining the buff of enhanced body. However, the two are interdependent. Removing the side effects also significantly reduces the buff. A wave of itching came from the wound Rick had cut open, and soon new granulation tissue began to grow, healing the skin. It took almost a minute, although it didn't heal instantly like a ghost. This regenerative ability was clearly not something an ordinary human possessed. It could be considered a half-ghost or ghostly physique with a 3-tomo Sharingan. Immediately after, Rick's eyes turned blood red, revealing 3 blood-colored tomo, and a powerful ocular strength erupted. During the sleeping process, Rick was not without gains. The Sharingan evolved continuously due to intense emotions. In his subconscious, he could sense Muzan Kibutsuji's emotions, particularly his intense fear of death. The scene where Yoriichi Tsujikuni nearly killed Muzan Kibutsuji repeatedly flashed through Rick's mind. Over the past 2 years, that moment had almost made Rick sick, experiencing it vicariously. The ocular power of Sharingan continued to accumulate, reaching the limit of the 3-tomo Sharingan. Rick had a faint feeling that with just a little more provocation, his eyes would turn into a kaleidoscope of Sharingan. Outside the house, Tanjiro Kamado, Tamayo, and Yashiro were teaming up against Yahaba and Shizuka. Without Nezuko's help, they were clearly at a disadvantage. Their expressions were grim, and there was an Upper Moon 6 watching them closely. The gaze of Emu was fixed tightly on the room. In that moment, it seemed like a terrifying monster had awakened inside. First form, thunderclap and flash. A deep voice echoed, accompanied by the roar of thunder. As a figure wrapped in lightning burst forth, swift as lightning, instantly passing through Tanjiro and the others, appearing in front of the demons. The deadly strike fell, and the heads of Yahaba and Shizuka flew high into the air, blood gushing out. They exchanged a glance, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. What just happened? Chapter 72. Instant kill of Enmu. Boom, boom. Shizuka transformed into 6 arms, simultaneously using 6 rubber balls to bombard wildly. Yahaba's blood demon art, red arrow, manifested arrow patterns in his palms that ordinary people could not see, allowing him to move or attack with objects. The combination of the 2 demons' blood demon arts altered the trajectory of the rubber balls, leaving their opponents defenseless. Tanjiro, Tamayo, and Yashiro were forced to keep dodging, and even Yashiro accidentally got hit by a rubber ball, his upper body completely shattered. Rumble. But this arduous battle came to an end in the blink of an eye after a thunderclap sounded. A dazzling blue lightning sword flashed before them, and Yahaba and Shizuka's heads flew high into the air, their eyes filled with disbelief. They had been killed in an instant? They hadn't even seen what happened. Amidst the screams and wails, Yahaba and Shizuka's heads and bodies were completely enveloped by the blue lightning. Boom! Rick sheathed his explosive teeth and walked back. The bodies of the 2 ghosts behind him completely obliterated, an explosion lighting up the sky. After the explosion, there was a deathly silence all around. It was too fast. No one could see how Rick appeared or how he swung his knife. This is the power of an enhanced body, Rick exclaimed in a low voice. Not to mention the powerful recovery ability, just in terms of strength and speed, it had increased by more than 3 or 4 times compared to 2 years ago, greatly reducing the burden of the Breath of Thunder. The Guardian Angel also played a part in this. This legendary equipment not only allows for resurrection, but also increases strength by 50 and defense by 40. The strength value is reflected in wrist and leg power. The defense value is not very obvious. Rick noticed that his skin had become much tougher, but it was of little use, as a sharp knife could still cut through his skin. In a battle 2 years ago, he hadn't even touched the hem of Muzan Kibutsuji's clothes, but now, he should be able to keep up with the speed of the opponent's whip. The disheveled Tanjiro Kamado and Tamayo stared blankly at the tall and resolute figure in front of them. Rick turned around, smiled, and greeted them. "Hey, long time no see." "Mr. Rick." Tanjiro Kamado was filled with tears, his body trembling with excitement, mouth agape, and countless words of gratitude in his heart. Yet he didn't know how to express them at that moment. Shizue's eyes showed surprise and curiosity. How did Rick manage to reverse his demon transformation? He truly is a remarkable person. Rick patted Tanjiro Kamado's shoulder and said they would catch up later, as there was still a demon to deal with. Tanjiro wiped the tears from his face, leaving only joy and excitement in his eyes. Rick's gaze turned towards Nightmare, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He remembered that this guy was Lower Moon 1, who appeared on the Infinity Train and was subsequently killed. Did Lower Moon 1 advance to Upper Moon 6? Rick didn't know what to say. "Muzan, you are really hungry and have started to indiscriminately gather the numbers of the Upper Moons." According to the order of succession, Rick speculates that the current ranking of the Upper Moons is Upper Moon 1 Kokushibo, Upper Moon 2 Akaza, Upper Moon 3 Nakeim, Upper Moon 4 Han Tengu, Upper Moon 5 Mitsuri, Upper Moon 6 Gyako. Gyako's blood demon art allows the target to fall into a dream. Unless they commit suicide in the dream, they cannot wake up. Additionally, it invades the target's dreams, destroying their mental core, rendering them unconscious and turning them into a shell of a person, so that even if they are killed, they will not resist at all. Of course, this is information from the original timeline. Now that Gyako has become an Upper Moon, he must have received more blood from Muzan Kibutsuji and may have acquired new blood demon arts, or his existing blood demon arts have greatly increased in power. Moreover, Rick has just been resurrected and only has 50 stamina. However, Rick also has a new trump card. Check-in plot, an extra reward for being 2 years late. The plot of Muzan Kibutsuji killing the Kamado family has ended, and based on the host's performance, an extra reward has been granted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 Senza beans. Senza beans, magical beans from the Dragon Ball world, carefully cultivated by the cat sage. 1 Senza bean allows a person to not feel hunger for 10 days, possesses strong recovery power, instantly restores all stamina and injuries, and brings the body back to its optimal state. It is ineffective against diseases and the dead. Quantity, 20 beans. A panel appeared in front of Rick that only he could see, and his eyes gradually brightened. As long as he wasn't dead, swallowing a single magic bean would instantly revive him to full health. However, the quantity was a bit lacking. Just these 20 beans, who are they enough for? If the people in the neighboring film set saw this, they would think I can't afford more. I need another jar, 1 jar per person. The sign-in panel ignored Rick's furious thoughts, and a small bag mysteriously appeared in Rick's pocket, containing 20 magic beans. Realizing there was no way to deal with the sign-in panel, Rick shifted his attention to Nightmare. Nightmare was also observing Rick. feeling immensely surprised by the astonishing aura he emitted. Every muscle on his body was trained to be incredibly strong. Is this a body that a human can possess? It's simply unheard of. Blood demon art. Forced sleep. Whisper of hypnosis. A mouth appeared on the back of Nightmare's hand, directing towards Rick, softly whispering, "Sleep now." This voice seemed to possess some kind of magic, causing ripples to appear in the space around them. "Mr. Rick, be very careful. His blood demon art may likely trap you in an illusion," Tanjiro Kamado exclaimed. Tamayo, also a demon skilled in illusion techniques, had already guessed Nightmare's abilities from the previous battle. Tanjiro was worried that Rick had just woken up and his strength had not fully recovered, and he might fall into Nightmare's trap. Rick nodded, a hint of a sarcastic smile on his lips. He certainly knew the opponent's abilities, but was his mental world so easy to enter? To the outside world, it seemed like just a moment had passed, but Nightmare suddenly staggered back several steps, nearly falling, as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. It was as if he had received a tremendous shock. So that's it. The image of the thunderous giant blade extending 40 meters flashed in Nightmare's mind, and he trembled with excitement, realizing that even that esteemed figure could generate a fearsome force of destruction. Shatterfang, intermediate release. Rick murmured, and the blade of Shatterfang erupted with brilliant blue lightning. Boom! Accompanied by a sonic boom, Rick's figure instantly vanished from the spot, the terrifying explosion shattering the ground. In the eyes of Tanjiro Kamado and others, Rick disappeared in an instant, and the next moment appeared behind Nightmare. The sharp edge of Shatterfang sliced through Nightmare's neck with ease, as if cutting through mud. First form, thunderclap and flash, extreme speed. Rick whispered, then sheathed Shatterfang and turned to Nightmare, saying, "You're far weaker than Subduing Muzan." A line of blood appeared on Nightmare's neck, and the blue lightning that emerged from it quickly spread throughout his body. As death approached, Nightmare showed no fear on his face, his eyes fixed on Shatterfang. This blade had the power to kill that esteemed figure. It was truly wonderful. Boom! Nightmare's entire body disintegrated and exploded. Chapter 73. The powerful half-demonization Nightmare is dead. Muzan Kibutsuji, who had already left Asakusa in Tokyo, looked up at the sky. The last image Nightmare saw before death flashing in his mind. The terrifying rage brewing in his crimson eyes. The dreadful sword light formed by blue lightning. That little demon indeed did not die. Muzan Kibutsuji's face turned completely cold. A long-lost sense of humiliation surged within him, something he couldn't suppress, making him even more furious. Over the past 2 years, Rick had been in a half-demon state. He could vaguely sense Rick's presence, but he couldn't pinpoint the exact location. Until one time, he almost managed to control Rick when the face of a woman appeared in his mind. Tamayo. This woman had injected something into Rick, temporarily slowing down his demonization. Muzan Kibutsuji let out a low, disdainful laugh, bringing together things he detested. Akaza. Yes. Akaza appeared before Muzan Kibutsuji, kneeling on one knee. The words Upper Moon and 2 etched in his eyes. Although his status had risen, Akaza was not in a good mood because the title of Upper Moon 2 once belonged to a certain bastard, contrasting sharply with him. He needed to quickly increase his strength, engage in a blood battle, eliminate Upper Moon 1, and rid himself of this disgusting title. For hundreds of years, he had never felt such urgency. Whoosh! A sound of cutting wind rang out as Muzan Kibutsuji's arm extended, his palm transforming into a sharp sting that pierced Akaza's neck, injecting new blood. Akaza's eyes widened, his skin cracking, blood vessels bulging like worms. Images flashed rapidly in his mind, of a young man with black hair and blood-red eyes, wielding a long knife emanating blue lightning. Muzan Kibutsuji said coldly, "Do you remember?" "Yes." Akaza replied respectfully. Muzan Kibutsuji continued, "The name is Rick, the Demon Slayer. Kill him, and then destroy that blade." "Yes, Lord Muzan." Akaza slowly rose, his legs bursting with incredible speed, disappearing into the night. Muzan Kibutsuji's expression was icy. This time, he must destroy that strange blade and that damned Demon Slayer. Humiliation. After hundreds of years, he was once again forced to use self-detonation to escape. And this time, it made him even angrier. What hurt him was not even a human, but a blade, an inanimate object. In other words, any swordsman wielding that blade could potentially harm him. The veins on Muzan Kibutsuji's face bulged, no matter what. He had to destroy that blade. Leaving Muzan Kibutsuji's side, Akaza revealed a smile full of fighting spirit, like a wild horse running free, leaving countless afterimages. He hadn't fought a strong opponent for 2 years, and his obsession with martial arts nearly drove him mad. This mission came at the perfect time. It also resolved the doubts in his heart. Since 2 years ago, Lord Muzan had always had 2 upper moon-level demons by his side as bodyguards. Akaza had heard that a demon slayer had injured Lord Muzan. At first, he didn't believe the rumor until he saw the images after receiving new blood. Rick, truly an interesting demon slayer. Tamayo's mansion. Tanjiro Kamado and Yashiro gaped, their faces filled with shock. They thought they would face a tough battle against an upper moon demon, but Rick took him down in an instant. When did upper moon demons become so weak? The aura around Mr. Rick is so terrifying. Tanjiro Kamado's nose twitched as he caught a whiff of Rick's scent, secretly feeling shocked. This aura even surpassed that of the stone Hashira, Jyomi Hamijima. In fact, Rick was also a bit surprised. He thought he would at least need to consume a Senzu bean to defeat Nightmare. His half-demon physiology was stronger than he expected, and combined with the thunder breathing under extreme speed, even created a sonic boom. Holding the Nichiren blade, his strength was enough to rival Kabutsuji Muzan, and with Shatter Form, it was even more terrifying. Tamayo approached and said, "Mr. Rick, I want to check your body." "No problem." Rick nodded in agreement. He also wanted to know a few things, such as the eternal life of demons. Tamayo, having broken free from control and betrayed Muzan Kabutsuji, would be attacked by other demons if discovered, so she had prepared many secret hideouts in advance. Tamayo and Yashiro quickly organized the information and, along with the passers-by who had been turned into demons by Muzan in the basement, moved to a small villa in the suburbs. Once settled in, Tamayo took out the equipment and helped Rick check his body, drawing blood for tests. During this process, Rick learned from Tanjiro about what had happened during his 2 years of absence. Rick couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Kabutsuji Muzan's self-exploding flesh chunks ambushed Nezuko, turning her into a demon, and the convergence of the world lines was terrifying. Because of him, many Hashira went to find him, discovering Nezuko's demonization, and they held an emergency Hashira meeting to conduct a trial. Rick smiled as he expected. If the demonized him returned to the Demon Slayer Corps, he would definitely be attacked. This wasn't a matter of friendship or insufficient bonds, but rather a deep-rooted hatred. The Demon Slayer Corps was not child's play. What he didn't expect was that the information he had given to Shinobu Kocho, by sheer coincidence, saved Nezuko. Thinking about it this way, it seemed like he had suffered a loss, being trapped here with Tamayo and wasting 2 years. However, that wasn't the case. Even if Rick from 2 years ago had thought of this, he wouldn't have gone back. The reason was simple. It was too risky. Rick examined Tanjiro Kamado. Tanjiro instinctively checked for any issues with himself, and, finding nothing unusual, asked in confusion, "Mr. Rick, what's wrong?" "Time is truly wonderful. It feels like I took a nap. And then you got stronger," Rick replied. Tanjiro's fire god Kagura appeared 2 years earlier than in the original timeline, and he still learned water breathing, even mastering the first form of thunder breathing. He simultaneously mastered 3 breathing techniques, with his moves being unpredictable and his strength significantly greater than in the original timeline. This was all thanks to Mr. Rick. Tanjiro Kamado scratched his head shyly. Occasionally, Hashira would come to guide him, which made other Demon Slayer Corps members envious to the point of madness. 2 years ago, Wind Hashira Sanemi Shinazugawa once told him, "That guy Rick is a Hashira." At that time, he didn't understand what the title meant, but now he did. Standing at the pinnacle of hundreds of Demon Slayer swordsmen, honing swordsmanship and physical strength to the extreme, or reaching the peak in their own fields, only a handful of top swordsmen received the title of Hashira. And Rick was once one of them. Tanjiro Kamado sighed inwardly. The murder incident, a topic even the Hashira were reluctant to mention, was something he learned about through his superb culinary skills from other team members. Chapter 74, New Plot Sign-In. With Tanjiro Kamado's narration, Rick understands a lot about the events of the past 2 years. Under the butterfly effect, he has indeed changed quite a few things. The Kamado family's members survived. Originally, my wife Zenitsu would only awaken after his senior brother Kaneo turned into a demon and after Sanemi Shinazugawa committed suicide. His death allowed my wife Zenitsu to awaken earlier, train diligently, and even demonstrate his original strength while in a conscious state, learning the first form. Thunderclap and Flash. Godspeed. Ninefold. This move can be regarded as the culmination of the Thunder Breathing's first form, and it's not an exaggeration to call it an ultimate level sword technique. Even Rick from 2 years ago wouldn't dare to use it recklessly, as the burden was too great. His legs would directly fracture and become unusable. If he couldn't defeat his enemies, he would find himself immobilized. As for now, Rick is eager to test the strength of his semi-demonized body with the Godspeed 18-fold. I've digressed a bit. Rick felt a mix of emotions. The fake death and disappearance seemed to have hurt quite a few people. Sanjuro, my wife Zenitsu, Mishima Makoto, and the members of the Demon Slayer Corps. But now that things had come to this point, there was no point in dwelling on it. Guardian Angel, Fate skills, and Senza Beans were all excellent abilities, and it would be a shame to miss out on them. Especially the Senza Beans. In the later battles, they would definitely save many lives. Moments later, Tamayo approached, looking at Rick with a surprised expression. What was the result? Rick asked, seeing the look on her face. He had already guessed most of it. Tamayo replied, your cells have an incredibly strong regenerative ability, equivalent to a lower-ranked demon. And your physical strength is comparable to an upper-ranked demon. According to my calculations, your cells won't start to weaken for over 100 years. Rick nodded. Basically, everything was within his predictions. The resurrection armor cut off more than half of the enhancement buffs. He didn't gain the eternal life of a ghost, but living to an extraordinary 200 years. Who would complain about living long? What exactly happened to your body? Juya asked curiously. Rick had and obtained a semi-ghostly physique, something she hadn't been able to achieve in hundreds of years. It's a personal matter. Rick smiled, as he had no intention of exposing the Guardian Angel. Even if Tamayo's mouth was tightly sealed. What a pity. Tamayo sighed. She didn't have the ability to force Rick, but from what he said, this method couldn't be widely promoted. Therefore, it wasn't very meaningful for her. With Rick and Nezuko's blood, the research progress on the drug to turn demons back into humans had reached 80. Tamayo believed that if given a little more time, she would be able to complete the drug at hand and deal a heavy blow to Muzan Kibutsuji. Nan-nan-zong, nan-nan-zong. Tanjiro Kamido's crow circled in the sky, making an impatient sound like a quacking duck. Rick looked up and remembered his crow, Shao Chi, who should still be alive, having run faster than him 2 years ago. It's the next mission. Tanjiro Kamido turned around and asked, Mr. Rick, are you going back to the Demon Slayer Corps? Rick lowered his head and thought. The Demon Slayer Corps currently had no important missions, and returning would just mean resting. Following Tanjiro Kamido's lead might trigger new story sign-ins. Without using his explosive fragment fangs, his current strength was at most that of an Upper Moon 6. It was still far from enough to deal with Muzan Kibutsuji. Rick looked up and smiled. I'll stick with you for now. That's great, Tanjiro Kamido said with a surprised expression. Rick turned his gaze towards Tamayo and Yashiro, showing a kind smile. Thank you both for your care over the past 2 years. If there's a chance in the future, I will repay you well. Tamayo and Yashiro lowered their heads, recalling Tanjiro Kamido's actions from before. They could guess that Rick's method of lifting the curse was probably death. During these 2 years, they had continuously misinterpreted the information that Rick instinctively conveyed. Rick only exchanged a few words without Zhu Shi's misjudgment. He wouldn't gain the Upper Moon level semi-demon physique. Just as he was about to transform into a demon, he managed to dispel the negative state of demonization at the last moment. If he had dispelled it a year ago, he would have only gained a Lower Moon level demonization enhancement at most. Whether it was a loss or a gain to exchange 2 years for an Upper Moon demon physique, Rick didn't know the answer for now. Zhu Shi and Yashiro saw Rick and the others to the door, hiding in the dark awning. The Kamido Nezuko shrank her body and crawled into a wooden box, while Kamido Tanjiro carried the box on his back and waved goodbye, saying Miss Zhu Shi, Mr. Yashiro goodbye. After shouting, Kamido Tanjiro followed behind Rick, and the three of them headed towards the southeast where the sun had just risen, following the direction indicated by the crow. During breaks, Rick taught Kamido Tanjiro the techniques of the breathing method, total concentration, constant. Kamido Tanjiro made subtle adjustments to his breathing, but as soon as his focus shifted, he couldn't maintain the breathing. How is it? Rick asked. It's difficult. Kamido Tanjiro gasped. If the method was incorrect, it would waste a lot of physical strength. Thinking about how the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps maintained this state at all times, Kamido Tanjiro was greatly shocked, and his gaze turned to Rick. During the 2 years of his coma, Rick had maintained the total concentration. Constant state, he was simply a monster. Take your time, you'll definitely succeed, Rick comforted him, noting that it wouldn't be easy at first, but in the original timeline, Kamido Tanjiro completed his training in constant in about 10 days, which was enough to prove that his talent was not weak. As evening approached, they finally reached their destination. As Rick had expected, Kamido Tanjiro's new mission was the House of Demons, with the target being the Lower Moon 6, Kyogai. Kyogai, due to his insufficient strength, was removed from the 12 Kizuki by Muzan Kibutsuji this scumboss. In order to gain Muzan's recognition and rejoin the 12 Kazuki, Kyogai frantically consumed humans, searching for those with rare blood. His abilities included beating the demon drums, altering the rooms within the House of Demons, and launching invisible claw attacks to shred his targets. The scene before him interrupted Rick's memories of the plot. The task hadn't even started, and it was already over. The House of Demons had turned into a ruin, and Kamado Tanjiro couldn't smell any demon presence. Stop. You are my opponent. Huh. You got some guts, charging like that. A thunderous roar and the sound of wild boar-like grunts echoed from the nearby forest. Two figures swiftly darted through the woods, chasing and colliding. The gleam of the Nichiren blades intersecting, producing a clear sound of metal clashing and sparks flying. Stop. What are you doing? Kamado Tanjiro exclaimed in shock as he rushed into the forest to intervene. The sign-in panel reappeared before him, but Rick didn't have time to pay attention to their friendly exchange. The plot sign-in for the Spider Mountain storyline has been triggered. Please proceed with the sign-in. Reward: sun breathing. Based on performance in the plot, additional rewards can be earned. Sign-in failure will result in the retrieval of the legendary equipment. Guardian Angel. Chapter 75. Young people need some surprises, sun breathing. Created by the strongest swordsman of this world, Yoriichi Tsujikuni, it is also the original breathing technique. Yoriichi was born with a unique mark and understood the principles of the world and breathing techniques. After reaching adulthood, Yoriichi created sun breathing based on the principles of the breathing techniques he mastered. Sun breathing emits energy similar to that of the sun, possessing immense lethality against demons. Over 400 years ago, Yoriichi personally demonstrated all the techniques of sun breathing to his friend, Tanjiro Kamado, passing it down. The fire god Kagura mastered by Kamado Tanjiro can be considered a low-tier version of sun breathing. Rick smiled slightly. It was indeed not a mistake to follow Tanjiro, and the plot was unfolding as expected. Sun breathing is one of the 4 techniques, and it can even be said that sun breathing is equivalent to the 2 techniques of Demon Slayer. The energy of sun breathing can be attached to the blade, forming a burning scarlet blade known as the red blade. When the red blade pierces a demon's body, it destroys the demon's internal organs, inflicting pain akin to being burned by raging flames, causing the demon's body to gradually collapse and become unable to regenerate. Gaining sun breathing means simultaneously gaining the red blade. Rick's gaze turned towards the forest, and he urged, "Hurry up and come with me to sign in." Meanwhile, the chase in the forest grew more intense. My wife Zenitsu, who didn't want to fight, used the terrain of the forest to evade. Inosuke was chasing from behind. Tanjiro Kamado tried to mediate and loudly asked, "Zenitsu, what happened?" "I don't know," Zenitsu replied, while jumping between the trees to avoid incoming attacks. "I just killed the demon in that house, and then this wild boar monster targeted me." If he hadn't seen the Nichiren blade and the Demon Slayer Corps uniform on the other person, he would have drawn his sword and attacked. Tanjiro turned to look. He saw a person wearing a gray boar mask, wrapped in deer fur at the waist, with bear fur at his feet, a sturdy build, and only wearing the lower half of the Demon Slayer Corps uniform. He wielded 2 Nichiren blades, with intentional dents in the blades that were razor sharp. "Shut up. How dare you steal my prey, you boar." Inosuke cursed as he charged again. His body had excellent flexibility, allowing him to assume various poses combined with animal-like instincts, making him particularly suited for grappling in the forest, even able to catch up with the speed-focused Zenitsu. Zenitsu's expression turned cold. Due to the Demon Slayer Corps rules against drawing swords on comrades, he had been holding back. Otherwise, he would have already taken down the wild boar with 1 strike. Ahem. A light cough interrupted, drawing the attention of all 3, including Inosuke. Everyone's gaze turned towards the source of the sound. When Zenitsu recognized the familiar figure, his hand, which was about to draw his sword, froze, and his expression went blank. Rick walked in from the edge of the forest, smiling, and said, "Do me a favor. Just stop fighting." "How strong?" Inosuke Hashibara trembled all over. Having grown up in the mountains, he possessed an extraordinary sense of touch, able to perceive the movement of the air. When this person appeared, the surrounding air began to tremble violently, an unprecedented powerful aura. "It seems you are a better prey." Inosuke laughed maniacally and charged at Rick. "Stop." Tanjiro Kamado shouted loudly. "Try and stop me? It's too late." Beast breathing, 4th Fong, splintering slash. Inosuke laughed heartily, raising his dual swords crossed, unleashing multiple slashes. Tanjiro Kamado closed his eyes, silently praying for the other party. The person he wanted to stop was actually Rick. Does this person know who he is really facing? Rick's lips curled up. The fact that I dare to give you face means I have the ability to bury you. The opponent's slashing speed appeared as slow as a turtle in his eyes, and he didn't even need to use the Sharingan. Rick turned around and, at the critical moment, easily dodged the incoming slash, then delivered a knife-hand strike to Inosuke Hashibura's neck. Was he hit? Impossible. Inosuke widened his eyes, letting out a muffled groan, and collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. At the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, at MT Nadagumo, my children have been killed, Yoya Kanroji said softly, a look of pain appearing on his face. It seems we must send pillar-level swordsmen. Shinobu-ju, Yoya Kanroji called softly. My lord. The figures of Shinobu Kocho and Ju Tomioka appeared in the room, kneeling on the ground, waiting for orders. Yoya Kanroji said, go to MT Nadagumo, where there is a lower moon demon. Yes. About half an hour after Shinobu and Ju left, Yoya Kanroji's wife, Amanai, walked in. Hearing her footsteps were somewhat hurried made Yoya Kanroji curious. Amanai, what is wrong? It's a letter. Amanai opened the letter and read its contents. My lord, I'm Tanjiro Kamado. I encountered Muzan Kibutsuji in Asakusa, Tokyo, and I'm truly sorry I let him escape. Yoya Kanroji frowned, then relaxed. Muzan Kibutsuji likely didn't want to attract attention. Otherwise, Tanjiro would have a hard time surviving. Amanai continued. Then I met Mr. Rick here. After 2 years. This name finally appeared again, and Yoya Kanroji's heart leaped into his throat. Amanai said, my lord, please rest assured, Mr. Rick was initially in a demonized state, but he has now regained his sanity and human form, and can walk in the sunlight. Sure enough, a smile appeared on Yoya Kanroji's face. He had always believed that Rick was not dead. During the murder incident, he stripped Rick of his title as the Sound Ashira. Rick saw through his plans at a glance. In terms of intelligence, Rick was undoubtedly the strongest among the pillars. At the pillar meeting 2 years ago, Yoya Kanroji noticed a small detail. Rick found Tanjiro Kamado 3 days early. He had plenty of time to take the Kamado family and escape from the monster Muzan Kibutsuji. But Rick didn't do that. Instead, he chose to stay behind and confront Muzan alone, which seemed reckless and foolish. When defeating the Upper Moons 6 and 2, Rick brought numerous Hashira to maximize their chances of success. A person like him would never face Muzan, who is stronger than the Upper Moons, alone. Therefore, Kagaya Ubuyashiki was certain that Rick definitely had other trump cards to escape from Muzan. He didn't mention it 2 years ago because he didn't want to give everyone too much hope. If he guessed wrong, it would greatly affect the morale of the Demon Slayer Corps. Better to endure short-term pain than long-term suffering. Should we notify Shinobu Kochu and Ju Tomioka? Amanai asked, noting that if the two left a little later, they would receive this news and perfectly miss it. Kagaya Ubuyashiki shook his head and smiled, saying, no need. Young people need some surprises. Chapter 76, MT Nadagumo. Seeing that familiar back again, Zenitsu Agatsuma walked step by step towards Rick, unable to believe it. Rick, senior brother? Rick turned around, smiled, and greeted Zenitsu, long time no see. My wife Zenitsu rushed over, fiddled with Rick's body, quickly checked him over to confirm he was real, then pinched her own cheek to make sure it wasn't a dream. Senior brother, my wife Zenitsu exclaimed excitedly, accompanied by the rumble of thunder, her whole being darting forward like lightning, as if high on drugs. Rick comforted, all right, stop messing around. This is the real Zenitsu. Tanjiro murmured, unable to hide his smile. The first time he met Zenitsu was at the Hashira meeting, and then later during their training in MT Peach. At that time, Zenitsu really felt a bit terrifying to him. Calm, decisive, and powerful, swiftly slaying the demons before him without any mercy. The Zenitsu in front of him, who often shouted and gave off a troublesome vibe, was the true Zenitsu. Rick finally managed to calm my wife Zenitsu down. Grandpa will definitely be very happy to hear this, Zenitsu said excitedly. Rick nodded with a smile, although little Chi was not by his side. Tanjiro had already sent back the news of his survival. The sun had set, and Tanjiro Kamado let Nezuko out to get some fresh air. Her cute appearance instantly caught Zenitsu's attention, and hearts appeared in his eyes. Nezuko. Zenitsu erupted with terrifying lightning all over his body. What happiness it was to see both his senior brother and Nezuko today. While interacting with Nezuko, Zenitsu noticed Rick staring at the wild boar and immediately ran over to complain. Senior brother, let me tell you, this is so unfair. As a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, it's only natural to slay demons. Yet this wild boar is shouting that its prey was stolen and keeps chasing after him, yelling and causing a scene. Rick said, Zenitsu, forgive him, Because of his family situation, he lacks the common sense that ordinary people have. My wife Zenitsu exclaimed in surprise. Senior brother, do you know this stupid pig? Rick said, I suppose so, but he doesn't know me. Inosuke Hashibara, one of the main characters proficient in dual wielding, he created the beast breathing technique, which is a derivative of wind breathing. When Inosuke was young, his mother, Kotoha Hashibara, couldn't endure the domestic violence from her husband and mother-in-law, so she ran away with baby Inosuke. They were unexpectedly taken in by the Upper Moon 2, Doma, and became followers of the Eternal Paradise cult. Kotoha had a sweet singing voice and a lovely personality, and Doma didn't plan to eat Kotoha and her son, wanting them to live out their natural lives. Until Kotoha stumbled upon Doma in the act of eating someone. She chose to escape, but was caught and killed by Doma, who, out of necessity, threw baby Inosuke off a cliff. Inosuke was fortunately raised by a mother wild boar, allowing him to survive without any human knowledge. It is the ability to foresee the future. Tanjiro and Zenitsu Kamadu reacted, looking at Rick with admiration in their eyes. Rick managed to pull out a smile. The words he initially used to deceive Yoi Tsuchiya were brought to the Hashira meeting, giving birth to a group of imaginative thinkers. However, this was also his intention. No matter what happens in the future, he believes this group will come up with a reasonable explanation for him. Don't ask why. Just know that he can foresee the future. Among the main trio, the other two have been influenced by Rick, and currently, Inosuke Hashibara is the weakest. Even if all of us attacked together, we would still fall at the hands of Muzan Kibutsuji, so Rick chose to face Muzan alone. The words of the stone Hashira, Jiomi I Himajima, hurt many people's hearts, including Zenitsu Agatsuma. In order to kill Muzan Kibutsuji and avenge Rick, Zenitsu has been training desperately for the past 2 years, improving his strength rapidly, even reaching a constant state, maximizing the first form's potential, making him very close to a Hashira's level. Tanjiro has mastered 3 breathing techniques and has been proficient in the Hinakami Kagura for 2 years longer, making him even more skilled. A few minutes later, the beast-like strong Inosuke slowly woke up, his eyes wide open, jumping up as if his but was on fire, sleeping in the forest like this. He definitely wouldn't see the sun tomorrow. You're strong, stronger than anyone I've ever seen. Inosuke stared at Rick. Thank you for the compliment. Rick laughed and said, we're going to MT Spider to hunt down a lower moon demon. Are you interested? How does a lower moon demon compare to you? Inosuke Hashibara hesitated, still wanting to challenge Rick. Rick smiled and said, you just like me. Aren't you afraid to go? This sentence instantly made Zenitsu Agatsuma furious. Great. No matter what lower moon demon it is, Inosuke Hashibara, the king of the mountain, will definitely kill it, and then he will defeat you, charging head-on. Inosuke rushed out in front. Tanjiro Kamadu looked at his back and really wanted to tell him that Rick had defeated the upper moon demon in an instant. And even if he defeated the lower moon demon, it wouldn't be a match for Rick. Let's go. Rick chuckled, saying that as long as he understood the personalities of the trio, it would be easy to handle them. Inosuke couldn't stand being provoked. Zenitsu planned to use Nezuko's beauty to entice them. The most reassuring one was Tanjiro Kamadu. This kind-hearted kid would approach them on his own. To the northeast, a crow led them towards Mount Spider. On the way, Rick casually taught Tanjiro and Inosuke about the constant state of breathing techniques. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to deal with Lower Moon 5, Rue. In the original timeline, Tanjiro and Nezuko had consecutive flashbacks, comprehending new sword techniques and blood demon arts. Yet they still couldn't defeat Rue. It was Ju Tomioka who came to collect the head. Once he regained his true nature, Zenitsu became cocky, hands on his hips, saying, so you guys haven't learned the constant state yet? What a useless bunch. Tanjiro smiled wryly, left speechless. Inosuke couldn't stand being provoked by others. His eyes turned blood red, breathing heavily, and gas escaping from his pig nose. Zenitsu quickly dodged behind Rick, unable to resist peeking out to glare at Inosuke. Late at night, the group finally arrived at Mount Spider, where fog enveloped the mountains, adding a mysterious and terrifying atmosphere, and a chilling aura emanated from deep within. Rick said, all right, you guys go in. Tanjiro Kamadu asked in surprise, Mr. Rick, aren't you going in? Rick nodded. If he went in, he would take down the Lower Moon 5 in an instant. What would you all do then? No, I want to be with my senior brother. Zenitsu screamed like a pig being slaughtered. You haven't even killed a 12 Kizuki yet. Hurry up and go in. Rick tossed Zenitsu over, and Tanjiro and Inosuke dragged him into the forest. Only Rick was left, sitting on a rock, gazing at the bright moon in the night sky, surrounded by the dazzling light of countless stars. A butterfly-like graceful figure quickly flashed by. Chapter 77. A Kiss Seals the Deal, bonus chapter. Rick stared blankly at the beautiful butterfly-like figure in midair, the butterfly-patterned Hori moving with the wind, as if a beautiful butterfly was dancing gracefully under the moonlight. This familiar scene stirred his memories, and Rick sighed. Indeed, it's beautiful. Butterfly Shinobu keenly sensed the gaze upon her and turned her head to look, instantly stunned. Impossible. She stopped in her tracks, her eyes fixated on that direction, her clear, purple-tinted pupils reflecting the tall, familiar figure sitting on the rock. Butterfly Shinobu stepped forward, and under the bright moonlight, the two exchanged glances from about 10 meters apart. The moonlight is really beautiful tonight, Miss Shinobu. Rick greeted her nonchalantly. However, the past 2 years were not something he could brush aside with a light remark. This familiar tone confirmed Butterfly Shinobu's suspicions about Rick's identity. Rick? A pained expression appeared on Butterfly Shinobu's delicate and beautiful face. Her previously sweet and lovely smile vanished without a trace, and crystalline tears fell from her eyes as she bit her lower lip. Her trembling little hand gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. Questioning, Rick, have you turned into a demon? According to Tanjiro Kamido's description 2 years ago, Rick's lower limbs and right side had already been destroyed by Muzan Kibutsuji, with such severe injuries. Butterfly Shinobu could think of no other way to survive but to become a demon. Looking at Rick now, unharmed, Butterfly Shinobu could only think of one possibility, that Rick, in order to survive, begged Muzan Kibutsuji for mercy and became a demon. Her parents, sister, and countless comrades had been killed by demons. No matter what, she did not want to see Rick become a demon, let alone take his head herself. Seeing Butterfly Shinobu's intense reaction, Rick guessed that she had not received any news yet. Was the work at the Yuzui household being so slow, deliberate, or just careless? He looked up. There was no sun, and Tanjiro was not by his side. How could he prove his identity? The cunning of demons was well known. Once Butterfly Shinobu believed he was a demon, no matter what he said, she would take it as a lie meant to deceive her. Forget it. If she can't think of it, then so be it. Rick gave up thinking. Anyway, Butterfly Ninja couldn't defeat him. At worst, he would just control her, and when daytime came, he could go out and bask in the sun to prove he was human. I am human, please believe me. Demon hunters don't deceive other demon hunters. If I lie to you, I'll get hit by a truck when I go out, Rick said weakly. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded before Rick. Butterfly Ninja lowered her head and slowly released her grip on the Nichiren blade, saying, I believe you. Huh? Rick suddenly became alert. What serious illness is this? To directly trust a person suspected of being a malicious spirit. What exactly happened in the past 2 years? The moment Butterfly Shinobu lifted her head, Rick felt a jolt in his mind, and the drowsiness in his brain completely vanished. Butterfly Shinobu's eyes were filled with tears, glistening droplets falling down, her shoulders trembling, her delicate little face crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, making one unable to help but feel pity under the moonlight. I've always regretted why I didn't chase after you that day, why I let you face Muzan Kibutsuji alone. Butterfly Shinobu choked out. Rick scratched his head. The scene from that day, still vivid in his mind. He used a bit of cleverness to shake off the Butterfly Ninja. You idiot, who told you to do that? The Butterfly Ninja glared at Rick with an angry look. Rick feels, what is wrong with you, woman? One moment you're crying, the next you're scolding. It's too hard to please you. Butterfly Ninja carefully took out a letter from her pocket, holding it like a treasure in her arms. Rick glanced at the letter and saw that it was signed by Keimori Waya. His memory was quite good, and he immediately recalled that it was a letter from Keimori Waya introducing the past of Shinobu Kocho. Keimori Waya had asked him to save Shinobu's heart, not wanting her to be trapped in the shadow of Kane Kocho. Unable to think of a good solution, along with a series of tasks, he had temporarily set this matter aside. This letter unexpectedly ended up in Shinobu's hands. Even if you perish alongside Muzan Kibutsuji for my sake, I will not feel happy, Shinobu shouted, her purple-tinted eyes filled with anger. Rick nodded, and the explosive teeth were fully unleashed to destroy everything, which indeed felt a bit like a mutual destruction. Wait, you're going to go down with Muzan? Rick's inner turmoil did not last long. A butterfly-like beautiful figure swept by, bringing a wave of fragrant air as her petite and delicate body plunged into his embrace, her small head burying deeply into him. This life has been continued by you. It doesn't matter even if you take it away, said the butterfly shinobi softly. Their eyes met, and the unwavering determination in the butterfly shinobi's gaze did not waver in the slightest. Rick smiled slightly, his expression gradually softening as he whispered, all right, I will take everything from you. Rick lowered his head and kissed those soft lips, while Butterfly Ninja tightly closed her eyes, feeling the love that was rushing towards her. The two embraced tightly under the bright moonlight. After a long while, their lips parted and Butterfly Ninja's small face turned red, her mind blank. The two sat on the rocks. Rick held Shinobu's soft and delicate body as the cool night breeze gently brushed past. Shinobu nestled closer into Rick's embrace, feeling the warmth from the strong heartbeat in his chest. Her face flushed. She asked in a voice as delicate as a whisper, "When did you first start to like me?" Rick thought for a moment and replied, "During the final selection, when you rushed out of the forest. Your beautiful figure dancing gracefully under the moonlight is something I can never forget." Butterfly Shinobi blinked innocently, realizing that it had started from that moment. "I say it's a misunderstanding. Do you believe that?" Recalling Rick's feigned innocent expression at the end of the final selection, his voice faintly echoed in her ears. Butterfly Shinobi pouted, as if everything suddenly made sense. If she could go back to that time, she would definitely slap Rick hard across the face and loudly tell him, "I don't believe you. You did it on purpose." No wonder he later told her stories and sent her materials. It all seemed premeditated. The corners of Butterfly Shinobi's beautiful lips curled slightly. How could she not be satisfied with someone she liked doing so much for her? Strong affection completely filled her heart. After answering, Rick asked, "What about you?" The blush on Butterfly Shinobi's small face gradually spread to her ears as she slowly turned her little head away, saying, "I won't tell you." Rick smiled and said, "Isn't this a bit unfair? You've made me worry for 2 years, and I haven't settled the score with you yet." The Butterfly Ninja threw a little tantrum. Rick smiled helplessly and said, "All right." Shinobu Kochu wished she could bury her little head in the ground. Feeling too shy to speak of such things, she developed feelings for Rick when he defeated Muzan Kabutsuji. The image of him surrounded by lightning burst forth from behind her, deeply etched in her mind. She completely fell in love with Rick when she thought he was dead and came into possession of his belongings, which included a letter. The person she liked risked his life to slay the most dangerous and terrifying monster in the world, Muzan Kabutsuji. A tremendous sense of emotion and sadness pierced through her heart, making her fully understand her feelings. Shinobu had never been in love before and didn't know what to do at that moment. Her face turned red as she timidly said, "This is my first time too. Please take care of me in the future." Chapter 78. Instant kill. Shinobu lay in Rick's embrace. Although she was reluctant to express the moment, she realized her feelings for him. She spoke freely about everything that had happened over the past 2 years. Through the dual perspectives of Tanjiro and Shinobu, Rick also learned about everything that had transpired during this time. Rick gently stroked Butterfly Shinobu's beautiful hair. The two gazed at each other with tender eyes, hoping this moment could last forever. The rumble of thunder and the screams of demons from deep in the mountains interrupted this warm atmosphere. Even someone as thick-skinned as Rick felt a bit embarrassed. While Tanjiro and the others were fighting for their lives inside, they were outside talking about love and enjoying themselves. Butterfly Shinobu was even more ashamed, covering her face. And Rick's excitement made her temporarily forget her mission, which was a serious dereliction of duty as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. "It's okay. They're all trustworthy juniors. It's good for them to hone their skills," Rick smiled. The appearance of Butterfly Shinobu here meant that her adoptive son, Kaneo Tayuri, had also arrived at Mount Natagomo. Along with Ju Tomioka and Zenitsu Agitsuma from the Demon Slayer Corps, they would be enough to deal with the demons in Mount Natagomo. Hearing this, Butterfly Shinobu felt a bit better. Rick said, "Let's go." Butterfly Shinobu nodded gently. The two of them split up, with Butterfly Shinobu running to the west to deal with the lone demon, while Rick started from the east to take care of it. Rick slaughtered the demons in the Spider Mountain with ease, as if he were slicing through vegetables. With his strength, he could take down lower-ranked demons in a single blow, let alone these weak demons. Damn it! Murata was cornered by the surrounding puppets, battered and bruised, his face pale. What tormented him the most was that these puppets were members of the Demon Slayer Corps, controlled by the demons after being killed in the Spider Mountain. These people were still alive, barely hanging on, making it even harder to decide. If he delivered the final blow, wouldn't that mean he killed them? But if he didn't, he would die under the butcher's knife. Thunder rumbled. A figure wrapped in lightning dashed through the forest at super speed, instantly severing the spider threads, controlling the numerous puppets. The Demon Slayer Corps members fell to the ground, staring blankly at the figure wrapped in lightning. Murata sat on the ground, paralyzed with fear. When he saw the figure clearly, he couldn't believe it. Impossible. It's the Hashira? Rick? He had seen Rick once at the celebration banquet after defeating the Upper Moon 2, so he recognized him at a glance. Rick turned around and saw the boy with short black hair parted in the middle. Isn't that Tion from Luju Village? He had incredible luck during dangerous missions and even made it to the grand finale. You go treat the wounded. I'll take care of those demons. Rick left this sentence, set off again, and ran towards the depths that radiated a terrifying aura. Good. Murata nodded heavily, his body trembling with excitement, and even his breathing became heavy. This person actually didn't die. Demons, your end is near. Fate. Rick stopped, closed his eyes, and used his fate skill, projecting the positions of everyone in his mind. Inosuke was fighting against the father of the spider family, while Tomioka had already rushed over there. The other members of the spider family had been mostly slaughtered. Zenitsu and Tanjiro were engaged in a fierce battle against Lower Moon 6, Rue, with both sides exchanging blows. Mount Natagamo was the territory of Lower Moon 6, Rei, who had gained Muzan Kabutsuji's favor due to his similar experience of being weak and sickly in childhood. He disliked participating in the blood battles for position among the 12 Kazuki and only wanted to maintain his make-believe games, which he had been doing for decades in this mountain. He fought by manipulating spider silk, infusing his blood directly into the threads to make them as hard and sharp as steel, capable of cutting through Nichiren blades and instantly dismembering a human body. The demons in Mount Natagamo possessed similar abilities, all being spider demons, attacking with threads, controlling puppets, or spraying toxins. Teleport. Rick locked onto the position of Lower Moon 5, Rue, and a card appeared beneath his feet to initiate the teleportation. Zenitsu Agatsuma easily dealt with the other spider demons and arrived here to assist Tanjiro Kamado in attacking Lower Moon Rue. They never expected that the white-haired teenager in his teens was the real Lower Moon demon, small in stature, with pale skin, looking so harmless. Yet his left eye bore the inscription of Lower 5, proving his identity. One of the vicious 12 Kizuki. First form, thunderclap and flash, Godspeed. Lightning erupted from Zenitsu, and he charged forward in an instant. Rue's expression darkened. The speed was so fast that even he couldn't keep up. However, not being able to keep up didn't mean he could only sit and wait. Blood Demon Art, threaded spiral. Rue coldly smiled, using the highest hardness silk threads to weave a giant cocoon-like vortex to protect himself. These threads couldn't even be cut by Nichiren blades. Anyone who dared to crash into it would have their body disassembled into countless pieces. Zenitsu circled around the giant cocoon, feeling quite troubled. It was harder than a turtle's shell. If they didn't break this layer of armor, they couldn't strike their opponent. What to do? Tanjiro Kamado's mind raced. His body was covered in wounds, and his Nichiren blade was broken into two, leaving no hope of defeating the opponent. Blood Demon Art, threaded prison. Rue's murderous intent surged in his eyes as he spread the web-like steel threads, forming a large net that pressed down towards the two in front, overwhelming them. First form, thunderclap and flash. Zenitsu and Tanjiro simultaneously transformed into lightning and dodged, while the steel thread net shredded the trees in front of them. Yet, it didn't even touch the corners of their clothing. The two couldn't break Rue's defense, and Rue's attacks couldn't reach them either, resulting in a stalemate. Agile insects. Rue's expression darkened, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. If he was given a little more time, he could cover the entire forest with threads. Just then, Rue suddenly looked up and saw a young man with black hair and blood-red eyes standing in the tree. Who are you? Rue's eyes widened, and his body trembled uncontrollably, a primal fear taking hold. What a joke, Blood Demon Art. Killing Eye Enclosure. A strong anger surfaced on Rue's face as he quickly wove his hands, like performing a flower rope trick, drawing out all the threads from the forest, and in the blink of an eye, he crafted a spider web covering a radius of 100 meters, crashing down towards Rick. Exploding Tooth, advanced release. Rick pulled out the shattering tooth, raised it high, and unleashed a burst of blue lightning, tearing apart the web of threads in midair. A look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. Boom! Rick swung down the explosive tooth, and the terrifying thunder sword light tore through space, instantly arriving and engulfing the weary figure. The powerful physique of the demon was rendered useless and was completely annihilated. The thunder sword light spread out, leaving a sword mark several dozen meters long on the ground, with blue electricity surging from the ground. Tanjiro Kamado and Zenitsu Agatsuma were left dumbfounded. They had fought for most of the day and hadn't been able to kill each other. Yet, Rick had directly killed with one strike. But it was finally over. Joy appeared on their faces until they looked up at Rick and noticed his somewhat gloomy expression. There was the aura of an Upper Moon demon. Chapter 79. Upper Moon 2, Akaza. Zenitsu Agatsuma excitedly ran to the side of this most reassuring man. Brother. You finally came. You did well. Rick praised. More than half of the demons in Spider Mountain were killed by my wife, Zenitsu. The progress in these 2 years is evident. Zenitsu touched the back of his head and chuckled. After a while, Ju Tomioka walked over with a severely injured Inosuke. Upon seeing Rick, there was a brief flicker in his eyes, but he quickly returned to calm. From the reactions of Tanjiro Kamado and Zenitsu, he could also guess that Rick was not a demon. Ju, long time no see. Rick greeted. Yeah, Ju, Tomioka replied flatly, looking up at the night sky, pondering how he should respond. Rick didn't mind Ju's indifferent reaction. Knowing his personality, he should be troubled at the moment. Inosuke, are you okay? Tanjiro ran over to check on Inosuke's injuries. I lost, Inosuke said dejectedly. The demon he fought for a long time was instantly defeated by Ju with a single blow, which was a significant blow to his confidence. Let's not talk about that for now. Where are you injured? Tanjiro asked worriedly. Rick also walked over. If there was a life-threatening situation, just use A and it would be fine. Inosuke Hashibara has good talent and potential to become a Hashira, so it is worth spending A. The ribs are broken, and the brain has been impacted, Ju Tomioka said. Rick bent down to check. And this kind of injury was quite serious for an ordinary person, but for Inosuke, it was just a minor injury. So there was no need to waste a senzu-bean. Then you all take Inosuke and leave. Only I and Tomioka need to stay here. Rick said. Stay? My wife Zenitsu asked in confusion. Senior brother, didn't the lower-ranked demon die? Mr. Rick, is there an unexpected situation? After slaying the lower-ranked demon, Tanjiro Kamado noticed that Rick's expression turned dark. It was only for a moment, but with his keen sense of smell, he detected an unusual scent. A very troublesome guy has arrived. Rick sighed, saying that in the true vision of fate skills, he saw a ghost that shouldn't be here. The expressions of everyone changed, and even Rick called it trouble. What level of ghost was it? If a ghost appeared, how could we escape? By the time it started eating people, it would be too late. Tanjiro spoke firmly, even though he was already battered and bruised. When he was in Asakusa, Tokyo, he even dared to face Muzan Kibutsuji. And now he certainly wouldn't run away. Brother, I won't leave. Zenitsu also gathered his courage. He was no longer the weak and timid coward he was 2 years ago. This time he would fight alongside his brother. Rick glanced at them deeply. Tanjiro and Nezuko were lightly injured. Inosuke was heavily injured. And Zenitsu had exhausted most of his stamina. Staying behind wouldn't be of much use. However, it was too late for them to leave. Rick's serious gaze shifted towards the edge of the forest, and everyone followed his line of sight. Bang, bang, bang. The footsteps were not heavy, yet they seemed to resonate in everyone's ears. A white mist enveloped the area as a robust young man casually walked in from the outskirts of the forest. The moment he appeared, the surrounding air felt thick and oppressive. The young man had short peach-colored hair, golden eyes, and pale skin, with solid muscles covered in countless deep blue tattoos representing sinners. His blood-red nails contrasted with his purple-red shirt, and he wore prayer beads around his ankles. When he lifted his head, everyone saw the words Upper Moon and 2 in his eyes. Upper Moon 2. My wife Zenitsu hid behind Rick, feeling the terrifying aura, and his muscles tensed up instantly. Upper Moon 2. Ju Tomioka said in a deep voice. Tanjiro Kamado swallowed hard. This was completely different from the Upper Moon 6, Inmu, he had encountered earlier. When leaving the Tsujikuni mansion, Rick had already told him that Inmu was merely a filler Upper Moon demon, far weaker than a true Upper Moon demon. Sure enough, Rick thought to himself, he originally intended for Lower Moon 5, Ray, to be a sharpening stone for Tanjiro and the others. But fate's skill happened to reveal Akaza, forcing him to deal with Lower Moon Rue at the fastest speed. To Ashira, I am Akaza. And you? Akaza's gaze fixated on Rick and Ju Tomioka. Rick replied, Rick. Tomioka, Ju, remained silent for a moment. Tomioka, Ju. Rick. Akaza's fiery gaze turned towards Rick, filled with a fighting spirit. Completing the mission while battling strong opponents was his favorite task. It's truly surprising that you've already detected my presence, Akaza said with an astonished expression. On his way here, he had keenly sensed a gaze fixed on him, similar to the feeling of being monitored by Muzan. Rick's gaze shifted. It was the first time he heard the feelings of a victim of the Fate skill. In the game, when the card master used the Fate skill, they gained true vision, causing an eye to appear above the enemy hero's head, which could be noticed by the opponent. However, when Rick used it, Lower Moon Rue clearly did not react, indicating that only those with a certain level of strength would be aware of being watched. In other words, in the judgment of the Fate skill, Lower Moon Rue was merely a minion, while Upper Moon Rue was the hero. This discovery made Rick's heart sink. Upper Moon 3 and Upper Moon 2, Rue and Doma, were indeed extremely troublesome existences. The Upper Moons represented 3 peaks. Upper Moon 1, Muzan Kabutsuji, the peak of swordsmanship. Upper Moon 2, Doma, the peak of blood demon arts. Upper Moon 3, Rue, the peak of physical combat. Rue's ranking was below Doma, but in Rick's eyes, he was a more troublesome enemy than Doma. Doma was born without emotions and generally would not exert his full strength to take enemies seriously, coupled with the technology that Rick had acquired to counter blood demon arts. He was ultimately killed by Rick and his companions. Rue was different from Doma, due to the complete loss of his memories. He was left only with the obsession to become stronger. To make himself stronger, Rue only wanted to battle strong opponents. Looking down on the weak, and even harboring a deep disdain for them, Rue would unleash the terrifying power of the Upper Moon without reservation. I only want to fight Rick, the Hashira. The rest can die. Rue's gaze swept over Tanjiro, Inosuke, Zenitsu, and Izuku. Boom! Rue moved, his legs exerting force, and the ground shattered under the terrifying power, a sonic boom resonating as he exploded forward with a speed that could be described as the lightning-fast breath of thunder. Rue almost appeared in front of Tanjiro in an instant, throwing a punch toward Tanjiro's head. Tanjiro's eyes widened, reflecting that fist as large as a cauldron. He couldn't dodge it, he would die. Fifth form, Heat Haze Thunder. Rick swung his shattering tooth, the blue and golden thunder intertwining, releasing a lightning-like slash towards Awazawa. Awazawa made a sudden stop, performing a backflip to evade it. Chapter 80, Ways to Deal with Shattering Tooth. Rick forced Akaza to retreat with a single strike, causing everyone to break into a cold sweat, especially Tanjiro, Inosuke, and Zenitsu, who were caught off guard. This meant that the Upper Moon 2, Akaza, had the power to instantly kill them. Akaza retreated several meters away, a small cut appearing on the index finger of his right hand, with a trickle of blood flowing down, accompanied by blue lightning as the wound gradually expanded. This was the strange blade that couldn't be healed once cut. Akaza remarked with interest. Such a terrifying blade in the hands of a strong fighter like Rick was like adding wings to a tiger. In that moment, Akaza thought his reaction was fast enough, yet he still got cut on his finger. He slashed down with his hand, severing his entire right arm, and then tossed the severed limb away. Boom! The blue lightning spread, the severed limb exploded, leaving a deep pit with a radius of over a meter on the ground. Akaza's right arm instantly grew back. The terrifying regeneration speed left Tanjiro and the others in shock. What a dangerous blade! An excited smile appeared on Akaza's face. He didn't possess Muzan's self-detonation ability. If he were being engulfed by that blue lightning, he would die too. However, battles that are extremely dangerous only fuel his fighting spirit and will to fight. Tenjin, that SA demon who has reached the pinnacle of physical combat, with his physique, strength, and speed trained to the utmost, his punches and kicks possess extraordinary destructive power. If hit, the body and internal organs would shatter. Rick warned. Tomioka nodded seriously, his expression grave. Rick said in a low voice, "Your opponent is us. Don't attack them. I just feel that they will interfere with our battle." Technique unfolding. Destroy, kill, Luo Needle. Awoza smiled, and a 12-pointed snowflake formation appeared beneath his feet, emitting a mist like dry ice. Rick's expression darkened as the battle-hungry Akaza contained a surge of fighting spirit within him, which was also the core of his blood demon art. It sensed his opponent's fighting spirit like a compass, making his own attacks and evasive maneuvers as precise as if drawn by a magnet. The stronger the opponent's fighting spirit, the stronger the response of the compass needle, resulting in higher intensity and accuracy. In other words, the stronger you are, the stronger I become. The only weakness of Akaza's blood demon art is the transparent world. Those who comprehend the transparent world can hide their own fighting spirit, making it impossible for the compass needle to sense them. Boom! Akaza laughed maniacally, taking a swift step forward, his form as quick as a ghost, executing the destructive killing, chaos style. His fists were hurled towards Rick and Tomioka at an extremely high speed, the force of his punches tearing apart the surrounding air. Second form, Rice Spirit. Rick charged forward, unleashing a 5-hit combo in the shape of lightning with his exploding tooth, filling the sky with shadowy fists. The clash between the blade and the fist produced a crisp sound, with sparks flying. Akaza's fists were even harder than the Sunwill blade. However, The sharpness of the exploding tooth was still able to inflict wounds on the opponent, with varying degrees of scratches appearing on his fists. Riku withstood the direct attack from Akaza, and Ju Tomioka wouldn't miss the opportunity. Third form, Flowing Dance. Ju Tomioka moved at high speed like flowing water, leaving several afterimages in his wake, curving around to the side of Akaza and swinging his blade towards the opponent's head. As the cold gleam approached, a smile of excitement appeared at the corner of Akaza's mouth. He exerted force with his legs and leaped into the air, easily dodging Ju Tomioka's Nichiren blade. Destructive kill, Void style. At the same time, suspended in midair, Akaza unleashed a 6-hit combo with his fists into the void, moving so fast it was difficult to see, creating ripples in space as if something invisible rushed towards Ju Tomioka. A hint of surprise flashed in Ju Tomioka's eyes. He was quick to attack the moment he dodged the Nichiren blade. Fortunately, he had a very reliable teammate. Second form, Thunderclap and Flash. Rick appeared between Ju Tomioka and Akaza, unleashing countless lightning-like slashes towards the front. Bang, bang, bang. The invisible force of the punches collided with the slashes, creating a dense sound that reverberated. Rick was forced to take several steps back by this power, staggering, with blood flowing from the tiger's mouth, holding the knife. Akaza landed on the ground, a fine blue electric current sparking from his fists. Without hesitation, he smashed his hands together, the immense power shattering his own arms. Rick, your knife is impressive, but I've already found a way to counter it. Akaza laughed, as his arms restored once again. From Muzan's memories, Akaza learned about the power of the exploding tooth and had been contemplating how to prevent being killed by it. For the battle-crazed Akaza, pondering such things was like a mathematician solving a problem. The more he thought, the more excited he became. Ultimately, he concluded that it didn't matter if he got cut, as long as he removed the part that was going to be cut off before the blue thunder spread throughout his body. He could then rely on his powerful regeneration to restore his body. Rick's expression was not looking good. The compatibility was very poor. Akaza's physique was trained to the limit, and his recovery ability was likely the strongest under Muzan. The broken tooth could do nothing to Akaza's hands and feet, and even cutting into his body would be useless. Akaza could detach his own head and regenerate a new body below the neck. To kill Akaza, Broken Tooth would need to instantly injure all parts of Akaza's body, allowing the blue lightning to spread at an incredibly fast speed, leaving Akaza no time to sever his limbs to survive. Akaza's destructive kill, Needle could sense all of his movements, making this an impossible task. This is why intelligence is so important. In the past, he relied on intelligence from his previous life to target the characteristics of different demons, killing one upper moon after another. Now, the intelligence of Broken Tooth was exposed in the battle against Muzan, and it was now the other side targeting him. What a terrifying battle. Tanjiro, Inosuke, and Zenitsu stared blankly at the intense fight ahead, the air seeming to grow heavy with a suffocating tension. A slight misstep could lead to instant death. A strong sense of unwillingness filled their hearts. No wonder Rick had them leave first. In a battle of this level, they were merely insignificant cannon fodder. Especially Zenitsu and Tanjiro. The voices from the Hashira meeting 2 years ago still echoed in their ears. They were too weak. That's why Rick went to challenge Muzan alone. Damn it! Tanjiro and Zenitsu tightly gripped the hilt of their Nichiren blades, glaring at Akaza in the distance with angry eyes. Rick felt a sudden itch in his palm, and the wound on his thumb, previously caused by the backlash, had healed completely. If half-demon transformation was this powerful, then what about Akaza, a genuine upper moon demon? With Doma dead, Akaza was undoubtedly among the top 3 strongest remaining, with the first 2 being Muzan Kabutsuji and Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo. The plotline of Natagamo Mountain had been completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Breath of the Sun. Additional rewards based on the host performance will be distributed after the storyline concludes. Chapter 81. Decapitation. The plotline of Natagamo Mountain had been completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Breath of the Sun. The suddenly appearing panel left Rick momentarily stunned. But then a smile appeared on his face as the 12 forms of the Breath of the Sun flashed through his mind. It was time to get serious, Rick whispered, slowly raising his head, his eyes blood red, revealing 3 blood-colored Tomo spinning wildly. With the activation of the triple Tomo Sharingan, Rick could clearly feel the change. It was far stronger than his previous Sharingan, with his observation and visual prowess elevated to a new level. First form, Thunder Flash, Divine Speed. Rick unleashed a golden electric current, moving like thunder and instantly rushed in front of Yawazawa, swinging out the exploding tooth, with a cold gleam covering the entirety of his opponent's body. The terrifying speed unleashed by Rick surprised Yawazawa, and then a grin spread across his face. Useless. As long as he was within the range of Destruction Kill, Luo Needle, he could be faster than Rick. Destruction Kill, foot style, crown slash. Yawazawa kicked upward with great force, aiming a powerful strike at Rick's head, accompanied by a strong gust of wind. Due to their simultaneous approach, it looked as if Rick was intentionally crashing into him. Extreme Godspeed. Utilizing the prediction of his Sharingan, Rick forcibly halted his steps, changed direction, and appeared behind Yawazawa in an instant, swinging his blade again. Can he be even faster? Destruction Kill, chaos style. Yawazawa's excitement grew as he swung a fist forward. The collision of his fist with the sharp edge of the exploding teeth caused Yawazawa's arm to be sliced open, blood gushing out. However, Yawazawa seemed unaffected by the pain. He executed a knife hand strike, severing his arm infected with blue lightning, which instantly regenerated, continuing to launch a fierce attack on Rick. Extreme Godspeed, 18 strikes. Rick moved with the speed of thunder, flashing quickly around Akaza. Was it those eyes? Akaza looked surprised. Rick's ultra-high speed was difficult for the human eye to react to. Those blood-red eyes were unsettling. How interesting. Destruction Kill, foot style, double flow, flashing light. Akaza laughed, leaping into the air, his feet launching a rapid series of fierce kicks. Like bursts of light, the sharpness of the shattered teeth clashed violently with Akaza's feet, sending splintering blade energy slicing through the ground, raising heavy dust. That was the speed of a lightning flash. Zenitsu and Tanjiro felt a wave of suffocation. If they were to use their legs continuously, they would soon suffer fractures. It was hard to imagine how terrifying Rick's physique was. Even more surprising to them was that the Upper Moon Demon Akaza was not falling behind in the fight against Rick. These two guys were simply monsters. Tomioka appeared at the edge of their battle, knowing that Rick would surely create an opportunity for him. In the blink of an eye, Rick and Akaza had exchanged hundreds of blows, the ground pockmarked, with fierce sword marks and traces of powerful fist winds tearing through everywhere. Every time Rick's explosive teeth injure Yawazawa, the latter immediately shatters his own body and then regenerates in an instant, repeating this process endlessly. The smile on Yawazawa's face grows increasingly intense, a pure sword technique without any confusion. It would be a great pity if such a strong warrior were to die and let his superb swordsmanship disappear. Rick, become a demon. I will share that great one's blood with you, and then we can fight forever together and reach the highest realm. Yawazawa laughed heartily. Not interested. Rick scoffed. Do you really need to draw blood? If I wanted to become a ghost, why would I need to undo my ghost form? Shattered Fong, advanced release. Dragon of the Solar Halo, Rick murmured, and the blade of the exploding tooth erupted with powerful demonic energy, flashing with dazzling blue lightning. Then, his body was enveloped in intense flames, with a fire dragon coiling around the blade. The blue lightning and fire dragon merged perfectly, radiating a brilliant light that illuminated the entire night sky. The god of fire's Kagura? Tanjiro exclaimed in shock. Zenitsu said proudly, what's so strange about it? Grandpa's ultimate sword technique. My senior brother learned it just by watching it once. Your little bit is no exception. Huh? Tanjiro questioned his life a bit, wondering if he was too weak or if Mr. Rick was too strong. Akaza, you'll die here, Rick said in a low voice. The Upper Moon 2, Doma, appearing at Tan Spider Mountain was unexpected for him. However, if he could slay the opponent here, it would undoubtedly greatly reduce the pressure of the upcoming battle with Muzan. Bang! Rick exerted force through his legs and charged out like thunder, instantly reaching Akaza's front, swinging out his explosive teeth. Before direct contact, Akaza could already feel the extreme danger of the Azure Thunder and the intense burning sensation brought by the scorching flames. Where's the fun? Where's the humor? What do you take life for? Why forget? Suddenly, a questioning voice inexplicably rang in Akaza's mind. He frowned. This wasn't his memory. Who was speaking in his brain? As Rick's blade approached, the voice in Akaza's mind became clearer, revealing a tall figure with red hair, holding a red blade. Upper Moon 1? Akaza wondered. No. Who exactly is it? Rick's attack was imminent, and Akaza felt the overwhelming fighting spirit rushing towards him. He quickly cast aside the red figure from his mind, leaving only a fervent will to fight. Destruction Kill, annihilation. Akaza let out a wild laugh and launched a devastating punch forward, the powerful fist wind overturning the ground. Boom! At the moment of contact, a massive explosion occurred, and the shockwave spread like a tide, bulldozing everything within 100 meters. My wife Zenitsu held the severely injured Inosuke Hashibara, while Tanjiro fled with his sister Nezuko. The group stared in horror at the center of the explosion, where two figures locked in fierce battle flickered in and out of view. Rick's explosive teeth slashed across Akaza's body, the sharp blade cutting from his right shoulder to the left kidney, almost bisecting Akaza, blood gushing everywhere. Meanwhile, Akaza's right fist slammed into Rick's abdomen, piercing straight through, with the fist emerging from Rick's back. Thud! Rick felt a sweetness in his throat, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. You've already lost, Akaza lamented. Without the powerful physique of a demon, the injuries he inflicted on Rick were enough to be fatal. Not necessarily. Rick forced a smile, took a deep breath, and tightened his abdominal muscles, trapping Akaza's fist. The technique of Shurji, life circulation. Ju Tomioka's figure rushed into the battlefield, constantly rotating and tumbling. And as the number of rotations increased, the blade of the Sunblade became more terrifying. Damn it! Akaza's face showed surprise, unable to pull his fist out. He swung his other hand towards Rick's head. Rick pressed down on the shattered tooth with one hand, withdrew the other hand, and tightly grasped Akaza's wrist, using all his strength to pin him in place, unable to move. The Nickeran blade resembled a ferocious water dragon, opening its blood-filled mouth and biting off Akaza's head. Chapter 82. I'll go with you. Nothing happened. Did I get cut? In a world of darkness, Akaza stared blankly at his vanishing body. He remembered being pinned down by Rick, and that Ju Tomioka had beheaded him with the Nickeran blade. What tremendous power! Akaza marveled. As Rick was able to briefly hold him in place, that body trained to perfection, that overwhelming fighting spirit. He had never seen anything like it in any human over the centuries. It filled him with deep respect. The only regret was that he couldn't fight with all his strength. If only he had gone all out from the beginning. Akaza sighed, enjoying the battle. He wished deeply for Rick to become a demon, to have eternal life, and then continuously fight with him, refining his martial arts and stepping into the supreme realm. Thus, he regretted not going all out from the start. As he thought this, the feeling of regret grew stronger, occupying his mind. And Akaza's desire to live on and continue fighting intensified. Who is it? Akaza felt something and turned to look. In the distance, three indistinct figures appeared. They were calling out, but their voices couldn't reach here. Get lost, I just want to fight, Akaza coldly said, turning his back on the three figures and walking away. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Akaza's head fell to the ground, and in an instant, it vanished, leaving behind a charred patch of earth. Is he dead? Tanjiro and Zenitsu's faces lit up with ecstatic joy, their eyes reflecting shock. The Upper Moon Demon, who had killed countless members of the Demon Slayer Corps over the centuries, including Mini Hashira, was now gone. They watched as Akaza's head dissipated. Upper Moon 2, the mission was successful. It's not over yet. They suddenly heard Rick's roar, and turned to see Akaza's headless body still struggling. The headless Akaza lifted a leg and kicked Rick away, then forcefully ripped off the body covered in blue lightning, and in the blink of an eye, returned to his original state. Impossible, why? Tanjiro couldn't believe it. When a demon's head is severed by the Nickeran blade, the demon dies. That's common knowledge among all demon slayers. Could it be? Zenitsu gritted his teeth, his expression grim. Tanjiro asked, Zenitsu, what's wrong? It said that when fighting Upper Moon 2, Doma, it also happened that when his head was severed, he didn't die. It's a demon's breakthrough of limits, Zenitsu explained. Breakthrough of limits. Tanjiro remembered. A few powerful demons, when on the brink of death from being beheaded by the Nickeran blade, could use their strong willpower to break through a demon's limits. So even if beheaded by the Nickeran blade, they wouldn't die. Upper Moon 2, Akaza, has broken through his limits. Rick was kicked out and half-knell on the ground. Although he had anticipated it, he didn't expect Akaza to actually do it. In an Infinity Castle battle of the original timeline, Tanjiro and Ju Tomioka teamed up to behead Akaza, who had also broken through his limits, making his head no longer a weakness. Doma was temporarily empowered by Muzan's blood, achieving a breakthrough, while Akaza relied on his own strong willpower to achieve a permanent breakthrough. Now, Akaza's only weaknesses are sunlight, Nickeran blades, and explosive teeth. Rick looked down and saw that the wound in his abdomen, which had been pierced, was growing new granulation tissue and starting to heal slowly. The speed was not fast. It would take about 10 minutes to fully recover. After all, it couldn't be compared to a real ghost. However, Rick was already very satisfied. Such an injury was undoubtedly fatal for a human. The cooldown time for the Guardian Angel had ended, but he didn't want to use the resurrection ability so soon. Additional rewards based on the host performance will be distributed after the storyline ends. Rick stared at the sign-in panel, feeling a bit strange. The Lower Moon 5, Rue, was already dead, so logically, the storyline in the Mount Spider arc should have ended. Due to his influence, Tanjiro and Nezuko would not be captured by the Demon Slayer Corps and brought to the headquarters for a Hashira meeting and trial. Rick's face froze in shock. The death of the Lower Moon 5 had prompted Muzan Kibutsuji to eliminate the Lower Moons, and this event was also part of the storyline in the Spider Mountain arc. Akaza grew a new head, a mad smile appearing on his face. He would no longer hold back. His voice, filled with murderous intent, declared, Destruction Kill, Final Form, Blue-Silver Chaos Light. In that instant, the snowflake formation beneath Akaza burst forth with dazzling light, his fists swiftly striking out countless afterimages, launching hundreds of projectiles towards Ju, Tomioka, and the others. Faced with the overwhelming barrage of projectiles, despair appeared on the faces of Tanjiro, Zenitsu, Agitsuma, and the others. They couldn't evade it, nor could they possibly block it. 11th form, calm. Ju Tomioka's calm voice rang out as he stood in front of Tanjiro and Zenitsu. Ripples appeared in the surrounding space, and everyone seemed to see tumultuous waves. Then everything settled down like a still pond. The projectiles that entered this range vanished without a trace. However, as more and more projectiles bombarded in, the calm surface of the water began to bubble, as if boiling. A look of excitement spread across Akaza's face. Whether it was Rick or Ju Tomioka, both were rare and powerful warriors, truly remarkable in this era. If only they could become demons. Was it impossible? Ju Tomioka's complexion gradually turned pale, his breathing became rapid, and his hand gripping the Nichiren blade trembled. This was his unique ultimate sword technique, entering a state of tranquil, still water, where the energy of water breathing nullified all techniques around him. But Akaza's attack clearly exceeded the limits of calm. Boom! The surface of the water maintained by Ju Tomioka ultimately could not withstand it, shattering in an instant, and he was sent flying. Rick was not surprised to see this scene. In the Battle of Infinite City in the original timeline, Ju Tomioka's 11th form, Nagi, did not block Akaza's attack either. On the other hand, Tanjiro, who had activated Transparent World, managed to dodge it, and the value of Transparent World was still on the rise. Having defeated Ju Tomioka, Akaza, fully ignited with battle intent, turned his mad gaze towards Rick and said, Rick, if you still have strength, keep fighting. Rick looked disinterested, tucked away his broken teeth, raised his hands, and said, I surrender, no more fighting. This statement left everyone present in shock. Last time we fought against Doma, we dispatched 6 Ashira and made ample preparations in advance. Rick explained to himself that encountering you this time was completely unexpected. We were unprepared, and with only 2 pillars left, both Tomioka and I were severely injured. If we continue to fight, we will die at your hands. Akaza coldly replied. And then? Rick said, Muzan Kibutsuji's goal should be me. I'll go with you if you let everyone here go. Hearing this, Akaza scoffed and replied, Why should I let them go? His order was to kill Rick and destroy the exploding fawn. With 2 or 3 hours until dawn, he could kill everyone present. What qualifications did Rick have to negotiate with him? Moreover, Akaza had an extreme hatred for the weak. For both personal and professional reasons, Akaza wanted to kill them all. Rick smiled and said, I know the location of the blue demon flower. Muzan Kibutsuji will definitely be interested. Chapter 83. Heading to Infinity City. The location of the blue demon flower. Akaza widened his eyes. His entire body's cells were uncontrollably reacting. This was the will of that great one. Impossible. They had searched for thousands of years without any success. How could a mere demon slayer know the location of the blue demon flower? There is a premise. Although all demons are searching for the blue demon flower, this information, like that of the Great One, will cause any demon that tries to speak it to die immediately. Therefore, even the demon slayers who have been fighting for thousands of years do not know that they are searching for the blue demon flower. How did Rick know they were looking for the blue? In Yashua's mind, the memory of Rick's first encounter with Muzan surfaced, as if Rick had known in advance that Muzan would appear there. The more Yashua thought about it, the more incredible it seemed. Rick had taken on a layer of mystery in his mind. This guy has sources of information they didn't know about. Perhaps he really knows the whereabouts of the blue. Yashua seemed to hear Muzan's urgent voice in his ears, frantically urging him on. Rick saw Yuzora frozen in place, a smile appearing on his face. He knew that Yuzora would definitely agree, even if Yuzora himself did not wish for it. The lives of a few demon hunters were simply not worth mentioning compared to the information about the blue border flower. Rick got up and walked over to Tomioka. Tomioka lay in a deep pit, his body covered in wounds, pierced by missiles, leaving dozens of small blood holes, drenched in blood. What is a blue spider lily? The barely conscious Tomioka had lifeless eyes. His lips moved slightly, and the sound he uttered was extremely weak. Rick said, "You're about to die. Why do you care about this?" "That's true," Tomioka replied softly, a hint of relief in his eyes. Having survived by luck, he was finally ready to meet his end. Seeing Tomioka's calm demeanor in the face of death, Rick was speechless. They still had a fight in the Infinity Fortress. If he died so quickly, who would deal with the upper moons? Rick turned his back to Akaza and took out a heavenly bean, placing it in Tomioka's mouth. Blinked, and before he could taste it, it slid down his throat. Immediately, a wave of heat surged from his abdomen, and could clearly feel his stamina rapidly recovering, the pain diminishing, and his injuries healing quickly. Surprise flickered in Ju's eyes. What on earth had Rick given him? "Don't come after me. I'm just going to gather some information," Rick said, patting his shoulder. Opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he remained silent and helplessly closed his eyes. "Are you serious?" Akaza stared at Rick with a look of disbelief, unable to comprehend what this person was thinking. A demon slayer was surrendering to him, even wanting to meet that esteemed individual. Rick meaningfully said, "I just choose the method with a higher win rate." "Zenitsu move?" Tanjiro said anxiously. "Mr. Rick and Mr. are already severely injured. They must stand up. First form, thunderclap and flash, Godspeed. Dance of the fire god, flame dance." Zenitsu and Tanjiro simultaneously attacked Akaza, realizing that his head was no longer his weak point. Their only option was to drag it out until sunrise, even if it cost them their lives. The blades of their Nikarin swords aimed straight at Akaza. Destruction killing, foot technique, flying star, thousand wheels. Akaza unleashed a series of chaotic kicks, his movements elusive like a wandering meteor, effortlessly blocking their fierce attacks. Bang, bang, bang. Akaza's kicks struck the Nikarin swords, causing them to chip and leaving both of them with grim expressions. What terrifying power! Just as the frost-faced Akaza was about to continue his assault, Rick stood in front of him. Akaza clenched his fists because of the news regarding the blue spider lily. Any attack he made against Rick would trigger a strong reaction from the blood of that great one within him. "Mr. Rick, senior brother." Tanjiro and Zenitsu looked at Rick with worried expressions, wondering if he really intended to confront Muzan Kibutsuji. Rick said, "Stop messing around, I'll be back soon." "Senior brother, I'm going with you." My wife Zenitsu blurted out, her expression resolute. "Wait for me at home. Stop talking nonsense." Rick gave him a fierce look. "Do you have a destiny skill? When I make my escape, you'll stay in Infinite City to give away your life, right?" Rick followed behind Uesuo, walking down the mountain, gradually disappearing into the white mist of the forest. As Uesuo left, the suffocating heavy atmosphere dissipated. Tanjiro and Zenitsu sat on the ground in a daze, tears streaming down their faces, their fists pounding the ground fiercely, wishing their strength were greater. Shinobu had just finished tending to the injured when a sudden violent explosion caught her attention. She looked up towards the east, the direction Rick was heading. Was there an unexpected situation? Worry emerged in Shinobu's purple eyes. She instructed the members of the Corps to take the injured away and immediately rushed east with Kanawo. The two moved as lightly as butterflies, swiftly passing through the forest, soon arriving at the battlefield. When they saw the scene before them, they were struck with intense shock. It was a man-made, wide clearing. Everything within a radius of over 300 meters had been flattened. The ground was pockmarked, with traces of battle everywhere, as if a localized war had taken place. This was no mere feat of a lower moon demon. Shinobu saw lying on the ground, and Tanjiro and Zenitsu weeping uncontrollably. Her beautiful eyes searched quickly, but she did not see the figure she was so concerned about, causing her heart to tighten. Shinobu asked urgently, "What happened?" "Miss Shinobu, we encountered an upper moon demon. It's upper moon too," Tanjiro cried, explaining the situation to Shinobu in detail. "A new upper moon too?" Shinobu bit her lower lip tightly, her delicate body trembling slightly. When they fought against Doma, they barely managed to defeat him with 6 Ashira. From Tanjiro's description, the new upper moon too was even stronger than Doma, and there were only 2 Hashira present. The outcome was self-evident. To spare everyone, Rick used himself and the so-called blue spider lily as a price. It felt as if Shinobu's heart had been pierced. Why did that person always encounter dangerous situations? Suppressing her inner urgency, Shinobu quickly checked everyone and found they only had minor injuries. Kanawo, help them with their wounds. Shinobu said in a tone that left no room for refusal, then burst into full speed towards the direction Rick and Yuasawa had left. Finally, an hour later, Shinobu caught up, her beautiful eyes reflecting Rick's figure. Chapter 84, Rick's Fury. Shinobu finally caught up with Rick and Yuasawa, her cherry lips slightly parted, breathing heavily, and covered in sweat. Rick turned around and didn't know what to say. He had controlled his time very well, just didn't want Shinobu to catch up. But this girl was more determined than he had expected, using all her strength to chase him down, with hardly any stamina left, completely coming to her own death. So impulsive, completely different from the Shinobu who used to smile often and was extremely rational. So weak. Akaza glanced at Shinobu with a look of disdain. In terms of physique and fighting spirit, she was even inferior to the two kids named Tanjiro and Zenitsu. Such a weakling didn't spark any interest in him. Rick's injuries had mostly healed, but to confuse Akaza, he deliberately wrapped a cloth around his chest, making it look like he was stopping the bleeding. When Butterfly Shinobu saw Rick covered in blood, she remembered Tanjiro saying that Rick's chest had been pierced. In that moment, an indescribable anger flashed in Butterfly Shinobu's beautiful eyes, and her delicate face turned cold as ice. Who allowed you to hurt him? She shouted angrily, drawing her Nichiren blade. As she chased with all her might, her stamina was nearly depleted, but at that moment, she suddenly burst forth with a speed faster than ever before. Dance of the Centipede, Hundred-Legged Serpent. Utilizing powerful stomps that could raise the ground, Butterfly Shinobu moved in a serpentine manner to disrupt Akaza's attention, taking the opportunity to strike with her blade. Her speed was on par with the thunder-breathing techniques, like a butterfly dancing gracefully. Seeing this, Akaza smirked, finding it interesting, and activated his technique, Destruction Killing, Needle. A 12-pointed snowflake formation appeared beneath his feet. Sensing Butterfly Shinobu's terrifying fighting spirit, he realized he had misjudged. This girl was as strong as the others. Destruction Killing, Gaostil. Akaza's fists smashed towards Butterfly Shinobu. Boom! Boom! The multitude of fist shadows clashed with Butterfly Shinobu's Nichiren blade, sparks flying and producing a crisp sound. In an instant, Butterfly Shinobu's Nichiren blade was shattered, and the incoming attacks forced her to retreat, sweat sliding down her smooth forehead. Yet a smile of cunning success appeared on her beautiful lips. Akaza felt an itch in his fists and looked down to see both hands swollen and dark purple. The deadly poison aimed at demons. Akaza scoffed, thinking that Rick's shattered teeth couldn't harm him. So what use was mere poison? Boom! Akaza's fists collided, smashing his own arms to pieces before the poison could spread. In the next moment, his arms returned to normal. Butterfly Shinobu's expression turned grim. As expected of an upper moon demon, ordinary poison was ineffective. Akaza took a step forward, wanting to press the attack, when Rick suddenly appeared in front of him. Boom! Akaza instinctively threw a punch. First form, Extreme Speed. Rick erupted with a terrifying speed that Zora had never seen before, instantly flashing behind him, grabbing Zora by the back of the head and slamming him hard into the ground. Zora's head was buried deep into the earth. Rick pressed his entire weight down, his large hand firmly holding Yuoza's head, his cold voice suppressing his anger as he said grimly, "Yuoza, do you want to die?" Damn it. Yuoza gritted his teeth, using both hands to push against the ground, trying to lift his head, but he found it impossible no matter what. He felt a deep shock in his heart. Rick actually retained such powerful strength. Destruction Kill, Foot Style, Crown First Cut. Yuoza flipped over and suddenly kicked upward with great force, aiming for Rick's head. Whoosh! Rick tilted his head, and Yuzora's kick almost grazed his cheek. The fierce wind tearing through the air left claw-like marks on his face, blood splattering. Yuzora supported himself on the ground, his body agile, performing several backflips to distance himself from Rick. That's right. Give it your all and fight me. Yuzora laughed maniacally. Butterfly Ninja walked over, looking at the terrifying and hideous scars on Rick's face with a pained expression. Rick revealed a relaxed smile to reassure the other person and softly said, "It's okay. Just hide behind me." He then turned to look at Akaza, his gaze cold, gripping the hilt of his sword and drawing out the explosive tooth, murmuring, "Explosive tooth. Full release." 100% of demonic power erupted from the explosive tooth, and blue lightning crackled. In an instant, the sky became overcast with dark clouds, and the rumble of thunder echoed from the depths of the heavens, resembling the roar of ancient beasts, a heavy pressure spreading out. Un oppressive aura descended, and the surroundings fell into silence, all animals trembling in their burrows, daring not to make a sound, with only the mournful cool wind remaining. Butterfly Shinobu hid behind Rick, looking at the tall and steadfast figure in front of her, filled with a sense of security. Akaza was shaking all over. He looked at his trembling hands, and it felt as if every cell in his body was experiencing fear. His eyes turned red as he stared at Rick ahead, and a thought of wanting to escape unexpectedly surfaced in his heart. He indeed enjoyed fighting strong opponents, but when the gap was too great, it cannot be called a battle. Just like he would challenge Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo, but would not dare to challenge Muzan Kibutsuji, because he knew he would absolutely lose. The Rick before him was the same. No matter how astonishing his power erupted, he could not possibly contend against that terrifying blade. So he had only one choice. Boom! Rick's muscles were tense all over, and with both hands pressed down, the blade of destruction unleashed a sword light formed by blue thunder, illuminating the entire night sky, as if the world had been reduced to this single strike, intending to split heaven and earth in two. Rick! Akaza let out a reluctant roar of anger, delivering a knife hand strike that severed his own head. With all his strength, he hurled his head away, flying into the distance like a shooting star. Even Akaza, whose physique had been honed to the extreme, could only succumb with resentment to the power of the blade of destruction. Boom! The blade light of the blade of destruction descended, the blue thunder obliterating everything. The earth shattered, instantly engulfing Akaza's body, the extending sharpness reaching 1,000 meters away. A deep blade mark appeared on the ground, pulsating with dense blue electricity, surging like a fierce electric snake. Infinity Castle. Kibutsuji Muzan suddenly lifted his head, his crimson eyes filled with shock and anger. Upon hearing the news of the blue spider lily, he focused all his senses on Akaza. At that moment, his connection with Akaza was severed, and he could only conclude that Akaza was most likely dead. In the last image, he saw the blue thunder forming a massive sword light, along with Rick holding the blade. That cursed sword again. Kibutsuji Muzan's furious voice echoed throughout Infinity Castle, causing countless demons hiding in the corners to tremble. Chapter 85, Kaigaku. Looking at the enormous blade mark over 1,000 meters ahead, Butterfly Shinobu's beautiful eyes revealed a look of shock. She finally understood the power that had destroyed an entire mountain 2 years ago. It was Rick's blade of destruction. Everyone had underestimated the power of this sword, thinking it only had the property of preventing demons from recovering. Such swords had appeared in the history of the Demon Slayer Corps. The heck? But it was not forged by a swordsmith, and no one in this era knew the specific method to wield it. The power of the blade of destruction far surpassed that of the heck. Butterfly Shinobu asked uncertainly, "Is the Upper Moon 2 dead?" The last time they confronted Doma, it was fraught with complications. The difficulty of facing the Upper Moon demon was well known, even seeing the astonishing power of the blade of destruction. Butterfly Shinobu did not dare to say that Akaza was certainly dead. "Not yet, follow me." Rick shook his head, saying that the light from Butterfly Ninja's shattered teeth blocked his view, but his 3-tomo Sharingan could see clearly that Akaza had thrown his head out. The two of them chased after the direction Akaza had fled. Without any effort, they found Akaza in a forest 2 kilometers away. Akaza was lying in a deep pit, recovering very slowly. By the time Rick and Butterfly Ninja caught up, only his upper body had recovered, while his lower body was completely missing. How could this happen? Butterfly Ninja asked in confusion. Rick replied, "Lack of stamina." Butterfly Shinobu's little face showed even more surprise. Demons are beings that surpass common sense, and it was the first time she had heard that a demon could fall into a state of exhaustion. There was nothing strange about it. Rick had explained with a smile during their earlier battles. Each time Akaza was hit by a shattered tooth, he had to lose limbs to survive and then restore his body, which added up to at least over 100 times, resulting in an astonishing depletion of stamina, especially when he had to detach his head and regenerate a body below the neck, causing his stamina to plummet. Oomph! Akaza let out a low growl, his lower body recovering as he half knelt on the ground, panting heavily, unable to muster any strength in his entire body. He fixed a reluctant gaze on Rick, not expecting to be defeated here. Rick lowered his head in contemplation. It was rare for him to severely injure Akaza, and it would be a waste to just kill him like this. His original plan was to go to Infinity Castle to observe Muzan Kibutsuji, that scummy boss, dealing with his employees, to gain extra rewards and to scare Muzan a bit. However, the arrival of Shinobu Kocho disrupted his plans. Without Akaza as a guide, he couldn't find a location of Infinity Castle. Plans can't keep up with changes, but Rick had strong adaptability and quickly thought of a new approach. Sharingan. Rick murmured in a voice only he could hear. The Jinjutsu released by the 3 Tomo Sharingan far surpassed that of the 1 Tomo Sharingan. Perhaps he could use the Jinjutsu to control Akaza. Sharingan, Jinjutsu. Rick stared at Akaza, and at the moment their eyes met, 3 blood-red shuriken in his pupils spun wildly. He invaded Akaza's spiritual world. It was a dark and deep abyss, and as Rick surveyed his surroundings, he found hundreds of figures. Most of them were swordsmen dressed in Demon Slayer Corps uniforms, with each swordsman facing an Akaza, engaged in fierce battles against each other, fighting endlessly. Rick looked up at the sky and asked, "Is that the swordsmen you killed over the centuries?" "That's right." Akaza's voice echoed from all directions. "They didn't want to become demons, so I killed them, allowing their skills to remain forever in my mind. Just like you, daring to enter my spiritual world." Akaza's cold voice rang out. He had no chance of winning in the outside world where he was exhausted, but here in his spiritual world, he was the master. Oomph. Rick snorted coldly. "Who are you trying to scare? Do you think my 3 Tomo Sharingan is just for show?" The 3 blood-red Magatama in Rick's eyes spun wildly, and the powerful gaze created ripples in the void, causing this dark abyss-like world to shake violently. "Impossible." The incredulous voice of Yowozu sounded. Crack. The sound of breaking glass echoed. The entire dark world collapsed with a thunderous roar, and the deep aura of the demon vanished without a trace. Rick observed his surroundings. In front of him was a country path, with the sun shining brightly overhead. On both sides were farmlands, and the air was very fresh, presenting an ordinary rural scene. The only strange thing was how quiet it was. Not to mention people, even small animals were nowhere to be seen. Is this the deepest part of Yowozuo's heart? Rick furrowed his brows and walked forward. Before long, a figure appeared in his line of sight. It was a young man with short black hair, sitting alone by a small stream, his solitary back clearly indicating a sense of loneliness. Upon hearing the sounds behind him, the young man turned around, revealing his true appearance, a simple and honest face, blue eyes, light pink eyelashes, and deep blue tattoos on his wrists, representing sinners. "A visitor?" the black-haired youth said with a bitter smile. "I can't believe someone would come to a place like this. I'm Komaharu, and you?" "Rick," Rick replied, and upon hearing the name Komoji, a strange expression appeared on his face. This was a name from a human era of Akaza. "Komoji?" Rick repeated it twice. It didn't sound like a name from the islands. "Forget it. It doesn't matter. Why are you here?" "I want to control Akaza and make him an undercover agent lurking beside Kibutsuji Muzan. Do you think it will succeed?" Komoji said in surprise, shocked by Rick's idea. "To place a spy next to Kibutsuji Muzan. That's bold, considering Muzan can read the thoughts of all demons." "It depends on you," Rick said. It was impossible to forcibly control Akaza without Kibutsuji Muzan noticing. The key lay with Komoji. Hearing this, Komoji's expression darkened. "Then you'll be disappointed. I can't help you. After all, everyone I want to help ends up dead. I'm just a failure." Komoji was born during the Edo period. At the age of 11, Komoji was left with only his seriously ill father. To save his father's life, Komoji had no choice but to steal to buy medicine. At the age of 15, Komoji was caught stealing. Due to his unique physical training from a young age, he withstood severe punishment, but upon returning, he learned of his father's suicide by hanging. His father believed that his illness was a burden to Komoji and chose to end his own life. After that, Komoji met the martial arts master Keizo and his fiancée, Kuki. After spending time with them, he found redemption and vowed to protect those two, but he still failed. Members of another dojo, unable to defeat Keizo and Komoji, poisoned the well at the Surido dojo, resulting in the deaths of Master Keizo and his fiancée, Kuki. In a fit of rage, Komoji killed most of the people from that dojo, and while wandering the streets, he encountered Kibutsuji Muzan. Forced to be infused with demon blood, he lost all his memories and became the embodiment of the desire to become stronger. Akaza. Chapter 86. A person is a harem. A series of failures caused Komoji to completely lose his fighting spirit and hide in the most remote corner of his mental world. The remaining obsession evolved into a second personality, Akaza, who controlled the body, only to fight strong opponents, refine martial arts, and reach the legendary Supreme Realm. Rick certainly knows about Shinobu's past, and because of this, he feels a bit troubled at this moment. He himself doesn't harbor much hatred towards demons. Joining the Demon Slayer Corps and hunting evil demons was to gain powerful strength, to have the ability to protect himself in this dangerous world. He doesn't want to go out and be easily killed by a demon, just like on the day he first encountered one. Therefore, his overly rational mindset cannot persuade Shinobu. It requires a strong emotional stimulus. The three blood-red tomo in Rick's eyes spun wildly, affecting Koma's mental world. After a moment, a fragrant breeze swept in, and Rick turned around, smiling. Shinobu, it's up to you. Butterfly, Shinobu nodded lightly, not saying much, and directly drew her Nichiren blade. Dance of the Bee's Needle, true winding. Butterfly Shinobu dashed forward, unexpectedly thrusting her Nichiren blade towards Koma. Hearing the strong wind rushing from behind, Koma felt a chill run down his back. His large hand slapped the ground, using the force to propel himself into the air, twisting and landing several meters away. What are you doing? Koma said angrily. If he hadn't reacted in time, he would have been stabbed by the Nichiren blade, and the scars on his back would be a disgrace for a martial artist. I'm a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. My parents and sister all died at the hands of demons, so of course, I am here to eliminate evil demons. Butterfly Shinobu's small face was icy, her killing intent palpable, and her purple eyes revealed a terrifying rage. Koma was taken aback. He could feel Butterfly Shinobu's intense hatred for demons, just like he once did. He loathed his weak self, resented the disciples who poisoned Master Kuai's and Rinshua. So I become like them. Koma looked up at the sky, a hint of sorrow showing in his eyes. After hundreds of years, he found himself in the position of the abuser, just like those disgusting disciples. Dance of the Dragonfly, compound I-hexagon. Butterfly Shinobu thrust her Nichiren blade, delivering 6 rapid strikes in a very short time, the blade's edge closing in on various parts of Koma's body. Koma hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not dodge. Standing his ground and taking the thrust of the Nichiren blade head-on, the sharp edge cutting through his skin, blood pouring out. In an instant, he became a bloodied figure. Are you satisfied? Koma asked, as the wounds on his body healed back to normal. This was the mental world. As long as he wasn't killed, no matter how serious the injuries were, they held no meaning. Damn it! Butterfly Shinobu's small face was as cold as ice. She took a deep breath to calm herself, realizing that her attacks here were meaningless. Moreover, she didn't want to stay in a demon's mental world, her body transforming into specks of starlight and dissipating. Rick stepped forward. So what is your choice? Koma looked at Rick for the first time, helplessly saying, You deliberately brought that girl to see me. Making the anger in her heart awaken the guilt within me. Rick didn't say anything. I have to admit, you succeeded. A look of pain appeared in Koma's eyes. The Sulu boxing technique taught to him by Master Keizo was supposed to be used to protect others, but instead, Yawazawa had used it to kill countless people. Sigh. Koma sighed deeply and walked to the side of the stream. The clear water reflected the image of Yawazawa. Yawazawa, give my body back. No, come back. Koma started to say, but shook his head bitterly. Yawazawa was himself. There was no difference. Bang! In the water's reflection, Yawazawa suddenly surged up, bursting out of the water, grabbing Koma's head with a big hand. Don't get me wrong, I just want to fight strong opponents and reach the highest realm, Yawazawa said coldly. As if a weakling hiding in a corner for hundreds of years could command him, Koma grasped Yawazawa's wrist and pried it open. He possessed strength equal to Yawazawa's. At the same time, Koma said to Rick, You go out first. The next part is our business. Rick nodded, his figure transforming into starlight and fading away. In the spiritual world, only Koma and Awaza remained, both adopting different starting stances. Suli Quanfa, Destruction Kill, Luo Needle. Rick returned to the real world, and he thought that Koma and Akaza could fight evenly, with at least a 50 success rate. He turned his head and saw Shinobu sitting beside him with her little head drooping, asking, What's wrong? I'm sorry, I was too impulsive, Shinobu said softly. When she saw Rick use the technique Exploding Fong, full release to severely injure Akaza, she understood that Rick must have had other intentions for leaving with Akaza, and her impulsiveness had ruined Rick's plan. Has your rationality returned? Rick laughed. Shinobu's little face turned red, and she lowered her head, wishing she could bury her little head in his broad chest. You risked your life. How could I be angry? Rick said. Shinobu didn't know he had a trump card, yet she still rushed over without hesitation. She could have easily ended up dead at Akaza's hands. Don't worry, no matter how many mistakes you make, I will take care of it for you, Rick said gently. Rick's meaning was very clear. With me backing you up, you can go ahead and make mistakes. Butterfly Shinobu seemed as if she had drunk honey, feeling incredibly sweet inside. Her snow-white teeth lightly bit her lip as she stubbornly shook her head, saying, Don't say that. I don't want to make the same mistake. Butterfly Shinobu's words seemed to imply, Don't spoil me too much, which made Rick feel very amused. Her 10 fingers intertwined shyly as she asked, Which personality do you like? This question would leave others puzzled, but Rick understood almost instantly. She was imitating her sister, Butterfly Kane's personality, often wearing a sweet smile, calm and reliable. Butterfly Shinobu's original personality was competitive, quick-tempered, serious, and impulsive. The difference was that the former was the mature image she maintained in front of others, while the latter only showed in front of Rick. Rick replied, "I like them all." Butterfly Shin tilted her little head, looking at Rick with confusion, wondering how it could be that he liked them all. Rick chuckled. "Making you change your personality every day is like dating two people at once. One person can even have a harem. That's impressive." Upon hearing this, Shinobu Kocho pouted in dissatisfaction. She fixed a skeptical gaze on Rick. The term harem in this era was not a good one, usually representing a life of luxury and corruption in the court. Rick embraced Butterfly Ninja's soft, almost boneless body and gently said, "Don't misunderstand. What I mean is that I will accept all of you, including the facade you've put on." Butterfly Ninja's body stiffened, her cherry lips slightly parted, unsure of what to say, ultimately transforming into a blissful smile. Chapter 87. Goodbye Muzan Cough. Cough. Just as Rick and Butterfly Ninja were in their affectionate moment, an untimely cough interrupted them. Akaza stood awkwardly not far away. He didn't want to disturb the two, but the problem was that the sun was about to rise, and if they delayed any longer, they would have to wait until tonight. Butterfly Ninja's small face turned red, and it seemed like steam was rising from her head as she shot a more hostile glare at Akaza. Rick asked, his face calm and heart steady, "Are you now Kabutsuji or Akaza?" "Both," Akaza replied. "Akaza is my second personality born from my desire to escape reality. Now, the two personalities have merged. I am both Kabutsuji and Akaza, or perhaps neither." The fervent heart of Akaza, who battles strong opponents, remains, while Kabutsuji wants to help Rick deal with the countless victims caused by Muzan Kabutsuji. The two coexist, fighting strong opponents and being an undercover agent beside Muzan Kabutsuji are not contradictory. "I see. I think I understand now." Rick nodded. Similar to the fusion in the Dragon Ball world, giving birth to a new personality that was similar and close. Upper Moon 2, Akaza, successfully defected. Akaza said, "I need to recover my strength." Butterfly Shinobu's expression instantly darkened. Aside from Izuko, a special case, the only way for other demons to regain strength is to eat people. Akaza said, "I won't kill anyone." The Kaneo personality absolutely does not allow him to kill innocents. Even Akaza wouldn't casually eat people. Out of the Strong's creed, he would only choose to eat people when he was on the verge of starving to death. And he would never eat women and children. This is also why Akaza despises Doma, who exclusively eats women and children. The two are extremes. The three of them arrived at a funeral home in a nearby town, where the bodies of the deceased were placed, waiting to be cremated. In less than 10 minutes, Akaza walked out of the funeral home, with some remnants still at the corner of his mouth. With Rick's consolation, Butterfly Shinobu could barely accept this outcome. At least it was better than eating live people. Rick asked curiously, "What does it smell like?" "Like the stench of sewage from a gutter, mixed with the odor of rotting corpses." "The frozen bodies are harder than stone," Yowozu said flatly. Rick waved his hand, telling him to stop talking. Just listening to it made him nauseous, and it was surprising that he could stomach it. Getting back to the point, Rick asked, "Are you confident you can deceive Muzan Kabutsuji?" "No," Akaza replied after a moment of silence, shaking his head. "As the progenitor of demons, Muzan Kabutsuji can read the thoughts of demons, cast curses, and has the power of life and death over all demons. For nearly 1,000 years, only two demons have escaped Muzan's control, Nezuko and Tamayo. And Yashiro, being a demon created by Tamayo, doesn't count among them. However, that gentleman rarely reads my thoughts. So if I could deceive him for a moment, I will," Akaza said. Rick's expression was strange, and Akaza was focused on fighting strong opponents. It was likely that Muzan Kabutsuji didn't even need to use his ability to read thoughts to guess Akaza's intentions. In fact, there was one more thing Akaza hadn't mentioned. At a critical moment, he could split his two personalities again, allowing Kaneo to hide, which would likely deceive anyone. "Then let's go meet Muzan Kabutsuji," Rick said with a smile. He couldn't wait any longer. "You must come back." Shinobu tightly grasped Rick's sleeve. She watched as the scars on Rick's face gradually healed. This kind of regeneration was not something ordinary people possessed. However, she didn't intend to delve deeply into it. Rick had his own freedom and secrets. She just needed to support him silently from behind. "Don't worry." A confident smile appeared on Rick's face as he leaned down and kissed her forehead. Shinobu's face turned bright red, her heart racing. Akaza led the way ahead, with Rick following closely behind. They had less than half an hour left before sunrise, so they needed to move quickly. "She's a good girl," Akaza said. Shinobu's straightforward swordsmanship and unreserved anger were key factors that made him decide to help Rick. Rick laughed and said, "Of course. Make sure to protect her, and don't make the same mistake I did." Uozuo murmured. Soon they appeared in a clearing in the wilderness, and Uozuo returned to his former self, serious and unsmiling. The two stood quietly in place, waiting for about a minute. Rick stepped on and fell directly down. What came into view was a strange space, illuminated by dim yellow lights, with different rooms distributed up and down, left and right, inverted and floating in midair, causing a loss of direction. This was the super lust version of a haunted house. "This is Infinite City." Rick felt a shock inside, marveling at the exquisite craftsmanship of the building. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Rick's eyes turned blood red, revealing 3 blood-colored Tomo as he observed the characteristics of the Infinite City. In free fall, Rick flipped his body and landed on a platform suspended in midair. When, as he stepped forward, a clear sound of a plucked string seemed to resonate in his ears, and the surrounding scene instantly changed, bringing him to a spacious hall. Several evil spirits knelt on the ground, their pupils engraved with characters of the waning moon and various numbers, trembling all over, while in front of them stood a noble woman dressed in luxurious kimono. Rick's arrival went unnoticed. The wheels, the zero remnants, and the weary had all been killed by Rick. Among the lower moons present, Rick only recognized the Fuyue and the sick leaf that had appeared in the original timeline. The others were newly promoted lower moons. Boring. Truly boring. What is the meaning of your existence? Are you just here for demon slayers to level up? Muzan Kibutsuji, disguised as a noblewoman, spoke in a cold voice, making the lower 5 moons feel as if they were walking on thin ice, filled with even more fear, with their foreheads pressed tightly against the ground. Muzan looked up at Rick, slowly raised a finger, and emotionlessly said, "I'll give you one last chance. Kill that demon slayer." The 5 lower moons turned to look at Rick in unison, their faces twisted and the killing intent in their eyes unmasked. Almost at the same moment, the 5 lower moons charged at Rick simultaneously. Whoever could kill Rick first would earn the favor of that esteemed one and receive more blood. First form, thunderclap and flash, Godspeed, 6-fold. Rick coldly smiled, drew out the explosive tooth, and moved like lightning, instantly passing through the lower moon 5 ghosts. The sharp cold light sliced across their necks, and 5 heads soared high into the air. Clang! The heads fell to the ground like raindrops. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Were they killed in an instant? Impossible. They were all lower moon 12, the pinnacle of the 100 demons. When did such a powerful demon slayer appear? Blue lightning erupted from their bodies and heads, exploding amidst their terrified gazes, just as Rick killed the 5 lower moon demons. A sign-in panel appeared before him. The plot of the Spider Mountain had ended, and additional rewards began to be distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Transparent World. Chapter 88, Confronting the Demons, the Transparent World, a special ability from the Demon Slayer world, is the highest realm of martial arts. In this state, one can concentrate and close off excess senses, seeing everything as if it were transparent, including the internal organs, blood vessels, and muscles of living beings. One's own muscle strength, speed, prediction, and evasion abilities are significantly enhanced, with the ability to freely shut off fighting spirit. In front of Rick appeared an introduction to the Transparent World, and his eyes lit up. Among the 4 abilities of Demon Slayer, the one he most hoped to acquire was the Transparent World. The mark can significantly enhance physical abilities, but those who awaken the mark do not live past 25 years old. Only the naturally endowed Yorchi, Tsujikoni, broke this curse. The Sun Breathing and the Hikari Blade are both aimed at demons, inflicting wounds that are difficult to recover from. But Rick's Exploding Tooth is clearly a better choice. Only the Transparent World has a very high ceiling and can have a significant effect on all living beings without any side effects. Rick opened the Transparent World, staring at Muzan Kibutsuji. Through the clothes and skin, he could see the 5 brains and 7 hearts inside, as well as the flow of muscles and blood vessels. Combined with the 3 Tomo Sharingan, any movement from the enemy could not escape Rick's prediction. Muzan Kibutsuji's expression darkened as he fixed his cold gaze on Rick, saying, "You have acquired the power of a demon." In an instant, Rick unleashed his power, instantly killing 5 lower moon demons. Muzan Kibutsuji could clearly sense that Rick's muscles and bones were not those of a normal human. Rick smiled mysteriously and did not answer, leaving Muzan Kibutsuji to guess for himself, enjoying his confusion even more. You obtained the blue spider lily? Muzan Kibutsuji said coldly, as this was the only way to explain why Rick had not been turned into a demon, yet had gained the demon's physique and escaped his control. He was even immune to the sun. At that moment, Muzan Kibutsuji's eyes turned red. TSK, TSK. Rick couldn't help but laugh. He remembered a joke from his past life among fishermen that the fish that got away would grow larger in your memory. The blue flower of the other shore, sought for a millennium but never found, had become a panacea in Muzan Kibutsuji's heart. Answer me, insignificant ant, Muzan Kibutsuji said in a cold, commanding tone. In an instant, an incredibly terrifying aura erupted from the 1,000-year-old Demon King, crashing down on Rick's shoulders like a heavy mountain. Anger, coldness, and greed echoed throughout the infinite city, and the surrounding air seemed to grow dense. Almost simultaneously, for astonishing auras erupted in different locations within the infinite city, surging towards Rick like relentless, crashing waves, leaving him feeling like a solitary sail in the depths of the ocean, at risk of capsizing and drowning at any moment. Rick turned his head and saw a monster connected to a pot appearing on the spacious ground to the east. The upper body was muscular, while the lower body was hidden inside the jade pot. The creature was entirely white, with yellow eyeballs, green lips, and a purple fish fin on its head. Its mouth, eyes, and forehead had their positions swapped, creating an extremely abstract and grotesque image. Upper Moon 4, Jade Pot. In a corner of a hidden staircase to the west, there was an old man trembling all over, with a tumor on his forehead and horns appearing on both sides. Unlike the other upper moons, his eyes were not marked with the upper moon and corresponding numbers. Behind him, 5 tall figures flickered in and out of sight, releasing a pressure even stronger than that of the Jade Pot. Upper Moon 3, Half Tengu. Akaza was on a platform to the north, expressionless, kneeling before Kibutsuji Muzan, releasing a powerful aura like the other upper moon demons. In this situation, Akaza could not afford to hold back, hoping only that Rick could withstand it. Finally, Rick's gaze turned to the south. In a simple, unadorned Japanese room, a strangely shaped man was kneeling, his posture very standard. Even the strictest etiquette master could find no fault, revealing his adherence to tradition. He wore a kimono with a purple snake pattern and black patches, and had long, deep red hair tied in a high ponytail. When the man turned his head, his face sent chills down one spine. There were crimson patterns on his left forehead and the right side of his neck, and 6 eyes nearly occupied his entire face, with golden yellow irises. The irises of the left eye and right eye in the center were engraved with Upper Moon and 1, respectively. In front of the kneeling figure lay an unsheathed long knife, exuding a pressure far surpassing that of the other Upper Moon demons. Upper Moon 1, Kibutsuji Muzan. The Upper Moon 4 demons simultaneously released their pressure towards Rick. What a domineering and terrifying aura. In that instant, the entire Infinity Castle seemed to hum, the air becoming incredibly heavy, and Rick was instantly covered in goosebumps. Rick felt as if a 1,000-pound stone was pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. Ha! Under the astonished gazes of Kibutsuji Muzan and the Upper Moon 4 demons, Rick took a deep breath, slowly straightened his body, and lifted one foot to step forward. When Rick's foot landed on the ground, a loud rumble echoed, and the floor shattered instantly. Bang! Infinity Castle seemed to shake violently. Kibutsuji Muzan and the Upper Moon 4 demons had cold expressions, and their aura surged once again. Rick walked slowly, his back straight as a spear, and with each step he took, a dull sound echoed as a footprint was left on the floor. The heavy footsteps were like a hammer, striking the hearts of Muzan and the Upper Moons. The combined pressure of their presence couldn't suppress Rick. An indescribable sense of humiliation surged within. Muzan and the Upper Moons were both shocked and furious, gritting their teeth and unleashing their full aura without reserve. Bang! 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 The terrifying pressure made it hard for Rick to even breathe. His muscles tensed up, and the grotesque veins beneath his skin burst open, instantly turning him into a bloodied figure. Rick finally stopped, just when Muzan and the Upper Moons thought they had succeeded. A deep, manic laughter echoed, growing louder. Ha 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 ha! Rick lowered his head, his body trembling slightly. Suddenly, he spread his arms wide, embracing the sky, and let out a wild laugh, his arrogant voice echoing throughout the infinite city. Muzan and the Upper Moons were astonished to see Rick's wounds healing at a visible speed, stimulated by these ferocious demons. Rick's demon physique reached a new level. Not only that, the terrifying aura erupting from Rick faintly countered theirs, splitting the world in half. Facing Muzan Kibutsuji and many upper moons, Rick's heart surged with pride, finally elevating his Conqueror's Haki to a whole new height. Advanced Conqueror's Haki, like silk, the terrifying pressure wrapped around Rick was instantly shattered, and he emerged like a butterfly breaking free from its cocoon, fluttering his wings of freedom. Chapter 89. The Day of Muzan's Humiliation Boom. Two terrifying auras collided, causing the entire infinite city to shake violently, as if the earth itself were trembling. On one side was Muzan Kibutsuji along with 4 upper moons, and on the other, just a single human boy. Almost single-handedly, he countered them. For hundreds of years, they had never encountered such a terrifying event, and the looks in their eyes while gazing at Rick were filled with horror, as if humans had met a ghost. Soteravaink. Hantengu buried his head in a hole in the ground, trembling uncontrollably as the 5 shadowy figures behind him vanished. As the most loyal servant to Muzan Kibutsuji, Gyako's expression was one of fear, his voice trembling. Lord Muzan. Akaza's mouth slightly opened, suppressing the shock deep within, needing to maintain a focused state of mind to deceive Muzan's ability to read thoughts. In fact, Muzan had no time to read the demon's thoughts at that moment. Rick before him had completely overloaded his brain. Kibutsuji Muzan raised his head, staring at Rick in the distance, his lips pressed tight. What a terrifying human boy. Carrying his own blade, Hakuji stepped out of the room with heavy steps, truly astonishing. Besides this strange pressure, he had already opened the transparent world and perfected the sun-breathing technique. Even after hundreds of years, Kibutsuji Muzan still couldn't forget that intense aura. Just inhaling the surrounding air felt like a strong, burning sensation, as if standing under the sun. Could this boy be the reincarnation of Yoriichi, the supreme realm? Sun-breathing? Akaza and Muzan simultaneously triggered key words, turning their heads sharply, their complex gazes fixed on Rick. The man practiced sun-breathing, the special blade shattered, breaking free from his control, overcoming the sun. A trace of fear inexplicably surged in Muzan's heart. It was impossible. The red figure in his mind was gradually replaced by Rick before him. This was clearly an enhanced version of Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Muzan Kibutsuji's crimson pupils suddenly constricted. His elegant demeanor completely vanished as he hysterically roared. Kill him. Blood Demon Art. Octopus Pot Hell. Blood Demon Art. Endless U-Tree. Destruction Kill. Annihilation Style. Type 1. Dark Moon. Night Palace. In almost an instant, the Upper Moon 4 attacked Rick, powerful Blood Demon arts raining down upon him. Rick is unaware that Muzan Kibutsuji has already regarded him as a strengthened version of Yoriichi Tsujikuni. In fact, aside from his explosive shattered teeth, he estimates that he could at most match Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo, evenly. Kokushibo possesses the moon breathing, which is second only to the sun breathing, as well as the strongest demon physique outside of Muzan Kibutsuji, along with his unique markings and the ability to perceive the world. Rick possesses the breath of the sun, the breath of thunder, a body of a demon at the level of Jotaro, a 3-tomo Sharingan, and advanced Conqueror's Haki. The problem lies with the breath of the sun. The power of this breathing technique is not as strong as Rick imagined. He thought that after obtaining the breath of the sun, he would be able to conquer everything in an instant, but he was very disappointed. In terms of speed, it is even inferior to the breath of thunder. The breath of the sun has a slight edge in power, but it is meaningless. The added, irreversible effect of the exploding tooth technique makes the slight increase in power useless. Thus, Rick concludes that it is not the breath of the sun that is strong, but rather Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Even if Yoriichi were to use other breathing techniques, he could still defeat Muzan Kibutsuji. The breath of the sun simply adds a difficult-to-recover effect against demons. If Rick were to use the breath of the sun, he would be easily defeated and trained for hundreds of years by Kokushibo using the breath of the moon. Boom! The slash released by Kokushibo. The countless giant stone dragons unleashed by the half-demon, the destructive punch from Akaza, and the water prison from Gyako. Numerous attacks are closing in, and the terrifying aura that could destroy the world is overwhelming, making it hard to breathe. Even the upper moons believe that Rick is undoubtedly doomed in today's world. Besides Muzan Kibutsuji, no one can withstand their siege. Exploding Tooth, full release. Rick smiled coldly, raising the exploding tooth high. The long blade erupted with terrifying blue lightning, causing spatial fluctuations and ripples to spread out. The Upper Moon 4's hearts tightened instantly. They had seen in Muzan Kibutsuji's cells that this strike could destroy an entire mountain. Could Infinity Castle withstand it? This madman actually wanted to perish with them. Muzan Kibutsuji's gaze was icy. Naki, a crisp and pleasant sound of string instrument rang out. In a daze, Rick saw a flash before his eyes. The inverted spatial structure and the destructive attack of the Upper Moon 4 vanished without a trace. And he returned to the previous wilderness. He was kicked out of Infinity Castle. Rick slowly put down the shattered teeth, sheathed his knife, shook his head with a smile, and thought that Muzan Kibutsuji was too cowardly. Fate. Rick's mind conjured images of living beings within a radius of 60 kilometers. But he couldn't find Muzan Kibutsuji or the Upper Moons. Infinity Castle truly was not simple. It was not in the same space as the real world. Rick cannot see the people in the neighboring Howling Abyss when using the Destiny skill in the Summoner's Rift. What a pity. Rick lamented that anything struck by the explosive teeth would be ensnared by blue lightning until its destruction. Even the Infinite City was no exception. If that blade were to strike down, it would directly obliterate Kibutsuji Muzan's home. He had a guardian angel and was completely unafraid of the opponent. Rick chuckled to himself and murmured, "Forget it, being too greedy isn't good." He was already very satisfied with obtaining the transparent world and the advanced Conqueror's Haki on this trip. More importantly, the conditions for victory had been met. When Muzan Kibutsuji admitted defeat and kicked him out of Infinity Castle, as a villain, Muzan's prestige had already plummeted to the bottom. In the words of Boss Chow, a withered bone in the tomb, I will capture it sooner or later. Meanwhile, inside Infinity Castle, boom! The terrifying attack of the upper rank 4 demon shattered a large area ahead, causing the entire Infinity Castle to shake violently. Despite demonstrating such terrifying power, the upper rank demons felt not a shred of accomplishment in their hearts. Rick has been kicked out of Infinite City. They lost. Kibutsuji Muzan clutched his cheek with a large hand and staggered forward for 2 steps. The Upper Moon demons could all feel the immense rage in Kibutsuji Muzan's heart, trembling deep inside. This included Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo. When Kibutsuji Muzan was in a good mood, he referred to him as a partner. When in a bad mood, he treated him like a servant. As the progenitor of demons, Kibutsuji Muzan controlled the life and death of all demons, and Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo, was no exception. Roar. Kibutsuji Muzan let out a beastly roar, the sound waves wildly spreading and crushing everything around him. To think he showed weakness on his own territory. This was even more humiliating than that incident hundreds of years ago. Under this powerful pressure, the 4 Upper Moon demons directly knelt on the ground, their cells trembling all over. Chapter 90. Return to the Demon Slayer Corps. Countless letters departed from the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, flying to all corners like snowflakes. On the East Coast, Yuzui Tenjin casually slayed a notorious demon. TCH. Yuzui Tenjin scoffed. In the eyes of the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, demons only ranked in 3 levels. Weaklings, the 12 Kazuki, and Kibutsuji Muzan. The 12 Kazuki could be further divided into weaklings and Upper Moon demons. 3 beautiful wives, Mitsuri, Hinetsuru, and Suma, each with different personalities, assisted him, making others envious. Hinetsuru took a letter from under a crow's feet and said, "Lord Tenjin, there's a letter from Lord Muzan." Yuzui Tenjin sheathed his Nichiren blade, took the letter, and speculated. A new mission? The lively and cheerful Suma leaned in curiously and asked, "What does it say?" "Ha ha ha ha." Yuzui Tenjin quickly scanned the letter's contents and laughed loudly. "Not only did you survive Kibutsuji Muzan, but you also killed the new Upper Moon 6 and caused a ruckus in Kibutsuji Muzan's lair. Rick, I have to admit, you are a more glamorous man than I am." Rick, Maki and Hinetsuru exchanged a glance, realizing the shock in each other's eyes. The boy, who shone like a shooting star, led them in battling numerous powerful demons, but 2 years ago chose to face Muzan Kibutsuji alone. Rick's death caused a seismic shock within the Demon Slayer Corps, leading to a loss of confidence among more than 30% of its members. Unbeknownst to them, that miraculous boy had established such a powerful authority in their hearts. It took the combined efforts of many Hashira and Ubuyashiki Yoya to pull the morale back from the brink. The name that had disappeared for 2 years suddenly reappeared, undoubtedly causing a massive stir. "Lord Tenjin, shall we carry out the next mission?" Mitsuri Kanroji asked. "Let's head back." Tenjin Yuzui shook his head and smiled. "The master is summoning us for a Hashira meeting in a small town at the foot of a deep mountain." Mitsuri Kanroji waved a letter excitedly, calling out to Kaneo, Sayuri. "Mr. Iguro." Kaneo stopped in her tracks. "What's wrong?" The inarticulate Mitsuri fumbled. "It's Master Rick. Muzan Kibutsuji from Mount Spider is summoning us." "Look." Mitsuri's face flushed with excitement. What is she saying? Never mind. Just hand over the letter. Kaneo took the letter that Mitsuri had opened and quickly scanned its contents. Huh. Kaneo made a snake-like sound. So that's it. That guy isn't dead. Mitsuri nodded vigorously, wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes. When she saw this news, she was overwhelmed with joy. Mr. Rick, such a good person, is alive. The more rational Kaneo, however, did not show any excessive emotional fluctuations. Her sharp gaze swept across the streets of the small town. If that's the case, it makes sense. In the past, when he revealed his identity as a Hashira, those demons would panic and flee. The demons that she and Mitsuri encountered in the past 2 days only needed to see their uniforms to be terrified and run away. This confusion was finally resolved. Rick stormed into Muzan Kabutsuji's lair, causing chaos, and the 1,000-year-old Demon King along with 4 upper moons were unable to do anything to Rick. The arrogance of the demons was abruptly interrupted. After a millennium of the strong demons and weak humans, the fundamental dynamics have changed. Now, the Demon Slayer Corps is stronger. All of this was brought about by Rick. At the Wind Pillars training hall, Mitsuri Kanroji received a letter, and a sinister smile appeared on his face as he said, Rick, it's not so easy to die before all the evil demons are wiped out. Not far away, Jinya Shinazugawa looked at his older brother in surprise. It was the first time he had seen him so happy. When Mitsuri turned around and saw Jinya, the sinister smile vanished without a trace, and he became indifferent as if facing a stranger. Mitsuri took his Nichiren blade and walked out of the training hall. Jinya hurriedly chased after him. Big brother. Where are you going? Bang! Mitsuri's expression tightened as he appeared before Jinya like a gust of wind, landing a punch to Jinya's abdomen. The heavy force sent Jinya flying, crashing into the railing at the edge of the courtyard. Jinya felt like his body was about to fall apart. Shut up, Mitsuri coldly said. Don't try to get close. I'm not your brother. Don't you feel ashamed always flattering the pillars? Hurry and get out of the Demon Slayer Corps. After saying this, Mitsuri strode out toward the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. At the Rengoku family estate, since the battle against Doma, Kaijiro Rengoku had stopped drinking, and the family environment had improved considerably. Kaijiro would often return to practice swordsmanship with his father. Ni-san. Senjuro Rengoku ran and holding a letter. Kaijiro took the letter, quickly scanned it, and his eyes lit up as he tightly grasped the letter. Kaijiro Rengoku put down the wooden sword in his hand and asked, Are you leaving? Kaijiro nodded heavily, yes. Kaijiro Rengoku sighed, Don't die. Kaijiro Rengoku rushed out of the estate, heading to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. Muchiro Takedo finished reading the letter, folded it into a paper airplane, and threw it out. He occasionally played like this. A crow would come and eat the paper, so there was no need to worry. The paper airplane flew away with the wind, carrying Michiro's doubts and confusion into the distance. At the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, after 2 years, the 9 Hashira gathered here once again. Rick walked out behind the production house with Waya, just like when they first met. But everyone's mood was completely different. Rick, it's really you guy? Rengoku Kaijiro and Yuzui Tenjin exclaimed with joy, stepping forward to put their arms around Rick's shoulders. Their faces filled with disbelief. Kanroji Mitsuri covered her mouth with both hands. Iguro Abanai leaned against a branch, coiling like a venomous snake, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Kaigaku Uruchi clasped his hands together, tears streaming down his face, saying, Namu Amida, Butsu. In the warm atmosphere, there was also an out-of-place voice. Taketu Muichiru's face twisted in a grimace as he coldly snorted, Rick, how did you survive? Just like when they first saw Butterfly Shinobu. Everyone immediately recalled Tanjiro's description from 2 years ago that Rick's body had been shattered. It could either mean Tanjiro was lying, or that Rick was undoubtedly dead, or the final possibility. A hint of vigilance appeared on everyone's faces. Wait. Butterfly Shinobu anxiously tried to explain. Rick smiled slightly, took Butterfly Ninja's little hand, and stepped forward, exposing himself to the sunlight. Chapter 91, 1 against 7. Rick showed no signs of abnormality under the sunlight. The crowd's expressions immediately relaxed. For demons, decapitation does not necessarily mean death, but exposure to sunlight is fatal. Even Muzan Kabutsuji cannot escape it. This only made them more curious. In such a seemingly hopeless situation, how did Rick escape the clutches of Muzan Kabutsuji? Rick also knows their doubts, but he doesn't plan to reveal the resurrection ability of the Guardian Angel. Currently, only Tanjiro, Tamayo, and Yeshura have vaguely guessed it. At this moment, the contingency plan that was left behind can be put to use. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Rick's blood-red eyes revealed 3 blood-colored magatama, as he said, I won't tell you the specific process, but I will definitely use this ability to exterminate evil spirits. All right. Everyone nodded. Although they were still very curious, they accepted it and no longer pursued the matter. Everyone has their own secrets. What they want to know was Rick's plans and awareness moving forward. In fact, even without Rick saying anything, they could guess some things. If those bright red eyes truly had the ability to foresee the future, Rick must have made ample preparations when facing Muzan Kibutsuji alone. Speaking of Muzan Kibutsuji, everyone's expressions changed. Rick, you should have gathered information about Muzan Kibutsuji, said Tenjin Yuzi. 2 years ago, from Tanjiro's vague descriptions, they learned that Muzan Kibutsuji was incredibly strong, to an absurd degree, but they had almost no information about his specific abilities. Rick nodded gently. The crowd instantly erupted in excitement. Rick, who had fought against Muzan Kibutsuji, would surely bring decisive information that could completely change the situation that had persisted for centuries. Hold on, about the information on Muzan Kibutsuji, I will definitely tell you. But right now, there are more important matters, Rick said with a mysterious smile. More important matters? Curiosity appeared on everyone's faces. What could be more important than information about Muzan Kibutsuji? Yoya, Tsujikuni spoke up. This is Rick's proposal. Special training for the Hashira. Training for the Hashira? Most of the Hashira seemed to have question marks floating above their heads. It wasn't that they were overly complacent. Having achieved the title of Hashira meant they had already reached a high level in a certain field. It was very difficult to go further and often required a significant amount of time. With information about Muzan Kibutsuji so close at hand, they were being asked to abandon their fight against him to train instead. You show me this after I've already taken off my pants? Isn't this about all the Demon Slayer Corps members? Shinobu Kocho questioned, as he had hoped to enhance the overall strength of the Demon Slayer Corps ever since hearing that Rick had been completely overpowered by Muzan Kibutsuji. Thus, he had proposed a training plan to Yoya Tsujikuni. Unfortunately, the past 2 years had been too rushed, and with demons appearing everywhere, there simply wasn't time to spare. No need, Rick replied. In the original timeline, those ordinary members had entered Infinity Castle to deal with demons below the upper moons. But Rick had a better way to deal with those minor demons. Therefore, it was unnecessary to waste the Hashira's time and energy on those ordinary members. The time has come. The recent demons have already begun to lie low, Yoya Tsujikuni said. Everyone nodded, realizing that demons fled in fear upon seeing them, which was a stark contrast to before. The number of missions for the Demon Slayer Corps had sharply decreased. This was the result of Rick showcasing the explosive power of his weapon, Shattering Fong. In Infinity Castle, Yoya Tsujikuni smiled. In the letters, everyone had already learned the details. They looked at Rick with shock. It was outrageous enough that he had faced Muzan Kibutsuji alone 2 years ago. Now, he had directly run into Muzan's lair, surrounded by Muzan and the Upper Moon Four, and managed to escape unscathed, even being sent out. Meanwhile, this news quickly spread among the demons. All demons knew that a young demon hunter had entered Infinity Castle and frightened Muzan Kibutsuji. Muzan, who disliked management and looked down on weaker demons, would naturally not come out to explain anything, especially since this was too humiliating. Thus, the rumors became more and more outrageous. The most popular version currently was that the Demon Slayer Corps had developed black technology, with each member wielding a Shattering Fong. Anyone struck would surely die, even if it wasn't a blow to the neck. It could even threaten Muzan Kibutsuji's life. It felt like both sides were wielding long swords in a samurai duel. But one side used American Aido, pulling out a firearm and shooting the opponent down a dimensional strike. Who could still afford to provoke them? The once reckless demons began to quiet down, following Muzan and starving themselves for days. Training? Boring. The irritable Mitsuri Kanroji had no mood for training and sneered. Hurry up and tell me the information on Muzan Kibutsuji. We must kill that guy as soon as possible. The crowd fell silent, as Mitsuri Kanroji had voiced what they were all thinking. Rick looked speechless. Are you asking me to lead you to your deaths? You could at most fight to a draw with Black Death Mu, and you want me to leave you with a fully powered Kibutsuji Muzan to deal with? Speaking of which, 2 years have passed, and Shinazugawa Sanemi's memories should have faded quite a bit. He dares to shout at him now. If you don't discipline someone for 3 days, they'll climb the roof and tear off the tiles. Is it really necessary to use the great memory restoration technique to remind him of his past pain and failures? Rick said, Inasuk, do you remember what I said when we first met 2 years ago? Inasuk raised his head, looking puzzled. If you win the battle, I'll tell you anything you want to know. Rick laughed. All right. Inosuke, just like before, fixed his wild and fierce gaze on Rick. Inosuke, just give it up. Inosuke, you should know your limits. Inosuke, I support you. Ikaku, Yuzui, and Rengoku all stepped forward to advise him. Rick ventured into the Infinite City alone and returned unscathed, clearly at a different level of strength compared to the others. They did not believe that Undying Chuan Shimiya was a match for Rick. The crowd's persuasion only infuriated Undying Chuan Shimiya, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge. These guys had expressions that seemed to relish the spectacle. Kanroji Mitsuri was struggling to suppress her laughter. Rick's gaze swept over the 8 Hashira present, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up as he said, "What I just said wasn't only directed at Immortal Chuan. It's the same for all of you. If you don't want to accept my arrangements, you can all come at me together." The expressions of those who were still mocking Immortal Chuan froze. How did it involve them? Yuzi Tungin's expression turned serious. "Are you serious?" Rick nodded, realizing that he must demonstrate the power of a transparent world to make these guys calm down and focus on their training. The crowd stared at Rick, their eyes filled with fighting spirit, also curious about how much Rick's strength had grown over the past 2 years. How could he move freely in the Infinite City? At that moment, Ju Tomioka walked toward the backyard. "Hey!" Shinazugawa, seeing the scene, shouted loudly, "Ju, where are you going? I've already reported this matter to Lord, and I won't participate in this training." Ju Tomioka turned back, his expression unchanged, and said in a flat tone, "I'm different from you all." Chapter 92, Instantaneous Seconds, Additional Update. Under the cold gazes of the crowd, Ju Tomioka left the backyard alone. Rick didn't know what to say. Looking at the tense atmosphere, even if he wanted to help Ju Tomioka explain, everyone present probably wouldn't believe him. Ju Tomioka just wasn't good with words. The true meaning of his statement, "I am different from you," was, "I am not worthy of being a Hashira. I am far inferior to you." Believing that he had merely survived the final selection by luck and had become the Water Hashira by chance. Ju Tomioka had always felt somewhat inferior. Coupled with his naturally oblivious personality, he didn't even realize the disdain that those around him had for him. Rick withdrew his gaze. As the Hashira who survived the great battle in the original timeline, Ju Tomioka's strength was beyond doubt. He planned to send Tanjiro over to enlighten him another day. For now, convincing the Hashira present through force was Rick's task. Due to Ju Tomioka's sudden departure and the extremely arrogant words he left behind, the anger of the Hashira present exploded. At least, Yuzui Tenjin, Mitsuri Kanroji, and Kaneo Tayuri all looked like they wanted to kill someone. Rick unjustly bore the anger that did not belong to him. Rick said, "Shinobu, step back." Shinobu Butterfly nodded gently and stepped back to Yoyai Kanamori's side. Shinobu Butterfly and Ju Tomioka did not participate in the battle. Rick has to face 7 Hashira, including the Stone Hashira Kaijiro Rengoku, the Wind Hashira Sanemi Shinazugawa, the Sound Hashira Tenjin Yuzi, the Flame Hashira Kaijiro Rengoku, the Mist Hashira Michiro Takedo, the Serpent Hashira Iguro Abanai, and the Love Hashira Mitsuri Kanroji. "Rick, I don't know what you've been through in the past 2 years, but it's still not too late to take back what you just said Iguro Abanai. Back then, when the 6 Hashira teamed up to face the Upper Moon Tudaki, they completed the mission with only minor injuries. Now, with 7 Hashira working together, it is clearly even more terrifying. Rick could be killed in an instant. No need," Rick said confidently, casually picking up a wooden sword that was just the right size. The 7 pillars surrounded Rick from different positions, blocking all his escape routes. The tense and deadly atmosphere spread, just like during the previous murder incident. How should Rick attack? The 7 pillars were watching Rick with vigilance. Outnumbered, they felt reluctant to initiate the attack first, so they left the opportunity to attack to Rick. Understanding the pillars' intentions, a smile appeared at the corner of Rick's mouth, and he decided to take advantage of it. Transparent World. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Rick's eyes were blood red, and with the combination of 2 abilities, his enhanced perception allowed him to see the muscles, blood vessels, and beating hearts inside the 7 pillars. Every move of his opponents could not escape his gaze. Conqueror's Haki advanced. In that instant, a terrifying pressure erupted from Rick, leaving everyone shocked, as if a massive stone weighing 10,000 pounds was pressing down on their shoulders, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. What is this? Everyone felt a sense of being unable to move, a strong sense of suffocation overwhelming their minds, which was extremely painful. First form, Thunderclap Flash, Godspeed. Just as the pillars were immobilized by the Conqueror's Haki, Rick took a deep breath, golden lightning swirling around his body. In an instant, he charged towards the Love Pillar, Mitsuri Kanroji. "You won't get away." A deep voice sounded. immediately followed by a strong whooshing sound. Rick sensed the wooden axe coming from behind, and it was indeed the grim morning island Xingming. The others were caught off guard, and only those who had personally experienced the Conqueror's Haki could be somewhat prepared. Even so, Xingming's heart felt a deep shock. Rick's strange pressure was much stronger than 2 years ago, and his own strength was directly weakened by a level, allowing him to barely act in time. Rick leaped up, using his Sharingan to capture the trajectory of the wooden axe and chains, effortlessly passing through. The courtyard was not large. Rick was only a dozen meters away from Kanroji Mitsuri, with the explosive power of thunder breathing. Crossing this short distance seemed almost like teleportation in the eyes of the onlookers. Rick appeared before Kanroji Mitsuri like a flash. Type 1. The Tremor of First Love. Kanroji Mitsuri was startled, quickly swinging her whip forward, sending countless slashes flying. She didn't use her special Nichiren blade, instead opting for a whip that matched her swordsmanship, which wouldn't reduce her power too much. Zulfust. Kanroji Mitsuri's eyes blurred, and Rick instantly vanished in front of her, a deadly sense of crisis coming from behind. Rick turned around, lightly swung his wooden sword, stopping just 5 centimeters from Kanroji Mitsuri's neck, the gust of wind blowing her hair away. Kanroji Mitsuri's small mouth was slightly open as she knelt on the ground. If it had been a real fight to the death, she would have been dead. What terrifying speed! The gap is too great. Kanroji. Iguro Abanai's pupils contracted, his expression darkening. Damn it, fifth form, serpents writhing. Like a venomous snake, he swiftly advanced, unleashing a slashing attack that twisted like a snake. Iguro Abanai's slashes were extremely strange and difficult to defend against, yet with the Sharingan, everything was crystal clear. A person's muscles do not lie. Rick felt a bit emotional. With these two abilities combined, close combat was like playing a hacked version of a game. Wu style, Hot Realm Thunder. Rick took a step forward, raising his knife to slash down. The lightning-like strike accurately hit the incoming poisonous fangs, and the terrifying force suppressed Ihei Kobain. Impossible! Ihei Kobain exclaimed. His slashing trajectory had actually been captured. With his wrist strength ranked among the lowest, Ihei Kobain naturally couldn't compete with Rick and was forced to keep retreating. Rick changed direction and moved behind Ihei Kobain, grabbing the other person's head and pressing it down onto the ground. With his cheek colliding against the cobblestones, Ihei Kobain unwillingly moved his eyes to stare at Rick. Hiss! Hiss! The small white snake wrapped around Ihei Kobain's neck opened its mouth, attempting to bite Rick. Rick glared at it, and under the pressure of his Conqueror's Haki, the little white snake immediately cowered on the ground. My lord, little Kane, Mitsuri has already been defeated. Butterfly Shinobu quietly explained the situation to the blind Shinazugawa Yoza. First, he used a strange pressure to intimidate everyone. Even if it was just for a second, it was a huge advantage. Then he used the thunder-breathing technique to attack the nearest Mitsuri Kanroji, instantly subduing her. Seeing this scene, Iguro Abanai, who had a crush on Mitsuri Kanroji, was anxious and fell into Rick's trap, becoming the second Hashira to be eliminated. In less than 3 seconds of battle, Rick used a strange ability that no one had ever seen before, along with extraordinary physical fitness, lightning-fast speed, and psychological warfare. He almost instantly killed 2 Hashira. With a terrifying aura like that of a demon king, Rick made everyone's adrenaline surge. Chapter 93. I report him, he started it. In the blink of an eye, 2 Hashira were defeated. Even Yuzui Tenjin and the others couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Seeing the Hashira frozen in place, Rick smiled calmly and said, Aren't you coming over? Then I'll come to you. First form, thunderclap and flash. Boom! Accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, Rick exploded into action, his terrifying foot strength directly shattering the ground, appearing in front of Yuzui Tenjin in the blink of an eye. Fifth form, string performance. Yuzui Tenjin was taken aback, swinging his rotating wooden sword, as countless slashes came crashing down. The incoming slashes were incredibly fast, like countless streaks of light, but to Rick, they were simply too slow. Bang! 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 Rick casually swung his wooden sword, accurately hitting 3 spots, perfectly severing the chains connecting Yuzui Tenjin's dual blades, abruptly interrupting his offensive. Yuzui Tenjin's pupils constricted, and he was forced to retreat repeatedly. The trajectory of his blade was captured. No wonder Ihei Kobain was defeated so quickly. This guy's eyesight couldn't be explained just by having good vision. Rick took a deep breath, stepped forward, his right arm muscles tensed, and threw a punch. Boom! Yuzui Tenjin raised 2 wooden swords to block, But the moment Rick's fist made contact with the wooden swords, an unstoppable, terrifying force surged through. The wooden swords instantly shattered, and Yuzui Tenjin was sent flying, his tall body crashing into the pond and creating a huge splash. Sound Hashira, Yuzui Tenjin is out. There's nothing much to say about defeating Yuzui Tenjin. His abilities can be considered a low-tier version of the transparent world. By studying and judging the rhythm of the enemy's attack movements, he can anticipate the enemy's actions in advance and respond accordingly. The transparent world allows one to see the enemy's muscles and veins, providing a more intuitive prediction of their movements. Yuzui Tenjin's abilities require a long preparation time. Against enemies that are too weak, they are of no use. Against enemies that are too strong, he is eliminated before he can complete his techniques, leaving him only able to encounter enemies of moderate strength. First form, Unknown Fire. First form, Dust Whirlwind Slash. Kaijiro Rengoku and Mitsuri Kanroji charged at Rick simultaneously, their bodies enveloped in blazing flames and tearing winds, moving at an incredible speed. Rick's lips curled slightly, while Kaneo Tsuyuri's muscles tensed even more. His right leg extended outward, ready to circle around to Rick's left side for the first attack. As soon as Rick dodged, Rengoku Kaijiro would seize that fleeting moment of opportunity. Having the ability to see through everything was really a bit unfair. But in order to prevent you from being bullied by that voyeur, I can only reluctantly start by bullying you first. Seeing Rick standing still, Kaneo Tsuyuri's expression turned fierce as he exerted force with his right leg, circling to Rick's left side. Just at the moment Kaneo Tsuyuri turned, Rick moved quickly, appearing in front of Nishikawa Sumiya at lightning speed, and swiftly grabbed his wrist like a steel clamp. Nishikawa Sumiya's eyes widened as his hand holding the wooden sword was controlled. How does Rick know my movements? Don't underestimate me. Nishikawa Sumiya shouted angrily, as his other hand wrapped around a wind blade and reached out towards Rick. Rick had anticipated this long ago. He kicked out, striking the opponent and sending Nishikawa Sanemi towards Rengoku Kaijiro. All of this happened in an instant. Rengoku Kaijiro was taken aback. Nishikawa Sanemi was about to collide with his wooden sword. He quickly raised the wooden sword to prevent injury to the other party and used his body to support Nishikawa Sanemi, helping him stabilize. A flash of lightning, swift as the wind. Rick's low growl echoed, moving like thunder. As he charged in front of the two, the wooden sword pressed against Shinazugawa Sanemi's chest. If this were a real sword, it would pierce through Sanemi's chest and strike the Flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku, behind him. Flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku, Wind Hashira, Shinazugawa Sanemi out. Second form, Eightfold Mist. Just then, the figure of Michiro Takedo appeared in front of Rick, swinging his wooden sword for a series of slashes. Rick noticed Takedo Michiro's actions, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes, as expected of a genius who became a Hashira in just 2 months. The other party actually set an ambush here based on the premise of Shinazugawa Sanemi and Rengoku Kaijiro's defeat. Unfortunately, the gap in strength was too significant. In the original timeline's Infinity Castle battle, the pattern Takedo Michiro was easily defeated by Kokushibo in just a few moves. Rick can now evenly match with Black Death Mao, while Taketo Michiru hasn't even activated his markings yet. Bang! Rick forcefully turned the wooden sword, sweeping it horizontally and nearly dispelling all of Shido Michiro's blade aura. What kind of movement was that? A look of surprise appeared in Shido Michiro's calm, water-like eyes. In his expectations, Rick's body was stiff, and he would have no chance to counterattack. The two wooden swords clashed, and a terrifying force surged in, sending the wooden sword in Shido Michiro's hand flying. I lost, Shido Michiro said calmly. At this moment, he knew he could not defeat Rick. Rick smiled and turned to the last pillar, the strongest one, Hashigumi Yuin, who had refined his body to the limit and was called by Muzan Kibutsuji the most powerful swordsman seen in 300 years. Hashigumi Yuin lowered his head in contemplation, and after a moment, finally looked up, his tone filled with surprise. Rick, are you saying you can see other people's muscles and blood vessels? Everyone cast puzzled glances, wondering what that meant, as their minds struggled to catch up. That's right, Rick smiled slightly and openly admitted. I can see your muscles and blood vessels through your clothes and skin. Muscles don't lie. I can anticipate your attacks, dodges, and feints in advance. Upon hearing this, everyone looked extremely shocked. No wonder they had been defeated so badly with no power to fight back. Rick seemed to anticipate their thoughts in advance. No matter how they acted, they would be caught by the other side. This is so unfair. I report him. He's using wall hack. Don't stare at Kanroji. Kaijiro Rengoku. Tenjin Yuzi and Kaneo, Sayuri shouted loudly, glaring at Rick. Brothers are connected with you, and you're playing mind games with them. In the face of the Hashira's accusations, Rick covered his ears with both hands, ignoring them. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Turtle reciting scriptures. It really was like that. Haimajima Jiomi said, that was something that appeared by chance. Just for an instant, I could see the muscles, blood vessels, and heart of the demon. As his physical strength grew stronger, he finally understood that it was not an illusion, but a special ability. Everyone was stunned. They had thought this ability to see through was due to Rick's bright red eyes. If that's the case, they too might be able to unlock this ability. And their hearts instantly burned with enthusiasm. Remembering the training plan that Rick proposed, they instantly understood. Rick is going to help them unlock this perspective ability, while they, feeling quite pleased with themselves, believe they have already reached a very high realm in one field. Suddenly, a strong sense of shame washes over them. Chapter 94, Restoring the Title. Beiming Yuxingming has already come into contact with a transparent world, which is not surprising to Rick. The strength of the opponent's physique is so impressive that even Rick now feels astonished. They are infinitely close to the limits of the human species, with talent and effort being indispensable. Type 1. Serpentine Rock, Bipolar. Beiming Yuxingming steps forward, quickly launching a wooden meteor hammer and a broad axe in a pincer attack, accompanied by a powerful whirlwind, smashing towards Rick. Bring it on, Sun Breath Waltz. Rick laughs, grabbing the wooden sword, flames wrapping around the blade, his body spinning in a circle as he delivers a curved slash. Boom! The two collide, creating a strong shockwave that blasts everything within a dozen meters away. Is that Tanjiro Kamido's fire god Kagura? A scorching wave of flames rushes toward them. Everyone's faces show surprise. The power of this breathing technique, according to their research, can cause severe injuries to demons that are difficult to recover from. They never expected that Rick would also master this breathing technique. Upon reflection, they quickly accepted it. According to Sanjiro Shiguro, Rick learned thunder breathing in 3 days and mastered ultimate level sword techniques in 1 minute. Without hesitation, given Rick's astonishing talent, it is entirely possible for him to learn all breathing technique sword skills if only given enough time. Rick swung the wooden sword, resembling a rolling pin, stirring the chain that connected the meteor hammer and the axe. He took a quick step forward, thrusting the wooden sword towards the wailing island Xingming. Second form, Sky Fragment. Xingming's reaction was incredibly swift. He stomped down heavily on the chain to secure it, striking the side of the axe to send it flying out, aiming to smash Rick's head. Thunder Flash, Divine Speed. Rick's face revealed a hint of excitement. Among the 7 Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, only the Stone Hashira, Haimajima Jiomi, could barely keep up with his pace. With sparks of lightning crackling around him, Rick changed direction and appeared behind Haimajima Jiomi in flash. Second form, Thunderclap and Flash. Immediately, Rick switched tactics, swinging his wooden sword to create countless afterimages, unleashing a barrage of lightning-like slashes. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Haimajima Jiomi's forehead. What terrifying speed! Is this the body of a human? He was nearing the limits of humanity. While Rick had likely already surpassed them, he was no longer human. Third form, Rock Skin. Haimajima Jiomi jumped backward, grabbing the chains with both hands and continuously swinging the meteor hammer and axe around himself, forming an impenetrable defensive net. Bang, 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 accompanied by intense sounds. The wooden sword clashed violently with the meteor hammer and axe, erupting in brilliant sparks. The courtyard was silent, with everyone staring in awe at the clash between Rick and Haimajima Jiomi. Both were Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, yet the gap between them was so vast. The two had not yet decided a victor, but the wooden weapons could no longer withstand the blows. With a loud bang, the wooden sword, meteor hammer, and axe shattered simultaneously, sending countless wooden splinters flying through the air. Rick asked, should we keep fighting? Beiming Yuxingming shook his head. If we continue, it will be a battle to the death. We're not fighting ghosts. There's no need. Rick is facing 7 opponents alone. From this point, Rick has already won too much. Yuzui Tenjin, Iguro Abanai, and others can only smile wryly. Since it was a spar, they didn't use their full strength. For example, Rengoku Kaijiro didn't unleash his ultimate sword technique, and Yuzui Tenjin didn't use his techniques either. But Rick definitely didn't go all out either. This means that if Rick were to get serious, he could likely wipe out the Demon Slayer Corps by himself. Kanroji Mitsuri once said that this generation of Hashira might be the strongest in hundreds of years, yet Rick is able to dominate them, which can only be described as him being too abnormal. They are even more curious about the transparent world that Rick mentioned. If they could gain such an ability, they would be virtually unbeatable in close combat. After the battle ended, everyone returned to the courtyard, chatting and laughing. It seems like I'm the one who suffered the most. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Yuzi Tenjin joked, as he was the one who got knocked into the pond, looking like a drenched chicken, not glamorous at all. Rick innocently shrugged his shoulders, saying, I'm 1 against 7, not Uchiha, taking on 7. Do you think it's easy? I'm under a lot of pressure too. What if I accidentally kill you? Ha ha ha. Seeing the narcissistic Yuzui Tenjin take a hit, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. The atmosphere around was filled with joy, and Yuzui Tenjin's face turned red, veins popping on his forehead, followed by some incomprehensible words about how this sparring shouldn't be considered a defeat, and that the magnificent him couldn't possibly be this miserable. However, these words only brought more amusement to everyone. After a long while, the cheerful laughter finally calmed down. Kenroji smiled and said, I am prepared to restore Rick's Hashira title. Do you have any objections? No objections. This is a matter of course. Congratulations, Mr. Rick. The Hashira naturally had no opposition. This was the honor Rick deserved. In the 1,000-year history of the Demon Slayer Corps, there were very few swordsmen who could match Rick. His achievements and qualifications were unparalleled. Under Rick's leadership, they might even end the 1,000-year struggle between demon hunters and demons. Just thinking about this made everyone's hearts tremble with excitement, unable to contain their strong emotions. Kenroji said, then it's settled. Rick smiled nonchalantly. He had known that this day would come ever since he was stripped of his title. Congratulations. Butterfly Ninja tightly grasped Rick's big hand, her beautiful and charming little face showing a joyful smile for him. Rick responded with a smile. People are influenced by their environment. Even if he doesn't care about the title, if it can make those who care about him happy, he would gladly accept it. Senior brother, that's great. Zenitsu leaped out from the backyard, even using his thunderclap and flash technique. Tanjiro rushed out and grabbed Zenitsu. Zenitsu, the Hashira, are talking with Lord Muzan. Inosuke charged in head first, knocking the two of them aside, proudly lifting his head. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and a pig? Mitsuri Kanroji was so shocked it felt like she had been struck by lightning. Yoya Shinjiro smiled and said, it's all right. What comes next also concerns you. Concern us? Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke paused and looked up at Yoya Shinjiro with curiosity. Yoya Shinjiro said, you are also part of the training plan. Training with the Hashira. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke were momentarily stunned. Then their faces lit up with wild joy. They could actually participate in the Hashira's exclusive training. The news of Rick's return and the restoration of his Hashira title quickly spread throughout the Demon Slayer Corps, igniting the passion and excitement of countless members. Chapter 95. The Training of the Hashira. With the training plan established and Rick's title restored, the increasingly deteriorating health of Waya Kanroji did not allow him to linger. Handing over the spacious courtyard to Rick and the others. Cough, cough. Waya Kanroji was supported by his children and wife, stumbling back inside to rest, occasionally breaking into severe coughing, with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Everyone watched with worried eyes as Waya Kanroji's increasingly emaciated figure faded away. The Kanroji family had a unique constitution, and throughout history, almost no one had lived past the age of 30. Waya Kanroji was already 23 this year. They could all see that Waya Kanroji's complexion was pale, his brow dark, and his time was running short. If nothing unexpected happened, Waya Kanroji had at most about a year left to live. Rick took a deep look at the body of Yoya Tsutsumi, realizing it was not due to illness, but more like a curse. The Tsutsumi family had a blood relation with Muzan Kibutsuji, and ever since Muzan turned into a demon 1,000 years ago, the entire family had been cursed. The children born, especially the males, were frail and sickly and would soon die. The only solution was to kill Muzan Kibutsuji. In the original timeline, after Muzan's death, the curse on the Tsutsumi clan was lifted, and a new leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Tsutsumi Yoya's third son, Tsutsumi Kirasai, lived to over 100 years. Rick, hurry up and share the method to transcend the world. Mitsuri Kanroji urged anxiously. The others also looked impatient. They were unaware of the curse on the Tsutsumi clan, but they hoped to see Muzan Kibutsuji slain before Yoya Tsutsumi died, as this would be the best gift they could offer each other to end the centuries-long conflict. With the atmosphere heated, Rick had no choice. The Hashira, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, Agatsuma, and Inosuke Hashibara, a total of 10 people, sat like elementary school students, waiting for their teacher Rick to begin his lesson. Transcending the world could significantly enhance their ability to predict movements and dodge attacks, and see the biological structure of living beings, greatly improving their close combat capabilities. Rick said, the key to unlocking this ability lies in the precision of breathing techniques and movements, as well as exerting maximum strength with minimal motion. This way, the mind will gradually become clear. The Hashira and the three small ones were left confused, unable to understand. Speak plainly. I see you're just trying to make things difficult for me. Teacher Rick, what are the specific methods? Aside from the taciturn Mitsuri Kanroji, everyone else began to complain. Who understands this? Tanjiro and the three small ones were shivering, surrounded by the Hashira, and they didn't even have a voice in the discussion. Rick looked speechless, feeling as if he were facing a group of elementary school students, having to break down knowledge and feed it to them. Opening the five senses, controlling muscles and blood vessels, and understanding every structure of the human body. Complete these 3 trainings, and you will be able to access the transparent world. Under Rick's careful explanation, everyone lowered their heads in thought, occasionally showing a hint of excitement on their faces, as if they had grasped some inspiration. The 5 senses can be freely opened and closed at any time to enhance other senses. For example, closing one's eyes will focus attention on hearing. Controlling muscles and blood vessels, simply put, means continuing to train one's physique. Understanding the structure of the human body involves medicine, and, as ghost hunters, they often have to handle their own wounds, so they have some knowledge in this area. Rick felt that the essence of the transparent world lies in deeply engraving the structure of the human body in his mind, including every blood vessel. During battle, through his enhanced senses, he could perceive the physical structure of his enemies. Once a certain boundary was broken, light would emerge, and everything seen would become transparent. The 7 pillars seemed contemplative, while Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke displayed different reactions on their faces. Such familiar words. Tanjiro blinked innocently, feeling that he had heard this somewhere before. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He remembered that his father, Tanjiro Kamado, had once said something similar, and with his frail body, had used an axe to kill a large black bear in one strike. Enhancing the 5 senses, Zenitsu slowly closed his eyes. He didn't understand other things. But when it came to opening the 5 senses, he had the innate talent of absolute hearing, able to judge an enemy's thoughts and feelings through their heartbeat. His hearing was already incredibly powerful, and if he were to seal off some of his senses to enhance his hearing further, it would be terrifying, something he couldn't even imagine. I found it. Inosuke's face showed an excited smile. Raised by beasts, he possessed a robust physique that others lacked, able to freely control the position of his internal organs. While others were still thinking, he had already found the correct path through his astonishing intuition. Seeing everyone deep in thought, Rick smiled confidently. The 10 individuals before him were talents that stood out from thousands, even tens of thousands of swordsmen. In the upcoming battle at the Infinity Castle, without guidance, Mitsuri Kanroji, Muchiro Takedo, and Kaneo Tsuyuri had independently comprehended the transparent world, as long as they were given enough time, along with his guidance. Understanding the transparent world should not be a problem. Rick turned to leave. He had other matters to attend to. The others needed to cultivate their understanding of the world. But only Shinobu didn't need to. Her talent didn't lie in swordsmanship. Rick held Butterfly Shinobu's delicate hand and led her into the basement of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Just as Butterfly Shinobu felt curious and wanted to ask, 2 figures emerged from around the corner. It was Tamayo and Yashiro. The expressions on their faces were not good. As demons, they felt like sheep surrounded by a fierce tiger, drenched in sweat. A demon. Butterfly Shinobu's little face was startled, and her small hand rested on the hilt of her Nicaran blade. How could a demon invade the headquarters? Wait. Rick stopped Butterfly Ninja and Little Ninja. Do you remember the information I gave you before? Butterfly Ninja frowned. That information is about this Miss Tamayo. Rick explained the background to Shinobu Kocho, including Tamayo's experiences, her identity as an enemy of Muzan, and thoughts on future cooperation. Upon hearing this, the wary look on Shinobu's face did not diminish. But her gaze towards Tamayo was quite complex. She had thought that the medical master was already dead. On one hand, she despised the demonic aura of the other party. On the other hand, she felt admiration for the other party's profound medical knowledge. Rick, if it is your wish, I am willing to accept, Shinobu said as she loosened her grip on the Nicaran blade. Rick smiled slightly, due to her prior exposure to Tamayo's research materials. Shinobu Kocho held a bit of admiration for Tamayo, the demon doctor who had been dedicated to medical studies for hundreds of years, making it easier for her to accept this demon. Thank you for your understanding. Tamayo and Yashiro let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 96, Rick's Prophecy. The Hashira and Tanjiro's trio were training to understand the world, while Shinobu and Tamayo researched compound medicines. Rick finally has some free time. Next comes waiting for the right moment. The composite drug developed by Tamayo and Shinobu consists of 4 types: the transformation drug, the aging drug, the division prevention drug, and the cell destruction drug. It can greatly weaken Muzan Kibutsuji's power. For example, the aging drug can make Muzan age 50 years in just 1 minute, turning him into an elderly being. Back when they were at Tanjiro's house, if they had the division prevention drug, the fully unleashed explosive teeth might have been able to take down Muzan. Although he appears to be evenly matched with Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo, it is nothing compared to Muzan. In the original timeline, being continuously bombarded and weakened by the 4 drugs, Muzan was unable to self-duplicate, his stamina nearly depleted, and in a state of extreme weakness. Yet he still made the Demon Slayer Corps endure a tough battle. The only thing that can threaten the opponent is Rick's Shattered Tooth and the complete 13 techniques of the sun breathing. It won't be until the average person can penetrate the world, along with the completion of the He Blade and the composite drugs, that the moment to initiate the final battle will arrive. As night falls, the sky is deep and vast, with a bright moon hanging in the sky, casting a pure silver glow on the earth. Upon receiving the news that Rick is not dead, Sanji Mater rushes over from Peach Mountain to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. The moment he sees Rick, tears stream down his face. He thought he would never see this disciple again in his lifetime. Rick's eyes revealed a complex expression. According to Tanjiro's description, 2 years ago, he mistakenly thought that Kaneo Tsuyuri was dead, and the sadness of Sanemi Shinazugawa was no less than anyone else's. This inevitably made Rick feel a twinge of regret. 2 years ago, he had not considered things carefully. He intended to obtain the Guardian Angel and Fate skills, and after being resurrected, immediately teleport away. However, due to the unexpectedly powerful release of the exploding Fong, he was a bit curious whether Kibutsuji Muzan was dead or not. It was this moment of hesitation that led him to be ambushed by the other party. Facing the now even thinner Sanemi Shinazugawa than 2 years ago, Rick couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Even if Zenitsu didn't say it, he could guess how Sanemi had spent these past 2 years, weeping day and night in a corner where others couldn't see. Rick also didn't want to remind the other person of those painful memories, so he set a table full of delicious dishes. With a relatively leisurely pace, Rick accompanied Sandoter, drinking heavily at the table, as shots of spicy liquor were poured into their stomachs, discussing the events of the past 2 years. Rick has been missing for 2 years, and naturally, the topic between them has fallen on my wife, Zenitsu. Ever since she believed Rick was dead, my wife has been training like crazy, progressing at an astonishing pace that even Kaneo Tsuyuri finds impressive, although she still hasn't learned the other techniques of thunder breathing, or perhaps has lost interest in learning them. She is wholeheartedly focused on the first form and has nearly reached its peak. Rick smiled and quietly listened as Sandame Tsurugawa excitedly shared his story. There was nothing more thrilling than seeing his own disciple successfully carve out a different path. Sandame Tsurugawa recalled the events of 2 years ago, the corners of his mouth curling up as he looked at Rick with a meaningful gaze. "You have good taste, Butterfly Ninja, she's a good girl." With decades of life experience, Sandame Tsurugawa could naturally tell that when he heard the news of Rick's death, Butterfly Ninja's sorrow was even more profound than his own. Rick smiled. He didn't feel embarrassed about being discovered in a romance by an elder. After a few rounds of drinks, both Rick and Sandaiji Tsuruguro showed signs of intoxication. Sandaiji Tsuruguro stepped outside and sat down on the path in the courtyard. The cool night breeze hit his face, dispelling the drunkenness in his eyes, and his expression gradually became serious. "Rick, there is something you must tell me the truth about." Sandaiji Tsuruguro's deep tone revealed pain, confusion, and a hint of panic. Rick's intoxication faded away. Sanj Taimura looked at Rick seriously and said, "You have already seen the future of Kaigaku. After training with the Hashira all day, my wife Zenitsu had just finished taking a shower, feeling refreshed and muttering about how exhausting it was, saying, 'As expected of me, I could even endure such tough training. I must go find the adorable Nezuko-chan to play.'" Just then, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Grandpa and his senior brother's conversation. My wife Zenitsu stopped in his tracks, grinned, and thought he had to eavesdrop. He leaned against the wall, closed off unnecessary senses, and focused all his attention on hearing. Rick asked with a smile, "Teacher Kizugawa, how did you come to this conclusion?" Kizugawa revealed his guess, saying that after Rick's first duel with Kiyama, He had repeatedly beaten Kiyama under the pretense of changing his character. It's hard to imagine that such a kind child as you could do such brutal things. Now, I finally understand, Kazugawa said with a firm tone. 2 years ago, upon learning from Arakawa Wise-Eye that Rick's bright red eyes had the ability to foresee the future, Kazugawa seemed to have figured everything out. Why does Rick always target Huiwa? There must be a reason. Rick smiled bitterly, realizing the subjectivity was too strong. He could only accept this setting and continue on. Looking dejected as he said, "As expected, I've been found out. Tell me the future you've seen. No matter what the result is, I can accept it. Don't bear it alone anymore," said Kazuma Sakashita seriously. Rick and Saito Tsujiro stared at each other for a long time, as if they had finally given up. All right. Saito Tsujiro's face lit up with joy. He could finally help his disciple share the burden. Rick clasped his hands together and said slowly, "That was a scene I saw by chance. Sanj TG and my wife Zenitsu, hiding around the corner, both swallowed at the same time, and my little heart was pounding. That was information about the future. The future always feels mysterious and intriguing, like an abyss. You gaze into it, and it gazes back at you." In a mission, Rikudo encounters the Upper Moon One, Kokushibo. After all his teammates are killed, he chooses to beg for mercy from the opponent and accepts Kibutsuji Muzan's blood to become a demon, becoming the new Upper Moon 6. In that moment, Kanamori Tsujiro's speculation is confirmed. The joy on his face disappears without a trace. His hands droop weakly, and his hollow eyes reflect deep despair. Rick sighed deeply and said in a low voice, "Teacher Kawaii Jiro received the news and chose to commit seppuku, without anyone to assist him. He struggled in pain for several hours before ultimately succumbing to excessive blood loss. Around the corner, my wife Zenitsu leaned against the wall, using all her strength to support her body. She looked up at the deep starry sky. The curiosity and confusion on her face completely vanished, replaced by an unprecedented determination reflected in her calm eyes." Chapter 97. After this battle, should we go back and get married? How did it come to this? Kawaii Jiro never imagined that his own disciple would turn into a man-eating demon. Kawaii Jiro clutched his chest tightly, breathing rapidly, as overwhelming guilt and pain surged in his heart. "Rick, this is just a humble request from teacher. At least spare him a life before Kawaii gets transformed into a demon." Rick quickly helped the other person up, saying, "Teacher Sanj, you're being too serious." "Of course. I will do my utmost to save Kaigaku." Sanj Shigeru looked at Rick with gratitude. In fact, he felt that his request was too much, as Kaigaku had harmed too many people. 2 years ago, during the murder incident, Rick lost the title of Hashira due to infighting. However, Rick, with his broad-mindedness, did not hold grudges and was still willing to help Kaigaku. Sanj Shigeru felt that the proudest thing in his life was having taken Rick as his disciple. After seeing off Sanj Shigeru, Rick sat alone in the corridor. The fate skill in his mind was turned off, and his wife Zenitsu was eavesdropping. He certainly knew about this matter. Telling Sanj Shigeru about Kaigaku was also laying the groundwork for future events. Upon returning to the Demon Slayer Corps, Rick discovered that Kaigaku had not yet broken free from the illusion control of the Sharingan. Rick found it quite speechless. Just how useless could this person be? He diminished Rick's presence and returned to the normal task at hand. Perhaps Kaigaku had no intention of resisting these two suggestions. By accepting these two suggestions, Kaigaku could return to a world without Rick, which was quite appealing. A plump crow landed in the corridor. This was Rick's crow, Chi-Chi, which had been living a good life under the care of Shinobu Kocho over the past 2 years. "You seem to be living quite well." Rick complained. "Do you know how your master has spent the past 2 years? Little Chi, feeling dejected, hung her head and finally just tucked her head in her wings, escaping in a way that was shameful but useful. Rick smiled and didn't tease the other person too much. This little guy was still doing a good job at his main work. He took the letter out of Xiao Chi's leg mailbox. Rick scanned the information above in a glance. This letter was undoubtedly from the legendary traitor, Akaza, the Upper Moon 2, who was lurking beside Muzan Kibutsuji. Quite capable. Rick murmured that Akaza's seemingly idle move exceeded his expectations. All of Muzan Kibutsuji's actions were almost under Rick's watchful eyes. Due to the limitations of Muzan Kibutsuji's blood, Akaza could not disclose any information about him. However, this did not apply to the Upper Moons. Akaza would regularly inform Rick about their activities. Through the actions of the Upper Moons, Rick could also infer Muzan Kibutsuji's thoughts. Muzan Kibutsuji firmly believed that Rick had escaped his control because he obtained the blue spider lily. For the first time in 1,000 years, Muzan Kibutsuji was so close to the blue spider lily, and the excitement in his heart was indescribable. As long as he obtained the blue spider lily, he could overcome sunlight and become the perfect ultimate being. The nearly insane Muzan Kibutsuji had dispatched almost all of the upper moons to frantically search for the blue spider lily near Tanjiro's home 2 years ago during that battle. Coward, Rick scoffed. If only Muzan Kibutsuji had a little more courage and took action himself, he wouldn't be so passive. It was precisely because of Muzan Kibutsuji's cowardice that Rick's plan could advance step by step. The actions of Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo, and the mission of Kaigaku could thus be inferred by Rick. The convergence of world lines was about to take effect again. Different times, different places, different reasons. But the will of the world would cause many events to occur in a highly coincidental manner, leading to the original storyline. Utilizing the convergence of world lines, the plan to lure out Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo, using Kaigaku could still proceed. Rick lowered his head in thought. With Yawaza, the traitor, controlling the whereabouts of all the Upper Moon demons, it wouldn't be impossible to capture them all at once. No. Rick shook his head and smiled, realizing that he couldn't just focus on the small gain in front of him. If all the Upper Moons were killed, it might scare Muzan Kibutsuji, and things would become problematic. Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo, was just the right size. A simple yet somewhat complex plan began to form in Rick's mind. Shinobu Kocho, dragging her exhausted body into the room, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Sanemi Shinazugawa had already left. It was too early to meet an elder. Hearing that Rick's parents had also been killed by demons, Shinobu felt a deep empathy and was willing to share the burden of pain with him. So tired. Noticing that there was no one around, Shinobu's pretty face flushed slightly, and she rolled over like a cute little kitten. She laid her head on Rick's lap, finding comfort in his knee pillow, unable to resist closing her eyes and breathing in Rick's mature and steady scent, feeling an inexplicable sense of. Rick gently stroked her little head. Ever since they established their relationship, Shinobu has been getting more and more attached to him when no one else is around. Rick asked, "How is it going?" "Very smoothly. In at most 2 months, we should be able to complete the composite medication," Butterfly Ninja replied. She was truly amazed by Tamayo's extensive medical knowledge, which came from having lived for hundreds of years. A casual remark from Tamayo gave her a sense of enlightenment. With the others' help, the development process of the transformation drug and other medications progressed by leaps and bounds. Rick shook his head and said softly, "I'm not talking about that. I'm asking how you feel." Upon hearing this, Shinobu Kocho revealed a happy smile. Although there were several times she couldn't help but want to draw her sword and cut down Tamayo and Yashiro. Being with the two demons made her feel an immense torment every moment. But hearing Rick's gentle words of concern for her suddenly made her feel that all the patience she had shown before was worth it. Rick said, "I'm sorry for forcing you to do something you don't want to." "It's okay." Butterfly Shinobu laughed sincerely, recalling the last incident at the Spider Mountain. She didn't want to trouble Rick anymore, even at the cost of her own pride. Seeing Rick still looking apologetic, Butterfly Shinobu stood up and jogged to the yard. Her stunning figure danced gracefully in the moonlight like a beautiful butterfly. Turning back with a smile, she shyly said, "If you're feeling this guilty, then promise me one thing. After everything is over, you will unconditionally help me with something." "Are you talking about getting married after this battle?" Rick's heart sank. Even if his fate were as strong as a rock, he wouldn't dare to touch this death flag. No need to. Rick stood up and walked in front of Butterfly Shinobu, saying, "No matter when, I will agree to you." Butterfly Shinobu's small face turned red, her beautiful eyes glimmering like autumn water, tightly biting her lower lip. That charming blush had spread to the roots of her ears, resembling a ripe peach. Under the moonlight, the two embraced tightly, enjoying a moment of peace before the storm arrived. Chapter 98, The Ultimate Sword Technique, Void Slash. The next day, after receiving the message sent back by Rick, Mitsuba Makibito arrived at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. When he saw Rick, a hint of relaxation appeared on Mitsuba's face, but he quickly returned to the calm demeanor of a competent steward. Rick looked at Mizushima Makio's emaciated appearance and felt a bit uneasy. This old man cared for him no less than anyone else. His abilities and character were beyond reproach. With the help of the Keimori family, and under Mizushima Makio's management, the lighter business had spread throughout the entire country and had begun to venture into real estate, banking, and catering, gradually forming a huge business empire. Even upon receiving the news of Rick's death, Mizushima Makio had no thoughts of wanting to take over this vast enterprise. Instead, he dutifully maintained the family business. 2 years was enough to prove a person's loyalty. Mizushima Makio respectfully said, "Madam, I am the butler Mizushima Makio. Please let me know if you need anything. Upon hearing Mizushima Makio's address to her, Shinobu Kocho lowered her head. Her small face flushed, but she did not deny it. Rick smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. Butterfly Shinobu, being a traditional woman, felt shy in such situations. She lifted her small head to glance at him, and saw Rick staring at her with a teasing expression, which made her furious. She wished she could find a hole to hide in, while he continued to laugh. Oomph. Butterfly Shinobu delivered a sharp elbow strike to Rick's abdomen and then angrily walked away, not forgetting to politely greet Misato Makafu before leaving. Of course, with Butterfly Shinobu's strength, she couldn't hurt the tough-skinned Rick. A bitter smile appeared on his face. Watching the drama had its risks and could easily affect the innocent bystanders. Misato Makafu's mouth twitched. It seemed that his wife's temperament wasn't very good, and he was even more shocked that she could handle their reckless young master. Don't mind it. It's just a little game between couples, Rick said, patting Misato Makafu on the shoulder. Misato Makafu felt even more speechless. How had he not noticed this peculiar habit of the young master before? Eat it. Rick took out a magical bean and tossed it to Mitsuo Misashima. Mitsuo stared at the strange bean for 3 seconds, then, without hesitation, tossed it into his mouth. After chewing a couple of times, he swallowed a whole. He didn't even ask what it was. Even if it was poison, he would swallow it as long as it was Rick's command. Soon, a warm current started from his abdomen and flowed throughout his body. Mitsuo felt refreshed. The fatigue accumulated from work and travel over the past few days quickly vanished, and the restored energy made him feel as if he had returned to 18 years old, eager to run a marathon immediately. Mitsuo's murky eyes gradually brightened. Master, as long as we have these beans, I assure you, we will definitely take the family business to the world. Rick shot him a glare, thinking to himself how unrealistic it was to expect to use it regularly. Seeing Rick's reaction, Mitsushima Makio immediately understood that obtaining such a magical bean would not be easy, and he lamented, "It's a pity that this kind of bean can't be mass-produced." Rick's eyes lit up. Mitsushima Makio's words reminded him that this is the current era. Why not throw the Senza beans into the lab, extract their components, and observe them under a microscope? There might be unexpected gains. If mass production can be achieved, in future battles, he could treat Senza beans as snacks. What can't kill me will only make me stronger. Rick praised, "You spoke very well." Mishima Maki looked puzzled. He realized he could never keep up with his master's extraordinary thoughts and ideas. After sending Mishima Maki away, Rick took a Nichiren blade and went to the back mountain to train alone. Zenitsu had already started practicing the advanced sword technique, thunder breathing, as a senior brother. He couldn't fall behind others. "Mr. Rick," a familiar voice came. Rick turned his head and saw that it was Tanjiro, who was undergoing physical training by pushing a huge rock away. "Mr. Rick, are you here trained too?" Tanjiro said with a smile as he waved and ran over. Rick replied with a smile and nodded. However, he was not doing physical training, but was developing his own ultimate sword technique. Seeing Tanjiro's excited expression, Rick asked, "Do you want to see my training?" Tanjiro nodded vigorously. Training alongside the Hashira always allowed him to learn many things. Rick defeated 7 pillars single-handedly and is hailed as the strongest pillar of our time. If one could learn Rick's training methods, their strength would surely grow by leaps and bounds. However, I think you might not learn much. Rick chuckled, saying that what Tanjiro needs most right now is foundational training, not delving into more advanced sword techniques. Well, if you want to watch, you can stay. Rick arrived in front of a large tree, closed his eyes, adjusted his state, and placed his hand on the handle of his knife. Tanjiro stared intently at Rick in front of him. The focused Rick created an unprecedented sense of pressure, causing sweat to involuntarily bead in the palm of his hand. "Breath of Thunder, 8th form," Rick murmured, since he chose to develop an ultimate-level sword technique. There naturally had to be a direction. Sanjima Zigura's ultimate-level sword technique, Extreme Electric Thunder Dragon, focuses on destructive power, delivering a devastating strike with all his might to completely annihilate the enemy. The power is immense, but it sacrifices the speed of thunder breathing. 2 years ago, Rick used Extreme Electric Thunder Dragon and didn't even graze Kibutsuji Musen's clothing. In the opponent's eyes, his speed was probably comparable to that of an ant. It is impossible for any technique to balance both. To achieve destructive power, one is destined to give up speed. With the Extreme Electric Thunder Dragon as a precedent, it was meaningless for Rick to continue developing techniques that focus on destructive power. Therefore, Rick prepared to maximize the advantage of thunder breathing speed, creating a technique with absolute speed, one that the opponent would not be able to react to at all. Thunder breathing, 8th form, God Void Slash. Rick took a deep breath, suddenly opened his eyes, and his brilliant eyes sparkled like countless stars, emitting a flash of brilliance. Fine bolts of lightning erupted from his body. Only a fleeting moment. Tanjiro widened his eyes, as if a bolt of lightning had flashed past him, too fast to see clearly. Boom! A towering tree was sliced through the middle, the cut gradually spreading, severed in half, and crashed heavily to the ground. What happened? Tanjiro gasped, dumbfounded. He didn't even see Rick draw the Nichiren blade. Huh! Rick exhaled a breath of turbid air, finally succeeding with his new ultimate sword technique, the Divine Void Slash. Host, Rick ability, Breath of Thunder, Breath of the Sun, 3 Tomo Sharingan, Advanced Conqueror's Haki, Transparent World, Fate Skills, Breath of Thunder Divine Void Slash. Items, Explosive Fong. Guardian Angel, Sins of Beans, 18 pieces. Rick opened the introduction to the Divine Sky Slash. Divine Sky Slash, a supreme sword technique derived from the Breath of Thunder. It allows for ultra-fast slashes that transcend space within a 5-meter range, tearing apart enemies. It has growth potential. As one's strength increases, the slashing range expands and speed improves. Chapter 99, Subjugation Meeting. Divine Sky Slash, a sword technique that is guaranteed to hit within 5 meters. Rick's eyes showed satisfaction as he unveiled his self-created ultimate sword technique, designed specifically for himself, with only he able to unleash its full power of 100. Incredible, amazing, Mr. Rick, Tanjiro exclaimed, though he didn't fully understand it. His keen sense of smell allowed him to perceive just how terrifying this ultimate sword technique was. If he were to face this move, he would likely be instantly killed, with no chance to fight back. Hearing Tanjiro's continuous praise, Rick felt quite pleased and patted Tanjiro on the shoulder, saying, "The kid is quite perceptive. It's worth my care for you. How is your training going?" Rick asked with concern. Tanjiro scratched the back of his head in distress, sharing the difficulties he faced, including the training of 3 breathing techniques, understanding the world, and a whole bunch of other problems. The two sat in the shade beneath a large tree. Rick was very patient, answering all of Tanjiro's doubts about training one by one. Tanjiro was surprised to find that Rick's understanding of the dance of the fire god was even deeper than his own. Is this what genius is? It's truly frightening. With a strong sense of excitement, Tanjiro looked at Rick with increasing admiration. After moving to the big city, Tanjiro learned that the lighter was also invented by Rick. How incredible is this person? He has reached heights in many fields that are difficult for ordinary people to achieve. After about 3 hours, Rick finally resolved many of Tanjiro's confusions. Almost wanted to throw a why. Look at Tanjiro's face. "Mr. Rick, actually, I have another question I would like to ask you," Tanjiro said shyly. The time of the Hashira is very precious, and Tanjiro felt a bit guilty for taking up 3 hours of Rick's time, as he was someone who valued relationships and didn't want to owe others. However, Rick had already done so much for their family that it was impossible to repay, and having many debts doesn't weigh one down. Rick smiled and said, "Go ahead." Tanjiro glanced around, seeing that there was no one else. His expression turned serious as he cautiously asked, "Is it possible for demons to walk in sunlight?" Rick said, "Is it Nezuko?" "Yes." Tanjiro nodded emphatically, as expected of Mr. Rick, who could foresee the future. He already knew everything. Rick said with great interest, "Please elaborate." Tanjiro replied, 5 days ago, my mother and younger siblings were delayed coming home at night due to some trivial matters and encountered a demon on the way. When I go on missions, Nezuko stays by my side, but since I'm participating in a training program, Nezuko has been with the family. The family encountered a demon outside, and neither Nezuko nor the demon had the ability to kill each other, dragging it out until dawn when the sunlight killed the demon, while Nezuko miraculously moved under the sunlight. I've also received news about this in the past couple of days, and I've been hesitating whether to report it, as it's truly unbelievable that a demon can move in sunlight. Rick has returned, bringing with him information about the blue spider lily, something Muzan Kabutsuji has been searching for over 1,000 years. It is said that obtaining the blue spider lily would allow demons to move freely under the sunlight, making sunlight no longer their enemy. Nezuko, not eating humans, is already quite miraculous, and if she can also overcome sunlight, Tanjiro is genuinely worried that the Demon Slayer Corps might slice her up for research. Among the Demon Slayer Corps, Tanjiro's most trusted ally is, of course, Rick, who has saved his family. I see. Rick nodded. Nezuko indeed had the potential to overcome sunlight, and it was this very constitution that ultimately triggered the battle in Infinite City. Don't worry, the Demon Slayer Corps won't harm Nezuko. At least I can assure you of that. Tanjiro breathed a sigh of relief, with the highly esteemed Rick assuring him there was nothing to fear. However, as Tanjiro saw Rick's expression gradually become serious, he couldn't help but feel a sense of tension rising within him. Rick pondered for a moment and said, "Tanjiro, what would you do if one day sacrificing Nezuko was the only way to kill Muzan Kibutsuji?" Upon hearing this, Tanjiro's whole body stiffened. Noticing this, Rick stood up, chuckled, and said, "Just kidding, don't take it to heart." After that, Rick extended a hand to Tanjiro to join the Hashira meeting, which had something to do with you as well. Tanjiro took Rick's hand, used it to stand up, and follow behind, casting a deep glance at Rick's back, his doubts remaining unshaken. Rick turned his back to Tanjiro, with little expression on his face, thinking, the final piece of the puzzle has appeared. Back at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, in the spacious conference room, the 9 Hashira, including Ju Tomioka, had already been waiting. Upon receiving Rick's message, they rushed over without a moment's delay. When they saw Rick and Tanjiro leisurely walking in, Mitsuri Kanroji slammed the table and said, "Rick, hurry up and speak. Don't waste time." Rick didn't care either. These guys were so eager to cultivate their understanding of the world that they wished they could stretch a day into 48 hours. It was really not easy for them to find time. So, as a kind-hearted person, Rick decided to add fuel to their fire. Rick said, "This gathering is to hunt down the Upper Moon One, Kokushibo." As Rick's words fell, the conference room did not erupt with the excitement he had imagined. A glance around revealed that everyone looked disinterested, their expressions very calm. "Upper Moon One, Kokushibo, isn't that Muzan Kibutsuji?" Iguro Abanai questioned. "I still think taking down Muzan Kibutsuji is more glamorous." Yuzui Tenjin replied with a bored expression. "To gather us for such a trivial matter, you have quite the nerve." "Rick," Mitsuri Kanroji said. Rick laughed sarcastically and shot them a fierce glare. "You all have some nerve, eager to go down and meet your ancestors, huh? Do you really think that just because the 6 Hashira successfully defeated Upper Moon 2, taking down Upper Moon 1, Muzan Kibutsuji will be a piece of cake?" Rick swept his cold gaze across everyone, voicing their unspoken thoughts. "Isn't that right?" The crowd's eyes darted around, looking a bit awkward. Under Rick's leadership, everything had gone too smoothly on this journey. They had taken down powerful demons with ease, never missing a shot, which had led them to subconsciously believe that the only demons left were Muzan Kibutsuji and some small fry. "Forget it. We have to talk about it anyway." Rick looked helpless, then a wicked smile appeared on his lips. When they learned about Kokushibo's identity and strength, if they could still remain calm, even if they were strong, it would be impressive. As the meeting began, the expressions on everyone's faces turned serious again. Jokes aside, they understood the principle that overconfident soldiers are bound to fail. The fact that Kokushibo ranked above Doma indicated that he possessed strength greater than Doma's. Rick spoke in a low voice. "Before we confront Kokushibo, let us first understand the experiences of another person, a swordsman named Yurichi Tsujikuni." Chapter 100. Yurichi Tsujikuni and Tsujikuni Wakisuk Yurichi Tsujikuni? The Hashira and Tanjiro exchanged glances, their brows furrowed, seeing the confusion and bewilderment in each other's eyes. They had never heard this name before, but since he was related to the Upper Moon One, Kokushibo, he must have been a swordsman from hundreds of years ago. It's normal that you haven't heard of him. It's already quite difficult to find information about such figures in this era. Rick's eyes turned blood red, revealing 3 crimson tomo. Everyone suddenly realized it was a precognitive ability, and he could even see scenes from the past. Truly impressive. Their hearts grew heavier. Rick wouldn't share the experiences of a swordsman without reason, indicating that this person must be significantly related to the upcoming confrontation. Rick continued, "Jing Yuan, I was born in the Warring States period as a swordsman, naturally possessing the ability to perceive the transparent world, the patterns, and understanding the principles of breathing techniques." Hiss. Upon hearing this, even the 9 pillars couldn't help but gasp in surprise. What kind of monster is this? The transparent world that they struggled to unlock. The other party was born with it. Although they didn't know what the so-called patterns were, being mentioned alongside the transparent world certainly indicated that it was something extraordinary. Rengoku said, "The innate understanding of the principles of breathing techniques by Yurichi Tsujikuni allowed him to create the original sun breathing. Later, he joined the Demon Slayer Corps. But the swordsmen of the Corps could not master the powerful sun breathing. Under Yurichi Tsujikuni's guidance, the 5 fundamental breathing techniques, water, flame, stone, wind, and thunder, were derived from it." Upon hearing this, the Hashira looked at each other in disbelief. The breathing techniques originated from a swordsman named Yurichi Tsujikuni, and they had never heard of such things. Only Rengoku Kaijiro appeared contemplative. He had seen references to sun breathing in the books passed down in his family. But unfortunately, that book seemed to have been deliberately damaged and provided almost no useful information. The breathing techniques we practice are all derived from sun breathing. If such a powerful swordsman existed, why have we never heard of him? What are those markings? The group began to express their own insights and doubts. So the next part follows. Rick said, Yorichi Tsujikuni once had an encounter with Muzan Kibutsuji, and they fought. What was the outcome? Everyone looked at Rick nervously. From the description of the opponent, they could all sense the power of Yorichi Tsujikuni, and the room was filled with a strong sense of oppression. Muzan Kibutsuji was defeated and used his splitting ability to escape. Rick replied with a smile. Joyful expressions appeared on everyone's faces. Although Yorichi Tsujikuni's defeat of Muzan Kibutsuji happened hundreds of years ago and should have little relevance to them, it gave them hope. Muzan Kibutsuji was not invincible. Yorichi Tsujikuni faced Muzan Kibutsuji for the first time and did not have information about him, which is why Muzan Kibutsuji managed to escape, Rick said. Upon hearing this, a look of regret appeared on everyone's faces. However, even if Rick hadn't said it, they could guess the outcome because Muzan Kibutsuji was still alive to this day. Rick continued. After that, Kagaya's older brother, Kagaya Iwakatsu, turned into a demon, betraying the Demon Slayer Corps and killing the head of the Tsujikuni clan of that generation. Upon hearing this, everyone finally reacted. That's right. Rick sighed and said, Kaneo Tiuri is the name of Upper Moon One Kokushibo during his human period. Mitsuri Kanroji covered her mouth, and everyone's expressions suddenly turned grim. For a demon slayer to become a demon is a disgrace upon disgrace, and moreover, Kokushibo killed the lord of that generation, which is simply unforgivable. Upper Moon One, Kokushibo, this person has a justifiable reason to die, Rick said. After the death of Kibutsuji Muzan, Kokushibo helped him severely injure the Demon Slayer Corps, killing a large number of swordsmen and destroying most of the records. Everyone clenched their fists, their anger showing on their faces. No wonder they were unaware of these secrets. Since ancient times, the lethality of traitors has been the most terrifying. Kanroji Mitsuri cautiously asked, Mr. Rick, what is the pattern? Everyone's attention immediately shifted to the pattern, something they would remember from hundreds of years ago. But there were more important matters at hand. Dealing with Kokushibo and Kibutsuji Muzan was something their generation had to do. Rick hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to speak up. The stripes are another type of special ability that, once activated, can significantly enhance physical capabilities. As soon as Rick finished speaking, everyone felt a surge of excitement and eagerly inquired about how to unlock the markings. Since Guiyuan, he was able to defeat Muzan Kibutsuji. The power of the markings was immeasurable. To prepare for the upcoming battle, they had to strive to enhance every bit of their strength. The method to unlock it required a body temperature of 39 degrees Celsius and a heart rate exceeding 200 beats per minute. But the markings were a power that preemptively drew on one's life, and those who unlocked the markings after birth wouldn't live past 25 years old. Rick said, Kaneo Tiuri is afraid of death, so he accepted Muzan Kibutsuji's blood to become a demon. Those without enough resolve should not attempt to awaken their marks. Oof. The last sentence is unnecessary. I will definitely awaken my mark and exterminate the evil demons. There was not a hint of confusion on the faces of the Hashira. This outcome was not unexpected for Rick. This generation of Hashira is hailed as the strongest since the Warring States period, and at the same time, they're also the ones who have faced the most tragic experiences. Without tragic experiences, how could there be a firm resolve to train madly and exterminate evil demons? Including Rick, not even 2 complete sets of parents can be gathered among the 10 of them. The stone Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku, was once a monk who kindly adopted orphans. Living together, but demons broke into the temple and almost killed all the children, leading to a misunderstanding that resulted in a death sentence. The missed Hashira, Michiro Takedo, lost both parents, and his only remaining relative, his twin brother, died because of demons. The sound Hashira, Tenjin Yuzi, comes from a ninja family and received cold and ruthless education from a young age, leading to mutual slaughter. The wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, lost his father at an early age, and his mother turned into a demon and ate his younger siblings, forcing him to drag his demonized mother into the sunlight. While his only remaining relative, Jinya Shinazugawa, mistakenly believed he was the murderer of their mother and siblings. The flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku, lost his mother early on, and his father fell into despair. The insect Hashira, Shinobu Kocho, had her parents and older sister killed by demons. The water Hashira, Tomioka, lost both parents, and his sister and close friend, Sabito, were killed by demons. The serpent Hashira, Iguro Abanai, comes from a shameless family that offered sacrifices to demons, living like a walking corpse until he joined the Demon Slayer Corps, harboring intense hatred for demons. The only one with a happy family is the love Hashira, Mitsuri Kanroji, who joined the Demon Slayer Corps to find her lover. As long as they can kill Muzan Kibutsuji, they wouldn't care if they died at 25, even if it meant dying tomorrow. Rick said with a serious expression, Kibutsuji Muzan's strongest demon, Kokushibo, possesses the moon-breathing technique that has been honed over hundreds of years. He can see through the world, and this is the enemy we have to face. Chapter 101, A Fateful Moment. Kokushibo, the ability to see through the world. The strongest demon under Kibutsuji Muzan, the moon-breathing, derived from the sun-breathing, has been refined over hundreds of years. Everyone was amazed by the power of Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo, realizing he was on an entirely different level compared to Upper Moon 2, Doma. Moreover, Kokushibo was a former demon slayer turned demon, which meant he understood them better and would be even harder to deal with. Everyone put away their last bit of arrogance. They hadn't even unlocked the ability to see through the world yet. If they recklessly attempted to confront Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo, without Rick's information, they couldn't imagine the outcome. Rick's gaze swept over everyone as he said solemnly, unlike before, only those who have comprehended the world thoroughly can participate in a battle against Kokushibo. The expressions of the crowd changed. It seemed that, according to Rick, those who had not understood the world would not be included this time. However, they could not refute him. Kokushibo's power was too terrifying. Swordsmen without a deep understanding of the world could very likely be killed in an instant. Going in would purely be a death sentence, and it was meaningless. They had never expected that. Having obtained the title of Hashira and being the strongest swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps, they would one day need to worry about being excluded from a mission. Currently, there are 3 people who have comprehended the world thoroughly: Rick, Himejima Jyomiai, and Takata Michiru. Rick and Shouting Island's Mitsuri don't need much introduction. These 2 are incredibly strong. But what about Takatu Michiru? Kanroji Mitsuri, Iguro Abanai, and Yuzui Tenjin looked at Takatu Michiru with doubtful eyes, wondering what was going on. Why did he silently run to the front of us? Takatu Michiru still looked dazed, as if he was only interested in clouds and paper airplanes. Rick smiled and said, "There's no need to be so surprised. Abilities like stripes and transparency might also be passed down through genetics, making it easier for future generations to awaken them." Genetics? Future generations? Everyone was initially taken aback, but then it seemed they realized something, and their eyes widened in shock. Takedo Michiro turned to look at Rick. Rick said, "Tsunekuni Yashiro is your ancestor, which means your surname should be Tsunekuni." Everyone's gaze turned to Takatu Michiru, their eyes filled with surprise. Wow, he hit it so well, and he has an upper rank 1 ancestor. The blood relation between Takata Michiru and Kibutsuji Muzan has been gone for hundreds of years. So they wouldn't hold any prejudice against Takata Michiru because of Kibutsuji Muzan. They were just amazed by his astonishing talent. Becoming a Hashira after holding a sword for 2 months and understanding the patterns and the transparent world was much easier for him than it was for them. A slight but intense fluctuation appeared in Takatu Michiru's calm eyes. Tanjiro sensed an aura of anger. If you participate in the hunt for Kibutsuji Muzan, he will definitely recognize your identity, Rick said. "I will go," Takatu Michiru said firmly. He wanted to retrieve his memories. Rick had no reason to stop the others. His gaze fell upon those who had not yet comprehended the transparent world. Yuzui Tenjin, Iguro Abanai, Kanroji Mitsuri, Rengoku Kyujuru, and others exchanged glances. This is bad. Initially, only Rick had understood the transparent world, and everyone was calm, but now Kanamori Yu and Takata Michiru had successively comprehended it. Moreover, those who had not understood the transparent world could not participate in the mission to defeat the Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo. The transparent world was something that made those who lacked it feel awkward. Mr. Rick, Tanjiro, who had been quiet, spoke softly. "Is the dance of the fire god actually the breath of the sun?" Tanjiro's words awakened everyone. They had never seen a breathing technique like the dance of the fire god, and it seemed there was only one answer. Rick nodded with a smile and said, "That's right. Sukuna Yoruchi was burdened with a crime and was expelled from the Demon Slayer Corps. He took shelter in the home of a charcoal seller named Tanger Kamadu." "Tanger, that is your ancestor." Tanjiro's expression was somewhat shocked, realizing that his family had connections with such a powerful figure. Rick said, "In the past, your ancestor once demonstrated the techniques of the sun breathing to Kaneo, which have been passed down through generations. This is what you practice, the dance of the fire god, which inflicts wounds on demons that are as difficult to heal as being scorched by sunlight." The gazes of the crowd towards Tanjiro were filled with surprise. They had long noticed the special effects of the dance of the fire god on demons, but no one expected it to have such a significant origin. The original breathing technique, the sun breathing, especially the 13th form that cycles through the 12 techniques, possesses power against demons that is no different from sunlight. Unfortunately, Tanjiro's strength is still insufficient to freely wield the sun breathing. With this in mind, everyone's attention unconsciously shifted to Rick, because he also knows the sun breathing. According to reports from Zenitsu and others, Rick learned the sun breathing from Tanjiro. This inevitably reminded them of events from 2 years ago. If Rick hadn't saved Tanjiro's family, he would never have had the chance to learn the sun breathing. Could it be that Rick had foreseen everything happening now 2 years ago? It's truly chilling to think about. The ability to predict the future is terrifying. Fortunately, Rick is on their side. After receiving information about Muzan, the group quickly dispersed, some to train and others to conduct research. Understanding the world thoroughly is essential to join the fight against Muzan, adding a sense of urgency in the hearts of the Shira. Rick was also making another preparation. A man wearing a fire mask entered the room, unwrapped the cloth from the knife, and respectfully said, "Master Rick, this is the Nichiren blade made for you." "Mr. Tetsuano Moritaka, you are too kind," Rick replied with a smile. His Nichiren blade had been damaged 2 years ago, and the ones he used for practice were all old antiques left behind by others, with a damage rate of over 80. Taking the brand new Nichiren blade handed to him, he drew the blade, and under the influence of Rick's aura, the color of the Nichiren blade fluctuated between black and gold. Black represents the breath of the sun, while gold represents the breath of thunder. Ultimately, the Nichiren blade turned black. Tetsuano Moritaka couldn't help but feel amazed. It was extremely rare for a Nichiren blade to display 2 colors on the same person, indicating that Rick understood at least 2 breathing techniques and had cultivated them to a highly advanced level. Rick retracted the sunwheel knife and took out the explosive tooth. "Mr. Iron Cave Forest, please take a look at this knife." Mr. Iron Cave Steel carefully examined the explosive tooth, feeling deeply shocked inside. The craftsmanship was so exquisite. Could this really be a knife made by humans? Rick asked, "If this knife is damaged, do you have confidence in repairing it?" "Huh?" Tetsuketsu S.G. exclaimed. Even though their sword village has crafted the best blades in history, it cannot compare to this knife named Explosive Tooth. How could such a powerful knife possibly be damaged? Unless it is deliberately destroyed. "My Lord Rick, if it's just a repair, it won't be a problem, but the power of this knife may likely weaken." Tetsuketsu S.G. hesitated. "That's good. Ever since it was confirmed that Kaigaku encountered Kokushibo, Kaigaku's outward life and tasks were unaffected. But he was actually under the strict surveillance of the Demon Slayer Corps. Time passed, and finally, the fateful moment arrived. Chapter 102, The Hunt for Upper Moon 1. Kokushibo in the dead of night, at Tanjiro's family's original residence. The massive pit created by the explosive tooth was revered by the surrounding populace as a miracle. Countless evil spirits appeared here at night, searching for the blue spider lily, including the Upper Moon demon. The dense appearance of demons naturally attracted the attention of the Demon Slayer Corps. With one strike, just a single strike, a flash of moonlight sword energy flickered by, instantly killing a dozen Demon Slayer Corps members nearby. Their mangled bodies spread across the ground, blood splattering everywhere. The rich smell of blood lingered in the air. Kaigaku was dumbfounded, looking at the towering figure ahead of him. Why was he encountering such a monster? When he saw the words Upper Moon and 1 etched in the opponent's eyes, Kaigaku sat on the ground in a state of paralysis, his body completely weak, as all his teammates had already died. Kokushibo looked down at Kaigaku from above. "Please, I don't want to die. I want to become stronger." Kaigaku placed his Nichiren blade down, knelt on the ground, and bowed to Kokushibo, his forehead pressed tightly to the ground, tears streaming from his eyes. His voice filled with intense fear. Kokushibo stared blankly at him and asked softly, "Do you want to become stronger too?" "Yes, Upper Moon, I will become stronger. I will definitely be a demon useful to you." Kaigaku felt a glimmer of hope and was overjoyed. Kokushibo remained silent, recalling his past self, who relentlessly trained to become stronger in pursuit of Yoriichi Tsujikuni. He spoke in a deep voice. "Good, become a demon." Kokushibo extended a hand. slicing it with a blade to draw blood, sharing Muzan Kibutsuji's blood with him. In Kaigaku's pupils, only the blood dripping like red jewels remained, exuding a strange fragrance. He quickly opened his mouth to catch it, a look of indescribable excitement appearing on his face. He was about to gain the world's most powerful strength. First form, thunderclap and flash, extreme speed. Before Kaigaku could drink a few drops of blood, accompanied by the rumble of thunder, a figure entwined with lightning rushed in from afar, moving as fast as lightning, instantly arriving, and with a mighty grip, pressed Kaigaku's head firmly to the ground. Snake breathing. First form, serpent's bite. Mist breathing. Fourth form, scattering mist slash. At the same time, two small and agile figures attacked, simultaneously swinging their Nichiren blades toward Kokushibo. The fierce slashes flowed like clouds and water. Unpredictable trajectory struck like a venomous snake's ferocious assault. Kokushibo had long anticipated this. He had sensed the opponent's presence the moment they were within a few hundred meters. Second form, Jewel Flower and Moon. Kokushibo swung his blade, performing wide-range slashes with his weapon, the moon-style blade's domineering sharpness closing in. Boom! A single strike from the Crescent moon-like blade swept across powerfully. The sound of blade collision resonating through the sky, the terrifying force pushing Rick, Kaneo Tiuri, and Michiro Takedo back together. First form, Serpent Rock, dual poles. Taking advantage of Rick and the others attracting attention up front, Jiomi Hamejima appeared behind Kokushibo, quickly throwing a meteor hammer and a broad axe toward the back of his head. First form, Dark Moon, Night Palace. Kokushibo sensed the strong wind approaching from behind, turned around, and unleashed a powerful slash in an instant. Boom! The virtual crying god clashed with the meteor hammer and broad axe. A dull sound erupted, and sparks flew. A heavy force came, pushing Kokushibo back a few steps, surprise flashing in his eyes. Although he hadn't used his full strength, the immense power of the man before him was indeed hard to believe. Kokushibo's response was also incredibly swift. As he retreated, he didn't forget to throw Kaigaku backward. Suddenly attacked, Kokushibo's effortless defense sent everyone's hearts plummeting. Upper Moon 1 Kokushibo, Michiro Takedo, Jiomi Hamejima, and Kaneo Tsiuri stared intently at the tall figure ahead, dressed in a purple, snake-patterned kimono with black patches. Deep red long hair tied in a high ponytail and a sword at his waist, he resembled a samurai from centuries ago. On his left forehead and right neck were red markings, and his entire face was left with 6 eyes, along with a nose and mouth. The 2 eyes in the middle bore the words Upper Moon and one etched within golden irises. Jiomi Hamejima, Michiro Takedo, and Kaneo Tsiuri were battle-hardened. They had seen at least 80 demons, but they had never encountered one more terrifying than Kokushibo, one that exuded even stronger pressure. Rick and the 3 Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps were truly astonishing. You have all comprehended the transparent world. Kokushibo's voice revealed unabashed surprise. Since the end of the Warring States period, he had not seen anyone who comprehended the transparent world. Suddenly, 4 swordsmen who understood the transparent world emerged. Is the transparent world so worthless? Rick replied, don't worry, there will be more in the future. Just before the start of this mission, Iguro Abanai completed his understanding of the transparent world. The lineup for this expedition to defeat the Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo, consists of the Flame Hashira, Rick, the Stone Hashira, Hamejima Jiomi, the Mist Hashira, Taketo Muichiro, and the Serpent Hashira, Iguro Abanai. Rick's speed was fast, but Koyuki still drank 3 or 4 drops of blood, gradually showing signs of demonization, with sharp claws and a hideous face. The stronger the swordsman, the slower the demonization process. Kokushibo took 3 days and nights to transform into a demon. Koyuki's demonization was so rapid that Rick and the others merely glanced at him before looking away, considering him just a small fry that could be easily killed in one strike, not worth their attention. When Koyuki saw Rick and the 3 Hashira appear, he instinctively panicked for a moment, but then realized he was already a demon. Beside him was Kokushibo, the strongest of the 12 Kazuki. The Demon Slayer Corps had dispatched 6 Hashira to barely defeat Upper Moon 2, Doma, and now they faced the even stronger Upper Moon 1. While Rick's side had only 4 people. For a moment, a smug expression appeared on Koyuki's face. In his view, Rick's 4 were undoubtedly doomed. The intense impact of demonization shattered Rick's Sharingan Jinjutsu that he had imposed on Koyuki. Long-standing jealousy and resentment towards Rick erupted in one go, occupying every corner of Koyuki's mind. The fire of jealousy and anger seemed to burn away all of Koyuki's rationality. Koyuki grinned maliciously and said, "Rick, your death is imminent. Lord Kokushibo will surely kill you. No one will care about this jumping clown Koyuki, who, regardless of his sacrificed comrades, begs for mercy from Kokushibo to survive, using the most despicable words in the world just to live on as a demon." Everyone watched it all unfold. If it weren't for the imminent threat, they would have unhesitatingly decapitated Koyuki. Rick whispered, "Zenitsu, at least deal with him before he eats someone." "Yes, brother." My wife Zenitsu stepped out from the dark alley, golden lightning erupting from his body, dispelling the surrounding darkness and illuminating his serious and cold face. Chapter 103. A single strike shatters your demon dream. My wife Zenitsu? Rick and the other three Hashira ignored him, letting the one he always looked down on, Zenitsu Agatsuma, deal with him. A surge of intense anger clouded Kaigaku's mind as he pointed at Zenitsu and shouted, "You worthless fool who can only use the first form. Do you think you deserve to be my opponent?" Zenitsu remained silent, his cold gaze fixed on Kaigaku as he slowly placed his hand on the Nichiren blade. Seeing Zenitsu really about to make a move, Kaigaku picked up the Nichiren blade on the ground and grinned wickedly, saying, "Good, I'll enjoy slaughtering you in front of them, so they know how serious a mistake it is to send a worthless fool like you against me." Thunder breathing, fourth form, distant thunder. Kaigaku unleashed black lightning from his body and charged at Zenitsu with blinding speed, swinging his blade for a rapid strike. How strong? Kaigaku was astonished to find that his speed and physique far surpassed his previous self. This is the power of a demon. His boosted strength made Kaigaku feel even more pleased. Becoming a demon was indeed the right choice. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash. Zenitsu murmured, instantly erupting with golden lightning, appearing in a flash and directly colliding with Kaigaku. Bang! Bang! The two Nichiren blades clashed violently, creating brilliant sparks. Second form, Rice Spirit. Fifth form, Heat Wave Thunder. Kaigaku continuously changed his techniques, unleashing black lightning-infused slashes and a 5-hit lightning combo at Zenitsu, arrogantly taunting, "Do you see this? This is the sword technique you'll never be able to learn, you worthless fool." Thunderclap and flash sixfold. Zenitsu powered up his legs and leaped into the air, dodging numerous lightning slashes. "You think you can escape?" Third form, gathering mosquitoes into thunder. Kaigaku relentlessly pursued, spinning around Zenitsu at high speed, leaving wave-like lightning in his wake. He then used the sixth form, Thunder Crash, instantly unleashing countless lightning slashes towards Zenitsu, overwhelming him. Zenitsu struggled to fend off the incoming attacks, gritting his teeth and quietly asking, "Why don't you run away? Why beg for mercy from a demon? Why become a demon?" Kaigaku, reveling in the powerful strength that came with demonization, attacked Zenitsu even more frantically, boasting, of course, it's for the immense power. "Do you know what will happen to your grandfather if you become a demon? He'll be ashamed and commit seppuku, dying alone in his room." Zenitsu's expression darkened. Kaigaku paused, his tone filled with indifference and disdain, coldly laughing. "Who cares about what happens to that old man? I already told him not to take you, a worthless fool, as his disciple, but he wouldn't listen. He deserves to die." Bang, bang, bang. During their conversation, the two had already exchanged fierce blows over a dozen times, the clash of their blades producing crisp sounds. Kaigaku grew increasingly alarmed. His power as a demon had increased by at least 2 or 3 times. Yet he still couldn't defeat Zenitsu, this worthless fool. It was truly strange. Hearing this, Zenitsu painfully closed his eyes, finally giving up hope. The Demon Slayer core transformation medicine was about to be completed, and if Kaigaku had even a shred of remorse, Zenitsu would be willing to vouch for him and apply for the transformation medicine to turn him back into a human. Thunder breathing, 7th form, Fire, Thunder God. Zenitsu's eyes showed no trace of hesitation as, with the roar of thunder, he dashed forward with an arrow-like speed that the demon's eyes couldn't perceive. His trajectory resembling a dancing thunder dragon rather than a straight line like the first form. 7th form? Kaigaku's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't even see Zenitsu's movements. What terrifying speed! A thunderous sword light rushed towards him, and Kaigaku instinctively raised his Nichiren blade to block. Bang! A crisp sound of breaking echoed, as Kaigaku's Nichiren blade was easily severed by the incoming thunder. "Goodbye, brother Kaigaku," Zenitsu said calmly, channeling all his strength into a single slash that cut through Kaigaku's blade and his head in one stroke, sending it flying high into the air. Kaigaku's head soared. His eyes filled with disbelief as he was beheaded by Zenitsu, and he foolishly laughed, thinking this must be a nightmare. Bang! Kaigaku's head landed on the ground, starting to dissipate along with his body. His face finally showed panic as he cried out, "Hurry, save me. Everyone is dead. What can I do? I just want to live. What's wrong with that?" "No." Zenitsu interrupted him, coldly stating, "You're living for your own selfish desires." With all his teammates dead, even if Kaigaku drew his blade to attack Kokushibo, he was undoubtedly doomed. Kaigaku's justification for himself, while seemingly reasonable at first glance, was entirely misguided. Some people bow and scrape to their enemies, enduring humiliation to wait for an opportunity to strike back in the future. Others do so purely for their own selfish interests. Kaigaku belonged to the latter. "Shut up. You worthless fool. What do you know about me?" Kaigaku, exposed for his inner thoughts, became enraged and hysterically cursed at Zenitsu, along with Rick and the other 3 Hashira. Such impotent rage drew no attention from anyone, nor did anyone pity Kaigaku. Before the mission began, Kaneo Tsuyuri had already revealed her past to everyone. Kaigaku was once one of the children taken in by Kaneo, narrow-minded. He had brought demons into the temple out of selfishness and revenge, leading to the deaths of a group of children. Even without the incident involving Kaneo, the group's impression of Kaigaku was already extremely poor. In a murder spree 2 years ago, he exposed the location of the Butterfly Mansion, spreading various rumors that caused doubt among the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, disgusting everyone. Kaigaku let out a final, piercing scream, and his body vanished into thin air. "What a pity," Kokushibo lamented. Kaigaku was one of the few demon hunters willing to become a demon. For 1,000 years, the number of swordsmen in the Demon Slayer Corps willing to become demons can be counted on one hand. Even in death, they refuse to become demons. I don't even know how many demon hunters' blood I have on my hands. However, he didn't care much. After all, people wouldn't remember how many ants they had stepped on. Rick slowly drew out the sunblade and said, "There's no need to feel sorry because you're next." Ihei Kobain, Shinazugawa Sanemi, and Taketo Muichiru were positioned in different locations surrounding Kokushibo. The oppressive atmosphere instantly spread to every corner. Neikime, Rengoku Kyudru, Yuzui Tenjin, Tomioka Ju, Kanroji Mitsuri, Inosuke, Tanjiro, and Zenitsu, who had just slain Kaigaku, were at the edge of the battlefield, encircling the area. They had not comprehended the transparent world and could not participate in the battle against Kokushibo. However, that did not mean they were powerless. This area was not only occupied by Kokushibo. Upper Moon 4, Neikime, Upper Moon 3, Hamadaki, and even Upper Moon 2, Akaza, could appear at any moment. They would not allow any demons to intrude into that area and disrupt the mission to defeat Kokushibo. Chapter 104, 4 against 1. What a straightforward gaze. Kokushibo's eyes swept over Rick and the others, revealing a look of astonishment. The breathing, subtle movements, an unwavering will of these for exuded an aura of being tempered through countless trials. Even the weakest among them would have been considered one of the strongest swordsmen of a previous era. Yet in this era, they seemed to appear as if they were free of charge. When Kokushibo activated the transparent world and saw the muscles and veins of Rick and the others, his surprise deepened. Rick doesn't need much introduction. His half-demon physique is so powerful that even Kokushibo feels apprehensive. Kokushibo looks at Kanroji Mitsuri and asks, "Swordsman, what is your name?" Kanroji Mitsuri replies, "Kanroji Mitsuri. In 300 years, this is the first time I've seen a human who has trained their body to such an extent." Kokushibo praises. As for why the number is 300 years, it's because the last human stronger than Kanroji Mitsuri was his brother, Kaneo Tsuyuri. The sharp blade aura unleashed by the over 80-year-old Kaneo Yuri was no different from his peak, almost killing him instantly, leaving a psychological shadow no less than Muzan Kabutsuji's. Kokushibo's gaze does not linger on Kanroji Mitsuri for long, and soon he is drawn to another young man, with the ability to see through the world. Kokushibo can see the muscles, blood vessels, bones, and heart within Taketo Michiro. He senses a connection with this young man. He is his descendant. Kokushibo asks, "Young man, what is your name?" Taketo Michiro replies, "Taketo Michiro." "I see. The Tsuyuri's surname has already disappeared." Kokushibo's voice carries a hint of melancholy. Then, his gaze turns to Taketo Michiro with some delight as he says, "Michiro, you are my descendant. Become a demon. You will surely become an upper moon demon." Not interested. Having long known his identity from Rick, Takedo Michiro's face shows no emotion as he calmly refuses. He is participating in this extermination only to regain his memories. It's all right. You don't have to worry. I won't kill you, Kokushibo says. After all, he has finally seen his descendant, a young genius swordsman. And even he cannot help but feel a sense of affection for talent. And the others will die here. Kokushibo's indifferent gaze falls on Rick and the other two. Rick said, according to the plan, the expedition begins. Yes, the three of them, the Morning Island crew, responded softly. Main C Rick, Vice C Inju, Morning Island crew. First support Hikari TRU. Second support Snake Pillar Ihei Kobain. Target Upper Moon 1 Kokushibo. Unlike the expedition against Upper Moon 2 Doma, Kokushibo is a true hexagonal warrior. With pitifully few weaknesses, we can only clash head-on and take him down with a strong attack. First form, Thunderclap and Flash, Godspeed. Rick erupted with intense thunder, charging forward and shattering the ground with his powerful footwork. In an instant, he crossed several meters and appeared before Kokushibo, swinging the Nichiren blade towards Kokushibo's neck with a speed as fast as lightning. Third form, Waning Moon, Erosion. Kokushibo was not caught off guard and swung his Tsujikuni blade, the virtual cry god, to block Rick's lightning-fast strike. The force transmitted from the opponent's blade forced him to take a step back. Why not use the Bakuzetsu? Kokushibo glanced at the other blade at Rick's waist. The Bakuzetsu was undoubtedly stronger than the Nichiren blade, and that blue thunder would inflict irreparable damage. To be honest, even Kokushibo found the Bakuzetsu to be quite troublesome. The only way to deal with it was to act like Akaza. Every time he was cut by the Bakuzetsu, he would have to immediately sever a limb to survive. Any delay would allow the blue thunder to spread throughout his body, leading to certain death. Continuously regenerating his body would also rapidly deplete his stamina, making it impossible to sustain a long battle. I don't need to deal with you, Rick said. If he really didn't need to use the exploding tooth, would Rick still carry a burden on him? The unsheathed sword is the most terrifying because you don't know when it will strike. At least Black Death Mu has to keep a bit of attention on Rick's exploding tooth at all times, if caught off guard by a slash. It would be quite troublesome for him. Type 4. Flowing Rock, Rapid Conquest. Taking advantage of the standoff between Rick and Black Death Mu, the Morning Island's Hades leapt up, spinning the chains, and quickly swung the broad axe and meteor hammer towards Black Death Mu. An overwhelming aura surged forth, and in Black Death Mu's eyes, the incoming meteor hammer filled his entire field of vision, enormous like a meteor blocking the sun. Moon breathing, 8th form, Moon Dragon Tail. Black Death Mu remained calm. What if he faced two opponents? With one hand plunged into his abdomen, he drew out a new wailing blade from within, swiftly slashing with immense power. The silver light of the moon sword burst forth, sweeping horizontally to collide with the meteor hammer. Boom! The violent collision caused the space to tremble fiercely, and a massive meteor hammer was sent flying. The heavy force caused Black Death Mu to take a step back, revealing small cracks on the second wailing blade in his hand. However, the next moment, those cracks healed instantly. The wailing blade, crafted from Black Death Mu's blood and bones, can regenerate instantly even if it is broken. The blade, hilt, and guard are covered in eyeballs, and the exterior of the scabbard resembles a flesh tumor. As Black Death Mu unleashes his power, it evolves into a longer, aberrant blade with branching edges. Using the indestructible aberrant blade to freely manipulate the moon breathing is Black Death Mu's blood demon art. His body can also grow blades similar to the wailing blade. And once generated, these blades can launch crescent-shaped slashes of moon breathing around them. One person is equivalent to several powerful swordsmen. Type 1, Distant Clouds. Shido Michiro appeared in the sky, thrusting the Sunwill blade vertically towards Black Death Mu. Type 2, Poison Fong of the Narrow Head. Iguro Abanai, with astonishing fighting spirit, slashed at Black Death Mu, the curved blade resembling a poisonous snake revealing its fangs, aimed directly at the opponent's neck. The two seized the moment perfectly, catching Black Death Mu while he was retreating. One is a genius swordsman with top-tier talent, and the other has honed a snake-like sharp intuition through a life filled with crises. Type 14, Fierce Change, Heavenly Full Moon. Black Death Mu snorted coldly, spinning around, and the two wailing blades unleashed overlapping vortex-like slashes that swept across the 8 directions, forming a defensive circle with almost no blind spots. The fierce silver light of the moon sword pierced through space, seemingly capable of cutting through steel. The sweeping edge not only interrupted the two's attacks, but also sent Shido Michiro and Iguro Abanai flying, like kites with broken strings, landing several meters away. Please give more updates and free gifts. The little author can do anything. Chapter 105, Boss Second Phase. Iguro Abanai and Shido Michiro were covered in wounds, but they managed to evade the fatal attack at the last moment, suffering only superficial injuries. Black Death Mu was still intent on continuing his assault on the two. Rick and the ghostly island's Hyaming stood before each other. The 4 swordsmen and 1 demon were all warriors who had unlocked the transparent world, able to see each other's muscles and veins, rendering any feints meaningless. Only by using greater power and speed to overwhelm the opponent could one achieve victory through absolute strength. In this regard, Kokushibo had a clear advantage. His demon body was already powerful enough, and in addition to the transparent world, he possessed an additional pattern compared to Rick and the others. First form, Piercing Slash, Moonlit. Kokushibo swung the 2 blades of the Morning God in his hands, creating 2 massive, oval serrated blades that approached Rick and the others, emitting an astonishing killing intent as they continuously cut through the ground. First form, Serpent Pattern Rock, Dual Polar. Hyaming grasped the chains with both hands, exerting all his strength to throw the meteor hammer and broadaxe. Colliding with the incoming 2 massive blades, the dull sound of the clash echoing through the void. Boom! The 4 attacks rebounded, landing in different positions and leaving long cracks on the ground. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Rick's eyes turned blood red, revealing 3 blood-colored Magatama. His figure was as swift as lightning. He circled behind Kurizetsum, launching a pincer attack alongside Baiming Yuhangming. Ultimate technique, Extreme Electric Thunder Dragon. Rick leaped up, his whole body bursting with dazzling golden electricity, resembling a brilliant lightning ball that illuminated the entire night sky, accompanied by the rumble of thunder and the roar of ancient beasts. Rick raised the Sunwill blade and struck towards Kokushibo. Kokushibo's gaze was icy as he quickly assessed the incoming attacks around him. With Rick being the greatest threat to him, Rick's strength is extraordinary, and the sword named Exploding Tooth could unsheathe at any moment. Lu Jixing Eternal Nights, Lonely Moon Wujian. Kurizetsu M swings 2 blades of the Phantom Crying God, launching countless vertical arc slashes, the sharp gleam cutting through the void, directly confronting Rick. Boom! Rick unleashed a strike of the Extreme Electric Thunder Dragon, shattering most of the moon's arc with a powerful blow. The terrifying force caused Kokushibo's expression to change, and he retreated once again. The Golden Thunder Dragon crashed down heavily, causing the earth to tremble, and fissures spread out from the center. After forcing Kokushibo back, Rick wanted to continue the pursuit, but a flash of light appeared before him. The bizarre arc slash had an unpredictable trajectory, slicing through Rick's chest and revealing the white bones beneath the skin, blood gushing out. Rick had no choice but to stop, curling his lips as the ghostly constitution took effect, sending a tingling sensation through him, and his wounds began to heal on their own. Upon seeing this, Kokushibo felt a secret shock. Rick's semi-demon constitution was unexpectedly powerful. Fifth form, Wheel of Judgment. The wailing of the Morning Island's Hashigumi followed closely, leaping into the air, alternating between throwing a meteor hammer and a broad axe, accompanied by a strong gust of wind, showcasing its terrifying power. Third form, Waning Moon Erosion. Kokushibo swung his 2 blades widely, executing a powerful 2-hit combo, the Crescent blade light slashing upwards, easily deflecting the meteor hammer and broad axe. The unstoppable Crescent blade light was aimed directly at Morning Island's Hashigumi. Whoosh! In midair, Morning Island's Hashigumi quickly changed tactics, using the third form, Skin of Rock, swinging the meteor hammer continuously around himself, forming a defensive net. However, facing the incoming blade light, the defensive net was easily torn apart, and Morning Island's Hashigumi had no choice but to forcefully twist his body to evade the fatal strikes. 2 Crescent blade lights grazed Morning Island's Hashigumi's back and right leg, blood splattering out. Boom! The tall Morning Island's Hashigumi crashed to the ground like a falling airplane, producing a loud sound. Just as this happened, the recovered Takedo Michiro and Iguro Abanai launched their attacks once more. Fifth form, Sea of Mist. A large amount of colorful mist appeared around Takedo Michiro, concealing his figure as he swiftly swung the Nichiren blade in rapid succession, sending high speed and fine slashes towards Kokushibo. Fifth form, Long Serpent. Iguro Abanai advanced quickly, unleashing slashes that twisted like a snake, an astonishing killing intent seemingly taking form as it transformed into a massive white serpent. Ninth form, Falling Moon, Continuous Face. Kokushibo swung his blade from behind to the front, releasing a crescent-like slash downwards to block. However, after continuously fending off the fierce attacks from Rick and Morning Island's Hashigumi, Kokushibo's body went stiff. Even with the power of the demon body defying physics, the power of his slashes was greatly diminished. Takedo Michiro's fierce slashes landed on Kokushibo's chest, piercing through him and creating several holes. Iguro Abanai almost severed Kokushibo's head, the snake-like curved Nichiren blade deeply embedded into Kokushibo's neck, penetrating much of it. Damn! Iguro Abanai's face turned ugly. Once again, he lacked the power. If it were Neikime or Yuzui Tenjin, or even Rengoku Kaijiro, this strike would have been enough to decapitate Kokushibo. With the ability to see through the transparent world, he could clearly see that Kokushibo's cervical vertebrae were stuck on the Nichiren blade. What a pity for the opportunity Rick and the others created for him. Huh. Kokushibo let out a low growl. The deafening sound made Iguro Abanai and Takedo Michiro feel a sharp pain in their eardrums, with signs of rupture. Dark red blood oozing from their ears. Boom! Kokushibo's clothing exploded, and his already tall body swelled even more. The veins on his skin writhed like a coiled dragon. His robust muscles filled with a sense of overwhelming power, and a dark red aura coiled around his surface, continuously seeping in and out through his pores. He resembled a demon god emerging from the depths of hell. Dozens of blades from the virtual cry of the gods pierced out from Kokushibo's chest, back, and limbs, making him look like a hedgehog. Boom! The blades released the sword light of the moon breathing technique on their own, sweeping away everything around them, creating an explosive force that enveloped a 100-meter radius in thick dust. Meanwhile, in the darkest corners of the outermost area, the figures of Upper Moon 2, Akaza, Upper Moon 3, Hantengu, and Upper Moon 4, Gyako, appeared. Hantengu trembled in fear, saying, "It's terrifying. The demon slayers are hunting Lord Kokushibo." Akaza stared intently at the center of the battlefield, anxious and puzzled. "Rick, what are you thinking?" The last time Rick displayed the explosive Fong in the Infinity Castle, he had already scared Muzan Kibutsuji. Muzan completely concealed the Infinity Castle, and now even the Upper Moons couldn't find its location. Unless something unexpected happened, Muzan would hide away for hundreds of years until this generation of powerful swordsmen perished, and no one could wield that explosive Fong again to make a move. Rick still needs to continue the hunt for Kokushibo. The death of Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo, will only make Muzan Kibutsuji more cautious and reluctant to show himself. Thinking of this, Akaza must confirm the situation, and he strides directly toward the battlefield. Lord Akaza? Hantengu and Gyako look surprised. According to the aura they sensed, all the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps were over there, and it was not wise to confront them head-on at this moment. Akaza turned around, a terrifying battle intent gleaming in his eyes, and without a word, he continued toward the battlefield with a bold stride that suggested he could stand against 1,000 men. As expected of Lord Akaza, Gyako exclaimed, realizing that Akaza, who loved fighting strong opponents, could not restrain his desire for battle upon seeing so many powerful foes. Hantengu followed closely behind Akaza, while Gyako did not move. "I have a mission from Lord Muzan. Lord Hantengu, you and Lord Akaza go deal with the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps," Gyako said with a smile before disappearing into the night. Akaza furrowed his brow and took a deep look at Gyako's retreating figure. Chapter 106. Gradually gaining momentum on the outskirts of the battlefield. The Hashira who were unable to participate in the hunt for Kokushibo surrounded the area. Mitsuri Kenroji looked at the distant battlefield, unwilling to accept. Damn it. Do we have to just watch? Continuous explosions and tremors shook the ground. Explosive flames soared into the sky, and thick dust clouds obscured the sun. Everything indicated the intensity of the battle over there was countless times more terrifying than when they faced Upper Moon 2, Doma. This made the Hashira lurking on the outskirts restless. The immensely powerful Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo, was right there, yet they could only remain inactive here. Beside them, Tenjin Yuzui said coldly, "There's nothing we can do. It's our fault for not completing the training to penetrate the world in time. Damn it." Although he desperately wanted to rush in a battlefield, the reality was that charging him would not only be ineffective but could even drag Rick and the others down. Rengoku, Kyujiro, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, Inosuke are facing Upper Moon 2, Akaza, support them. Tomioka Ju is encountering the clones of Ikoku. Despair, support them. Kenroji Mitsuri is facing the clones of Kuki, Kola, support them. Several crows flew in from afar, making sharp, piercing sounds like ducks. Mitsuri Kanroji and Tenjin Yuzui exchanged glances. Immediately, on high alert, other Upper Moon demons were coming. Great! A terrifying grin appeared on Mitsuri Kanroji's face. He had finally waited for this moment. If he couldn't fight Kokushibo, could he not deal with you? You go support Kanroji and Tomioka. I'll head toward Upper Moon too. Akaza, Mitsuri Kanroji said, exploding into action and charging toward Rengoku Kyujiru's side. Tenjin Yuzui cursed under his breath. This guy was fast. What was the point of fighting a few demon clones? He also wanted to go toward Upper Moon too, Akaza. That said, a grave expression appeared on Tenjin Yuzui's face, as more Upper Moon demons might appear while they were hunting Kokushibo. Rick has already informed them in advance. Upper Moon 4, Han Tengu, has multiple clones, each possessing not only a powerful physique, but also different special abilities. The Anger clone wields a tin staff that can release lightning as a weapon. The Joy clone has a fan that unleashes strong winds. The Surprise clone has wings on its back, allowing for high-speed flight and emitting ultrasonic waves as an attack. The Sorrow clone excels in physical techniques and is a master of the cross spear. Additionally, the Anger, Joy, Surprise, and Sorrow clones can merge to become the stronger ZK-10. ZK-10 has the character carved on its tongue and can utilize all abilities related to joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, along with the special ability to create and control wooden lizards. These clones, even if beheaded by the Nichiren blade, will not die. The main body must be killed. The true main body, Shy Demon, is only the size of a mouse, has the character on its tongue, is quick and adept at hiding, and could be hidden in the heart of the last clone, the Hate Demon, or possibly other clones. Yuzui Tenjin hesitated for a moment and headed towards Mitsuri Kanroji, leaving Ju Tomioka to fend for himself. The area within several kilometers was in chaos, with 3 Upper Moon demons and the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps engaged in a fierce battle. The sounds of intense combat echoed through the skies. Meanwhile, at the center of the battlefield, Kokushibo, having entered the second phase, merged 2 of his shinge blades to form a massive blade with extended branches resembling tree limbs. An attack that can only shred clothing, yet can't even kill a baby, Kokushibo coldly remarked. Mitsuri Kanroji and Kaneo Sayuri lay on the ground, covered in wounds and bleeding profusely. Kokushibo did not intend to kill Mitsuri Kanroji, but Kaneo Sayuri was not exempt. He raised the enhanced shinge blade to behead Kaneo Sayuri. First form, Thunderclap and Flash, extreme speed. Rick moved like thunder, his body enveloped in golden currents of electricity, leaving countless afterimages behind him as he charged towards Kokushibo. Kokushibo raised his head, and in just a few seconds, the wounds he inflicted on Rick had already healed. There was no escape. The severely injured Ihei Shiba and Taketu Mwichiru drove their Nichiren blades into Kokushibo's feet, pinning him to the ground, each holding onto one of his legs. With all their strength, they tried to keep him in place. First form, Dark Moon, Night Palace. Kokushibo furrowed his brow. But Rick had already reached him and could only swing his crying god, unleashing a powerful slash as the Crescent blade of light aimed at Rick. Sun Halo Dragon. Rick's body spun quickly, changing his breathing rhythm, and the golden thunder on him suddenly transformed into blazing flames. The Sun Will blade slashed down, entwined with the fierce dragon of fire. Feeling that familiar flame and the burning sensation in his lungs, Kokushibo's facial muscles twitched for a moment before he forcibly calmed himself. Rick was not Yurichi. Bang! The crying god clashed with Rick's Sun Wheelblade. Both sides desperately infused their strength, locking in a stalemate. As an astonishing aura generated continuous waves of energy that spread outwards, toppling saplings, the ground, and everything else. Kokushibo! A crazy smile appeared on Rick's face as he tightly gripped the Sunwheel blade, infusing it with immense power, and the blade gradually turned bright red. The red blade. Black Deathmoo was taken aback, then showed a look of nostalgia. With a strong grip, the weapon clashed, or the special blade activated by the breath of the sun. The red blade would emit heat equivalent to sunlight, causing irreparable damage to demons. Once he became a demon, it was destined that Black Deathmoo could no longer wield the red blade, as the searing blade would burn his hands. Rick's Sun Wheel Knife transformed into a He-Dao, cutting through the virtual crying god like a high-temperature welding gun. Get lost. Kokushibo's expression changed. He couldn't care about anything else. With a kick of his legs, he kicked away Ihei, K-Bana, and Taket Mucher, who were holding on his legs, and jumped back. Extreme speed, 9 strikes. Rick, in a position of power, relentlessly pursued and swung his sword straight for Kokushibo's neck. Moon breathing, 6th form, Moon Rainbow, Crescent Moon. A cold glint appeared in Kokushibo's eyes as he agilely leapt up, raising his god of crying high. In an instant, the fully restored god of crying occupied the entire night sky, perfectly overlapping with the bright crescent moon in midair, radiating an even more dazzling moonlight. The downward slash descended. Rick swung his sword towards the massive crescent moon blade in the air, a heavy force coming from the opposite side. He increased his speed, crashing down like a meteor. Boom! The destructive power was so strong that it could pierce through the ground, leaving a deep crescent-shaped scar on the earth. Cough! Cough! Rick brushed off the dust around him and crawled out of the deep pit. He had many injuries, but they were all minor, and with his physique, he would recover quickly. When he cast his gaze back at Kaguya, Rick seemed to be looking at a prey about to be caught. Chapter 107. The 13th Form that was unraveled. Rick was not in a hurry to continue the attack. Instead, he turned to the barely conscious Kobain and Takatu Mwichiru. While the severely injured Himejima Muzan managed to stuff a senzu bean into his mouth. Takatu Mwichiru and Kobain were almost losing consciousness. Himejima Muzan struggled to stand up, apologizing to Rick. A hint of confusion flashed in Kokushibo's eyes. Under the transparent world, he could see the beans sliding down the throats of these people. Eating beans in the midst of a fierce battle? Did these people have such big hearts? Kokushibo's gaze shifted back to Rick. Indeed, only this boy remained. The first time that adult paid attention to this boy was after the deaths of his siblings Jotaro and Daki. Then came the death of Doma. Since Rick's appearance, the upper moon demons that had never died for 100 years were continuously slain by the Demon Slayer Corps. Even on this mountain beneath his feet, the sword named Bakuzutsuya nearly killed that adult. Was it his turn this time? How could that be possible? A trace of confidence appeared on Kokushibo's face. In this era, apart from that adult, he was invincible. Rick turned to look at Kokushibo. Apart from natural enemies like sunlight, Kokushibo has very few weaknesses, or one might say almost none. However, since it is said that there are almost none, it indicates that there are indeed some. This is a weakness that cannot be considered a true weakness. Kokushibo's physique and swordsmanship have been honed to perfection, but there are still slight cracks in his heart. Deep down, Kokushibo has always wanted to become someone like Yoriichi Tsujikuni, and for that, he abandoned his family and even forsook his identity as a samurai. His jealousy towards his brother Yoriichi and the pride of being a samurai have yet to fade from his heart. In the original timeline, when he unleashed all his power and fully transformed into a demon, Kokushibo saw the ghastly face of the demon reflected in the blade of the Nichiren sword held by Tamayo. His heart wavered as he recalled his past ideals of becoming a samurai. In Kokushibo's eyes, a true samurai is someone who is respected, kind, and powerful. This stands in stark contrast to the cruel and terrifying visage before him, leading him to ultimately choose self-destruction. When he saw Rick's crimson blade, Kokushibo clearly paused for a moment, reminiscing about the past. All Rick has to do is make the opponent waver for just a moment, and he can destroy them. Mr. Beiminjiu, are you ready? Rick asked. Beiminjiu, Xingming replied in a deep voice, gripping the chains and axe handle tightly. What's going on? Kokushibo was shocked. He had clearly inflicted serious damage on Beiminjiu Xingming's back and right leg. At this moment, Beiminjiu Xingming's wounds had completely healed. Beiminjiu Xingming didn't have Rick's half-demon physique. What is happening? Kokushibo turned his head and saw the bodies of Ahei Kabanai and Takedo Michiro. Even more surprised, their injuries were healing at a visibly rapid pace. Could it be the beans from earlier? Kokushibo immediately realized the reason. Ding! Rick swung his blade, striking the weapon of Baiming Yuxingming, the meteor hammer and axe, creating a fierce collision that produced a crisp sound and sparks flying. Baiming Yuxingming's weapon gradually turned bright red, resembling a piece of glowing iron. The blood blade was activated. There was not a hint of change on Black Death Mu's face. He had anticipated that Baiming Yuxingming could activate the blood blade. Such a powerful physique could activate it even with grip strength. This meant that Baiming Yuxingming posed an even greater threat to him. Breath of the Sun waltz. Rick unleashed the technique of thunder breathing in an instant, rushing in front of Kokushibo and delivering a curved slash enveloped in flames. A wave of heat surged forward. Bang! Kokushibo raised his virtual crying god to block, and to his surprise, the force coming from Rick was not as fierce as before. Rick immediately changed his move. Hebanabairo. He swung downwards, unleashing a circular slash enveloped in flames. Bang! Kokushibo successfully blocked again. The power and speed of this strike were stronger than the previous waltz. Following that, Rick continuously unleashed Solar Red Mirror, Phantasm Rainbow, Fire Train, Burning Bone Sun, and Solar Blossom Strike. Each time he switched techniques, his power and speed rapidly increased, making Kokushibo's expression turn serious. It's the 13th form. Kokushibo finally understood what Rick was trying to do. By using the 12 forms of sun breathing in succession, he was creating a cycle, forming the 13th form of sun breathing, with limitless power exponentially increasing. Kokushibo's expression darkened, and he shouted angrily, using techniques from hundreds of years ago against me. Rick, you are too arrogant. I'm no longer who I used to be. After hundreds of years of training, Kokushibo did not believe he could be defeated by such outdated techniques. In a daze, Kokushibo saw Rick before him as his younger brother, Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Crossing hundreds of years in time, sun breathing and moon breathing faced off once again. Kokushibo would exert all his strength, showcasing the results of his training over these centuries. 14th form, fierce change, full moon in the sky. With rage surging his heart, Kokushibo unleashed virtual crying god, launching a powerful, swirling slash toward Rick. The howling brilliance of the moon struck fear into Rick, causing cold sweat to pour down his back. Under the gaze of the three-tomo Sharingan and the transparent world, he predicted Kokushibo's actions in advance. Forcing his body to twist to evade, it was already too late. He could only avoid his limbs, willing to let the attack land on a fatal spot rather than interrupt the 13th form. The brilliance of the moon sliced through Rick's chest, opening a long gash, and blood gushed out. Rick gritted his teeth, enduring the impact of the blade, and continued to use the breath of the sun. The sun wheel flame flickered at the tip of the blade, creating an illusion of the blade shortening as it slashed towards Kokushibo, making it difficult for him to judge the distance. Who could be fooled by such an obvious illusion? Kokushibo scoffed, for he had 6 eyes. Slanting sun turn. Riku instantly flashed into mid-air, executing a horizontal slash in an inverted stance, the deadly edge aiming straight for Kokushibo's neck. Too slow. Yoriichi, have you neglected your training all these years? Kokushibo roared, deflecting the strike with his blade. Brilliant radiance. Following up immediately, Riku descended from above, unleashing a spiraling slash from high to low upon Kokushibo. Useless. For centuries, I've been contemplating how to counter your techniques. Kokushibo shrieked hysterically, dodging effortlessly before swinging Kokuge no Kiseki toward Riku. Solar Halo Dragon. Head dance. Rick once again endured a strike from Kokushibo, his body nearly severed in half. He forced himself to use a high-speed combo technique like a dancing fire dragon. I'm already stronger than you. Kokushibo's emotions surged even higher as he unleashed the moonlit blade, sweeping away Rick's sword attack. Flame dance. Rick used his last breath to execute the 12th form. The moment the final move, the flame dance double strike version, was unleashed, the cycle of sun breath was completed, and the fierce flames formed by the 13th form surged toward Kokushibo, hiding the sharp edge of the Nichiren blade within. 16th form, Moon Rainbow, Crescent Moon. Kokushibo remained unperturbed, performing a backflip to evade, launching a downward slash that struck Rick's back. Boom! The earth trembled, and Rick fell into a pool of blood. Ha ha! Yoriichi, did you see that? I have cracked your 13th form. Kokushibo stared blankly at the scene, a wave of ecstasy gradually swelling within him. As suppressed emotions from hundreds of years erupted, his mad laughter echoing through the skies. Rick, first form, Snakestone Bipolar. The wailing of the island echoed as the specter shed tears, roaring in anger, while simultaneously launching a meteor hammer and a broadaxe. The crimson weapons causing ripples in the void. Boom! The massive meteor hammer shattered Kokushibo's upper body, along with his head, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Chapter 108. The Death of Kokushibo. Rick raised his head and glanced at the distant, decapitated Kokushibo. He knew that the opponent was not dead yet. Kokushibo also possessed the ability to surpass limits, and his head was not a weakness. Rick assessed his injuries in his mind. Half-ghostification was ultimately not the same as being a true ghost. If his heart and brain, the vital areas, were struck, he would die, and it wouldn't be from a decapitation by the Sunwheel Blade. Between the Senzabine and the Guardian Angel, Rick chose the Guardian Angel. The Senzabine was an extremely valuable strategic resource, and Black Death Mu wasn't worth using another Senzabine on. The Guardian Angel could be used again once the cooldown period was over. Bang! Rick inhaled sharply without hesitation, and a dull sound echoed from within his body. Under the impact of a large amount of air, his heart in the chest cavity burst open. A strong sense of suffocation surged over him. Rick felt a darkness before his eyes, his mind hazy and breath cut off as this body succumbed to death. The effect of the guardian angel activated. And amidst a series of strange fluctuations, Rick suddenly opened his eyes, the life-threatening wounds on his body vanished, and his stamina was at 50. The Wailing Islands continued to launch fierce attacks on Muzan Kibutsuji, who, with only half of his body remaining, fiercely resisted, with dozens of extending from within him. The blades emitted the crescent moon light of the moon breathing. The dense and sharp sword light tore through the void, ripping the air and leaving countless crescent-shaped sword marks on the ground. It could even suppress the Wailing Islands. Muzan was decapitated by the equivalent to being burned by sunlight, making recovery difficult. He felt a twinge of regret deep inside, realizing that his emotions had gotten the better of him, mistaking Rick for Enya. And in a moment he broke the 13th form of the sun breathing. He had almost let down all his guard, savoring the hard-earned joy. With all his attention on Rick, the result was that he was caught off guard and had his upper body exploded by the Wailing Islands. Finally, under Muzan's full effort, the decapitated upper body began to recover. New flesh buds sprouted, forming new limbs. The fully regenerated Muzan could now be considered a complete monster. 2 uneven bull horns protruded from his forehead, and sharp teeth grew irregularly from his mouth, with dark red horns bulging out from various parts of his body. And 7 or 8 grotesque, sinister tentacles extending from his back, making him unrecognizable. Yet, the terrifying aura he emanated was unprecedented. Continue, Muzan said in a deep voice. The 13th form of the sun breathing has already been broken by me. Feel free to use any means you have left, or you won't have another chance. The Wailing Islands had a grim expression. What a terrifying aura. If he was not mistaken, this Muzan had now unleashed all the power of his demon form. An overwhelming sense of oppression surged forth, as if a heavy mountain was pressing down on his shoulders, making his legs feel leaden and immovable. Rick got up from the ground, stretched his muscles, and said, I lost you, not the 13th form of sun breathing losing to moon breathing. Kokushibo remained silent. After all, Rick was just a figment of his imagination, a far cry from the real Yorichi. He recalled that sword strike from hundreds of years ago. Kokushibo still had no confidence about what would come next. Rick exhaled, suppressing all his killing intent, with a calm smile on his face, and walked towards Kokushibo with a relaxed gait as if he were going out for a stroll. What do you mean by this? Kokushibo asked in confusion, his large hand reaching into his chest cavity to draw out a new cry of the void. Is this face the warrior you have in mind? Rick did not stop his steps, but raised the sun blade, its transparent blade reflecting Kokushibo's currently terrifying and hideous face. Kokushibo stared at his own reflection, his eyes widening. He froze in place, then stepped back in fear. Although he had been transformed into a demon for hundreds of years, it was the first time he had shown his fully demonized form. When he faced Yujiro back then, Yujiro was too strong, preventing him from fully manifesting his demonization. In the hundreds of years since, the swordsmen he encountered were too weak. Even in the blood battle among the 12 Kazuki, Upper Moon One Akaza could not force out his complete demon form. Suddenly seeing himself in his fully demonized state, Kokushibo's mind shook, and he found it difficult to accept. Rick's voice echoed in his mind. Is this the image of a warrior he has in his heart? Just as Kokushibo was filled with self-doubt, Rick, devoid of any killing intent, walked towards him. Kokushibo didn't pay much attention. When Rick's sun-breathing 13th form was countered, he had already inflicted a fatal wound on him. Even with a half-demon body, recovery wouldn't be so quick. Wait. Kokushibo raised his head and activated his transparent world. There was no trace of injury within Rick. Taking advantage of Kokushibo's moment of confusion, Rick had already entered within 5 meters of him. In that instant, Rick suddenly erupted. Exploding fangs. Full release. Ultimate technique. 8th form. Godspace slash. Rick discarded the sunwheel blade, grabbing the handle of the exploding tooth with a large hand and pulling it out. Blue lightning erupted, and with a swing of the blade, he delivered an incredibly fast strike that transcended space, directly bisecting Kokushibo. The blue lightning spread throughout his entire body. Bang! Kokushibo's two halves fell to the ground, his expression vacant. The strike was so fast that he didn't even have time to react. All he saw was a flash of blue lightning that momentarily flickered past, and the invisible sword light instantly severed him in half. The fine blue lightning spread out, penetrating every piece of tissue and every cell within Kokushibo's body. Rick's sneak attack made Kokushibo feel angry, and ultimately turned into complexity as he praised. A lethal strike within 5 meters, and seized the moment when I paused, truly impressive. He suddenly understood everything. From the very beginning, this was Rick's tactic. Everything he had done before was to prepare for this strike, lowering his vigilance to the minimum. Don't blame me. Who told you to suddenly go all out? Rick said. He thought he could go toe-to-toe with Kokushibo, but when Kokushibo saw the sun breathing, his emotions soared, and instead, he became more ferocious, pressing down on Rick until he couldn't catch his breath. Indeed, the power of any world is subjective. Alas, Rick sighed moreover. I really don't want to use this knife for the last time on you. With a cracking sound, a crack spread from the middle of the burst tooth, and the blade broke. The two halves of the blade seemed to lose all their brilliance and power, turning into an ordinary blade. So it was... This knife had reached its limit, Black Death Mao murmured. Upon reflection, any powerful force comes at a price. For example, opening the patterns can significantly enhance physical abilities, but it exhausts one's life, not allowing one to live past 25. The burst tooth could destroy everything within several kilometers with a single strike. Such immense power surely had a cost. In the end, he also offered his last gift to the Demon King he had served loyally for hundreds of years. Black Death Mao peacefully closed his eyes. Boom! His body was enveloped in azure thunder, exploding violently, completely obliterated, with not a single cell remaining. Upper Moon 1. Black Death Mao has been successfully defeated. Chapter 109. The Dawn of Victory. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, with flames shooting into the sky mixed with azure thunder, creating surging shockwaves that spread like tides, wave after wave. It swept through everything within a kilometer radius, overturning everything in sight. The intense sound of the explosion instantly drew everyone's attention. The Hashira and Upper Moon demons turned their gazes toward that direction, their expressions varying, confused, bewildered, curious. They did not know who had won. Upper Moon 1, Black Death Mao, or Rick, the Demon Slayer team led by the Morning Island. Rick will definitely win. Believe in him. Rengoku Kaijuro shouted confidently. Tanjiro and Zenitsu nodded heavily. In their minds, Rick could not possibly fail. How do you say that? That's Upper Moon 1. Black Death Mao, Akaza muttered. Over the centuries, he had fought Black Death Mao many times, only to be crushed into the ground. Black Death Mao was undoubtedly one of the strongest swordsmen in history. Akaza had pursued the supreme realm of understanding for many years, and the opponent had already achieved it. Since the outcome had been determined over there, he should not linger, as the sun was about to rise. Rengoku Kaijuro, Mitsuri Kanroji, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke surrounded Akaza, leaving him no chance to escape. Akaza's expression was not good. Mainly, he could not use his full strength, as one careless move could kill these people, making it hard to explain to Rick. First form, Inazuma. First form, Dust Whirlwind Slash. Thunder Flash, Godspeed. Sun Breathing, Sun Halo Dragon. Beast Breathing, 8th form, Explosive Charge. Rengoku Kaijuro, Mitsuri Kanroji, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke struck simultaneously. The determination on their faces was unwavering. No matter what, they had to drag this Upper Moon demon until dawn. The technique unfolded, destructive killing. Needle of Destruction. Akaza snorted coldly, and a 12-pointed snowflake formation appeared beneath his feet, sensing everyone's fighting spirit. Boom! Akaza's legs pushed off, instantly shattering the ground and charging out like a cheetah. With fists hardened like iron, he clashed head-on with the Nichiren blade, creating sparks. Even facing 5 opponents, Akaza remained dominant, even overwhelming the 5. None among them had comprehended the transparent world. Akaza's destructive killing. Needle of Destruction allowed him to sense their fighting spirit clearly. It was as if he had eyes on the back of his head, easily countering various attacks. Rengoku Kaijuro, Mitsuri Kanroji, Tanjiro, and others had grim expressions. They had no idea before engaging in battle just how powerful Akaza truly was. Back then, at Mount Natagumo, Rick and Ju Tomioka had managed to push Akaza back, which was truly shocking. They understood Ju's abilities. Pushing Akaza back must have been Rick's contribution. Although Akaza enjoyed the battle against strong opponents, the dawn of light was faintly visible. He knew he could not delay any longer. As an undercover agent beside Muzan Kabutsuji, if he were killed by the Demon Slayer Corps, it would be a serious joke. Destructive killing. Final form. Azure Silver Chaotic Light. Akaza's deep voice resonated. Mitsuri Rengoku. Be careful. This is a technique that releases a large number of missiles. Tanjiro's expression changed. He had seen Akaza use this move at Mount Natagumo, and its power was extremely formidable. Ju had not been able to block it. Whoosh! The snowflake formation beneath Akaza erupted in dazzling light, firing hundreds of azure-silver missiles in an instant, centered on himself. Rengoku, fall back, get behind us. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke immediately took cover behind Rengoku Kaijuro and Mitsuri Kanroji. Fifth form, Cold Autumn Mountain Wind. Fourth form, Flowing Flames Serpent. Mitsuri Kanroji swung out a massive wind blade that spun around her. Rengoku Kaijuro swung his Nichiren blade, producing a swirling flame-like afterimage. Both techniques focused on defense. The Nichiren blade swung rapidly, intertwining fire and fierce winds, shaking the space and blocking numerous azure-silver missiles ahead. Akaza pushed destructive killing, Needle of Destruction to its limit, precisely controlling the trajectory of each missile, avoiding the vital spots of Rengoku Kaijuro and others as much as possible. Boom, boom, boom. Most of the missiles accurately landed near Tanjiro and the others, exploding like countless landmines, the roar echoing. Thick dust was raised, blotting out the sun. Thunder sounded, but the rain was light. Taking advantage of the chaos, Akaza retreated, running toward the dark forest. Nezuko. At that moment, Akaza heard a call, turned back, and his eyes widened in shock at the scene before him. The bamboo box on Tanjiro's back was shattered by his missiles, and a demonized girl ran out. The sunlight had already reached that place. Nezuko Kamadu stood in the sunlight, showing no signs of burning. Seeing a demon in broad daylight. Infinite Castle. Muzan Kibutsuji tightly closed his eyes, using his powers to gather information from the Upper Moon demons. Upper Moon 3, Akaza, fought against 3 Hashira, but failed to kill a single one. Muzan's gaze turned cold. What a waste. Upper Moon 2, Akaza, fought against 5 demon hunters, including 2 Hashira and a boy wearing the Nichiren earrings, and also failed to kill even one. Muzan's expression grew colder, another worthless piece. The battlefield with Black Death Mao also faced 4 Hashira, including Rick, and not a single demon hunter was killed. Even Upper Moon 1 had become useless. Wait, Rick's burst tooth has broken. Muzan Kibutsuji's lips curled into a sinister smile, as expected of my partner. Good death, worth it. Aside from himself, he cared for no one, not even Black Death Mao, a longtime partner. To trade 1 Black Death Mao for the burst tooth, which could deal him fatal damage, was too worthwhile for Muzan. During the 2 years that Rick was missing, the Demon Slayer Corps had not used the weapon known as the Explosive Fong. This indicates that the Explosive Fong is unique. Its breakage brought joy to Muzan Kibutsuji, comparable to the death of Yorichi Tsujikuni years ago. Next, the perspective shifts to Akaza. Muzan Kibutsuji suddenly stands up, walking under the sunlight, overcoming the sunlight with Nezuko Kamadu. Ha 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 ha. Muzan Kibutsuji's shoulders tremble, and a wide grin spreads across his face, his ecstatic laughter echoing throughout the Infinity Castle. Finally, a demon unafraid of sunlight has appeared. As long as he obtains Nezuko Kamadu, he can overcome sunlight and become a true ultimate being. Rick has lost his shattered teeth, and there is no longer anything in the world that can stop his power. The goal that has been pursued for thousands of years is about to be achieved. Victory. Chapter 110. Rick's Masterpiece. The sun rises, and the demons retreat. This area quickly returns to calm. Rengoku, Kyudru, Tenjin-Z, Tanjiro, and others head towards Rick without any prior agreement, entering the battlefield to defeat Muzan Kibutsuji. Looking at the surrounding traces, shock appears on everyone's faces. The ground is pockmarked in a wasteland. The countless fierce sword marks on the ground show how brutal the battle was here, especially Rick's final strike. The shattered teeth are fully unleashed, and a massive sword mark stretching over 1,000 meters is embedded in the earth, occasionally erupting with blue lightning and crackling sounds. No wonder Rick didn't let them participate in the battle against Muzan Kibutsuji. It was too dangerous, even tantamount to sending them to their deaths. Taking a closer look, Rick, Shibuya Island's Ming, Ihei Kobain, and Takatu Muichiro lay on the ground, their lives unknown. Mr. Rick, Mr. Rick, Mr. Ihei. Everyone appeared anxious as they rushed over, calling out Rick and the others' names. The chaotic atmosphere of the battlefield made Tanjiro unable to determine the fate of Rick and the others. When they got closer and saw the rise and fall of Rick and the others' chests, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Rick sat up, comforting everyone with a smile. It's okay, just a bit of physical exhaustion. With only 50 of his stamina left, he used the full release of the exploding tooth and the ultimate sword technique, Divine Sky Slash, preparing to engage in a battle of wits with Kokushibo, his mind tense. Once Kokushibo was defeated, he would suddenly relax, and the muscles that had been in a tight state would cramp, leading to weakness in his limbs. Nakeim hurriedly asked, "Where's Kokushibo?" Rick laughed and said, "Of course he's dead." Upon hearing this, everyone burst into wild joy, cheering excitedly, their high voices dispelling the morning silence. Kibutsuji Muzan's strongest demon, Kokushibo, had been defeated. Without a doubt, this was a significant step forward for the Demon Slayer Corps in 1,000 years. "How is it going on your side?" Rick asked, casually activating a fate skill, and saw the battle between the Upper Moon demons and the Hashira on the outskirts. Upon hearing Rick's question, the excitement on everyone's faces slightly diminished, and there was a hint of awkwardness. The four of them had managed to take down Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo, while there were many more people stationed on the outskirts. Yet they were thrown into chaos by 2 Upper Moon demons. Rick said, "As long as no one is hurt, that's good." Everyone's faces became even more awkward, except for a certain naive love pillar. Kanroji Mitsuri was gesturing with her hands, tears of all sizes falling down as she cried, "Mr. Ihei, someone called me a promiscuous woman. I'm so sad. Boo-hoo." Ihei Shiba straightened his body, his heterochromatic eyes narrowing, revealing an astonishing killing intent. "I will remember you, Hakagetsu." The doppelganger of Upper Moon 3. A bout of playful fighting made everyone forget their embarrassment. Rick begins to understand what Tanjiro, Mitsuri Kanroji, and the others have experienced. Hearing Akaza use the destruction killing, final form, blue-silver chaos light, not only did it not kill anyone, but even Tanjiro and Kaijiro Rengoku were unharmed. Rick felt a moment of speechlessness in his heart. The master of human outlines. Can Akaza be any more excessive? The broken tooth shattered. Everyone stared blankly at the broken blade in Rick's hand. This knife had accompanied them in defeating Upper Moon 6, Kaigaku, and Upper Moon 2, Doma, and finally, it had served its purpose against Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo. It's okay. The power of the Scarlet Blade can replace the broken tooth. Rick didn't seem as heartbroken as everyone imagined. Instead, he comforted them. The main effect of the broken tooth was to inflict severe injuries that could not be healed. For demons, the Scarlet Blade has power equivalent to sunlight, which can temporarily substitute for the broken tooth. Let's go back. At the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Kanroji Mitsuri read out the contents of the received letter. Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo, had been successfully defeated, and Izuko had also successfully caught Muzan Kibutsuji's attention. Lying on the sickbed, Ubuyashiki Yoya nodded gently. "Mitsuri, the trap prepared for Muzan Kibutsuji is complete." Cough, cough. Ubuyashiki Yoya began to cough violently, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. But unlike before, his mental state was extremely excited, because he was about to witness Muzan Kibutsuji's death. "Rick, I believe in you." Ubuyashiki Yoya gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in his body. This was before the mission to defeat Kokushibo. Ubuyashiki Yoya had a conversation with Rick. Upon learning that Nezuko had overcome sunlight, Ubuyashiki Yoya made a quick judgment. "Rick, in order to overcome sunlight, Muzan Kibutsuji will definitely come to take Nezuko." Rick said no. He wouldn't dare. "Why?" Yakarasayama asked curiously, as Rick's tone was too firm. "Because of this knife." Rick took out the Bakuzutsuya and placed it on the ground. 2 years ago, this blade nearly killed Muzan Kibutsuji, and last time Rick explained the reason. The last trip to Infinity City was not only for extra rewards, but also because Rick wanted to test Muzan Kibutsuji's fear of Bakuzutsuya. It turned out that after the full release 2 years ago, Muzan Kibutsuji was already terrified. Just as he was about to unleash the power of Bakuzutsuya, he was kicked out of Infinity City. So Rick was certain that Muzan Kibutsuji wouldn't dare to come over. "If I'm not mistaken, Muzan Kibutsuji will hide in Infinity City for hundreds of years, waiting for us to die before he comes out to act," Rick said. Overcoming sunlight and his own life, how would Muzan Kibutsuji choose? He didn't even want to think about it. Overcoming sunlight could still be a possibility for demons in the future. But one only has one life. Demons possess eternal life, and Muzan can afford to wait. Kanroji's heart sank to the bottom. They already had the ability to kill Muzan Kibutsuji, but couldn't find him, which was incredibly frustrating. "So I plan to break Bakuzutsuya," Rick said, a hint of madness appearing in his smile. Kanroji was taken aback. Bakuzutsuya was their most important trump card against Muzan. He sighed, knowing that Bakuzutsuya was Rick's personal item, and he had no right or qualification to stop him. Rick's ambitions are too grand. Time is fleeting, and without sufficient determination, how can there be a chance to deal with that millennia-old Demon King? Even his plan to blow up the mansion with explosives was vetoed by Rick, as it was deemed meaningless. The Upper Moon 3 demons, Kokushibo and Doma, are dead. Akaza is their undercover agent, and the upcoming Infinity Castle battle will be much simpler. There is no need for him to sacrifice himself to motivate the Demon Slayer Corps. Compared to this emotional value, the Hashira need a stable and mature strategic commander more. In the game League of Legends, as long as you don't harbor killing intent and hide under the tower to farm minions, it's hard to be killed by the enemy. Once you develop killing intent and try to secure kills, there's a chance of being counter-killed by the opponent, resulting in shattered teeth. The Demon Slayer Corps no longer has the means to deal with Muzan Kibutsuji. Nezuko is right in front of him. Can Muzan resist this easily attainable temptation? Chapter 111. The storm is approaching. The death of Upper Moon Demon Kokushibo is exhilarating, sparking a wave of celebration within the Demon Slayer Corps. However, after the celebration, the members realize that the tense atmosphere has not diminished. Instead, the murderous aura is even more intense than before the battle against Kokushibo. The Hashira are training desperately. Everyone realizes that this time, things are more serious than they had imagined. The ultimate goal, Muzan Kibutsuji. Due to the inability to contribute during the battle against Kokushibo, Mitsuri Kanroji, Tenjin Yuzui, and Kaijiro Rengoku are frantically intensifying their training, all to unlock the transparent world as soon as possible. After the battle with Kokushibo, Muchiro Takedo regained his memories and remembered his past with his brother, Yorichi Tsujikuni, becoming much gentler in his interactions. Overall, he's not as dull as before. Notably, during the battle with Akaza on the outskirts, Tanjiro faintly unlocked his mark. Once someone unlocks the mark, it spreads like a virus, awakening powerful swordsmen who overdraw their lives to fight. Those who unlock the mark do not live past 25 years old. Therefore, Rick had long known how to unlock it, but had not attempted it. However, since Tanjiro has already unlocked it, it's a trend that cannot be stopped. The Hashira's training was originally focused on unlocking the transparent world, strengthening grip, and unlocking the demon blade. Now, there is an additional focus, attempting to unlock the mark. The water Hashira, Tomioka, who is not good at socializing, still locks himself in his room to train alone. Rick unhesitatingly sends Tanjiro to help guide Ju. After pestering Ju for 3 to 5 days, Tanjiro finally opens this water Hashira's heart. After the battle with Kokushibo, Ju also realizes his inadequacy and joins everyone in training. In Shinazugawa Sanemi's dojo, 1st form, Dust Whirlwind Cutter. 6th form, Black Wind Mist. 8th form, Initial Flame Wind Cut. When Sanemi practices with Rick, he is naturally overwhelmed and ground into the floor by Rick. In the Hashira meeting, Sanemi, who first met Rick, could still hold his own against Rick. But today is different. The gap between them is growing larger. Damn it! Sanemi gasps for breath, slamming his fist into the floor, his eyes blood red, fierce as a demon. After 2 days of practice with Rick, he has not only failed to improve, but has also found his endurance under Rick's training decreasing. He struggles to accept this result. Rick put away his wooden sword and said, "Shinazugawa, you should go talk to your brother." Huh? Shinazugawa Mitsuri frowned, a hashtag appearing on his forehead, and said displeased, "What gives you the right to meddle in my personal affairs? Suit yourself." Rick nonchalantly said, "Having an open mind is beneficial for training. Why haven't you opened the transparent world yet? Have you considered it from this perspective?" Then, with a face full of disappointment, Rick added, "Even Tanjiro has opened the transparent world. I thought you would be faster than him. That should be a given." With Rick's disdainful expression, his words implied only one thing. "Come on, are you even capable?" Blood vessels bulged on Mitsuri Kanroji's forehead, his pupils filled with blood, and he clenched his fists tightly. Rick continued to provoke. "And by the way, you seem to have always been unhappy with Tanjiro and Nezuko. Even if the other Hashira have opinions about Tanjiro and the demonized Nezuko, they would keep it to themselves. Only the hot-headed Shinazugawa Sanemi would show it on his face. 2 years ago, he even wanted to kill Nezuko, being the only Hashira who harmed her. When he clashed with Ju Tomioka, the wind blade cut Nezuko's back, leaving her bleeding profusely. To this day, whenever Tanjiro and Shinazugawa Sanemi meet, it's like a needle against a wheat ear, full of mutual disdain. 2 years ago, when I told Tanjiro about Muzan Kibutsuji's intentions, he could have taken his family and fled far away. Guess what he said? Rick laughed, continuing to provoke the most sensitive nerve of Shinazugawa Sanemi with Tanjiro. "Not interested," Shinazugawa Sanemi said coldly, but instead of walking away like before, he rooted himself to the spot, standing there like a telephone pole. Rick shook his head with a smile. "He chose to stay and asked me to kill Muzan Kibutsuji." Mitsuri Kanroji raised an eyebrow, surprised that the little guy had such courage. Even Tanjiro understood that the best way to solve the problem was to eliminate the demons completely. Avoiding it was useless. Rick held his forehead and sighed repeatedly. Mitsuri Kanroji fell silent, then suddenly realized, his expression slightly changing. His disdain and strictness towards his brother, Jinya Shinazugawa, were all to make him withdraw from the Demon Slayer Corps, to stay away from such a dangerous job and live a normal life, happily and contentedly. But he had never shared his thoughts with anyone. How did Rick know? Rick, what had your eyes seen? Mitsuri Kanroji said in a low voice, his pupils trembling. Rick silently gave a thumbs up to Shimi Fushikawa, thinking it was brilliant. He had already found reasons for him. It would be too regrettable not to continue the performance. Rick looked up at the ceiling, a sorrowful expression on his face, and whispered, I saw your brother's death. Bang! Rick's words were not yet finished when Tamayo Nishikawa transformed into a gust of wind, appearing before Rick at an extraordinary speed, gripping Rick's collar tightly with a large hand. Tamayo Nishikawa's face was filled with fierce intent, as if he wanted to devour Rick. What are you saying? Rick was momentarily stunned. If you had shown that speed during training, just now, you might have been able to hold on for a few more seconds. I don't know the specifics. I only saw you holding his corpse, Rick said. Huh. The breath of Shinya Fukushiro suddenly became chaotic, unable to maintain a steady state. The future can be changed. It depends on what you do, Rick said, prying open Shinya Fukushiro's hand. Shinya Fukushiro lowered his head, his brows tightly furrowed. However, some things are better said while one is still alive. Rick patted Shinya Fukushiro's shoulder, put down the wooden sword, and walked out of the dojo. This was all he could say. If Shinya Fukushiro still couldn't awaken, there was nothing Rick could do. Shinya Fukushiro's strength was good, but it was a pity that he couldn't open the path to the transparent world due to his mental block. After Rick left, Shinya Fukushiro sat on the floor, his face dark enough to drip water. After a long time, as if he had understood something, Shinya Fukushiro stood up and walked out of the dojo with determined steps, heading towards the deep mountains of the Morning Isle for meditation. On the other side, Rick returned to the Butterfly Mansion, and a pleasant fragrance greeted him. Rick, I did it. The petite and delicate Shinobu Kocho threw herself into Rick's arms, her tone filled with intense excitement and joy. When Rick went to confront Muzan Kabutsuji alone, she was unable to help the other party. When Rick went to Infinite City, she could only stand by and watch. When Rick fought against the Black Death Mu, she didn't even go to the battlefield, let alone help. This time, she could finally assist him. Chapter 112, Fireworks Festival completed. The meaning of Butterfly Shinobu's words is self-evident. The moment she walked out of the laboratory, it indicated that the development of the compound drug was complete. Rick involuntarily stretched out his arm, wrapping it around the delicate waist, a smile appearing on his face. Butterfly Shinobu's pretty face turned slightly red, and she didn't mind Rick's inappropriate touch. She carefully took out a syringe from her pocket, containing 20 milliliters of dark red liquid, as bright red as molten lava, bubbling slightly. It was a composite drug that combined transformation medicine, division inhibition medicine, aging medicine, and cell destruction medicine. It was also the key to killing Muzan Kabutsuji. By injecting it into Muzan Kabutsuji's body and waiting for the drug to take effect, it could at least weaken his strength by 90. Rick held Shinobu's small hands with both of his, saying, "You've worked hard." Shinobu smiled brightly, like 100 flowers blooming. "Let's go treat ourselves." Rick and Butterfly Ninja walked hand in hand to a nearby town hosting a lantern festival. The lights were dim, yet dazzling, with various vendors lining the streets, selling toys and food, as well as numerous entertainment activities like fishing for goldfish and shooting air guns. Butterfly Ninja's favorite food was a dish made with ginger, and her hobby was raising goldfish. Rick naturally had to make a gesture, handing over coins to the stall owner before squatting down to start catching goldfish. The small pond contained goldfish of various sizes, and customers used a thin paper net to scoop them up. If not careful, the paper would tear, allowing the fish to escape. For a swordsman of Rick's caliber, every ounce of strength could be expertly controlled, and catching goldfish with a thin paper net was as easy as eating or drinking. Butterfly Shinobu stood behind Rick, holding a portion of candied ginger, her beautiful lips curling up slightly as she watched Rick continuously catch goldfish from the pond. Before long, under the despairing gaze of the stall owner, Rick easily caught 2 or 3 dozen goldfish. After returning Rick's money and presenting him with a generous gift, the owner finally managed to see off the young couple. In the end, Butterfly Shinobu picked out 3 particularly beautiful goldfish to take home. Happiness is built on the suffering of others. Thinking of the stall owner's expression as if he were sending off a plague god, Butterfly Shinobu couldn't help but laugh. Rick had gone a bit overboard. Not long after leaving the goldfish stall, Rick and Butterfly Shinobu ran into another young couple. It was Mr. Rick and Miss Butterfly. Kanroji Mitsuri's eyes lit up as she waved and ran over, her two large breasts swaying, nearly causing the nearby men to lose their composure. Before the surrounding men could get a good look, a chilling aura surged up from their feet to the top of their heads. Turning around, they saw Iguro Abanai watching them with cold eyes, a small white snake coiled around his neck. The killing intent was like a venomous snake opening its fierce mouth, its sharp fangs glimmering ominously. The gazes of the crowd instantly became clear, and that hint of wicked thought vanished without a trace. Oomph! Iguro Abanai snorted coldly and followed behind Kanroji Mitsuri as they walked towards Rick. They exchanged greetings. Kanroji Mitsuri took Butterfly Shinobu to the other side to enjoy some food. Rick laughed and said, "What a coincidence." However, Ihei Kobain couldn't laugh and asked, "Rick, what exactly are your plans?" Rick and Beiming Island frequently visit the Lord's estate, Yaozai, seemingly to discuss the upcoming plans, the details of which even the other pillars are unaware. Rick shook his head and smiled, saying, "No business talk after work." A hint of anger appeared on Ihei Kobain's forehead as he fixed Rick with a sharp, snake-like gaze. "Then let's play this game. If you win, I'll tell you," Rick suggested, gesturing towards the airgun booth. From 7 or 8 meters away, the goal was to knock down wooden signs. The more you knock down, the greater the reward. Ihei Kobain lowered his head in thought, and soon had an idea. "Since you chose the game, I want to add a condition. We'll compete with our eyes covered." Normally, Ihei Kobain would at most tie with Rick, both achieving full marks, with their eyes covered. However, Ihei Kobain could rely on his astonishing intuition akin to that of a snake, giving him a chance to win. Don't underestimate this intuition. It's sharper than Inosuke's sense of touch. With just a little guidance from Shinobu Kocho, Ihei Kobain quickly grasped the world better than most Ashira. All right, Rick promised that he would not lose. Kanroji Mitsuri and Kochu Shinobu watched with great interest as the two competitors faced off. The two of them covered their eyes with black cloth, and this novel way of playing quickly attracted a crowd of onlookers. According to the understanding of normal people, covering one's eyes simply meant it was a game of luck, relying on who had better luck. Bang! Ihei Kobain raised his air gun and pulled the trigger. The oak projectile shot out swiftly, effortlessly knocking down a wooden target. The onlookers nodded. The rack still had plenty of wooden targets, and it was quite likely to hit one with a random shot. However, the difficulty increased from there. Rick and Ihei Kobain are determined to defeat all the wooden signs, so there's no room for a draw. Bang! Ihei Kobain pulls the trigger again and knocks down a wooden sign. The crowd looks surprised. This guy is lucky, hitting 2 shots in a row. A hint of a smile appears on Ihei Kobain's face. He's not just relying on instinct, as his Shikamaru, little white snake, acts as his eyes, pointing out the target for him. "Rick, this time you're going to miscalculate," Ihei Kobain says with a confident smile. Rick didn't care at all. What if you shot him twice? Bang! Bang! In the next moment, both of them almost simultaneously fired their guns. The oak bullet fired by Rick hit the bullet shot from Ihei Kobain's gun in midair, causing Ihei Kobain's oak bullet to change direction and hit the shelf beside it. After the oak bullet from Rick collided, it actually bounced off and knocked down a wooden sign. Impossible! Can such a thing really happen? Ihei Kobain exclaimed in surprise. To interfere with him while making his own bullet knock down the sign. Is this the kind of calculation ability that humans possess? Bang! 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 The gunfire continued, and the bullets fired by Rick always accurately hit Ihei Kobain's bullets, causing them to deviate in direction and then knock down the wooden sign on the shelf. The expressions on the faces of the onlookers shifted from shock to numbness, and the surroundings fell into silence. The gunfire ceased, and the game was over. Ihei Kobain exerted all his effort and used various means, but only managed to knock down 7 wooden signs, which was far less than Rick's score. He pulled down the black cloth and turned to see Rick's eyes, covered by the black cloth, were blood red. Ihei Kobain couldn't help but laugh in anger. Is it really necessary? To play a game with such crimson eyes, one might think you're out hunting upper moon demons. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Rick's lips curled up, of course. Game should be played with a smile. A mere piece of black cloth thinks it can block the inside of the 3 Tomo Sharingan. What a delusion. Chapter 113. Final check-in. Since you're playing like this, what else can I do? Ihei Kobain put down the air gun, convinced and resigned. Rick glanced at him and said, as if he hadn't cheated, "If you have the ability, take that little white snake away. Everyone is cheating. It's just that my hack is a bit better. Kanroji Mitsuri and Kochu Shinobu smiled at the corners of their mouths. The man's desire to win is truly frightening. He resorts to his ultimate techniques for such trivial matters. Iguro Abanai sighed. It seemed that his plan to get some insight from Rick had failed. Among the crowd attracted by the two spectacular duel, figures of Tanjiro, Kanayo, Nezuko, Zenitsu, Inosuke, and Kanzaki Aoi appeared. Mr. Rick, senior brother, Lord Shinobu, all pillar masters. The six little ones waved to greet Rick and Kochu Shinobu, each addressing them differently. Kanri Mitsuri greeted them in awe smile. Tanjiro-kun, Zenitsu-kun, Inosuke-kun, Netsuko-tian, Kanaiho-tian, oh. You all came to play. Everyone looked a bit embarrassed for taking valuable time off their busy training to come down the mountain to have fun. However, this was also part of the training that Rick provided for them, a balance of work and rest. Master, Kanaiho greeted Kochu Shinobu. Her pretty face no longer wore a stiff smile, but was instead genuine. Kanaiho. Kochu Shinobu smiled at Kanaiho, proving that it was indeed the right choice to have Tanjiro guide her. Rick asked, do you want to play too? I want to try it. Tanjiro volunteered, raising his hand. Brother, let me show you the thunder-breathing shooting technique that I've been studying on my own. Zenitsu said, using an air gun is similar to swinging the Nickern blade. If you find the right angle, the bullets will hit. Ha! The king of the mountains will definitely defeat you. Inosuke said confidently, excitedly. Bang, bang, bang. Rick turned off his Sharingan and accompanied them to play with the air guns. The intense gunfire continuously echoed. However, as a certain unprincipled pig used the beast breathing's keen sense of touch, everyone pulled out their trump cards. And this arms race became increasingly fierce. The first pig to step up, beast breathing, super tactile talent, perceives the world. The second to act, Zenitsu Agatsuma, master of thunder breathing, first form, super auditory talent, perceives the world. The third player with advantages, Tanjiro Kamadu, using sun, water, and thunder breathing techniques, super olfactory talent, perceives the world with patterns. Everyone's scores skyrocketed, effortlessly breaking the highest record in this small town. Indeed, it was a battle between monsters. The onlookers were astonished, wondering where this group had come from, as strong as monsters. Boom! With a sharp sound like a whistle, a spark quickly shot into the sky. Fireworks exploded, bursting into dazzling light, illuminating the entire night sky. Everyone simultaneously paused their actions, looking up at the sky to admire the beautiful fireworks. Tanjiro and the others were no exception, glancing at the faces of those around them, showing happy smiles. While everyone admired the fireworks, Rick and Shinobu Kocho quietly slipped out of the crowd. Rick came to a nearby grove, leaning against a big tree, quietly waiting. Butterfly Ninja vigilantly watched the surroundings. Soon, a strong figure appeared on the other side of the big tree, leaning against it. It was Akaza. Bang! Akaza looked at the fireworks in the sky, his expression complex. With two personalities merging, the memories of his human past, including his fiancée, Koyuki, returning. TCH, Akaza gritted his teeth. The fireworks were beautiful, but fleeting and meaningless. Rick, the shattered fangs, is that true? Akaza asked in a deep voice. Rick nodded. Yuizuo asked again, was it intentional? Rick replied, Yuzora could no longer suppress his anger and turned around. Do you know what you're doing? Explosive teeth was their most important means of dealing with Muzan Kabutsuji. Yet Rick actually severed his own arm. Rick chuckled. You don't need to worry about this. There will be a way. Yuzora's expression fluctuated, unable to tell if Rick was truly confident or just putting on a show. Damn it. Yuzora irritably ruffled his hair. But since he had boarded Rick's pirate ship, there was no turning back. How's the situation on your side? Rick asked. The demons are gathering, Yuzora replied, deliberately avoiding mentioning Muzan Kabutsuji's name and information. Got it. Rick nodded slightly. His deliberate act of breaking his explosive teeth was not in vain. Muzan Kabutsuji was indeed moved and prepared to summon the demons to crush the Demon Slayer core and seize Nezuko. The final battle in the Infinity Castle had finally arrived. At this point, Akaza's expression grew even darker as he realized that it was because he had seen Nezuko under the sunlight that Muzan Kabutsuji obtained this information. Don't worry, it's all part of the plan. Rick felt it necessary to give this ally a bit of confidence, his blood-red eyes revealing 3 blood-colored tomo. Upon seeing Rick's eyes, Akaza widened his eyes in surprise. Could it be that my actions are also within your predictions? Breaking off the explosive fangs and exposing Nezuko are both tactics to lure the snake out of its hole. Even if he didn't see Nezuko, Rick would surely make her reveal herself in front of other demons. As a warrior, Akaza did not like so-called prophecies of the future, but at this moment, he couldn't help but ask, "I heard your eyes can see the future?" Rick was speechless. "How can you believe in this?" Yuoza asked, "If there are no external factors, what will my fate be?" Rick pondered for a moment. The plot of Demon Slayer had reached this point, and it seemed like saying anything wouldn't make much of a difference. With that thought in mind, Rick picked some plot points from the original timeline and briefly told Akaza, "I will kill the swordsman named Kaijiro Rengoku, and in the end, I will be defeated by Tanjiro Kamado and Ju Tomioka in the Infinity Castle." Akaza frowned and replied, "I guess so." Rick replied that it was actually this guy recalling his fiancée, Rengoku, and choosing self-destruction. Interesting. Akaza grinned. He had met Rengoku Kaijiro, Kamado Tanjiro, and Tomioka Ju. Rengoku Kaijiro inspired his juniors with his death. In the end, Kamado Tanjiro and Tomioka Ju joined forces to slay him. As for what happened afterward, Akaza didn't really care. The swordsman named Rengoku Kaijiro left a deep impression on him. In Rick's recounting, Rengoku Kaijiro preferred to die in battle rather than become a demon. That resolute belief and strong fighting spirit intrigued him greatly. A sign-in panel popped up in front of Rick. The sign-in for the Infinite City Battle storyline has been triggered. Please proceed with the storyline sign-in, and the reward is the fire release technique. Based on performance in the storyline, additional rewards can be obtained. If the sign-in fails, all rewards obtained by the host will be reclaimed. This is the final sign-in for the Demon Slayer world. Depending on the degree of change in the storyline, a special lottery can be obtained once. Chapter 114, The Night Before the Great War. Fire Release Technique. A ninjutsu from the Naruto world, including but not limited to automatic mastery of the Great Fireball Technique, Fire Release, Ash Pile Burning, Fire Release, Great Fire Extinguishing. Rick opened the introduction to the Fire Release Technique. Fire Release is one of the 5 basic nature transformations of chakra in the world of Naruto, with a very high upper limit but a very low lower limit. For example, the Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique gathers chakra in the throat and spews forth a vast expanse of flames akin to seawater, covering a large area. During the Ninja World War, Uchiha Madara used this technique, requiring over 20 members of the Mist Village Ninja Alliance to simultaneously use a water barrier to counter it. The strength of fire release is linked to the amount of chakra used. However, Rick does not have chakra. But long ago, Rick discovered that using the Sharingan consumes his stamina. Chakra is essentially just a form of energy, and it seems possible to replace it with other forms of energy. For example, both the Sharingan and fire release are like cars, while chakra and Rick stamina are the gasoline that allows the cars to run. The difference is that one is 95 octane and the other is 92. Here, Rick handed the compound drug to Akaza. This is the compound drug. Akaza stared blankly at the dark red liquid in the syringe. As long as this drug is injected into Muzan Kibutsuji's body, it will greatly weaken the opponent's power. Akaza tightly grasped the compound drug, finally about to end the accumulated sins of hundreds of years. By the way, before leaving, Akaza suddenly remembered something and said to Rick, "You should pay attention to the people around you. When you were hunting down Kokushibo, Upper Moon 4, he received orders from that person. I'm not sure what exactly was done." After saying this, Akaza set off to leave. Rick leaned against the big tree, frowning. What had Muzan Kibutsuji arranged for Tamayo to do? The plot of the Swordsmith Village? Impossible. Nezuko, who overcame sunlight, had appeared. Muzan wouldn't have the mind to care about the Swordsmith Village. The original timeline's plot had basically been destroyed, making it impossible to obtain information from the original work. Shinobu Kocho walked over and interrupted Rick's thoughts, asking Rick, "How is it?" Very smoothly. Rick smiled and replied that without the explosion at the mansion, it was somewhat unrealistic for a non-combat type demon, like Tamayo, to ambush Kibutsuji Muzan. Akaza was different. He could inject the compound into Kibutsuji Muzan's body at the fastest speed. That's great. Shinobu Kocho breathed a sigh of relief. The drug had been developed. But how to inject it into Kibutsuji Muzan's body had always been their biggest concern. Now, this problem was also solved. Upper Moon 2, Akaza, the strongest martial arts demon, was enough to ambush Kibutsuji Muzan. Boom! The fireworks festival had not yet ended, and the brilliant fireworks burst in the sky, illuminating the night. Rick and Butterfly Ninja watched the beautiful fireworks, exchanged smiles, and intertwined their fingers. When he saw the final sign-in on the panel, Rick's first reaction was not joy, but a complex mix of emotions. It turned out that unknowingly, he had already been in this world for more than 2 years. The story was coming to an end. A smile appeared on Rick's face. The blade of annihilation? He was overthinking it. He would definitely achieve a perfect ending. Back at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Akaza's words kept echoing in Rick's ears. What exactly did Muzan send Yoruichi to do? Rick closed his eyes, his brain racing with thoughts. All Muzan Kabutsuji wanted was Nezuko. He had already sent someone to confirm that Tanjiro and Nezuko's family, Mother Ki, and siblings Takeo, Shigeru, Rokuta, and Hanako were all safe. No way. Rick murmured that besides Nezuko and Tanjiro, Muzan's only possible target was him. Just half a day later, Rick's ominous premonition came true. Mishima Makoto went missing. It was on the very day he led people to hunt down Kokushibo. Rick suppressed his inner urgency. Since it was a disappearance and not an on-the-spot killing, it indicated that Mitsuba Makoto might have been kidnapped, leaving a chance for survival. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, more than half a month had gone by. The training plan for the Hashira was approaching its end. Haimejima Jiomiai, Kaneo Tsuyuri, Taketu Muichiru, Rengoku Kyujuru, Kanroji Mitsuri, Shinazuga Sanemi, Tanjiro Kamadu, Zenitsu Agatsuma, and Inosuke Hashibara were all involved. Everyone except Shinobu Kocho had opened and mastered the transparent world and the Hinakami Kagura. All equipped with a two-piece set, the patterns could drain one's life, and no one would casually use them. They had to wait until the decisive battle. During this time, incidents of demons eating people across the island country had almost completely disappeared. Muzan Kabutsuji was gathering the demons. A chilling aura spread throughout the entire island. The tense atmosphere seemed to make people in politics, business, and even the general public aware of something. Various planned activities were canceled, and outdoor time was greatly reduced. Everyone hurried to complete their work for the day and returned home to hide. The entire island country fell into a dead silence, waiting for the outcome of this battle between humans and demons. At the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, in the conference room, Ubuyashiki Yua's body had become very weak, and the meeting was presided over by his wife, Ubuyashiki Kaname. The attendees included the 10 Hashira, along with Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke. Rick took out 12 magical beans and distributed them to everyone. Rick said, "No matter how serious the injury, as long as there's still a breath left, swallowing this bean can restore health, and it also has the effect of replenishing stamina." Everyone carefully held this thumb-sized bean, their eyes filled with amazement. The miraculous properties of this bean have been verified. Ju Tomioka, Muchiro Takedo, Kaneo Tsuyuri, and Shinobu Kocho have all experienced it firsthand. The first three were at death's door, barely clinging to life, and were forcibly pulled back from the brink. One could say this bean is a second chance at life. Shinobu Kocho said, "Rick, if we give this bean to Lord Ubuyashiki." Everyone's hearts burned with passion. According to the doctor's assessment, Yozu Ubuyashiki had at most 1 month left to live. If they could save Yozu Ubuyashiki, they would all willingly offer their beans. Rick shook his head and said, "It's useless. This bean is ineffective against diseases and the dead." Upon hearing this, the crowd showed expressions of regret. However, thinking about it, the fact that this bean could quickly restore injuries and stamina was already impressive. If it could also cure diseases and resurrect the dead, that would be too extraordinary. Back at the Spider Mountain, he had given one to Ju Tomioka as a reward and one to Makomo Mitsuba, and used 3 to combat Kokushibo. Rick had a total of 15 beans in hand. After distributing 12, he was left with 3. In the final battle, he would definitely activate the patterns. Everyone would have the Demon Slayer's 3-piece set plus 1 bean, challenging the Infinity Castle without Upper Moon 3. This was the limit of what Rick could do. Rick put away his wings and landed by the window. "Is it a letter from Akaza?" Rick murmured, taking the letter tube from its foot, but felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Unlike before, there was no letter inside, but rather a high-end limited edition collectible lighter. Chapter 115. Muzan's arrival. Night of 100 Demons. The night was deep, and all was silent. A solitary moon hung high in the sky, its cold light spilling over the earth, illuminating the desolation of the deep mountains, while the surrounding forest occasionally echoed with the chirping of insects, and the grass and trees swayed in the wind. In the next moment, those sounds completely vanished. The entire deep mountain fell into a deathly silence, and in an instant, everyone's hearts rose high, palms sweating. Click! The door to the Kagaya residence slowly opened. A faint sound of footsteps, almost imperceptible, rang clearly in everyone's ears. The temperature around them suddenly dropped, and a faint white mist spread, exuding an eerie atmosphere. A shadow gradually emerged from the white mist. A handsome man with his hands in his pockets, dressed in a suit with a short cape. His plum-red vertical pupils emitted a chilling light in the darkness, surrounded by white mist, moving forward with elegant and slow steps. Then, lights of blood-red, emerald green, and deep blue lit up in the depths of the white mist. More shadows emerged from the white mist. It was a terrifying sight of hundreds, even thousands of demons. Those different colored lights were their eyes. The Knight of 100 Demons. Tightly following behind, Muzan Kibutsuji, never daring to overtake him, were Upper Moon 4, Nakeheim, Upper Moon 3, Akaza, Upper Moon 2, Akaza, and over 100 demons, their presence not weaker than any previous Lower Moon demons. That was Muzan Kibutsuji. The people in the inner courtyard looked at the leisurely strolling Muzan Kibutsuji ahead, followed by many powerful demons, a strong sense of oppression washing over them. The terrifying might far exceeded any demon they had ever seen. Even Kokushibo was nothing compared to him. This was the 1,000-year demon king, Muzan Kibutsuji. Shock appeared on everyone's faces, followed by more fear and killing intent. Over the past 1,000 years, how many people had Muzan and the demons he created killed? The Demon Slayer Corps were spread out in different positions. Tomioka, Kaneo, Sayuri, and Mitsuri Kanroji stood on the left wall of the inner courtyard. Tenjin Yuzui, Michiro Takito, and Kaijiro Rengoku stood on the right wall. Sanemi Shinazugawa, Shinobu Kocho, Tanjiro Kamadu, and Inosuke Hashibara guarded beside the Kagaya couple. Everyone tightly grasped the handles of their Nichiren blades, coldly watching Muzan Kibutsuji and the 100 demons behind him. Yayoi Kagaya and Kanata Kagaya were in the inner room. The seriously ill Yayoi Kagaya lay on his sickbed, half of his face wrapped in white bandages, with only his nose and mouth exposed. The room was filled with the strong smell of herbs. Rick sat by the pond, casually feeding the goldfish with crushed breadcrumbs. Muzan Kibutsuji ignored the members of the Demon Slayer Corps and Yoya Shinjiro, his gaze first landing on Rick. Seeing that Rick only had a Nichiren blade at his waist, the infuriating explosive tooth had long since vanished, and a smile of amusement couldn't be suppressed on Muzan's lips. As Muzan entered the courtyard, he intended to continue forward. Rick, who was feeding the goldfish, put down the breadcrumbs, stood up, and walked towards Muzan. The demons behind Muzan showed sinister smiles, thinking that a mere little ghost dared to obstruct Muzan-sama in their path, seeking death. However, those demons failed to notice the sudden change in expression on Upper Moon Demon Tamayo and Han Tengu. Conqueror's Haki advanced. As Rick took a step forward, his aura grew even more terrifying, and a dreadful pressure fell upon Muzan, the Upper Moon demons, and the countless demons. The heavy pressure descended like a mountain, instantly instilling a strong sense of fear deep within the hearts of the demons. Only the Upper Moon demons could barely resist. Oomph. Muzan Kibutsuji let out a cold snort and stepped forward, unleashing his full oppressive aura. The two terrifying pressures collided violently, causing the air to seem to solidify. The pebbles in the courtyard trembled violently, producing a dense sound that made everyone feel tense. The goldfish in the pond turned white in its eyes and floated to the surface. Rumble. Above the sky, dark clouds gathered and strong winds howled, as if a pillar supporting the heavens was stirring the storm. The tense atmosphere filled every corner of the Kokushi residence, and a heavy sense of oppression fell on everyone's heads, causing their hearts to race rapidly in their chests. All of this was merely the result of the two individuals' aura and pressure colliding. Stop, Rick said calmly. What did you say? Muzan Kibutsuji's gaze turned icy. Are you instructing me? Despite his words, Muzan paused, for he still had a lingering doubt about the Kokushi clan that had entangled him for thousands of years. From over 20 meters away, Muzan looked towards the interior of the residence at Yoekakushi. This action deeply shocked the countless demons behind Muzan. It was truly unbelievable that a human could make their master stop. Terrifying, too terrifying. Han Tengu lay on the ground, hugging his head with both hands. Tamayo's face flushed as she said, "The usually dignified and powerful Muzan-sama is compromising because of a human. The effort to suppress his anger is wonderful, truly magnificent. But it seems like something is about to awaken." Unlike this group of perverted colleagues, Akaza kept his head down, even more low-key than the rabble. On the left wall, Ikaku, Shinobu watched Han Tengu below with cold eyes. To repay hatred with hatred, to repay injustice with injustice. This is our first meeting, Muzan, Yoekakushi said softly. One ugly sight. Muzan Kibutsuji replied coldly. To think that the one who has entangled me for thousands of years is such a disgusting existence. Lying on the sickbed, Yoya, Kokushi weakly asked. Tengai, what kind of person is he? Tengai Kokushi took a look and said, a man around 30 years old, wearing a suit and leather shoes. With crimson eyes, a tall stature, and pale skin, followed by over 100 strangely shaped demons. Cough, cough. Yoya Kokushi coughed violently twice, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Muzan, perhaps you have forgotten this memory, but you share the same bloodline as me. You were once a member of the Kokushi clan. With Yoya Kokushi's narration, everyone felt a deep shock and disbelief. The Kokushi clan actually had a blood relation with Muzan Kibutsuji. The short lifespan of the Kokushi clan was not due to disease, but rather a curse. Ever since Muzan became a demon 1,000 years ago, the children born into the Kokushi clan, especially the males, were weak and sickly and would soon die. Only by uniting with the daughter of a priest and dedicating their lives to hunting Muzan could the curse be somewhat alleviated. But they could only live up to 30 years at most. The attentive Shinobu Kochu noticed Tanjiro's furrowed brows and softly asked, Tanjiro-kun, what's wrong? Tanjiro hesitated for a moment. His expression worried as he said softly, the scent of that upper moon, too, Akaza, has changed. It's completely different from the smell I sensed at the Mount Natagomo. It's as if he is a different person. Chapter 116. A despairing term Muzan, let me guess. Your dream for these 1,000 years has been to live in an eternal dream. You hate change and only desire eternal constancy. Yoya Kokushi's voice was slow and steady, bringing a sense of comfort, but not to the demons. Muzan Kibutsuji coldly replied, what exactly do you want to say? Yoya Kokushi said, Muzan, you'll die tonight. My children will kill you. They were once very ordinary people, and it was you who awakened them. Whoosh! Mitsuri Kanroji, Ikaku Shinobu, Ju Tomioka, and Kaijiro Rengoku drew their Nichiren blades, the shining blades reflecting the fierce faces of Muzan and the demons. A murderous aura filled every corner of the courtyard. Just you? Ridiculous. Muzan Kibutsuji sneered, coldly saying, the Kokushi clan, a detestable lineage, will end here. Tonight is your death day. Bang! Before his words could finish, a fist punched through Muzan Kibutsuji's chest from behind, blood splattering. The sudden turn of events instantly drew the attention of both humans and demons. Turning to look, the one who ambushed Muzan from behind was none other than Akaza, who had been silent all along. His fist, as large as a pot, pierced through Muzan's chest. Drip! Drip! Blood dripped from the fist, the sound echoing in everyone's hearts. Tamayo's face turned pale. Lord Akaza? Why did this happen? Han Tengu lay on the ground, his hunched body shrinking even tighter. The countless demons behind Muzan were even more terrified, their faces pale. What was happening? Did the Upper Moon demon betray them? Even among the Demon Slayer Corps, only a few knew that Akaza was their undercover agent, while others wore expressions of profound surprise. Akaza! Muzan Kibutsuji turned his head, coldly staring at Akaza, his crimson vertical pupils reflecting Akaza's face, radiating an extreme cold murderous intent. It worked. Tamayo used Yashiro's blood demon art to hide in a secret place in the residence, unnoticed by Muzan. Seeing this scene, she was overjoyed. No wonder Rick didn't let her take action. The Upper Moon to Akaza turned out to be their undercover agent. Ambushing Muzan Kibutsuji was simply too easy. The compound drug had already entered Muzan Kibutsuji's body, and the opponent's strength was rapidly weakening by the second. Akaza said in a deep voice, Muzan-sama, please die. You don't think a single ambush can kill me. Muzan Kibutsuji said coldly, his chest instantly recovering, the contracting muscles severing Akaza's arm. Akaza took several steps back, his face unperturbed. You absorbed my arm, didn't you? Muzan Kibutsuji sneered, so what? Yoya Kokushi said, Muzan, that is the transformation drug we researched. What do you think will happen? Upon hearing this, both humans and demons were greatly shocked. The difference was that the Demon Slayer Corps was surprised, while the demons were terrified, trembling in fear. The Demon Slayer Corps had indeed developed black technology. Impossible. Muzan Kibutsuji's face twisted in rage, the blood vessels on his body bulging like worms as the once terrifying aura was cut off. The transformation drug was beginning to take effect. Rick shouted attack. Although the members of the Demon Slayer Corps didn't know the details, they could guess part of it at this moment, feeling shocked. Unbeknownst to them, Upper Moon 2, Akaza, had already been turned and became a weapon against Muzan. Kill them all. The crowd was filled with excitement, drawing their Nichiren blades and charging toward Muzan Kibutsuji and a large group of demons, their faces showing expressions of excitement and confidence. Rick has done so much already. It would be too embarrassing if they can't finish the final touches. Hee hee. Kibutsuji Muzan's lips curled up, revealing a sinister smile. Bang! A crisp sound of a zither string rang out. The floor of the entire courtyard disappeared, and the members of the Demon Slayer Corps and the demons all stepped into empty air and fell directly down. Takedo Michiro cursed. Damn it, just as expected. Rick had long told them that Muzan had secretly moved Infinity City to the headquarters underground, and at a critical moment, he would throw all of them into Infinity City. Bang! The undying Kawajiri Mitsuya, who had anticipated this, struck the ground with his Nichiren blade and jumped up using the force. Surrounded by swirling winds, Kawajiri Mitsuya rushed out just in time to save the falling Ubuyashiki Yoya and Ubuyashiki Kanata, leaping up to land on the beam of the house. Kawajiri, protect the Lord. We will kill all the evil demons inside. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps, seeing this scene, breathed a sigh of relief and shouted to Kawajiri Mitsuya. TCH. Kawajiri Mitsuya clicked his tongue. The group fell into Infinity City. The bizarre spatial structure, with different rooms upside down, inverted, and suspended in midair, was a masterpiece of nature that left people in awe. Clang! Clang! At that moment, the crisp sound of chains clashing caught everyone's attention, and they looked in the direction of the sound. In the center, for heavy chains bound an old man's limbs, his face disfigured, his body covered in scars. A bloody figure that resembled a bloodied person. The crowd bit their lips, wondering what kind of torture he had endured, hearing the noise from above. The bound old man raised his head, revealing his appearance to everyone. Green face, sharp teeth, and 2 bull horns on his forehead. Mitsuba Makafuin had visited the Demon Slayer Corps multiple times to see Rick, and everyone had some impression of him. When they saw Mitsuba Makafuin's miserable state, their hearts tightened. And what was even harder to accept was that the words Upper Moon and 6 were carved into Mitsuba Makafuin's eyes. The new Upper Moon 6. That kind-hearted old man had actually been turned into a demon by Muzan Kibutsuji, but why was he bound here? Seeing the people who had fallen into Infinity City, Mitsuba Makafuin's eyes filled with unwillingness and pain. He shouted loudly, Rick. This voice drew everyone's attention. Rick frowned. Mizushima Makafu, with disheveled hair, tugged at the chains with both hands, staring intently at the sky, and screamed hysterically. No, I am Akaza. The plan has failed. What does this mean? Butterfly Shinobu had an ominous premonition in her heart. A low, sinister laugh echoed, and everyone looked up at the platform in the air where Muzan's figure was. The former traitor Akaza was kneeling behind Kibutsuji Muzan, looking respectful. Mizushima Makafu gritted his teeth and said, Upper Moon 6 Mizushima Makafu's blood demon art. Soul exchange. That body contains the soul of Mizushima Makafu. How could this be? Butterfly Shinobu's palms were sweating, and the special smell Tanjiro sensed. She thought it was Kamido's personality. But she overlooked an important common sense. Akaza had manifested Kamido's personality on the surface, and Kibutsuji Muzan would definitely notice. So it couldn't possibly be Kamido. The body of Akaza contains Mizushima Makafu. That explains everything that has happened so far. Chapter 117. The Collapse of Infinity Castle. Ha! Facing the uncertain gazes of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kibutsuji Muzan's triumphant and manic laughter rang out. Standing on the towering platform, Kibutsuji Muzan looked down on everyone like a god, disdainfully saying to Rick, Rick, did you think that by turning Akaza against me and placing him by my side, I would be unaware? The entire Infinity Castle was silent, with only Muzan's voice remaining. Countless blood-red lights emerged from dark corners, revealing the eyes of the demons. The flickering figures added up to probably over 1,000 demons, all exuding the aura of lower moons. They were even more terrifying than ordinary lower moons. Because Kibutsuji Muzan had erased their rationality, this group of demons had completely turned into uncontrollable beasts, radiating a brutal and savage aura. The expressions of the Demon Slayer Corps changed. Kibutsuji Muzan said coldly, I have long seen through your little cleverness. I was just following your plan and then luring you step by step into the trap. Rick coldly stared at Muzan above. The two locked eyes, and Muzan Kibutsuji's crimson eyes flickered with a bloodthirsty gleam, feeling a rush of pleasure within. During their first encounter, he was caught off guard by Rick's explosive teeth and nearly killed. In their second meeting, just as Rick was about to unleash his explosive teeth, Muzan had Nakime kick Rick out of the Infinity Castle. Having suffered significant losses twice at the hands of one person, Muzan felt an immense humiliation, even surpassing the injury he received from Yorichi hundreds of years ago. But it proved that winning the last time is what truly makes one the victor. As the progenitor of demons, he had long sensed Akaza's treachery and feigned ignorance. He set a trap to lure Rick into it. Muzan Kibutsuji coldly declared, "The place you are headed next is hell." Shinobu Kocho raised her Nichiren blade, pointing it at Muzan, and questioned, "What about the transforming medicine?" Everyone was puzzled. It was clear that the transforming medicine had been injected into Muzan. "This is just a clone. My true body has already gone to Nezuko," Muzan sneered, as his body began to disintegrate from the bottom up. Upon seeing this, everyone's hearts sank. "I will obtain Nezuko, overcome the sunlight, and become the most perfect, eternal being in the world," Muzan murmured. Then his gaze swept over the Demon Slayer core below as he cruelly said, "You will experience despair and regret in this alternate space city. Muzan, dare to harm my sister, no matter where you escape to. I will hunt you down and kill you." Tanjiro glared angrily at Muzan in the sky. "Humph." Muzan scoffed disdainfully. Subsequently, this clone was destroyed under the effects of the composite drugs, transforming medicine, aging medicine, anti-division medicine, cell destruction medicine, vanishing into thin air. This is a big problem. A chill rose in the minds of the Demon Slayer Corps. The starry sky disappeared, the passage to the outside world closed, and the Infinity Castle had turned into a cage imprisoning them, while Muzan's true body was heading to Nezuko's location. Nezuko's hiding place was extremely secretive, but they didn't think they could hide it from Muzan. The situation was completely different from the original plan. The Hashira had been entangled with Muzan for 1,000 years due to their astonishing intuition. One important reason was that the Hashira harbored murderous intent towards Muzan, but were aware of their own strength, never committing all their forces in any battle, always retaining a portion of their viable power. This moment was different. Both the Demon Slayer Corps and Muzan Kibutsuji were filled with murderous intent towards each other. They would put all their strength into a fight to the death. Once murderous intent was involved, there was a possibility of being counterkilled by the opponent, and this could equally apply to the Demon Slayer Corps. Rick. Everyone looked at Rick with worried expressions. Rick did not disappoint them. Even in the face of this unexpected situation, his expression was slightly grim, but there was no sign of panic. Fate. Rick's mind conjured up a 3D model of the entire Infinite City, along with the locations of everyone and the ghosts. He quickly identified his target, Ningnu. Teleport. A circle of cards emerged beneath Rick's feet, spinning around as his figure transformed into countless starry sparks and vanished. Deep within Infinity City, Nezuko was contemplating how to separate the members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Muzan had already left Infinity City, and she held the power to command the demons, aiming to hold back the main forces of the Demon Slayer Corps and buy time for Muzan to obtain Nezuko. Seeing a circle of cards appear beside her, Nezuko froze for a moment, her muscles tensing up as she immediately realized something. "No way," Nezuko whispered, just as she was about to play the melody. Ultimate technique, Divine Void Slash. Rick appeared within 3 meters of Narumi, and with a speed that was almost imperceptible, he swung his blade. The crimson blade cut through the void, surpassing limits and unleashing a blade aura. Narumi felt a sinking sensation in her heart. That was a fast strike. Clang! Narumi's fingers moved slightly. A wooden piece grazed the strings of her instrument, producing a crisp sound, but it was already too late. The edge of the Sunwool blade sliced across Narumi's neck. Crash! Narumi's eyes widened. The world turned upside down, her head falling downward. What terrifying power. The intense flames of the crimson blade consumed Narumi and her body, turning them to ashes in an instant. Boom! The Narumi who controlled Infinite City was slain. And with a violent roar, the entire Infinite City began to collapse. Buildings crumbled as if gravity had suddenly been restored, and the high platforms that had been floating in mid-air began to plummet. Most importantly, the path to the outside world had opened. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps and the demons rushed upwards, not wanting to be buried with this city. The chains that imprisoned Mitsuba were formed from blood demon art, and Rick easily severed them with his blade. Carrying the severely injured Mitsuba, Rick fled towards the outside world. Countless figures dashed out of the collapsing Infinite City. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps were unharmed. The demons whose rationality had been erased by Muzan. Only a small portion chased after the Demon Slayer Corps, while many fell into the endless abyss, disappearing along with Infinite City. Under Musan's Kushiva Uders, Hantenyu, Tamayo, and Akaza surrounded the members of the Demon Slayer Corps with the remaining 100 or so demons, exerting their utmost effort to hold them back. Rick said in a deep voice, "Iko, Kanroji will deal with Hantengu. Stout will handle Gyako. Rengoku, Shinobu will take care of other demons. Yuzi, Tomioka, Tanjiro, and Inosuke will head to Nezuko's location to stop Muzan." "Yes." Everyone seemed to have taken a calming pill. The thing they feared most was being trapped in Infinity Castle. And now this problem had been resolved by Rick. Everyone had clear roles and began to take action. Hantengu and Gyako wanted to stop Tanjiro and the others from leaving, but they were powerless against the trio of Hashira-level demon slayers. It seems my opponent is the young master. Akaza came before Rick, and in fact, the soul within this body was Mitsuba Makoto. Rick's eyes were blood red, and 3 blood-colored Magatama were spinning wildly, gradually converging towards the center. Chapter 118, Rick vs. Mitsuba Makoto. The original plan was for Akaza to ambush Subduing Muzan. After injecting the composite drug into the opponent's body, they would systematically enter the Infinity Castle to hunt down Subduing Muzan. Powerful demons like Kokushibo and Doma had already been defeated by Rick and the others. Subduing Muzan was busy breaking down the composite drug in his body, while they would quickly deal with the other demons. Then they would hunt down the weakened Muzan. However, the tighter the plan, the more serious the chain reaction would be if any part went wrong. Subduing Muzan's Demon King ability had already sensed Akaza's betrayal, so he turned the tables. Mitsuba Makoto's demonization awakened Blood Demon Art, Soul Exchange, allowing Muzan to successfully deceive everyone. Mitsuba Makoto and Akaza exchanged souls, controlling Akaza's body to act in front of the Demon Slayer Corps, making everyone lower their guard. Subduing Muzan merely lost a clone and trapped all members of the Demon Slayer Corps inside the Infinity Castle, while his main body easily headed to Nezuko's location. Sigh. Rick replayed the entire process in his mind. He couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. The 1,000-year-old Ghost King was indeed clever. However, the opponent didn't expect him to have a fate skill, instantly taking down Ming Nu and allowing everyone to escape from the Infinite City. Muzan. This game is not over yet. Rick murmured to himself. He had not lost. Ihei and Kanroji were dealing with Hantengu. Sato was handling Tamayo. Rengoku and Shinobu were dealing with other demons. Yuzi, Tomioka, Tanjiro, and Inosuke were heading to where Nezuko was to stop Muzan. Everyone had their own tasks. Rick is the same. In front of him is the body of Upper Moon 2, Doma, while his inner soul is that of the evil spirit, Mishima Makio. It turns out that the young master has been fighting against such a powerful demon all along. Mishima Makio looks at his own hands, feeling the immense fighting spirit within the body of Upper Moon 2, Doma. Even without Doma's combat experience, the basic capabilities of this body are already terrifying. Every movement seems to easily produce a dull sonic boom. There are no techniques, just raw stats. Rick said in a deep voice, "What do you want to do?" Mitsuo Miura moved his body and replied with a smile, "Of course, I want to fight you." Rick frowned and said, "What is the point of this?" Upon hearing this, Mitsushima Makoto slowly retracted his smile, his expression serious. He gazed at Rick with cold eyes and said in a low voice, "A false existence still wants to continue pretending?" Rick was taken aback for a moment, then widened his eyes. "I have watched the young master grow up, and am very familiar with his every word and action. You disguise yourself well, but you can't fool my eyes," Mitsushima Makio said coldly. Rick pursed his lips, feeling conflicted, and sighed softly. "When did you find out?" "At first, it was just a bit of suspicion until you displayed those extraordinary traits," Mitsuo Nishima said coldly. "The courage and ability to fight against demons. A lighter that transcends the times, and master-level painting skills. Rick left too many flaws. Because this world has evil spirits. The blood demon arts awakened by demons are bizarre and varied. It is even possible for some demons to possess humans or take over their bodies." After a long investigation visiting hospitals and the Demon Slayer Corps, Mikio Mishima finally determined the truth. The real Rick had long since died. The body now contained another person. The evil entity occupying the young master's body deserved to die 1,000 deaths, destroying kill. Razan. Mikio Mishima's expression turned cold, and with a stamp of his foot, a snowflake formation emerged from the ground, spreading white mist. Sensing the powerful fighting spirit within Rick, Mikio Mishima's expression darkened. He was even more terrifying than Akaza. Destroying kill, chaos style. Mikio Mishima launched a fierce attack at Rick with incredible speed, his fists flashing like lightning. Accompanied by a strong gale, he tore through the air. Breath of the sun, burning bone, sun blaze. Rick slightly loosened the sunwheel blade, disengaged the heat blade, and quickly swung it, releasing a fiery slash in a spinning motion. Under the incredulous gaze of Mitsushima Makafu, the circular blaze unleashed by the sun-wheel blade easily shattered his arm, the intense flames causing him a strong burning sensation. Destruction kill shatter style, many leaves, flashing willow. Mitsushima Makofu jumped up forcefully, delivering a fierce punch from above that crashed down on Rick like a meteor. The overwhelming killing intent was unleashed without reservation. Rick's face looked pale, taking a deep breath. Flames wrapped around his body, and the sun will blade. Breath of the sun, waltz. Rick swung an arc-shaped strike wrapped in flames upward, easily tearing apart Mitsushima Makoto's fist. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in dozens of exchanges, their rapidly moving figures darting across the ground. Mitsushima Makoto's fighting style resembled that of the former Tenchi, disregarding everything, only wanting to destroy his target, even at the cost of his own life. He was completely different from other demons. Destructive kill, void style. Mitsushima Makoto performed a backflip, quickly swinging both fists to unleash a 6-hit combo into the void. Waves of ripples appearing and rushing toward Rick. Land-type thunder strike. Rick adjusted his breathing rhythm, and the flames on his body transformed into golden currents, instantly releasing countless lightning-like slashes forward, intercepting Mitsushima Makofu's attack. Bang! 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 The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed in the air, and brilliant sparks shone in the night. Mitsushima Makofu's fist was cut open by the sharp edge of the Nichiren blade, flesh torn and blood gushing. Old man, stop. You can't beat me. Rick boomed. Akaza's demon body was strong, but Mitsushima Makofu had no practical combat experience. His intentions were too obvious when using those powerful moves. Even without activating his Sharingan, Rick could easily predict the opponent's next move. Rick had released a water from the Pacific. Not necessarily the destructive annihilation style. Mitsushima Makofu growled, gathering all his strength, and suddenly stepped forward, unleashing a devastating punch that sent a massive explosion of flames straight toward Rick. The terrifying power overturned everything on the ground. With a flash of lightning, Rick sighed, moving like thunder as he charged forward. Seeing the annihilation-style explosion engulf Rick, Mitsushima Makofu was delighted, thinking he had succeeded. Breath of the Sun train. Just as he was about to collide with the earth-shattering punch, Rick instantly changed his breathing, powered his legs, leaped up, and performed a backflip with his agile body. Avoiding the explosion of the annihilation style, he took advantage of the cover of the flames to land behind Mitsushima Makofu, inverting his body and slashing down with his knife onto his opponent's back. The arc-shaped vertical slash wrapped in flames effortlessly carved a vertical cut on Mitsushima Makofu's back, deep enough to see the bone inside. Boom! Mitsushima Makofu's body crashed to the ground like a piece of steel, deeply embedded. Chapter 119, Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Mitsushima Makofu's fighting style was extremely crazy, but the power level of both sides was not even comparable. If it were Akaza controlling that body, he might have been able to last a little longer against Rick. Rick looked at Mitsuo Mishima on the ground with a complicated expression. Mitsuo Mishima was not wrong. He just wanted to be loyal. Or rather, no one was at fault. The original body was already dead, and this kind of crossing over was something Rick could not control. Destruction kill, final style, azure silver chaotic light. Mitsuo Mishima slowly got up from the ground, and the snowflakes at his feet burst into dazzling brilliance. Centered around himself, he shot hundreds of missiles in an instant in all directions, fast and powerful, with azure silver missiles rushing toward Rick like countless streaks of light. The strongest spell of Akaza, both in range and power, was at a destructive level. But the weakness was very obvious. The missiles needed to rely on destruction kill, needle to lock onto the enemy, piercing the world. Rick's gaze shifted as he closed off his own fighting spirit, losing the perception of the needle. The missiles that had originally locked onto Rick and were poised for precise strikes suddenly became chaotic, even colliding with each other, canceling out, and exploding. Boom! 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 The sky was filled with exploding missiles, flames soaring into the air, yet none touched the hem of Rick's clothing. Chaos style. Mitsushima Makoto roared as he forced his way through the explosion range of the missiles, delivering a powerful punch towards Rick. Rick put down the sunwheel knife and did not dodge, facing the enormous fist that was coming at him. Boom! Mishima Makoto's iron-hard fist stopped just 10 centimeters from Rick's head. The fierce wind from the punch ripped apart the ground around them. That fist, the size of a large cooking pot, only needed to move a little further to crush Rick's skull. But Rick knew that this fist would never fall. Although Mishima Makoto seemed fierce and ruthless, with a brutal aura like that of a demon, the opponent could not harm this body. Rick sighed and said, "Stop pretending." "Old man." Mitsushima Makoto lowered his fists and smiled wryly. "As expected, you're the young Master Rick." Bang! After saying that, Mitsushima Makio's body fell heavily to the ground, showing signs of the evil spirit dissipating. Rick's expression changed suddenly as he rushed forward. Impossible. He didn't chop off Mizuno Makoto's head. Mizuno Makoto said weakly, "The curse of Muzan Kibutsuji. I must fight you to survive. If I stop fighting you, I will die. Besides Nezuko and Tamayo, Muzan's curse on the demons he controls is too easy." Rick's eyes were cold, and a terrifying killing intent surged. His brain raced to think of a way to save Mifune Mitsuo. Spirit beans? Transformation potion? Soul exchange. I awakened this blood demon technique just to know your feelings. Mitsuo Mifune said softly, and these words immediately caught Rick's attention. Rick frowned tightly, clenched his fists, his heart pounding violently in his chest, and his breathing became rapid. Mikio Misashima's lower body had already dissipated, but he was completely unconcerned, instead looking at Rick with a direct gaze and continuing, "You must be very scared." Rick's eyes widened, and he could feel his heart beating clearly, as if it were about to jump out. Maki Mishima said, "Suddenly becoming another stranger, surrounded by unfamiliar people, makes me just want to gain powerful strength to protect myself, even if it means risking my life for an adventure." Rick's body went stiff, staring blankly at the other person. These words pierced his heart like a long spear. "In fact, I have always known that young Master Rick is already dead, and it is you who is maintaining the activity of this body, you who is keeping him alive." Mitsushima Makio choked back tears, 2 lines of sorrow sliding down from the corners of his eyes. Alas, Rick sat on the ground in despair, painfully closing his eyes, gritting his teeth. With a complex expression, feeling lost as he said, "Mikifumi Mishima, I can't save you." Rick's tone was filled with an indescribable despair. Upon arriving in this world, it was the first time Rick felt such a profound sense of helplessness. Cursed by Muzan Kibutsuji, the sins of beings were ineffective, and the human transformation medicine was unavailable to him. Under the impact of these intense emotions, in Rick's blood-red eyes, 3 blood-colored tomos spun wildly before finally merging together, revealing an unprecedented blood light deep within the pupils, bright red as blood. This blood-red light grew increasingly bright, evolving into a brand new shape, resembling a deep vortex. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Awaken. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, a bloodline limit from the world of Naruto, possessing powerful insight and observation far beyond ordinary Sharingan. Within the 2 eyes reside different special ocular techniques. Right eye. Will Grave Hell summons a shadow clone that cannot be seen with the naked eye and cannot be perceived, possessing the same strength as the original body. Only those with the same ocular power as the Kaleidoscope Sharingan can see the shadow clone. Left eye. Tsukuyomi pulls the target's mind into a Jinjutsu space. Within the Tsukuyomi world, all factors including time, location, and quality are controlled by the caster. Susanoo materializes one's energy into a gigantic warrior, with each movement possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth, divided into 4 stages. A panel appeared in front of Rick, displaying the introduction to the abilities of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, but he had no mood to pay attention to it. Mishima Makoto, at least in this world, be loyal to your young master, Tsukuyomi. Rick said hoarsely, the patterns in his eyes spinning rapidly. The 2 locked gazes, blood light flickering, as the immense ocular power of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan surged into Mishima Makoto's mind. Rick built a new world for his counterpart. In the Tsukuyomi world, the original body did not die suddenly. Mishima Makoto served by his side, cultivating him into a talent. Under Mishima Makoto's earnest guidance, the original body reformed, inherited the family business, and became a well-known young talent in the area, eventually marrying his fiancée, Asakusa Yukiko, and forming a happy family, with a son born 2 years later. As Mishima Makoto grew older day by day, the original body's temperament gradually matured. Although he maintained the family business well, he lacked an expansion, but maintaining the family business was sufficient. The original body would live a plain and simple life, until the final moment in the illusion world. It seemed that Mishima Makoto realized something. "Mr. Mishima, what's wrong?" The original couple looked worriedly at the now 90-year-old Mishima Makoto lying on the sickbed. Mishima Makoto's lips moved slightly as he softly said, "I must go now, Master Rick, madam. It's enough. I am very satisfied with this life." "Thank you, Master Rick." A contented smile hung on Mishima Makoto's lips as he passed away peacefully. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan technique, Tsukuyomi, is regarded as the strongest illusion in the Naruto world, where even time is under Rick's control. Mishima Makoto lived in the illusion world for decades, while only a moment passed in the outside world. The illusion world and the real world were synchronized, as Mishima Makoto slowly closed his eyes, his body completely turning to ashes. Chapter 120. The Upper Moon Demon Destruction Boom. Boom! The violent explosions echoed through the sky as the battles on various fronts reached a fever pitch. Kanroji Mitsuri awakened her markings, a heart-shaped pattern appearing on her left neck. Iguro Abanai also took a deep breath, raising his body temperature and heartbeat, activating his markings. With a serpent-like pattern appearing on his right neck. Heavenly Blade, penetrate the world markings. Faced with the two activating their trio of techniques, Upper Moon 3. Hantengu's four split bodies stood no chance and were instantly obliterated, ultimately merging into the strongest split body, toObtain, appearing youthful, with two curved horns protruding from his forehead. Deep red eyes, golden irises marked with 4 and Upper Moon, clad in golden armor, and carrying 5 taiko drums inscribed with the character zone. He always held S-shaped drumsticks. Thunderkill, toObtain said softly, striking the taiko behind him with the drumsticks. Dozens of stone dragons soared into the air, unleashing a massive electrical attack towards Snake Love. Kanroji, you go kill his main body, I'll handle him. Iguro Abanai commanded. Yes, Mr. Iguro. Kanroji Mitsuri's face lit up with joy, surprised that Mr. Iguro would feel angry for her. Iguro Abanai activated his transparent world and heavenly blade, moving like a swift serpent, easily dodging the incoming thunderstrikes. Boom! Boom! The thunder that struck the ground left deep, charred craters. Blood Demon Technique. Infinite Karma Tree. toObtain simultaneously struck the taiko behind him with both drumsticks, as countless massive stone dragons surrounded Iguro Abanai, opening their gaping mouths to bite down. Fifth form, Serpent's Length. Iguro Abanai charged forward swiftly, swinging his crimson heavenly blade, unleashing a slashing attack that coiled like a serpent, decapitating all the stone dragons in front of him. Immediately after, Iguro Abanai dashed into the enemy formation, appearing before toObtain in a flash. Crazy Pressure Wave. A hint of anger surfaced on toObtain's face as he opened his mouth. A tangible golden sound wave surging from deep within his throat. Whoosh. But before toObtain could unleash the ultrasonic wave, the serpent-like Nichiren blade had already severed his head. How could this be? The world turned upside down his eyes. toObtain's expression became dazed, overwhelmed by the speed. First form, First Love's Tremor. On the other side, Kanroji Mitsuri swung her flexible Nichiren blade, the peach-colored edge striking rapidly, shredding the massive illusionary hate demon in front of her. As the pieces fell, they included Hantengu's main body, the Coward Demon, which was only the size of a mouse. The Coward Demon, with nowhere to escape in the air, held its head and pleaded, "No, please don't kill me." Bang! Kanroji Mitsuri mercilessly swung her Nichiren blade, wrapping around the Coward Demon, slicing it into pieces that exploded into a cloud of blood mist. At the same time, toObtain and the massive stone dragons on Iguro Abanai's side instantly vanished. Upper Moon 3, Hantengu, is dead. You little brat. I want to let you die easily next. The molted Yoruchi returned to full form. With longer fishtailed hair on her head, her lower body transformed into a fishtail. The molted Yoruchi was covered in clear, transparent scales, harder than diamond. Takedo Michiro watched the opponent without speaking. Damn little brat, seeing my perfect form. Don't you have anything to say? Yoruchi angrily declared, feeling ignored about her art. Takedo Michiro replied, what is the point of this? Boom! Yoruchi's face flushed, bursting with astonishing speed as she threw a punch at Takedo Michiro. Takedo Michiro activated his markings while being in the transparent world state. The moment Yoruchi's muscles tensed, he already predicted her attack and retreated backward. Boom! 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 Takedo Michiro nimbly dodged Yoruchi's punches, the latter's attacks crashing into the ground, creating deep pits. Octopus Hell. Yoruchi pulled out 2 dark-spotted jars, summoning massive octopus tentacles to grab at Takedo Michiro. Breath of Mist, 7th form, Haze. Takedo Michiro moved with a drastic speed variation, easily avoiding the incoming octopus tentacles. Thick fog seemed to rise around, obscuring Yoruchi's vision. You're too weak. Hidden within the mist, Takedo Michiro swung his heavenly blade, effortlessly beheading Yoruchi. Impossible. Yoruchi's eyes widened as she let out an unwilling roar, her head and body vanishing together. Upper Moon 4, Yoruchi, is dead. After successfully defeating the 2 Upper Moon demons, Kanroji Mitsuri, Iguro Abanai, and Takedo Michiro joined the battlefield to clear out the frenzied lower moon demons. Their strength was unlike before, able to instantly slay 7 or 8 lower moon demons as if they were cutting through vegetables. Butterfly Shinobu managed to escape the battlefield. Her form as light as a butterfly, her purple eyes filled with urgency. Mishima Makoto is dead, then Rick. That tall figure she longed for appeared before her, tightening Butterfly Shinobu's heart. Rick stood alone on the ground, the evil and tyrannical aura around him becoming even more terrifying, with a blood-red cold light blooming from the depths of his eyes like never before. Shinobu Kocho tightly embraced Rick from behind and softly said, "It's okay, I'm here." Akaza, controlling the aging body of Mitsuba, walked over and asked, "Rick, what should I do next?" "It's up to you." Rick answered hoarsely. The original plan failed, and Akaza lost his once powerful physique, with strength reduced to almost nothing. To Rick, Akaza was now of no use. Akaza was momentarily stunned, then understood. "Then I'll act freely." He turned towards the battlefield, his gaze sweeping over Snake, Love, Flame, and finally landing on Rengoku Kaijuro, shouting, "Kaijuro, I'm here." Rengoku Kaijuro, who was clearing out the lower moon demons, looked up and frowned. "Upper moon 6, no, it's upper moon 2, Akaza." A killing intent appeared on Rengoku Kaijuro's face. Akaza was indeed their undercover, but over the centuries, he had killed countless people. Merit is merit, and sin is sin. Akaza must pay for this sin. Rengoku Kaijuro activated his transparent world, gripping the hilt of his sword with all his strength, infusing it with immense power, and the blade turned bright red. After activating his sword, a crimson flame pattern appeared at his brow. Breath of Flame, 9th form, Rengoku. With the full set activated, Rengoku Kaijuro transformed into a flame dragon, charging forward with the power of hellfire. Destruction and killing, annihilation. Akaza grinned, delivering a heavy punch that generated a devastating explosion, the punch wind fierce. But relying solely on the untrained body of Mitsuba Makafusa, the power was quite limited. Rengoku Kaijuro swung his sword, the sharp blade wrapped in flames easily slicing through Akaza's arm. Then with a swift turn, he smoothly decapitated Akaza. Clang! The heavens and earth turned upside down, and Akaza's head fell several meters away. He chose not to break through his limits, and provoking Rengoku Kaijuro was merely to atone for his past. Akaza slowly closed his eyes, his body and head quickly turning to ash under the influence of the red sword. Upper Moon 2, Akaza, is dead. Chapter 121. The final place, Wisteria Mountain Whoosh. Muzan Kabutsuji's arm transformed into a long whip, binding a Demon Slayer Corps member and hanging him in midair, coldly asking, "Where's Nezuko? You will never know her whereabouts." The Demon Slayer Corps member's face flushed red, glaring fiercely at Muzan Kabutsuji. Muzan Kabutsuji's expression did not change. The end of the whip transformed into a stinger that pierced into the other's body. Once Muzan's blood entered the Demon Slayer Corps member system, clear changes occurred immediately. The member's body began to glow red, his eyes blood red, fangs and sharp nails sprouting. "Oh no, it's demonization." The member's expression turned fearful. He must not let Muzan know Nezuko was in Wisteria Mountain. Muzan Kabutsuji read his thoughts, a map to Wisteria Mountain appearing in his mind. His lips curling into a sinister smile. "Found you. You're of no use anymore." With a thought, Muzan swung the whip, exploding the Demon Slayer member's body in a mist of blood. Just then, Muzan Kabutsuji frowned, looking up towards the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Tamayo had already been killed. The Infinity Castle was collapsing, and the Upper Moon demons and those useless ones couldn't hold out much longer. Rick would soon arrive with his team. But it was too late. "I have already won, Rick." Muzan Kabutsuji laughed triumphantly. He moved towards Wisteria Mountain, leaving behind a large number of dismembered bodies, rivers of blood, totaling at least dozens of Demon Slayer members' corpses. Wisteria Mountain, where the Demon Slayer Corps held swordsmith selection, was filled with a large number of wisteria flowers, which contained toxins for demons, making them detestable. With the assault on Muzan Kabutsuji imminent, the demons within Wisteria Mountain had lost their use. Therefore, the Demon Slayer Corps had cleaned out the evil demons in this deep mountain to hide Nezuko. Arriving at the foot of Wisteria Mountain, Muzan Kabutsuji's gaze was icy. The strong scent of wisteria made him frown. What a disgusting smell. Boom! 2 long whips extended from Muzan Kabutsuji's back, swinging rapidly, their speed creating countless afterimages, turning a large area of wisteria flowers into powder. Then the anger on Muzan's face vanished. obtaining Nezuko, not to mention these wisteria flowers. Even sunlight would be conquered by him. Thinking of becoming the most perfect being in the world, Muzan Kibutsuji could only laugh wildly. In a wooden hut deep within Wisteria Mountain, Nezuko gazed at the starry sky, her beautiful eyes revealing a look of worry. Brother and everyone are fighting. Nezuko, don't worry, we will definitely win. Kanawa comforted. Nezuko opened her mouth. Having just turned back into a human, her speech was still not very fluent. Expressing her thanks like a toddler learning to speak, "Thank you, Sister Kanawa." Kanawa smiled and hugged Nezuko. Suddenly, it felt as if a great terror descended, and the atmosphere around them changed abruptly. The once incessant chirping of insects and birds vanished, white mist spreading, and a distinct sound of footsteps seemed to tread upon Nezuko and Kanawa's hearts. Could it be? Kanawa's expression changed, quickly drawing her Nichiren blade. The two turned to see a towering figure stepping into the forest's edge, becoming increasingly clear, emitting a terrifying aura that surpassed all demons they had encountered. Muzan Kibutsuji. Kanawa's eyes widened. Even though she had never seen Muzan Kibutsuji, the spine-chilling aura made her vaguely realize his identity. The 1,000-year demon king, Muzan Kibutsuji. Kanawa and Nezuko's hearts surged with turmoil. Why was he here? What happened to the Demon Slayer Corps? How were Tanjiro and the Hashira doing? Upon seeing Nezuko for the first time, Muzan Kibutsuji's body stiffened, his crimson vertical pupils revealing an unprecedented greed that had not appeared in 1,000 years. He must have her. The 7 hearts in Muzan's chest trembled violently, and with 5 brains, only one thought remained. He would do anything to obtain that girl. As long as he devoured her, he could gain a physique that conquered sunlight and wisteria. Ha 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 ha. Muzan Kibutsuji's lips curled up maniacally. What about the Demon Slayer Corps? The boy with the Nichiren earrings, Tanjiro? Kanawa questioned. They're all dead, all of them. Muzan Kibutsuji walked toward the 2 girls. Upon hearing this, Kanawa and Nezuko's faces turned pale, their hearts sinking like they were in an abyss, their petite bodies trembling. You're lying. Kanawa took a deep breath, maintaining her composure. Gritting her teeth as she said, "You are here. The other demons do not have the strength to kill the Demon Slayer Corps members. Almost all the 12 Kizuki are dead, and the fighting strength on the Demon Slayer Corps side is at its peak, led by Rick, who is hailed as the strongest swordsman in hundreds of years." Without Muzan personally taking action, Kanawa could not imagine how other demons could wipe out the Demon Slayer Corps. Muzan Kibutsuji's expression darkened. A mere human dared to refute him, seeking death. However, upon seeing Nezuko, his expression changed from gloomy to bright. He was about to become a perfect being. The world was so wonderful, yet he was so irritable. This was not good. As for the girl beside her, she would make a good side dish. He must make her understand what despair is. Breath of Flower, 5th form, no result peony. Kanao drew the Sun Wheel Blade, launching a 9-hit combo towards the same point, resembling the petals of a peony. Kibutsuji Muzan's expression was indifferent. How dare this insignificant insect attack him? Who gave him the courage? Whoosh! The long whip extending from Kibutsuji Muzan's back swung with extreme speed, barely visible to the naked eye. The moment the two made contact, an irresistible force surged forth, and Kanao's cherry lips parted slightly. With a loud bang, the Sunwheel blade in Kanao's hand was shattered by the whip, countless fragments flying. Just as Kanao was about to be torn apart by the whip, Sister Kanao, Nezuko lunged forward. Bang! Kibutsuji Muzan's heart sank, quickly diverting the whip to shatter a nearby large tree, allowing Kanao to escape with her life. If he accidentally killed Nezuko and rendered her sunlight-resistant body ineffective, Muzan would wish for death. At that moment, a burly man dashed out of the forest like an unstoppable heavy tank. Namu Amida, Butsu, Himejima Jiomiai, said solemnly, swinging his chains and hurling a meteor hammer with great force. Kibutsuji Muzan was momentarily stunned, his pupils reflecting the bright red meteor hammer, dominating his entire field of vision. Bang! The upper half of Kibutsuji Muzan's body was smashed to pieces by the meteor hammer, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. In the swordsmith village, Zenitsu, it's finally done. Tetsuzan Shinazugawa solemnly handed a long wooden box to Zenitsu Agatsuma. Thank you. Zenitsu took the long wooden box, strapped it to his back, and ran with all his might. The battle had begun. He had to hurry. Zenitsu was anxious, taking a deep breath, enduring the intense pain in his body, and unleashing thunder as he utilized the techniques of thunder breathing to speed up. Taking a day off from the big shots. Big shots, I'm taking a day off today. I'm a bit tired, can't write anymore. I sat in front of the computer for 2 hours today and only wrote 500 words. My head hurts, so I might as well use a leave request. There are many external factors that affect an author's writing. Sometimes a negative review can impact their state. Of course, the most important thing is still the manuscript fee. The recommendation mechanism of this website is strange. This book seems to be throttled, with basically no new readers. Only old readers adding it to their shelves. The data has halved, earning barely a dozen bucks a day. I spend about 3 to 4 hours writing each day, which means my hourly wage is only $3 or $4. It makes me laugh. I could probably make more begging on the street. Authors write books to make money. There's no doubt about that. If there's no money, I cut off the book immediately. What is the point of writing when I'm starving? So, I haven't been writing well these days. I feel it's not that good. The blood demon art of the old housekeeper, soul exchange, and betrayal didn't convey that sense of shock. I personally feel it's as bland as plain water, and I can only add side stories to supplement the plot. As for the Demon Slayer arc, I've written most of what I wanted to express. I believe I've done fairly well, at least as a 10-year-old bookworm. I can still read it. I also want to complain about some readers' behaviors. Sometimes you have to speak out to clear your mind. Fan fiction is a secondary creation. Most settings will definitely be similar to the original work, but if you demand every detail to be exactly the same, you might as well read the original. The author dares to write it because they have done their research. Some people rely entirely on their imagination, seizing on trivial details and venting their frustrations. And do you still not understand the author's style in Little Days? Many parts are handled vaguely. He can't even explain himself clearly, so why bother? The Demon Slayer arc will definitely be completed. There's no need to worry about that. The author still has some professional ethics. There will be side stories for Shinobu Kocho and the old housekeeper to supplement the plot. I need to consider the chapters after the Demon Slayer arc. I might cut it off, just giving you a heads up. In fact, the outline is already prepared, but the data is suddenly halved, so I'm not too motivated to write. The following is used to make up the word count, and can be considered a spoiler since it needs to reach 1,000 words to be posted. Osiris's Sky Dragon. One of the 3 phantom gods from the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Its prototype is the god of the underworld from Egyptian mythology, possessing divine-level power, with special abilities like Thunderball and Superconducting Wave. Special ability, Thunderball fires a Thunderball at the target, with a guaranteed hit characteristic, reducing the target's strength by 20 until they exit combat. Superconducting Wave, full power attack, emits a high-temperature lightning wave that can easily obliterate a mountain in one strike. Boom! A ray of light pierced through the dark clouds in the sky. Endless thunder descended, and deafening thunder roared. In the abyss-like sky, a magnificent black shadow gradually emerged. Above the sky, that enormous black shadow soared amidst the clouds, stirring up clouds within a tens of kilometers radius, controlling the entire sky. As if the god of the sky had descended. Roar! From the endless clouds, a dragon's roar echoed, and a crimson dragon head emerged, with 2 mouths. Sharp dragon teeth surrounded by mist, both mysterious and fierce. On its fearsome forehead was a blue gem, emitting a mysterious glow, with golden eyes filled with fierce light. This was not a benevolent deity. The massive dragon wings flapped gently, stirring up howling winds, with tornadoes rampaging and wreaking havoc on the land. Chapter 122. The doubts of both sides. Kibutsuji Muzan's body instantly recovered, bare-chested, revealing muscular physique. In peak condition, even ordinary Nichiren swords couldn't harm him at all. As expected, Himejima Jiomiai's expression darkened, realizing the 3 methods to activate the Nichiren sword: powerful grip, weapon collision to awaken the sun wheel blade's solar energy, and sun breathing. According to their experiments and speculations, the power of the Nichiren sword activated by these 3 methods varied. Sun breathing was the highest tier, followed by powerful grip, while weapon collision had the lowest awakening difficulty. To inflict substantial damage on Kibutsuji Muzan, at least a 2nd-tier Nichiren sword was needed. Riku, though his body had recovered. Kibutsuji Muzan's expression was grim, his eyes revealing uncertainty. Himejima Jiomiai. Through the memories of demons like Doma and Kokushibo, Kibutsuji Muzan knew that this person was the strongest Hashira of this generation, aside from Riku. His clone had entered the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters with Upper Moon demons and many Vile demons, appearing as if ready for a decisive battle. Rick had no reason to abandon the top combat strength of the Demon Slayer Corps, Himejima Jiomiai, and place him in such a desolate place as Wisteria Mountain. Unless Rick already knew he would appear here. Muzan Kibutsuji's forehead bulged with veins. What was going on? Suddenly, he felt a sense of the situation slipping out of his control. and his previous confidence vanished. Rick, is this also part of your calculations? Himejima Jiomi had the same doubt in his mind. Although Nezuko was important, Wisteria Mountain was very secretive and already safe enough with Kanroji Mitsuri, who had the strength to reach the level of an ordinary Hashira, guarding it. Rick did not let him participate in the Battle of Infinite City, but instead stayed at Wisteria Mountain. As a result, he really waited for Muzan Kibutsuji. Since that's the case, what happened next must also be part of your plan. Himejima Kumei secretly affirmed, and until now, they still could not know how far into the future Rick's eyes could see. However, this made them feel very relaxed. Rick has devised the most comprehensive plan, and they just need to follow it step by step. Even if they do not know the specifics of the plan, they just need to trust Rick. Muzan Kibutsuji's expression turned fierce. Even if Rick had guessed it, what of it? A mere Hashira is not enough to stop him. Whoosh! With this thought, Muzan Kibutsuji's back sprouted two long whips that extended forward to attack. Kaname Tsuyuri activated the transparent world, seeing through clothes and skin the 5 brains and 7 hearts within Muzan Kibutsuji's body, his face reflecting shock. 2 years ago, Rick was fighting against such a monster. Seeing the long whips extending from Muzan Kibutsuji's back, Kaname Tsuyuri heightened his vigilance, tightly gripping the chains. Muzan's attack was coming. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind surged. Kaname Tsuyuri broke into a cold sweat. Even with the transparent world activated, he barely caught a glimpse of a shadow flashing past. This is the terrifying strength of Muzan Kibutsuji, a level beyond Kokushibo. Third form, rock skin. Kaname Tsuyuri shouted, gripping the chains and swinging the meteor hammer and axe around him continuously, forming an impregnable defensive net. Bang! 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 The long whips collided with the crimson meteor hammer and axe, dazzling flames exploding and illuminating the surroundings. While resisting Muzan Kibutsuji's attack, Kaname Tsuyuri shouted to the other two, "Hurry and take Nezuko away. We absolutely cannot let Muzan get her." "Yes," Kanawa replied, quickly pulling Nezuko to flee towards the forest's edge. "Oof." Muzan Kibutsuji sneered coldly, easily suppressing Kaname Tsuyuri with the 2 long whips, extending his right hand towards the escaping Nezuko and Kanawa. Whoosh! Muzan's right hand transformed into a giant arm, resembling a ferocious dragon, moving at incredible speed, opening its massive mouth to swallow Nezuko. Not good, Kaname Tsuyuri thought, but he couldn't free his hands to stop Muzan. In his prime, Muzan, just by using 2 long whips, had already made Kaname Tsuyuri exhausted. Bang! Kaname Tsuyuri was anxious. In a moment of carelessness, a long whip broke through his defensive net. The barbed whip nearly tore off Kaname Tsuyuri's right arm, leaving a wound and splattering blood. Muzan's attack was imminent, and Kanawa and Nezuko's eyes widened, their faces filled with despair. First form, Dust Whirlwind Slash. At that moment, a verdant gale burst forth from the forest, charging at high speed, leaving behind spinning wind blades capable of easily cutting through the ground. Mitsuri Kanroji swung the crimson Hecato, slicing through the void, and at the critical moment, severed Muzan's long whip. Another Hashira. Muzan Kibutsuji was momentarily stunned. This was too fast. No, in the memory of the clone, Mitsuri Kanroji had not entered Infinity Castle, so he arrived so quickly. Kaname Tsuyuri seized the opportunity to disengage from the battle, adjusting his breathing to reduce the bleeding from his right wound. "Thank you." Nezuko expressed her gratitude. Without Mitsuri Kanroji, she would likely have been caught by Muzan. "No need," Mitsuri Kanroji replied hoarsely. 2 years ago, he had injured Nezuko during his confrontation with Ju Tomioka, so saving her life this time was even. Then, Mitsuri Kanroji quietly commanded, "Get far away. This is not a place for you to stay." Nezuko nodded. She could sense a hint of concern in Mitsuri Kanroji's words. Kanawa and Nezuko hurriedly escaped. Staying here would only be a burden. "Get away." As Nezuko's figure gradually receded, Muzan Kibutsuji's expression darkened, charging straight ahead, unstoppable, even faced with 2 of the strongest Hashira in the history of the Demon Slayer Corps. "No way." 8th form, Initial Gale Slash. Mitsuri Kanroji glared furiously, staring at Muzan Kibutsuji like a demon, taking a swift step forward, his body enveloped in a verdant gale, swirling around Muzan Kibutsuji with the speed of a tempest. Powerful spiral wind blades whipped up around him, and Mitsuri Kanroji executed a spinning slash. The sharp edge could cut through gold and jade. Whoosh! Muzan Kibutsuji showed no change in expression as a long whip swept across, colliding with Mitsuri Kanroji's Nichiren blade, the heavy force pushing Mitsuri Kanroji back several steps. His face filled with horror, his hand trembling on the blade. What terrifying power. Mitsuri, we must drag this monster into the sunlight. Kane Mitsuri's eyes were filled with tears. Mitsuri Kanroji's expression was cold. In the state of the transparent world, they could see the 5 brains and 7 hearts within Muzan. Using the Nichiren blade, or even the Hecato, to sever Muzan's head would be meaningless. Only sunlight could kill Muzan. For this, they were willing to pay any price. On Kane Mitsuri's arms, gray-black rock patterns appeared. On Mitsuri Kanroji's right cheek, windmill patterns emerged. Pattern activation. Chapter 123. Muzan in his prime bang. 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 With the activation of their patterns, the auras of Kane Mitsuri and Mitsuri Kanroji suddenly changed. Their body temperature rose, their skin faintly glowing red, heart rates exceeding 200 beats per minute, their chests rising and falling rapidly, the sound of their heartbeat clearly audible. Both wore stern expressions. Activating their patterns meant exhausting their lives to fight, and as time passed, their lifespans would plummet. Those who activated their patterns generally did not live past 25 years. Kane Mitsuri was 27 this year. Fighting all night with the pattern activated, he may not survive until morning. Kane Mitsuri was mentally prepared for this. Hecato, patterns, transparent world. With the activation of these 3 abilities, the two felt even more directly the incomparable strength of Muzan Kibutsuji. Even now, they felt a sense of despair. Unable to imagine how Rick fought Muzan Kibutsuji without the 3 abilities 2 years ago. Mitsuri Kanroji and Kane Mitsuri tightly gripped their blades and chains. Rick's efforts have not gone unnoticed, and this time they are determined to respond to his expectations. First form, Serpent's Rock Dual Polar. As the Morning Island's Hamajima Mitsuri swiftly throws the Meteor Hammer and Great Axe, activating his 3-piece set. The power of this move is geometrically enhanced, far surpassing before. Even the revived Muzan Kibutsuji would likely have to avoid this terrifying strike, not daring to face it head-on. The Crimson Meteor Hammer and Axe cut through the void, crashing fiercely towards Kibutsuji Muzan. Upon seeing this, Kibutsuji Muzan squints his eyes. The red blade and patterns allow him to predict the attack. Swordsmen of this era are exceptionally powerful, but not every swordsman is named Kaneo Tsuyuri. Kibutsuji Muzan's arms transform into a combination of offensive and defensive whips, agile and as solid as a rock. Boom! One whip swings out at incredible speed, creating a loud, sonic boom, easily sweeping away the Meteor Hammer and Axe like autumn winds sweeping leaves. The Meteor Hammer and Axe smash into nearby trees, the terrifying force instantly reducing them to powder. Then, another whip strikes like a snake emerging from its hole, darting towards Hamajima Mitsuri. Hamajima Mitsuri's muscles tense up as he recalls the intel Rick shared with them. The whips carry Muzan's blood, but instead of turning the target into a demon, they destroy the target's cells entirely. Just a scratch could be fatal. The whip is also lined with countless mouths, producing a powerful suction that creates a vortex in the air, delaying the movements of those nearby while tearing everything apart. Hamajima Mitsuri tries to retract the chain, but it's too late. He can only rely on Kaneo Tsuyuri to take the hit. Fifth form, Cold Autumn Mountain Wind. Kaneo Tsuyuri swings out a massive blade of wind that surrounds him, attempting to block the incoming whips. At the moment of impact, an irresistible force overwhelms him. Kaneo Tsuyuri's eyes widen as he grips the handle of his sword, pushing down with all his strength, but it is to no avail. Boom! Kaneo Tsuyuri is sent flying, crashing through 7 or 8 large trees like a meteor. With Hamajima Mitsuri and Kaneo Tsuyuri pushed back, Kibutsuji Muzan prepares to chase after Nezuko. Crash! A more rapid figure bursts forth from the dust, the gale tearing through the air, and Kaneo Tsuyuri, with bloodshot eyes, fixates on Kibutsuji Muzan. His mother turned into a demon and devoured his younger siblings. He was forced to kill his mother to protect his last brother, Kaneo Tsuyuri, the one he loved. Kanekocho was killed by Doma. The root of all this misfortune is Kibutsuji Muzan. Muzan created those evil demons. A little higher, a little faster, I need stronger power. Kaneo Tsuyuri whispers hoarsely, the red light on his body becoming even more dazzling, his heartbeat quickening again. Kaneo, do you want to die? Don't raise your body temperature and heartbeat anymore. Hamajima Mitsuri shouts loudly, a look of concern appearing on his face. By his estimation, Kaneo Tsuyuri's body temperature is at least around 41 degrees, with a heart rate above 250 beats per minute. It's a complete, life-threatening attack. After this strike, Kaneo, Sayuri's body, might not withstand it. What does it matter? Kibutsuji Muzan will accompany me in death. Ninth form, Vaishravana's Typhoon, previously knocked away by Muzan. Kaneo, Sayuri, is covered in wounds, a flow of heat streaming down from his head, his face bloodied, and he lets out a completely frenzied cry. Crash! Kaneo, Sayuri charges out like a whirlwind, instantly closing the distance between himself and Muzan. Swiftly, he circles around Kibutsuji Muzan, delivering multiple spinning slashes, unleashing a torrent of wind blades that rain down. Kibutsuji Muzan shows no change in expression, wrapping himself with his whips to form a complete protective layer. Boom! A multitude of wind blades crash against that protective shell, creating dazzling sparks. Yet that solid protective shell remains unmoved, causing Kaneo, Sayuri's heart to sink. It's impossible. Crack! A faint sound emerges as the Nichiren blade in Kaneo, Sayuri's hand develops a crack, which quickly spreads across the entire blade, shattering it into countless fragments. Whoosh! A whip strikes, sending Kaneo, Sayuri flying. Even fully unleashing the power of his inherited blood, in front of the peak Kibutsuji Muzan, he is merely a slightly larger ant. Fifth form, Wheel of Punishment. Seeing this, Himejima Mitsuri roars. His massive body leaps into the air, first throwing his hand axe at Muzan, then the meteor hammer, alternating his throws at high speed, creating numerous afterimages. Boom! Boom! Two whips sweep across, blocking all of Himejima Mitsuri's attacks. Crash! Muzan coldly smiles, extending the two whips to swiftly sweep away everything around, producing thunderous explosions that kick up thick dust. Himejima Mitsuri and Kaneo, Sayuri, lie buried deep in the ruins. Gasping for breath, Kibutsuji Muzan withdraws his gaze. These two will die in a minute or two at most, and it won't be easy to dig them out from the rubble. Capturing Nezuko is more important. Without hesitation, Muzan chases after Nezuko. In just 3 minutes, two petite figures appear in Muzan's view. Blood Demon Art, Black Blood Thorn. Kibutsuji Muzan's face lights up as he extends his right hand, transforming his blood into thorny wires. The instant thorns tightly bind the weaker Kanaho and Nezuko, wrapping them like zongzi. The barbs tear through their delicate skin, leaving them drenched in blood, appearing like two blood-soaked humans. Muzan! A hysterical roar echoes through the sky. Kibutsuji Muzan turns to see a figure with a Nichiren earring charging towards him. Instinctively feeling the hair on his body stand on end. Dance of the Fire God, Flame Dance. Tanjiro, enveloped in golden lightning and red flames, combines the thunderclap flash and the breath of the sun. Dance of the Fire God, swiftly advancing while delivering a circular blade of flame. With a single strike, he cuts through the thorns and saves the two. Tanjiro, filled with rage, declares, Muzan, I will never forgive you for harming my family. Chapter 124, Blade of Annihilation. At the same time, three figures follow Tanjiro, quickly bursting out of the forest. It is the reinforcements, Jute Tomioka, Inosuke, and Tengen Yuzi. The three scan the surroundings, not seeing Kaneo, Sayuri, and Himejima Mitsuri, their expressions darkening. Tengen Yuzi turns to Kibutsuji Muzan, realizing that this is Muzan's true form, unlike the aura of his clones. Kibutsuji Muzan's real body exudes an overwhelming pressure, creating an intense sense of suffocation even before they engage. Tengen Yuzui demands, Where are Himejima and Kaneo? Crash! Kibutsuji Muzan does not answer, heading straight for Nezuko, moving with ghostly speed. Tanjiro and the others have reached the Wisteria mountain, indicating that Rick is also about to arrive. Time is of the essence. You won't succeed. Tanjiro, Jute Tomioka, Inosuke, and Tengen Yuzi all activate Transparent World. At the same time, they draw their Nichiren blades and attack. As Kibutsuji Muzan's goal is Nezuko, and they need to hold this monster here until dawn. Fourth form, Tide of Strikes. Tomioka, Jute, activated his mark. A deep blue wave pattern appeared on his left cheek, enhancing his power and speed to a new level. Immediately afterward, he activated his Nichiren blade and charged forward, unleashing a series of attacks like a tidal wave. Whoosh! Before Tomioka, Jute's Nichiren blade could even touch Muzan, a powerful sound of wind broke through. The shadow that rushed in was Muzan's whip, moving so fast that even those who had activated their full power could barely catch a glimpse of a black shadow flickering past. First form, Water Surface Slash. Tomioka Jute's pupils constricted as he quickly changed his technique, swinging his blade down in a direct slash. Bang! The Nichiren blade collided with the whip, and despite gripping the handle tightly with both hands, he could not withstand the force. Tomioka-ju was sent flying, tracing an arc through the air. But no one had the energy to pay attention to him. Muzan's overwhelming power was unprecedented, and even a slight mistake could lead to instant death. They had to remain completely alert to Muzan's attacks. Uzui Tenjin activated his mark, with a musical note pattern appearing on his right cheek. First form, H. Uzui Tenjin leaped into the air, using all his strength to swing his dual blades downward, releasing several explosive balls from between his fingers. Boom! The blades grazed the explosive balls, creating a tremendous noise, flames soaring into the sky as a violent explosion created a large crater in the ground, raising thick clouds of dust. Uzui Tenjin wildly swung his dual blades to fend off Muzan's whip, each collision resulting in intense explosions, echoing with earth-shattering roars. Muzan frowned. It was gunpowder, seeking death. The explosion temporarily blocked his whip, but left countless scars on Uzui Tenjin's body. Humans do not possess the same regenerative abilities as demons. Beast breathing, third Fong, tearing fangs. Inosuke seized the opportunity, crossing his hands and forcefully swinging two blades toward Muzan. Boom! Muzan's expression turned cold as two whips swung rapidly, creating countless afterimages as if tearing through space, striking the ground and creating a deep pit. The flawless defense instantly forced Uzui Tenjin and Inosuke back, causing them to break into a cold sweat. However, the offensive did not stop. Tanjiro and Tomioka-ju immediately stepped forward. Beast breathing, fifth Fong, frenzied tearing. Solar Eclipse Dragon, head dance. Seventh form, droplet wave pattern strike. Fifth form, sound of strings. The four of them, undaunted by death, launched a relentless series of fierce attacks against Muzan, determined to hold him here until the sun rose. A group of damned ants. Muzan's forehead bulged with veins. These people's strength was not much of a threat to him, but their resilience was extremely tenacious, buzzing around him like mosquitoes. Tanjiro, Tomioka-ju, Inosuke, and Uzui Tenjin also exerted their utmost efforts to hold Muzan back. Knowing that Muzan could not be killed by decapitation, they did not have the ability to slay him. So their strategy focused primarily on harassment, retreating when he advanced, and advancing when he retreated. They did their best to protect themselves. Only when Muzan moved toward Kanao and Nezuko would they make a desperate effort. Muzan's patience was wearing thin. His face turned frosty as he coldly stated, "Since you all want to die so badly, I shall grant you your wish." After saying this, Muzan radiated a dazzling blood-red light, extremely blinding. Tanjiro and the others quickly retreated, their hearts racing. They knew Muzan was about to get serious. When the blood-red light faded, Muzan revealed his true demonic form. His suit and shoes disappeared, his silver hair grew long, his limbs and lower body were wrapped in blood and hair, and a giant mouth with sharp teeth sprouted all over his body. 9 tubes extended from his back, each about 4 meters long, with charbon needles at the ends. After hundreds of years, I have returned to this form. You should feel honored, ants. Muzan sneered. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted, creating a wave of energy that spread out. Boom! The tidal wave of energy swept in all directions, overturning everything within 100 meters. Tanjiro and the others seemed to be at the center of a tornado, desperately grabbing onto nearby trees or sticking their Nichiren blades into the ground to prevent being blown away. Crash! A deafening roar shattered the ground. Muzan's body shot out like a rocket. Tanjiro sensed a dangerous aura and shouted, "An attack is coming." Beast breathing, 7th form, spatial awareness. Inosuke closed his eyes, sensing the vibrations in the air around him, pinpointing Muzan's location, and said gravely, "No, his target is Nezuko." Everyone turned to see Kanao and Nezuko, still bound by thorns, hanging from a large tree. Muzan transformed into a silver phantom, unaffected by the raging winds around him. Not good. Tanjiro, Tomioka-ju, Inosuke, and Uzui Tenjin's expressions changed as they rushed toward that direction. But due to miscalculations, they were already too far behind Muzan. Nezuko. Seeing Nezuko about to fall victim to his deadly hands, Tanjiro roared, took a deep breath, and hurled his Nichiren blade engulfed in flames at Muzan's back. Bang! Muzan dismissed it with disdain, swiping one of the tubes to deflect the incoming Nichiren blade. At that moment, as Muzan's attention was diverted by Tanjiro, the other 3 rushed in at their fastest speed, simultaneously swinging their blades, the crimson blades slicing through the air with intense heat, creating ripples. Boom! Muzan roared, wildly swinging the 9 tubes on his back, sending the attacking demon slayers flying. Each strike had the power to shatter a house. When the dust settled, for bloodied bodies lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Chapter 125, Perfect Being Muzan Kibutsuji. Tanjiro, brother, Kanao, and Nezuko, seeing the severely injured Tanjiro and the others, turned pale, their hearts feeling as if gripped by an invisible hand, struggling to breathe. Whoosh! The tubes extending from Muzan's back reached out toward Kanao and Nezuko. The severely injured Tanjiro and the others were in a state of panic. First form, Dust Whirlwind, Slashing Cut. Second form, Heaven Surface Shatter. 2 bloodied figures rushed in. Sujikuni Yorichi charged at high speed, leaving behind rotating wind blades that could easily shred the ground, delivering a powerful strike aimed at Muzan's head. Kanamori Yuka, after securing his chains, swung a meteor hammer to smash down on Muzan's head. Bang! Muzan's face showed surprise. These 2 people were still alive. He immediately redirected the tubes, whipping up a fierce wind as he struck at the 2 of them. The blades, meteor hammer, and tubes collided, erupting in intense sparks. 8th form, Initial Fierce Wind Slash. Sujikuni Yorichi was enveloped by powerful, spiraling wind blades, charging forward and performing a circular slash around Muzan, deflecting all 9 tubes. Damn it! Sujikuni Yorichi's expression darkened. He had intended to sever those tubes, but the recoil from the blade's collision was terrifying, leaving his hands numb and causing his palms to bleed. Those tubes were as hard as iron. Even the Nichiren blade could not cut through them. Under the cover of Shinazugawa Sanemi, the tall figure of Kanroji Mitsuri passed through the 9 pipe guns, swinging the axe in his hand to violently cleave through Muzan's body. Bang! Immediately, Kanroji Mitsuri executed an Iron Mountain Slam, sending Muzan flying away from Izuku. Shinazugawa, Mr. Kanroji, Yuzui Tenjin, and Tanjiro's faces lit up with joy. They knew these 2 wouldn't die so easily. Although their injuries seemed severe, their auras were extremely high, indicating they must have taken a healing bean. A hint of a smile also appeared on Tengen's face. Inosuke, wearing his boar mask, snorted. However, their expressions soon turned serious. They activated Transparent World and the pattern to counter Muzan's attacks. Before, they could barely see a shadow flashing by. After Muzan regained his demon form, it became impossible to see clearly, and they could only rely on instinct to dodge the attacks. Those attacks carried Muzan's blood. Just one hit could destroy their cells, leading to death. They used breathing techniques to slow their blood flow to avoid instant death, and applied the techniques they learned from Akaza, injuring where they were hurt. They managed to cope by slicing skin and cutting flesh. Anticipating Muzan's strength before the battle, everyone had kept healing beans in their mouths, and now they swallowed them without even chewing. A wave of heat surged from their abdomen, spreading throughout their bodies, rapidly healing their injuries and restoring their stamina. Everyone's faces lit up. What a miraculous bean! 1 bean was equivalent to 1 life. Unfortunately, they only had 1 each, and now it was a fight to the death with no retreat. Muzan's body was cut open from his right shoulder to his left side, but the wound healed instantly. This infuriated Muzan. Aside from that 1 sneak attack, he had been injured by these ants again. Kibutsuji Muzan glanced at the distant east. After such a fierce battle, the sky was gradually lightening, filling him with a deep sense of fear. Tanjiro, Shinazugawa Sanemi, and the others noticed this and were overjoyed. Less than half an hour remained until the sun appeared. If they could hold on for another half hour, it would be their victory. After swallowing the healing beans, the fully restored group was filled with confidence. Even if they were to die, they would hold Muzan back. Tanjiro and Jute Tomioka appeared on the right side, surrounding Muzan while protecting Nezuko behind them. Inosuke and Kanroji Mitsuri appeared on the left side. Shinazugawa Sanemi and Yuzui Tenjin confronted him head-on. The 6 surrounded Muzan completely. A cold smile appeared on Kibutsuji Muzan's face. Ants, do you think you've won? You have half an hour, Muzan, and that will be your death. Tanjiro shouted angrily. The other 5 glared at Muzan with vigilant and furious expressions. Except for Yuzui Tenjin, the others had all suffered devastating losses due to demons. So their hatred for Muzan was understandable. Be careful, he still has other blood demon arts, Kanroji Mitsuri said solemnly. In fact, information about Muzan was scarce, particularly regarding Kibutsuji Muzan at his peak. The information Rick told them was about Muzan, who had already been greatly weakened by the compound drug. However, the Muzan before them was at his peak, hiding unknown methods. Everyone tightly gripped their Nichiren blades, remaining still while the enemy did not move, as dragging out time was advantageous for them. Impact. The next moment, Muzan's deep voice echoed. Muzan released a powerful shockwave centered around himself, instantly spreading, surpassing the speed of sound, engulfing everyone, including Tanjiro and Jutomioka. In Tanjiro's eyes, the sky and the earth suddenly flipped upside down. No, it was their bodies tilting down towards the ground. What happened? A shared confusion arose in the minds of Tanjiro and the others. When they tried to move their bodies, they found themselves unable to budge even a finger. The only thing that could move was their eyes. This is bad. Everyone was horrified, their nervous systems in chaos due to the shockwave emitted by Muzan. It was too fast for them to react. Even knowing that Muzan possessed blood demon arts capable of producing shockwaves was of no help, as they had no means to counter it. The world suddenly became silent. Even Kanao and Nezuko could not move. No one could stop Muzan anymore. He walked straight towards Nezuko, his body sprouting large masses of flesh, his face splitting open, transforming into a monstrous figure with a mouth split in two. Stop it, please stop. Tanjiro glared fiercely at Muzan, but his chaotic nervous system prevented him from uttering a sound. The other's eyes bulged, staring at Muzan with anger and ferocity, as if they wanted to devour him. Muzan extended a large hand and grabbed Nezuko. Brother, goodbye. Tears streamed from the corners of Nezuko's eyes as she looked at her brother Tanjiro with gentle eyes. Tanjiro's expression was filled with immense pain, his heart wrenched, tears streaming down uncontrollably, wishing it were him instead. Muzan opened his gaping mouth, tossing Nezuko inside, and with a movement of his throat, swallowed her. After that, Muzan stood still, his body returning to that of a young man, bowing his head, staring at his hands with crimson vertical pupils, trembling, his eyes revealing uncontrollable excitement and thrill. Moments later, the sun slowly rose in the distance, its bright rays quickly illuminating the land. In the horrified gaze of everyone, Muzan Kibutsuji exposed himself to the sunlight. There were no signs of a demon being burned by the sun. Muzan Kibutsuji had overcome the sunlight. Chapter 126. Susanoo, the millennium-long desire was finally fulfilled. Muzan Kibutsuji basked in the warm sunlight, breathing in the fresh morning air. Ha 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 ha. After enduring countless hardships, Muzan had finally conquered the sunlight, and overwhelmed with joy, he couldn't help but laugh up to the sky, his roar reverberating like sound waves, causing small cracks to form on nearby rocks. Muzan Kibutsuji had conquered the sunlight. Everyone's hearts plummeted to the depths. Muzan's inherent power was already terrifying enough, with 5 brains and 7 hearts, along with various unpredictable blood demon arts. And now he had even overcome his only weakness, sunlight. They couldn't imagine any other way to kill this monster. Muzan Kibutsuji. Nezuko. Tanjiro's eyes filled with bloodshot veins, his throat letting out a desperate roar, pushing himself up with both hands against the ground, summoning all his strength to lift his weary body. Even Muzan was taken aback. In a state of chaotic nervousness, Tanjiro still forced his body to move with sheer willpower. Bang! Bang! Tanjiro stepped forward with heavy footfalls, blood suddenly seeping from his pores, trickling down his body. With each step he took, he left behind a shocking crimson footprint filled with blood on the ground. Muzan Kibutsuji. Tanjiro seemed to feel no pain as he continued to advance. Raising his head, the crimson pupils reflecting Muzan's face, the raging fire hidden deep within his eyes, along with a heart-pounding anger and killing intent. As he watched the blood-soaked figure, still taking firm steps towards Muzan Kibutsuji, the surroundings suddenly became much quieter. Mitsuri Kanroji, Jutomioka, Kanao, and Tenjin Yuzui's expressions gradually grew heavy. Tanjiro's determination truly moved them. Their hearts sank even further. Nezuko was dead. Muzan Kibutsuji had overcome the sunlight, and the hellish nightmare had just begun. Covered in blood, Tanjiro exuded a strong scent of blood, and in his heightened emotions, it seemed he had broken through certain limits. Suddenly, Tanjiro stopped in his tracks. After today, you will forget this matter until Nezuko is consumed by Muzan. A voice echoed in Tanjiro's ears, and several images flashed rapidly through his mind, memories surging forth. Next is you. Muzan Kibutsuji gazed coldly at the Demon Slayer core, having overcome the sunlight. He had no more reservations and was the most perfect being in the world. The first thing he wanted to do was to completely erase the Demon Slayer core and the Kamadu family, which had entangled him for 1,000 years and were utterly detestable, to vent his pent-up hatred. Whoosh! The 9 pipes on Muzan's back lunged forward, aiming at the Demon Slayer Corps members who were lying on the ground in a state of chaos and had no means of resistance. The sound of sonic booms echoed as the ghostly pipes surged towards them, despair evident on everyone's faces. Flame breathing, first form, unknowing fire. Love breathing, first form, tremor of first love. Serpent breathing, first form, serpent's bite. Mist breathing, fourth form, flowing cut. Insect breathing, BS dance, true dance. At the critical moment, several figures descended from the sky, swinging their Nichiren blades to collide with the fierce pipes, deflecting them and saving everyone's lives. The arrivals were Mitsuri Kanroji, Michiro Takedo, Kaneo Tsuyuri, Rengoku Kaijuro, and Shinobu Kocho. When they saw Muzan standing in the sunlight, their faces tightened, showing a hint of pallor. Iguro Abanai urgently questioned what happened. Although they had an inkling, they still wanted to hear a definite answer from Tanjiro and the others. Nezuko was eaten by Muzan. Himejima Jiomiai gritted his teeth, forcing himself to rise from the ground. Muzan Kibutsuji had already overcome the sunlight. Yuzui Tenjin gritted his teeth, pain etched across his face. Upon hearing this, the arriving group felt a chill rising from their feet to the top of their heads, their hands and feet turning cold. Mitsuri Kanroji covered her mouth. How could this be? Shinobu Kocho bit her rosy lips, a look of entanglement and guilt appearing in her beautiful eyes. Mr. Rick, a flood of memories surged, crashing into Tanjiro's mind, and with his chaotic nervous system, he could no longer hold on, his back hitting the ground as his body fell backward. First form, thunderclap and flash, extreme speed. Accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, a figure wrapped in golden lightning flashed into existence. Rick caught the collapsing Tanjiro, his voice hoarse. That's enough. Leave the rest to me. Tanjiro nodded heavily, tears welling in his eyes. Kanroji, Iguro, Rengoku, Takedo, Shinobu, take them away from here, Rick said, and without waiting for a response, he walked alone towards Muzan. The others looked at Rick's resolute figure, their hearts tightening. What other way is there to kill Muzan? Muzan locked eyes with Rick, gazing at this miraculous boy who had humiliated him twice, and a wicked smile finally appeared on his lips. Winning in the end is the true victory. Muzan Kibutsuji spread his arms, welcoming the sunlight, and proudly said, Rick, do you see? Even if Yoriichi Tsujikoni is resurrected, I will not feel fear. Yoriichi's sun breathing, 13th form, could inflict damage on demons equal to that of sunlight, but this move would no longer harm Muzan, who had overcome sunlight. You've overcome sunlight, but so what? Rick murmured softly, his blood-red eyes revealing the shape of a kaleidoscope Sharingan, spinning within their sockets. A hint of ferocity and overwhelming aura emanated. A new power? Hey, useless. Muzan Kibutsuji laughed, knowing through the memories of Michikatsu Tsujikoni before his death that Rick had awakened a new power. However, he was now overflowing with confidence. Whoosh! Muzan extended one arm, growing into a giant meat arm, with a sharp stinger at the end, tearing through the air as it lunged towards Rick. Susanoo initial phase. Rick's body was enveloped in golden energy, materializing into translucent golden ribs that wrapped around his entire body. Bang! A Sharpie stinger pierced into the golden ribs, penetrating nearly half a meter, leaving less than 4 to 5 centimeters between it and Rick's head. This small distance felt like an insurmountable chasm. What is that? Muzan Kibutsuji felt a jolt in his heart. Susanoo first stage. Rick's body emitted more golden energy, materializing into a skeletal half-giant, towering at 20 meters, blocking out the sun and completely enveloping Rick's body. The golden giant radiated dazzling golden light, slowly raising its fist, casting a massive shadow over Kibutsuji Muzan. Boom! The enormous Susanoo fist descended, smashing through the ground, causing the earth within a 100-meter radius to tremble. The golden giant lifted its fist in the deep pit. Kibutsuji Muzan was crushed into a meat patty, blood gushing everywhere. Chapter 127, 700 times the anti-division drug Susanoo. The third ability of the Mangeki Sharingan allows the user to materialize their own energy and summon a physical giant. It is divided into 4 stages. The initial stage, with only ribs, envelopes the entire body and possesses extremely strong defense, but there are gaps at the feet, making it vulnerable to attacks from below. In the first stage, a giant with only the upper body is formed, further enhancing defense, and the gaps at the feet are filled, allowing for the release of attacks with both hands. In the second stage, the half-giant is reinforced with Tengu armor, reaching maximum defense, and different types of weapons can be summoned, such as giant swords, shields, bows, and arrows. In the third stage, the Tengu armor is removed, defense decreases, and a complete giant is formed, now possessing legs and weapons, greatly increasing agility and offensive capabilities. The fourth stage, also known as the complete Susanoo, can only be activated by honing the power of the Mangeki Sharingan to the extreme, achieving the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Susanoo, second stage. Rick's eyes overflowed with two streams of blood tears. Golden energy erupted, and the golden half-bodied giant's size surged again. With the addition of the Amaterasu armor, its defensive power was significantly enhanced, and two golden giant swords materialized in its hands. The giant, towering over 50 meters, stood on the ground, emanating an aura that made people tremble uncontrollably, as if every move it made held the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. The air within a radius of several hundred meters seemed to solidify. What exactly is that? The golden giant. Is it Rick's power? Standing not far behind Rick, Ihei, Kobain, Yuzui Tenjin, Tanjiro, and others looked up, their eyes reflecting an indescribable shock. The golden giant smashed Muzan Kibutsuji into a pulp with a single punch, making it hard for them to suppress a gulp. It was so violent, yet it felt incredibly exhilarating. Boom, boom, boom. Rick controlled Susanoo, swiftly swinging two golden giant swords, cutting through dozens of golden sword energies. Each sharp golden sword energy spanned dozens of meters, leaving Muzan Kibutsuji with no way to dodge, his body sliced into countless fragments, exploding into a thick mist of blood. Rick! Muzan Kibutsuji let out a hysterical roar, his muscles tensed, bursting forth with astonishing speed towards Rick, thrusting 9 pipe spears without reservation. The pipe spears, swift as phantoms, were so fast that even the Hashira present couldn't see them, capable of being instantly lethal. Boom! A series of sonic booms erupted as the 9 pipe spears tore through space, carrying immense power, striking heavily against Susanoo, producing a dull sound. Clad in the armor of a Tengu, Susanoo remained motionless, the iron-hard pipe spears merely scratching its surface. Boom! The golden giant's eyes flashed with golden light, and with a slap of its massive hand, it swatted Muzan away like a mosquito. Muzan crashed heavily to the ground, his body exploding apart. Impossible, haha. Muzan Kibutsuji's body quickly regenerated, his gaze filled with terror as he let out a foolish laugh. Having already overcome sunlight and become a perfect being, he found that he couldn't shake the giant even a little. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Muzan Kibutsuji fixed his frenzied gaze on Rick, who controlled Susanoo, and laughed maniacally. It's useless, Rick. I have already overcome sunlight. There is no power in the world that can destroy me. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The power of Susanoo exerted absolute pressure on Muzan Kibutsuji, yet it could not kill him. The reason was simple. The regeneration of demons was too strong. Muzan Kibutsuji was even more terrifying. Even if there was only a piece the size of a pinky left, he could resurrect. Rick sheathed the Sunwheel blade, the blood light in his eyes gradually fading, and the massive Susanoo dissipated. The surroundings fell into a deep silence. The self-proclaimed perfect being, Muzan Kibutsuji, wore a proud expression, devoid of any fear, believing that there was no longer any existence capable of killing him, and the cautiousness he had maintained for 1,000 years vanished completely. Rick looked at Muzan Kibutsuji and asked, Muzan, which of your abilities do you think I should be most wary of? Muzan furrowed his brows. Everyone's expression turned serious as they watched the two. An unmatched powerful force, a physique that overcomes sunlight, the ability to infinitely create demons? Rick spoke in a calm tone, listing Muzan's various abilities. No, none of those. Rick then gently shook his head, completely denying them, causing Muzan's expression to darken. The only ability of yours that troubles me is your ability to split and escape. Rick scoffed. Muzan's eyelids twitched, his gaze becoming sinister. The progenitor of demons, a perfect being, was only troubled by his ability to flee. What insult! Seeing Muzan's furious expression, a mocking smile appeared on Rick's face. Lies cannot hurt, but the truth is a sharp blade. If it weren't for Muzan Kibutsuji's ability to split and escape and his powerful regeneration, several hundred years ago, Yoriichi Tsujikuni would have already killed him. 2 years ago, the explosion of the Broken Fawn's full release could also have slain him. So, what do you really want to say? Muzan said dismissively, his tone filled with absolute confidence. Even knowing he had that ability, so what? Just like Tanjiro and the others knew, he could emit ultrasonic waves, but couldn't stop or escape from him. His escapability was also invincible. That's enough, Muzan. Can you feel the changes within your body? Rick softly said. I'm waiting for the poison to take effect. What are you waiting for? Huh? Muzan paused slightly, letting out a muffled grunt. His eyes filled with suspicion as his body retreated a few steps, the veins on his skin bulging like coiled dragons. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps exchanged glances, seeing the astonishment in each other's eyes, wondering what had happened. Only Shinobu Kocho and Tanjiro looked bewildered. Muzan Kibutsuji was too familiar with this feeling. The memories from his split bodies had returned. The compound wasn't wrong. It's within it. Muzan stared intently at Rick. Could it be that this was your plan from the very beginning? Rick's gaze was indifferent, his expression blank. Shinobu's lips moved slightly as she explained to everyone. Since the day the compound drug research succeeded, Nezuko has been taking the anti-division drug. Her weight is 45 kilograms, and consuming her is equivalent to ingesting 700 doses of the anti-division drug. 700 doses of the anti-division drug. Everyone's faces were dazed, staring in disbelief. This means that Nezuko being consumed was also part of the plan, to seal Muzan Kibutsuji's division ability. Iguro Abanai murmured, his eyes wide with shock. With 700 times the dosage of the anti-division drug, what else could Muzan do? The members of the Demon Slayer Corps were stunned. Even they were unaware of this plan. Rick and Butterfly Shinobu are hiding too well. However, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps quickly realize a problem. The premise for the implementation of this plan is knowing about the changes in Infinity Castle. Akaza's ambush plan against Muzan has already been exposed, and they would fall into Muzan's trap, getting trapped in Infinity Castle. Muzan's main body will come to Wisteria Mountain to devour Nezuko, in order to set up his plan in advance. Who provided Rick with the information? Chapter 128, Muzan's Death. Rick. Kibutsuji Muzan stared at Rick with a fierce gaze, and he had the same doubt in his heart. Why was his plan exposed? The plan to use his clones and Infinity Castle to hold back the main force of the Demon Slayer Corps while his main body devours Nezuko. If Rick didn't know about his plan, it would be impossible for him to arrange for Nezuko to take the anti-splitting medicine in advance. Rick quickly resolved everyone's doubts. He also wanted Kibutsuji Muzan to die with clarity. Rick took out the collectible lighter he received before the great battle and coldly stared at Muzan Kibutsuji. Do you think that by turning that old man into a demon, you can control him? Muzan Kibutsuji was taken aback. The problem lies with Michikatsu, Tsujikoni, Impossible. The only demons beyond his control are Tamayo, Nezuko, and me. That is absolute. What a pity. Rick's tone was filled with murderous intent as he coldly said. That old man was once controlled by a ghost blood demon technique, so he has long been on guard against similar tricks. There is no information on this lighter, but now that this lighter has reached Rick's hands, it signifies that Mitsuba Makio is in trouble. The original plan has likely been exposed, so Rick is prepared for the worst. Nezuko might be eaten by Muzan Kibutsuji. Nezuko had previously swallowed a large amount of the anti-splitting medicine, ultimately allowing Muzan Kibutsuji to devour it. Only by overcoming sunlight can Nezuko be consumed by Muzan's true body, rather than his clones. The result is that Muzan Kibutsuji swallowed 700 doses of the anti-splitting medicine in one bite. Tamayo's figure crossed through the mountains and appeared before everyone, sneering. Muzan, that anti-splitting medicine was developed by me. This is my revenge on you. Tamayo. Muzan Kibutsuji gritted his teeth and stared at her. Through Yashiro's blood demon technique, obscuring eyes, others in the distance, such as Kaneo, Tsuyuri, Kanamori, and Tanjiro Kamadu, were also paying attention to the battlefield. Muzan Kibutsuji's most troublesome ability to escape through splitting had finally been sealed, and a hint of a smile appeared on everyone's faces. So what? Muzan Kibutsuji looked at Rick with a frenzied gaze. As long as he was given a little time, he could break down the anti-splitting medicine in his body. After all, it was merely the anti-splitting medicine, not a 4-in-1 composite drug. Otherwise, Nezuko's body wouldn't be able to handle it. Therefore, aside from being unable to use his self-splitting ability, Muzan Kibutsuji's power was still at its peak. Rick said, "No, you don't have a chance." A golden figure rushed over from a distance. It was my wife Zenitsu, who had not appeared on the battlefield. Senior brother. Zenitsu's face was resolute as he shouted loudly, using all his strength to throw an object towards Rick. Rick raised his hand and caught the object thrown by my wife, Zenitsu, which was the explosive fragment tooth repaired by the blacksmith in the swordsmith village. Hiss! Hiss! Rick drew the exploding tooth, blue lightning entwined around the blade, producing a crackling sound. Muzan Kibutsuji's pupils contracted. The exploding tooth. In an instant, Muzan realized that since the battle against Kokushibo began, Rick had deliberately allowed the exploding tooth to break, just to create a big pit for him to jump into. Damn it, Muzan roared, having finally overcome the sunlight. How could he die here? I've said it before. The only thing that can trouble me is your ability to escape. Rick coldly replied. Tsukuyami. In Rick's pupils, the kaleidoscope spun rapidly, surging with overwhelming ocular power, and a blood-red light flickered. Just as Kibutsuji Muzan was about to escape, he suddenly froze, his gaze vacant, standing foolishly in place. An illusion. Rick wove a world of infinite cycles for him, where he was killed countless times. First form, thunderclap and flash, extreme speed. Rick erupted in an instant, moving like lightning, arriving in the blink of an eye, and thrusting his blade into Muzan's chest. Blue lightning spread out, enveloping Muzan's entire body, as he hoarsely said, "The thunder of the exploding tooth will destroy every one of your cells." Since Muzan could revive with even a small piece of tissue left, the solution Rick proposed was to destroy all of his cells. The gloom that hung over the Demon Slayer core dissipated, and everything seemed to connect suddenly. Everyone's hearts surged with waves of shock, marveling at Rick's meticulous planning, as one failed plan gave rise to another, manipulating Muzan like a puppet. It was a pity for Nezuko. A pain gripped everyone's hearts as they recalled the lovely girl who had turned into a demon, enduring countless hardships only to become human again, yet became one of the few sacrifices in this battle. In this final battle, everyone was prepared to die, but they would rather it be themselves than their comrades and friends beside them. Drink! The blue lightning covered Muzan's entire body, and suddenly, Muzan's eyes regained a glimmer of clarity, nearly driven to the brink of insanity by the illusion. However, he finally broke the illusion at the last moment. After all, he was the progenitor of demons who had survived for 1,000 years. Muzan stretched out his hands, gripping Rick's shoulders tightly, his face contorted with madness as he said, "At this distance, you can't use that golden giant." Rick's face darkened. The moon reading was broken. Muzan Kibutsuji revealed a sinister smile and said, "Rick, come with me to hell." Rick, Mr. Rick. The sudden change made the members of the Demon Slayer Corps tense up, their faces filled with anxiety as they desperately called out in their hearts, "Stop. Don't let anyone else sacrifice." Boom! The blue thunder erupted, and a violent explosion engulfed a radius of 100 meters, drowning out the figures of Muzan Kibutsuji and Rick, with the howling wind and fire soaring into the sky. Reflecting against the dawn, the resounding roar shook the earth, becoming the final sound of this battle in the Infinite City. A drop of sweat slid down Tamayo's forehead, but she remained calm, thinking, "It's okay, Rick has the ability to resurrect." No. Tanjiro shook his head, tears streaming down his face as he cried, "Mr. Rick no longer has the ability to resurrect." "What did you say?" Tamayo's eyes widened. "I'm here." The petite and cute Nezuko walked out from behind Tanjiro, tilting her little head. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps reflected Nezuko's figure in their pupils, mouths slightly agape, as if struck by lightning, stunned. Nezuko is still alive. The day after the compound drug was completed, Rick approached Tanjiro and Nezuko, saying, "Equip extraction, guardian angel." Rick whispered, separating a fist-sized golden orb from his chest. The golden orb emitted a dazzling brilliance, deeply attracting the curious gazes of the brother and sister from the Zeo Men family. Rick extended his right hand and gently pushed forward, causing the golden light orb to enter Nezuko's body. "This is the resurrection ability I possess, which has now been transferred to Nezuko. Afterwards, I will use hypnosis to make you forget about this matter, to prevent Muzan from detecting the plan." "What about Mr. Rick?" Tanjiro's expression was worried. As the main combat force, Rick needs this resurrection ability more than anyone else. Rick resolutely lent his resurrection ability to Nezuko, which made Tanjiro uneasy. After all, using his sister as bait was a compensation to her. Rick shook his head and smiled, seeing that Tanjiro still looked worried. Rick patted him on the shoulder and confidently said, "Don't worry, I'll make it through this." After saying that, Rick walked out the door. The morning sun rose from the east, and Rick walked towards the blazing sun, leaving Tanjiro with a tall and imposing silhouette under the warm sunlight. Chapter 129. The Line Between Life and Death. "Where is this?" Rick slowly opened his eyes, and in front of him was a bottomless river, with red spider lilies growing nearby, emitting a dark red glow that illuminated the surroundings. Apart from the sound of flowing water, the area was so quiet that it felt frightening, filled with an eerie atmosphere. On a stone tablet by the riverbank, Rick saw the words Sanzu River inscribed on it, and his heart sank. The Sanzu River. According to legend, it is the boundary between the world of the living and the world of the dead. The world of Demon Slayer has always had legends of the underworld and souls, and the reality is the same. Akaza from the original timeline was taken away by the soul of his fiancée, Koyuki, as well as the reincarnation of the Demon Slayer core members. Am I dead? Rick furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, and then shook his head. He could sense some kind of call from the depths. The body in the real world was summoning him. His body should be in a state of suspended animation, commonly referred to as having one foot in the grave. Once his body recovered, he could simply pull his foot back and it would be over. Who? Rick felt a presence behind him and turned to see a young man who looked exactly like him. His pupils constricted as he heard the young man say, "No, you are Rick." Behind the young man, two figures appeared, a beautiful young girl and an old man. The kind-faced Mitsushima Makifa broke into a joyful smile and said, "Young Master Rick, we meet again." Rick's expression was complex. "Old man, there's no need to be sad. I'm already satisfied," Mitsushima Makio said with a smile. The time spent with Rick was richer than all the experiences of his previous decades of life combined, making it a death without regrets. "Please cherish this body." The young man smiled at Rick, then turned back, reaching out to the girl. "Amikasu Yukiko, let's go." Amikasu Yukiko tightly grasped the young man's hand, a beautiful and graceful smile of happiness appearing at the corners of her mouth. Mitsushima Makio followed behind the young man, and Amikasu Yukiko, turning back to say, "Young Master Rick, take care." The three walked deeper into the Sanzu River, heading towards the realm of the dead, gradually moving away until their figures disappeared. "Husband, welcome back. Sorry to keep you waiting." Then, it seemed Rick heard two voices beside his ear. Turning around, he saw two young figures appear on the opposite bank of the river. It was Koyuki and Akaza. The evil spirit form on Akaza gradually disappeared, returning to the image of Kiba Osamu as he tightly embraced Koki. After 100 years, this pair of lovesick individuals finally reunited. Doma was also on the opposite bank, waving at Rick with a simple smile, excitedly saying, "My disciple, how have you been?" Bang! A character appeared on Kiba Osamu's forehead, and he punched Doma in the abdomen, knocking him down. Across the Sanzu River, Kiba Osamu and Rick exchanged glances, smiling silently at each other. "Well done." Then, Kiba Osamu dragged Doma like a dead dog, joking and laughing with Koyuki as they headed deeper into the realm of the dead. Whoosh! A golden beam of light descended from the heavens, landing on Rick, radiating a warm glow that dispelled the cold atmosphere around the Sanzu River, making one feel warm and cozy. "It's time to go back." Rick smiled. Many people were still waiting for him, and death was still far away. Bang! Just as the golden beam was about to take Rick away from the boundary between life and death, a bloody hand broke through the ground and tightly grasped Rick's ankle. Rick looked down in shock. Muzan Kabutsuji crawled out from the ground, looking terrifying like a demon, gripping Rick tightly with a fierce expression, and said, "Rick, you can't escape. Even if it means death, I will drag you down to the deepest part of hell with me." The hatred in Muzan Kabutsuji's heart was almost exploding. He was completely outsmarted by Rick. Strength, cunning, he lost in every aspect. At least he would take Rick with him to the grave. Rick's expression was cold. "With just you, do you think you can match me? You couldn't win in the living world, and you think you have a chance in the underworld?" Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Rick's eyes turned blood red as he prepared to let Muzan Kabutsuji experience the taste of the Tsukuyami illusion once more. Whoosh! Just then a fiery, blazing arc of blade light severed Muzan Kabutsuji's hands. Muzan Kabutsuji's eyes widened. This familiar sensation had appeared countless times in his dreams over the centuries. Suddenly freed from his bindings, Rick staggered forward 2 steps, nearly falling over, and turned to look. It was a handsome young man with deep red hair tied in a high ponytail, wearing the sun emblem earrings, and with flame-like red patterns on the left side of his face. Buzz! Buzz! The red-haired youth wielded a bright red longsword, and the space around the blade subtly vibrated, emanating a scorching aura that dispelled the cold atmosphere of the Sanzu River, far surpassing any Nichiren blade Rick had ever seen. The young man's expression was grim, and his tone was icy as he said, "This boy is alive, yet he still thinks of harming others in the afterlife. Muzan, what do you treat life as?" The moment this red-haired youth appeared, it was as if a sun illuminated the surroundings. The air seemed to grow scorching, and the bone-chilling breath of the Sanzu River vanished without a trace. "Yurichi Tsujikuni." Muzan Kabutsuji's face twisted in horror. his body trembling with fear. How could he forget that face? Having lost his physical form, he simultaneously lost his ability to withstand sunlight, making the damage caused by Yorichi's sun breathing and Nichiren blade seem even more terrifying. Just entering within 10 meters of Yorichi made Muzan Kibutsuji feel a sense of dread. Damn it! Muzan Kibutsuji let out a pig-like scream, disregarding Rick as he fled deeper into the Sanzu River. Muzan's character was extremely cruel and merciless, tyrannical, with an exceptionally explosive temper, ruling the demons with absolute terror. Yet he was also very cowardly, fearing death. Yorichi did not rush to pursue. As long as they were in this territory, Muzan Kibutsuji would not escape. He turned to Rick, his emotions complex, and said, "Thank you for accomplishing what I could not." "You're welcome," Rick nodded. "From now on, I will keep an eye on Muzan Kibutsuji, so you don't have to worry about him causing trouble again," Yorichi said. Another tall figure appeared behind Yorichi. Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo, should now be referred to as Yorichi Tsujikuni. The 6 eyes on his face and the aura of a demon had vanished, restoring him to a human appearance. Yorichi Tsujikuni spoke in a deep voice. "This is punishment. To repay the sins of killing for centuries, his soul must not be reborn and must forever guard against the countless evil demons like Hantengu, Tamayo, Doma, and Muzan Kibutsuji. Brother, let's go together." Yorichi Tsujikuni nodded. After death, he suddenly felt less attached to matters from his previous life. The 2 brothers chased after Muzan Kibutsuji, their figures gradually fading from Rick's sight. Chapter 130. Hero Rick smiled slightly, watching Yorichi Tsujikuni, knowing that Kibutsuji Muzan would have a hard time ahead. He could see the power of Tsujikuni Yorichi, like a monster, especially when it came to demons. This person seemed to exist solely to slay demons. Whoosh! Suddenly, countless blue flames lit up around them, the ghostly blue flames hovering in mid-air, giving a chilling and terrifying feeling. However, Rick did not sense any cold aura. On the contrary, these ghostly flames emitted a warm glow, illuminating the Sanzu River and radiating goodwill towards Rick. Rick squinted his eyes, realizing this was a soul. Soon, the blue flames took shape, revealing swordsmen dressed in Demon Slayer Corps uniforms, as well as individuals closely associated with the Corps. In total, there were at least tens of thousands, a grand sight. The auras of those sword-wielding souls varied. Some exuded the intense heat of flame breathing, others the flexibility of water breathing, the strength of wind breathing, and the dominance of stone breathing. There were also various branch breathing techniques derived from the fundamental breathing styles. Countless gazes fell upon Rick. In this situation, others might have faltered. Rick stared at them, his eyes showing no signs of fluctuation, which made the many souls of the Demon Slayer Corps sigh in admiration. There was no doubt that this generation of swordsmen could successfully defeat Muzan Kibutsuji for a reason. Undoubtedly, it was the strongest lineup in the history of the Demon Slayer Corps. The 9 Hashira were already powerful enough, and Rick was the chosen one. With top-notch strength and intellect, a young man, resembling Yoya Shinjuro by about 70 to 80%, stepped forward with a gentle smile and said, "Hello, we are companions of the Demon Slayer Corps, waiting here for the death of Muzan Kibutsuji." Rick looked up and realized the countless swordsmen who had died in battle for the Demon Slayer Corps over the millennia, as well as the members of the Kamadu family. The souls of these individuals, filled with intense hatred, struggled painfully at the boundary between life and death, waiting for Muzan Kibutsuji's demise. They would never reincarnate without witnessing Muzan's death. Rick frowned and asked, "Who are you?" The young man replied, "I am the parent of Yoya, who is my child." The young man felt embarrassed, as the early death of his child forced the young Yoya to take on the heavy burden of the Demon Slayer Corps. Soon after, a proud smile appeared on the young man's face. The cause that the Demon Slayer Corps has upheld for thousands of years has been completed under the leadership of his child. How could he not feel proud? The young man deeply bowed to Rick and said, "We have witnessed your difficult battles, and we thank you for successfully defeating Muzan Kibutsuji. Since the battle in Infinity Castle, there have been many ups and downs. When they saw Muzan Kibutsuji devour Nezuko and overcome the sunlight, even they felt despair. They did not expect a shocking turnaround to occur later. All of this was Rick's arrangement. Susanoo crushed Muzan Kibutsuji with absolute power, preventing the splitting drug from sealing Muzan's escapability. And finally, the explosive destruction ended everything. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps behind the young man were excited, tears streaming down their faces. Those were tears of joy. Countless people cheered, some of whom had been waiting here for 1,000 years and had even grown numb. Rick and the others' victory redeemed them. Rick was infected by the emotions of the crowd, feeling a surge of ambition within him. He raised his fist, which elicited a wave of cheers. Whoosh! A golden beam of light pierced through the haze of life and death, descending from the sky and landing on Rick. It seemed it was time to say goodbye. The young man smiled, knowing that Rick was not dead. He was merely in a state of suspended animation, his soul briefly leaving his body and arriving here. Once his body recovered, he would be able to return. A tall, young, and beautiful woman stepped forward. With long black hair and purple eyes, her hair adorned with green butterfly hairpins edged in pink on either side. She wore the standard Demon Slayer uniform, draped with a colorful butterfly-patterned haori. Hello. The woman's stunning face bore a sweet smile that was very familiar to Rick, and she gazed at him with great interest. Rick's gaze shifted, and the butterfly-patterned haori, identical to that of Shinobu Kocho, confirmed the identity of this person. It was Shinobu's older sister, Kane Kocho, a former love Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, who was killed by Doma. A motherly smile appeared on Kane's pretty face. Oh my, what a handsome brother-in-law. She had been watching over Shinobu, witnessing their encounter, their acquaintance, the feelings that developed, and ultimately their love, feeling quite satisfied with Rick in her heart. Hello. Rick politely greeted and then asked, is there anything you want to convey to Shino? Kanai Butterfly gently nodded and sweetly smiled. Tell her not to always imitate her sister. Her sister still prefers Shino's genuine smile. Got it. Rick nodded heavily. Under the golden beam of light, Rick's soul seemed to break free from gravity and floated upward toward the sky. Goodbye. Make sure to live a little longer. We will also pray for you. All the souls of the Demon Slayer Corps looked up at the sky, watching Rick leave, raising their hands to honor their hero. The real world. Rick. Rick heard a piercing cry and slowly opened his eyes. Coming into view was a small face, tear-streaked and pitiful. Rick reached out to wipe the tears from her eyes, a faint smile appearing on his lips as he said, your makeup is all ruined from crying. You idiot. Shinobu glared at him, feeling worried to death at this moment. And here he was still in the mood to joke. Then, she threw herself into Rick's arms, holding him tightly, afraid that he would disappear in the blink of an eye. How long have I been unconscious? Rick held the delicate body of Butterfly Shinobu, scanning the area where the Demon Slayer Corps were present, including the 9 Hashira and the 3 young ones, Nezuko, Tamayo, and Kanawo. About half an hour had passed. When everyone saw Rick wake up, they breathed a sigh of relief. The blue lightning from the shattered teeth engulfed Rick and Muzan Kibutsuji, filling their hearts with despair. Surprisingly, Muzan disintegrated into ashes, leaving not a single cell behind, while Rick was merely gravely injured and unconscious, lying in a deep pit at the center of the explosion. They quickly fed Rick a recovery bean and began emergency resuscitation, performing chest compressions. Rick's physique was also extraordinary, and his heartbeat quickly returned. Phew! Rick stretched out his arms, lying on the ground, breathing in the fresh air. The butterfly ninja perched on him, its light body resembling a white cloud, weightless. Rick gently stroked Butterfly Shinobu's hair and said, Shinobu, I saw her. Hearing Rick's words, Butterfly Shinobu raised her head, with traces of tears still on her face, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of confusion. Rick didn't keep them in suspense and laughed. She said she still likes your heartfelt smile. Butterfly Shinobu was momentarily stunned, then pursed her lips, tears gradually welling up in her eyes. Unlike the previous sadness and tension, this time it was tears of joy. Butterfly Shinobu nodded emphatically, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting, her beautiful smile blooming like 100 flowers. Chapter 131. The Demon Slayer Corps disbands. As Rick woke up, everyone's anxious hearts finally relaxed. The final battle had ended. Tanjiro, Inosuke, and others, whose nervous systems were disrupted by Muzan's ultrasonic waves, were gradually recovering. A glance around showed that everyone had some injuries, but they weren't serious. After all, they each had a healing bean, equivalent to having 2 lives. Boom! The enormous body of Muzan Kibutsuji collapsed like a mountain, the sound attracting everyone's attention. Mr. Muzan, they nervously surrounded him, their eyes filled with concern. Opening the pattern and consuming his life to fight, Muzan had already surpassed the 25-year limit of the pattern. Rick walked through the crowd and approached the Grim Reaper of Sad Cry Island. The people looked at Rick with hopeful eyes, no matter how desperate the situation. This man always had a way to solve it. Unknowingly, Rick had become a pillar of support in their hearts. Rick indeed did not disappoint them. He squatted down and asked, can you hold on for another day? The guardian angel can lift negative states, and even reverse the ghost transformation. So the side effects of the pattern are naturally no exception. The problem is that Nezuko just used it. The guardian angel still has over 20 hours of cooldown. Yes. Kibutsuji Muzan nodded. The pattern forcibly operates the organs, tissues, and cells within the body, converting life force into physical strength and energy. Under normal circumstances, he would have died. However, the sacred being restored his physical strength, offsetting part of the life force consumption, with Rick coming in to crush Muzan afterwards. Kibutsuji Muzan did not continue the intense battle, allowing him to conserve his strength and energy, making it possible to survive for a few more days. That's good. Rick smiled, turned to the crowd, and declared victoriously, "We won." The crowd was slightly taken aback, but then their faces lit up with joy, erupting into thunderous cheers that dispelled the gloom that had shrouded this sky for 1,000 years. "Mr. Aichi, we won." Kanroji Mitsuri cried, tears of excitement, leaping forward and directly into the arms of a hay cabin. The two embraced tightly, filled with love. "Nezuko, you're alive." "That is so great," Tanjiro said. His voice choked with emotion as he hugged his sister Nezuko tightly. Before breaking the illusion, Tanjiro truly believed Nezuko was dead, his heart aching. Nezuko's big eyes squinted into crescent moons. The effect of the guardian angel also lifted the 700 doses of the split prevention drug-S side effects within her. Shinazugawa Sanemi looked up at the sunny sky, his normally fierce and terrifying face now calm, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Feeling good enough that even a certain annoying water pillar seemed more pleasant to him. Tomioka noticed Shinazugawa Sanemi's gaze, and a fleeting smile appeared on his stiff, expressionless face. He was finally not hated anymore. Rengoku Kaijuro crossed his arms and laughed loudly. "I knew it. We would definitely succeed." Lord Tenjin, Yuzui Tungin's 3 beautiful wives, Makio, Hinetsuru, and Suma, ran over from a distance, and the four embraced. Inosuke looked at Zenitsu with disdain, saying, "Useless guy. You didn't even kill a single demon." Zenitsu, who did not participate in the Infinity Castle battle, had 0 achievements, 000. "What did you say?" Zenitsu immediately flushed with anger and charged at him. "You stupid pig. Are you out of your mind?" His record was clearly 001, assisting in the kill of Kibutsuji Muzan. To quickly deliver the repaired Bakuzetsu to his senior brother, he had been rushing using the thunder-breathing technique, even using Senzu beans along the way, nearly running his legs off. Facing Kibutsuji Muzan, who could overcome sunlight, the only thing in the world that could kill him was Bakuzetsu. Brother Rick was the greatest contributor to the final battle. Zenitsu felt that being the second contributor should be no problem, yet this stupid pig dared to mock him. Zenitsu and Inosuke started to grapple with each other. Takedo Machiro watched the two fight, and this harmonious and loving scene brought a smile to his face, already having taken the transformation drug and returned to human form. Tamayo stood under the sunlight, tears falling. Since Kagaya Yurichi severely injured Kibutsuji Muzan, she had been able to escape his control and had been hiding for hundreds of years, facing countless dangers along the way. Now everything was over. She had finally avenged her husband and child. Rick led everyone back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Ubuyashiki Yoya came out with his family to greet them. Muzan Kibutsuji was dead, and the curse of the Ubuyashiki clan had been lifted. The grotesque purplish-red marks on Ubuyashiki Yoya's face disappeared, and his weakened body quickly recovered, his eyes shining brightly as if a miracle had occurred. With a gentle smile on his face, Ubuyashiki Yoya said, "Welcome back, everyone." The members of the Demon Slayer Corps were overjoyed. Behind Ubuyashiki Yoya were Kanroji Mitsuri, Rengoku Kaijuro, Tenjin Yi, Tsujikuni Yurichi, Kamadu Nezuko, and many other members of the Corps. Through Tamayo's blood demon art, they had been watching the thrilling battle, and seeing everyone return unharmed brought tears to their eyes. Countless crows took to the sky, and more news continued to arrive from various places. With Muzan's death, almost at the same moment, all the evil demons dissipated in unwillingness and anger. The chaos caused by the demons that spanned 1,000 years was over. Countless people stepped out of their homes, looked up, and felt that today's sunlight had become exceptionally warm. In the following month and a half, Rick would transfer the guardian angels to the Hashira, then systematically eliminate them, allowing them to die peacefully in the illusionary world, achieving the accomplishment of one person annihilating a team. The effect of the guardian angels was akin to reversing time, alleviating the aftereffects caused by the marks on everyone and restoring their vitality. It had been a month since the defeat of Muzan Kibutsuji, unbeknownst to them. Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Rick, the contemporary 9 pillars, the 3 little ones, and all members of the Demon Slayer Corps gathered here in a densely packed crowd. No one carried their Nichiren blades. It was unnecessary. The voices of lively discussions in the crowd never ceased, and everyone wore joyful smiles. The figure of Ubuyashiki Wayu appeared at the front, and the surrounding noise gradually quieted down. Everyone looked at Ubuyashiki Wayu with respectful gazes. After thousands of years, the Demon Slayer Corps has finally slain our target, Muzan Kibutsuji. Ubuyashiki Wayu said softly, his voice seeming to echo in everyone's ears. In an instant, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps erupted in cheers that echoed through the skies. Countless people excitedly embraced one another, tears streaming down their faces, enjoying a world free from the threat of demons. Most of them had families destroyed by demons, and now they were reaping the rewards after suffering, tears welling in their eyes. From today onwards, the Demon Slayer Corps will officially disband. Chapter 132. Sign-in rewards the Demon Slayer Corps disbands. This was also anticipated by everyone. With the demons gone, the Corps had lost its meaning, and the higher-ups of the island nation would not allow this powerful secret organization to continue to exist. That said, it was a massive force that had existed for over 1,000 years, and disbanding it was not something that could be done quickly. Take those Demon Slayer swordsmen. For example, apart from their superb swordsmanship, they hardly understood other means of making a living. Dispersing them back home would mean releasing a group of exceptionally skilled, lawless individuals into society, and the resulting social harm would be unimaginable. For a long time to come, Ubuyashiki Wayu would be busy settling the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, at least finding them stable and safe jobs. The Demon Slayer Corps was nominally disbanded. In reality, before this generation passed away, its influence would not dissipate. As long as Ubuyashiki Wayu raised his arm and called, the Demon Slayer Corps could be reformed again. Anyone who thought they could bully them would find themselves in big trouble. However, these matters had little to do with Rick. Butterfly House. Rick looked at the shattered tooth in front of him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The silver blade of the shattered tooth trembled gently, emitting a low hum, as if it were a child yearning for praise. Rick murmured, "It's you." Back then, it was really a life-and-death moment. The illusion technique, moon reading, was broken, and in close combat, he couldn't use Susanoo. He was firmly grasped by Muzan Kibutsuji, and even though he used the Wheel Tomb clone to sever Muzan's hands, he couldn't escape the explosion range of the Bakuseiga. The reason he didn't die in the explosion was that Bakuseiga automatically protected its master. Most of the demon blades in the Inuyasha world are made from the bones of demons. Inuyasha once incorporated his own teeth into Tetsusaiga, transforming the Tetsusaiga left to him by his father, Inu no Teisho, into his own blade, since he is not a pure human and has some connection to demons. When repairing Bakuseiga, Rick gave his teeth and blood to Tetsusaiga's creator, Tetsusaiga Morikawa. Although Tetsusaiga Morikawa was confused, he followed Rick's instructions. As Bakuseiga absorbed Rick's teeth and blood, it began to hum and tremble gently on the ground. When Rick held it, he felt a sense of blood connection. Bakuseiga was no longer the demon blade of the great demon Sesomaru, but Rick's blade. Therefore, in the explosion of blue lightning, Bakuseiga automatically avoided Rick, only allowing him to bear the aftermath of the explosion. Muzan was reduced to ashes, while he was only severely injured. Correspondingly, with the loss of most of Sesomaru's demonic power, Bakuseiga's power sharply declined. No longer capable of the full release that could destroy a mountain like it did 2 years ago, it temporarily shifted from a group attack to a single target attack. However, it still retained its irrecoverable characteristics. At the same time, it possessed growth potential, becoming completely bound to Rick. As Rick's strength increased, Bakuseiga's power would also strengthen accordingly. Rick's mouth curled into a confident smile. Sooner or later, he would become stronger, allowing the shattering tooth to surpass its original power and become an even stronger demon sword. The Infinite City Battle plot sign-in has been completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Fire Style. Based on the performance in the plot, additional rewards can be earned. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Surgery Fruit. Surgery Fruit, a devil fruit from the One Piece world. The user can create a special space where they dominate everything, including kinetic energy, length, temperature, mass, and other units. They can freely cut, exchange, and splice any objects, even swapping 2 hearts. This is fundamentally different from ordinary cutting with a knife. The attack is a superpower, a non-physical attack. Side effects: Touching seawater or sea prism stone will result in the loss of fruit abilities and the inability to swim, limited to the One Piece world. Rick's eyes lit up. He had long known about the reward for the fire release technique, and the additional reward of the surgery fruit was indeed impressive. In the world of One Piece, the Paramecia-type Devil Fruit allows the user to control everything within a certain range. Valued at 5 billion berries, it is the highest-priced Devil Fruit. It is said that after the user of the surgery fruit awakens their abilities, they can perform surgeries that grant eternal life. The additional note also brought joy to Rick's heart. The side effects of the Devil Fruit are only effective in the pirate world. It is likely that the seawater in the pirate world is different. The final sign-in for the Demon Slayer world has been completed, with a plot change degree of 66. 6. And a special lottery has been obtained, without even a moment of surprise at obtaining the surgery fruit. What appeared before Rick was the special lottery from the final sign-in. A plot change degree of 66. 6. Rick frowned. He had achieved a perfect ending with the Blade of Annihilation, where none of the 9 Hashira or the 3 young ones died in the Infinite Castle. In his estimation, the plot had changed by at least 90. Could it be? Combining the characteristics of multiple sign-ins, a flash of inspiration struck Rick's mind, and he could only think of one possibility. In the system's concept, there is no morality, no distinction between good and evil. It only desires change. It aims to alter what was supposed to happen in this world. Therefore, in addition to the basic sign-in rewards, there is always an extra reward encouraging Rick to make changes. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps are indeed alive. However, the demons like Muzan Kibutsuji are vanquished just like in the original timeline. It was supposed to be a mutual destruction, with everyone wiped out. Rick just wants to keep the Demon Slayer Corps alive. Realizing this, Rick feels a bit speechless. So, to achieve a 100 change in the plot, a harmonious society between humans and demons needs to be created. Making dumplings together? What a divine idea. Rick cursed silently in his heart. He no longer dwelled on the matter of 66. 6. And murmured to himself, special lottery draw. In the next moment, the environment around Rick suddenly changed. It was as if he was standing in a deep starry sky, with countless stars beneath his feet, shining with dazzling brilliance. Rick's pupils contracted. What a terrifying aura. The breath emitted by each star was devastating, far surpassing Muzan Kibutsuji. Whoosh! At that moment, billions of stars converged in one place, streaking across the void, creating a scene of immense shock. Countless meteors formed a gigantic sphere of light, incredibly dazzling. One star broke away from the group and fell straight towards Rick, hovering in front of him. Rick reached out and grabbed the star in front of him. As the light dissipated, it revealed a square card. At the same time, several pieces of information surfaced in Rick's mind. Osiris's Sky Dragon, one of the 3 divine beasts from the Yu-Gi-Oh! World. Its prototype is the god of the underworld in Egyptian mythology, possessing god-level power, special abilities like Thunderball and Superconductive Wave. Special ability: Thunderball fires a thunderball at the target, guaranteed to hit, reducing the target's power by 20 until they exit combat. Superconductive Wave, full power attack, emits a high-temperature lightning wave that can easily erase a mountain with a single strike. Demon Slayer World sign-in has been completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Space Gate, one-time use, which can transfer to other worlds. Chapter 133, Wedding in the Blink of an Eye. 2 months have passed since the Infinite City battle. The Demon Slayer Corps gradually emerged from the shadow of the demon chaos, and everything was progressing in an orderly manner. Butterfly Mansion. Rick put on a neat black suit, tied his tie, and made a simple adjustment to his appearance in front of the mirror. As today was an important day, when Rick walked out of the room, everyone was already waiting outside. Ju Tomioka, Michiro Takedo, Kaijiro Rengoku, Tenjin Yuzi, and Shinobu Kocho were dressed in traditional Japanese male kimonos, which could be considered formal wear, each in different colors. Mitsuri Kanroji and Jinya Shinazugawa were wearing the same black suit as Rick, with shiny leather shoes. However, with their fierce faces, they looked like typical suit thugs, reminiscent of the Italian mafia. Rick, hurry up, the wedding is about to start. Everyone smiled and called out to Rick. I'm coming. Rick responded with a sound and followed them. The Demon Slayer Corps walked down the street, grand and imposing, attracting countless gazes, especially the shy girls hiding behind doors. Couldn't help but peek out, secretly observing the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, their faces turning red as if they thought of something. Although the members bore various degrees of scars on their bodies or faces, their extraordinary demeanor and determined strides gave a strong sense of security, making the bashful girls' hearts flutter. However, the aura of these people was too intimidating. Passers-by on the road made way, making it seem like Rick and the others were bullies walking across the street. Naturally, no girl dared to approach them. Most of the girls' gazes were focused on the leader, Rick. With his superior conditions, tall stature, handsome features, sharp eyebrows, and resolute expression, he looked even more striking in his black suit. Leading the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, Rick exuded a natural leader's aura that deeply attracted the attention of the girls, his every move seemingly capable of stirring others' hearts. Damn, why do you look so relaxed? Mitsuri Kenroji pouted, tugging at his fitted suit, feeling uncomfortable all over. He preferred loose clothing and usually exposed his abdominal muscles when wearing the team uniform. Who told you to bring this upon yourself? Rick laughed. You could have worn a traditional Japanese kimono like everyone else, but you chose to wear a suit and tie instead. Oomph. Mitsuri Kenroji snorted, saying, this is to prepare for future work, to adapt in advance. Rick asked curiously, what are you planning to do? As members of the Hashira, they certainly enjoyed privileges. The other members were waiting for the assignments from the production house, while the Hashira had the right to choose their own work. Mitsuri Kenroji replied, train conductor. He was the wind Hashira, and the wind never stays in one place. Traveling all over the land was his ideal. The job of a train conductor was just right for him. Upon hearing this, Rick looked at Mitsuri Kenroji's fierce and terrifying face, and with mixed feelings. He patted him on the shoulder. From now on, passengers on the train could only wish themselves good luck and hope not to encounter Mitsuri. Hey, it seems you're thinking some very rude things. Mitsuri Kenroji glared with sharp eyes. The others stifled their laughter. They had basically all found their jobs, or had goals. Mitsuri Kenroji's plan was still unexpected for them. With his intimidating appearance, working in the service industry would likely scare away customers. Hey, what are you all laughing about? Mitsuri Kenroji asked angrily, feeling like he couldn't fit into this circle. Ju Tomioka hurriedly stopped his hot-tempered brother. A group of people chatted and laughed as they arrived at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. There were no more demons, and the Corps had been disbanded. The secrecy of the headquarters was no longer as high as before. At this moment, the headquarters was festively decorated, with red lanterns hanging everywhere, symbolizing prosperity. The spacious courtyard was filled with tables. Mr. Rick, senior brother, Tanjiro, Nezuko, Kanaho, and several hard-working children from the Kamadu family had already come to help. Zenitsu and Inosuke were also brought over by them. Seeing Rick and the others, Tanjiro and the surrounding members of the Demon Slayer Corps all greeted them. Looking at the 7 figures ahead, everyone wore an expression of indescribable respect. They had no airs about them and responded with smiles. Rick glanced around and asked, where is everyone? Tanjiro, Mr. Iguro is hiding in his room, and let's go get him. Rick turned to the eager pillars, smiles appearing on everyone's faces. They could hardly wait. The group marched grandly through the courtyard and arrived at a room in the backyard, breaking down the door. In the room, Iguro Abanai, dressed in a traditional Japanese kimono, was hiding, shaking his head and sighing. The little white snake looked at Rick and the others with a pleading gaze. Finally, after much anticipation, they had come. What are you doing? Hurry up and come out. Takashi Ubuyashiki grabbed Iguro Abanai by the back of his collar and lifted him up. Sigh, you wouldn't understand, Ubuyashiki. Iguro Abanai sighed, looking at Takashi Ubuyashiki with a sad expression, a lifetime of being a single dog. Takashi Ubuyashiki. Rick smiled and asked, what are you still troubled about at this time? Facing Rick, who also had a girlfriend, Ihei Kobain looked a bit confused and said, does Kanroji really like me? Am I too carried away to dare propose to her? Rick retorted, if she doesn't like you, would she agree to marry you? That's true. A glimmer of light gradually appeared in Ihei Kobain's eyes as he slowly stood up, his face showing a bit more confidence. He certainly knew, but he was just a bit self-doubting. The inferiority complex in his heart made him feel unworthy of the other person. Rick's words dispelled the last trace of confusion in his heart. Let's go, you're the star of the day, Rick said with a smile, patting Ihei Kaname on the back. Ihei Kaname revealed a confident smile, took 2 steps forward, walked out of the room, and then strode ahead. In the courtyard, a lavish spread of dishes was laid out on the table, the rich aroma irresistible. Members of the Demon Slayer Corps, including the former Hashira, gathered here, chatting and laughing loudly. Today was both a celebration of the successful defeat of Muzan Kabutsuji and a wedding for a pair of newlyweds. Old and new come together, bringing people infinite expectations for the future. Ihei Kaname took off the scarf he usually wore, revealing a grotesque mouth, as if stitched up from a wound, a result of his painful childhood experiences. Ihei's family was controlled by a serpent demon, and his naturally heterochromatic eyes attracted the serpent demon's favor. which ordered him to cut his mouth into the same scar as hers. No one present looked down on Ihei Kanami's appearance. It was a hero's scar, worthy of respect. Surrounded by Shinobu Kocho, Tenjin Izzy, Kanawo, and Nezuko, Mitsuri Kanroji, dressed in a pink wedding gown, stepped out, her beautiful face flushed with shyness. Mr. Ihei, I look forward to your future care. No, I'm the one who should be asking for your care. Mitsuri Kanroji and Ihei Kaname stood together, holding hands, both blushing. Mitsuri's parents and siblings also came here, moved by the scene. Yoya Shinjuro smiled and said, "Let's congratulate the newlyweds." "Congratulations. Love Hashira, you're so beautiful. Best wishes." The venue erupted with thunderous applause and blessings. People threw flowers into the sky, and pure white doves were released from their cages, soaring high. The entire Demon Slayer Corps headquarters was filled with the sounds of gongs and drums, the festive and lively atmosphere spreading all around. Everyone raised their glasses in laughter. A world without the threat of demons is so blissful, being able to drink fine wine without fear, even if one gets drunk on the roadside. There is no worry about being killed by a demon at night. You're not yet of age. The once sorrowful Takedo Machiro, who had let go of his past, no longer disliked children, reached out with both hands to grab the heads of Zenitsu Agatsuma and Inosuke Hashibara, who were trying to sneak a drink. He lifted them up by their heads. "Ah, my head's going to break. Damn it, if you can, challenge me one-on-one." No matter how much the two struggled, they couldn't break free, and their embarrassing appearance made everyone chuckle. "Haha, today I will definitely reclaim the title of third in arm wrestling." Rengoku Kaijuro laughed loudly. "There's no way I can lose my glamorous self." Tenjin Yuzui confidently raised his chin. The rankings for arm wrestling among the Hashira were updated. Rick first, Takedo Machiro second. Tenjin Yuzui third, Rengoku Kaijuro fourth. The onlookers, eager for entertainment, quickly set up a table to gamble, enjoying a light bet. "Kaijuro, good job. I'm betting 3 days' worth of meal money on you." "Tenjin, if you lose, you can't mention glamour again." "Glamour is mine." Everyone shouted excitedly, enjoying themselves. Tenjin Yuzui and Rengoku Kaijuro's faces darkened, feeling like everyone's enthusiasm was higher than theirs. Having said that, excitement flickered in their eyes as they extended their hands and began arm wrestling. This game not only tested arm strength. Those skilled in technique could use their entire body weight, relying on explosive power. When the referee shouted to start, both of them almost simultaneously activated their transparent world, seeing through each other's clothes and skin to gauge the timing of their opponent's strength. Boom! In an instant, the ground beneath them roared, and their foot's strength shattered the floor. Playing a game and activating the transparent world? If you have the guts, open the markings again. With such terrifying power, the others quickly stepped back several paces in fear. Ju Tomioka, who often misunderstood in social situations, followed Tanjiro to learn the ways of the world. Tanjiro, who frequently interacted with others, had a natural advantage in this regard. The Kanroji siblings, who no one dared approach, one liking sweet rice cakes and the other watermelon, were busy devouring a feast, stuffing themselves with 7 or 8 pounds of food, their bellies swollen. Machiro Takedo quietly played with paper airplanes. Colorful paper planes flying alongside white doves, moving toward the distant future. Shinobu Kocho stayed by Mitsuri Kanroji's side as a close friend. Rick stood alone by the window on the second floor, half of his body leaning against the wall, watching the warm and harmonious scene below, a faint smile unconsciously appearing on his face. Production house Waya walked over and smiled. "Rick, aren't you going to join them?" Rick shook his head with a smile. Kamadu Yoya looked at Rick. This remarkable young man was the most reliable member of his team, his wisdom even beyond his comprehension. The current glory of the Demon Slayer Corps was largely due to Rick's contributions, accounting for at least over 90%. It's Lord Mu and Lord Rick. Someone below spotted Kamadu Yoya and Rick, and their voices attracted everyone's attention. As people looked up, the figures of the two came into view, their eyes filled with respect. One was the strongest Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, the hero who defeated Muzan Kibutsuji. The other was the last lord of the Demon Slayer Corps, the leader who ended the millennium-long human-demon calamity. Kamadu Yoya and Rick smiled and waved to the crowd below, which sparked a wave of cheers like a mountain torrent. This feast lasted into the deep night, with the frenzied members of the Demon Slayer Corps drunk and sprawled on the ground, leaving the spacious courtyard littered with bodies. It was up to Tanjiro, Kanaho, and Zenitsu, the sober miners, to bring these intoxicated individuals back to their rooms to rest. Otherwise, they would be uncomfortable with the cold night breeze after these few days. Shinobu and Rick appeared on the rooftop. The moonlight tonight is truly beautiful. Shinobu raised her head, gazing at the bright moon in the starry sky. Rick asked, "Do you want to take a closer look?" Shinobu, with her purple pupils, looked at Rick in confusion. "Is it possible to see the moon up close? There are no planes here, and people can't fly up into the sky." Rick smiled slightly, turned his hand, and pulled out a square card, holding it high. "Sky Dragon of Osiris, summon." As soon as he finished speaking, the card transformed into specks of starlight. Boom! In an instant, a beam of light broke through the dark clouds in the air, and endless thunder descended, as a gigantic and magnificent shadow gradually emerged in the abyss-like sky. Above the firmament, that enormous shadow rolled among the clouds, stirring up the dark clouds within a radius of several kilometers, controlling the entire sky, as if the god of the sky had descended. After a bout of revelry, the Demon Slayer Corps had fallen into a drunken stupor, with only a dozen or so people remaining conscious. Tanjiro, Nezuko, Zenitsu, Inosuke, and others looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with terror. Kagaya Obuyashiki stood by the window, his expression astonished, murmuring, "Rick, you really are impressive." Roar! From the endless layers of clouds, a crimson dragon had emerged, with its upper and lower jaws sharp and surrounded by wisps of mist, blending mystery with ferocity. On its fierce forehead was a blue gem, emitting a mysterious glow, and its golden eyes radiated a fierce light. This was no benevolent deity. Its massive dragon wings gently flapped, stirring up a howling gale that swept away the dark clouds within hundreds of meters. Shinobu's red lips parted slightly. "What is this?" "Don't be afraid." Rick chuckled, extending his hands to wrap around her calves, lifting the delicate body of the butterfly ninja as if it were weightless. The butterfly ninja's pretty face flushed slightly as she wrapped her arms around Rick's neck, her entire body resting in his embrace. Rick gently leaped, and the two landed on the dragon's head. Osiris's sky dragon let out a thunderous roar and shot straight into the sky. The blue gem on the dragon's head emitted waves of energy, forming a transparent protective layer that isolated them from the outside world, ensuring that Rick and Butterfly Ninja were not affected at all. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, with no clouds obstructing the view, the bright full moon was right before them, within reach. Rick and Shinobu shared a smile, and in that moment, time seemed to stand still, with a sweet atmosphere enveloping the air. Chapter 135. A New Journey. How amazing! Shinobu's eyes sparkled as she opened her arms, embracing the sky, unable to resist spinning her body and dancing lightly. Under the moonlight, she danced gracefully like a butterfly, her beautiful figure deeply captivating Rick's attention, with his pupils filled only with Shinobu's silhouette. Roar! The sky dragon of Osiris let out a dragon's roar, continuing to ascend, soaring towards the bright moon. The moon seemed so unreachable to people, but at this moment, the enormous bright moon was reflected in the eyes of the two, as they had never been so close to it before. Shinobu felt an unprecedented sense of freedom. Flying had always been the dream of countless people, and she was now enjoying it. More importantly, a strong sense of happiness occupied every corner of her heart. This red giant dragon was clearly summoned by Rick, unreservedly displayed before her. What a trust this was! So beautiful, if only this moment could be paused. Shinobu sighed. It was truly too beautiful. "It's okay," Rick said softly. "No matter how many times, I will take you up here." The sky dragon of Osiris let out a grunt, its little eyes filled with dissatisfaction. "Who brought you up here?" Rick patted its head to soothe it. "Butterfly," Shinobu smiled gently. This giant dragon looked so terrifying, yet it had its own little temper. Then, Rick asked, "Do you want to come with me?" Although Rick didn't make it very clear, Butterfly Shinobu already understood his meaning. After all, Rick had been dealing with those matters for the past month. He had transformed the family's business into a shareholding system, distributing a large number of shares to the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, as well as to a distant relative of Mitsuba, who would jointly hold them with the Kanroji family in the future. This was Rick's way of repaying Mitsuba, the monopoly on the lighter industry in the island country. Even just a small share was enough to provide ordinary people with a lifetime of financial security. Such a significant move certainly couldn't escape Butterfly Shinobu's notice. After some indirect inquiries, she finally confirmed that Rick would be heading to another place and wouldn't be back for a while. Butterfly Shinobu pressed her lips together, remaining silent. This made Rick's heart tighten. He wouldn't force her. If she refused, they would have to part ways temporarily, but he would definitely come back to see her. "It's really unfair to ask me at this time. How can I refuse?" Butterfly Shinobu said with a hint of sorrow. Rick was caught in his little scheme. revealing a polite yet awkward smile, his thick skin astonishing to behold. Oof. Butterfly Ninja pouted, letting out a cold snort. Rick deliberately brought her here, under the stunning moonlight. With the atmosphere set like this, could she still refuse? Although she never intended to refuse in the first place. Butterfly Ninja moved gracefully, approached Rick, tiptoed, and kissed his lips, her pretty face blushing as if it could bleed, shyly asking, "How's that for an answer?" Rick touched his lips with his hand, the lingering aroma still in the air. "Thank you," Rick said emotionally, reaching out to tightly embrace the petite and delicate figure of Butterfly Shinobu. The fact that she was willing to leave her home and accompany him to another world made him feel that he had everything he could ever want. Butterfly Shinobu leaned against Rick's chest, carefully listening to the strong and steady rhythm of his heartbeat. She had entrusted the affairs of the Butterfly Mansion to Kanawo. She was a trustworthy successor. Having been by her side for many years, Kanawo had learned all her skills and was capable of becoming the backbone of the Butterfly Mansion. She could leave with the person she loved without worry. As the Demon Slayer Corps disbanded, everyone gradually found their own goals or jobs. Mitsuri Kanroji and Abanai Iguro formed a small family and opened a small restaurant on a quiet and peaceful street, living a happy and fulfilling life. They became an enviable couple in the surrounding area. Kanawo took over the affairs of the Butterfly Mansion, transforming it from a dedicated medical institution for the Demon Slayer Corps into a small clinic, with the help of people like Aoi Kanzaki, so there were no major issues. Tanjiro and Inosuke would occasionally come by to help, with the latter being quite skilled at heavy lifting. Zenitsu Agatsuma returned to Momoyama to grow peaches, but would often run to the Butterfly Mansion, seemingly to see Nezuko, who was studying there to become a nurse. He would occasionally shout that Nezuko was too cute, losing control of his emotions, and then get kicked out, but he still diligently tried to go back in. Ju Tomioka became a teacher at a local school, reportedly at Tanjiro's suggestion, to overcome his difficulty in socializing. By communicating more with his students, he might succeed. Jaomi Himejima returned to the rebuilt temple to chant scriptures, adopt orphans, and do good deeds. A girl named Shay, who had been wrongfully sentenced to death due to her inability to speak because of fear, grew into a graceful young woman and came to the temple to help Jaomi. Despite having lost his sight, Jaomi could still wield his flail to slay demons, but he needed others to assist with delicate tasks. Mitsuri Kanroji and Muchiro Takedo became train conductors, traveling across the country with the rumble of the train. Tenjin Yuzui, due to his outstanding personal abilities, became the general manager of Rick's family business, a lighter company, with his three wives by his side, drawing envy from others. Muchiro Takedo and Kaijiro Rengoku joined the Shinazugawa family security company, becoming captains within it. Although demons were terrifying, humanity was not without its goodness, as evidenced by the former Kaneo Tsuyuri. With the death of Muzan Kabutsuji, the Shinazugawa family's eerily accurate intuition seemed to have disappeared. Someone had to protect the safety of Waya Shinazugawa. A small portion of the Demon Slayer Corps members were absorbed, nominally as a security company, but in reality, it was a 2.0 version of the Demon Slayer Corps. Tamayo and Yashiro took the human transformation medicine, returning to human form and becoming well-known doctors in the area. After bidding farewell to everyone and taking care of everything, Rick and Butterfly Shinobu appeared in the backyard. "Are you ready?" Rick asked softly, try not to put too much pressure on Butterfly Shinobu. "Yes," Butterfly Shinobu replied, slightly nervous but still nodding firmly. Having never left the island nation since childhood, the concept of going to another world was, for her, quite similar to going abroad. Rick thought to himself, use the gate of space. In the next moment, a series of spatial ripples appeared before the two of them, forming a square gate of light, with a swirling center that resembled a deep abyss. When Butterfly Ninja saw this magical scene, she grabbed Rick's hand and asked, "Can we come back?" "Of course." Rick held her hand tightly, his tone firm, giving her confidence. If the door to the space could be accessed once, it could be accessed a second time. Returning in the future wouldn't necessarily be so difficult. Butterfly Shinobu's last doubts disappeared, and she broke into a sweet smile. Then there was no problem. Good. The two clasped their fingers together and stepped forward, entering the light door, hand in hand, disappearing into the radiance. Extra. Mikafumi Mishima leaned back in his chair, casually placing the collected documents on the table. The scattered papers even fell to the floor. As a shrewd and capable butler, he should have immediately tidied up, but at that moment, he lacked the mood to do so. Mishima bent his old back, memories of Rick's usual words and actions flashing through his mind. His heart gradually grew heavy. The change had started a month before the encounter with the demon, after Rick had been saved from a drunken death. Although Rick tried hard to mimic his previous behaviors, as an experienced butler, it was crucial to always pay attention to his master's state in order to provide better service. He immediately noticed the signs. The actions that people inadvertently revealed were the most genuine. At first, he thought he was overthinking it. However, after joining the Demon Slayer Corps, Rick seemed to no longer hide it, but instead fully displayed his abilities. Or perhaps, he felt there was no need to. Rick has gained power, and Mishima Makio can no longer pose a threat to him. There is no need to be cautious anymore. This only deepened Mishima Makio's suspicions. Controlled by the blood demon art of Asakusa Yukiko, Mishima Makio considered another possibility. It is difficult for a person to suddenly change their temperament. Could it be that he was controlled by the blood demon art of an evil spirit? In any case, the one controlling that body is likely not his own young master. Mishima Makio painfully closed his eyes. Along with the pain, there was also a deep confusion. He recalled the time spent with Rick and the excellent qualities he displayed, which were incomparable to those of his own young master or any evil spirit. How could this be explained? What should he do? Just then, Mishima Makio's gaze was drawn to a beautifully crafted jade pot in the room. As a meticulous butler, he did not remember having such a jade pot in his room. Mishima Makio felt a twinge of displeasure. Which servant had carelessly placed something in his room? Suddenly, Mishima Makio's anger disappeared, because a monster with only half a body suddenly emerged from the exquisite jade pot, looking bizarre and terrifying. An evil spirit. Mishima Makio was so frightened that he jumped up. The master wants to see you, the jade pot said smugly, as it could move through any pot and had a unique ability to scout among the upper moons. After much hardship, it finally found information about Rick to present to Muzan, hoping for a reward. Thinking of this, the jade pot's face flushed. Mishima Makio broke out in a cold sweat and fled outside. However, his speed was as slow as an ant before the upper moon. Blood demon art. Water prison bowl. The jade pot scoffed and pulled out a bowl with wave patterns. Bang! A large amount of high viscosity liquid shot out from the bowl, instantly wrapping around Mishima Makio. He couldn't breathe, his face turned red, and he struggled desperately, but it was futile. Even the attack of the Nichiren blade was hard to pierce through this layer of water membrane, which also restricted the breath of demon slayers. The jade pot had killed many Hashira with this move. Infinite Castle. The jade pot brought Mishima Makio back to the Infinite Castle. Muzan-sama, I have captured the target. Kabutsuji Muzan looked up and immediately felt disappointed. It was just an ordinary old human. The jade pot's face was excited. Muzan-sama, my reward, before the jade pot could finish. Its vision went dark. The next moment, the jade pot's head fell into Kabutsuji Muzan's hands, blood dripping, as he coldly said, "You dare ask for a reward for capturing a mere human? Not even Hashira?" Ah! The intense pain only made the jade pot more exhilarated. Muzan was holding its head. Oomph! Kabutsuji Muzan snorted coldly, tossing the jade pot's head away, which fell directly into the depths of the Infinite Castle. Then, Muzan walked up to the water bubble that trapped Mishima Makio, glaring with his crimson eyes. Bang! The water bubble exploded, and Mishima Makio fell down. Cough! Cough! Mishima Makio finally regained his breath and lay on the ground, coughing violently. Kabutsuji Muzan stared at him, coldly saying, "Tell me everything about Rick." "You will never know." Mishima Makio gritted his teeth. The brutal aura emanating from Kabutsuji Muzan exploded. "Make no mistake, you have no right to refuse." Whoosh! A giant arm swiftly pierced through the void, and the sting at its end pierced Mishima Makio's abdomen, injecting blood. Mishima Makio's eyes widened as signs of demonization gradually appeared on his body. A green face with sharp teeth and two horns growing from his forehead. More importantly, his thoughts were being read. Boring. After reading the information about Rick from Mishima Makio's thoughts, Kabutsuji Muzan let out a cold snort. Just trivial matters. Broken teeth. Demon Slayer Core, Rick's abilities. There's almost no information on these, so what was the point of going through all this trouble to capture him? Kabutsuji Muzan's forehead bulged with veins, and a sharp murderous intent emanated. Blood demon art. Soul exchange. Kabutsuji Muzan's pupils constricted. He suddenly read an interesting piece of information. This old man had awakened a blood demon art that could exchange his soul with another person's soul. It was equivalent to swapping bodies. Soul-related blood demon arts are extremely rare, even after 1,000 years. Kabutsuji Muzan said in a deep voice, "This blood demon art must not be used against me." As the progenitor of demons, his words carried weight, and a blood curse was deeply imprinted in Mishima Makio's mind, let alone using the soul exchange against Subduing Muzan. Even just thinking about it would result in Mishima Makio's instant death. Ding! A clear and pleasant sound of a zither string rang out. Akaza was pulled into the infinite castle. Bang! Before Akaza could react, a massive pressure descended from above, pinning him to the ground. Unable to move, his blood vessels bursting. A hint of surprise flashed in the depths of Akaza's eyes. Subduing Muzan looked down at him, saying, "Akaza, do you think I wouldn't know about your betrayal? Did you think you could deceive him with a dual personality? You underestimate his control over demons." When Akaza encountered Rick at Mount Spider, Subduing Muzan had been closely monitoring. Akaza was walking on thin ice, exposed. "But you still have some use," Subduing Muzan said with a wicked smile. Mishima Makio stepped forward, looking down at Akaza. Seeing the words Upper Moon 6 etched in Mishima Makio's pupils, Akaza murmured, "Who are you?" "Blood Demon Art. Soul Exchange." Mishima Makio grabbed Akaza's head, and moments later, the two exchanged souls and swapped bodies. Ha ha ha! Subduing Muzan couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. Next, he would let the demon slayers experience hell. Mishima Makio slowly raised his head, his eyes revealing a violent demeanor. The demonization greatly amplified the negative emotions in his mind, which was hatred towards Rick, and he would resolve the last doubt in his heart during the final battle. What purpose does Rick have in occupying that body? If it is out of necessity, then that is understandable. But if it is intentional, then he must kill the other party and reclaim the young master's body. Extra. Shinobu Kocho. It was a sunny day. Shinobu Kocho suddenly received news that a lower moon demon had invaded the final selection site at Mount Fujikase. Due to the suddenness of the incident, she was the closest and was sent ahead with other Hashira to follow for support. At Mount Fujikase, she first encountered that remarkable boy. Unlike other new swordsmen, the boy showed no fear in the face of the powerful lower moon demon. In fact, he had already fought the lower moon demon for an entire night before she arrived, and he had not been killed. Ultimately, with her assistance, Rick was able to slay the lower moon demon. His talent was truly astonishing. If he continued to grow, he would undoubtedly become a powerful swordsman, capable of slaying even more demons. So, Shinobu brought him back to the Butterfly Mansion. As she expected, Rick's recovery speed was extraordinary. He was a true genius swordsman. However, there were also unexpected developments. She keenly sensed a hint of affection from Rick towards her, which made her feel somewhat troubled. Later, when Rick teamed up with Sound Hashira, Tenjin-E, and Flame Hashira Kaijiro Rengoku to slay the Upper Moon 6, the twin demons, it shocked her deep inside. His growth rate was terrifying. Rick became the new Hashira, and during the Hashira meeting, he got into a fierce fight with Mitsuri Kanroji. This left her quite helpless, not wanting the other party to get hurt. However, when Rick proposed to hunt down Doma, she was taken aback, wondering why it was Doma. Could it be for her? That couldn't be possible. With this thought in mind, she went to Rick's room that night and presented her long-conceived plan. Sacrificing herself could greatly increase the chances of killing the Upper Moon 2, Doma. But Rick firmly rejected her proposal. Rick is very angry. Butterfly Ninja felt fear for the first time. "I care more about the person in front of me than those I don't know." Rick's words shook her heart. It turned out there were people in the world who cared about her so much. Just the next day, Rick modified the plan, sending two Hashira to carry out other tasks. This left Butterfly Shinobu stunned, feeling warm inside, knowing that he changed for her sake. They had successfully defeated Doma. The figure entwined with golden lightning, delivering the final blow to Doma, was deeply etched in Butterfly Shinobu's mind. From then on, every deep night, Rick's figure would flash through her mind, keeping her awake, sometimes burying her little head deep in the blankets, her face flushed. What was this feeling? The matter with Doma had just ended, followed by a wave of killings. She felt extreme disgust towards those who regarded Doma as a faith. It didn't matter if they were all killed. She just couldn't imagine that Rick was stripped of his Hashira title for killing 8 civilians. Looking at Rick's forced smile and that lonely back, she felt heartache for the first time since her sister, Butterfly Kane, died. She wanted to comfort Rick, but lacked the courage. After completing the relocation work of the Butterfly Mansion, she was about to head up the mountain to report to Lord Muzan when she unexpectedly encountered Rick halfway up the mountain. Seeing Rick armed with 2 swords, fully equipped but not on a mission, she immediately felt suspicious. However, her questioning was brushed off by Rick's jokes. At that time, she hadn't realized this might be the last time she saw Rick. She should have chased after him more determinedly to keep him. Rick is dead. In the deep mountains where Tanjiro's family lives, he encountered the Millennium Demon King Muzan Kibutsuji alone. No, Rick had long known that Muzan Kibutsuji would appear there and chose to go alone. Why would he do such a thing? Why go to his death alone? Shinobu Kochu locked herself in her room, her petite body curled up in the corner, her lifeless purple eyes staring at the dim room, devoid of any light. 3 days later, she received a summons from her lord and went to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, where she met Wyatt Tsujikuni. Shinobu, first I must apologize to you. Wyatt's voice was as gentle as usual, but the attentive Shinobu sensed a hint of guilt and regret. She couldn't help but look up and seriously observe him. In fact, I have a suspicion regarding Rick's decision to face Muzan Kibutsuji alone. He sighed deeply, then took out an envelope and placed it in front of her. This is one of Rick's possessions, a letter I once gave to him. Upon hearing it was Rick's possession, a ripple of emotion surfaced in Shinobu's lifeless eyes. I'm sorry, she murmured, reaching for the letter, opening it, and quickly scanning through it. It was an introduction to his past, including how he imitated his sister Kane's personality. Shinobu asked, when did my lord give him this letter? It was after the defeat of the Upper Moon 6, the twin demons. Waya replied. Shinobu's gaze shifted. It was so early. Waya spoke softly. Shinobu, this is just my guess. Rick is dead, and they do not know his true thoughts, so what follows is merely speculation. Would Rick think that slaying all the demons is the only way to save your heart? Yoya Kanemori said. Shinobu Kocho's pupil shrank, and the sweet smile on her face completely disappeared. If we kill Muzan Kibutsuji, all demons will die. Perhaps Rick truly thought so, since her sister Kane's death. She had forgotten how to cry, but at this moment, she couldn't help but want to cry out loud, crystalline tears sliding down her cheeks. It was as if her heart had been pierced by a sharp sword, and she could no longer suppress the emotions that had begun to stir. She had completely recognized her feelings. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Shinobu received a new mission to go to Mount Nadagumo to deal with the lower moon demons that had appeared there. After parting ways with Ju Tomioka, Shinobu headed alone to the other side of the mountain. On a night that felt familiar in the familiar mountains and forests, with the bright moon hanging in the sky, Shinobu recalled the scene of her first encounter with Rick, her beautiful face showing a bitter smile, unable to maintain the thoughts of imitating her sister. Her figure swiftly darted through the forest until, unintentionally, her purple pupils reflected that familiar figure. The moonlight is beautiful, Ms. Kocho. That figure sat on a rock, turned around, and the familiar voice rang in her ears. Shinobu was taken aback, and then tears began to flow uncontrollably. He had returned. The Demon Slayer arc has been completed. I originally wanted to write some short stories about the other members of the Demon Slayer Corps afterward, but writing side stories would drag the pace a bit. So I will write them later when there is an opportunity. Tomorrow, I will update the content of the next world, Akame Ga Kill. And I believe in the author's writing ability and creativity. This chapter will definitely not be inferior to the Demon Slayer arc. Please encourage me with comments and small gifts, and the author's update speed will also increase. Chapter 1. Akame Ga Kill in the eastern coastal city of the Empire, Roland. At this moment, an intense battle was taking place deep in the mountains, with hundreds of soldiers dressed in the Empire's navy uniforms slaughtering the rebel army that had claimed the mountain. Although the rebel army was numerous, with over 1,000 members, they were disorganized and lacked the combat effectiveness of the regular army. In just the first round of contact, they quickly collapsed. The Empire's navy pursued relentlessly, engaging in a massacre. Boom! 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 The crisp sounds of weapons clashing rang through the sky, mixed with the roar of gunfire. The raging flames quickly spread, forming a mountain fire, and the scorching waves of heat swept over, burning many rebels while also isolating the Empire's navy soldiers, giving the rebels a chance to catch their breath. Damn it! At the crude gate of the mountain stronghold, the leader of the rebel army, a middle-aged man with a muscular build and a beard, slammed his fist down hard on the wood. Boss, let us run. That navy guy is too terrifying, one of his subordinates said in fear. As he had witnessed with his own eyes how the military officer named Rick had killed a large, dangerous creature with a single strike. That was a dangerous creature that even cannon fire couldn't kill. The middle-aged man's face darkened. He had spent 5 years building up his power, only to see it collapse in an instant. How could he accept that? Where is the support from the Revolutionary Army? The middle-aged man roared, as he had clearly sent out a distress signal. I don't know. The subordinate shook his head repeatedly. There's no support. We haven't even seen shadow. Separated by the flames in front of them, the Empire's navy soldiers retreated. But a young man dressed in a navy uniform crossed through the soldiers and appeared at the forefront. Noble battle gear. The young man drew a black longsword from his waist and shouted, as a massive half-phantom beast appeared behind him, its entire body black and shimmering with dark light. Its muscular form reminiscent of a candle dragon. The half-phantom beast merged into the young man's body, forming a set of black battle armor that enveloped him. In an instant, the aura emanating from the young man changed dramatically, resembling that of the massive beast. Boom! Will stepped forward, his foot shattering the ground, and he shot out like a rocket. With a sonic boom, the fierce wind tore through the air, and the mountain fire before him was blasted open, creating a path. Will charged alone into the enemy ranks. Bang! Bang! The rebels raised their firearms and shot at Will, with a barrage of bullets raining down on the surface of his battle armor, creating violent sparks, but they could not stop his advance. Capture the leader first. Will ignored everyone in front of him, as these people couldn't even break through his defenses. He charged straight toward the rebel leader, encountering resistance along the way. Will casually slapped, sending the group of vicious bandits flying several meters away. It's the Imperial Gear user. The rebels screamed in terror. To crush an army single-handedly. Only the legendary Imperial Gear user could do that. With Will, the Imperial Gear user, joining the fight, the balance of victory in the battle tilted instantly, and the rebel army had no strength to fight back. In just 3 to 5 minutes, the rebel army that had been rampant near the city of Roland for years was reduced to ashes. Will captured the rebel leader, the bearded middle-aged man, and brought him before a young military officer. Captain Rick, junior military officer, Will reporting for duty. Rick nodded slightly. You bunch of Imperial lackeys. The Revolutionary Army will eventually kill you all. The middle-aged man struggled desperately. This is the leader of the rebel army. Will squatted down, using his large hand to press the man's head against the ground, rendering him unable to move. The middle-aged man, filled with impotent rage, could only stare at the young officer with blood-red eyes. Imperial Navy junior officer, Rick. Huh. Rick yawned and said, murder, arson, robbery, not a single one left out. When they get into trouble, they shout that they are revolutionaries. It's really funny. Will asked, Captain, how should we handle this? Throwing such scum into a cell would be a waste of food. Let him die bravely in battle. Rick replied, casually deciding a person's fate. Yes. Will clenched his fist, and with his immense strength, he crushed the middle-aged man's head, exploding it like a watermelon. Against such filth, Will would not hold back. Under the naval sweep, this group of rebel soldiers was quickly eliminated, their corpses scattered all over the ground. Rick looked up at the dazzling starry sky, his gaze shifting. The Fate Apocrypha is also a world he is very familiar with a background similar to ancient feudal dynasties of China. The Empire, a country with 1,000 years of civilization, it is the most powerful nation in this world, while the southern islands and northern frozen lands are relatively backward, and the small countries in the west remain uncivilized. The highest ruler is the emperor. The power structure is divided into civil officials who manage politics and military generals who manage the military. The head of the civil officials is the minister, while the head of the military generals is the general. Just as humans decay into dust, nations will one day meet their demise. Even the once thriving empire is now merely a corrupt hell on earth, with demons in human skin rampaging arrogantly. The previous emperor has passed away, and the young emperor, only in his teens, has ascended to the throne, with the highest power controlled by the civil official Minister Onest. The young emperor is not a complete puppet, but he has absolute trust in Minister Onest. Little does he know that his parents, the previous emperor and empress, died from poison administered by Minister Onest. Onest is the source of the empire's corruption, enjoying great pleasure at the expense of the entire nation's resources. Under the heavy taxation system implemented by the empire, riots and uprisings have erupted in various places. The largest uprising army, claiming to be the Revolutionary Army, occupies part of the southern cities, boasting of grand momentum. Rick has been in this world for 3 months. The corruption of the empire is beyond imagination. Even though Rick brought a lot of gold and hard currency from the Demon Slayer world, it is still difficult to establish himself here, as he encounters either con artists or underworld forces. Although these clowns can't cause him any trouble, their annoying level is comparable to that of Doma. He kills one batch, and another batch comes endlessly. Rick casually joined the Empire's army, and with the deterrent of the military, no one dared to provoke him again. The imperial system was corrupt, using the hypnotic power of the Sharingan and money to pave the way. Coupled with Rick's outstanding abilities, he quickly climbed to the rank of mid-level officer in a short period of time. Host, Rick abilities, Breath of Thunder, Breath of the Sun, Mangeki Sharingan, Advanced Conqueror's Haki, Transparent World, Fate skills, Thunder Breathing, God Sky / Fire Release Techniques. Items: Explosive Tooth, Guardian Angel, Senza Beans 3, Osiris Sky Dragon card. Rick opened his panel, and most of the spirit beans he had obtained in the Demon Slayer world had already been used up. He didn't retrieve the remaining ones, but instead let the Hashira keep them, in case they needed them. Chapter 2. Shinobu Kocho's Love This Book has been discontinued, and the subsequent Akahong chapter has been messed up, so there's no need to read it. For specific reasons, please refer to the explanation in the latest chapter. The new book is on Chidian Chinese Network, starting with the Sharingan, beginning an infinite cycle of self-destruction from Demon Slayer. The rebel army collapsed, and the soldiers of the Imperial Navy began firefighting efforts to extinguish the mountain fire that had not yet expanded. These matters had nothing to do with Will and Rick. Will removed his armored gear. The serious expression on his face disappeared, and he smiled, saying, "Captain, how did I do?" Rick praised, "Not bad." Hee. Will chuckled and felt quite proud, as he had almost single-handedly defeated the rebel army. Rick smiled without speaking, and a hint of deep meaning flashed in his eyes. Will, a junior officer in the Imperial Navy, came from a rural background, was upright, full of justice, and spirited, adept at sarcasm and being cute. He valued his companions and comrades greatly and possessed the armored Imperial tool, the Shura Incarnation, Noble Chariot. In the original timeline, he was a member of the Hunter team, formed by his death. He had not yet gone to the Imperial capital and was serving in the Imperial Navy. So Rick could roughly guess that the plot of the World of the Crimson Eyes had not yet begun. "Handle it cleanly, and then write me a report," Rick said, turning to leave. "Yes," Will replied, powerfully, watching Rick's tall figure with eyes full of respect. He had been assigned to Rick's unit a month ago, and the moment they met, the terrifying aura emanating from Rick made his hair stand on end. Although he was not an Imperial tool user, he possessed extraordinary strength. If he didn't use the Shura Incarnation, Noble Chariot, he could very likely be killed by Rick in an instant. Rick returned to the city, weaving through the streets and heading straight to the library in the city center. The guard, upon seeing Rick's military uniform, especially the rank of a mid-level military officer, narrowed his eyes, stood up straight, and saluted. Rick nodded gently. The corruption of the Empire had penetrated to the bone, with etiquette collapsing and music deteriorating, leading society into a survival of the fittest, where those with great power could earn the respect of others. The military was a violent institution, possessing formidable force and holding an extraordinary status in society. Rick entered the library. Although the vast library had countless books, there were very few people coming to read. Most people spent their energy every day just to make a living, with little spare time to read or study. The corrupt upper class indulged in pleasure, while the lower class struggled to survive, leaving the library, filled with countless knowledge, empty. No, there was still someone there, a young and beautiful librarian. Rick walked through numerous bookshelves and saw the beautiful figure he had been longing for in a corner. Butterfly Ninja was quietly sitting by the window, with 7 or 8 thick books spread out on the table. At that moment, she was reading carefully, word by word, her delicate brows occasionally furrowing as if she encountered a difficult problem, but soon relaxing again. The joy of solving a problem brought a slight, involuntary smile to the corners of her beautiful lips, captivating the heart. Rick stepped forward and said, "I'm here to pick you up." When Butterfly Ninja looked up, she saw Rick's face reflected in her eyes, which blossomed with an unprecedented beautiful smile. Rick asked softly, "How's the research going?" On this topic, Shinobu Kocho exclaimed, "It's amazing. The humans in this world are truly different." Rick listened quietly to Butterfly Shinobu's analysis. He joined the Imperial Army to establish himself in this world, while Shinobu had no interest in the military and chose to become the librarian of the local library. This library had been abandoned for many years, but with Rick's efforts, it transformed into Butterfly Shinobu's personal library. Shinobu could freely read the historical documents of the Empire spanning thousands of years, as well as the vast accumulated knowledge. The technology tree of this world is quite strange, possessing certain powerful and outrageous black technologies that cannot be mass-produced. The physical quality of ordinary people is also remarkably strong. With simple training, they can become superhuman, easily jumping to heights of 3 to 4 meters. According to Butterfly Shinobu's speculation, the reason for all this is the unique monster species in this world that are considered dangerous. Outside the cities inhabited by humans, there are numerous powerful and dangerous magical beasts in the deep mountains, wilderness, and seas. These magical beasts, known as dangerous species, often require countless lives to hunt successfully, but the rewards are extremely rich. The flesh and blood of dangerous species contain abundant energy. Ordinary people who consume the flesh and blood of these dangerous species over the years will see a significant enhancement in their physical quality. Those who have survived until now have undergone genetic changes that began many years ago, and then using the legendary super dangerous species as materials, along with rare metals like Ohari steel and many that have long been lost or are from abroad. Back to Chapter 3, the current state of the Empire. The next day, the morning sunlight streamed through the window. Rick slowly opened his eyes, looking at Butterfly Ninja, who was lying in his arms like a cute little kitten. Looking down, he saw a splash of bright red on the white sheets, which made him smile wryly. He had been too impulsive, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Let me sleep a little longer. Butterfly Ninja felt Rick's mischief swatted away his wandering hands, and sleepily turned over. Rick smiled slightly, quietly got up, and silently walked out of the room to prepare breakfast in the kitchen. After about half an hour, Rick guessed that Shinobu should be awake and return to the room again. Shinobu was hiding under the covers, her little face flushed like a ripe peach. Thinking about the craziness of yesterday, how was she going to face Rick? As someone who was experiencing love for the first time, she had no experience at all. She should have asked Mitsuri Kanroji for advice beforehand. Rick shouted, "It's time to get up, you little lazy cat." Shinobu pretended to be calm as she crawled out of the blanket. Rick glanced at the small hole in the sheet, which must have been made by Shinobu when she cut off the bloody part. A faint smile appeared on his face. All right, no more looking. Upon seeing this, Shinobu could no longer maintain her feigned calmness. Her pretty face turned red, and with a glare from her beautiful eyes, she pushed Rick out of the room with both hands on his back. "I know. I won't laugh at you," Rick said with a smile, half-heartedly exiting the room. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that Shinobu reappeared in front of Rick. The butterfly Haori was too bright and didn't fit the gloomy atmosphere of the Empire, making it easy to attract attention on the streets, so Shinobu had put away. She was wearing a tight-fitting white long dress that accentuated her remarkable figure, but instead of being flirtatious like other women, it exuded a more elegant charm. Below, she wore exquisite knee-high leather boots that looked clean and fresh. Her long hair was as dark as ink, her features delicate and striking, with cherry-like lips, skin as white as snow, and deep, clear lavender eyes, truly a beauty that could topple nations. "Shinobu, have you grown taller?" Rick asked, standing next to her and gesturing with his hand. Shinobu placed her hands on her hips, proudly lifting her little face. She was now 165 meters tall. She hadn't expected to have a second growth spurt. Rick looked at her with tender affection, gently scratching her little nose with his hand, and said, "Let's have breakfast." Butterfly Ninja smiled brightly. The two took their seats at a small table, perfectly sized for both of them to eat together without any sense of distance. Rick's skills are quite decent. He once had hot pot with Teacher Sand Island and my wife Zenitsu in Peach Mountain, and they had a great time, considering that breakfast shouldn't be too stimulating. Rick only prepared bread, milk, fried eggs, fruits, and vegetables. Butterfly Shinobu took small bites of her food, but her pace was not slow at all. Her appetite was 2 or 3 times that of usual, and her complexion was rosy. She indeed expended a lot of energy yesterday. Rick smiled at Butterfly Ninja, causing her delicate face to gradually flush red, quickly spreading to her ears. Embarrassed and angry, she shot Rick a fierce glare. After the two had their fill and tidied up their things, they stepped outside. This was just another ordinary day since they arrived in this world. As they walked onto the street, the vendors opened their shops to do business, yet no one called out. It was eerily silent. Upon closer inspection, over 95 of the people were looking down, their faces gaunt and pale, filled with despair. In the corners of the alley, numerous homeless drifters lay sprawled out, the stench of decay subtly wafting onto the street, causing passers-by to frown. The already numb people quickened their pace, walking past instead of reporting to authorities or dealing with the bodies. This was the current state of the Empire. The upper echelons, indulging in pleasure, exhausted every last bit of vitality from this millennium-old empire, while the lower class lost hope, living like walking corpses. Butterfly Ninja's small face regained its calm, and the shyness in her heart was swept away by the heavy atmosphere of the empire. Chapter 4. The Power of the Artifact User. The surrounding soldiers' discussions gradually quieted down. The entire will. A hint of surprise flashed in Rick's eyes. Such powerful strength is not inferior even to that of the demons of the realm. And Will doesn't even have an Emperor's artifact yet. Whoosh. Rick will hold back. The noble chariot. Will took a deep breath, capable of easily destroying a large city. The 48 imperial artifacts of this world are all unique super artifacts, which are not just ordinary weapons, but also inherit the special abilities of super dangerous species, making them extremely dangerous. For example, the Space Imperial artifact, the Dimensional Array, Shangri-La, has a terrifying effect. By marking a location, the wielder can perform spatial jumps at will. Even distances of thousands of kilometers are no exception. It can even send a target to the ends of the world, making it impossible for them to return. Equipped with the noble chariot, Will's body was covered in black battle armor, providing flawless defense, and his aura shot up like that of a super dangerous species. Rick's shadow flashed by, feeling the destructive aura approaching head-on. Will almost exhausted himself. Boom! Like a shooting star, Will crashed down heavily, accompanied by a deafening wind that tore through the thick dust, and the unstoppable Will came charging in. Breath of the Sun, Dragon of the Sun Halo. Rick spun around, his long sword entwined with flames, creating a ripple as if a giant fire dragon had opened its gaping maw to bite down on Will's fist. Bang! The sword tip collided with Will's armored fist, sparking a fierce shower of flames. Rick clearly heard a crisp cracking sound. Looking down, he saw a notch on the blade, while Will's fist only had a slight scratch on the armor. Lu Ji-Xing, Thunderstrike. Rick suddenly changed his tactics, and golden lightning erupted, instantly unleashing countless lightning-like slashes towards Will. The most important aspect of the Breath of the Sun is to generate high temperatures like sunlight, which is highly effective against demons. But it may not be as useful against other enemies. Therefore, compared to the Breath of the Sun, Rick prefers to use the Breath of Lightning, which focuses on explosive speed. The training time for the Breath of Lightning is longer, and Rick has already reached a masterful level, making it easy for him to use. Bang! The dense lightning slashes struck Will's armor, creating more intense sparks but no other effect. Will instinctively took a step back, his face hidden beneath the mask showing surprise. Rick's speed was too fast. The Shura transformation, Noble Chariot armor, not only provides defense, but also comprehensively enhances Will's basic abilities, such as strength, speed, and jumping. However, even so, Will's speed was still slightly slower than Rick's, which was astonishing. This further ignited Will's fighting spirit. He only hoped that his opponent would be as strong as possible. Will shot out like a rocket, growing braver with every battle, and his speed and strength were gradually increasing. Thunder Flash, Divine Speed, 9 strikes. Rick erupted in an instant, moving like lightning, keeping up with Will's speed. Bang! Bang! The two figures quickly darted across the playground, and with each collision, deafening booms echoed, brilliant sparks hidden in the dust, deeply attracting everyone's attention. The Navy soldiers kept retreating, fearing being caught up in the battle between the two, their faces filled with shock. In just 7 or 8 seconds, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Bang! After a series of continuous collisions, Rick's longsword finally reached its limit, cracks spreading across the entire blade before shattering. Chapter 5. The assassins visit a great opportunity. A meteor strike. Seeing it in his mind, Will's muscles were tense all over, trying to dodge, but due to the inertia of his full force strike, he found himself momentarily frozen. Rick stepped forward and punched Will in the abdomen, almost sending him crashing into a corner of the wall. Two shadows quickly flashed by, disappearing in an instant, their speed comparable to wild cats in the city. Will noticed something unusual about Rick and curiously asked, "Captain, what's wrong?" "It's nothing," Rick replied. Rick said meaningfully, "Phew." The green-haired boy with goggles on his forehead and the tall blonde woman had escaped to the corner of the next street and hid in a secluded alley before they dared to catch their breath. The green-haired boy asked, "Sister, how is it?" "A monster, a genuine monster." The blonde woman replied, panting, her chest rising and falling rapidly, her 2 large breasts bouncing. "That guy clearly isn't an Imperial weapon user. Why is he so powerful?" The blonde woman said, still shaken, realizing that if they had escaped even a moment slower, they would have been discovered. Especially the moment Rick's eyes turned red. It gave her a strong sense of suffocation, as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping her neck. Then the blonde woman said, "Rab, you go notify boss. I'll keep an eye on him." The green-haired boy said worriedly, "Sister, it's too dangerous." "It's okay. Even if my Imperial weapon can't defeat him, I can still escape," the blonde woman said confidently. Seeing that the other party was determined, the green-haired boy could only say, "All right, you must be careful." After saying that, the green-haired boy hurriedly left. Once the green-haired boy was gone, the blonde woman clenched her fists, smiled confidently. Beast King transformation, Lion King. Whoosh! The belt engraved with a lion's head burst into light, enveloping her in a dazzling golden aura, her beautiful golden hair extended. Her golden eyes became sharp, and a pair of cute cat ears appeared on her head. She lightly leaped and jumped to the roof about 7 or 8 meters high, silently making her way towards the Navy. Before long, Leona returned to the Imperial Navy's base, crouching on top of a warehouse. From this angle, she could see Rick's office. Leona suppressed her own presence as much as possible. Leona quietly poked her head out, and through the glass of the window, she could see that Rick, having finished training, was working in the office, facing away from her. His seemingly unguarded back made a drop of cold sweat slide down Leona's forehead, her expression serious. She was certain that if she launched a sneak attack on Rick, it would definitely be her own death. Leona gritted her teeth, feeling a presence far surpassing that of an imperial general. How could there be such a person in such a small place? As time passed, dusk fell. Knock, knock. A gentle knocking sound came from outside the door. Come in. Rick lowered his head to check the information and casually said. The door was pushed open, and a fragrant breeze brushed past him. Rick already knew who had arrived, and with a smile, he looked up to see a beautiful and lovely figure before him. It was indeed Shinobu Kocho. Shinobu smiled and said, It's always you coming to pick me up. Today I want to change things up. Rick smiled bitterly, particularly because it was chosen for today. Then, isn't that great? Shinobu's eyes brightened. She was extremely disgusted by those bullies and corrupt officials. The nature of Night Raid is very similar to the Demon Slayer Corps, and upon meeting, Night Raid had already won a bit of affection from Shinobu. Chapter 6, Aikido and Leonai. Rick smiled. Night Raid is indeed great, but today won't be too calm. Leaning against Rick with one side of her body, without turning her head and maintaining her usual expression, she said, Rick, someone is following us. Rick had to admit that the person watching him was also a top master of breath control, and even he couldn't determine the opponent's exact location. Butterfly Shinobu asked, What should we do? As Butterfly Shinobu tilted her little head, the strange fruit had a really peculiar taste. The surroundings were completely silent. Rick's bang. Rick Butterfly Ninja clearly saw the appearance of the attacker. It was a member of the Empire's elite assassination unit, who later betrayed the Empire. Butterfly Ninja's expression was not very good. She had previously felt a slight fondness for Night Raid after looking through the information. She thought, Akane, what's wrong? They were not enemies for the time being. Then Leo looked at Rick and the others, apologizing, Sorry, my best friend personality is a bit simple. So it was her. Rick saw the blonde, beast-eared girl, Riona, who had enhanced physical abilities and heightened senses, allowing her to search for enemies. If nothing unexpected happened, the one who had been staring at him all day was Riona. With this imperial tool, she could hide her presence, making it impossible for him to determine her location. This was not something that could be easily dismissed. Butterfly Shinobu said coldly, The danger of the one-strike kill. Murasame's sword goes without saying. To downplay it with a casual remark is clearly excessive. Aren't you fine? Riona smiled and scratched her head, then her expression darkened. That means we didn't pick the wrong person. Shinobu's face turned grim. This was a conclusion based on results. What if they accidentally got injured? Sigh. Butterfly Shinobu couldn't bear it, sighed, and looked at Riona and Aikido, who appeared indifferent. What kind of terrible environment could force someone to adopt such a disregard for life? The situation in this world was more serious than she had imagined. In the world of Demon Slayer, demons only appeared at night, but here, everyone harbored a demon in their hearts. It was truly a chaotic dance of evil spirits. Leave it to me, Shinobu, Rick said. Riona had lived in the slums of the imperial capital since childhood and had killed all the nobles she couldn't stand for their cruel games, later joining Night Raid. She was a ruthless person who had blood on her hand from the very beginning. Butterfly Shinobu could handle demons, but was not equipped to deal with someone as ruthless as Riona. Shinobu nodded wearily. If it were you, it seems it would be easier to communicate. Riona forced a smile. The aura around Rick was completely different from Shinobu's. There was a scent of blood. This seemingly harmless young man must have taken many lives. Rick smiled faintly and asked, What brings the infamous organization Night Raid to find us? Leona replied with a smile. Actually, it's not a big deal. We would like to invite you to meet our B0SS. Rick squinted his eyes. The aura he sensed earlier was not from Chitong, which meant that Night Raid had at least 4 members. Besides the B0SS Najita mentioned by Leonai, the others were all Imperial Arms users. Chapter 7. Najita's Invitation I Refuse. Rick lowered his head in thought and shook his head, saying, I don't trust you. I will designate the meeting place myself. Although there is Najita. Rick nodded. In Night Raid, some members have already revealed their identities, including the fact that the rebel army indeed has connections with the Revolutionary Army. But that was precisely the leader of Night Raid, Najenda. As they escaped, Najinda remained vigilant about possible ambushes in the surroundings. Butterfly Ninja brought over 5 cups of fragrant tea, her pretty face showing a sweet smile as she said, "No need to be so tense." "Thank you." Najinda nodded in agreement. The local environment nurtures its people. With just a glance, Najinda could tell a lot about this place. "What a beautiful big sister," said Lubbock excitedly. "Shut up, Lubbock." Leon punched Lubbock on the head, causing him to see stars. Their playful banter eased the tense atmosphere in the room a bit. Rick smiled. No one would dislike someone complimenting their wife's beauty, and he was no exception. Najida said, "Mr. Rick, I am Najida, the captain of Night Raid." Rick chuckled. "I've heard a lot about you." Najida smiled, realizing that her reputation as a former general of the Empire still held some weight, and asked, "Mr. Rick, may I ask what your thoughts are on the current state of the Empire?" "The current state of the Empire." Rick's gaze shifted, and he shook his head, saying, "It's terrible. It's already rotted to the core. In the time we've been talking, countless people are probably starving to death." "That's right." Najida's face lit up. Rick's awareness of this proved that coming here was the right decision. "I won't say much more," Najida said seriously. "I hope you can join the Revolutionary Army and help us overthrow this decaying empire." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the hall became tense again, falling into complete silence. Overthrowing the empire, such a monumental act of treason, was casually brought up by Najida. Rick lowered his head in deep thought, and no one disturbed him. He had a vague suspicion about the purpose of Najida's visit. It must be said that her eloquence was exceptional. The ace assassin Crimson Eyes was originally sent by the Empire to assassinate Najida, but he was easily turned to her side. First, she made him deny the Empire, and then extended an invitation. Under different circumstances, others might not refuse. However, Rick also had his own thoughts. After a long while, Rick clasped his hands together and said in a low voice, "The Empire is rotten to the core, hated by heaven and man. In fact, I have also thought about using force to overthrow the Empire." Najida said with surprise then. Following that, Rick said, "But I have given up." Rick's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Najida's head, instantly calming her down. She cautiously asked, "May I ask why?" Perhaps it was a lack of courage. Rick's expression was complicated as he said, "Waging war and using force to overthrow the Empire will surely result in countless deaths. Wives will lose their husbands, elderly fathers will lose their sons, and I do not wish to witness this scene." Upon hearing this, Leona, Cheetong, and Rab's expression softened. They had only noticed Rick's immense power and the smell of blood on him, but did not realize that this seemingly strong man had such a soft part deep within. Rick said, "I believe there is still a possibility for the Empire to change from within, so I won't join the Revolutionary Army." Chapter 8, Plot Sign In. "I see." Najida understood. The revolution was gone. It was indeed beyond Butterfly Ninja's expectations. She was just too naive. Rick embraced Butterfly Ninja's soft body, his gaze shifting. If it were Lee, there would be too many uncontrollable factors, relying solely on individual bursts of potential. So Rick didn't have much faith in the Revolutionary Army's victory. Of course, the most important reason was that the Revolutionary Army had its own core team, and performance could earn extra rewards. Just as Rick was thinking about how to arrange things, the sign-in panel suddenly popped up. Rick frowned slightly when he opened the detailed introduction of the Heroic Gift Pack. It felt a bit different. Heroic Gift Pack. Randomly obtain all skills from one hero in the game League of Legends. Rick nodded, quite satisfied. Although he wasn't equipped, he possessed the full skills of a hero. It was the randomness of the selection that made Rick a bit anxious. He hoped he wouldn't draw some obscure hero. However, he had always been lucky. "What's wrong?" Seeing Rick in a daze, Butterfly Ninja asked curiously. "Maybe we should head to the Imperial capital," Rick said apologetically. "The seaside honeymoon vacation is over." Butterfly Ninja nodded, as she was already mentally prepared for this. She was quite satisfied with the past 3 months. "Speaking of which, little ninja, you become bolder," Rick said with a meaningful smile. Butterfly Ninja sat on his lap, almost all her weight resting on him. She hadn't been this bold before. When there was no one around, she really could let loose. "Is that not okay?" Butterfly Ninja's cheeks flushed slightly. "Of course it is. But the issues you've stirred up also need to be addressed," Rick said, the faint scent lingering in his nostrils, his eyes gradually turning blood red. Butterfly Ninja lightly bit her lip, leaned close to Rick's ear, and whispered in a voice as soft as a whisper, "Please go ahead." In a burst of delicate laughter, the heated atmosphere spread to every corner of the room. A few days later, when Rick arrived at the naval headquarters, he was immediately summoned to the commander's office by a messenger. "Congratulations, Rick." A middle-aged man, plump and bald, sat in a chair, and pushed a document forward, saying, "This is an order from the Imperial Capital, officially promoting you to senior military officer. You are to report to the Imperial Capital within half a month." The naval commander's attitude was very cold. With this order, Rick would have to go to the Imperial Capital, and from now on, no matter how many achievements he made, they would no longer be related to him. As expected, Rick's lips curled slightly. As he expected, the sparring with Will had attracted attention from the capital. Rick said, "I need to take someone away." The Navy commander raised an eyebrow. "Who?" Rick replied, "Junior military officer Will." "No way." The Navy commander stood up like his but was on fire, slamming his hands on the table. Rick's sudden promotion was one thing, but if he took others with him, it wouldn't matter much. However, the Imperial tool user was one of the few front-facing figures of the Navy. If Rick took him away, that would be unacceptable. "Don't get me wrong. I'm not discussing this with you or asking for your permission," Rick said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the Navy commander angrily pointed at Rick. "You are too presumptuous. I am the Navy commander. Tsukuyami." Rick couldn't be bothered to waste words. The shape of the kaleidoscope, Sharingan, appeared in his eyes, and a powerful ocular ability surged forth. In just an instant, the naval commander became stiff, slumped in his chair, his eyes glazed over, immersed in the illusion that Rick had woven for him. Rick smiled and said, "Please sign Will's transfer order, Commander." The naval commander responded blankly, "I understand." Chapter 9. Journey to the Imperial Capital. After obtaining Will's transfer order, Rick walked out of the naval commander's office with ease. By the time the other party reacted, he had already taken Will and headed to the Imperial Capital. Rick's eyes suddenly felt a sharp pain. He leaned against the wall with his hand and turned to face the glass. Rick couldn't help but retreat in fear. If they weren't mistaken, those sea fish were first-class dangerous species, the man-eating sea sharks. Although small in size, they swam incredibly fast and were very familiar with human weaknesses. They would specifically bite through a person's carotid artery or to deliver a powerful blow to crush a person's heart. Fishermen were the most concerned about them, and the equipment for dealing with them was left to gather dust in warehouses. Even if someone took it, it would probably take 2 or 3 years for anyone to notice. As for holding anyone accountable, that was out of the question. Will had brought out submachine guns and heavy artillery, hunting tools. Amid Butterfly Ninja's complaints, time passed, and in the past 7 or 8 days, the team advanced more than 1,000 kilometers. They finally entered the jurisdiction of the Imperial Capital. The troubles encountered along the way didn't require Rick to take action. Ordinary people avoided the army at all costs, and officials along the route even came out to see them off personally. As for the dangerous species they encountered, well, as the wielder of the Imperial tool, easily dispatched them. This made Rick very satisfied. After all, these are the little brothers he had brought over using Tsukuyami. If they were of no use, wouldn't his power have been wasted? "Lord Rick, we have entered the Imperial Capital area. Please be careful," a soldier reminded him. Rick replied, "I understand. The dangers near the Imperial Capital are as great, if not greater, than those in the uncivilized areas. It's not just natural disasters, but also man-made calamities." As soon as he finished speaking, a roar echoed, the ground trembled, and a 7 or 8 meter tall earth dragon emerged, its massive body blocking the sunlight above. Roar! The earth dragon let out a furious roar and charged towards the convoy, each step it took causing the ground to shake. The soldiers under Rick were all battle-hardened, showing no signs of panic as they quickly dispersed. Hunting dangerous creatures was second nature to them. "Let me," Will laughed, drawing the main body of the noble chariot and charging forward, dodging the earth dragon's charge, then slicing across its right leg with his sword, blood gushing out. Bang! The earth dragon, in pain, had its eyes turned blood red, veering off its charging direction and crashing into a nearby tree, dazed. It seemed tonight's dinner would be quite plentiful. Rick and Butterfly Ninja stepped out of the carriage, exchanging smiles. Most of the flesh of dangerous species is quite tender, and the earth dragon is no exception. In the next moment, the earth dragon shook its head and charged again. Will's face lit up with excitement. But just as he was about to slay the earth dragon with his sword, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly rang out. "Everyone, please step aside. We'll turn to see a black-haired girl." Whoosh! The black-haired girl raised the bow and shot 2 arrows, accurately hitting the earth dragon's eyes. Roar! The earth dragon's body reared back, its mouth open wide, producing a sound of pain and anger. Behind the black-haired girl, a boy dashed out, saying, "Let Lord Yaez solve this for you." After saying that, the short-haired boy leaped into the air, jumped above the earth dragon's head, thrusting a sword into its forehead, then pushed off with his feet and backflipped down. Boom! The massive body of the earth dragon collapsed. Why are there still people stealing kills? Will was taken aback and complained, That was my prey. Chapter 10. Sayu and Ieya's Sayu, did you see that? This is Lord Ieya's strength. Without my arrows hitting the earth dragon's eyes, how could you kill it so easily? Two sea sharks were roasting over the fire, warmly entertaining others. Sayu and Ieya's were drooling. They had just joined the Imperial Army because of their village, begging for your help. Hearing this, Rick squinted his eyes and shook his head, saying, I just got assigned to the Imperial capital, and my position hasn't been determined yet, so I'm afraid I can't help you. I see. Sayu's small face showed some disappointment. Butterfly Ninja frowned. She knew Rick's Sharingan ability, and using illusions to insert two people into the army would be a piece of cake for him. Butterfly Ninja didn't speak. She believed Rick had his own considerations. Although I can't help you join the army for now, I'm skilled in divination and can help you predict your future, Rick said with a smile. Sayu was skeptical of such tricks, but didn't know how to refuse, so she said, then I'll trouble you. Rick pretended to pick up a few small stones and threw them on the ground, staring intently at the ground, his expression turning serious. Seeing Rick so serious, Shea felt a bit speechless, but the next moment, Rick's words made her expression change dramatically. Rick said, your team has 3 people, and there's also a young boy, who should be about the same age. Shayu's pupils dilated, somewhat in disbelief. Then, Shayu's face lit up with joy and asked Mr. Rick, can you find out where Tasmi is? He is our companion and got separated from us along the way. I don't know. Rick shook his head, saying that divination could only provide a general idea, not predict the future. Upon hearing this, Shayu's expression dimmed slightly, but she had already developed a strong interest in Rick's divination. Butterfly Shinobu, who shared a connection with Rick, understood that he was being mysterious and trying to tease the other party. She realized that Rick's eyes were seeing the future again. Something was definitely going to happen with Shayu and Ieya's, and Rick was reminding them in a different way. Rick meaningfully said, be careful from now on. Don't casually eat food given by others in the capital. Is that all? Shayu's pretty face was filled with doubt. What about other things? Like whether she and Ieya's could join the army, reunite with Tasmi, stand out in the capital, and make the village prosperous. Is that all? Rick chuckled, then ended the topic, enjoying the barbecue brought by the soldiers with Butterfly Shinobu. Sayu remained silent, quietly remembering Rick's words, reminding herself to be cautious upon entering the Imperial capital. As night fell, Butterfly Shinobu lay in Rick's arms and softly asked, darling, what will happen to them? Rick didn't intend to hide it from Butterfly Ninja. They would die. Butterfly Ninja's red lips parted slightly. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She still liked that little sister. Sayu, very much. Rick wrapped his arm around her slim waist and smiled. If you can remember my reminders, you probably won't have any problems. The reminders were just a casual gesture from Rick. After all, there was an additional reward in the sign-in system that was based on performance in the storyline. The higher the degree of change in the storyline, the better the rewards would be. Shayu and Ieya's were also part of the storyline. However, Rick wasn't a babysitter. He wouldn't go out of his way to protect others just to slightly increase the chances of getting a better reward. Moreover, if they didn't know about their upcoming tragic fate, how could they appreciate his kindness? Rick's mouth curled up slightly. Chapter 11. Past the interview. The next day, the team continued forward and finally entered the Imperial capital. As the first city within the Empire, the Imperial capital was built very magnificently. The two sides temporarily parted ways, and Ieya's and Shayu went to the recruitment office to try their luck. Rick led the team to the military headquarters. Strangely, it felt like the people around us were constantly stealing glances at us. What was easy to spot, but his rustic demeanor was too attention-grabbing. What looked like a country bumpkin entering a grand garden, looking left and right with a bright smile. He was a man who had conquered the sea and faced dangers. How could he shrink back from such minor difficulties? As they entered this imperial city, Rick and the Butterfly Ninja were also observing their surroundings. Truly, it was the source of corruption. Although the people on the streets were dressed and carried themselves better than in other places, there was a heaviness in the air. He could sense that behind this grand gate, there was an extraordinarily powerful aura, surpassing even Muzan. Bang! Bang! The guard beside them knocked on a large door. Come in. A booming voice soon echoed from within, like that of a mighty lion. Rick's gaze shifted, and information about the general flashed through his mind. Although he understood the corruption of the ministers and others, he refrained from intervening due to the ancestral teachings that state military generals should not interfere in politics. Instead, he used his authority to protect the conscientious officials. He hailed from a village along the river in eastern Alaska, Rick replied. As for his identity information, he had already used illusion magic to have the city government officials reissue it, leaving no traces. As he spoke, Rick's gaze subtly shifted to the exaggerated armor worn by Bud. Thunder God Fury, a Doomir. The armor-type Imperial tool held by Bud enhances striking power and manipulates lightning, allowing him to turn lightning into energy balls for long-range attacks. It can also form a lightning armor around his body, instantly paralyzing anyone who comes into contact with it, making it a natural nemesis for Imperial tool users who focus on close combat. The East is not bad, Bud nodded. The Southern Revolutionary Army's influence had not yet spread to the eastern cities, and Rick had passed his first test. I've already seen your information. You've defeated a naval armor-type Imperial tool user, Bud said, somewhat surprised. Generally, Imperial tool users are still just mortal bodies, and powerful martial artists have a chance to defeat them. However, armor-type Imperial tool users are different. Once equipped with their Imperial tools, their physical capabilities are enhanced in all aspects. Even Bud himself, without using Thunder God Fury, a Doomir wouldn't dare to guarantee he could defeat an armor-type Imperial tool user. Rick explained, I am skilled in swordsmanship, and Will, the junior military officer, lacks combat experience. At that time, it was a sparring session, not a life-and-death battle. So the opponent did not fully utilize the power of the Imperial arm. Listening to Rick's analysis, the admiration in Bud's eyes grew stronger. Generally, when someone defeats an Imperial arm user, they would be boasting about it all day long, with their tail held high. Rick is clearly aware of the gap between himself and the Imperial tool users, and he does not blindly feel proud or complacent. Just this realization has surprised Bud greatly. It seems he has truly found a treasure this time. You will form a small team and temporarily become my direct subordinate, Bud said. Yes. Rick knew he had passed the interview and smiled. Stop. The cold night wind blew as a luxurious carriage passed by, and a female voice came from inside. The carriage stopped, and the door opened. A cute blonde noble girl walked towards the confused Shayu and Yeas by the roadside, smiling. Do you have no place to stay? Would you like to come to my house? It's quite big. Chapter 12. The Darkness of the Imperial Capital Bang. Shayu's body continued to flee. Someone help her. I beg you. Calm down. Listening to the words of the guards, Yeas widened his eyes, his lips trembling. Is this kind of thing allowed? Is there no fairness or justice in this world? Yeas's eyes turned fierce. No matter who it was, if they could rid the world of darkness, he would follow them without hesitation, even if it meant death to hell. Suddenly, Yeas felt the guard holding him stop moving. He turned his head curiously to look. Whoosh! A sharp sword light sliced through the air, and two guards' heads flew high into the air, blood spraying like a fountain. Daring to resist the nobles. You will definitely not be spared by the noble lord. After being beheaded, a person's brain can still function for about 6 or 7 seconds due to the oxygen in their brain. The heads of the two guards fell to the ground, their lips moving slightly, emitting barely audible sounds. Before they could finish speaking, their faces turned pale, and they completely lost consciousness. Mr. Rick, Yeas's eyes reflected that tall figure, tears streaming down uncontrollably. In the moment of despair, in the vast imperial capital, there was only one person reaching out to help them. Rick put away his shattered tooth and picked up the severely injured and unconscious Shayu from the ground, saying, the security team is coming. We need to hurry. Yeas was taken aback, and indeed, he could hear the sound of heavy footsteps. This was the power of the nobility. A flash of lightning. Rick grabbed Yeas. Golden lightning surged between his legs, and he escaped quickly before the security team surrounded the area. He returned to the small villa arranged by the military. The sound of the door being pushed open caught the attention of Butterfly Ninja. She looked up and saw Rick coming in with Shayu and Yeas, all covered in blood. Butterfly Ninja was startled and asked what happened. Rick put down Yeas and handed Shayu over. She had been shot in the chest, very close to her heart. Shinobu, perform surgery to remove the bullet. Okay. Butterfly Shinobu did not hesitate and immediately took Shayu back to the next room. Puffed. Shayu let out a painful groan, spitting out blood. It's okay, it will be over soon, Butterfly Shinobu said softly. As a user of the surgical fruit ability, the concept of surgery had changed in her hands. She could freely control everything within a certain range and could perform painless incisions on the human body and stitch it back together. Surgical space. Butterfly Shinobu whispered, creating a special space centered around her, enveloping Shayu within it. Days later, that despicable woman, the unfortunate boy, walked down the street, heartbroken as he looked at his empty wallet. The golden-haired, blue-eyed big lady had deceived him into thinking he could quickly become an officer with money. Forget it. I'll rest by the roadside for a night. I'm used to it anyway. Tazumi leaned against the street, curling up to maintain his body temperature. The cold wind blew, slapping a flyer onto Tazumi's face, nearly causing him to choke. He grabbed the flyer and, with the faint moonlight, saw the portraits on it, instantly shocked. Isn't this Shayu and Yae's? Shayu and Yae's had become wanted criminals? The drowsiness in Tazumi's eyes vanished without a trace. Gurgle. A loud sound came from his stomach. Tazumi's face turned pale, as if he had no energy to worry about others. Since they were wanted criminals, it meant that Shayu and Yae's had not yet been captured by the Imperial Capital security team. He still needed to take care of his own meal first. Stop. A luxurious noble carriage stopped in front of Tazumi, and a cute noble girl with golden hair stepped down. Chapter 13. Beastly Hearts Behind Human Faces Noble Mansion. Shayu and Yae's used to live here? Tazumi slapped the table with both hands. Yes. A bewildered and worried expression appeared on Ilia's face as they arrived at the scene where Ilia's mother, a noble lady, lay dead in a pool of blood. Tazumi, are you also a thief who wants to harm the young lady? A guard raised his gun, questioning sternly. No, I'm here to help you. Tazumi waved his hands repeatedly, explaining. The two guards exchanged glances and slowly lowered their weapons, believing they had some ability to read people. After 2 days of observation, they concluded that Tazumi was just a simple rural boy. Funeral. At that moment, a voice filled with despair rang out as a small, delicate figure dashed out of the forest. Tazumi, protect the young lady. The two guards exclaimed, raising their guns and shooting wildly at the approaching figure. The figure moved as nimbly as a rabbit, dodging all the bullets with strange movements, closing in on the two guards and swiftly swinging a knife. Whoosh! The blade flashed, and the guards' necks were cut open, poison spreading and killing them in an instant. Tazumi's mouth dropped open. Those two guards were not weak and had been seasoned warriors. Even he might not be able to take them on 1 against 2. Yet that adorable girl had effortlessly killed them. Tazumi, help me. Ilia grabbed the hem of Tazumi's clothes, looking pitiful. Tazumi nodded heavily. Without Ilia, he might still be wandering the streets. With that thought, Tazumi no longer hesitated, drawing his sword and confronting the black-haired, red-eyed girl head-on. Bang! The sword clashed, and a heavy force transmitted from the girl's blade shocked Tazumi. How could such a frail arm unleash such powerful strength? The red-eyed girl turned her blade upward, directly knocking Tazumi's sword away. So fast, this is bad. Tazumi was startled, and then saw the black-haired, red-eyed girl aiming her blade at his chest, charging straight at him. There was no way to dodge. Wait, my friend. Just at that critical moment, Riona appeared behind the red-eyed girl, grabbing her and saving Tazumi's life. Tazumi almost thought he was going to die, paralyzed with fear on the ground. Hey boy, we meet again. Riona greeted warmly. Tazumi looked up and exclaimed, You are the woman who deceived me with the big lady. After getting separated from Shayu and Yae's, he had hunted dangerous species all the way to the Imperial capital. This golden-haired big lady had taken him to a tavern, where he feasted and was deceived into giving away all his money under the pretext of buying an official position. Don't worry about that little matter. Riona waved her hand, smiling. Why are you here? Tazumi suppressed the urge to retort. Did she have amnesia? Who made his life so miserable? You even want to kill innocent people. You are too much. Tazumi scolded angrily. Innocent? Riona exchanged glances with the red-eyed girl. After a moment, a look of realization appeared on Riona's face as she pointed at Ilia behind Tazumi, laughing. That girl is not as innocent as you think. After saying that, Riona stepped forward and forcefully opened the large door of the warehouse behind Tazumi with brute strength. In an instant, a foul, disgusting odor hit him, almost making Tazumi vomit his dinner. When Tazumi saw everything inside the warehouse, his face turned pale. The warehouse contained a large number of rusty cages, and dozens of corpses hung in the air like meat in a slaughterhouse, drenched in blood. Riona explained in a calm tone. This woman and her family like to deceive people from outside, then use drugs to knock them out, bringing them to the warehouse to torture them to death, satisfying their perverted desires. Hey, don't even think about escaping. Saying this, Riona grabbed Ilia, who was trying to slip away, the latter forcing a smile on her face. Tazumi's eyes widened. What kind of beastly-hearted thing had he been protecting? Then, Tazumi reacted, stiffly turning his head to look at Ilia and asked, Where are Shayu and Yae's? Chapter 14. Rick arrives. Ilia lowered her head, letting out a low, sinister laugh. They are already dead. They took the chance to escape while I wasn't paying attention. But they didn't get far. Boom! A figure emerged from the dust, staring intently at Riona and the red-eyed girl. Rick? Riona and the red-eyed girl were startled. They never expected that the person appearing here was Rick, the man who had rejected the B0 SS recruitment in the Eastern City. He jumped down from a height and scathed. How tough was his body? The red-eyed girl asked, Rick, what do you want to do? Rick walked towards Elia with a smile. Elia's face lit up with joy, as if she had grasped a lifeline. Her limbs felt weak, but she still insisted on crawling over. The aura of the man in front of her was far superior to that of the rustic Tasmi. He was the existence she had always dreamed of. Rick approached Elia, turned to block Akatsuki and Riona, and said, as long as I'm here, you are not allowed to kill anyone anymore. What did you say? Akatsuki and Riona's faces instantly darkened. Akatsuki, big sister, what happened? When she heard about the situation near the club, her expression changed in shock as she faced off against the tall man. Rab frowned. Rick? Brand asked curiously, Rab, do you know him? Yes, Rab explained previously. B0SS took us to the east to recruit targets, but they were rejected. Brand suddenly understood. I see. Since things were not going well, he said, Rick, are you going to shield her? The evil deeds of Elia's family were laid out before them. If Rick chose to protect them, it would mean they had misjudged him. Rick's gaze swept over everyone present. Judging purely by their aura, their strength shouldn't be too weak. I have no intention of shielding the criminals. Rick said, she is indeed unforgivable, but she should be judged by the law. The members of Night Raid were taken aback, looking at each other. Is there still such a thing in the Imperial capital? With Rick's serious expression, they even wanted to laugh out loud. It was simply too naive, corrupted to the core. For many years, countless people have been brutally killed without anyone investigating. The lives of ordinary people in the Imperial capital are as worthless as ants. Or is it that Rick has just arrived in the Imperial capital and knows nothing? Brand touched his helmet and sighed. This young man, is there a sense of disorder? With the credibility of Imperial law approaching zero? Ordinary citizens look at the legal text in the corner of their rooms and feel like they might as well have toilet paper for their big needs. In this era, talking about the law, the looks from the crowd towards Rick held a hint of disdain and mockery. Rick seemed oblivious to the mockery of the crowd, crossing his arms confidently and saying, I know, but there won't be such things happening again. Conqueror's Haki advanced. As soon as he finished speaking, an astonishing pressure erupted from Rick, instantly turning him into a king. The underpowered Elia and Tasmi foamed at the mouth and fainted immediately. In that moment, the members of Night Raid felt a heavy pressure. Every cell in their bodies seemed to tremble, and the mockery in their eyes vanished, replaced by expressions of terror as they looked at Rick. They suddenly understood each other's intentions. This man's thoughts were too astonishing. He actually intended to uphold the credibility of the entire nation alone. Chapter 15. The rising public opinion of the Imperial capital in this forest. There was no sound. Nothing remained. Before this, they had never witnessed a single person's pressure having a substantial impact on others. Until now, their muscles were tense, and they were drenched in sweat. Brant remarked in fear, what a terrifying aura. Turning to the wielder, Mane coldly stared at Rick, feeling an overwhelming sense of crisis. Her Imperial tool, Romantic Cannon, Pumpkin, could transform spiritual energy, and the shooting power of the cannon would reach unprecedented levels. Mane, calm down. The simple glasses girl, Hill, grabbed the Imperial tool. All things severed. Soul devour, protecting Mane behind her. A massive shadow, soaring among the clouds, let out a deep roar, emitting a terrifying aura far beyond what everyone expected. The one who usually made the decisions was Akame. Akame fixed her crimson eyes on Rick, deep in thought. Rick kindly reminded them, there's not much time for you to hesitate. Did you hear that noise? Bang, bang. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed from afar, causing a stir in the noble mansion as the internal changes rocked this decaying country. Those words, that firm gaze, were like the first time she saw Rain retracting his sword. Akame, the members of Night Raid were somewhat surprised. Akame's actions meant giving up the pursuit of his death. For the ace assassin Akame, abandoning a mission was unimaginable. Akame seriously looked at Rick, challenging him to show her what this so-called alternative path of revolution was. A smile appeared on Rick's face. The heavy pressure vanished, revealing a bright and clear moon. Rick stretched lazily, a smile on his lips. Taking Elia from Night Raid was just the beginning. The next step was to stir the winds of the Empire. The next day, in the capital, the citizens and nobles learned that Elia enjoyed luring outsiders into her mansion to inflict cruel atrocities. The address was 18 East Ping Road, 2nd Ring, Capital City. Flyers in the square announced that Imperial military officer Rick personally executed the noble Elia. This news caused a stir, and amidst the chaos of the capital, the call for Elia's trial became widely known. We have to keep the brothers in line for the next couple of days. I heard there's a big move coming. Members of the capital's guard stood on the street corner, watching the throngs of people quietly discussing. In the backyard warehouse of the noble's residence, a corpse hung in midair, emitting a foul stench, exposing the ugliness of the capital to the sunlight and the public. The enraged crowd smashed the entire mansion to pieces, tossing a fire into the debris. In East District Square number 16, a platform for the trial seemed to be erected overnight. Every day, people gathered there, their eyes filled with anticipation, waiting for the day of judgment to arrive. In their anxious waiting, many developed a keen interest in the military officer mentioned on the flyer. After all, he was one of the few names listed. Before anyone could begin their investigation, information about Rick surfaced. A young military officer from the East had recently been transferred to the capital and promoted to a senior military officer. He was kind-hearted and had a strong sense of justice, having fought against criminals and protected the people during his time in the East. A glimmer of hope seemed to shine in the weary eyes of the people. Chapter 16. The storm is rising. Trial of the nobles. The uproar in the capital spread quickly, eventually reaching the entire empire. Inside the palace, an urgent meeting was convened overnight. The young emperor sat on the throne, flanked by civil minister Wonist and the head military general Bud. Below them were dozens of high-ranking civil officials and military generals. The atmosphere was tense. Most people's faces were tight, heads bowed, not daring to speak. The young emperor, looking drowsy and yawning, simply asked, "Ministers, what's going on?" The large Wonist stepped forward, holding a plate of delicious roasted meat from a rare breed, occasionally grabbing a piece to eat, smilingly saying, "Your Majesty, you should ask General Bud about this matter." Upon hearing this, the young emperor turned to Bud. "General, explain this to me." "Yes." The serious Bud bowed his head and said, "Senior military officer Rick discovered a noble abusing their power and harming civilians, and he has captured them for execution." "Huh?" One squinted his eyes, interrupting Bud. "General, whether that noble harmed civilians is still under investigation. Do not jump to conclusions." Bud raised his head, coldly staring at Wonist, a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. The atrocities committed by Elias' family were already known throughout the capital. Everyone was aware of it. Did Wonist still want to cover it up? A few tears squeezed from the corners of Wonist's eyes. "Your Majesty, the nobility are families that contributed greatly to the former emperor's achievements. How could such heroes commit such cruel acts? There must be some misunderstanding." The young emperor nodded. A glimmer of mockery flashed in Wonist's eyes. The young emperor had a strong sense of pride in the royal family's achievements, and as long as he brought this up, he could deceive the other party. Wonist coldly smiled. "Your Majesty, the situation is already very clear through these memorials. Senior military officer Rick's behavior is despicable, committing numerous wrongdoings, framing a noble, and now deceiving the public. It's truly abominable." He then changed his tone, speaking in a low voice. "Even if the noble Elia and her family have some misconduct, investigating and sentencing are the responsibilities of the capital's prosecutor and judges. It does not fall to a military officer to handle. This person has overstepped their authority and must be executed as a warning to others." Wonist's cold gaze swept over everyone in the hall, his voice sending chills down their spines. At this moment, those present in the hall finally understood Wonist's goal. Bud, being upright and stern, had solid evidence of Elias' wrongdoings, and he wanted to protect military officer Rick. However, this was an extremely rare case of a military officer interfering in politics, a case of corruption. Did it signify that the generals led by Bud would finally begin to intervene in corrupt politics? Wonist could not afford to back down. Politics was his domain, and military officers only needed to go out to battle. Anyone who dared to reach into politics would be dealt with. This was no longer just a matter between Rick and Elia, but a struggle between civil officials and military generals. Bud's expression darkened. Those nobles and governors were all evildoers who abused their power, fearing that once Elia was executed, they would be next. Thus, they jointly petitioned and strongly opposed it. This point was perfectly exploited by Wonist. "In that case, let her be executed. Grant military officer Rick the punishment of being drawn and quartered." The young emperor's tone was flat, his indifferent attitude as if he were simply stepping on weeds by the roadside. He then turned to Wonist and asked, "Is this sufficient, Minister?" Wonist nodded with a smile. "Under your wise leadership, Your Majesty, the empire will surely become great again." The civil officials and military generals in the hall bowed their heads, not daring to speak, while the young emperor remained deep in the palace, unaware of the events. They were all too clear about it. Now 1,000,000 citizens in the capital were marching, causing an uproar. In other words, anyone who walked out of the palace could see the numerous crimes committed by Elias' family. In front of Wonist, they dared not speak. Otherwise, they would be the next to die. Chapter 17, Reactions from All Sides. Night Raid Base. In the spacious hall, Nagita sat in the high seat, with Akame, Leon, Bran, Mine, Shield, and Lubbock spread around her. Tasmi stood in the center. Leon smiled, "Boss, welcome back." Nagita lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke, and turned to Tasmi. "Is this the newcomer?" Leon put his arm around Tasmi, laughing. "That's right, I brought him in. He has great potential. Big sister, let go of me." Tasmi struggled desperately. "I still need to find Seo and Ayasu." Even though Elia said the two were dead, Tasmi remained unconvinced, wanting to see the living or the dead. "How can you find them alone?" "Don't worry. With our intelligence network, we can help you find them soon," Leon said cheerfully, giving no chance to the other party. Akame said seriously, "Give it up. Once Leon sets her sights on something, she won't let go." Leon laughed, "As expected of my best friend. If you don't join, but you know our base's location, then you can only." The simple-minded Shield lowered her head, her glasses reflecting light, her menacing appearance making Tasmi want to cry. If he tried to escape, he would surely be killed. Bran gave a thumbs up. "Don't worry, Tasmi, you will definitely become a real man." Tasmi's lips twitched. He felt tightness in his rear, having heard that this guy was a homosexual. "Finally, we have a new male comrade joining us." Labor looked at Tasmi, a malicious glint in his eyes, thinking that next time he should let this fool scout ahead when peeking at the older sisters while they bathe. Thus, Tasmi joined Night Raid. Nagita smiled as she watched everyone playfully fighting. Since Leon believed Tasmi had the potential to become an assassin, she wouldn't say anything against it. Then, Nagita's expression turned serious. The trial of the nobles had recently created quite a stir in the imperial capital. How big was this issue? Even Nagita, who was in the Southern Revolutionary Army, had heard about it, making it a matter known throughout the nation. When it came to discussing serious matters, everyone's expressions grew grave, as this event was closely related to them. Akame stepped forward and said, "B0SS, I need to explain something about this matter." Akame detailed the mission involving the Arya family, recounting every detail to Nagita. Now it made sense. Nagita realized that their target had been intercepted by Rick, who was preparing to initiate a public trial, thus sparking this earth-shattering upheaval across the Empire. This also confirmed that what Rick said last time in the East was true. He really intended to change the Empire from within. Tasmi had no room to interject, his face showing surprise. As a man who had descended from the sky, was undoubtedly the Rick spoken of by others. Unfortunately, he had been stunned by the pressure from the other party and had no idea what had happened afterward. Akame said, "B0SS, I let the target go and am willing to accept punishment." Upon hearing this, the others became agitated. "Akame, this is not your fault. We were there too. This was a decision we made together. We are comrades, and we share the responsibility." Everyone spoke up, their voices overlapping, but Tasmi felt a warmth from it. This was true camaraderie. Nagita was momentarily taken aback and smiled, saying, "Did I say I would punish Akame? Why are you all so anxious?" Hearing this, everyone relaxed and smiled sheepishly. "Akame, you did well," Nagita said seriously. "This is a strategic victory. The turmoil caused by Rick has spread throughout the Empire under an invisible hand. Even if it doesn't succeed, it will greatly stimulate the public sense of resistance, which is a tremendous benefit for the Revolutionary Army. It could very well become a significant turning point in resisting the Empire's tyranny." Chitong curiously asked B0SS, "Do you think it will succeed?" The others also looked at Nagita with anticipation. To be honest, they hoped Rick would succeed. Nagita lowered her head in thought for a moment, then slowly shook her head under the gaze of everyone. To be honest, she didn't believe Rick could succeed. As a former general of the Empire, she understood the current situation too well. The bureaucrats led by Wisteria firmly controlled the highest power, and even General Bud could hardly shake that, let alone Rick, a mere military officer. Chapter 18. The threat of the Revolutionary Army. Wisteria summoned military officer Rick to the palace. A sinister smile flashed in the depths of his eyes. The palace rules were intricate and complex. As long as he could find a small flaw, he could have the other party executed. This would also avoid a direct confrontation with General Bud, and Wisteria felt proud of his cunning. Summoned military officer Rick to the palace. Half an hour later, with the voice of a guard, Rick strode into the grand palace hall. In an instant, he attracted everyone's attention. The gazes of numerous high-ranking officials fell on Rick, creating an incredibly intimidating pressure. If it were someone more timid, they might have already been trembling with fear. Rick remained unfazed. This level of momentum was nothing compared to when he faced Muzan and numerous upper moons in Infinity City. His gaze quickly swept over everyone present. The little emperor, Wisteria, imbued Your Majesty, military officer Rick requests an audience. Rick stepped forward, bent down, and bowed. Ernest looked down at Rick with a serious expression, momentarily forgetting to use the cumbersome court etiquette to deliberately target Rick. He was mistaken. With just a glance, the experienced Ernest judged that Rick was not an easy opponent. Rick gave him a very dangerous feeling. It was like the first time he met his death, no, perhaps even more terrifying than that. Interesting, Ernest thought to himself, a faint cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The young emperor said, "Military officer Rick, I heard that you intentionally conspired to harm a noble. Is this true?" Rick curled the corner of his mouth and looked up at the little emperor with a gaze that suggested he was looking at a fool. Do criminals voluntarily admit their crimes? However, he was well prepared. Your Majesty, this is the evidence of the crime committed by the noble family of Alia. Rick took out the prepared blueprints. Bud signaled to one of his subordinates to step forward and take the evidence from Rick's hands. He didn't dare let one of his men take the evidence. That two-step distance could easily allow the other party to switch to a new blueprint. When the blueprint depicting the warehouse in the backyard of the Alia residence was placed before the little emperor, the shocking image of a human body hanging like pork was presented to his eyes. Ugh! The little emperor's pupils contracted, and he covered his mouth, but in the end, he couldn't hold it back and vomited his dinner in stomach acid. Your Majesty, Onest, standing nearby, feigned panic and shouted, "Quickly, take His Majesty inside to rest." The hall instantly fell into chaos, with maidens and guards hurriedly protecting the little emperor as they returned to the palace. General Bud also followed closely to protect him. Once the chaos subsided in the hall, Onest stood alone beside the throne, facing the group of ministers and Rick below. This was also Onest's intention. He wanted to have a private conversation with Rick, which Rick was also inclined to do. On the way to the palace, Rick had roughly figured out the situation. The little emperor was naive and ignorant. The empire's nobles and officials were afraid of public trial for the nobility, fearing that the darkness would be exposed and that they would be next, so they united to petition for his execution, but wanted to save him. Onest, fearing military officials interfering in politics, also agreed to his execution to intimidate others. Rick keenly identified his enemy. Those nobles and officials were scattered throughout the empire, at most sending letters to make empty threats, which were essentially useless. So he only needed to deal with Minister Onest. Onest looked down at Rick from his elevated position, indifferent, and said, "His Majesty has ordered that you be drawn and quartered. I wonder what final words you have, General Rick." Rick's reaction was unexpected for Ernest. He neither begged for mercy like the previous officials, nor bravely faced execution, and there was no despair on his face. This further confirmed Ernest's suspicions. Rick chuckled lightly and said, "Your Excellency, my life is of little value, but with millions of people marching outside, executing me might cause some minor disturbances." Onest sneered and replied, "General Rick, you overestimate yourself. They're just a bunch of unruly commoners." Rick smiled at the corner of his mouth and directly unleashed his ultimate weapon. "Your Excellency, what about the Revolutionary Army?" Upon hearing this, Onest's smile instantly vanished. The murderous intent conveyed in their words made the people below break out in cold sweat, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Originally, this was a struggle between civil officials and military generals, but now Rick introduced a third party, the Revolutionary Army and the public, instantly blurring the situation. The threat of the third party made Onest even more apprehensive. If the military won, he would at most lose power and retire to his hometown. But if the Revolutionary Army won, he would undoubtedly die. The previous words to fool the young emperor could be overlooked, but Onest would not deceive himself. It was a situation he had personally created, so Onest was very clear in his mind. Executing Rick would only worsen the situation, causing more and more people to side with the Revolutionary Army. Onest looked at Rick again. The two locked eyes from a distance and instantly understood each other's thoughts. Onest grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. "All right, since the public needs a hero, let's create one for them." Chapter 19. Public execution. The day to judge the nobles arrived as scheduled. The capital was empty, with a vast crowd surrounding the square, making it impossible for water to leak through. At a glance, all that could be seen were ordinary people with yellowish skin, malnourished. Most people, encountering such an event for the first time, displayed curiosity and anticipation on their faces. The fervent atmosphere seemed to dispel the gloom over the capital, allowing the blazing sun to shine down on the world once again. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous corner, members of Night Raid, including Maine, Tasmi, and Leonai, who had not yet revealed their identities, were hiding there. Looking at the crowd gathered in the square, the Night Raid members were shocked. According to their estimates, There were at least over 1 million people present. Even the Revolutionary Army did not have such appeal. Justice. The people of the capital had waited too long. Even a glimmer of hope was something they would grasp at all costs. Will there really be a trial? Tasmi asked curiously. How easy is it to expect one person to fight against the darkness of the capital? Mine nodded coldly. Yet a hint of expectation was hidden deep in her bright eyes. I don't know. Leonai shook her head, her eyes filled with deep worry. This was the first time she was troubled by such matters. Disappointment surfaced on the otherwise numb faces of the people. It was indeed a fleeting dream. How could one person's strength possibly shake the darkness of the empire? The crowd shook their heads and silently turned away, facing a future still shrouded in darkness. But more people, under the blazing sun, insisted on standing in the square waiting, while countless others surged into the square, anticipating the appearance of a hero. On the surrounding tall buildings, a group of nobles dressed in luxurious attire held high-stemmed glasses, enjoying fine wine. A bunch of ignorant commoners. Lord Onest will definitely kill that villain. My ancestors finished their lives serving Emperor Shi Huang. Dozens of nobles looked disdainfully at the bustling crowd in the square. The people, tiny as black dots in their eyes, were nothing more than ants that could be crushed underfoot, worthless and contemptible. Not long after, a commotion arose in the crowd, attracting countless people's attention. When they turned to look, a carriage, protected by a dozen soldiers, entered from the east side of the square. On that prison cart was the infamous noblewoman, Alia. The surrounding crowd erupted in fury upon seeing the numerous bodies that had been cruelly abused in the mansion's warehouse. They wished they could tear Alia's entire family to shreds. Due to the soldiers' protection, the crowd could only pick up small stones from the ground and hurl them at Alia. She was hit until her head was bleeding, screaming with all her strength. And as she looked at the enraged crowd with blood-red eyes, she trembled all over, finally feeling fear. Without the soldiers' protection, she would likely have been torn to pieces by the crowd in an instant. They really came. The members of Night Raid exchanged glances, seeing the surprise in each other's eyes, facing countless nobles, officials, and the corrupt culprit Onest. How did Rick manage to do it? There are imperial tools, Leona reminded. Everyone's gaze turned to the officer leading the carriage, a young man named Will, who was wearing a black longsword at his waist. Will looked at the cheering crowd around him, a smile appearing on his face. This was the kind of soldier he wanted to be. Everyone secretly raised their guard. However, the main characters of this grand drama were not them, and no one would pay any attention to them at all. Elia was brought up to the execution platform, her hands and neck shackled, imprisoned up there. Woo! Seemingly aware of her impending fate, Elia cried bitterly, but received no sympathy from the crowd. Chapter 20. The frenzy of the capital's citizens when the young emperor returned from his rest, sitting on the throne with a look of lingering fear on his small face. Since his birth, he had never witnessed the horrifying scene of dozens of people stripped of their clothes, hanging like livestock waiting to be slaughtered, which left a tremendous shock and even psychological trauma on his young mind. Even the way he looked at Rick had an added hint of terror. One smiled and said, "Your Majesty, the matter has been clarified. The noble Elia family indeed has a history of abusing commoners. Fortunately, Officer Rick discovered it in time. He truly is a pillar of the Empire." The young emperor's face darkened in anger. What? Bud also looked surprised, frowning as his gaze flickered between Onest and Rick. There was a hint of suspicion in Bud's eyes. How could Onest suddenly change from a hardline stance to speaking in favor of Rick? If Onest wasn't losing his mind, something must have happened during his brief absence that caused his attitude to shift dramatically. Onest continued, "Your Majesty, punishment must be carried out. The noble Elia must be executed to demonstrate the Emperor's authority. I recommend Officer Rick be appointed as the executioner." Upon hearing this, Bud's heart sank even further, his sharp gaze sweeping over the many civil and military officials below, hoping they could provide him with an explanation. But the officials below dared not raise their heads. Although they had heard the conversation between Onest and Rick, they had no idea what either of them was truly thinking. Even if they realized something, they did not dare to speak up. Good. The young emperor, like a tamed horse led by the nose by Onest, feigned authority as he said, "Officer Rick, I appoint you as the executioner, with full authority to deal with the noble Elia, who has committed heinous crimes." In the blink of an eye, a military officer who should have been torn apart by 5 horses had become the executioner presiding over the public trial of a noble. This sudden and unexpected reversal caught everyone off guard, and the young emperor's verbal order changed just like that, provoking a hint of disdain and contempt. "Yes, Your Majesty." Rick's lips curled slightly upwards as his gaze returned to the square. The appearance of Osiris's sky dragon was truly spectacular. The colossal dragon, thousands of meters long, descended upon the imperial capital as if it had flown out of a myth. Not only the million people in the square, but also the residents of the entire capital and the nobles in the palace, such as Onassis and Bud, all looked up at the sky in shock. It was unheard of for someone to tame a super dangerous species. The 48 imperial artifacts of the Empire were all made from the bodies of different super dangerous species. If one could directly tame a super dangerous species, the first emperor of the Empire 1,000 years ago wouldn't have to expend so much manpower and resources to create the imperial artifacts. Therefore, the appearance of a super dangerous species was far more shocking than that of an imperial artifact. Moreover, the power of Osiris's sky dragon far surpassed that of ordinary super dangerous species. It was a divine-level existence. The members of Night Raid, hidden in the corners, were left with an indescribable shock in their hearts. Their hearts raced in their chests, in sync with the excitement of the crowd, their faces flushed with emotion. They had secretly killed countless corrupt officials and bullies, but in terms of impact, it could not compare to Rick's public trial this time. In front of millions of citizens, nobles, and the capital's security forces, he had legally and reasonably executed a nobleman with his own hands. The news spread quickly outside the square, completing the sign-in event for the noble Alia. Congratulations to the host for receiving the hero's gift pack. A sign-in panel appeared before him, and Rick did not hesitate to use the gift pack to draw a hero. Chapter 21. Win Swordsmanship, Knights Do Not Die Unarmed. The introduction of the hero gradually revealed a hint of joy in his eyes. Knights do not die unarmed. A noble phantasm from the Type Moon World's servant berserker Lancelot. It grants the weapon in hand the attributes of a noble phantasm and allows it to be wielded. In simple terms, as long as he holds any weapon, he can transform it into a noble phantasm and temporarily gain ownership of the weapon. Rick lowered his head in thought, the smile on his face growing stronger. In this world, imperial artifacts recognize their masters, but with a knight who does not die in vain, one can forcibly seize the imperial artifacts for their own use. The wind blade technique and the knight who does not die in vain. This was enough to compensate for his shortcomings in strength, as he would only use the Mangeki Sharingan in dire situations. In the palace, after executing Elia, Rick returned to the palace and made his way to Minister One's office. One seemed like a laughing Buddha, cheerfully saying, "Military officer Rick, congratulations. By judging the unforgivable noble, you have become a hero of the entire empire." Rick shook his head, looking calmly out at the bustling capital, thinking to himself that he just wanted them to survive. Human life shouldn't be so wretched. Hello. Mocking laughter escaped from One's mouth. Rick, the military officer, is indeed a hero recognized by the people. He will surely save them from peril. As he spoke, a hint of disdain flashed in the depths of One's eyes. To him, Rick was nothing but a hypocrite. Those who possess great power should do as they please. That is the way of the strong. Esther's excelled in this regard, reveling in war, torture, and slaughter. Rick is too influenced by the theories of those weaklings. However, the fact that the other party did not join the Revolutionary Army actually made Ernest somewhat pleased. At first, Ernest thought Rick was just a pawn of Bud, a vanguard reaching out of politics, so he targeted him fiercely, determined to eliminate this pawn. But the moment he saw Rick, Ernest realized he was wrong. Rick's strength was no less than that of Esther's or Bud. Such a person could not be controlled by Bud. He patiently peeled away the surface of Rick's character to uncover the hidden true thoughts beneath. The conclusion was that Rick was powerful, kind, and but adhered to order and belonged to the conservative faction. In Ernest's eyes, Rick was a good partner, much like his relationship with Esther's. By utilizing Rick, he could appease some of the unruly people's emotions and prevent the Revolutionary Army from continuing to grow. Ernest narrowed his eyes. Supporting Esther's had already taken a portion of power away from Bud, and then supporting the more easily manipulated Rick to completely replace Bud seemed like a better choice. After all, Bud was a major concern for him. First, he needed to strip Rick of his military officer title and promote him to general. In the Empire, military ranks were simple: junior, intermediate, senior military officers, and then generals and grand generals. There were only two grand generals, Bud and Esther's. The former held status and position, while the latter had earned prestige and respect through his formidable strength. Ernest recalled the letter sent by Esther's, saying, "Rick, military officer, the situation in the north is urgent, and I would like you to go lend support." What do you think? The situation in the north is urgent? Rick looked at Ernest with a strange expression. Are you saying that Is death wiped out the northern tribes completely, pushing forward hundreds of kilometers, and this is called an emergency situation? Then Rick understood. This was about sending him to gain glory, to be promoted to general. Both qualifications and military achievements were indispensable. Ernest wanted to support him, creating a balance of power among the military leaders to divide Bud's authority. Rick said, since it is in order to defend the Empire's borders, Rick will naturally accept it. Upon hearing this, Ernest looked very satisfied. As he expected, as long as it was under the banner of serving the Empire and justice, he could drive Rick, this strong warrior. Chapter 22. The World Book. Rongongo. Ernest intentionally sought to win the other party over and smiled, as expected of General Rick. But dealing with those stubborn foreign races also requires a handy weapon. Then, Ernest strolled to the bookshelf and gently pushed it. Whoosh! The bookshelf flipped, revealing an underground passage. A cold wind blew from the deep passage, as if it led to hell, and Ernest walked down without any hesitation. Rick's gaze shifted as powerful auras emanated from within the passage, yet they didn't feel like humans. Ernest had no reason to plot against him. Thus, Rick followed the other person inside. The two arrived in the basement, where the presence of those powerful auras revealed themselves to Rick. The basement was filled with golden light, with mountains of gold coins, antiques, and rare treasures piled high. Even a fraction of those riches would be enough for a family of 3 to live comfortably for a lifetime. Rick accurately found the most precious artifact among the vast treasures, the Imperial tools. Ernest, being exceptionally perceptive, immediately noticed the change in Rick's expression and said with a smile, Rick, the military officer, is indeed a connoisseur. That's right, those are the Imperial tools. There are 48 unique Imperial tools, and during the upheaval of 500 years, half of them have scattered into the civilian world, their whereabouts unknown. Over the years, the Empire has been desperately trying to recover these Imperial tools, but still, more than a dozen remain outside, controlled by various factions, making them difficult to reclaim. Currently, there are about 30 Imperial tools in the Empire, excluding those like Isdeath and Black Eyes, and another 8 or 9 have been taken out from the treasury by Ernest for private collection. Ernest proudly pointed to those Imperial tools and introduced their different functions to Rick. Blood collection, rapid absorption, the Tooth Imperial tool, is installed in the mouth. The Bow of Certainty Radiant Wing, the Bow Imperial tool, when shooting, calls out the target's name along with prophecies of possible future large-scale natural disasters. Rick is not so easily found. However, Rick's strength is comparable to his death and Bud, so Ernest has no doubt that he will gain the recognition of the Imperial tools. Hearing this, Rick glanced around and first approached the World Book, Longo Longo. It appeared to be an unremarkable book, with an illustration of a Longo Longo on the cover. Ernest explained, the Imperial tools have requirements. Without gaining their recognition, no information can be seen. I see. Rick nodded. Only those who receive the recognition of the Imperial artifact could access the knowledge within the book. The others shook slightly, radiating brilliant light that illuminated the entire basement. Ernest's eyes widened. Rick, my minister, I want this Imperial artifact, Rick said with a smile. A look of surprise appeared on Ernest's face. He didn't expect Rick to gain the recognition of the World Book, Rongo Rongo. However, first impressions of Imperial artifacts are very important, given the number of Imperial artifacts. It's not surprising that there is interest in this book. It did leave Ernest somewhat speechless. Originally, he wanted to give the other party a weapon to better slay the foreign tribes on the battlefield and accumulate military achievements. Instead, the other party took a broken book. Hearing this, Rick made a grimace at the corners of his mouth, saying, as long as you're happy. This also reassured Ernest. Although Rick was influenced by the revolutionary thoughts of the rebels, he truly did not harbor the idea of overthrowing the Empire. Otherwise, seeing the wealth in the basement, Rick should have realized that the cause of the Empire's corruption was not natural disasters, but rather the man-made source of corruption, which was Ernest himself. Rick was held back by Liu. The two exchanged a few polite words before Riku left the palace. Although Ernest looked down on the world encyclopedia Rongo Rongo, Riku was quite satisfied. The other Imperial tools did not significantly enhance his strength. At the end of the world page, a line of golden text appeared. Boom! In a daze, Riku seemed to find himself on a coastline, looking towards Chapter 23, taking disciples. What was that just now? The raging tsunami in Rick's eyes disappeared. As if he understood something, that was the future revealed to him by the Book of the World. Then, Butterfly Ninja smiled and said, you're recovering well. She used the power of the surgical fruit to painlessly open Shayu's wound. Shayu was sitting up in bed, with bandages wrapped around her chest. while Aias was sitting beside her, peeling an apple. When they saw Rick walk in, excitement appeared on their faces. Although they were in the villa, they had heard about Rick's public trial of Elia. That wicked woman, executed under the gaze of the public, truly brought great relief to everyone. Rick asked, "How's the recovery?" "Thanks to Mr. Rick and Miss Run, I'm fine now." "You're free now, of course. It's okay for you to stay here." Shayu and Aias exchanged glances and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The pressure of being wanted by the Empire was indeed terrifying. Then, the two of them looked at Rick seriously, showing a pleading expression, and said in unison, "Mr. Rick, please let us become your students." Rick was taken aback. Shayu said painfully, "We left the village wanting to make a name for ourselves in the capital. But the reality is that since we arrived in the capital, our luggage was stolen at the inn, we almost got arrested by the security team. And at Alia's house, if it weren't for Rick's reminder, things would have been dire. It's all painful memories. The few good people we've encountered are Rick and Butterfly Ninja. Yaya doesn't want to experience that sense of helplessness again. I want to protect my companions." Rick looked at the serious expressions on their faces and sighed. You guys. The determination on both of their faces showed no sign of wavering. Rick is the only light of this empire. If Shayu and Aias were to show great joy on their faces, they would cheer with excitement. Rick also went to Minister Onus to get 2 pieces of Imperial equipment. Those Imperial tools were collecting dust in a dark basement. And as Rick watched the cheers of those 2 people, he curiously asked, "What's going on?" Rick informed Butterfly Ninja about the news of taking 2 students. Butterfly Ninja smiled gently, looking at Rick's mature and handsome face, feeling a bit flustered. "The Empire is preparing to send me to the northern lands to deal with the foreign tribes." Rick held Butterfly Ninja in his arms and briefly described the situation to her. Upon hearing Rick's description, Butterfly Ninja furrowed her brows, her beautiful eyes filled with deep concern. "This means that the war in the north has already ended, and the real trouble is the infamous Afong, one of the Empire's 2 strongest generals, who enjoys torturing and killing others, a complete war maniac." Butterfly Ninja knew that Rick didn't like troublesome women, and softly said, "I will wait for you to come back home." "Thank you." Rick kissed Butterfly Ninja on her small face, truly appreciating his capable partner. Butterfly Ninja's face turned red, gradually feeling shy, especially during their intimate moments. In fact, Rick was more worried about Butterfly Ninja. The capital was filled with monsters and demons. But fortunately, he had given the surgical fruit to her. Ordinary Imperial weapon users could not threaten Butterfly Ninja. As for Minister Onest, as long as their interests aligned, and Rick maintained enough strength, the other party would know what to do and what not to do. Despite Onest having great influence in the court, he was still very polite when facing his partner, his death, which is the impact of strength. Chapter 24, Journey to the North. Rick recalled something and said softly, "Shinobu, how is the research on the senza beans going?" Senza beans are a strategic resource, as long as we can mass-produce senza beans. Butterfly Shinobu smiled sweetly and simply pulled Rick to the yard, as seeing it in person might be more intuitive. In the yard, there were a few small pots with new tender sprouts already growing. To Rick's surprise, even a small piece of senza bean had extremely. Rick nodded gently. Studying the fairy beans was not an easy task, but at least there was a glimmer of hope. Unlike Rick's thoughts, the Butterfly Ninja's beautiful eyes were very determined. She was a warrior. Rick and Will were in military uniforms, standing below. Will felt a jolt in his heart, staring with a resentful gaze at Rick's tall back in front of him. He had been brought here by Rick in a daze. "The boss, you didn't even mention it." And with a somewhat imposing expression on his small face, he said loudly, "The situation in the north is urgent, and now Lieutenant Rick is appointed as the commander of the Vanguard Regiment, responsible for supporting General Esteth. Please proceed immediately." Rick pretended to be serious and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." The young emperor was unaware that his outburst in the Great Hall had already revealed that the so-called urgent situation in the north was just a pretext he had concocted. Everyone except the young emperor knew that the northern barbarian tribes were being beaten into a retreat by Asta. The young emperor, without suspicion, nodded and said, "Good. Military officer Rick, go to the north for support immediately." "Yes." Rick bent down to respond, then made a gesture that puzzled those present. With a smile on his face, he stepped back outside the hall and looked up at the sky. "Sky Dragon of Osiris, summon." Rick thought to himself as the card in his pocket transformed into starlight and vanished. In the next moment, dark clouds enveloped the sky, and the earth was plunged into darkness. Thunder roared through the heavens as a massive shadowy figure emerged. The sudden change left everyone stunned. But soon, their hearts were filled only with terror. With huge legs, They quickly fled to a corner to hide. The dutiful Bude lifted his cloak, revealing his armored imperial artifact. Dragon roar and flapped his wings, stirring up a gale. Immediately, the sky dragon turned its head, its massive body flying at high speed towards the northern land. Before leaving, Rick, seated on the dragon's head, glanced back meaningfully at Minister Onest, preventing Onest from earlier when the sky dragon descended upon the imperial capital. It was still 20 to 30 kilometers away from the palace. This time, it was a direct attack. Even Bude, facing the terrifying sky dragon of Osiris, was at a loss for words. He did not know how close he had just been to death. Wow, this feels great. Sitting atop the sky dragon, the wind blowing against his face, will enjoy the sensation of freedom in the sky. A glance at the book, Longo Longo, revealed a map upon opening. It was the entire Empire's map, a small light that was quickly moving northward, indicating Rick's position. After careful study, Rick found this imperial artifact to be incredibly convenient. Not only did it record vast amounts of knowledge and display maps, but could also function as a radar. As long as he didn't use the final page's foresight feature for predicting disasters, the consumption for him was nearly zero. The sky dragon emitted a dazzling light, forming a shield that isolated them from the outside world. Will, like a curious child, touched the dragon's scales and bounced around. What boy could refuse such a cool mount? Upon reaching a campsite, a flurry of panicked voices arose from below, and in the air, the blood-colored giant dragon's eyes were filled only with a frenzied battle intent. Chapter 25. Conflict in the northern land, covered in ice and snow, where sunlight seldom shone, dangerous species roamed in large groups. Soldiers capable of fighting in such a place were far superior to those elsewhere. However, the appearance of the sky dragon of Osiris still caused panic among the soldiers. The massive blood-colored dragon soared through the sky, its outstretched wings casting a giant shadow over the entire camp. The aura it emitted was unprecedentedly terrifying. "Don't panic," shouted the imposing Liwa, but he still could not stop the soldiers' panic from spreading. "Damn it!" Seeing the soldiers about to flee in disarray, Liwa's face turned grim. Cursing under his breath, he shouted to Nyo, not far away. "Nyo, quickly use your imperial artifact." "I know," Nyo replied, picking up her flute, placing it to her lips, and slowly blowing a melodious tune that resonated throughout the camp. The beautiful melody was incredibly penetrating, gradually calming the surrounding soldiers. The imperial artifact, military music. Dream of the whistle, flute-type imperial artifact. It could manipulate the emotions and feelings of the audience with music, inspiring morale on the battlefield, lulling to sleep, hypnotizing, and controlling enemies. After resolving the soldiers' emotional issues, Neo cast a provocative glance at the blood-colored giant dragon in the sky and played the melody again. This time, the tune was gentle and calming, making people feel drowsy. The golden eyes of the sky dragon of Osiris fixed on Neo below, its enormous dragon eyes revealing a hint of anger. Did this ant-like existence think it could control it? Roar. The sky dragon let out a deafening roar towards Neo, shattering her melody. Neo staggered back 7 or 8 steps, every cell in her body trembling. What a terrifying, dangerous species. On the northern land, they had never encountered such a powerful, super dangerous species. Even the soldiers who had previously been calmed by the melody seemed to be struck by a blow to the head, suddenly waking up. Bang! Bang! Eyes filled only with fear and confusion. Some even subconsciously pulled the trigger, and a barrage of gunfire erupted, bullets hitting the sky dragon's body to no effect. Seeing this, Liwa was furious, his rage boiling over. "Neo, I didn't tell you to provoke the opponent." Neo lowered her flute, indifferent, and replied, "Yes." Rick patted the sky dragon's head to soothe its emotions, then leaped into the air with Will. Boom! Rick and Will's figures heavily crashed into the snow, sending waves of air that overturned the surrounding white snow, revealing a patch of clear ground. The sky dragon flew upwards into the heavens, transforming into starlight and disappearing. While the card returned to Rick's pocket, soldiers surrounded them, raising their weapons to aim at Rick and Will, their faces still showing lingering fear and their hands trembling. What special effect? Just 2 incredibly hard axes. In the original timeline, Brand had killed the weaklings in seconds, so he wasn't worried about Will. That said, without using armor, it was still too difficult for Will to engage in direct combat with an Imperial tool user. Noble Vakariot. Will plunged his black longsword into the ground and shouted, causing the ground to shatter, and a semi-illusory black giant beast emerged, resembling a mountain formed of steel. The semi-illusory giant beast merged into Will's body, forming black armor, and in an instant, Will's aura surged several times over. Didos glared, thinking Will was just Rick's little sidekick, not realizing that the other party was also an Imperial tool user. Then, a crazed smile appeared on his face. Let me take your experience points first. Will and Didos quickly clashed in the cleared area, and the surrounding soldiers hurriedly stepped aside. Isdef supported her exquisite chin with her jade hand, watching the scene with great interest. The battle between the two was extremely intense. However, the situation quickly changed. Didos, a battle-hardened veteran, had the limits of the Imperial tool on his side, but Will, trained personally by Rick, gradually suppressed him. Just then, a terrifying chill swept in. Will turned his head to see that ice was forming under Isdef's feet, extending towards him, causing his expression to change drastically. Breath of the Sun waltz. Rick drew his sword, stepped forward, and swung it instantly, the scorching sword light melting the solid ice like the sun. Isdef's pupils constricted as she stood up from her throne of ice, stretched lazily, perfectly presenting her alluring curves, and looked at Rick with fervent eyes. Rick, become my subordinate. Chapter 26. Fighting Isdef compared to the brutes in the army. Leva was a very meticulous person. He frowned upon hearing that Rick's Imperial tool was the World Encyclopedia, Longu Longu. Subsequently, Leva secretly shook his head. It was well known that one person could not use two Imperial tools at the same time. The sword in Rick's hand should be a subordinate tool. 400 years after the creation of Imperial tools, the Emperor of that time also attempted to manufacture Imperial tools, gathering countless craftsmen. However, the weapons crafted with great effort could never surpass the capabilities of the previous Imperial tools. Therefore, the Emperor of that time regarded it as a disgrace and sarcastically referred to these weapons as subordinate tools, sealing them away. After a long passage of time, subordinate tools were brought back into use. Although their performance could not compare to that of Imperial tools, they still possessed different special abilities. Will retreated to Rick's side and thanked him, saying, "Thank you, Captain." He was later rescued by Isdef and pledged his loyalty to her. Even when facing pressure from the ministers, Isdef would help withstand it for them. Looking at Isdef, Rick shook his head again, repeating the same phrase. Different paths lead to no collaboration. Isdef was ruthless, leaving seeds of war in countless places and becoming the subordinate of the enemy. No matter what Rick did, it would be difficult for him to gain the trust of the people. Is that so? A hint of disappointment flashed in Isdef's eyes, quickly transforming into a bloodthirsty battle intent. A sinister smile appeared on her lips as she said, "Then let's have a real slaughter, Rick." Isdef would not easily give up on Rick, her prey. Since power could not tempt him, she would use force. That was how she had subdued Didos in the first place. Hearing Isdef's invitation to battle, Rick murmured, "This madwoman." "I spear." Isdef drew her rapier from her waist, traced a circle in the air, and shouted loudly. Whoosh! In an instant, dozens of sharp ice spears formed in midair, their tips radiating a dangerous chill, shooting out like a rain of arrows. The soldiers around Rick were so frightened that their faces turned pale, clutching tightly as they retreated backward. Breath of the Sun, Sun Halo Dragon. Rick took a deep breath, and the blade of the exploding tooth erupted with azure thunder and a fiery dragon. Stepping forward and swinging forcefully, the blinding sword light tearing through space. Boom! The sword light, carrying high-temperature flames and thunder, collided with the incoming ice spears, shattering them effortlessly. Countless ice crystals scattered from the air, beautiful as a painting, yet exuding extreme danger. At that moment, Isdef moved like a ghost, her rapier lunging forward like a venomous snake, aiming directly at Rick's heart. In the blink of an eye, Rick raised the exploding tooth to block. Clash! The sound of the two weapons colliding was extremely loud, as Rick and Isdef locked eyes, one with a gloomy expression and the other with a crazed look. Isdef attacked again, her rapier unleashing countless sword lights, the sharp blade brushing against Rick's skin multiple times, its cold aura remarkably chilling. Rick decisively opened the transparent world, and with a glance, he could see Isdef's muscles and veins. The penetrating power was extremely strong, instantly piercing through the thick ice wall. However, the ice wall also slightly hindered the speed of the sword light. Isdef's pupils constricted, and her head tilted slightly as the sword light grazed her cheek and flew past. Boom! Then, Isdef glanced back, and the lightning sword light shattered her previous ice throne, leaving a deep sword mark on the ground, with tiny currents sparking. Seeing this, Isdef felt no fear. Instead, her interest grew stronger. Chapter 27. The invasion of the foreign race, the hot weapons seized from the Empire. But being behind in weaponry does not mean their combat power is weak. Ahead, the gods have descended. Annihilate them. That woman's retribution has come. Charge advance. From 7 or 8 kilometers away, Rick and the others could hear the foreign race's passionate shouts. Each person was fearless, demonstrating how terrifying the morale of the foreign warriors was. Levis said, they seem to regard that red giant dragon as their faith, believing the opportunity for counterattack has arrived. At this point, Leva fixed an unhappy gaze on Rick. Due to the pressure from the red giant dragon, many soldiers were still in a state of trembling legs. It must be said that the northern foreign race seized this opportunity very well. Boring. Isdeth pulled her military hat down. Although she deeply wanted to continue fighting Rick, as a general, she also had to consider the front line. Deep within Isdeth's beautiful eyes, anger was suppressed, and a cold smile curved her beautiful lips. She would not let those who disrupted her plans die so easily. Kill them. Yes. A sneer appeared on the faces of the 3 beast warriors. What 1,000 troops. No matter how many ants there are, they are just ants. I'm going first. Didos laughed wildly, charging forward with big strides. Leaping into the air. Boom! Didos chopped at the ice column with his axe to slow his speed, surprisingly dropping from 100 meters, then raised 2 large axes. Charging towards the foreign army. Rick said, we'll crush them. Okay, Captain. Will smashed his fists together, powered his legs, and shot out like a rocket. Instantly boosted by the noble war chariot, Will surpassed Didos and rushed ahead. Bang! 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 The foreign warriors also had plenty of firearms, seeing Will charging towards them. They quickly raised their guns and fired, bullets raining down on Will's armor. Intense sparks erupted on the pitch-black armor, yet Will's speed did not diminish at all. Meteor strike! Will shouted, leaping into the air and delivering a flying kick that struck down like a meteor. Bang! Will crashed into the foreign army, his heavy force causing the ground to crack and shock waves to topple all foreign warriors within a 100-meter radius. The heroic momentum of one man holding back thousands directly shattered the morale of the foreign warriors. Roar! The sound of fists tearing through the air was sharp and piercing, the kind of power seeming to take on a physical form. Bang! Hiss! Didos closely followed Will, charging into the battlefield. Let you all become my experience points. Didos laughed maniacally, wildly swinging 2 large axes. The sound of the wind they generated was astonishing, even producing a strong sonic boom. The axe blades gleaming with a formidable edge that seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth. The sharp axe edges mercilessly claimed the lives of foreign warriors, countless heads flying. Blood spraying. Niwu played the flute, the melodious sound spreading for hundreds of meters, causing the foreign warriors to feel dizzy and even hallucinate, raising their weapons against their comrades. The originally orderly attack of the foreign warriors instantly descended into chaos. Liwa gathered the remaining soldiers capable of action, bringing out heavy artillery from the warehouse and calibrating it. Liwa shouted, "Artillery team, fire!" Boom! 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 Soldiers ignited the fuses, and the sound of concentrated cannon fire erupted, countless shells tearing through the sky, landing in the foreign army and causing mayhem, flames soaring. Chapter 28. One-sided war. Interesting. Isdeth's gaze shifted to Rick beside her. The movements and experience Will displayed in battle clearly bore Rick's shadow. Her interest in this man grew stronger, of course, in the interrogative sense. Unlike Isdeth, Rick was seriously analyzing the situation. The northern foreign warriors were aggressive, but after Will's first charge, their morale plummeted significantly. Didos followed closely behind. Despite not having armor for protection and bearing numerous injuries, he still fought furiously, a true battle maniac. Niwa used the flute's power to disrupt the battlefield, and the flute's sound affected the dangerous species deeply. Many mammoths began to go berserk, attacking wildly, plunging the battlefield into chaos. The most outstanding performer was the former General Liwa, whose officer quality was extremely high, as he quickly assembled the troops to counterattack, firmly withstanding the foreign warriors' assault and protecting the camp from destruction. Under the combined efforts of these individuals, over 100,000 fierce foreign warriors fell like dominoes, completely routed. This is the power of the Imperial tools. Each person can influence the situation of a local war, and when gathered together, they become even more terrifying. However, to completely defeat these foreign warriors, a decisive factor still needed to appear. Isdeth slowly drew her western rapier, smiling. Then let the slaughter begin. This woman entered a state of war, emanating a fierce aura, her beautiful eyes fixed on the battlefield below, and she leaped directly down from the ice pillar. Thud! 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 Isdeath stepped forward with her long white legs towards the fierce battlefield. She made no attractive moves, but the sound of her high heels hitting the ground resonated in everyone's ears. At that moment, she seemed to become the unquestionable protagonist of this area. It's Isdeath. The northern foreign warriors quickly noticed Isdeath's figure, their faces filled with intense hatred. This madwoman, who knows how much blood of their kin is on her hands. Kill her. Dozens of strong foreign warriors raised their long spears and axes, charging towards Isdeath in anger. Freeze! Isdeath grinned, placing her jade hand on the ground, ice mist spreading, and in the next moment, it instantly froze, turning the dozens of people in front of her into a massive ice block. Bang! Isdeath charged forward, delivering a flying kick onto the ice block, her powerful force shattering it entirely, along with the frozen individuals inside, transforming them into dazzling ice crystals. The northern foreign warriors felt their heated blood instantly cool, like a heavy mountain, looking back at the foreign side. A large number of people and dangerous species lay on the ground, unconscious. This was enough to demonstrate how terrifying it was. The sounds of astonishment echoed continuously. The bizarre battle on Rick's side quickly attracted everyone's attention. The blood-soaked Daidos looked up, his pupils trembling violently. What was going on with that man? Just with a glance? He judged that no matter how hard he tried, he probably couldn't defeat the opponent. Rick's strength is on the level of Isdeath, with a chasm-like gap between him and ordinary Imperial weapon users. Liwa's expression wasn't good. Rick was able to tame that red giant dragon purely through his genuine strength. Hee. Isdeath let out a low, rumbling laugh, her beautiful eyes becoming increasingly bright, fixating on Rick with an excited and crazed gaze, wishing she could immediately continue the battle from before. When she looked at the surrounding foreign warriors, all that remained in Isdeath's eyes was impatience, as it seemed there were still some capable individuals among the foreigners. Clang! Rick watched as the long spear came at him, effortlessly swinging his explosive tooth to knock the spear away. The youth before him was dressed in a way that matched his current state, which was quite tragic. With his last ounce of strength, he unleashed an attack imbued with Conqueror's Haki, already reaching his limit. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and his tall body swayed precariously. Yet this youth still fixed a fierce gaze on Rick, like a lone wolf in the snow. Rick pressed the broken toothpick against the opponent's neck and asked, "Name, identity?" Damn it. The young man spat a mouthful of blood at Rick. Rick's expression turned cold as he raised the exploding tooth in front of him, unleashing a surge of blue lightning that instantly vaporized the blood mist. Then, he brought his foot down onto the opponent's chest. Bang! The immense force sent the young man flying. Accompanied by a cracking sound, the young man's ribs shattered and his chest caved in deeply. Chapter 29, The Meaning of War Prince. A dozen elite warriors from different tribes rushed forward, shielding the severely injured royal youth behind them, vigilantly staring at Rick. Rick glanced at them lightly, instantly imposing a heavy pressure on these warriors. The terrifying aura of Conqueror's Haki made those around him feel dizzy and weak in the knees. They could hardly imagine how one person's presence could be so frightening. It was as if they had been struck on the head, with their eyes closed. They fell to the ground on the spot. Time slowly flowed by as the sunset approached. The noise on the battlefield gradually quieted down. Rick and Isdeath, 2 top-tier powerhouses, along with 4 Imperial arms users, led the Imperial soldiers to easily crush the tens of thousands of foreign troops, killing 30,000. Aside from a few slippery ones who sensed danger and quickly slipped away, a large number of foreign warriors were captured. A total of 13,000 were controlled in the spacious, snowy field, with the nobles and generals of the foreign tribes brought to the front, surrounded by Imperial soldiers aiming their guns at them. Snap! Isdeath snapped her fingers, and an ice mist solidified into a throne. She sat down with her rounded backside, legs crossed, in a captivating pose that no one dared to look up at. 2 soldiers brought out an elderly man wearing a crown and dressed in luxurious attire from among the captives. Damn Empire! What humiliation will that crazy woman inflict on us this time? Let us fight back. When the elderly man was dragged out, the foreign warriors below erupted in a commotion, showing signs of a potential riot. He was their esteemed old king. In the next moment, Will and Daidos stepped forward, exuding an imposing presence, like 2 valiant gatekeepers suppressing all evil, and the voices of the captives gradually quieted down. On the previous battlefield, apart from Rick and Isdeath, the old king shouted, "Kill me, or we will definitely take revenge." Isdeath had slaughtered 400,000 foreign troops, a deep-seated hatred that all foreign people remembered. Once they had the chance, They would not hesitate to seek revenge. Faced with the hatred of the old king and the tens of thousands of foreign people, Isteth was not afraid at all. Instead, she thoroughly enjoyed the hateful gazes directed at her. Bang! Isteth lifted her foot and stomped the old king's head into the ground, rubbing his cheek until it bled, sneering. This is not a posture of submission. Kneel. Damn it. Seeing Isteth humiliate the old king like this, the foreign warriors below trembled with rage but felt helpless. Continuing to resist would only lead to death. They understood Isteth's malicious nature somewhat. To enjoy war, this crazy woman might even let them go. As long as they were alive, there was still a chance. Sure enough, after Isteth mangled the old king's head beyond recognition, she smiled wickedly. Don't forget this hatred. Then become stronger and challenge me. The old Conqueror's Haki was fully unleashed. Rick was surrounded by surging dark red currents, crackling with sounds. The seal on Isteth's chest erupted with an unprecedented glow, icy mist swirling around her, as if a massive, semi-illusory beast loomed behind her, blocking out the sun. The oppressive forces of the two clashed violently, causing the space to shake. Boom! A sound like distant thunder reverberated through the sky, and the violent waves of power swept out like a hurricane, causing the surrounding earth to crack open and expand in all directions. Chapter 30. The Terrifying Battle. The blood of super dangerous species is so potent that even those at the general level would be driven mad by the desire to kill if they tasted even a little. Isteth drank all of the blood without hesitation, putting her far ahead. A true humanoid, super dangerous species. Hey. Isteth launched her attack first, stepping forward and thrusting her western rapier at Rick, the sharp blade tearing through the snowflakes and emitting a dangerous glint. The cold sword light reflected in Rick's eyes made the hairs all over his body stand on end, and his expression quickly became serious. Breath of the sun, azure sky. Rick swung his shattering teeth from top to bottom, with azure thunder entwined around the flames, executing a circular slash. Bang! The sword lights collided, producing a crisp sound. The two locked eyes tightly, pouring all their strength into their blades, pressing towards each other. Rick, possessing a half-demon body and enhanced perception of the world, found himself evenly matched with Isteth in terms of strength, and she even seemed to have a slight edge. Then, accompanied by a subtle cracking sound, Isteth looked down to find a small chip taken out of her rapier by Rick's knife. What sharp blade! A hint of surprise flashed in Isteth's eyes. Although her rapier was not on par with divine weapons, it was still a rare and valuable sword worth 100 gold. Just one clash had resulted in a chip on her weapon, indicating that the issue was not with the rapier, but rather that Rick's knife was of far superior quality to her own. I want it. Greed and madness flickered in Isteth's beautiful eyes. She wanted to take everything, be it that knife or Rick himself. Zing! 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 The crackling sound of electricity pulled Isteth's attention back. Upon closer inspection, she saw fine blue lightning emerging from the chip on her rapier, slowly crawling up like a venomous snake, quickly spreading across the entire blade and continuing to expand. Isteth suddenly had a bad feeling, trusting her instincts without hesitation. She threw away the rapier that had accompanied her for years. Boom! In the next moment, the rapier exploded in the distance like a cannonball, creating a 10-meter-wide deep pit. Isteth frowned, thinking of the blue lightning that had emerged from Rick's knife, as if she began to understand something, her interest in Rick growing stronger. Although she had lost her weapon in one exchange, it allowed Isteth to grasp the characteristics of Rick's knife. From now on, she had to be more cautious. That knife was extremely dangerous, especially in the hands of a strong fighter like Rick. First form, Thunder Flash, Godspeed. Rick erupted with golden lightning, taking a swift step forward, his speed catching Isteth off guard, leaving her with a sense of being unable to react. Whoosh! Rick swung his blade, the shattering tooth carrying blue and golden thunder, slashing out a sharp blade light, directly aimed at Isteth's head. At the critical moment, Isteth's instincts, honed through countless life and death situations, kicked in. She tilted her head to the left, narrowly dodging the incoming blade light. The sharp blade light grazed her cheek, severing a strand of her blue hair, which fluttered in the wind. Isteth performed a backflip, her graceful body landing agilely several meters away. But Rick would not let her off easily. Isteth did not anticipate the shattering tooth's characteristics. Losing her weapon in one exchange put her at a disadvantage, and Rick aimed to seize this advantage and continuously expand it. For the Imperial General targeting Isteth, it was unimaginable for the foreign warriors who had been brutally beaten by her. Breath of the sun, radiant light. With keen perception, he accurately located his opponent in the mist. Chapter 31. Isteth's fury. Accompanied by the rumble of thunder, Rick charged towards Isteth like a bolt of lightning, swinging his blade. Ice sword. Isteth laughed maniacally, conjuring an ice sword from the mist in her palm and swinging it fiercely at Rick. Loss of balance. Bang! Isteth's hand grasped at nothing, and the ice mist immediately coalesced into a large ice block in midair. Rick's eyelids twitched. If he got caught, the person inside that ice block would likely be him. Breath of the sun. Setting sun turn. Will of sun flame. With a contraction, she moved backward, already avoiding the attack range of the blade. But a feeling of dread still lingered in her heart. Recalling the length of the blade of the exploding tooth, Isteth immediately sensed that something was off. She was still within the attack range. Ice shield. Isteth once again trusted her instincts. An icy mist erupted from her body, forming a set of ice armor. However, the blade of the exploding tooth was wrapped in flames as fierce as the sun, emitting a scorching wave of heat that melted the ice armor on Isteth's body just by getting close. This is bad. Isteth's beautiful eyes reflected the increasingly larger blade, and it was too late to condense the icy mist again. A hint of a smile flashed in Rick's eyes as he used the breath of the sun against Isteth, and the effect was unexpectedly good. Bang! However, he didn't have much energy left to pay attention to his surroundings, especially since the attack came from underground and was extremely stealthy. Boom! 4 water dragons engulfed Rick's figure, causing a violent explosion that kicked up dust obscuring the sky. This turn of events shocked everyone, and their eyes shifted to the man not far away. Secret technique. Water Dragon Heaven's Conquest. Liwa coldly stared through the dust, raising the ring on his right hand. You bastard, what have you done? Will's eyes turned red as he drew the body of the noble war chariot. Before Will could charge in, someone else's speed surpassed his. Isteth, with an angry glare, fixed her eyes on Liwa and finally threw him away. Liwa fell dazed, the frost on him dissipating, and he felt no joy in having regained his life. From a moment he was saved by Isteth. He vowed to be loyal to her and would never allow her to die in front of him. Everyone's gaze was fixed tightly on the depths of the dust. They believed that Liwa, as a user of Imperial equipment, would be able to launch a surprise attack with his secret technique, and, in that situation, they did not think Rick could escape. Anyone else would be the same. As the dust gradually settled, a tall figure emerged in everyone's view, causing their pupils to widen in shock, as if they had seen something terrifying. A strand of golden energy dissipated, and the blood-red color in Rick's eyes disappeared as he swaggered out. Not a hair out of place. Rick glanced at Liva. The Imperial Tool, Water Dragon Possession, Black Marlin. The ring of Imperial tools allows the wielder to freely manipulate any liquid they come into contact with. Its combat power varies depending on the environment. It is practically useless in the wild desert, but can unleash immense strength at sea. Without Susanoo, he would have been knocked out by Liva's guardian angel. Isteth's expression darkened as she said, "The recklessness of my subordinates is my failure." Rick shook his head and asked, "General Isteth, is war really such a good thing?" In response to Rick's inquiry, Isteth lowered her head, feeling troubled. According to her life creed, even dying at Rick's hands wouldn't matter. It was her own weakness that was to blame. That bastard Liva actually interfered in their battle, causing Isteth to lose interest. But she was somewhat unwilling to let it end like this. Isteth coldly said, "The weak have no right to survive." Chapter 32. Defeating Isteth as the terrifying aura of Isteth and Rick intensified, the Imperial soldiers and the warriors of the other races retreated 3 to 4 kilometers away. They stood on a hill, their eyes fixed on the empty ground where Isteth and Rick were. At this distance, they could only see Isteth and Rick as small black dots, but the fearsome aura they emitted still made them feel as if they were walking on thin ice. "General Isteth, must it be this way?" Rick frowned and said. The aura emanating from Isteth made him feel a strong sense of danger. "General of Ice Storm." Isteth did not answer Rick. Her red lips moved slightly, and a cold voice emerged as her jade hand struck the ground. In that instant, the earth trembled, and the ice shattered. Boom! Cracks spread for a kilometer, and only then did everyone see that a large number of ice cavalry were hidden underground, armed with long spears and sabers, marching with an overwhelming presence. General of Ice Storm. This was a secret technique developed by Isteth. She used solid ice to create a large number of ice cavalry, storing energy for several days and then releasing it in one go, causing a wide-ranging blizzard that could even cover the entire empire. This time, her target was just Rick with a radius of only 2 kilometers. But narrowing the range also meant greater power. A large number of ice cavalry filled the sky with snow, and the cold wind howled. Roar! The wild and untamed energy surged in the sky. I haven't lost yet, Isdef roared, frantically unleashing her power as more ice cavalry transformed into energy, continuously surging toward this side. A massive ice sword materialized in her hands, and she swung it fiercely forward. Whoosh! That golden sword light fell heavily, cutting through the void, and collided violently with Isdef's ice sword. Boom! At the moment of impact, a dull sound echoed in everyone's ears. General Isdef, looking at the dust that obscured the sky and covered a large area, countless gasps were heard, and Isdef's subordinates felt a tightening in their hearts. The warriors of other races instinctively swallowed hard, deeply shocked. Even the imperial soldiers present were stunned, and despite being unable to care for themselves, the warriors of other races did not flee, but instead stared blankly at the battlefield. In their minds, they had already regarded Isdef and Rick as divine beings. Isdef was undoubtedly a malevolent god, spreading war and cruelty, but whether Rick was a malevolent god destroying the world or a benevolent god saving it was still uncertain. Whoosh! The northern winds were often fierce, and the gloom gradually dissipated. When the dust settled, the situation on the battlefield came into view, causing them to feel weak in their legs and collapse to the ground. A deep abyss extending for thousands of meters appeared on the ground, carved out by that massive golden sword. The howling wind made it clear that if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe that this enormous chasm was man-made. Were they? The eyes of the imperial generals, soldiers, and the warriors of other races quickly moved, searching for the figures of Rick and Isdef. A hint of joy appeared on the faces of the warriors from other races, hoping that those two monsters would perish together. The imperial generals deeply regretted it. Had they known the battle between these two would be so terrifying, they would have done everything to stop them. Though it might not have been effective, as Isdef said, the strong are respected. Rick wants to have the power to decide, so he must defeat Isdef. They need to have the strength to defeat Rick and Isdef in order to stop the battle. Chapter 33, Deterrence of the Alien Race. He is the highest commander here. One person walks towards Rick, and it is Leva. Rick also looked at the other party, and there was no fear on Leva's face. He had to pay the price for his previous sneak attack. It is a major taboo to launch a surprise attack during battle, and no one would tolerate such actions. Within just half an hour, Leva could feel his accumulated prestige among the soldiers vanish completely, and even the eyes of the foreign warriors looking at him were filled with disdain. If Isdef won, it would be fine, but if Rick won, Leva did not believe he would have any chance of survival. Leva stared at Rick and calmly said, "I will not regret it. I will do it again." He would not sit idly by and watch Isdef, to whom he had pledged loyalty, die at Rick's hands. Rick's face showed no change. Just as the dagger was about to stab into his heart, with a thunderous roar, a tall figure entwined in golden lightning appeared before Leva, striking with lightning speed and firmly grasping the sharp dagger with bare hands. Leva was taken aback, unable to push the dagger in even a millimeter despite using all his strength. "You?" Leva looked up in shock, not expecting that the person standing before him was Rick. A hint of resentment was visible on Rick's face, as he spared the one he believed most wished for his death. The shock was overwhelming. "Captain, your hand." Will, being very perceptive, quickly fetched the bandages at the fastest speed. Rick nodded in thanks, picked up a white bandage to wrap around his hand to stop the bleeding, which was actually just a ruse. With his half-demon constitution, if he waited a bit longer, the wound would have healed on its own. Then, Rick turned to look at the other ethnic warriors. The hearts of the tens of thousands of foreign warriors suddenly sank. Rick had killed the old king. Would he let them go? Regardless of his motives, Esther's wanted to let them go, but Rick had stopped her. At the very least, it indicated that Rick's thoughts were different. "Let's go back." Rick pointed towards the direction of the northern barbarian tribe with his shattering teeth and said loudly, "The war is over. Your parents, wives, and children are waiting for you." The faces of the hundreds of thousands of barbarian warriors were frozen in shock, looking at each other in disbelief. Some unable to believe that Rick was actually letting them go. Many smart individuals had already realized that although both Rick and Esther's were letting them go, their purposes were different. Esther's aimed to continue the war. Rick was determined to end the war. But was it really that easy? Obelisk the Tormentor, I summon you. Rick thought to himself as the card in his pocket transformed into starlight. Boom! Dark clouds once again engulfed the sky, with thunder and lightning. The dragon. It was almost as if they treated the sky dragon as a deity. At that moment, Rick shouted loudly, "Obelisk, superconductive wave." The terrifying energy of heaven and earth continuously gathered into its mouth, distorting the surrounding space. Boom! Influenced by the energy fluctuations of the sky dragon, thunder roared among the clouds, and the foreign warriors were stunned as they watched this scene, realizing their deity was being wielded by a human. Boom! Obelisk the Tormentor unleashed a blazing, dazzling golden light wave, striking a distant mountain. In an instant, the energy wave spread out explosively, like a mountain flood or tsunami. The entire earth trembled violently, blowing away the surrounding dark clouds and revealing the blue sky. The faces of the foreign people were stiff, having lived here for decades. They had never seen such a clear sky. Chapter 34. The Northern War ends. Rick stepped forward, towering over the heavily injured foreign prince. The prince gritted his teeth, resisting Rick's pressure, but his back gradually bent. His gaze was complex, ultimately turning into a sigh as he painfully said, "I can't guarantee anything else. But as long as you are alive, we will not wage war again." The Empire with Rick and the Blood-Red Dragon was a force they could never provoke. Even after being buried alive by his death along with 400,000 of his compatriots, this grudge could only be swallowed down like broken teeth. After saying this, the foreign prince's eyes grew weary, his spirit plummeting, much like when he had previously been defeated by his death, his knees bending as his body began to slump down. "Your Highness." The foreign warriors beside him had faces filled with sorrow and anger. Every time they were defeated by his death, the prince would be treated like a dog, forced to perform humiliating acts such as kneeling and licking shoes or fetching balls like a dog. At first, they felt anger and humiliation, cursing that perverse woman's death. But as their defeats piled up, they gradually became numb and accepted reality. Just as the prince's knees were about to touch the ground, Rick stepped forward and extended a hand to support him. The prince was taken aback and turned to look at Rick. "Don't do this anymore. Let's create a peaceful era together." Rick smiled. Unbeknownst to them, a night had passed, and the golden light emitted by Rick's Susanoo was so dazzling that everyone mistook it for daytime. At that moment, the distant sun slowly rose, blooming with brilliant light behind Rick. There was no cloud to block it, and warm sunlight descended upon this northern land, which had always been like winter. That silhouette was deeply etched in the minds of over 100,000 people, and they could swear they would never forget it. The foreign prince's pupils dilated. As a defeated person, he could still receive respect from another. Compared to the treatment of being defeated by his death, it was like heaven and earth. Tears gradually welled up in the foreign prince's eyes. He no longer remembered what it felt like to be respected. His death treated him like a dog. His father saw him as a disgrace, and his kin despised him even more. "Lord Rick, from now on, if you have any orders, I will spare no effort," the foreign prince said, wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, his tone firm. "No need to be polite. I can do nothing alone," Rick replied gently. The foreign prince complimented. "You are too humble. You have quite an eye," Will said, putting his arm around the foreign prince's shoulder, smiling as he recounted Rick's great achievements in the Empire, slaying large, dangerous creatures from the depths of the sea, eliminating vicious mountain bandits, standing up against the pressure of countless nobles and officials, and publicly judging corrupt nobles. He supported the hardline old king to rise to power. These foreign ethnic groups had caused the deaths of hundreds of thousands under his death, but in reality, they were not entirely innocent. The harsh environment of the North led to natural disasters and man-made catastrophes, prompting the northern ethnic groups to rampage within the empire, slaughtering villages. Just as everyone was rejoicing, Leva in the corner had flickering eyes, his heart pounding violently in his chest. Once he was a loyal general, but after refusing to bribe, he was falsely accused and arrested, leading to his complete disappointment in the decaying empire. He then pledged allegiance to his death, who saved him. He wanted to commit suicide to atone for his sins, but Rick thought about leaving a seasoned general for the country. Could this empire still have hope? Chapter 35. This person is a bit strong. Isteth asked, "Where's Rick?" Lord Rick and Mr. Will left early in the morning, riding that red dragon. "They should be returning to the imperial capital soon," Leva replied. Upon hearing this, Isteth's beautiful lips curled into a smirk. "They run fast. I wanted to have a revenge battle again." "Forget it. And those foreign ethnic groups, let's trample them," Isteth said coldly, ready to vent her frustrations on those useless beings, while also honing her newly conceived secret techniques. "Lord Isteth, the war is over. Those foreign ethnic groups have already been sent home," Leva said. "What did you say?" Isteth frowned. "Are you joking with me?" "Lord Isteth, after you fainted yesterday, I slowly told you everything that happened yesterday, in detail," Leva explained. Hearing that Rick had used force and benevolence to convince the northern ethnic groups and end the war, Isdef leaned back on the bed, silent for a long time, muttering what a boring ending. She had thought Rick would kill all those people. Leva shook his head. Lord Isdef, those foreign tribes have already fled. It's not easy to catch up to them. Leva reported the situation to Isdef. The foreign tribes had moved overnight, heading westward. Compared to the Empire, the foreign ethnic groups were more familiar with the northern environment. Isdef wanted to lead people to catch up. It wasn't that easy. Don't forget, this is the northern land filled with dangerous creatures. Marching carelessly is very dangerous. Upon hearing this, Isdef's expression darkened slightly. In just one night, he resolved the deep-seated hatred the foreign ethnic groups had for the Empire. That man is quite capable. Isdef looked at Leva with a skeptical gaze. Leva, have you changed a bit? Leva replied, the war is over, and they can soon return with a substantial amount of money to let their families live well. Isdef watched this scene with complex feelings, as she had not realized the soldier's true thoughts deep down. Let's take a look over the mountain, Isdef said, out of sight, out of mind. Yes. Leva bowed his head. As long as the topic of war wasn't mentioned, he would execute Isdef's orders. Isdef took a handful of charred soil. Her beautiful eyes shocked. Even without seeing it with her own eyes, the remaining warmth still made her feel the power of that dragon's breath. She could freeze a mountain, a city, or even bring a blizzard to the entire empire, but destroying a mountain was beyond her capabilities, at least not like that dragon. In the suburbs of the imperial capital, hundreds of officials gathered under the watchful eyes of the public. Dark clouds rolled and thunder rumbled as thousands of meters of blood-red dragon loomed overhead. Minister Onest, Rick greeted. As expected of Rick, the military official, who resolved the northern threat to the Empire in just a few days. Onest clapped and seemingly complimented. Rick wore his usual smile, not daring to disappoint the expectations of His Excellency, the Minister, and His Majesty, the Emperor. Onest's lips curled into a smirk. Was this person really foolish? Or was he intentionally pretending to be confused? They told you to gild the lily, not to end the war. The northern barbarian tribes could have been slaughtered by Isdef long ago. The reason it has lasted this long, aside from Isdef's personal preferences, is also because one has supported her in doing so. The decaying empire is just a mess. Using external conflicts to divert internal conflicts is one of Onest's strategies. Facing the invasion of the barbarian tribes, the state affairs are difficult. It would be unreasonable for our own people to fight among themselves. During wartime, adding a few more taxes is not too much to ask. Everyone should work a little harder and get through it together, right? With a slogan, they can make money, make the people suffer a bit, and fill their own pockets. What's wrong with that? As a result, Rick ended the war, and this slogan can no longer be used in the future. However, Rick actually defeated Isdef. The blood-colored dragon's breath destroyed a mountain, which made Onest realize that this person's ability is quite formidable. Chapter 36: The People's Cheers Triumphant Return. Upon entering the palace, Rick did not see Bud, and the young emperor and Onest stripped him of his military officer title. He was officially appointed as a general of the empire, who was also promoted to a senior military officer. Congratulations, General Rick, Onest clapped, his small eyes squinting into a slit. Others also followed with applause. The hall was filled with thunderous claps. Rick was Onest's partner, and the officials who colluded with Onest naturally had to follow suit. The conscientious officials were also very pleased. Rick publicly judges the wicked nobles, ending the war. In their eyes, Rick is undoubtedly a kind and righteous general. Both factions see Rick as one of their own, creating a rare scene in the Grand Hall. Rick is also open to all, dealing with various forces with a gentle smile, and his humble attitude is very satisfying. Bud said, "Thank you for your hard work." Rick slightly lowered his head, thanking the general for his concern. A hint of a smile appeared on Bud's serious and stern face. He was also troubled by that war fanatic Isdef, but he had to guard the royal palace and protect the young emperor, leaving him unable to get away. Rick was able to help him solve this trouble, and Bud felt very happy. Bud said, "Go ahead, there are people waiting for you outside." Yes. At dusk, when Rick walked out of the palace, he was greeted by a shocking scene. Turning a corner, Maine immediately grabbed Tasmi and ran away from the place. "Maine, what's wrong?" Tasmi asked, confused. Looking up to see Maine's tense face, her expression serious, with beads of cold sweat sliding down her forehead. It was the first time he had seen Maine so flustered. They hid in a secluded alley, and Maine, panting, finally got a moment to catch her breath. "Idiot, can't you feel anything?" Maine scolded in a delicate voice, her beautiful eyes revealing deep terror. In that instant, it felt as though she was being targeted by an ancient giant beast, a creature more dangerous than a super dangerous species, and goosebumps rose all over her body. Every cell was trembling. Undoubtedly, the only person who could give her such a sense of oppression was the Empire's hero, Rick. They had been discovered. Is that the hero Rick? What a monster. Maine barely managed to smile. Among all the strong people she had seen, none could compare to the pressure exerted by Rick. Tasmi looked dejected. He truly felt nothing, and their gap was so vast. Even when Rick discovered them, he was unaware. Useless newbie. Maine flicked her face. I will become stronger to protect everyone. Tasmi's eyes turned resolute as he clenched his fists. Maine's small face froze. This newbie's willpower was quite firm. If it were anyone else, they would probably be devastated by such a blow. She acknowledged him slightly. Having such conviction as a newbie wasn't bad, but to defeat that man, faith alone was not enough. Maine waved her hand and walked outside. Tasmi blinked. Was this encouragement? Although you will never be able to defeat that man in your lifetime. Still, try to struggle, huh? Maine changed her tone and mocked him. Tasmi's face darkened. He realized he had thought too much. How could this bad-tempered, willful woman possibly encourage him? Knowing they had been noticed, the two dared not stroll openly and left the imperial capital through a secret passage. Oh, Maine, Tasmi, how was your trip around the city? Rab joked. Maine said, Rab, there's important intel. Rab's expression became serious. Chapter 37, The Two's Emotions to Rick. He was just an ordinary general-level figure. Had she known this earlier, she should have persisted a bit longer in the Eastern City. Perhaps she could have changed Rick's mind and brought him into the Revolutionary Army. Now, the situation had become tricky. The Empire now had three of the strongest individuals. Rick, Esters, and Bud. Leoni's face darkened as he said, Will Rick become our enemy? Upon hearing this, the hall instantly fell silent, and everyone looked serious. Tasmi looked at the expressions of the others and said innocently, Mr. Rick is a hero. How could he possibly attack us? Idiot. Brand hit Tasmi on the head and said seriously, in the outside world, we are a terrorist organization. Tasmi, dazed from the hit, began to understand. Kaitamai said, There's a possibility. Not a possibility, but a certainty. Najita said solemnly, If given the chance, that man who insists on procedural justice will definitely put us on trial. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. They had not yet seen Rick's power, but the terrifying aura they could sense from that red dragon had already made them extremely wary. In short, they must be careful when carrying out missions in the future. If they encounter Rick, they can abandon the mission to protect themselves. Najita's expression was grim. The deep-seated shock revealed in everyone's eyes showed that they had never encountered such orders before, to directly abandon the mission upon meeting the enemy, especially not before Rick. Yes, in the villa courtyard. Breathe steadily, then take a deep breath and fill your lungs with air, feeling the air inside your lungs. Yes, just like that. The crisp and pleasant voice of Butterfly Shinobu echoed as she taught Sayu and Ayasu the basics of breathing techniques during their leisure time. Sayu and Ayasu sat cross-legged on the ground, and after just 7 or 8 days, they grasped the fundamentals of the breathing technique. This amazed Butterfly Shinobu, indeed. The physical qualities of people in this world were different. Sayu and Ayasu, two rural kids, were comparable to slightly weaker pillar-level swordsmen, but unfortunately, they had no idea how to apply it. Butterfly Shinobu's attention was more focused on Sayu, as the breathing of insects was perfectly suitable for her. Ayasu, on the other hand, was more suitable for the breathing of thunder or the breathing of the sun. Rick pushed the door open and said, I'm back. Teacher Rick. Sayu and Ias in the yard turned around and excitedly ran over. Rick smiled at the two and asked, How is the practice of the breathing technique going? Sayu smiled back and said, I succeeded. I have already mastered Sister Ren's insect breathing. Ias awkwardly smiled, saying that insect breathing wasn't suitable for him, and for now, he had only mastered the technique of inhaling and exhaling air. Rick noticed Ias's expression and apologized. Ias, I'm sorry, I've been quite busy lately. No. He laughed. I have received information that your fellow townsman, the young Tasmi, has joined Night Raid. Upon hearing this name, both of them were taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted, their faces turning pale as they exclaimed, Night Raid? That infamous assassination organization in the imperial capital. Rick shook his head and told the two about Night Raid's identity and goals. The two were taken aback. They thought it was a terrorist organization, but it turned out to be an assassination squad of the Revolutionary Army. Tatsumi really had joined a remarkable organization. Rick asked, Aren't you going to look for him? Sayu and Ias exchanged glances and shook their heads. Sayu smiled and said, Since we know Tasmi is safe, we can rest easy. The Night Raid's base is very secretive, and if they go looking for him, it might cause unnecessary misunderstandings. As long as they are in the Imperial capital, they will meet sooner or later. Chapter 38. The Keen Butterfly Ninja. The Butterfly Ninja has a new project, a method to prevent the kaleidoscope Sharingan from going blind. Rick looked at the beautiful figure of Butterfly Ninja, a hint of a smile in his eyes. To solve the drawbacks of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, one would have to transplant the kaleidoscope Sharingan of a close brother or transplant Hashirama's cells to alleviate the side effects. However, Butterfly Ninja did not agree with this. In Butterfly Ninja, Rick felt a spirit of openness, progress, and perseverance. In this regard, he and Butterfly Ninja were two different kinds of people. Butterfly Ninja excelled at turning 0 into 1, which is a qualitative change, a process from nothing to something representing innovation. On the other hand, Rick was good at turning 1 into 100, maximizing the value of what already exists. However, since Butterfly Ninja liked it, Rick had no reason to stop her. When leaving the Demon Slayer world, Tamayo gifted a large collection of medical books and notes to Butterfly Ninja. She could be considered a master of medicine in any world. Rick took the time to teach Yaeya's the Breath of Thunder. The other party progressed rapidly. In just a few days, he was already showing impressive skills. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash. Yaeya's took a deep breath, and fine golden currents of electricity erupted from his body, instantly bursting forth like lightning, charging towards Rick, swinging the wooden sword in his hand. Bang! A smile appeared on Rick's face as he raised his wooden sword to block, the clash of blades producing a crisp sound, easily deflecting Yaeya's strike. Second form, Rice Soul. Yaeya's unleashed a lightning-shaped 5-hit combo. Too slow. Rick laughed, forcefully pressing the wooden sword down, causing the lightning-shaped strikes to dissipate in an instant. Third form, gathering mosquitoes into thunder. Yaeya's was taken aback, retreating swiftly, then began to spin around Rick at high speed, leaving wavy lightning in his wake. Immediately, Yaeya's changed tactics, his body erupting with lightning as he lunged forward with arrow-like speed, swinging his blade for a rapid strike. Fifth form, Heat Wave Thunder. Rick warned his opponent, raising both hands high with a wooden sword, unleashing a lightning-like slash infused with intense heat. Bang! The two wooden swords collided violently, the heavy force causing the ground beneath them to sink. Yaeya's felt the terrifying power coming from the opposite side, a storm of emotions surging within him. The large, dangerous creatures he had once slain were no match for Rick's strength. Earth-type, Thunderstrike. Earth-type, Thunderstrike. The two executed the same move, instantly releasing countless lightning-like slashes in all directions from their center. The dense slashes collided violently, golden lightning sword lights bursting into sparks, and the air was filled with continuous sonic booms. In the end, Yaeya's could not hold on any longer and fell backward. Rick immediately responded, rushing over like lightning to support Yaeya's, who looked grateful and said, "Thank you, teacher." Shayu happily clapped and handed Rick a towel to wipe his sweat, saying, "Rick, teacher, please use this." Yaeya's had a bitter expression. He was the one drenched in sweat, while Rick's breathing remained steady. Yaeya's shook his head, brushing off this trivial matter, and asked curiously, "Rick, teacher, these techniques are very strong, but I always feel a bit awkward." Rick felt a bit emotional, saying, "I didn't expect you to reach the level of a successor so quickly." The talents of the two were comparable to shit Mutcher. What you feel is correct. Upon hearing this, Shayu and Yaeya's looked delighted, like elementary school students who had just received praise. After all, these sword techniques were created by predecessors. But everyone's physical condition and habits are different. Only by creating techniques based on your own situation can you find what suits you best, Rick said. The two suddenly realized that they could create their own sword techniques. They had never thought of that before. Rick watched them, curious about what kind of swordsmanship these two would create. Chapter 39, Twisted Justice. The capital city, slums. A cute girl dressed in the capital's garrison uniform patrolled the streets with a cute, dangerous creature resembling a small white bear, helping the struggling citizens. Suddenly, an elderly man collapsed on the ground, raising his murky eyes to look at the people around him. Those who met the old man's pleading gaze quickly averted their eyes, bowed their heads, and silently walked away. Just as the old man felt despair and numbness inside, a shadow blocked the scorching sunlight above. The girl in the garrison uniform smiled and said, "Grandpa, let me take you home." Saying this, she picked him up with her seemingly delicate body and walked in the direction he pointed, eventually bringing him back to a dilapidated house. The old man lay on a bed that emitted a foul odor, swarmed by mosquitoes and piled with garbage. He didn't thank her, but instead watched her leave with a numb expression in his eyes. Xiaobai, you did a good deed again today, the girl said happily while holding the little white bear, completely unaware of the disdainful gazes from the surrounding crowd. The public's disdain was not directed at the girl herself, but at the garrison uniform she wore. Bang! The girl excitedly walked around a corner and unexpectedly bumped into a tall, sturdy figure, falling to the ground and hurting her backside. The man who knocked her down reached out a hand and gently asked, "Are you okay?" "Iem me fine." The girl didn't take his hand but leaped up and smiled. "My body is very strong." The man's face showed a bit of confusion. "Who are you?" The girl seemed to recognize him as well. Her eyes brightened, and she stood at attention, saying loudly, "Member of the capital's garrison, Silu Ubiquita, meets General Rick." Then, Silu looked at Rick with immense admiration. "General Rick, I was also present at the public trial of the nobles that day, maintaining order on site. Your execution of justice is deeply etched in my mind." Silu spoke rapidly, her admiration evident in her eyes. This man before her was not only someone she admired, but also a hero of the entire empire. She never expected to encounter him during a patrol. This was something many people dreamt of. "No need to be so formal," Rick said with a slight smile. Rick's terrifying charisma instantly conquered Silu, and she relaxed, showing even more respect towards Rick. Rick looked at the little white bear in the other person's arms and pretended to be curious, asking, "Is this an imperial tool?" "Yes," Sailor replied without any concealment, saying, "This is a biological imperial tool, the 100-handed giant, which I call Little Bai. It has always been at the headquarters of the security team, and, for some reason, this child reacts to me. I am currently taking on patrol." Rick praised, "The Empire is truly fortunate to have such a dedicated guard like you." "Yes." With the recognition of his idol, Selu appeared even more excited. Rick's gaze fell on the impoverished people around him. "What do you think of those people?" Seryu said excitedly. "They are all law-abiding, good citizens, though a few villains may occasionally appear. But Little Bai's nose will keenly sniff out those evildoers. Truly a reliable partner." Rick smiled meaningfully. A hint of doubt flashed in Seryu's eyes as she sharply sensed that Rick's tone was off. But before she could ask, Rick pointed at several members of the security team in the direction of the inner city. "Are those your teammates?" Chapter 40. Thunderbombs show their might with cold. Fierce eyes, the creature stared ahead at Mane and Hill, as if it wanted to devour the two. A biological imperial tool. Mane and Hill instantly reacted, their expressions grave. This aura was even more terrifying than that of large dangerous species. What's worse, it is said that with biological imperial tools, one can only kill the opponent by shattering their core. Otherwise, they will infinitely resurrect, truly an immortal body. Night Raid, Assassin Hill. Seryu took out a wanted poster, looked at Hill's face for comparison, and sneered. "For the sins of killing my mentor Captain Oka and the innocent citizens of the imperial capital, you shall pay here." Upon hearing this, the naturally dull Hill did not react much. But Maine's expression darkened. Was this woman crazy? Rambling on? The people they killed were hardly innocent. Bang, bang, bang. Before Maine could refute, Seryu had already acted, pulling out 2 automatic rifles and unleashing a barrage of gunfire, bullets raining down like a storm. "Maine, hide behind me," Hill shouted urgently, her eyes cold, the reflection of her glasses glinting as she drew the fist of the 100-handed giant, which crashed down on the all things severed. Soul Destroyer, the heavy force causing Hill to stagger back, its suppressive power even more terrifying than the bullets before. Struggling, without hesitation, she shouted, "Little Bai, go berserk." Bang! As soon as the words left her mouth, the 100-handed giant's eyes widened in rage, its skin suddenly turning crimson, emitting a blood-red aura, hard as iron, stomping and shattering the ground. "A secret technique?" Men exclaimed in surprise. Each imperial tool possesses a unique secret technique. Once used, it signifies that the battle has entered a white-hot phase. It's either you die or I live. Seryu calculated in her mind. That pink-haired imperial tool is gun type. Its weakness is close combat. She planned to use Little Bai's strength to charge in and cover her to be the first to kill the opponent. Both sides locked onto each other with cold gazes, the atmosphere between them exuding a sense of murderous intent. Roar! Only one person can tame such a powerful monster. Could it be? Mane and Hill's faces turned pale, their little hearts pounding wildly. They looked at Seryu. "Seryu, I didn't expect to see you again so soon." Seryu's face lit up with excitement, her fierce expression disappearing as she smiled. "Yes, Lord Rick." Rick then asked, "Can I handle this here?" My heart sank completely. It just had to be this man. Main's small face flushed with anger as she sneered. We misjudged you. You hypocritical and stubborn guy. Rick holds a high position, and they do not believe that he is unaware of the Empire's corruption. They still insist on standing by the Empire, even intending to deal with them. How infuriating. Main, I will cover for you. You escape, Hill said in a hushed voice. Hill. Main's heart tightened. How could she abandon her companion? Main, Hill spoke again. This is the Imperial capital. The trouble is not just with Rick and Cyru. There are also the guards coming over in response to the noise, and even the army. However, they soon had no energy left to pay attention to anything else. Rick, Thunderbomb. The sky dragon Osiris, enormous in size, slowly emerged from the clouds, its massive dragon head unfurling. The intense pressure made Main and Hill tremble all over. Boom! Boom! The blood-red maw above the dragon's head opened wide. An astonishing amount of energy converging in one place, gathering thunder. In an instant, 2 thunder bombs were spat out, falling like shooting stars, bursting into brilliant flames. The sound of the explosion echoing through the sky. Chapter 41. Capturing 2 people. Boom. In the quiet of the night, the sudden violent explosion quickly drew the attention of everyone nearby. Looking at the park as the dust settled, 2 deep craters seemed embedded in the ground. In the center of those craters, Main and Hill lay inside, still conscious but unable to muster any strength. Main, covered in dirt and looking quite disheveled, cursed with an ugly expression. Damn it, what was that? The thunder bomb that fell on them seemed incredibly powerful, but their injuries were not severe. Rather, they felt completely weak, with only their eyes able to move. Special ability, Thunder Bomb fires a thunder bomb at the target, guaranteed to hit, reducing the target's strength by 20 until the battle ends. I see. Rick observed Main and Hill's condition and gained a general understanding. In the game, the Thunder Bomb reduces the enemy monster's attack power by 2,000 points. If the enemy monster's attack power is below 2,000, it will be directly destroyed. Even if converted to a percentage, there is still a minimum value. Main and Hill's strength was clearly very close to that value, and after their strength was reduced, they were unable to move. As expected of Lord Rick, Saryu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Rick didn't even make a move. The dragon in the sky easily subdued 2 villains with just 2 bolts of lightning. Such a graceful and confident demeanor is what a true champion of justice should possess. We can't let Main be taken by you, Hill said with difficulty, using a large pair of scissors to support his body as he slowly stood up to face Rick. Rick said, what can you do with that kind of body? Stop you, Hill said firmly, gripping the handle tightly, activating the secret technique of the Imperial tool. All things severed, soul-devouring. Whoosh. In an instant, blinding light erupted from the silver blade of all things severed, soul-devouring, dispelling the darkness and illuminating the entire night sky as if it were daytime. Not only that, even with Selu squinting and shielding her eyes with her arm, she felt a sting and immediately understood Hill's intention. Damn it, trying to block us so that woman can escape? Xiaobai, Sela shouted. Xiaobai, as a biological-type Imperial tool, was immune to the piercing light in front of them. Roar. The 100-handed giant let out a furious roar and lunged at Hill, its mouth full of sharp teeth resembling an abyss, ready to swallow Hill whole. Hill stared blankly at the attacking 100-handed giant. When activating the secret technique of all things severed, soul-devouring, her body couldn't move freely, or else the light would dissipate. Normally, both humans and dangerous species wouldn't dare to look directly at the blinding light of all things severed, soul-devouring, as even a few seconds would ruin their eyesight. Yet they encountered a biological-type Imperial tool, which completely countered them. Their compatibility was too poor. Hill. Main forced her eyes open and saw the despairing scene. Letting out a hysterical scream, Hill turned around, her face breaking into a beautiful smile. Just as the 100-handed giant was about to swallow Hill, suddenly, it seemed to be hit hard, and its massive body was sent flying. Boom! The 100-handed giant's body crashed into the small forest in the park, crushing a large area of trees and leaving a deep trench. Wheel of the graveyard. Rick shielded his eyes from the light ahead with his arm. In the shape of a kaleidoscope, Sharingan appeared in his eyes as he used another ocular technique to summon invisible clones. Hill, weakened by the summoned thunderbolt, sustained the light for 10 seconds before collapsing from exhaustion. As everyone regained their vision and saw the scene before them, they couldn't help but feel a sense of shock. What had happened? Selu widened her eyes. Why was Xiaobai lying in the distant forest? She hadn't heard any gunfire. Main let out a sigh of relief. No matter what, it was good that Hill was alive. Hill scanned the others with a pure and confused look, finally landing on Rick. She faintly sensed that her being saved was somehow related to this person. Rick, surrender without resistance. You wish. Maine struggled to get up from the ground. Her beautiful eyes filled with unwavering determination. She had almost been killed by Hill. How could she possibly yield? It was about revenge. She wanted to kill this group of bastards. Why bother? Rick shook his head and said, Chapter 42. Interrogation Respect. You are too humble. One smiled, fully aware of the capabilities of those useless guards. Not long ago, a captain had been assassinated by Night Raid. Relying on these useless guards to catch Night Raid members was no different from waiting for death. At least death would come. Hee. Onest watched the two beautiful girls struggle in pain, their expressions filled with humiliation and unwillingness, which was truly tantalizing. However, he also knew the danger posed by these two beautiful girls. They were professional assassins who had killed countless villains. Throughout history, countless heroes and brave men had perished at the hands of women. As a powerful minister in this country, he could have as many stunning beauties as he wanted with just a flick of his fingers. There was no need to take such a big risk for two girls. Then I must trouble General Rick. The day Night Raid is completely eradicated, there will definitely be a banquet in the palace for you. Onest laughed. Rick slightly bowed and nodded. Ha ha ha. Onest laughed wildly, swaggering out of the Imperial prison with the support of many powerful guards. Oof. Maine sneered, do whatever you want. But don't expect to get any information about our companions from us. Once you fall into my hands, it's not that easy to die. A meaningful smile appeared on Rick's face. A simple interrogation room was set up. Maine innocently blinked. What is this? Rick asked Name. Maine remained silent, originally determined not to speak. Her gaze swept over the surroundings, and in the end, she couldn't help but ask curiously, what does this mean? Rick calmly said, in accordance with the judicial process of the interrogation, everything you say will be recorded. You have the right to remain silent and the right to have a defense attorney represent you. Maine looked at Rick with a strange expression, feeling an inexplicable oddness. Well, this man was even stranger than she had imagined. Rick asked again, name? Maine. Age? 15 years old. Origin? Northwest border of the Empire, mixed blood with ethnic minorities. What tasks have you carried out before? Who have you assassinated, and why were they targeted by you? Speak honestly. Do not hide anything. You cannot deceive my eyes. Rick stared at her with sharp eyes. Maine's beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowed. Sharing this outdated information seemed inconsequential. After all, those people were already dead, and they had done it cleanly. Rick would not be able to gain any information from it. As she thought of this, Maine's expression grew increasingly strange. Faintly sensing something was off. Was Rick's true intention really to judge them? Well, Maine recounted the task she had carried out before, every word carefully considered. Rick could not obtain any information detrimental to Night Raid from it. The recorder in the corner wrote rapidly, documenting every word Maine spoke. This process lasted a full 3 hours, interspersed with Maine's curses at those scum and beasts. Huh. Maine's breathing became slightly erratic whenever she thought of those disgusting things. Her emotions always became uncontrollably agitated. Rick said, so, regarding Night Raid, Chapter 43, Foot the Darkness that was revealed. When faced with Rick's resolute gaze, Silu's restless heart settled down. After sending Silu away, only Rick, Maine, Hill, and the recording officer remained in the interrogation room. The atmosphere became a bit more relaxed. Maine pouted and said, what a pity. That woman should have just shot. You two, don't provoke her on purpose. Cherish your own life, Rick replied. Maine's gaze flickered, and she scoffed. It seems you really enjoy taking care of children. Rick's careful comfort of Silu was unexpected, allowing Maine and Hill to see another side of each other. Rick didn't deny it, nodding with a smile. However, in my eyes, you're also just kids. Maine's little face froze for a moment. As a professional killer, being treated as a child was undoubtedly a disgrace, but she didn't feel that way with Rick. This man radiated a warm glow like the sun, even dispelling the cold atmosphere of the prison. TCH, Maine huffed proudly. You have the right to refuse to answer my questions, so your interrogation is over, Rick said with a smile. Then, Maine was taken to a chair nearby, and Hill was brought in. With Maine's example, Hill's interrogation was much simpler. He revealed his identity information, but refused to discuss any intelligence about the Revolutionary Army and Night Raid. However, his naturally oblivious personality occasionally interrupted the interrogation, making the process take even longer. Rick looked at the recorder and asked, how's the recording? The recorder respectfully replied, it has all been recorded, Lord Rick. Rick nodded and turned to look at Maine and Hill. Before the judgment was passed, You are under humanitarian protection and need not worry about your personal safety. However, you have killed hundreds of people, including many imperial officials. At the very least, it is a death sentence, which is truly tragic. Main and Hill showed no fear on their faces. Since joining the Revolutionary Army, they had prepared for death. At the night raid base, Leon and Tatsumi returned with intelligence. The hall was silent. Everyone looked pained and sorrowful. Nagetta leaned back at her chair and sighed deeply. The thing she feared most had indeed happened. Rick is undoubtedly one of the targets the Revolutionary Army aims to win over. And perhaps the most important one, Rick's powerful strength, his belief in justice, and his immense reputation among the people. If he could side with the Revolutionary Army, the hope of overthrowing the Empire would increase exponentially. Yet, it was Rick who captured Main and Hill. If the two were to die because of this with their strong hatred, it would be difficult for the Revolutionary Army to continue recruiting Rick. If only my strength were a bit greater. Tasmi knelt on the ground, watching helplessly as Main and Hill were taken away, his heart in torment. This is not your fault, Leona comforted, glancing at Rick from afar. That monster was absurdly strong. Even ordinary Imperial Arms users would be killed in an instant before him. It's hard to tell if he is the embodiment of justice or a stubborn existence. Just his family alone later joined the assassination organization Night Raid, completing 108 missions, with those he has assassinated including. The images of Main and Hill were not the only ones on it. Detailed information was provided. The earlier content was fine, but the latter part was a bit thought-provoking. The pamphlet listed the evils committed by those high officials and bullies, or the reasons for being assassinated by Night Raid. Chapter 44. The Reversal of Public Opinion. Rab said, these two pamphlets have appeared in every street and alley. Now everyone in the city knows. The members of Night Raid looked at each other, sensing the doubts in each other's eyes. Even they felt something was off about the content of this pamphlet. Najetta's expression was strange. She could foresee how terrifying the wave these two pamphlets would stir in the imperial capital. A weapon of public opinion, a sharp tool that had always been in the hands of Minister Onest, except for the ordinary people who were driven to desperation and sought help from Night Raid. Most of the capital's citizens believed Night Raid was a terrorist organization. Once these two official pamphlets were released, public opinion would likely turn instantly. Rick, is this your justice? Najetta murmured, fully convinced that Rick really intended to change the decaying empire. Exposing that darkness was an important step taken by the other side. If Main and Hill continued to be judged, it would surely provoke the anger of the people. A hint of worry flashed in Najetta's eyes. The backlash from Onest would not be that simple. Can Rick withstand the pressure from the enemy? Regardless, their actions won't change. They will definitely rescue Main and Hill. But it's enough to attract the attention of the customers. A clever young man slipped in front of the tavern owner and said, Uncle, do you have any insider information? Share it so your nephew can gain some insight. Other customers perked up their ears. You little rascal. The shrewd and capable tavern owner scolded with a smile and lowered his voice, saying, Let me clarify first. This is something my friend saw. I can't guarantee if it's true or not. The customers in the tavern exchanged knowing smiles, disclaimers, speaking in riddles. Those who understood knew. The tavern owner continued. A few days ago, something happened in the park on the outskirts of the capital. As the owner narrated, everyone gradually pieced together the sequence of events. The capital security team had cornered Main and Hill in the park after their mission, and Rick happened to pass by. Under duress, he had to intervene to capture those two. One could say it was a coincidence. Everyone suddenly understood. This made sense now. The owner glanced around, noting that there were no security personnel inside or outside the tavern, and sighed, I fear General Rick is quite troubled, not knowing how to deal with those two girls, which is why he released that information. Oh, the many customers in the tavern became even more curious. The young man asked again, What do you mean? Are you stupid? The tavern owner whispered, cursing softly and silently mouthed the name, Minister Onest. Having brought the conversation to this point, even a fool should realize. Minister Onest wants to execute those two girls from Night Raid to demoralize the Revolutionary Army. However, after the interrogation, General Rick must have discovered that these two weren't as evil as the Empire previously claimed, and out of compassion, he released a lot of information, including the misdeeds of those nobles and bullies. The customers in the tavern swallowed hard. It's impossible for someone to survive in the capital without a bit of brains. They quickly thought of the key points. Rick's purpose in doing this is likely to leverage the power of the people to overwhelm the dark forces of the Empire. The lives and deaths of these two girls have become a struggle, representing justice with Rick and the roots of corruption with Arenast, the lower class, and the old nobility, and the high-ranking officials. Chapter 45. Which side are you on? But how could the perceptive Arenast be easily deceived. The biggest issue with these two flyers is the exposure of the nobles and officials' misdeeds. These matters could clearly be replaced with a single number, yet Rick lists them all out, allowing the people to see the darkness of the Empire. If it wasn't intentional, it's hard to convince people otherwise. Arena's small eyes squinted, revealing a hint of dangerous light. As he stared intently at Rick ahead, Rick stared unreservedly at Onest. The two gazes collided in the void, and the room was silent, so quiet it felt terrifying. After a long while, it was Onest who spoke first, but he changed the topic and laughed. "General Rick, I remember the day before yesterday. You advised His Majesty the Emperor that at the end of the World Book, you predicted a month in advance that a great tsunami would appear in the Eastern Sea." "Yes, that is indeed the case, Your Excellency," Rick replied, a hint of worry showing on his brow. The Imperial artifact, the World Chronicle of Longo Longo, held by Rick, reveals the major disasters occurring within the Empire on its last page. Of course, Onest knew about this because he was present at the scene. With less than a month left before the tsunami would destroy the Eastern City, Rick requested the young Emperor to launch humanitarian aid, but was undoubtedly refused. With a smile fading, he spoke in a flat tone. "General Rick, you take care of this matter. Leave the affairs of the Imperial capital to me for now." Rick's face froze for a moment, and a hint of realization flickered in his eyes. They were trying to dismiss him. The rescue in the Eastern City concerned the lives of millions, and it was hoped that General Rick would not refuse. Wunsterson said calmly, pressing on step by step, firmly placing the weight of righteousness on Rick's shoulders. If Rick dares to refuse, he will carry the infamous reputation of disregarding the lives of millions. This is the helplessness of being a hero. A faint, icy smile curled at the corners of Ernest's mouth. Since he likes to be a hero, let him go all the way. Choose. Will he bear the bad name, throw away his previous achievements, and insist on intervening in night raid in the Imperial capital? Or will he preserve his reputation and head to the Eastern City to rescue the people? Seek, Fina. Rick did not hesitate much, let out a deep sigh, and helplessly said, "I hope Your Excellency can handle the matters of the Imperial capital properly." Seeing Rick compromise, Onest displayed his harmless smile once again. Of course, General Rick made a wise choice. How could the lives of just two people compare to that of hundreds of thousands? Onest stood up, personally escorted Rick out of the palace, and then returned to his own pleasure-seeking palace, leaning back in his chair, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Onest knew that Rick must have softened his heart towards those two girls. Yes, Rick left the palace in the luxurious carriage bestowed upon him by the young emperor. 4 white horses led the way, and the middle-aged coachman, filled with respect for Rick, did his utmost to keep the vehicle steady. Feeling incredibly honored to drive for this esteemed gentleman, how could Rick not understand the thoughts of Minister Onest? Letting him leave the Imperial capital and then publicly executing Mane and Hill, cutting through the chaos and ending this matter? His arrangements within the Imperial capital would fail, and the awakened populace would be plunged back into the abyss. "Thinking of kicking me out, it's not that easy," Rick murmured as he took out a fierce-looking demon mask from his pocket and played with it in his hands. Chapter 46, The Hero Departs. General Ku is fully responsible for Eastern affairs to rescue the envoy. This was the announcement released by the authorities early this morning. People certainly knew what this meant. The situation in the Imperial capital was escalating, and Rick's sudden reassignment from the capital was something anyone not foolish could understand. Members of the security team and the military raised their batons and ruthlessly struck the bodies of the citizens, leaving them bruised and swollen all over. Those who dared to resist were shot dead on the spot. In an instant, the entire Imperial capital became calm and quiet, with the previously chaotic sounds vanishing without a trace. However, Minister Onest did not notice the undercurrents stirring beneath the oppressive policies in the Imperial capital. If they had never seen the light, they might have been able to endure the darkness. Rick opened a way for them, correcting the injustices of this world and presenting true justice before them. That was enough. Countless people were no longer numb as before, but were filled with rage, waiting for the right moment to strike. The crimes committed by Oka, but the details were too much. A simple investigation would reveal the truth. So Rick had no need to deceive her. How could it be? The beautiful memories of Oka in Selu's mind shattered in an instant, leaving only the image of a cruel demon. Her face gradually twisted and became grotesque. The belief in justice instilled by Oka collapsed, and a long-held persistence suddenly seemed so absurd. Hey. A mad laugh escaped Selu's lips as brutality and madness occupied her mind. Nothing mattered anymore. It would be better to just kill everyone. The Imperial artifact, the 100-handed giant, changed alongside her, with blood-red eyes, bulging muscles, and sharp fangs and claws. Seilu. At that moment, Rick's voice rang out, a stern shout interrupting Seilu as she was gradually sinking into darkness. Seilu slowly raised her head, reflecting Rick's determined face, her eyes lighting up with a glimmer. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she crouched on the ground, clutching her chest in pain, and said, "Lord Rick, what should I do? If Oka is an evil being, then accepting the education and guidance from her is the same." Rick crouched down and said softly, "It's not you that's wrong, but the people who instilled those ideas in you." However, Seilu choked back her words. Rick interrupted her, saying that it was still not too late to correct it. Justice would not be wrong. Justice would not be wrong. Seilu's heart gradually calmed down, and in her mind, Oka's figure was replaced by Rick. Rick placed his large hand on the small head of the other person, a smile appearing on his face. Justice cannot be wrong. But what exactly is justice? He is justice. Seilu's bright eyes only saw Rick's figure. She wanted to follow Rick to execute true justice. In the palace, inside the Grand Hall, the young emperor sat in a high position while Onist was beside him, enjoying delicious and dangerous meat slices. Bud and Isteth didn't get along well, so he didn't participate. The guard at the entrance proclaimed loudly, "General Isteth has returned." As soon as the words fell, a noble and beautiful figure with ice-blue features strode into the council hall with her long, elegant legs. Her proud posture and overwhelming confidence instantly made her the unquestionable center of attention in the hall. Wherever she went, a wave of cold air swept through, causing the nearby civil and military officials to shiver involuntarily, feeling even more awed by this ice queen. One has squinted his eyes. Isteth had become stronger again. Was it the stimulation brought to her by Rick? "Your Majesty." Isteth knelt halfway on the ground, but it felt as if she was looking down on everyone. Chapter 47. Rick's personal kingdom, the rebellious commoners, officials, and soldiers had already taken action. But now they did not dare. They knew well what kind of existence the man sitting on the red giant dragon was. Even hundreds of nobles and officials could not stop Rick from publicly judging a noble. In the imperial capital at the center of the empire, Rick could publicly behead a noble. In the provinces, they couldn't even dare to imagine how terrifying Rick's authority would be. Officials, nobles, and officers lined up to welcome him. No one dared to provoke that devil-like existence. Rick fell from the sky, and with a gentle wave of his hand, the sky dragon soared into the heavens. Watching the distant red giant dragon, the nobles and officials let out a sigh of relief. The terror of that super dangerous species weighing down on their hearts like a mountain. In comparison, they preferred to deal with humans. "General Rick, welcome back," Admiral Tung Hui said with a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum. "Your Excellency, long time no see." Rick wore a faint smile on his face. He had heard about the public trial of the nobles, where Admiral Tung Hui had charged to the front lines. A long and eloquent letter had condemned him unforgivably, leading the young emperor to order his execution. This matter was known not only to Rick, but also to many officials around him to varying degrees. Their gazes towards Tung Hui were tinged with a hint of gloating. No one expected Rick to withstand the pressure, turn the situation around, and become a hero of the empire. Now, with the king's return, holding great power and immense strength, it would be easy for him to settle scores with Tung Hui. Tung Hui also noticed the looks from those around him and secretly cursed. It was as if they had no stakes in the matter. But he was not the only one who had sent letters to the imperial capital at that time. If Rick wants to settle things, there aren't many people present who can survive. Life is precious, and Tung Hui couldn't care less about anything else. He quietly approached General Rick, forced a smile, and said, "General Rick, we may have had some misunderstandings before, but you have to believe me, I have always supported your actions, and I will continue to do so in the future. If it weren't for the large number of people present, fearing it would be embarrassing." Tung Hui would have liked to kneel on the ground and vow loudly. Rick displayed a warm smile like sunshine and said, "Your Excellency, let's not dwell on the past. We must look to the future." Yes, look to the future." Tung Hui's face lit up, nodding repeatedly. Watching Tung Hui bowing and nodding, the surrounding officials and nobles felt disdainful, but also relieved. From Rick's words, it seemed that old grievances were being put aside, and he did not intend to pursue the previous series of events. While feeling fortunate, their gazes towards Rick were filled with respect, just like those of ordinary citizens. It is easy to speak of repaying virtue with kindness, but few can truly do it. This man's magnanimity is extraordinary. Rick witnessed the change in attitude of the nobles and officials towards Rick and felt secretly shocked. Within less than half an hour, he had completely won over the nobles and officials of the eastern city. Such a means of winning hearts, or rather, His charisma was terrifying. No wonder Minister Onest felt it was so tricky that he had to drive Rick away. He couldn't imagine what would happen if Rick were to remain in the imperial capital. Minister Onest sent a message for him to monitor Rick and Berlick. Initially confident about this task, felt uneasy after meeting Rick. This man was far beyond what he could handle. While conversing with the nobles and officials, Rick suddenly swept his gaze over and approached Berlick, smiling. "You're the deputy sect leader of Anningdao, right? Mr. Berlick, I have long admired your name." The overwhelming pressure made Berlick instinctively bend his waist, showering Rick with flattery. No, General Rick is the truly accomplished one, a hero in our time." Rick smiled meaningfully. Berlick, the deputy leader of the Eastern religion of Anningdao, but his actual identity was Chapter 48. Yasuo was stunned as they extended their trembling fingers. Unable to believe, they were pointing at Tung Hui. "Hand over 80% of the rations? Do you want your own soldiers to drink the northwest wind?" In the next moment, the nobles and local officials reacted, glaring at Tung Hui with angry eyes. "You are amazing. You are so noble." Tung Hui, worried that Rick would come to collect old debts, couldn't wait to jump out and express his loyalty. This was disastrous for them. They could have bargained with Rick, but now that Tung Hui had set a precedent, continuing to hesitate would only bring shame. Faced with the furious gazes of the nobles and other officials, Tung Hui didn't care at all. As long as he tightly clung to Rick's thigh, with this group of scum, who dared to deal with him? "General Rick, my AI-like family is willing to provide 160,000 pounds of food to help the disaster victims." "General Rick, my John family is willing to provide 120,000 pounds of food to help the disaster victims." "General Rick, the Roland City government is willing to provide all the food, including this year's tax revenue." The nobles and officials gritted their teeth, and, as they spoke these words, their hearts were bleeding. They didn't dare to blame Rick, but instead unanimously aimed their anger at Tung Hui, their fierce gazes seemingly ready to devour the fat man who was two-faced. Rick smiled and said, "Thank you all for your generosity. I believe your contributions will be remembered in history." "Huh." The people present could only respond with a smile that looked worse than crying. The citizens of the eastern cities would not thank them. All the praise and achievements belonged to Rick. After all, without Rick, they would not have been able to compromise. Appointing the defector Tung Hui as the rescue pioneer, the rescue work in the eastern cities has temporarily come to a close. Rick only needs to control one big direction. If he gets involved in everything personally, even 10 of them wouldn't be able to handle it. Then it's time to go back to the capital. Rick smiled faintly and took out a demon mask, slowly putting it on his face. Minister Onest thought that kicking him away would allow him to sleep peacefully, but that was a big mistake. With the Sky Dragon and Fate skills, his mobility was extraordinary. Even traveling between the eastern city and the imperial capital wouldn't take much time. Now, all the officials in the eastern city had been subdued by him, and even Berlick, who was sent by Onest to monitor him, was under the control of an illusion. This place had already become Rick's personal kingdom. Leaving for a short time, no one would suspect anything. Special agents violently suppressed, and the voices from the lower ranks disappeared overnight. At the night raid base, Najeta slammed a flyer on the table. Her expression dark. "Is death is back." Kaidoge, Brand, Lubbock, and Leon's expressions darkened. Initially, they were somewhat happy that Rick had been forced away by Onest, but now his death was coming. Despite his death being a defeated subordinate of Rick, she was still a significant trouble for them. Leon had previously conducted reconnaissance, and Isteth's terror was no less than Rick's. Moreover, Isteth's temperament was entirely opposite to Rick's, cruel, ruthless, and tyrannical. "Is his death really that powerful?" Tasmi asked innocently. He hadn't seen his death, but he had seen Rick. Was there anyone in this world stronger than Rick? Then, Tasmi noticed the surrounding silence. He even saw a hint of doubt on the faces of his brother, Kaidoge, and others. "What is wrong, everyone?" Brand frowned and said gravely, "I have a feeling of being watched." Chapter 49. The first battle of Wind Blade Technique. As he emerged, he swung his sword, and a sharp blade of light fiercely pressed forward. Cold Beast King transformation. Lion King. Leon transformed into a golden-haired beast-eared girl, rapidly appearing behind Rick and delivering a powerful punch while sneering. Not even a greeting. The gale rushed towards Leon, and the blade hidden beneath the fierce wind glinted with a dangerous cold light. "Big sister, be careful," Lubbock exclaimed, his hands moving like playing a piano, quickly weaving an indestructible armor with the threads of the Emperor's treasure, crossing at Leon's abdomen. Rick and Brant quickly swung their swords, the blades intersecting in the air. with crisp clashing sounds ringing out continuously, sparks exploding, and a howling wind creating shockwaves that forced everyone to retreat to the corner. So impressive. Tasmi shielded himself from the raging wind, his pupils reflecting the afterimages of the sharp swords, feeling greatly shaken inside. He knew his older brother was strong, but he didn't expect it to be this exaggerated, and the person opposite them was even more terrifying. They were evenly matched against his brother. Najida, this guy is troublesome. Rab reluctantly forced out a smile. Even without Rab's reminder, the others understood that the person had quietly entered their base, avoiding all of their senses. Just this alone was enough to make one's scalp tingle. That person was also on par with Brant. No, the two probably hadn't even shown their true abilities yet. Brant wasn't equipped with the evil spirit, and the person named Yasuo appeared to be handling things with ease. Najida shouted loudly. That's enough. At this moment, Rick and Brant concluded this round of confrontation, staring at the person who called himself Yasuo. After a brief exchange, they could confirm that this person's danger level was extremely high. The menacing evil spirit mask was intimidating. Najida cautiously asked, Lord Yasuo, may I address you as such? Rick replied yes. The absence of further attacks indicates that Lord Yasuo harbors no hostility towards us. I wonder what your intentions are? Najida continued to ask. Rick's face hidden beneath the mask revealed a hint of a smile. Indeed, dealing with smart people is convenient. Rick took out a scroll and tossed it to Najida, slowly saying, This is the terrain map of the public execution square, along with the Empire's combat intelligence. Najida took the scroll without hesitation, believing that such a strong person would disdain to poison her, and had no need to. As she opened the scroll and glanced down, she quickly read through it, her expression gradually becoming serious. Isteth, wielding the Ice Emperor's equipment, the manifestation of the demon god, and the secret technique Ice Storm General, can produce a large number of ice cavalry to store energy and release it in one go, creating a blizzard that covers a wide area. It is suspected that she has developed the secret technique Mocha Potmo, freezing time and space, allowing no one to move except herself, but the consumption is enormous. Even Isteth can only activate it once a day. The former general of the Empire, now one of Isteth's 3 beast warriors, Leva, possesses the Emperor's equipment Water Dragon Possession, Black Marlin, a ring-type Emperor's equipment that allows free manipulation of liquids in contact with it. His secret technique is the Blood Knife Kill, using his own blood as a weapon. Also one of the 3 beast warriors, Neo possesses the Emperor's equipment Military Music Dream, Piercing Wail, which controls emotions through music. Another of the 3 beast warriors, Didos, wields 2 great axes, Belvic. Najida had previously worked with Isteth and had information about these individuals, but it was far less detailed than what was in this document. It was as if it almost stripped those people's underpants away. Chapter 50. Cooperation. One must be cautious. How arrogant this person is. He actually thinks he stands on the same level as those 3 strongest individuals. However, thinking back to the brief skirmish earlier, Yasuo fought against 4. If the opponent has hidden cards, he should not be underestimated. Najida lowered her head in contemplation. There was no reason to refuse such powerful combat strength that was offered so freely, but she still needed to ascertain the other party's background. Lord Yasuo, what is it that you want? Najida asked, knowing she could not easily trust the other party. Rick sat on the sofa with a heavy demeanor, his deep eyes resembling a stagnant pool of water. We have a common enemy. Isn't that enough? Najida frowned, realizing that the other party did not intend to reveal their true purpose. Since they couldn't gain the trust of others, this trip would be in vain. I'll just give you the information. Rick feigned a sigh and stood up to leave. Bang, bang, bang. Rick's footsteps were neither fast nor slow, yet they were surprisingly quick. Each sound of his foot hitting the ground seemed to resonate in Najida's heart, giving her an intense sense of pressure. Najida was also a bit confused, wondering whether this person was retreating to advance or truly wanted to leave. Just as Yasuo was about to walk away, Najida, without much thought, finally spoke up. Wait. Lord Yasuo. Rick stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the other party. We have no reason to refuse the help of a powerful ally, Najida said, extending her right hand. Let's cooperate happily. How about that? Very strong. Akame replied succinctly. Buddy, ha, you're too naive. There aren't that many good people in the world. The crowd was taken aback for a moment and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Having such a pure and kind-hearted guy among them made their serious analytical expressions seem so ridiculous. For now, it was certain that the other party was not an enemy. After all, they shared a common enemy, the decaying Empire. The plan remains unchanged. Let's continue to rescue Main and Hill. Najita continued. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Najita felt a sense of pride and comfort in her heart as she sensed the passionate belief among the crowd, eager to rescue their companions. Then, as she turned to look at the bright moon outside the window, she sighed softly. It was already difficult enough to confront the Empire head-on, and now a mysterious figure had suddenly appeared. She truly didn't know what would happen next. On the other side, Rick left the Night Raid base with a smile on his face. This way, he could have control over Night Raid's combat power. All the actors on both sides were in place. Next, he would just wait for the grand show he was orchestrating to begin. Time flew by quickly, and soon it was execution day. In Esteth's eyes, it was just a bit stronger than the usual rabble. What did you say? Main couldn't stand such provocation and glared furiously at Esteth outside the cell. If I had a pumpkin in my hands, you would be no match for me. Esteth's beautiful lips curled into a cruel smile. She seemed to have some ambition, but how long could she hold out under my interrogation? Main's petite body shivered. She had heard of this madwoman's interrogations, and even the strongest of wills couldn't withstand an hour. Even though Main was already prepared for death, she still felt a sense of trepidation. Chapter 51. Execution Day Crack. Will, are you interested in becoming my subordinate? Esteth invited. Will was taken aback. He didn't expect Esteth to extend an invitation to him. Then, Will's gaze became resolute as he said, if it's an order from above, I will accept it, but personally, I don't like working under General Esteth. Quite frank, Esteth's eyes were cold. Facing Esteth's death stare, Will showed no fear. He would rather follow Rick and fight for the creation of a peaceful and just nation. Since you're not my subordinate, then get lost, or do you want to die? Esteth's ice blue eyes coldly fixed on Will. Whoosh. In an instant, an astonishing chill erupted from Esteth, sweeping through the surroundings, the ground, ceiling, iron bars of the cell, and everything around them froze solid. Upon hearing this, Main and Hill felt a mix of emotions. Being imprisoned here without Rick's protection, they would have been torn to shreds by the demons and monsters within the Empire long ago. But the one who captured them was also Rick. For a moment, they didn't know whether to be grateful or to resent that person. Leva entered with a team of soldiers, taking Main and Hill out of the prison and heading to the execution platform. Will watched this scene without stopping them. His duty was to prevent anyone from taking private revenge on Main and Hill, but the subsequent judgment was not within his responsibility. However, Will glanced at Leva in surprise. Leva sighed inwardly. Was he looking to challenge his death directly? Was he tired of living? Fortunately, he came to take a look, to achieve true justice. Mere brute force is not enough. One must also have intelligence, just like Rick. When Leva's gaze met Will's, Will felt inexplicably offended, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Well, you're also included in the guard team. Come with us, Leva said. Okay, I understand, Will replied. He had no intention of refusing the order from above. He also wanted to be like Rick and change this decaying country from within. The group escorted Main and Hill all the way to the Imperial Capital Square. A high platform had been built in the center, with 2 crosses used for binding criminals towering above. Outside the arena, more than 1 million citizens had gathered, silently expressing their anger. When Main and Hill were brought in, it immediately caused an uproar. The intense fury of tens of thousands of citizens seemed to stain the white clouds in the sky with a layer of blood. If it weren't for the Imperial Capital's security team stationed every 10 meters, the crowd would have already started to curse wildly. But brute force could not suppress the voices in their hearts. The twisted faces and angry eyes were their way of expressing their emotions. On the cross, Main looked at the sea of people and pouted. With so many people watching, it's really unpleasant. Main tried to lighten the mood with a smile, hoping that her companions would not come to rescue them. Esteth and the Bud Empire were guarding the place with several Imperial weapon users and the Imperial Capital security team, making it a veritable den of tigers and dragons. The voice of the young emperor echoed throughout the venue. The Empire has been passed down through generations until the throne arrived in my hands. But within the peaceful and happy Empire, there are also some rogues and scoundrels. The Night Raid, in my name, I shall now execute these 2 evildoers who threaten the safety of the Imperial Capital and have killed countless people. Chapter 52. Tension rising, the spectators in the stands whispered their anger, their bodies trembling and their fists clenched tightly. Looking at Main and Hill bound to the crosses, they wished they could rush down immediately to rescue the 2. But they knew very well that rushing down recklessly would only result in the Imperial soldiers leaving bullets behind and them leaving corpses. The crowd's eyes were bloodshot. If General Rick were in the Imperial Capital, would he allow these demons and monsters to be so arrogant? In contrast, The nobles and officials standing on the side of the emperor were overjoyed. Their interests were closely tied to the emperor, and executing Main and Hill would intimidate the public and suppress the revolutionary forces, which was extremely beneficial to them. Long live His Majesty the Emperor. Whoosh! The howling wind swept up a storm of sand, blocking out the sun and causing people to instinctively shield their eyes or tightly shut them. His death stopped in her tracks. Her ice-blue eyes fixed intently on the figure appearing in the depths of the tornado, a cold smile forming on her lips. Indeed, the night raid people had come. When the wind died down and the crowd, nobles, and others regained their vision, they focused their gaze on the execution platform, where beside Main and Hill stood a swordsman wearing a demon mask, concealing his true appearance, dressed in samurai attire. Night raid? The crowd felt a bit puzzled, but they had not seen this character on the wanted list. They also did not deny that Night Raid had hidden combat power. Fire release, great fire, annihilation. The scorching waves of flames rushed towards them, leaving the commoners and nobles pale-faced and fleeing in all directions, creating chaos within the arena. Extreme icy air. AI Chong instantly generated a large amount of steam, engulfing the entire Colosseum. Whoosh! The blade, with a light laugh, said, "My name is Yasuo, a nameless swordsman. I couldn't stand by as the brutal empire executed 2 kind young girls, so I came here to learn a thing or two. The reason doesn't matter. As long as we can fight each other, that's enough." Eyes laughed maniacally, her figure darting out like an ice-blue phantom charging forward. Bang! In an instant, the two made contact, swift as a phantom. 3 figures rushed into the Colosseum at high speed, heading towards the execution platform. Leo, Brand, and Rab. "Stop here, Night Raid," Liwa said in a deep voice, standing in front of the 3 members of Night Raid with Didos and Neo from the Beast Warriors, who reluctantly joined in. Main and Hill, disguised as ordinary citizens, secretly blended into the crowd, seizing the moment of chaos to reach the execution platform. "Tatsumi, everyone is here." Main and Hill's expressions were complex, their hearts filled with emotion, tears sparkling in their eyes. Despite the Empire's superior number and quality of Imperial tools, the Revolutionary Army still deployed all their combat power to come and save them. Whoosh! Tatsumi swung his sword, cutting the bindings that restrained the two. Main and Hill regained their freedom and looked around at the chaotic battlefield, their eyes landing on the fierce battle between Yasuo and Aiz. Who was that person? It shouldn't be Kaitamai, right? Main and Hill were astonished, facing Aiz head-on, appearing quite formidable. Where did this person come from? Tall in stature, they didn't resemble Kaitamai either. Kaitamai want to help you get the Imperial tools. The Empire's strongest combat force, Aiz. There's a bit of a writer's block. The data is dropping quite severely, which is very uncomfortable. Everyone, please try not to hoard the text. Chapter 53, Battle with Aiz. Energy surged within the body, transforming into a rainbow light, thrusting forward. Bang! The figures of the two appeared before each other like ghosts, the sword's edge carrying an extremely heavy force in the void. Ha ha ha! Aiz's face grew even more frenzied, her whole body erupting with coldness. Accompanied by the faint sound of cracking, the frost on Rick's surface and the blade of the gale shattered and dissipated. Bang! Bang! Before them, it was the symbol of invincibility. General Bud was supposed to guard the Imperial Palace and protect the Emperor, while Aiz was primarily responsible for external conquests. The numerous uprisings and rebellions in the corrupt empire could be easily suppressed as long as Aiz was dispatched. In just 3 to 5 minutes, the two had exchanged dozens of moves in the Colosseum, leaving behind fierce marks everywhere. Sealing the hand signs, the blazing waves of flames shone brightly, reddening Aiz's beautiful face. Ice wall. Aiz summoned a ball of ice-blue, cold energy from her palm, and the fireball crashed heavily against the ice wall, instantly melting a large portion of it. With the two energies dissolving into each other, the ice wall moved back 3 meters. The enormous fireball was digested, transforming into a thin layer of icy mist, sending a chill through the air. In the face of this terrifying rain of ice spears, even 1,000 troops would likely perish here. Countless gazes converged on Yasuo. Could this mysterious warrior withstand the full firepower of Aiz? Wind barrier. Suddenly, he swung the blade of the gale, slashing forward, and a massive wall of wind formed as the fierce gusts gathered. The ferocious beasts, charging out from the darkness, mixed with overwhelming malevolence, rushed straight at the wind barrier. Bang! Bang! The fierce wind roared, as if it were about to tear apart space, and in an instant, countless ice spears were abruptly shattered. When the two forces collided, A deafening roar echoed, and the seemingly fierce and sharp rain of ice spears instantly crumbled, turning into dazzling shards of ice that fell like a beautiful painting. Everyone was stunned, staring at this beautiful scene. The clash of wind and ice was surprisingly intense. Interesting, a relic that controls wind and fire? Isdeth exclaimed excitedly. Her relic, the manifestation of the demon god, is the blood of a super dangerous species from the extreme cold of the north. And, after drinking it, she gained the ability to control ice. The loss of relics over hundreds of years is not impossible. It is a relic of the same type as hers. However, besides controlling the wind, Yasuo also has the ability to spit fire, which seems to have stronger variations than her relic. This further ignited Isdeth's fighting spirit. She didn't want to use her newly developed secret techniques on mere fodder. Mokabatmo. Boom. A tremendous roar came from the distance, flames shooting into the sky. And Butterfly Ninja gazed in the direction of the Imperial City Beast Arena, a hint of worry flashing in her beautiful eyes. The battle had already begun. Rick has defeated Isdeth before, but at this moment, in addition to Isdeth, there's also a general, Bud. The Empire's two pillars, regardless of which one, possess strength far surpassing that of the Muzan they once faced. Subsequently, Butterfly Ninja's purple, lens-like pupils became resolute, rather than worrying meaninglessly here. It would be better to complete her task as soon as possible. Sister Ninja, I'm ready, Shayu said as she popped her head out, her quirky demeanor evoking sympathy. I'm coming for the Imperial arm. Iez laughed. Butterfly Ninja, put on a butterfly mask. According to the terrain map provided by Rick, the three quietly entered the palace through a hidden passage. Chapter 54. Stealing the Imperial arm in its secret treasury. Some say it's the national treasury, while others say it's the private vault of Minister Onest. Therefore, Akame can only search one by one. During this process, it is impossible not to be discovered by the palace guards. If one day, the revolutionary army breaks into the imperial capital and the palace, these elite guards will also be a significant problem. Bang! Akame's petite figure was exceptionally agile, weaving through the elite guards, causing many attacks to miss. Akame struggled to break through the elite guards and enter the treasury, and the guards couldn't do anything about her, leading to a stalemate. Meanwhile, the three hiding in a dark corner. Shayu whispered, Sister Ninja, she is the ace killer of Night Raid. Akame. Butterfly Ninja nodded lightly. She had seen Akame before when Najenda came to the eastern city to recruit Rick. Since Rick has a cooperative relationship with the Revolutionary Army and Night Raid, Butterfly Ninja felt she should help Akame a bit, as it was a convenient task. Surgical space. The elite guard was horrified, their bodies splitting apart without blood flowing, unable to exert their strength. Akame stared blankly at this scene, feeling a strong shock in her heart. Is this also a kind of power of the Imperial arm? Suddenly losing weight, even the elite guards were caught off guard, their bodies uncontrollably floating, instantly cut and split apart, completely losing their combat ability. Akame followed behind, witnessing the scene with her own eyes, unable to help but swallow. If it were her first time encountering such power, she would probably end up like those elite guards. Fortunately, this person had no ill intentions towards her. The four of them made their way unobstructed to Minister Onest's palace. Behind them lay the dismembered bodies of hundreds of elite guards. Boom! Butterfly Ninja recalled the location Rick had instructed her about, reached out, and pulled out a book from the corner of the bookshelf, then pushed hard. The bookshelf indeed flipped over, revealing the entrance to a deep, abyss-like basement, with a cold wind blowing up from the bottom. Come in with me, Butterfly Ninja said with a smile, and entered the basement first. Akame frowned. This familiar feeling grew stronger, but she just couldn't remember who it was. The most important goal of this trip is the Imperial arm. Minister Onest's private vault is not small, but the Imperial arm, as an irreplaceable treasure and an antique from 1,000 years ago, is of extremely high value and is almost placed in the most conspicuous spot. Akame immediately found mine and Shiel's Imperial arms. Romantic artillery, pumpkin and all things severed, soul devourer. So many Imperial arms. Shayu and Iez's eyes sparkled. Choose one you like. The first impression of the Imperial arm on its master is very important, Butterfly Ninja said with a light smile. In a sense, the Imperial arm and its wielder are mutually attracted. They must see eye to be used. Yes, Shayu and Iez, with fervent gazes, scanned the many Imperial arms on the counter, selecting their desired ones based on their needs and preferences. Iez obtained Moonlight Dance, Windblade Sword, a curved sword-type Imperial arm that can emit vacuum blades, with performance varying according to the lunar phase, reaching its strongest state during the full moon. Xiaoyu acquired Sure Shot Bow, Radiant Wing, a bow-type imperial arm that, when shooting, requires the target's name to be called out, as long as the target is within range. The arrow will chase it until it hits. Chapter 55, Freezing Time and Space Inside the Colosseum. Both sides presented a standoff, with Night Raid's Brand, Leonai, Lubbock, Tasmimine, and Shield on one side, and the Empire's Riva, Neo, Didos, and Will, surrounded by a dense crowd of Imperial Capital's guards. Brand looked at the leading Riva, his expression complex. General Riva, come back. Let's change the Empire together. Riva said solemnly. Change the Empire? Brand was taken aback. The intel he received was that Riva had been rescued by his death and had completely pledged allegiance to her, being the first to lead in wrongful deeds. Are you trying to trick me back to the Empire? Brand stared at Riva with a serious expression, but he could see no trace of weakness or hypocrisy on Riva's face. That open demeanor was just like the Riva he used to know. It seems the intel he received was outdated. Brand bitterly smiled in his heart, looking again at Riva, his hostility lessening, replaced by the joy of reuniting with an old friend. And he said with a smile, General Riva, our goals are the same, but the paths we choose are different. The gazes of Night Raid members wandered between Brand and Riva, suddenly realizing that General Riva was also a conservative, just like Rick. Hearing this, Riva understood and sighed. In that case, I have no choice but to take action against you. The law must be upheld. Attack. The three beast warriors shared Riva's brain. As soon as Riva's words fell, Didos rushed in impatiently, swinging two large axes. You look experienced. Didos directly targeted the strongest-looking Brand. Your opponent is me. Leonai swiftly pounced like a cheetah, knocking Didos away. The battlefield of the two shifted to a corner of the Colosseum, where Didos laughed wildly. Interesting. Then I'll chop you first. Give it a try if you can. Leonai scoffed, their fists colliding, bursting out with a golden radiance. Are you looking down on me? His face turned cold. His imperial arm was not as exaggerated as Didos's. Its direct combat power was weak, often being overlooked. Demon Summon. Neo put the flute-type imperial arm to her lips and blew, her body instantly swelling into a muscular man. My imperial arm has this use too. Don't underestimate me. This. Lubbock's mouth twitched, and the chaotic thoughts in his mind vanished without a trace, his face becoming serious. I will use 200 of my strength against you. Possessed by evil spirits. Brand shouted, a half-illusory, silver-armored giant. Purely in terms of performance, the noble war chariot was stronger. But the evil spirit possession seemed to have some unknown special abilities. Riva raised his hand and poured a large amount of liquid, maximizing the power of the imperial arm. He had shown brilliantly in the Northern War. He had once heard his brother say that this person's strength was not inferior to his brother's, so he must be dealt with carefully. However, in order to protect his companions, Tasmi felt not a shred of fear. I don't have a habit of bullying the weak. Since you don't have an imperial arm, I won't use mine either. We borrowed a long sword from a nearby guard. Tasmi was taken aback. Was this really a subordinate of General Rick? He was completely different from the scum he encountered in the imperial capital, and he felt somewhat moved. Yasuo's chest burst, and blood flowed out like it was free. Chapter 56. Bud's move in the chaotic arena, aside from Yasuo and Isdeth, who displayed earth-shattering power with every move. The most eye-catching were Liwa and Brand. Liwa, who manipulated water flow, executed each move with overwhelming momentum, unstoppable. Brand's strength was also formidable, his punches landing solidly as he shattered the incoming water flows. The intensity of their battle was comparable to a localized war. Whoosh! Both figures moved simultaneously, darting forward, and soon their silhouettes clashed in the spacious arena. In an instant, a violent offensive erupted, the two figures intertwining wildly, sending energy waves that changed people's expressions, spreading like wildfire. Bang, bang, bang. Under countless gazes, the two figures engaged in a fierce exchange, and in a brief moment, they had already exchanged dozens of brutal blows, appearing exceptionally intense. Water Dragon Heavenly Strike. Liwa's strength ultimately fell short. Facing Brand's relentless assault, he had no choice but to use a secret technique. 4 water dragons transformed into 4 white shadows, darting out with mouths wide open, attacking Brand with lightning speed. Clang, clang. Such a fierce attack momentarily stunned Brand, but he quickly regained his composure. Energy erupted. A tremendous aura surged forth as he wielded the red-backed lark, a spear accompanied by evil spirits. The spear light enveloping the surroundings as if to cut everything apart. He managed to fend off the incoming water dragons, But the rebounding force still caused Brand to stagger back repeatedly, his hands going numb. It was quite shocking. Such a powerful move was blocked by him. No wonder he was known as the 100-Man Slayer. Liwa looked at this scene with a shocked expression, then took a deep breath and whispered, "What to do?" Liwa furrowed his brow. The water dragon Heavenly Strike couldn't deal with Brand, and he had only one method left. He would use highly toxic substances to enhance his body, wait for the right moment, and use Bloodblade Kill, injecting his poisoned blood into the opponent's body. Of course, he would also die. Brand tightened his grip on the spear. Would Liwa use it? According to Yasuo's intelligence, he knew Liwa had hidden methods. If Liwa used the toxic substances, then he too would have to kill the opponent. Once two Imperial Gear users developed murderous intent towards each other, one would undoubtedly die. That seemed to be the fate of Imperial Gear users since 1,000 years ago. I lost. Ultimately, Liwa chose not to use the poison. He spread his arms wide and lay flat on the ground. Phew! Brand let out a sigh of relief. He didn't want to fight this former superior to the death. General Liwa. Brand stepped forward and extended a big hand toward Liwa, lying on the ground. Liwa looked at Brand, approaching him unguarded, and frowned. Brand, tu navi. What if I was pretending to be weak to launch a sneak attack? Then we'll talk about it then. Brand grinned. Liwa shook his head, unable to suppress a smile as he grasped Brand's big hand and used it to stand up. He was determined to strive again for the change of the Empire and would not harbor murderous intent towards Brand. They had already mutually assured destruction. Boom! Just then, the sky above darkened, covered in clouds, thunder and lightning crackled, and a shocking golden lightning bolt broke through the clouds. Brand, get back! Water Dragon Shield! Liwa's pupils contracted as he used a back thrust to shove Brand aside, gritting his teeth, moving his hands to control the water flow, forming a water shield engraved with a dragon's head in front of him. Boom! Drink! It seeped out from his body. At that moment, people could finally understand what the phrase "the strongest in the Empire" truly meant. Chapter 57. Gale's absolute breath / lying in the deep pit. Brand's silver armor crackled with fine golden electricity, unable to move. Uft. Brand's faceplate shattered as he spat out a mouthful of blood, though bud. Uft. Rick spit out a mouthful of blood, dripping from under the mask, half kneeling on the ground, his head spinning. Whoosh. The chill from the rapier spread, enveloping Rick's body, and a layer of frost formed on his surface, as he no longer had the strength to resist. Soon, a massive block of ice emitting cold air stood tall in the arena, trapping Rick inside. It's over. Isteth's lips curled up as she drew her rapier and kicked it with a whip-like leg, striking the ice block. Bang! The enormous ice block shattered under Isteth's kick, along with the person inside, turning into brilliant ice crystals. The people in the arena were stunned. No one expected the battle between the two to end so quickly, and hardly anyone saw the specific process. But the result wouldn't change. Yasuo had lost. Everyone felt a sense of regret. The swordsman named Yasuo possessed superb swordsmanship, controlling wind and fire. He was probably among the best in the Imperial weapons users, but unfortunately he faced Isteth, the strongest general of the Empire, an invincible being. Hidden among the crowd, Najetta's expression was shocked. Even she didn't see how Isteth defeated Yasuo. The moment was too fast. That was the legendary technique to freeze time. However, was Yasuo really dead? Najetta had such doubts in her heart. The information about his death was given to them by Yasuo. This indicated that Yasuo had long known that his death possessed the technique to freeze time, yet he insisted on holding her off alone to buy them time. If he had no means to cope, wouldn't that be like seeking death? That person didn't seem like a fool. The next moment, Najetta's conjecture was confirmed. Waves of spatial distortion appeared, and Yasuo's figure reemerged, unscathed, his injuries gone, and even his loose samurai robe restored to its original state. This couldn't be called strong recovery. It was almost the effect of time reversing. Najetta's lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Yasuo also mastered time-related powers. What is this? Isteth sensed the sudden aura and turned her head to look, her stunningly beautiful face growing serious. Whoosh! Rick let out a sigh of relief. He had two means to deal with AI Show's secret technique. Boom! At the same moment, an unmatched sword aura surged from within Rick into the blade of Gale. Buzz! 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 The expression was astonished. That man's power was surprisingly strong. Night Raid's true trump card might be that man named Yasuo. Whirlwind Slash. Lee had just used the MO, Kubo, TMO, and Isteth's stamina was significantly reduced. She could handle ordinary Imperial Arms users, but how could she withstand Rick? The seemingly indestructible ice wall was instantly torn apart by the raging wind, and a violent tornado lifted Isteth. furious wind, absolute decapitation. However, just as she was creating ice blocks beneath her feet to stabilize her stance, a faint voice suddenly came from behind her. The voice was like a whisper, barely audible yet incredibly clear, resonating in her mind. Upon hearing this voice, Death's expression suddenly changed. Illusion. Chapter 58. Inheritance. Who would have thought that Yasuo would be so fierce? He directly defeated Death. Who? The empty, defying heaven's secret technique, with its immense power, came at great cost. Using the guardian angel's invulnerability to exchange for Death's secret technique and a significant amount of stamina was key to this victory. After being revived, he used the whirlwind slash and furious wind absolute decapitation, leaving him with around 30 stamina. General Bud, having defeated Night Raid's strongest Imperial Arms user, had an innate advantage that even the battle-hardened Bud couldn't see through. Sure enough, Bud sensed that unusual aura, and his expression gradually became serious. If the swordsman named Yasuo's aura was calm, Bud would be certain that the opponent was disguised. After all, being completely unscathed and purely overwhelming Death was something Bud believed he couldn't achieve himself. If the opponent had such strength, what was there to play? Just push through and kill them all. But Yasuo's aura occasionally revealed signs of chaos, which instead made Bud suspicious. It seemed Yasuo was luring him to attack first. He firmly believed the opponent had expended some energy, but couldn't determine how much strength or trump cards Yasuo still retained. The battle between the Empire and Night Raid was also temporarily interrupted. Leonai and Daidos from the three Beast Warriors were evenly matched, both being strength-type warriors. However, in agility, Leonai had the upper hand. The muscle-bound Nyo was completely toyed with by Rab, covered in blood, resembling a bloody mess. The Emperor's Arm's military music dream, the ability to scream, was concerning in direct combat. Given the chaos of the arena, no matter how beautifully he played, it would be hard to influence others. TCH, Rab sneered. If it weren't for Bud, Yasuo was making too much noise. Give him another minute, and he would ensure the disgusting muscle man, disguised as a little lowly, was killed. Big brother Tasmi, covered in wounds, struggled to crawl toward Brand. Even without using Imperial Arms, trained by Rick, had battlefield experience and strength that Tasmi couldn't match. In less than 10 exchanges, Tasmi was knocked down. Perhaps sensing the similar rustic aura from his opponent, didn't go for the kill. Main and Hill watched warily. Even without Imperial Arms, they were professional assassins. Said, "Surrender. I want to hurt you, and then you'll lock us in that dark, lightless cell to wait for death?" Main mocked. Fell silent, and after a long pause, he quietly said, if it were Captain Rick, he would definitely make the right decision. To this, the Night Raid members could not refute. They had to admit that even as enemies, they admired that man's ideals and strength. Unfortunately, that man was not in the Imperial capital. The prospect of carrying out a just trial was out of the question. Conversely, if the three strongest members of the Empire gathered, they wouldn't stand a chance. Upon thinking of this, the Night Raid members had strange expressions. Perhaps they should thank that source of all evil, Minister Wisteria. Thankfully, Wisteria had driven Rick away. My body is paralyzed. Brand regained some mobility, but still couldn't muster strength. Tasmi, it's up to you to use it. Tasmi looked up and saw the long sword Brand was handing over, surprised. Brother's Imperial Arms? You have the qualification to wear it. Chapter 59, Mutual Destruction Boom. Everyone's gaze fell upon the two young men. The shining silver-white armor. The dark, iron-like black armor. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two faced off, ready to clash, transforming into two streaks of light, rushing towards each other. Bang! A feeling of shock. Will roared, his muscles tensed, increasing his strength and pushing forward fiercely. Bang! Tasmi was instantly blasted away, turning into a silver streak of light, accompanied by a tremendous roar, crashing heavily through the thick wall of the arena. Tasmi. The Night Raid members nervously rushed over and dug Tasmi out from the rubble. The silver armor shimmered. Tasmi's body trembled, blood spilling from his mouth. Without the protection of the cursed demon, Will's blow would have been enough to shatter all his bones. On the Empire's side, Bud, Neo, and others showed a hint of smile. Whether it was the Imperial Arms or his own strength, Will completely overwhelmed that boy. Night Raid's hopes of escape grew increasingly dim. Moments later, Tasmi finally recovered, stabilizing the silver armor. I'm sorry, brother. This isn't your fault. Brand gently shook his head. Will was battle-hardened. How could Tasmi, just having taken on the cursed demon, possibly match Will? It was his expectations of Tasmi that were too high. Tasmi gritted his teeth and said, at least I need to hold him off. Rick's gaze shifted, retreating to Tasmi's side, and whispered, "Use all your strength to dodge the opponent's attacks. When he jumps and falls to the ground, there will be a moment of pause. That is your only chance." Tasmi's face showed surprise. He didn't expect Yasuo to talk to him. "I got it." Bang, bang. Tasmi and Will clashed again, or rather, it was Tasmi being beaten unilaterally. The initial face-off made Tasmi realize the significant gap between him and Will. He no longer fixated on defeating Will, but instead used all his strength to evade the opponent's attacks. Countless times, he narrowly avoided being hit by Will. In the blink of an eye, his silver armor was covered in scars, becoming faint as Tasmi's stamina waned. The spectators in the arena watched the heart-pounding scene, feeling tense and silently cheering for Tasmi. That teenager didn't use any underhanded tactics, but instead used his last bit of strength to dodge dangerous attacks and struggle to survive. Were they not the same as the underprivileged people? In an instant, the spectators' eyes became moist. The people from the Empire felt completely at ease. Anyone could see that Tasmi was no match for Will. However, Bud noticed the quiet atmosphere around and sensed the crowd's unrest. Night raids thieves. Yes. Will didn't hesitate and shouted. Continuously running away is not what a true man does. Meteor strike. The two slammed into the arena's sturdy wall, shattering it, with huge rocks crashing down. Impossible. After a long time, Will crawled out from the ruins, his armor dissipated, and with a fearless expression. He seized a perfect opportunity for a counterattack, severely injuring him. Ha! Tasmi's silver armor dissipated, his body covered in blood, yet his face showed a pure, sunny smile. The battle was about to turn around. Both sides shed their Imperial gear armor, both severely injured. The crowd's expressions were shocked at the brutal outcome. Chapter 60, Rick's Evil Spirit Haunting. Good. Bud's face was grim. Mysterious patterns were engraved on the Imperial armor, intertwined with golden lightning, crackling like countless helpless cries. If only General Rick were in the Imperial capital. Isteth had regained some mobility, pursed her lips, and fixed her gaze firmly on herself. Turning to look, it was Isteth. Even though she was noticed, Isteth showed no intention of holding back. Instead, she became even more rampant. Rick secretly felt it was tricky, using the kaleidoscope Sharingan. The blood-red light that flashed in his eyes could not possibly escape the gaze of that crazy woman. He needed new power. Rick's gaze moved to the ruins not far away, where Tasmi and Wilna, two unfortunate brothers, were huddled together for warmth, discussing their ailments. To be precise, Rick's gaze fell upon the long sword beside Tasmi, the embodiment of the cursed demon. Hee. Rick's mouth corners slightly lifted under the mask, and he suddenly had an idea. He immediately set off towards Tasmi. The false persona that Rick had disguised as Yasuo defeated his death and garnered attention in the arena that was no less than Bud's. After all, on the night raid side, the only one who could possibly stand against Bud was Yasuo. The moment he moved, he immediately drew everyone's attention. As Yasuo approached Tasmi, the crowd looked on in confusion, wondering why he was still attending to the injured at this time. Will watched the tall figure warily. He had never heard of this character and suspected that his strength might be on par with Captain Rick's. Rick brushed past Will and walked towards Tasmi. In the next moment, everyone understood what Yasuo's true intention was. Just borrowing it. Rick bent down and picked up the long sword that had fallen beside Tasmi, which was the embodiment of the cursed demon. Tasmi was taken aback. What was he trying to do? The gazes of the crowd, nobles, Bud, Night Raid members, the three beast warriors, and Isteth were all focused on Yasuo, and they had already begun to guess the answer, though it was somewhat hard to believe. Rick tightly gripped the sword's hilt and activated the noble phantasm. A knight does not die empty-handed. An invisible wave enveloped the body entangled by the evil spirit, and the blade of this imperial artifact emitted a buzzing sound, its clear ringing resembling the unwilling wails of the fallen. The material of this imperial artifact was the muscle of a dragon, still alive, and even contained the hidden soul of the dragon. The consciousness of the dragon's soul struggled fiercely against being controlled by the noble phantasm, but to no avail. Even a living super dangerous species was not taken seriously by Rick, let alone a fragmented soul. Soon, the trembling of the blade disappeared, returning to calm, completely under the control of the knight's determination not to die empty-handed. Don't worry, we are different. Rick smiled confidently, planted his long sword into the ground, and said, "Evil spirits are upon us." Boom. He has also gained the recognition of being haunted by evil spirits. The crowd gasped in shock, as if struck by lightning. Their faces blank, and their brains seemed to crash. But the fact was right in front of them. The dragon's muscles were changing to adapt to Yasuo's body. Furthermore, The crowd horrifiedly discovered that the dragon's roar echoed in their ears, inducing such fear that even their souls trembled. It felt as if a sound of swallowing could be heard around them, and deep within everyone's hearts, a question arose. Is Yasuo's haunting by evil spirits truly the same as Tasmi's? Chapter 61, Defeating Bud, Haunted by Evil Spirits. Have a breath. The biggest difference is the wings. Whoosh! A pair of dragon wings unfolded from the back of the silver armor. Golden energy erupted, and that figure was looked up to by many. Soaring through the sky like a bird is something countless people who yearn for freedom dream of. Bud, on the other hand, seemed to be suspended in midair, far from being able to move freely. Yasuo is the true embodiment of free flight. Those with keen eyes noticed that the energy fluctuations were incredibly fierce, boiling like a cauldron on the silver armor. Rick carefully felt the enhancement brought by the evil spirit's possession, experiencing an explosive increase in strength and speed. The base silk became heavy, and in a deep voice he asked, "Who are you?" Rick replied, "Yasuo, the wandering swordsman." Bud stared at Yasuo, who was on the same level as him, feeling complicated emotions. What a straightforward attitude. When he defeated his death, he didn't use any underhanded tactics, but fought honorably. It's truly a misfortune for the Empire that such talent has joined the rebels. First, Bud must deal with these rebellious scoundrels. "Yasuo, you will die here." Bud pierced through the clouds. Boom! Amidst the shocked gazes of many, thunder erupted, transforming into countless meteors that slammed down. In front of them, at the moment the raging thunder contacted the wind barrier, everyone was dumbfounded. Previously, the wind barrier had blocked Isteth's ice spears, and everyone felt it was like a deep abyssal mouth, swallowing everything that flew. Whoosh! Immediately after, Rick's figure flashed, his wings flapping, directly transforming into a formidable force. Since long-range attacks were ineffective, it was time for close combat. His Imperial tool had absolute advantage in close combat. The enemy approached, and he struck out. Bang! In an instant collision, a tremendous force erupted at the center of the two, shaking the heavens and the earth, while the cracks on the ground gradually spread. Even those in the arena couldn't help but retreat hundreds of meters, not daring to withstand this overwhelming force. Was the airflow blocking it? Bud's pupils constricted. Upon closer inspection, his and Yasuo's fists did not make direct contact. Yasuo's fist was entwined with a powerful gale, isolating the surrounding thunder. What a terrifying battle. The fierce battle in midair left many people in shock, as waves of incredible awe quickly spread across the ruins. What shocked everyone the most was that as the two fought, the surging energy fluctuations became increasingly violent. Bang, bang, bang. Where the two figures passed, strong winds howled, and white clouds dispersed. Everyone showed expressions of horror, witnessing the ferocity and dominance of their battle. Boom! Bud pressed the dark clouds to cover the entire sky, and thunder roared in the heavens. The earth-shattering thunder struck down fiercely, shattering the surrounding high platforms and bricks, creating a trace on the ground that was over 100 meters long. Evil, in his eyes, slowed down several times. Whoosh! With his wings flapping, Rick transformed into a golden streak, crashing onto Bud's armored chest, the terrifying power making Bud's eyes widen. Boom! Bud's towering body crashed down like a meteor, instantly turning the hard floor of the earth into dust. For a long time, the intense shaking began, his face turning pale in an instant. A hint of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Hiss! The strongest general of the beast arena. Perhaps from today onward, the title of the strongest in the Empire would shift to this wandering swordsman, Yasuo. Chapter 62, Breath of Snow and Breath of Iron. Boom! Realizing the ferocity of the situation, he no longer adhered to convention, fixated on the aesthetics of war. For victory, to protect the Empire, Bud commanded everyone to kill them all. The capital's guard and soldiers surrounded the entire beast arena. Isteth's strength was comparable to Bud's, even stronger, but in terms of rank, Bud, the general, still overshadowed Isteth. At least on the surface, Isteth still had to follow Bud's orders. Trample them. Isteth pointed her sword at Night Raid. Her stamina restored to confront the others in Night Raid's battlefield. On Night Raid's side, Brand and Tatsumi had lost their combat effectiveness. Mane and Hill were without their Imperial tools, leaving only Leonai and Lubbock with combat power remaining. Those two Imperial tools are mine. You go kill the others. Bud said coldly. All right. Neo and Daidos certainly wouldn't compete with Bud, turning to deal with the rest of Night Raid. Rick misunderstood. I just thought the people on your side would die. Upon hearing this, Isteth frowned. Bud fought against two opponents, easily overpowering Leonai and Rab, as their strengths were not even on the same level. Additionally, Da had regained some power, barely holding up his body to protect the two behind him, as they had to deal with two Imperial Arms users. Sigh, I'll take the will. Daidos sneered, swinging two giant axes, the sharp edges tearing through space as they viciously struck down at Brand. Brand's expression darkened. If it were in his prime, he could easily kill such a guy. But without his Imperial arm and his body paralyzed by electric currents, Brand felt a hint of deadly danger. Brother, Tasmi shouted nervously. Bang! Brand felt regret. That was because he couldn't find those two childhood friends. Tasmi closed his eyes in despair. It was over. Iron breathing, first form, /evil. The recoil from a strike made his hands tingle. Who are you? Tasmi looked at the familiar silhouette of the boy that suddenly appeared before him. Caught up. A soft voice choked Tasmi, tears welling up. Since arriving in the Imperial capital, he had not stopped searching for these two people. Shuyo, leave this guy to me. This bastard must die. Yeyas, wearing an iron wolf mask, fixed a cold gaze on Daidos ahead. Shayu knew Yeyas was going to help Tasmi take revenge, and chuckled lightly, saying, All right, I'll deal with the other one. Snowflakes dance. Shayu had a terrifying speed. He did not dare to be careless, and immediately began to play a tune, his body swelling again, turning into a muscular man. However, even using the Demon Man's technique to enhance his abilities, Neo blood gushed. Neo's pupils trembled. Had he been hit? He asked in a terrified voice. Who are you? Win Alliance, codename Shuyo. Shayu replied with a faint smile, elegantly twirling a slender sword. Her swordsmanship extended from the insect-breathing technique, possessing similar lightness and agility, but with greater lethality. Damn it! Stimulated by blood, Neo roared, throwing a powerful punch. Snow-breathing. First form, cold branch cold plum, unyielding. Whoosh. Using the sword blade to block Neo's fist, after dispersing the force, the sharp sword light sliced through Neo's arm, cutting it in half vertically, blood spraying. Chapter 63 Neo, Death of Daidos. Out, transformed into a stunning streak of light, quickly approaching Neo like lightning. Whoosh. Neo's heart trembled, his pupils reflecting the incoming arrowhead. He tilted his head, narrowly dodging. A warm liquid slid down his cheek, and Neo reached out. Neo's gaze was vacant. His last thought was that a bow with such special abilities must be an Imperial arm. Bang! Neo's body slowly fell, lifeless. Shayu smiled lightly. This Imperial arm was a perfect match for her. The sure hit bow, Radiant Wing, called out the target's name, and, as long as the opponent was within range, the arrows would automatically track until the target was dead or out of range. In contrast, the battle between Yeyas and Daidos was more straightforward and brutal. A true man's clash. Their figures rapidly darted around the arena, clashing, with sword lights and axes colliding fiercely, producing crisp, loud sounds and sparks exploding amidst the rising dust. In the swordsmanship coming at him, Yeyas did not have Rick's perverted, maniacal laughter. The slaughter between Imperial arm users. Yeyas swung out a wind blade sword, knocking the two returning axes away. The axes would fly back. Such a minor trick was not enough to take my life. With intel in hand, how could Yeyas fall for the opponent's ambush? How could it be? Daidos' voice carried a hint of despair, growing weaker, his eyes darkening as he completely died. Two new Imperial arm users. Two of the three beast warriors were cut down in an instant. The arena fell silent. Everyone looked at each other, and their gaze finally landed on Yasu, as those two also wore masks, their features too obvious. It was clear they were in cahoots. Subsequently, their actions confirmed this point. Shayu and Yeyas approached Rick and whispered, Lord Yasu, the plan was successful. Rick smiled slightly, taking advantage of the chaos in the arena, while Sean and Yeyas entered the palace to steal the Imperial tools collected by Onist. Those Imperial tools were gathering dust in the private vault. It was better to let them be used for the Empire's benefit. Main Hill. The figure of Akatsuki appeared in the arena, shouting loudly, tossing the Imperial tools' romantic artillery, pumpkin and all things severed. Soul destruction to Main and Hill. The two caught the Imperial tools, their faces lighting up with joy as they watched their companions struggle and get injured in battle, feeling utterly helpless. That feeling was truly painful and tormenting. The members of Night Raid also felt joy at the return of Akatsuki, Main, and Hill, as they were now a complete team. On the other side, the Imperial forces had a completely opposite mood. Their eyes flickered with a bad premonition. The sudden appearance of the Wind Alliance members could be explained as having fortuitously obtained the Imperial tools from the common people. But the other two Imperial tools were different. After Main and Hill were captured, romantic artillery, Pumpkin, and all things severed, soul destruction were sealed in the palace. The appearance of these two imperial tools here indicated that something had likely gone wrong in the palace. Worried about the young emperor, Bud was anxious. His bad premonition was soon confirmed. A palace guard rushed into the arena on horseback, shouting, "General Bud, the palace has been attacked. Lord One's palace has been robbed. And all imperial tools are missing." Bud shuddered and blurted out, "What about His Majesty the Emperor?" The guard replied, "Your Majesty is unharmed." Hearing that the young emperor was safe, Bud finally breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes filled with killing intent, fixed on Night Raid and those claiming to be from the Wind Alliance. "Thieves, you are seeking death." With a burst of lightning, Bud transformed into a terrifying thunder beast. Everyone has their own weak spot. Protecting the royal family was the mission passed down through the Bud family for generations. "General Bud, let's end this today. I think you should return to the palace as soon as possible to protect your sovereign." Chapter 64. The Empire's defeat. The most troublesome was still that swordsman named Yasuo, whose strength was unfathomable. Numerous unexpected events ultimately overwhelmed Bud's resolute heart. "Generalist Death, I leave this to you. I must return to the palace to protect His Majesty the Emperor." There were still many citizens of the imperial capital in the arena, and Bud did not speak so directly. Otherwise, retreating and letting the revolutionary army go would deal another significant blow to the Empire's prestige. Two of the three beasts had been killed. Leva and Will were severely injured, and Isdeth had little stamina left. She certainly understood what Bud meant. Isdeth sheathed her rapier. She was a battle-thirsty sadist, not a fool seeking death. Charging in at this moment would be no different from seeking her own demise. There was nothing shameful about it. No one is strong from the beginning. Isdeth would continue to grow stronger, and whether it was Yasuo or Night Raid, they would eventually become her slaves. "I don't know why, but we must quickly bring Rick back to stabilize people's hearts," Bud secretly resolved. In the arena, Isdeth arrived beside the bodies of Neo and Daidas, lowering her military cap. "You were too weak, so you lost your lives. What a helpless group of subordinates. I will avenge you." Isdeth's tone was flat, but it carried an undeniable intensity. However, seeking revenge was not so easy. Yasuo's strength was firmly above hers, and in the intense battle, Isdeth keenly sensed that the opponent had reservations and was not using his full strength. Otherwise, she might not have survived. Experiencing two consecutive defeats also made Isdeth realize that there are always people stronger than oneself, and she had not yet reached an invincible stage. She must become stronger. The living imperial tools seemed a bit interesting. A flash of Tasmi and the scene of Yasuo using the evil spirit binding crossed Isdeth's mind. The dragon's muscles were still alive. Isdeth's beautiful lips curled into a charming smile. It seemed she had found her next direction for growth. Meanwhile, on the other side, Rick and the members of Night Raid escaped the imperial capital through hidden passages at the fastest speed. They entered the forest surrounding the capital, filled with dangerous creatures. And only when they saw there were no pursuers did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. Now that they had made it this far, they should be considered safe. Everyone sat on the ground, exhausted and almost paralyzed. After a series of fierce battles and a desperate flight, they had been teetering on the edge of life and death. And now they didn't want to move even a finger. Najeta, who had arrived outside the city to meet them, expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you very much for your help, Lord Yasuo." On their side, everyone bore varying degrees of injuries, but not a single person had died. This result was far beyond Najeta's expectations. To put it bluntly, Yasuo was the greatest contributor to this mission, astonishing everyone by single-handedly holding off the two strongest generals of the Empire. Rick said lightly, "This is a collaboration." Upon hearing this, Najeta fell silent. She could probably guess Yasuo's purpose in helping them. The Wind Alliance's goal is the Imperial artifacts within the palace. Bud is responsible for the safety of the young Emperor and should return to the palace with him. It was Yasuo who defeated Isdeth, forcing General Bud to remain in the arena, and it was during this gap that Chitong and the Wind Alliance stole the Imperial artifacts. Chapter 65. Let the storm come. Even stronger Night Raid needs a top-tier combat power. Duh. Rick's face under the mask revealed a hint of a smile. He didn't mind building a good relationship with Night Raid. There would be many opportunities for cooperation in the fight against the Empire. The two exchanged smiles. Najenda did not invite the other party to join the revolutionary army, as Yasuo's strong presence was enough. "This is for you." Rick threw the cursed sword, which was entangled with evil spirits, to Najenda. Najenda did not expect this. On the way, she was still thinking about how to retrieve it from Yasuo. Now he was leaving. Rick walked towards a path opposite to that of the Night Raid members. Yes, Shayu and Ayasu replied, following Rick as they left. Tasmi, dragging his heavily injured body, rushed out and asked anxiously, "Wait, who are you? We will meet again." Shayu and Ayasu waved and smiled, disappearing into the forest before Tasmi could respond. They were gone. Tasmi, do you know them? The Night Raid members jumped up as if they're on fire, their eyes revealing curiosity about the true identities and the mysterious Wind Alliance. Brant said with relief, "It seems he also has a reliable group of companions." Cough, cough. Before he could finish his sentence, Brant began to cough violently, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. "Brant!" everyone exclaimed. Brant's face turned pale as he comforted them, frowning. "For some reason, when I try to summon my power, my body, especially my heart, feels a sharp pain." Everyone felt both regret and happiness for Brant. Being sidelined was at least not as dangerous. In the royal palace, the furious Onist was extremely angry. Huff, huff. Onist gasped for breath, his squinted eyes revealing a hint of dissatisfaction, giving Onist a sense of crisis. Onist said in a deep voice, "Immediately recall General Rick." "Yes." Meanwhile, at the outskirts of the Imperial Forest, "Teacher, how do we do?" Shayu and Ayasu took off their masks, excitedly saying, "Very well." Rick smiled and nodded. Having gained 2 Imperial weapon users and 6 unclaimed Imperial weapons, marking a great success in this operation. Receiving praise from Rick, the two of them beamed with innocent smiles, feeling no longer like burdens and ready to fight for justice and peace. After the joy, the attentive Sayu expressed her concern. "Teacher, Minister Ao will surely recall Teacher Rick. Are they really going to turn against each other?" Rick smiled and said, "Don't worry, it won't happen." This gentle voice calmed the anxious hearts of Shayu and Ayaz, and the two nodded in agreement, believing that Teacher Rick would handle the relationship between the two well. Rick and Shayu, after separating from Ayaz, used the Sky Dragon of Osiris and Destiny skills to rush back to the eastern city at the fastest speed. Rick also knew that in the face of the increasingly powerful revolutionary army, Ernest would soon recall him to the Imperial capital. However, before returning to the Imperial capital, he still had a small task to do. At the head of the Sky Dragon of Sea, located at an altitude of 10,000 meters, he murmured to himself, "Gaining reputation points, this kind of thing is not too difficult, yet not too simple either." He had already arranged a rescue plan for the eastern city, unless something unexpected happened. Rick's gaze shifted to the East Sea, where dark clouds overshadowed the entire horizon even more fiercely. Chapter 66. Strict with oneself, lenient with others. East Coast. On the road. "This is the grace of Lord Rick. You must remember, in the future, completely disregard the safety of millions of people under natural disasters." It was Rick who arrived and forcefully compelled the nobles and officials to hand over food, beginning the mobilization for refuge. Therefore, the people faced a sudden storm, and the violent winds nearly overturned them. When Tung Hui and the officials witnessed this scene, they were horrified. It was completely different from what they had predicted. The tsunami had arrived ahead of schedule. 3 days seemed very short, but it was enough to affect many things. You must know that due to previous inaction, when Rick arrived with a rescue plan, time was already extremely tight, and there would be no contingency plans. There were still over 500,000 people in the city who had not been evacuated, completely disrupting their plans. "It's over," Tung Hui said despairingly, without a doubt. The tsunami would drown the city, and hundreds of thousands would perish. The other officials turned pale, their lips trembling. They were not worried about those commoners, but rather their lives were tied to those commoners. "Rick will not let them go," Tung Hui said with difficulty. "Quick, notify Lord Rick." "Yes," the officials replied weakly. In their hearts, they knew this time there was truly no escape. Even just to appease the public, Rick would certainly grab a few people to make an example of. It was impossible for them to escape. The dangerous dragon breeds Rick possessed could catch up to them in an instant. The news reached Rick, and he arrived at the scene almost at lightning speed. "Lord Rick, this is roughly what happened. We are not prepared yet," Tung Hui said, trembling with fear. The other officials cowered behind, quaking in their boots, as if standing on the edge of an abyss. Amidst the chaotic sounds of howling winds, thunder, and massive waves, there was a subtle sound of dragon roars. Hundreds of kilometers away, the blood-colored dragon's form hid deep within the clouds, and they all knelt down to plead for forgiveness. Being proactive was certainly better than facing Rick's wrath. Rick shook his head and sighed, saying, "This is not your fault. I, too, am guilty for believing in the World Book." Rick spoke softly, Upon hearing this, Tung Hui and the other officials felt a pang in their hearts and were moved to tears, realizing how happy it is to have one's efforts recognized, be strict with oneself, and lenient towards others. It sounds simple, but throughout history, few people have truly been able to do it. Yet, right in front of them stood one. People should maintain a sufficient reverence for nature. Rick clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Deploy all officials to help the people evacuate as quickly as possible." "Lord Rick, what about the tsunami?" Tung Hui whispered. The tsunami was imminent, and no matter how hard they tried, it was impossible to outrun the surging waves on just 2 legs. "I'll stop it." Rick's calm voice exuded a strong confidence. Tung Hui and the dozens of officials nearby looked stiff. "Be quiet, they are thinking." Their brains, which they didn't use often, were straining to comprehend Rick's words. "Stop it. How to stop it?" Rick quickly told them the answer. Alone, he walked forward with steady steps towards the towering waves that blocked out the sun. "Lord Rick, danger!" The oppressive pressure from the flashing lightning instantly spread out, boiling violently, as if the most terrifying force between heaven and earth. Chapter 67. A sword divides the river. The dark clouds and the divine pressure of the sky dragon Osiris hit him head-on. Rick felt intense pressure. Rick's lips curled into a proud smile. His blade had slain hundreds of evil ghost swordsmen, defeated a millennium-old ghost king, and cut through with his sword. The Conqueror's Haki intertwined. Rick faces the natural disaster head-on, determined to make them retreat in fear. The overwhelming pressure makes them feel dizzy, provoking a strong challenge from the heavens and the earth. Roar! On the shore, that towering figure entwined with dark red lightning. In this world, there is only the man named Rick left. Explosive bite, full output. Rick. The terrifying rift is as dense as a spider web. The might of these ravines becomes incredibly bright, dazzling to the point that one cannot open their eyes. The blade light entwined with dual-colored lightning stretches out, and everyone's eyes can barely open. "Open for me." Rick let out a low roar, striking down without hesitation, the earth-shattering blade light pressing forward. In the face of this strike, all things in the world dimmed, leaving only the eyes split in half. Boom! The surge was endless. Hiss! Everyone watched the shocking scene before them. The blade light of the ocean carried a world-destroying power, as if to envelop the giant in an overwhelming aura, and even the high-level dangerous species couldn't bear it, their eyes rolling back as they fainted. As the blade light dissipated, the seawater rushed to cover the center. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp sound. To everyone's surprise, they discovered that a slight crack seemed to appear in the sky, gradually spreading larger. When they rubbed their eyes and focused again, they found that the fragmented trace in the sky had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Only their memories faintly recalled it. When people turned their gaze back to the sea level, within hundreds of nautical miles, the sea was calm, and the sun was shining brightly. The previously destructive tsunami had disappeared without a trace. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that someone could split the entire ocean with a single strike. They looked at Rick with eyes full of reverence. Rick turned around and smiled, saying, "I will block the tsunami. Everyone hurry to seek refuge." His spring-like smile instantly dispelled the fear in the hearts of the people and nobles. Yes, this man is their hero. Even with the power to destroy the world, he would use it to protect them. "No!" Tung Hui exclaimed urgently. "Lord Rick, if you say that, your body won't be able to withstand it." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Rick by the sea with worried expressions. Natural disasters are called natural disasters because their onslaught is endless, capable of exhausting a person to death. It is impossible for one person to stop a natural disaster. Before everyone evacuates, no matter how many times it takes, I will block it. Rick's gentle gaze swept over everyone, his voice incredibly firm. These words pierced through everyone's hearts like a sharp arrow, prompting them to shout out loud. "Lord Rick, I will follow you for a lifetime." The joy of surviving the disaster made the people, nobles, officials, and everyone else worship Rick like a faith, bringing them to tears, their voices reaching the heavens above. Rick blocks the tsunami, and everyone is orderly evacuating. Everyone wishes they could add 2 more legs to themselves, because every extra second they take means more pressure on Rick, who must continue to hold back the terrifying tsunami. Chapter 68. Shockwaves all around. In fact, aside from the first wave of the tsunami, the pressure Rick faces from the Sky Dragon of the Riss is overwhelming. But how will the surging waves naturally calm down? All have been moved to safety, and the admiration of Lord Tung Hui for Rick is like the endless flow of a mighty river. His greatest flaw is his excessive humility. Suddenly remembering something, Tung Hui frantically took out a letter. A nearby noble asked cautiously, "Is it really necessary? We can't do without you." Tung Hui lamented loudly. "Why take our hero from us?" A large number of nobles and officials cried with tears streaming down their faces. This shifted the attention of those around them, and the natural disaster in the eastern city drew countless people's attention. A piece of news quickly spread throughout the empire. The renowned Imperial General Rick commanded the forces, devising meticulous evacuation plans that saved millions of civilians from disaster. In the newspapers, leaders of various factions sat in chairs, staring blankly at the papers, unable to regain their senses for a long time. In the imperial capital, countless citizens took to the streets, rejoicing. They expressed strong sympathy for the people in disaster-stricken eastern regions, feeling a deep connection, as they too live in a dire environment. Their hero, wherever he goes, will save the people and bring justice. Not only in the imperial capital, but throughout the empire, Rick's reputation soared, even reaching the ears of distant tribes in the western lands and the southern revolutionary army. At the night raid base, no wonder he yes that man. Even disasters can't stop his pace. Najeta exclaimed, slapping the newspaper on the table, to turn the tide and support a collapsing building. This phrase seems to exist for someone like Rick, but then it becomes troublesome. Will our opponent change to you? Najeta murmured. Rick is an opponent she absolutely does not want to encounter. His level of danger even surpasses that of his death, who left her with psychological scars. Whether it's Rick's immense strength or his significant prestige, he is a big trouble. Meanwhile, Night Raid has just lost a key member. After examination, Brand's illness has been diagnosed. He has a biological electrical disorder, which causes dizziness and heart pain when he engages in combat. Brand has been sent south for recuperation and will also serve as the chief instructor for the Revolutionary Army of 200,000. The Imperial Tool, the evil spirit, is temporarily entrusted to Tatsumi. Their combat power is still relatively intact, but when it comes to dealing with Rick, no matter how many people are involved, Magenta feels it's still a bit precarious. Fortunately, in the imperial capital, the royal palace, the rotund Minister Onest personally comes out to welcome Rick. "General Rick, welcome back." Rick slightly bowed and said, "Your Excellency." Onest nodded in satisfaction. Initially, he was a bit worried, but he was too conservative. Onest apologized, saying, "I'm sure you've heard, the night raid assassin you captured was rescued. I'm really sorry about that." "Your Excellency, there's no need to worry." Twice in a row, truly worthy of General Rick. Ernest clapped excitedly, noticing the attitude of the person. Indeed, he was a pillar of the nation. Then he looked at his death and Bud, those useless ones, who couldn't even handle a small matter like Night Raid. Chapter 69. Let's get married. Now that it was confirmed that Rick could be used for his own purposes, Ernest's anxious heart was set at ease. Ernest said, "General Rick must not be careless. Those thieves still have some skills. Even Generalist Death and General Bud have failed." Speaking of this, Ernest's face darkened with anger, and a bloodthirsty glint flickered in the depths of his squinting eyes. Rick said, "I have heard about it and will do my best. The order of the Empire cannot be chaotic." Onester's expression returned to calm, controlling his emotions, and said with a smile, "I do not doubt General Rick's strength, but ordinary thieves will only dirty your hands. It is more appropriate for others to take action." Oh, a hint of doubt appeared on Rick's face. Onester took out a document and handed it to Rick, saying, "General Rick, this is the official information of all the Imperial weapon users. You can choose any one, and they can be transferred to the capital at your discretion, allowing you to form a special unit to deal with Night Raid and the Wind Alliance." Rick took the documents from Ernest's hands and opened them to find many familiar names. Elite Assassination Unit Black Eye, Imperial Capital Burning Unit Holus, Imperial Capital Garrison Selu. Rick's face remained expressionless. Is this a member of the hunting team from the original timeline? Originally formed by his death. Now it has fallen to him, and it seems that his death has been defeated twice in a row and has lost One's trust, as Onest believes there are better pieces to play. Rick's lips curled slightly. "Since you want to send someone to me, I won't be polite and will accept it." "No problem, Your Excellency. I will let you see the results as soon as possible," Rick said confidently. Onest nodded and said, "Thank you, General Rick." Rick left the palace with the documents. He could clearly feel the change in the atmosphere around him. For the first time, the Empire had been defeated by the Revolutionary Army in a direct confrontation, and the impact was significant. His death and Bud had both failed. In the streets and alleys, the sounds of excitement and joy from the people could be heard continuously. Rick saw that the bounty for the members of Night Raid had significantly increased on the bulletin board by the street. The battle in the Colosseum had its pros and cons for Night Raid. Alexander, possessing the Imperial weapon Moonlight Dance, Windblade, had a bounty of 350,000 gold coins. Wind was a mysterious organization that rose to fame in one battle, with all members being Imperial weapon users. Its leader, Yasuo, fought against the two strongest generals of the Empire, not falling behind and shocking everyone. The bounty reached up to 1 million gold coins. After night raids, members did not kill those palace guards and took away the Imperial weapons. The palace guards' bodies returned to normal, unharmed. Pushing open the big door, what came into view was the sweet smile of Butterfly Shinobu. Welcome back. Li Xiaoyu and Yaesi ran to the Imperial City Forest to cultivate and quickly improve their strength. In this villa, only the two of them were left. After a moment of tenderness, they returned to the dining table. Rick is thinking about how many people the Hunter Squad should recruit when he suddenly hears the sound of a bat. Rick's expression immediately changed. How could it be? I think marriage is something that Rick wouldn't mess with at a time like this. Rick, they also considered getting married, but at that time, Butterfly Ninja had just turned 18, and after thinking it over, they chose to postpone it. Rick Demigius. Interesting. Rick muttered to himself that this Imperial tool also had the ability to foresee, but it was different from the World Book, Longo Longo. The World Book, Longo Longo, could predict natural disasters through its last page, but it could not affect humanity. In contrast, the magic crystal Prometheus inferred the fortune and misfortune of individuals through the crystal. One targeted nature, while the other targeted individuals. Chapter 70, Justice Squad, Part 1. Seeing Rick interested in this Imperial tool, Butterfly Ninja simply decided to demonstrate. Rick immediately realized something. toObtain. The reason you chose this Imperial tool is... Butterfly Shinobu pressed her lips together, her beautiful eyes reflecting Rick's face. Butterfly Shinobu had already conducted experiments, targeting ordinary Imperial tool users, which would drain her 20 of her stamina. Rick nodded. After the battle in the Colosseum, Isteth seemed to have found some inspiration, abandoning all her affairs to retreat to the north for seclusion and training. In the information provided by Onist, there was actually Leva from the Three Beast Warriors. This surprised Rick a bit, and then he decisively took action, recognizing that this was a rare talent for leadership. Rick casually asked, I heard you lost 2 teammates. Are you okay? Liwa replied, Don't worry, General Rick, I'm fine. Liwa felt no waves in his heart regarding the deaths of Neo and Daidos. In fact, he even felt a bit like laughing. Those two were not good people. If it were in the past, Liwa might have accepted them. Now, fighting once again to change the Empire, these two were among the villains Liwa wanted to eliminate. Liwa didn't think the sins he had committed could be forgiven. Under his death, he had also done many terrible things. A hint of joy appeared on Liwa's face. Soon, a girl with black hair and black eyes pushed the door open, sat down on a chair, and began to snack on some treats. Liwa knew that Rick must have seen the information on the black-eyed girl, but he felt that he had potential. Due to not meeting the physical standards, she was injected with drugs to forcibly enhance her abilities, but the burden was substantial, leading to an abnormal mental state and a tendency towards a Yandra direction. She was the biological sister of the red-eyed girl in Night Raid. Therefore, Liwa said this was a double-edged sword. If used well, it could be a powerful weapon, but if misused, it would undoubtedly put a lot of pressure on Rick within the Empire. The black-eyed girl, having enhanced her body with drugs, had keen hearing and could hear the conversation between Rick and Liwa. She didn't care. It was just like before, following orders and continuously killing. After a while, an excited Will pushed open the big door, beaming, Captain, we can work together again. Rick asked, how are your injuries? Will patted his chest. I'm already healed. Lever replied, I hope this time we won't be taken down by a rookie artifact user again. Upon hearing this, Will's face instantly fell. He felt embarrassed to the core. His strength far surpassed Tasmi's, yet at the last moment, it felt like his opponent was cheating, seizing on his only weakness, the stiffness after his ultimate move. In fact, it could also be said that he had been too careless, thinking he could easily take down a rookie artifact user, as if it were just child's play. Even a single hand would be too much. Failure is the mother of success. Don't lose heart. Rick encouraged, patting Will on the shoulder. Captain, Will was moved to tears. Rick smiled slightly. Anyone could criticize and mock Will, but he alone did not have that qualification. Will and Tasmi were both injured, and he could not distance himself from it. Another door pushed open, and a burly man wearing a respirator walked in, his upper body bare, revealing several deep claw marks on his chest. Just from his appearance, his fierce aura was far stronger than any pirate or bandit Will had ever seen. This immediately startled Will, nearly making him jump. General Rick, soldier of the Imperial Capital Burning Squad, reporting in. Boris, the man said. Chapter 71 Justice Squad. Part 2. Rick chuckled. Welcome, Mr. Porus. Please find a seat. Porus rushed in excitedly. Lord Rick. Sayer's face lit up with a joyful smile. She could finally exercise true justice. Ever since Rick showed her the darkness of the Imperial capital, her faith had crumbled, and she stared at Rick with a terrifying aura. What a formidable body. If it were to be transformed, it would surely become even stronger. Leva and Will's eyes were as cold as ice. Doctor. Fashion awkwardly smiled and retreated to the corner. Oomph. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Leva's eyes. This Dr. Fashion was trembling, looking at Rick with a look of sheer terror, as if gazing at a devil. How could such cold words come from a 36-degree body? If it were a normal experiment, I believe Leva would support you, Rick said with a smile. Leva's thoughts were inscrutable, but he alone knew what he was thinking. It seems I'm the last one to report, he said, sweeping his gaze over everyone. Since we are all here, let's start the meeting. There were a total of 8 people, all Imperial equipment users. Leva, the former general of the Empire, the water dragon embodiment of the Imperial equipment, Black Marlin. The Shura incarnation of the Imperial equipment, Noble Chariot, the second-generation armor type Imperial equipment, enhancing defense and overall physical capabilities. Porus, a soldier of the Imperial burning unit. The Purgatory summon of the Imperial equipment, Rubigand, the soaring Imperial equipment, Mashtima, which allows the user to fly and shoot feathers at enemies. Sayer, also at a crushing level. Lord Rick, what is the name of our team? Leva asked. Everyone's gaze fell squarely on Rick. A name would sound nice. Sayer rubbed her fists together, excited. There's no name more fitting than this. We are the messengers of justice. As for the others, their expressions varied in this decayed and dark empire. Then let's begin the first mission of our Justice Squad, Rick said confidently. So soon? Even though everyone present was an Imperial equipment user with quick minds, they couldn't save themselves at this moment. How could they talk about saving the Empire? Rick looked at Black Eye. Black Eye, like a little black cat, startled, suddenly stood up, retreating. What do you want to do? Rick's face is red. Rick ignored her. If the victim is unwilling to pursue the matter and lets the criminal go, that is not true justice. Rick placed his hands on the table and said in a deep voice, the Imperial Assassination Cultivation Institute. It has been a long time. It's truly regrettable. The other party was also quite fortunate to encounter a superior like Rick. It seemed that this trip was not in vain. Lon murmured to himself. Previously, his understanding of Rick was limited to hearsay, but seeing him today made him feel differently from other soldiers who had received transfer orders. Lon was a genuine commoner. He worked as a teacher in the rural areas of Central Empire, beloved by his students, and was in love with the local female governor. However, the governor's reputation for maintaining public order was overshadowed by the fact that their relationship was kept under wraps, which caused him great dissatisfaction. In order to change the current situation of the Empire and avenge his students, he accepted the conscription order and became a member of the Justice Squad. Would Rick's sense of justice change the decaying Empire, or would justice fall into decline in this environment? Lon was very interested. Rick Dow, the first mission of the Justice Squad, destroy the Empire's assassination training facility. Introduction. Crossing into Demon Slayer, Rick accidentally acquires a sign-in system, gaining abilities from countless worlds through sign-ins. The Sharingan from a Naruto world, a flash of bloodlight, and a massive Susanoo rises on the earth. The Haki from the pirate world, a single shout instills fear in countless evil spirits. Skills from the game League of Legends, endless rage, invulnerable for 5 seconds, rewinding time, controlling life and death.